Chapter 1, Entry Extraction. The Talent of a Great Emperor. 800 years ago, a global catastrophe. A large number of spatial cracks and secret realms have appeared around the world. An endless army of ferocious beasts has swept across the globe, and humanity is facing a catastrophe. In times of crisis, warriors are born to save humanity from danger. My dear family, do you desire power? Do you want to become a warrior? Do you want to save the world? Only $9.98, take home a warrior gift pack. 3, 2, 1 link up. Early morning. Warm sunlight streams into the room. Su Fan curled up in bed, scrolling through his phone boredly. A wide variety of martial arts training packages are emerging online. Of course, it's not for making money, but to provide benefits for my family. After traveling through time for more than a year, Su Fan has adapted to this world. In the world of high martial arts, ferocious beasts are wreaking havoc. Only by becoming a warrior can you resist the ferocious beasts and defend your home and country. This is a world where martial arts are respected. Everyone will awaken their talent at the age of 18 and embark on the path of a warrior. Please introduce yourself. Su Fan, 18 years old, is a senior high school student. Currently preparing for the military examination. Martial arts talent levels are divided into F to SSS. What he awakened was SC level talent country chicken. This is a kind of beast soul talent that can summon the souls of ferocious beasts and increase one's own combat power. However, the soul of the country chicken is too weak and has basically no combat power. It can only improve agility and speed. With C-level talent, he is in the middle of the class. He is not a genius, but he is not a loser either. It is still very difficult for him to be admitted to the martial arts university. Su Fan had a slightly sad look on his face, but his eyes were very determined. You must become a warrior. He clenched his fists silently, unwilling to be ordinary. Today is the day of the martial arts exam. Only by being admitted to a martial arts university can you hope to become a true warrior. However, the competition in the martial arts exam was extremely fierce, and with his mere C-level talent, his chances of getting into a martial arts university were slim. Just when Su Fan was in distress, a system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding dong. Congratulations on obtaining the entry extraction system. You can use this on any target to extract their talent entries. The system is here. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he quickly checked the system introduction. Entries are similar to special talents and come in many different types. They can be a bloodline, a skill, or a technique. After fusion, they can improve one's own attributes and enhance strength. The entry levels are divided from low to high into white, blue, purple, red, and gold. Entries can be synthesized, upgraded, and decomposed. So many weird and wonderful things, so many uses. Great! Su Fan's eyes were blazing, and he walked out of the room excitedly, looking for the target to extract the entry. As soon as I opened the door, a beautiful figure emerged. She was a cold girl. Her little face is cold, her features are delicate, her silver hair is as bright as stars, and she is beautiful as a dream. However, there was an extremely terrifying cold air surrounding the girl, which made Su Fan shiver uncontrollably. He smacked his lips in surprise, as if he had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar, and felt cold to the bone. The girl's name is Su Qingxian. The school's top genius has awakened an SSS level talent, the Frozen Throne. This is the strongest ice talent, controlling the power of extreme ice. Su Qingxian had a cold personality to begin with, and under the influence of this ice talent, she became even colder, like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice, frighteningly cold. If you get even a little closer to her, you will be enveloped by the terrible cold, as if you were in a world of ice and snow, which makes you shudder. Note: Su Fan was picked up. He was adopted by his parents. Although he was Su Qingxian's brother in name, they were not actually related by blood. The two of them didn't communicate much and their relationship was average. Buzz. Suddenly, Su Fan's eyes moved, and a string of virtual information automatically emerged. Name, Su Qingxian. Level, 15. Talent, Frozen Throne SSS level. Luck, Gold Destiny. Root Bones, Ice Skin and Jade Bones. Potential, Emperor level. Comprehensive evaluation, the talent of a great emperor, unparalleled in the world. Wow! That's quite amazing. Su Fan was amazed. Although I knew that Su Qingxian was very talented, I didn't expect her talent to be this high. She has the potential to be an emperor. She has the hope of becoming a female emperor. With such a strong talent, it's just right to try this entry extraction. Su Fan's eyes flashed, and he was very expectant, and silently asked the system. System, how do I extract entries? Drop. To extract a talent entry, you must contact the target for 5 seconds. During this period, the target must not resist, otherwise the extraction will fail. Note, for the same target, there is only one extraction opportunity. I see, you need to directly contact the target person, right? Su Fan suddenly understood, his eyes turned, and he looked at the girl seriously. Xianer, you are sick? Question mark. Su Qingxian was cold and detached. She said nothing and stared at Su Fan with some confusion. Why is this good-for-nothing brother going crazy so early in the morning? Please stretch out your hand and let me take your pulse. Su Fan said. Oh. Su Qingxian was stunned for a moment, feeling a little doubtful, but she still stretched out her fair and tender little hand obediently. Su Fan held the girl's hand and silently recited the word extraction in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Buzz. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden entry Invincible Roots. Ha ha. Golden entry. My sister is so awesome. Su Fan was overjoyed, as if he saw hope for rise. Golden entries, the highest quality talent entries, I don't know what effect they have. Are you ready? A cold voice sounded. Su Qingxian's face was cold, and she looked at Su Fan without joy or sadness. It's okay, you can go now. Su Fan waved his hand and ruthlessly sent Su Qingxian away. Tool sister, you have lost your value. The girl walked out confused. Su Fan returned to the room and immersed himself in studying the talent entry he had just obtained. Unparalleled roots. Quality, gold. Introduction, after fusion, greatly enhance your own qualifications and bones, and improve your talent level. Do you want to merge the entries immediately? Fusion. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he immediately began to merge the entries. Ding dong. Fusion successful, congratulations on mastering the golden entry Invincible Bones. Boom. The next moment, under the strengthening of Invincible Bones, Su Fan was reborn, vast life energy surged in his body, and his talent level soared wildly. C-level talent free-range chicken. B-level talent turkey. A-level talent fire lawn. S-level talent Suzaku in fire. SSS level talent immortal phoenix. In just a moment, Su Fan's talent evolved to SSS level, truly turning from a country chicken into a phoenix. SSS level talent is unparalleled in the world. Su Fan was very excited. The soul of the immortal fairy phoenix is the soul of one of the 10 evil beasts of ancient times. It possesses vast life energy and can continuously provide energy for itself, heal injuries, and its recovery ability is invincible. With the incredible boost in his golden bone structure, he instantly became a top genius, even on par with Su Qingxian. Immortal Phoenix. Level, SSS. Type, Beast Soul Series. Ability 1, Immortal Phoenix Flame controls the Immortal Phoenix Flame, possessing terrifying attack power that can burn everything. Ability 2, Nirvana Regeneration summons the Nirvana Holy Flame with powerful recovery power, heals injuries, and rebuilds the body. Introduction, the soul of the immortal phoenix possesses tremendous vitality and recovery power. No matter what kind of injury it suffers, it can recover quickly. After practicing to perfection, it can be reborn into nirvana and become immortal. Also, with the improvement of his talent level, Su Fan's strength has been greatly enhanced, and all attributes have skyrocketed. As soon as he thought about it, a virtual panel appeared. Name, Su Fan. Level 1. Title, Apprentice Level. Strength, 58 plus 50. Spirit, 55 plus 45. Agility, 60 plus 51. Constitution, 72 plus 60. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS Level. Ability, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth. Entry, Roots Against Heaven Gold. Note, the basic attribute of ordinary people is 10 points. Strength skyrocketed. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, he clenched his fists suddenly, and his heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The fiery life energy surges in the body like ocean waves, continuously nourishing the bones and muscles, and strengthening the body. Next, it's time to sprint for the martial arts exam. Su Fan was full of confidence and could finally face the martial arts exam with all his strength. Chapter 2 An Ordinary Family. Bathroom. Su-fan is brushing his teeth and washing his face. Beside. A little fat girl with her butt sticking out was lying by the pool, brushing her teeth and showing off to Su-fan with a grin. Big pot, do you think my teeth are white? This is his little sister, Su Baobao, who is only 4.5 years old this year. She has a round face and is chubby and very cute. She is the happy pill of the family. Bye, you are the whitest. Su-fan smiled and kneaded the chubby girl's round face. QQ bounce, very fun. Puff. 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 The little fat girl was not willing to be outdone. She spit out water like a dragon king and bravely challenged the big pot. Just as the two were playing, a sweet and charming laugh suddenly rang out. He. My dear nephew, let your aunt take good care of you. A red-haired beauty in silk pajamas suddenly attacked from behind and hugged Su-fan. She has burgundy wavy hair, a plump figure, delicate features, a face full of charm and laziness, and is full of the charm of a mature woman. A pair of vast mountains pressed down heavily on his head, and the pressure of their breasts was astonishing. Su-fan turned around and looked at the sleepy red-haired fairy behind him. A look of helplessness appeared on his face. Auntie. Qin Jiajiao. Su-fan's aunt is 27 years old and an urban beauty. She has a hot body and is bubblingly beautiful. She has no talent for martial arts and is just an ordinary office worker. However, with her hot body and beautiful face, she has a lot of suitors, and a large number of rich young men rush to flatter her and act like her bootlickers. But so far no warrior has been able to conquer this goblin. Hey, the sun is rising from the west. Why did you get up so early today? Su-fan couldn't help but teasing. Fuck you, my aunt said angrily. Why are you cursing? Su-fan was dissatisfied. It was your mother who made me get up. The pretty aunt yawned continuously, lying on Su-fan, drowsy, pouting her rosy lips and complaining, I finally got a day off, I was going to sleep in, but it's all ruined, Su-fan immediately understood that his mother had probably arranged another blind date for his aunt. My aunt is about to turn 30, but she is still heartless and happy, eating, drinking and having fun all day long, without any worries, and has never talked about dating. This made the mother, the eldest sister, very worried. She searched all over the world for talents and arranged a blind date for her aunt. Which handsome guy is this? Let me give you some advice. Su-fan became excited. My dear nephew. No other handsome guy is as handsome as you. Come, let your aunt smell you. Qin Jiajiao pouted her red lips, looking like a female gangster, and pinched Su-fan's handsome face to bite it. Come on, have fun. Su-fan was not afraid at all. He raised his mouth to meet it, his flexible tongue dancing in the air. Your sister. The beautiful aunt was defeated, rolled her eyes coquettishly, and hit Su-fan with a hammer. Puff. Puff. Su Baobao's milk dragon sprayed water, and suddenly it sprayed my aunt's face. Aunt? Su-fan? Su Baobao, you can scold the pot, but you can't scold me, puff puff. What a good sister you are. Su-fan was filled with emotion. 7 o'clock in the morning. The hard-working mother has prepared a sumptuous breakfast. The rich aroma of meat wafts through the air, filling the entire living room and arousing the appetite of the whole family. It smells so good. Mom, what delicious food did you make? Su-fan was startled and looked towards the kitchen with curiosity. This is a stunningly beautiful woman in her 30s, with a plump figure, a delicate face, and skin as smooth as jade. She is well maintained and time has left no trace on her. A pair of big, kiss-me eyes, blinking. Standing together with Su Qingxian, they look like a pair of sisters. Mom, Qin Miling. The master of the family, in control of financial power. Your sister is taking the martial arts exam today, so I specially bought a pound of Yuan Luo beast meat, said my mother. I will also take the martial arts test today. Su-fan said. She eats the meat and you drink the soup, said my mother. I still have some soup to drink? Long live Mom. Su-fan said. The Yuan Luo beast is a rare and ferocious beast that is difficult to capture, but its flesh and blood contain abundant life energy, which can greatly replenish qi and blood and is of great benefit to the practice of warriors. Regular consumption of Yuan Luo beast meat can strengthen the body and bones, nourish qi and blood, and greatly increase the speed of cultivation. But the price of Yuan Luo beast meat is very high. This pound of Yuan Luo beast meat cost the whole family half a month's living expenses. 3 pieces of animal meat were floating in the golden soup. The meat is stewed until it is golden and tender, and the aroma of the meat is everywhere. My mother stared with her beautiful big eyes and started to distribute the tasks with a serious face. Su Qingxian, Su Baobao, Jin Jiaojiao, each of the 3 women got a piece of meat. Su Fan drinks soup. Su Fan has long been accustomed to his biased mother. After all, he was picked up. Su Fan is an adopted son, picked up from the trash can by his father Su Daxiang. Since he is not her biological son, her mother has always been cold towards Su Fan. Over the years, Su Fan spent a lot of money from his family on learning martial arts, but his talent was too poor and he achieved nothing. Even getting into a martial arts university was a luxury. This made my mother deeply resentful of Su Fan, and she would look at him coldly from time to time. On the other hand, his own daughter, whom he was proud of, was an SSS-level super genius. She had been ranked first in the school every year since she started attending school. She was beautiful, had a sweet voice, and was highly talented. How outstanding! With such a comparison, Su Fan was completely defeated. Still want to eat meat? It's nice to have some soup. Su Fan's breakfast consisted of 4 big meat buns and a fried chicken leg, which was quite rich, but it could not be compared with the meat of ferocious beasts. But the hermit has a clever plan. Meat. 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 Baby Su looked at the delicious meat in the bowl and was so happy that his mouth was watering. At this moment, her little body trembled, and she suddenly found that the bad guy Dogwa was staring at the meat in her bowl. The little fat girl was very protective of her food. She quickly covered the meat in the bowl with her chubby hands and stared at Su Fan with a vigilant look on her face. My dear, can you please let me exchange this meat bun for your meat? Su Fan picked up a big, round meat bun and shook it towards Su Baobao with a smile. No, no, no. Baby Su's little head shook like a rattle. Although she is small, she is not stupid. It's impossible to exchange a mere meat bun for her Yuan Luo beast meat. Okay, since Big Brother bleeds a little today, I'll give you both meat buns. Su Fan looked heartbroken and ordered another meat bun. What? 2 meat buns? Wouldn't that mean the whole pot is at a loss? Su Baobao's eyes lit up and he swallowed silently. Although the meat was delicious, there was only 1 piece, which was gone in 1 bite. Now the stupid big pot actually exchanged 2 meat buns with her. As smart as she is, my heart is moved. Forget it, forget it. Big Brother is vomiting blood. I'll give you this chicken leg too. 2 meat buns plus a big chicken leg in exchange for a piece of meat. Just tell me if you want to trade it? Su Fan said. Switch, switch, switch. Su Baobao was afraid that Su Fan would go back on his word, so he stuffed the Yuan Luo beast meat directly into his bowl. Ha ha ha. Su Fan laughed triumphantly. You're so stupid. The mother glared at Su Baobao unhappily, wondering how she could have given birth to such a little fool. Su Baobao looked aggrieved, not knowing where he had failed. My father and aunt ate in silence, as if they were already used to it. Su Qingxian is calm, cold and beautiful, like a fairy isolated from the world. Yuan Luo beast meat is rich in nutrients, precious and is a great tonic. Not to mention a chicken leg, even 100 chicken legs cannot compare to a piece of Yuan Luo beast meat. My little girl's IQ makes her mother worried. In the end, he took out all his anger on Su Fan. If you bully my sister again, I'll break your legs. Mom blared and snatched the Yuan Luo beast meat from Su Fan's bowl. Su Fan shrugged his shoulders. His clever plan failed, and he felt very sorry. At this time, the beautiful aunt came to his aid and put her piece of Yuan Luo beast meat into his bowl. I'm on a diet, you eat. Jin Jiaojiao was very generous. Are you so kind? Su Fan smelled a conspiracy. A mean man's heart judges a beautiful woman's belly. Jin Jiaojiao rolled her eyes at him and said with a charming smile, today is the martial arts exam. Let me take you to the exam room. I get it, I get it. You're trying to use this opportunity to avoid the blind date. Before Su Fan could speak, his mother yelled at him. If you dare to go, I'll break your dog's legs. My aunt was depressed. Su Fan was happy. Facing his aunt's pleading look, Su Fan spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Then he happily enjoyed the Yuan Luo beast meat. After swallowing a piece of Yuan Luo beast meat, Su Fan suddenly felt a ball of energy exploding in his body, blood and energy surging, essence overflowing, his whole body was filled with endless strength, and his spirit was greatly lifted. Cool. After breakfast. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are preparing to go out for the exam. The military examination is a major event in life. The whole family took it very seriously and talked to the two of them about it. My daughter, do your best to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. My mother's eyes were bright, hoping that Su Qingxian would be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, bringing honor to the family. Tsinghua University and Peking University Budo University are the top universities in the country. The holy land of cultivation that everyone dreams of. For an ordinary family like theirs, once someone is admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, the whole family will be proud. Su Qingxian was calm and composed. For her, getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University was a piece of cake. Her goal is to become the top scorer in the martial arts exam. As for you. The mother suddenly looked at Su Fan, thinking of the only hidden danger that threatened her precious daughter's admission to Tsinghua and Peking University, and sternly warned, "Stay away from your sister during the martial arts exam. You won't pass anyway, so don't hold her back. It's okay, son. It doesn't matter if you can't get into college. At worst, you can go carry bricks with Dad." Dad patted Su Fan's shoulder and comforted him. "It's good to move bricks. You can earn more money in the future and buy supplements for your sister." Mom's beautiful eyes lit up, and she finally discovered Su Fan's value. Su Fan was speechless. The martial arts exam hadn't even started yet, but everyone was convinced that he had failed, right? With the expectations of the whole family, Su Fan and his companion finally set off. Su Qingxian, Mom, I'm going to take the martial arts exam. Su Fan, Mom, I'm going to take the martial arts exam. Aunt, Mom, I'm going to take the martial arts exam too. Chapter 3, Gathering. Heading to the examination hall. Mom, I'm going to take the martial arts exam too. My aunt, who tried to get away with it, was pulled back by my mother. Get back here. You're almost 30, don't you have any sense? You're so heartless all day long, and you don't even bother looking for a partner. Do you really want to be a leftover woman? My mother grabbed my aunt's ear and ordered her mercilessly, "Go on blind dates today. You're not allowed to go home until you've met 10. What? 10? My aunt burst into tears. Auntie, you must be happy. Su Fan looked gloating, waved goodbye to his aunt, and followed Su Qingxian to school. Number 1 Middle School in the capital of Dragon Kingdom. Today is the day of the military examination. The martial arts arena was crowded with people. The air was filled with tension and excitement. This is a fateful moment, and many people feel excited and thrilled, but also a little nervous. When Su Fan and Su Qingxian arrived at the school, students from each class were lined up in neat rows, and the martial arts field was crowded and very lively. 9 o'clock in the morning. All the students in the school have gathered, and the head teachers of each class are making the final mobilization before the exam. The martial arts exam is about to begin. For you, this is an important opportunity in your life, but also a difficult challenge. I hope you can all demonstrate your true strength, be admitted to the martial arts university, and become a powerful warrior. The head teacher, Wang Xingsong, had a serious expression on his face, standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked at the students. But I must remind you. Suddenly, Wang Xingsong changed the subject and sternly warned, the martial arts exam carries a risk of death. Every year, many candidates are killed by ferocious beasts. For your safety, low-level apprentices below level 5 are not recommended to participate in the martial arts exam. Those with talents below level C are also not recommended to participate in the martial arts exam. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused a commotion among the crowd. Many students with lower grades began to hesitate. Martial arts exam. The main assessment item is hunting ferocious beasts. You will get points and ranking based on the number of ferocious beasts you kill. Some weaker students have no ability to protect themselves from ferocious beasts, and taking the martial arts exam is tantamount to seeking death. Su Fan, are you going to take the martial arts exam too? Wang Xingsong glanced at the crowd, locked onto Su Fan, and advised, your level is too low, and your talent is poor. The mortality rate of taking the martial arts exam is very high. Teacher advises you to think it through. This is not criticism by name, but a well-intentioned admonition. After all, Su Fan's level is only 1, and he has C-level talent. Taking part in the martial arts exam with this kind of strength is simply courting death. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I have thought it through and will take part in the martial arts exam. Su Fan said firmly. Well, I wish you good luck. Wang Qingsong sighed slightly. Seeing that Su Fan insisted on taking the martial arts exam, he didn't say much. Just then, a small hand tugged at Su Fan's sleeve. Su Fan was slightly startled, turned his head, and looked at the cold girl beside him with some confusion. What's wrong? Do you also want to persuade me to give up the martial arts exam? During the martial arts exam, stay by my side and no one can hurt you. Su Qingxian's voice was cold, but it warmed Su Fan's heart. The girl was usually cold and aloof, looking like she didn't want anyone to approach her, but in her heart she still cared deeply about her brother. Thanks. Su Fan felt very warm in his heart and smiled at Su Qingxian. However, before we go out, my mother has already spoken. I can't hold you back. Su Qingxian frowned slightly, said nothing, and just looked at Su Fan quietly. Don't worry, bro will be fine. Su Fan smiled slightly and assured the girl. The soul of the immortal phoenix possesses extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. Although his level is low, he is still very confident in self-protection. Afterwards, everyone got on the bus and rushed to the examination room. Chapter 4 Martial Arts Examination begins. National Martial Arts Examination. It consists of two parts, the points competition and the ranking competition. Points race. This is the main assessment method. Candidates enter the secret realm for trial, obtain points by hunting ferocious beasts, and then are ranked according to the points. Everyone's results and ranking will be reflected on the standings. The admission criteria for martial arts universities are based on point rankings, and the top talents will be divided up among the major prestigious universities. At last. Top 10 provinces. The super talents ranked in the top 500 in the national total points will be qualified to advance to the ranking competition and compete for this year's martial arts exam champion. Martial Arts Examination Hall. Students from various universities have arrived one after another. Su Fan, Su Qingxian, and their group also arrived at the examination room. Looking around, the vast examination hall was bustling with people. There were tens of thousands of candidates in the imperial capital, and the scene was very spectacular. With so many people, the competition in the martial arts exam is too fierce. Su Fan glanced around and saw that all around him were candidates from various universities, and their martial arts skills were above level 5. There are also some top talents who have broken through level 10. They exude a powerful aura and have very strong cultivation. These people are all strong contenders for the top spot in this year's martial arts exam. With Su Fan's martial arts level of only level 1, he was very inconspicuous among the crowd. The selection for the martial arts exam is very strict. Among the tens of thousands of candidates in the imperial capital, less than 1/10 can finally be admitted to the martial arts university. In order to advance to the ranking competition, one must be in the top 10 of the standings, which is more difficult than one can imagine. The imperial capital is a place of strategic importance and is full of geniuses. Anyone who can make it into the top 10 in the martial arts exam is a rare genius picked from thousands of miles away. Tsinghua University and Peking University. Here I come. A young man in blue clothes put his hands on his waist, looked up to the sky and roared, his heroic spirit soaring to the sky. Ha ha, you still want to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Just be happy that a martial arts university is interested in you. Many people burst into laughter. If a person has no dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? The young man in blue retorted. If you want to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University, your martial arts skills must be at least level 10. You're only level 6, so forget it, someone criticized. Qingbei Martial Arts University. That is the #1 institution of higher learning in Dragon Country, possessing the best training resources in the country, and a martial arts holy land that everyone dreams of. However, the admission standards of Peking University and Tsinghua University are extremely high and the difficulty is beyond imagination, so ordinary people should not have such wishful thinking. Boom! At this moment, a hot girl in a red dress walked out from the crowd. She had a delicate face and graceful curves, and her long fiery red hair burned like flames. Above her devilishly curvy figure, scorching air waves surged, causing the temperature around her to rise rapidly. It's so hot. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so hot? Which school does this beauty belong to? How could she possess such a strong power of fire? Everyone was sweating profusely, as if they had fallen into a big furnace, their mouths were dry and the heat was unbearable. Many people were puzzled and looked at the girl in the red dress curiously, wondering where she came from. That's Huo Wu, the number one genius in ninth middle school. Finally, someone recognized the identity of the girl in the red dress, which immediately caused an uproar in the audience. Huo Wu, the number one genius in number 9 middle school. Her martial arts cultivation is at level 14, and she has an SS level talent Fire Phoenix, which controls the ultimate fire. Her cultivation is extremely powerful, not much weaker than Su Qingxian, and she is one of the candidates for the top scorer in this martial arts exam. Huo Wu's pretty face was cold, her whole body was burning, and every strand of her hair was surrounded by flames, as if the god of fire had descended. Wherever she passed, flames blazed and heat waves raged, turning the surroundings into a furnace of fire. Even the void was distorted, and everyone feared her like a tiger. Oh my god! This heat is horrible. Get out of the way, or you'll get burned. Everyone's faces were filled with fear as they retreated and distanced themselves from Huo Wu. Endless heat waves are coming. Damn it! Such a strong power of fire. Even Zhao Ritian, an S-level genius, was frightened and forced to retreat. But Su Fan was very calm. No matter how raged the heat wave was, he remained unmoved and unharmed. Although the soul of the Fire Phoenix is powerful, how can it be compared with the immortal Phoenix? This level of fire has no effect on him at all. Ha! Seeing this scene, Huo Wu exclaimed in surprise, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Su Fan. A level 1 apprentice can actually resist her Phoenix fire. He is quite capable. But soon, her attention was drawn to the cold girl next to Su Fan. Su Qingxian, I heard you are very strong, do you dare to fight me? Huo Wu was filled with fighting spirit, her beautiful eyes were as sharp as knives, and she directly challenged Su Qingxian to a fight. You're just an ant, not even half as good as me. Su Qingxian's ancient well was calm, and a snowstorm of ice and snow spread out, covering the sky and the earth. The cold wind raged, turning this space into a terrifying ice prison. Huo Wu's firepower was completely suppressed. In a flash, the hot atmosphere around them disappeared, replaced by an extreme cold and freezing weather, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into a world of ice and snow, shivering with cold. Ants? Huo Wu glared at Su Qingxian and couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling very annoyed. There was no doubt that she was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation. Huo Wu and Su Qingxian are both favored daughters of heaven. One controls the ultimate fire, the other controls the ultimate ice. These two completely opposite talents and abilities make the atmosphere full of tension as soon as they meet, and they seem ready to fight. Quiet. At this moment, a middle-aged man came from the air, and his terrifying blood and energy surged like a river, causing the entire square to shake. The whole place was silent, and everyone kept their mouths shut. The middle-aged man had a rough appearance, thick black hair, and a black martial arts uniform that rustled in the wind. He looked like an ancient ferocious beast with overwhelming momentum. So strong. Su Fan raised his eyebrows, feeling an extremely strong sense of oppression, and the hairs on his body stood up involuntarily. Flying in the air. This is a martial arts master, whose cultivation is definitely above level 50. His tyrannical pressure intimidates the entire audience. Everyone felt a chill. I am the chief examiner of this martial arts exam, Zhang Jinyang. Zhang Jinyang stood in the air with his hands behind his back, and said to the examinees, before the examination, let me introduce the basic matters of the martial arts examination. This year's martial arts exam will begin at 10 a.m. The first round of assessment is the Secret Realm Trial. The Secret Realm Trial lasts for 24 hours. There are many ferocious beasts living in the Secret Realm, ranging in level from 1 to 19. Killing ferocious beasts will earn you points, which are an important criterion for evaluating your martial arts exam results. The higher your points and ranking, the greater your chances of being admitted to the martial arts university. The top 10 candidates on the standings will advance to the second round of the ranking competition and be eligible to compete for the championship of the martial arts exam. At this point, Zhang Jinyang's expression grew serious, and he said solemnly, before the martial arts exam, I must remind you that ferocious beasts are rampant in this secret realm. There are many dangerous factors, and the risk of death is very high. It is recommended that you enter at level 8 or above. Candidates with insufficient strength still have time to withdraw. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. But all the candidates looked determined and remained unmoved. The martial arts exam is very cruel, and the secret realm is full of dangers. Many people die every year, but this is an important opportunity and no one is willing to give up. No matter how big the risk is, you have to give it a try. Everyone remained steadfast. All candidates, line up, receive your score bracelets and weapons, and prepare to enter. Seeing this, Zhang Jinyang said no more. He waved his hand and a huge crack appeared in the void. The entrance to the secret realm is opened. Under the guidance of a group of examiners, everyone received their points bracelets, freely chose their weapons, and prepared to enter the secret realm. Su Qingxian, see you in the secret realm. Let's see who kills more ferocious beasts. In the end, Huo Wu did not take action, but made an agreement with Su Qingxian to compete with each other in the secret realm. When she left, she looked at Su Fan again, her eyelids twitched inexplicably, and the fire phoenix soul in her body suddenly became restless. This is a dangerous signal. The soul of the fire phoenix felt a sense of threat from Su Fan. This feeling of uneasiness quickly spread to Huo Wu, causing her expression to change. What's going on? Is this feeling wrong? Huo Wu was confused and turned to a red-haired young man. Huo Wu, what's wrong with you? The red-haired young man saw Huo Wu's ugly face and couldn't help but ask with concern. This is Huo Wu's brother, Huo Yunfei. He is also a super genius, and he has awakened an SS-level talent fire dragon soul. Strange, what's wrong with that kid? My fire phoenix soul actually feels threatened by him. Huo Wu frowned, feeling very confused. Oh, is that true? Huo Yunfei glanced at Su Fan, who was not far away, then shook his head. You feel it wrong, this guy is just a level 1 apprentice, not even a warrior, how can he threaten you? Maybe. Huo Wu seemed to be lost in thought. After receiving the points bracelets, Su Fan and Su Qingxian immediately walked towards the armory. Martial arts examination arsenal. Swords, spears, swords, and halberds are all available. Candidates can choose weapons according to their needs. There are so many equipments, of all kinds. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons and equipment, Su Fan's eyes suddenly lit up and he began to choose carefully. This knife is pretty good. Su Fan picked around and finally chose a blood-red sword. Although it is not a rare weapon, it is still sharp. He gripped the sword and swung it twice with force. The blade cut through the air with a series of explosive sounds, which felt pretty good. At the same time, a light flashed in front of his eyes, and a string of equipment information emerged. Blood Shadow Blade. Quality, ordinary. Attack, 5. Attribute, none. Introduction, an ordinary beginner's weapon, without any special attributes, but quite sharp. Drop. It is detected that the current weapon has impurities that can be extracted. Would you like to extract it? You can even use item extraction on weapons? Hearing the system prompt, Su Fan's heart moved. He gripped the blood shadow blade tightly and silently recited the entry extraction. Congratulations! Weapon impurity extraction successful. The blood shadow blade has been refined and upgraded to a rare weapon. Blood Shadow Blade. Quality, rare combat soldier. Attack, 25 plus 20. Attribute, blood edge attacking with a sharp effect, significantly increasing the sharpness value. Introduction, a rare sword that has been tempered through countless trials, it can cut through iron like mud, with an unmatched sharpness. Rare combat weapon. Su Fan was overjoyed. He didn't expect that entry extraction could be used in this way. He could directly refine an ordinary weapon into a rare combat weapon with greatly improved attributes. The Blood Shadow Sword is surrounded by cold light and murderous aura. The blade is extremely sharp and the chill is overwhelming. Definitely a rare and good knife. Xiener, what kind of weapon do you want? Let me get it for you. Su Fan's eyes moved, and he looked at the cold-blooded girl standing beside him, ready to help her refine a rare weapon. I don't need it. Su Qingxian shook her head calmly, neither happy nor sad. In this calm tone, there is a strong sense of self-confidence. With her cultivation and talent, she doesn't need any weapons at all, and is enough to sweep through this low-level secret realm of ferocious beasts. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the martial arts exam officially begins. Students from various schools lined up and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Protect yourself and run away if you can't win. Su Qingxian warned. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Su Fan said with a smile. Afterwards, Su Qingxian and Su Fan, one after the other, entered the secret realm and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5 The Secret Realm of Fierce Beasts. Buzz. With a flash of light, Su Fan entered the secret realm with a sword in hand. This is a forest of ferocious beasts, lush and green, filled with an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere. The secret realm is full of dangers. Countless prehistoric ferocious beasts live here. This is a testing ground for the strong and also a grave for the weak. Every year, many people are killed by ferocious beasts and their bodies are never found. Ouch! Suddenly, a wolf howl was heard in the jungle. A huge demon wolf pounced out and stared at Su Fan with murderous intent. Level 1 Ferocious Beast, Shadow Wolf. A very common low-level ferocious beast with average combat power but very fast speed. Roar! The shadow wolf had a ferocious face, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Su Fan fiercely. Its sharp teeth flashed like blades, as if it wanted to bite him to pieces. Come on, I'll use you as a training ground. Su Fan's eyes flashed with sharpness. He gripped the blood shadow blade tightly and slashed out. He hasn't taken action since his bone transformation, and he doesn't know much about his own combat power. It's just right for him to use this shadow wolf to test his combat power. Swish! Su Fan slashed the shadow wolf with a knife, and the powerful force burst out, splitting it in half. Ah! The shadow wolf howled, its body broke into two, blood gushed out, and it died on the spot. One strike, kill instantly. Su Fan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel excited when he saw his amazing fighting power. He didn't use his talent, but only relied on his physical strength to split the shadow wolf in half. The improvement brought to him by the soul of the immortal phoenix was so great that his powerful physical strength was enough to tear apart ferocious beasts alive. Kill level 1 Shadow Wolf, life energy plus 10. Buzz. A warm current surged into the body. Su Fan felt warm all over and very comfortable, and his physical fitness was steadily improving. Killing ferocious beasts can gain life energy, strengthen the body and blood, and help warriors upgrade quickly. For many people, hunting ferocious beasts, although risky, is also a shortcut to becoming stronger. At the same time, his points bracelet flashed and a string of information emerged. Name, Su Fan. Points, 1. Ranking, not open. So little? Killing a level 1 beast only gives 1 point. Su Fan was secretly amazed. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to obtain points. Points are an important criterion for evaluating martial arts exam results. The points you get for killing different levels and types of ferocious beasts are also different. If you want to be admitted to the martial arts university, you must work hard to earn points. Su Fan was not in a hurry. The secret realm would be open for 24 hours, so he had plenty of time. He could proceed step by step, killing monsters and leveling up while accumulating points. Then, he took a step forward, placed his hand on the wolf corpse, and silently recited the word extraction. Drop. Extraction successful, agility plus 10. 10 points of attributes, not bad. Su Fan's eyes lit up, and he was very satisfied with the results of the entry extraction. Perhaps because the shadow wolf's level was too low, he did not extract any talent entries, but he did extract 10 points of agility, which was still very good. Agility attribute, improve your own speed. With the enhancement of his agility attribute, Su Fan felt as light as a swallow and ran like a gust of wind. The improvement in speed was very significant. Su Fan was inspired and continued to explore forward. It didn't take long. The dark shadows in the jungle swayed, and 2 more ferocious beasts pounced out. These are 2 black bulls, very huge in size, as oppressive as a hill. Their eyes are scarlet, and there is a violent aura around them. They are extremely ferocious and their strength far exceeds that of the shadow wolves. Level 2 Ferocious Beast, Steel-Backed Bull. The ferocious beasts of the wild bull type are born with a strong body and strength, enough to rival a level 3 ferocious beast. However, this little bit of strength still poses no threat to Su Fan. Die. Su Fan's eyes were sharp, and vast energy was surging in his body. Facing the brutal charge of the 2 bulls, he did not dodge, but swung his sword and slashed forward. Boom! Boom! The blood-red blade tore through the air, easily killing the 2 wild bulls. Kill a level 2 hard-backed bull, life energy plus 20. Kill a level 2 hard-backed bull, life energy plus 20. Phew, it feels so good. The abundant life energy surged in, making Su Fan feel as if he was in a hot spring. His muscles and bones were cleansed, and he felt very refreshed and comfortable. Then, he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the 2 corpses of the wild bulls, continuing to extract entries. Extraction successful, strength plus 10. Extraction successful, strength plus 10. Ha, 20 points of strength attribute, my physical strength has become stronger. Su Fan was very excited, his strength increased significantly, his blood surged throughout his body, and his aura became more and more powerful. The classification of levels of ferocious beasts is similar to that of warriors. Level 1-9, Ordinary Ferocious Beasts. Level 10-19, First Order Ferocious Beast. Level 20-29, Second Order Ferocious Beast. Level 30-39, Third Order Ferocious Beast. With Su Fan's powerful SSS level talent, as long as it is not a first-level ferocious beast, it basically poses no threat to him. His strength was too strong. He swept all the way and was invincible. He killed all the ferocious beasts he encountered with one strike. An endless stream of life energy converged towards him. Kill a level 2 black monkey, life energy plus 25. Kill a level 3 black monkey, life energy plus 35. Kill a level 4 white lion, life energy plus 50. Time flies. An hour later, Su Fan's body was shining with light, and a powerful energy burst out, finally breaking through to level 2. Strength, spirit, vitality, all attributes are enhanced. Ha! I finally got an upgrade. Su Fan exhaled, his eyes sparkled, his whole body was surging with life energy, his physical fitness almost doubled, and his combat power became even more powerful. Name, Su Fan. Level, level 2. Title, apprentice level. Strength, 108. Spirit, 95. Agility, 110. Constitution, 100. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Ability, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth. Entry, Roots Against Heaven Gold. The practice of martial arts is the evolution of life. Every improvement in martial arts level will comprehensively strengthen physical fitness and bring huge benefits to oneself. It's so satisfying. Su Fan's eyes flashed with excitement. He felt the powerful force in his body and felt very excited. The feeling of upgrading and becoming stronger is really addictive. Swish. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly felt a chill on his back, sensed a cold murderous intent, and got goosebumps all over his body. What the hell? He suddenly turned around and looked into the depths of the forest, his expression suddenly becoming serious. This is a purple cheetah, darting through the forest at lightning speed. Although it is not big in size, it exudes a tremendous murderous aura, which is beyond the reach of ordinary ferocious beasts. This is the terrifying aura of a high-level ferocious beast. The low-level ferocious beasts around were frightened and fled in panic as if they were facing a great enemy. First-level ferocious beast, Lightning Leopard. Su Fan looked solemn, and finally felt a sense of threat. The Lightning Leopard is famous for its speed and is known as the Jungle Killer. It is agile, extremely fast, and extremely aggressive. Once it targets its prey, it is doomed to die. This lightning leopard is extremely powerful. It has broken through to level 10 and entered the ranks of first-level ferocious beasts. Its terrifying aura is like a raging gale, shaking all directions. What a strong sense of oppression. A first-level beast is indeed powerful. It is simply not comparable to ordinary beasts. Su Fan was shocked, and under the cover of that terrible evil spirit, the hairs on his body stood up. Roar! The lightning leopard roared, like lightning cutting through the void, and rushed directly towards Su Fan. A rolling evil spirit is coming towards you. Chapter 6 Talent Entry. Speed Boost. The lightning leopard came with great momentum and murderous aura, its fangs and claws sharp as if it wanted to tear Su Fan to pieces. Su Fan's heart trembled, but he did not retreat a single step. Instead, he took the initiative to fight back, slashing at the lightning leopard with a knife, and a blazing edge burst out. Swish! The lightning leopard flashed and moved with incredible agility, easily avoiding Su Fan's attack. So fast! Su Fan was startled, and before he could react, the lightning leopard turned around and attacked him, hitting him in the chest with one claw, and the powerful force sent him flying. With a bang! He flew 7 or 8 meters and fell heavily to the ground. His chest was torn and blood was flowing. He looked very miserable. A first-level ferocious beast, its strength is indeed terrifying. Su Fan secretly clicked his tongue as hideous bloodstains appeared on his chest. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible and the bleeding continued. The intense pain came over him, causing him to gasp. The lightning leopard was too fast, and he had no time to dodge before being hit by its sharp claws. If his body was not strong enough, this blow would have been fatal. A first-level ferocious beast, so terrifying. Su Fan's eyes were deep and his mind was highly focused. He was a formidable enemy. Roar! 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 The lightning leopard attacked again, becoming more and more violent, trying to kill Su Fan in one breath. Immortal Phoenix Flame! Su Fan growled, his eyes suddenly burning, and he finally used his killer move. A ball of holy pure white flame rose in the palm of his hand, like a fairy phoenix dancing. The terrifying heat wave covered the sky and earth, sweeping in all directions, turning the world into a furnace. The temperature around was rising rapidly, the grass and trees were spontaneously combusting, and even the space was distorting and melting. The scene was very terrifying. Ouch! The lightning leopard shuddered and stared at the ball of white flame, all the hair on its body stood up, feeling a strong sense of crisis. Realizing that the situation was not good, the lightning leopard turned around and ran away. But the speed of the immortal phoenix flame was even faster, like a fairy phoenix flying through the void, and with a boom, it landed on the lightning leopard, and suddenly a fire shot up into the sky. Ouch! 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 The lightning leopard screamed miserably, its whole body was on fire, it rolled on the ground in pain, and turned into a charred corpse on the spot. The power of the undead phoenix flame is even stronger than I imagined. It can easily kill even a first-level ferocious beast. Su Fan exhaled slowly, his eyes flashing with excitement, and he was very satisfied with the power of the immortal phoenix flame. But then, a strong feeling of fatigue came over me. Su Fan felt exhausted and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Very tired. I felt more tired than ever before, my whole body was sore and weak that I couldn't even lift my hands. Although the undead phoenix flame is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy. With his current strength, he will use up all his energy after using it once or twice at most. Su Fan seemed to be lost in thought. Kill a level 10 lightning leopard, life energy plus 500. The next moment, a surge of energy came and quickly nourished his tired body. The life energy brought by the first level ferocious beast is enormous. Buzz! Su Fan's whole body glowed, and he broke through again, his level rising to level 3. His attributes in all aspects were further enhanced, and all his fatigue was swept away. Upgraded again. Su Fan's spirits lifted, energy surged throughout his body, and he instantly recovered to his peak state, his momentum far greater than before. His recovery ability was extremely strong, and the soul of the immortal phoenix continuously provided him with vitality. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his chest had healed automatically. Entry extraction. Su Fan walked over, put his palm on the body of the lightning leopard, and began to extract entries. Buzz! The next moment, a white light lit up. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the white entry speed boost. Speed boost, agility type talent entry. After fusion, speed increases by 100%. Finally, an entry has been released. Su Fan's eyes lit up. Although it was just a white entry, it could increase his own speed, and the effect was still very good. In the battle with the lightning leopard, he has fully realized the importance of speed. If his speed was not inferior to that of the lightning leopard, he would not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the entries can grow and upgrade. As the level of the speed entry increases, the increase in speed attributes will definitely become more and more terrifying. Su Fan was very happy. With a thought, he directly integrated the speed enhancement term. Buzz! He moved like a flash of lightning, his speed doubled, and his movements became more flexible and agile, like a human-shaped lightning leopard moving through the forest. Haha, so fast! Your body is so light. Your movements and body movements are incredibly flexible. My current speed is even faster than that of a lightning leopard. Su Fan was delighted and very satisfied with the effect of this entry. Now he was running at full speed, faster than a lightning leopard, which gave him a great advantage in both pursuit and escape. He did not stop and continued walking deeper into the forest. There lived more powerful and ferocious beasts. Now, ordinary low-level ferocious beasts can no longer meet Su Fan's needs, and he is targeting first-level ferocious beasts. A first-level beast contained a large amount of life energy, which could help him level up faster, and such a powerful beast was also easier to extract entries from. Hey, that's... Su Fan had not been walking for long when he suddenly stopped and looked around. He found a tattered female corpse beside the grass. This is a young girl. The little face was pale, the abdomen was torn, and the internal organs were eaten out. The appearance was very miserable. It's tragic. He's been dead for a while. I don't know what kind of ferocious beast killed him. Su Fan stared at the girl's body quietly with a complicated expression. This was the first dead candidate he had encountered. Although he didn't know her, it gave him complicated feelings. The girl's pupils were dilated as she lay alone on the ground. Her flesh and blood had been eaten by the ferocious beast, and even her blood had been drained. Her end was extremely miserable. Su Fan's expression became serious, and he finally felt the cruelty of the martial arts exam. Secret Realm Trial. This is a cruel test of the survival of the fittest. The weak can only be ruthlessly eliminated and left to be eaten by ferocious beasts. Rest in peace. Su Fan took a deep breath, squatted down, stretched out his hand, and closed the girl's eyes. Then he had an idea and began to extract entries. Drop. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the white entry Spirit Amplification. Spiritual Amplification, a spiritual talent entry. After fusion, spiritual power increases by 100%, enhancing perception. Chapter 7 Crazy Upgrade. Combat Power Surges. Spirit Amplification. Quality, white. Introduction, a spiritual talent entry. After fusion, spiritual power increases by 100%, enhancing perception. Haha, another talent entry. And it's a rare spiritual one. Su Fan was overjoyed. Mental amplification can strengthen mental power and is very helpful in exploration and perception. Especially when exploring secret places, you can predict the arrival of danger in advance. Fusion. As soon as Su Fan thought about it, the entries merged instantly. His mental power surged, and his perception of the surrounding things suddenly became clear. He closed his eyes and radiated his mental power, which extended to an area of 15 meters in radius. Within the range of mental radiation, all movements can be clearly perceived, including crawling ants, flying mosquitoes, and every move of these tiny insects. What a wonderful feeling! Even without using my eyes, I can sense everything around me. My mental power is truly limitless. Su Fan was very surprised. His spiritual perception had no blind spots and he could grasp all the movements around him. Suddenly, he frowned and looked towards the jungle next to him, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. What is that? Get out! Su Fan roared, and rushed out like a flash of lightning, passing through the jungle, and slashed at a towering ancient tree with a knife. With a click, the knife flashed and the ancient tree was cut down. A ferocious ape-shaped beast gradually emerged. It has a human face and an ape body, a pair of eyes as big as copper bells, an extremely strong body, and black hair covered all over its body that is as thin as steel needles, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Level 9 Ferocious Beast, the human-faced demon ape. Su Fan's eyes flashed sharply, and he recognized the identity of the human-shaped ape at a glance. The human-faced demon ape, a terrifying killer in the forest, is good at hiding and assassination. It seems that the dead girl was killed by a sneak attack from this human-faced demon ape. If Su Fan's mental power had not been greatly enhanced and he had not sensed the existence of the human-faced demon ape, he would probably have been ambushed by it and would have been seriously injured if not killed. Roar! Roar! When the human-faced demon ape was discovered, it was immediately shocked and angry, and rushed towards Su Fan with its fangs and claws bared. With the improvement of level and attributes, Su Fan's combat power increased greatly, and it was no problem for him to deal with this level 9 demon ape. Die! Su Fan's eyes were cold, and he thrust out with a knife, like a dragon rushing out, piercing the human-faced demon ape alive, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Level 9 Ferocious Beast. Flash Sale. His movements were too fast, and his blade was unmatched. The human-faced demon ape had no power to fight back and was killed on the spot. Kill a level 9 human-faced demon ape, life energy plus 200. A surge of abundant energy came. Su Fan was full of energy and felt extremely comfortable, and his physical fitness was steadily improving. Then, he stretched out his hand, pressed it on the demon ape's corpse, and began to extract entries. Drop. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the white entry Strength Amplification. Strength Amplification, strength-related talent entry. After fusion, physical strength increases by 100%. Buzz. Su Fan's mind moved, and the power entries automatically merged. With a loud bang, infinite power surged from the body, like a surging wave. I become stronger again. My physical strength has doubled, enough to rival a warrior. Su Fan's eyes were burning, and his fighting power surged again. Increased speed, increased spirit, increased strength. Now, he already has 3 attribute entries, and all aspects of his attributes have been greatly enhanced. His physical fitness has reached the warrior level. Even if you encounter a first-level ferocious beast, you can kill it easily. The next time, Su Fan wandered around, hunting ferocious beasts crazily. He fought at full strength, like a killing machine, reaping lives everywhere. One ferocious beast after another was killed. Kill a level 7 brown bear, life energy plus 100. Kill a level 7 brown bear, life energy plus 105. Kill a level 8 nether leopard, life energy plus 150. Kill a level 10 demon wolf, life energy plus 450. Vast life energy continuously gathered, and his level soared rapidly. Level 4. Level 5. Level 6. Time flies, 6 hours later. Su Fan has hunted hundreds of ferocious beasts, and his level has broken through to level 7, and his physical fitness has increased significantly. As his basic attributes improved, the amplification effect of the entries became stronger and stronger. His combat power skyrocketed, and he could even kill a level 10 ferocious beast with one blow. Name, Su Fan. Level, 7. Title, Apprentice level. Strength, 158. Spirit, 145. Agility, 160. Constitution, 151. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Ability, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth. Entries, Heaven Defying Bones Gold, Strength Amplification White, Spirit Amplification White, Speed Amplification White. Combat Power Rating, on par with warriors. It's really difficult to become a warrior. Su Fan felt a surge of emotion. Along the way, he hunted hundreds of ferocious beasts and obtained a large amount of life energy, but he was still some distance away from breaking through to become a warrior. Moreover, as his level increased, his upgrade speed slowed down significantly. Ordinary entry-level ferocious beasts could no longer meet the upgrade requirements. It was indeed not that easy to become a warrior. However, although he has not yet broken through to level 10 and become a true warrior, he already possesses the combat power of a warrior and has killed several ferocious beasts of the same level. Beep, beep. At this moment, his wrist suddenly vibrated as a reminder. The standings are finally open. Su Fan was slightly stunned and looked at the points bracelet on his wrist. After a certain period of time, the scoreboard will automatically open, showing the real-time scores and rankings of the candidates, so that everyone can accurately understand their own scores. External examiners and teachers can also understand the candidates' scores through the score list. Martial Arts Exam Scoreboard. First place, Su Qingxian, 10,000 points. Second place, Huo Wu, 3,000 points. Third place, Zhou Jianfeng, 2,800 points. Fourth place, Hoyanfei, 2,500 points. Fifth place, Lin Dongchen, 2,000 points. Sixth place, Zhang Xiu, 1,500 points. Seventh place, Zhao Feng, 1,450 points. Eighth place, Li Xiang, 1,350 points. Ninth place, Tang Lon, 1,200 points. 10th place, Lu Ruyan, 1,080 points. With 10,000 points, Su Qingxian firmly holds the top spot in the standings. The other top 10 geniuses all have scores above 1,000 points and are extremely powerful. But compared with Su Qingxian, the gap is still too big. 10,000 points. My sister is so awesome. Su Fan took a deep breath and couldn't help showing surprise when he saw Su Qingxian's high points. It is very difficult to obtain points. Killing a level 1 beast will only give you 1 point. Level 5 Ferocious Beast, 10 points. Level 10 Ferocious Beast, 100 points. With tens of thousands of points, Su Qingxian estimated that he had killed hundreds of ferocious beasts. He was indeed the strongest genius with the potential to be an emperor. This strength was so terrifying that other geniuses could not catch up. I don't know what my current ranking is. Su Fan thought for a moment and checked his ranking. 98th place, Su Fan, 521 points. Chapter 8 Standings Open. Number 98, Su Fan, 521 points. We've made it into the top 100 in the standings, not bad. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he was quite satisfied with his results. 521 points, 98th place in the martial arts exam. This result can be said to be very good, enough to be admitted to a top martial arts university. However, there is still a big gap between him and the top 10 super geniuses. The top 10 super geniuses in the standings now have scores of over 1,000, and their scores are still increasing rapidly. Su Fan was not in a hurry. After all, he started too late and is just broken through to level 7, while those super geniuses are all above level 10 and have already become warriors. With my current points, I have enough to get into a top-tier martial arts university, but it's still far from enough to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Su Fan touched his chin and thought to himself. Tsinghua University is the top martial arts school in Longhua. It has the country's top training resources, which can help young martial artists upgrade rapidly and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Anyone who is into martial arts is proud to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Su Fan's goal, of course, is Peking University and Tsinghua University. However, it is extremely difficult to get into Peking University and Tsinghua University. Generally speaking, only super geniuses who are in the top 10 of the martial arts exam will be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Strive for the top 10. Su Fan's eyes were determined and his goal was very clear, to be in the top 10 of the standings and to be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. At the same time, the moment the leaderboard was opened, there was heated discussion all over the secret realm. Oh my god, Su Qingxian is too strong. 10,000 points, way ahead, no one can catch up. I heard that Su Qingxian is the strongest SSS level genius, with unparalleled talent in the world. His reputation is well deserved, and he is simply terrifying. Hua Wu, Zhou Jianfeng, and Hua Yunfei are all SS level super geniuses, but their points added together are not as many as Su Qingxian alone. The geniuses of all the major universities have been reduced to background figures. No one can rival Su Qingxian. Everyone was shocked. Su Qingxian was far ahead of the others, occupying the top spot with 10,000 points, leaving everyone else far behind. Compared to her, all the geniuses from various universities pale in comparison. Many people had heard of Su Qingxian's name a long time ago, and knew that she was very talented and might be the strongest in this martial arts exam, but they never imagined that Su Qingxian would be so strong that she was simply beyond the reach of others. The examiners from outside were also amazed to see that Su Qingxian stood out from the crowd and surpassed all the geniuses. Su Qingxian is number 1. As this year's only SSS level genius, we had anticipated this result, but now it seems she's even more amazing than we imagined. Only a quarter of the martial arts exam time has passed, and Su Qingxian's points have already exceeded 10,000. It seems that this year's top scorer has already been announced. Not only that, I think Su Qingxian has the potential to break the historical record of the martial arts exam and set a new record. The examiners were extremely excited and started discussing the case enthusiastically, as if they were seeing a rising star. Ah, this Su Qingxian is truly a brilliant talent. It seems like it won't be long before another peerless expert is born in Dragon Country. The examiner Zhang Jinyang laughed heartily and was in a very happy mood. Today, ferocious beasts are rampant and wars are endless. A large number of warriors die every year. The Dragon Kingdom now needs top experts to take charge, the more the better. This martial arts master has high hopes for Su Qingxian. Hey, who is this Su Fan? Suddenly, Zhang Jinyang glanced at the scoreboard and inadvertently found Su Fan's name on the list. Su Fan, 521 points, ranked 98th. This result is quite good, but not worthy of his attention. What really surprised Zhang Jinyang was not Su Fan's points and ranking, but that his talent rating was only C. The scoreboard not only records the points and rankings, but also records in detail the colleges and talent levels of the candidates. Su Fan, C-level talent, country chicken. Zhang Jinyang was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief, with just a C-level talent, he can actually make it into the top 100 in the martial arts exam. Unbelievable. Most of those who can make it into the top 100 in the martial arts exam are geniuses above S level, and even the worst talent is at the top A level. But Su Fan, a mere C-level talented country chicken, actually made it into the top 100 of the martial arts exam. This is just like a country chicken blending into a flock of cranes, standing out. Immediately contact Su Fan's school to confirm the authenticity of his personal information. Zhang Jinyang shouted, his tone sounding very anxious, suspecting that the school had made a mistake in Su Fan's talent information. The examiners took action and quickly contacted Su Fan's class teacher, Wang Qingsong. Su Fan really only has C-level talent, and when he took the martial arts exam, his level was only 1. Wang Qingsong answered truthfully, shocking all the examiners. What? A level 1 apprentice, relying on C-level talent, actually made it into the top 100 of the martial arts exam? This is impossible. With such weak talent, no matter how hard I try, there is a limit. How can I compare with those top talents? What on earth happened? Could it be that this kid's talent has mutated? The outside world was in an uproar, and the examiners were in an uproar. Everyone was shocked and curious about Su Fan. They didn't know how this apprentice with sea-level talent could make it into the top 100 in the martial arts exam. It was truly incredible. However, Su Fan knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world, and he had no idea that he had become the focus of the examiner's attention. He moved forward, killing people along the way, and gradually walked into a strange valley. This is a fiery red valley with red rocks and cliffs. Even the ground is red, as if it is burning. The surrounding area is filled with scorching airwaves, like a huge brazier. Hey! What a rich aroma, what is that? Suddenly, Su Fan smelled a strange fragrance, and he immediately became alert, and all the pores on his body began to dilate. His eyes flashed as he looked in the direction of the fragrance and soon locked onto a fiery red fruit plant deep in the valley, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Red blood vermilion fruit. Quality, rare. Introduction: the flame spirit fruit, grown in the scorching mountains, contains a large amount of life energy. Eating it can greatly replenish chi and blood, and strengthen physical fitness. Rare spiritual fruit. Su Fan was overjoyed. He was so lucky to have come across a rare treasure. Chapter 9 Red blood vermilion fruit. Another breakthrough. The secret realm is full of dangers, but it also grows many exotic flowers and fruits, which are very beneficial for cultivation. This red blood vermilion fruit is a rare spiritual fruit that contains a large amount of life energy. It can greatly enhance physical fitness and improve cultivation. Ha ha! The scarlet blood vermilion fruit is a rare treasure from heaven and earth. Su Fan was ecstatic and his eyes were shining. The red blood vermilion fruit is a natural treasure, rarely seen in the world, and can only grow in secret realms. He was very excited, but did not rush to pick them. Wherever there are rare treasures, there must be powerful and ferocious beasts guarding them. His eyes were deep, and his mental power radiated out, carefully searching the surrounding situation. Roar! A roar shook the four directions. A fiery red tiger suddenly pounced out. It was huge, with eyes like lanterns, fiery red fur like burning fire, a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, a foul stench, and an astonishing power. Sure enough, there are ferocious beasts guarding it. Su Fan raised his eyebrows, drew his sword, and instantly entered combat mode. This is a level 12 Firecloud Tiger. Roar! Roar! The ferocious beast has a strong sense of territory. When it saw a stranger invading, the Firecloud Tiger's hair stood up, its pair of eyes as big as lanterns flashed with ferocity, and it rushed towards Su Fan viciously. The evil energy is rolling in like a tidal wave. Su Fan's strength has greatly increased now, and dealing with a level 12 ferocious beast is no problem at all. Kill! Su Fan roared, and his blood and energy burst out, instantly raising his combat power to the peak. The blood shadow sword broke through the air and turned into a blood red lightning, directly splitting the Firecloud Tiger into two halves, and blood spurted everywhere. Clean and neat, kill with one blow. Kill the level 12 Firecloud Tiger, life energy plus 800. The next moment, powerful life energy surged, madly nourishing Su Fan's physique, making his combat power even more improved. His eyes were blazing, his palm placed on the tiger corpse, and he began to extract entries. Drop. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the white entry strength amplification. Strength amplification, strength-related talent entry. After fusion, physical strength increases by 100%. Another power entry. Su Fan's heart moved, and anticipation appeared on his face. He murmured to himself, "This is the second power entry I have obtained. I wonder what kind of changes will happen after the fusion." Entries of the same type can be upgraded and evolved after fusion, greatly enhancing the power of the entries. With endless anticipation, he immediately began to merge the entries. Ding dong! Detected that you have the same power entry, fusion upgrade in progress. Congratulations! The entry has been successfully upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining the blue entry Power Frenzy. Power Frenzy can put oneself into a frenzy state, greatly stimulate the body's potential, and increase physical strength by 300%. Ha! The entry has been upgraded. Su Fan was overjoyed. After the fusion of the two white quality strength entries, they were upgraded to higher quality blue entries, and the increase in physical strength was also increased to 300%. Power Frenzy, 300% power increase. This entry's power increase is terrifying. He was extremely excited. The power frenzy could make him enter a violent state, increasing his physical strength by 300%, which made his combat power soar to a terrifying level. It's only blue quality, but the amplification effect is so powerful. I wonder what kind of incredible effects it will have when the strength attribute is upgraded to purple, red, or even gold. Su Fan took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the growth of the entry. The talent entries have infinite potential and can be continuously evolved and upgraded. When he upgrades all the entries to gold quality in the future, its terrifying power will be unimaginable. Next, we can pick the red blood vermilion fruit. After removing the obstacle, Su Fan showed a look of joy and began to reap the fruits of his victory. He walked briskly and soon reached the red blood fruit. He slowly stretched out his hand, ready to pick it. Drop! A centennial spirit fruit has been detected. Extraction of its essence is possible. Do you wish to begin? Spiritual fruits can also be extracted? Su Fan's heart moved, and he gently grabbed the red blood fruit with his palm and picked it directly, and began to extract the entries. Extraction successful, life essence plus 100. Boom! The vast essence of life poured into his body like a spiritual spring. This is the purest essence of the fruit, gentle and nourishing, more beneficial than the life energy obtained from hunting ferocious beasts. So comfortable. Su Fan's whole body was overflowing with energy, his pores were dilated, he felt extremely comfortable, and his physical fitness was rapidly improving. After the entry was extracted, the red blood vermilion fruit did not disappear. It was still as red as fire, crystal clear, and filled with rich fragrance and energy. Great, it seems that extracting the entry will not cause any harm to the spiritual fruit. Su Fan's face was filled with joy. After extracting the entry, the red blood vermilion fruit still retained its abundant medicinal power and could be eaten to improve his own cultivation. Extract the entry first, then take the spiritual fruit, so that you can maximize the medicinal power of the red blood vermilion fruit. Su Fan's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he ate the red blood fruit in one gulp. Boom! The red blood fruit was swallowed. It was like a spark burning in the body, and endless energy surged up, surging like a tsunami. Su Fan's whole body was glowing, his blood was surging, his bones and blood vessels were greatly tempered, and a powerful aura rolled out, shaking the four directions. With the nourishment of the red blood vermilion fruit, his cultivation was greatly enhanced, directly breaking through the shackles of his body and breaking through to level 8. Attributes in all aspects have skyrocketed. Name, Su Fan. Level, 8. Title, Apprentice level. Strength, 208. Spirit, 196. Agility, 220. Constitution, 201. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Ability, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth. Entries, Unparalleled Roots Gold, Power Frenzy Blue, Spirit Amplification White, Speed Amplification White. Combat Power Rating, a ferocious beast in human form, with an unmatched physique and combat power comparable to that of a top-tier warrior. Level 8, one step closer to becoming a warrior. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, his blood was surging, and his whole body was filled with explosive power. He was like a human-shaped ferocious beast, his powerful aura overwhelming everyone. The red blood vermilion fruit was indeed a rare spiritual fruit, its medicinal power was extremely strong, allowing him to directly break through to level 8, getting closer and closer to the warrior level. Every time your martial arts level increases by 10 levels, your life will evolve. Only by becoming a warrior can one take the first step in martial arts training. All aspects of the attributes will undergo qualitative changes, and strength and status will be greatly improved. According to his current leveling speed, he will definitely be able to break through to the warrior level before the end of the martial arts exam. The hunt continues. Su Fan's eyes were determined, and he continued to walk deeper into the secret realm with a sword in hand. Chapter 10 Endless Killing. Ranking soars. Night is falling. The ferocious beast forest was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The roars of various terrifying beasts were looming, making people shudder. Su Fan, holding a sword and dressed in black, quickly shuttled through the forest like a ghost, his deep eyes twinkling like stars, searching for powerful prey. Unknowingly, he had stepped into the core area of the secret realm. It is deep and terrifying here, with deathly silence and depression all around, just like a pool of stagnant water. Who knows what kind of terrifying beast is hiding here? Call out. A rapid sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out, with a faint sharp sound and hissing, as if an evil ghost was screaming and roaring, which was chilling. Owl. Su Fan's expression was stern, his mental power was running at high speed, and he quickly locked onto the attacking beast. Level 13 Ferocious Beast, Night Owl. It is incredibly fast, ruthless, and good at hunting at night, so it is known as the Night Hunter. Hidden in the darkness of the night owl was like a streak of black lightning, coming and going without a trace, and its position could not be located at all. It's so fast, it's impossible to catch its movement with the naked eye. Su Fan's eyes were cold, and he pushed his mental strength to the extreme before he could barely sense the vague location of the night owl. This guy had somehow gotten behind Su Fan, showing his ferocious claws stained with blood, preparing to attack from behind. Kill! He shouted and took the initiative to attack. The blood shadow sword tore through the night sky, transformed into a blazing blade light, and slashed towards the night owl rushing from behind. Boom! Su Fan's full strength strike was enough to split night owl in half. But the night owl was very agile. A second before the sword came, it flapped its wings and tilted its body to avoid the sword. Su Fan's attack missed. The night owl is not only extremely fast, but also has night vision capabilities. Its pair of eagle eyes are extremely sharp, giving it a huge advantage in night battles and allowing it to kill enemies above its level. Bah! The night owl roared fiercely, turned its head and attacked, its ferocious claws tearing through the air and grabbing Su Fan's head fiercely. The terrifying energy came at him, trying to crush his head. Die! Su Fan suddenly looked up, his eyes flashing with murderous intent, and he stabbed out with his blood shadow sword. The knife was fast and fierce, like a blood-red lightning that streaked through the night sky, piercing the night owl alive. Black blood spilled into the void. Kill a level 13 night owl, life energy plus 850. Entry extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the white entry visual enhancement. Vision enhancement, increase vision by 100%, gain night vision. A series of prompt sounds rang in my mind. Visual enhancement, a new talent entry. Su Fan was overjoyed. This entry could enhance vision and unlock night vision ability, which was just right for him now. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately merged the entries. Buzz! Su Fan's eyes flashed, his vision was greatly enhanced, and everything in front of him suddenly became clear, better than his vision during the day. After integrating visual enhancement, he gained night vision ability and could still see clearly at night, which made it very convenient for him to hunt at night. Su Fan did not stop and continued to look for new prey. Before I knew it, 12 hours had passed since the martial arts exam. It's late at night, but few people are resting. All the candidates are sprinting with all their might, trying their best to hunt down ferocious beasts and earn points. Even if they only move up 1 or 2 places on the leaderboard, it is enough to change the fate of many people. Su Fan killed his way through the ranks, gaining a large number of points, and his ranking soared rapidly. Number 80. Number 73. Number 65. Number 49. As time goes by, Su Fan's ranking has skyrocketed and he has already entered the top 50 in the standings. This caused an uproar in the outside world. Wow, Su Fan has made it into the top 50. This kid is truly a monster. With only a C-level talent, he managed to make it into the top 50 in the martial arts exam. The examiners from outside were all observing Su Fan's ranking. Seeing Su Fan's skyrocketing points and ranking, everyone was shocked. There are tens of thousands of candidates taking the military exam. Those who can make it into the top 50 among tens of thousands of candidates are all extraordinary geniuses selected from hundreds or even thousands of miles. As his ranking improved, Su Fan's exposure became higher and higher, and various martial arts universities set their sights on him, including some top prestigious schools. No! Su Fan's talent is definitely more than C-level. This is a top talent who has been buried. He has unlimited potential. This Su Fan, we at Starry Sky University want him. No one else can snatch him away. If anyone does, I'll be furious. There's no point in being anxious. We at Dragon Tiger University have set our sights on him first. Haha, with such a genius, no one can have it all to themselves. We at Extreme University also want to get involved. Many prestigious universities were very interested in Su Fan and were clamoring for him. Before the martial arts exam was over, they had already started competing for Su Fan and even called his school. Only Peking University and Tsinghua University remain indifferent. Top 50, very good. But it is not enough to make Peking University and Tsinghua University excited. As the #1 martial arts school in Dragon Country, only the strongest geniuses who are in the top 10 of the martial arts exam can be offered an olive branch by Peking University and Tsinghua University. TSK, from an unknown little character, he made it all the way to the top 50 in the martial arts exam. This Su Fan brings more and more surprises. Zhang Jinyang's eyes were deep, with a hint of smile on his lips. He said to himself with interest, the points have increased so quickly. It seems that this kid's potential is more than just the top 50. I am really looking forward to seeing how far this Su Fan will go. Zhang Jinyang could see that Su Fan had great momentum and his ranking was still rising. If this continues, even Peking University and Tsinghua University will be tempted. At the same time, in the secret realm. While hunting, Su Fan encountered a group of ferocious beasts. There were so many of them, so densely packed, that countless evil auras rolled out. Oh my goodness, a herd of ferocious beasts. Su Fan's eyes flashed and he was shocked. This is a group of demon martens, all of them are first-level ferocious beasts, and they are extremely powerful. They are pitch black in color, with wings on their backs. They are larger than wild wolves and there are dozens of them. The aura of each demon marten is extremely terrifying, far exceeding that of ordinary warriors. Some of the leading purple demon martens even reach the peak of the first level. There are so many demon martens, all of them are ferocious beasts. I'm really lucky. Su Fan's eyes were burning, and he gradually showed excitement. Looking at the large group of demon martens in front of him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he showed a hint of ecstasy, as if he had found a group of his favorite prey. As long as he gets rid of this group of demon martens, his martial arts skills and points ranking will increase dramatically. Kill! Su Fan brandished his sword and charged into the group of demon martens, starting to kill them all. Chapter 11 Hunting the Beasts. Top 20. Boom! Su Fan's blood and energy burst out, and he waved his sword, like a flash of lightning tearing through the night sky, rushing straight towards the group of demon martens to kill. Visual enhancement activated. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he first locked onto the three playful martens. With a swing of the sword, the blazing blade light covered the sky and broke the silence of the night. The three demon martens were caught off guard and were killed on the spot. Kill a level 10 demon marten, life energy plus 450. Kill a level 10 demon marten, life energy plus 500. Kill a level 11 demon marten, life energy plus 580. Waves of life energy surged in like a spring. Su Fan felt warm all over, his muscles, bones and blood were tempered, and his body became stronger. At the same time, countless sharp roars rang out. Ouch! 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 Su Fan's sudden attack completely enraged the group of demon martens, and countless terrible murderous intentions instantly locked onto him. The demon martens were furious and rushed towards Su Fan with their fangs and claws bared, like a group of hungry wolves trying to tear him apart alive. The murderous aura was overwhelming. Power frenzy! Su Fan roared and went straight into a violent state, his physical strength soaring by 300%. A powerful aura burst out, like a storm sweeping across the four directions, blowing away more than a dozen demon martens. He thrust out with his sword, and the blood-red swordlight was extremely bright, like a meteor shining in the night sky, and rushed towards the purple demon marten leading the team. The purple demon marten is very powerful, with a level of up to 15, and is obviously one of the leaders of the demon marten group. Roar! A roar exploded. The purple demon marten was extremely ferocious and pounced towards Su Fan's blade. It opened its mouth and a purple blade of light flew out, colliding fiercely with the blood shadow sword. With a clang sound, energy collides and sparks fly. The brutal force transmitted to Su Fan made him feel like he was hit hard, and his hands were shaking violently. But Su Fan was extremely powerful. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His blade tore through the light blade and pierced the purple demon marten with one blow. Die! He was cold-blooded and ruthless. With a wave of his sword, the purple demon mink exploded on the spot, torn into pieces and blood flowed everywhere. Kill a level 15 sable, life energy plus 1000. Endless energy surges in. Su Fan had no time to rest before another large group of demon martens rushed towards him. The demon martens roared angrily and fell into a state of rage. They attacked one after another, vowing to kill Su Fan. Well, let's kill them to our heart's content. Su Fan's eyes were cold and fearless. He rushed directly into the group of demon martens and started killing them crazily. He swung his sword at the black demon marten in front of him, the blade sharp as a matchless knife. The black demon marten was only level 10, at the bottom of the demon marten group. It was no match for Su Fan at all and was cut into two pieces by a single knife, with blood spilling all over the ground. But then, another group of ferocious sables came from all directions and surrounded Su Fan. Boom! 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 Rays of light flew, carrying terrifying energy and bombarding Su Fan wildly. Su Fan fought hard, his sword dancing wildly, shattering 4 light blades in a row, and the exploding light illuminated the dark night sky. But there was still a terrifying light blade that came rapidly from behind and hit Su Fan's back hard. The powerful energy exploded like a cannonball, making him groan, and his back felt a burning pain, and his whole body was blown away. Bang! This light blade is very powerful, enough to rival the full force attack of a level 16 beast. Su Fan flew more than 10 meters and rolled 3 or 4 times on the ground before he could barely stabilize his body. His hair was disheveled, his face was covered in dust, and he looked a little embarrassed. But no one was hurt. Su Fan's physical fitness is too strong, his body is unmatched, like a human-shaped beast. He withstood the sable's shining blade, but was unharmed, and his whole body was filled with powerful life energy. Roar! 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 This group of sables attacked again, ferocious and violent. Court death! Su Fan snorted coldly, and the blood in his body burst out. The blood shadow sword slashed down with force, directly splitting a level 14 sable into 2 halves. Blood and viscera were scattered all over the ground. He swung his sword continuously, invincible, fighting his way in and out of the encirclement of this group of demon sables, and soon killed 3 level 15 sables, with overwhelming power. Get out of here! Suddenly, Su Fan shouted angrily, sensing a sneak attack from behind by a demon marten, and killed it with a roundhouse kick. The powerful force caused an explosion in the air and kicked the demon marten's head to pieces. Kill! Su Fan's body was covered in blood, his black hair dancing wildly, like a demon god, madly reaping lives. One after another, the demon martens fell in a pool of blood. The vast life energy gathered in an endless stream, nourishing his body. Cool. 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 Su Fan was very satisfied and completely immersed in the killing. He regarded this group of demon martens as the most wonderful tonic, greedily absorbing their life energy and constantly strengthening himself. During this period, he gained a lot of points and his ranking in the standings soared. Number 49. Number 38. Number 25. Number 18. Su Fan's ranking is soaring at an astonishing rate, and he has entered the top 20 of the standings in one breath, once again causing a sensation in the outside world. Top 20. Wow! This Su Fan is truly unstoppable. Rank 18th in the martial arts exam. This kind of talent is already comparable to the top S-class geniuses. Look, Su Fan's points are still soaring. I really don't know where this kid's limit is. The examiners were amazed and started discussing it heatedly. Su Fan's momentum is too strong. His ranking has been soaring with no signs of fatigue, which makes everyone full of expectations for him. This Su Fan is improving so fast, he's really unstoppable. This kind of genius must join my Peking University and Tsinghua University. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I want all his information now, right now. Finally, the people from Peking University and Tsinghua University could no longer sit still. They listed Su Fan as a genius to be focused on and began to collect his information. Unknowingly, most of the demon martens had died, and Su Fan's cultivation level soared to the peak of level 8. Life energy gushed out of his body, and he could break into level 9 at any time. Who will die next? Su Fan smiled grimly, his eyes flashing with evil as he looked at the few remaining demon martens. The violent murderous aura filled the air, making them tremble with fear. All these demon martens were frightened and looked at Su Fan in awe. They stayed away from him and did not dare to approach him. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar rolled out, shaking the earth. Such a powerful aura, far surpassing that of an ordinary first-level beast. Could it be a second-level beast? Su Fan narrowed his eyes, a look of vigilance appeared on his face, and he suddenly looked up at the sky. Boom! A terrifying figure fell from the sky. This is a golden demon sable, its entire body covered with golden scales, with huge purple gold wings on its back. Its huge body blocks out the sky and the sun, as if a demon mountain has fallen heavily, causing the earth to tremble and collapse. Its eyes burned like torches, its golden scales shone brightly like gold, and its body was filled with a terrifying aura that even the most powerful sable could not match. Wang Mink. Su Fan was shocked and felt an extremely strong threat. This is a golden king mink, a member of the royal family of demon minks with pure bloodline. It is at level 19 and is almost about to break into the ranks of second-level ferocious beasts. The King Diao is too powerful, with a terrifying aura surrounding his body, far surpassing the ordinary ferocious beasts. He is definitely the most powerful overlord in this ferocious beast forest. Level 19 Peak King Martin, here comes a tough guy. Su Fan's expression was solemn, his blood boiling, and he raised his combat power to the peak, but he was still forced to retreat continuously under the pressure of Wang Diao, and his bones were creaking. Crisis is coming. Chapter 12 Golden King Martin. Innate magical powers. Golden King Martin. The supreme king of the Demon Martin clan, with noble bloodline and powerful body, is almost on the verge of breaking into the ranks of second-level ferocious beasts. He is the uncrowned king of this ferocious beast forest. Roar! The Golden King Martin roared and charged directly towards Su Fan. The terrifying pressure was overwhelming, and the surrounding ancient trees were uprooted. The power was extremely fierce. A giant dark claw attacked from high above, its sharp fingertips gushing out energy and smashing hard into Su Fan's head. The breath of death is blowing in my face. Kill! Su Fan's blood boiled, and he raised his sword to fight back. The blood shadow sword slashed out with all his might, turning into a red streak, colliding with the dark giant claw. Bang! 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 The energy exploded and overflowed. Su Fan groaned, as if he was hit by a thunderbolt, his whole body shook violently. He could not withstand Wang Diao's terrifying strength and was slapped away by a claw on the spot. Puff! He was severely injured, his blood was boiling, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Intense pain surged from all over his body, causing him to twitch. The Golden King Martin is so powerful. His level and combat power far surpassed Su Fan, and his physical strength was even more terrifying, suppressing him completely. A level 19 beast, its combat power is truly terrifying. Su Fan raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly got up. He stared at the ferocious Golden King Martin, his eyes gradually lighting up. But, if I kill this King Martin, my cultivation will be able to reach a new level. Su Fan licked his lips, a devilish light flashed in his eyes. He treated the Golden King Martin as prey and killed it with his knife. He took the initiative to attack, and with a clang, he slashed Wang Diao with his knife, sparks flying everywhere. However, the scales of the king mink were too hard, and the knife only left a white mark about a foot long on its body surface, without breaking the defense of the scales. Such a small wound is almost insignificant to the King Martin, which is larger than an elephant, and cannot cause any harm. Damn! The wound is too shallow. Su Fan smacked his lips in amazement. Wang Diao's body was too strong, and its golden scales were harder than steel. His full-strength blow did not cause any substantial damage to it. At this moment, the Golden King Martin slapped again with its claws, causing a huge gust of wind. Su Fan blocked with his sword, but was still no match for his opponent and was knocked away again. He fell heavily on a huge rock, cracking it. Ahem, this is really troublesome. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his internal organs ached, and his expression gradually became solemn. This King Martin is a bit difficult to deal with. With Su Fan's current strength, it is not enough to break through the defensive scales of the Golden King Martin, and it is even more difficult to kill it. Roar! Roar! The Golden King Martin took advantage of the situation and attacked again. A ferocious giant mouth turned into a black hole, swallowing everything in the 4 directions, trying to eat Su Fan alive. Haha, you want to eat me? Then let's see who will win. Su Fan smiled, his eyes flashing with a cold fire, and finally used his trump card. Immortal Phoenix Flame. As a low roar sounded, a ball of eerie white flame rose above the sword. The blazing flames instantly illuminated the night sky, and the sky and the earth were burning. The rolling heat wave covered the sky and swept across all directions. Su Fan condensed the phoenix flame onto the blade, turning it into a flaming long sword, and slashed fiercely at the Golden King Martin. The white flames raged with high temperature, as if they were going to burn everything. Roar! The Golden King Martin growled, looked at the terrifying flames on the blade, and couldn't help but shudder, with fear in his eyes. It felt the terror of the phoenix flame and quickly stretched out its arms to resist. Kill! Su Fan burst out with all his strength and slashed at the huge arm with a knife. The heat waves of the undead phoenix flame surged, melting the defensive scales of the King Martin. A flash of a knife light appeared, and a huge arm flew out directly, and blood rained down in an instant. Ouch! The Golden King Martin lost an arm and couldn't help but wail, his golden eyes filled with murderous intent. It opened its huge dark mouth and sprayed towards Su Fan violently. Suddenly, energy surged, and a dark golden moon blade pounced towards him. The terrifying edge seemed to cut him in two. Su Fan did not dodge or evade, but took the initiative to attack, slashing out with another sword. The flaming sword light was unmatched and directly split the dark golden moon blade into pieces, and feathers of light and sparks flew everywhere. Kill! 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 Su Fan's face was full of madness. He brandished the flaming sword and chased the Golden King Marten relentlessly. The sword slashed out one after another, and the white phoenix flame burned fiercely. The terrifying temperature was enough to melt everything. After only a few rounds, the Golden King Marten had suffered heavy damage, with hideous knife marks all over its body. Most of its body was burnt, revealing its white bones, and it looked extremely miserable. It's over. Su Fan's eyes were cold, and he stabbed Wang Diao in the chest, ready to give him the final blow. But at this moment, the Golden King Marten's eyes suddenly lit up, and the light was so bright that it was like two scorching suns, illuminating Su Fan's astonished face. Boom! The next moment, a terrible mental shockwave hit, like a sharp sword, piercing into Su Fan's brain. Ah! Su Fan screamed in pain, his head almost exploded, his spirit was severely damaged, and he fell heavily to the ground, with blood flowing from his eyes and ears. Spiritual shock. Damn it! I didn't expect this King Marten to have such a natural ability. Su Fan gritted his teeth, his eyes were stained red with blood, and his whole face became a little hideous. Innate magical powers. Only some powerful beasts with extraordinary bloodlines have innate magical powers. The Golden King Marten's innate magical power is extremely rare, it is actually mental shock. Mental shock is a rare mental talent that uses powerful mental shock waves to attack the opponent's mind and shatter their consciousness. It can cause mental damage, consciousness collapse, or even death on the spot. Mental attacks are far more terrifying than physical attacks, and can kill people without them even noticing. Fortunately, my mental strength is quite strong. Otherwise, even if I didn't die, I would have a mental breakdown and become an idiot. Su Fan gradually calmed down, and a clear look appeared in his eyes, but his brain was still aching slightly and his consciousness was a little confused. This mental shock caused him considerable trauma. Fortunately, he possessed the spirit amplification attribute, and his mental power far exceeded that of ordinary warriors, so he barely blocked Wang Diao's mental attack. If this happened to someone with slightly weaker mental strength, they would probably die on the spot. Die! Su Fan's murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he shot out, piercing Wang Diao's head with a knife. The undead phoenix flame burned wildly, directly turning the huge head into ashes. The Golden King Marten finally died. Ha! It's finally over. Su Fan let out a breath, a look of relief on his face, and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He was exhausted from head to toe. Buzz. The next moment. Endless life energy rushes in. Su Fan's entire body glowed, energy gushed out, and a powerful aura burst out. His martial arts cultivation broke through again. Chapter 13 Purple Entry. Mental Power. Apprentice level 9, only one step away from becoming a warrior. Su Fan's eyes flickered and he was very excited. After absorbing Wang Diao's life energy, he finally broke through to level 9. His tiredness was gone, and his whole body was filled with powerful energy, making him even stronger than a warrior. Then, he stretched out his palm, pressed it on Wang Diao's body, and began to extract entries. Buzz. A purple light flashed. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the purple entry spiritual power. Psychic power increases tenfold, evolving into substantial psychic power. It can control objects to launch attacks, and can also launch powerful mental shocks to attack the enemy's mental consciousness. Ha ha! Purple entry. Su Fan was overjoyed, his eyes shining with joy. He had made a lot of money this time. The Golden King Marten is the king of the Demon Marten clan. His bloodline is very powerful, and the extracted entries are of high quality, which is actually the rare purple entry, telekinesis. He thought about it and immediately merged the entries. Boom! Endless spiritual power surged like a tide. Su Fan's brain shook violently, and his mental power transformed and evolved into an even more powerful mental power. After integrating the purple term, telekinesis, Su Fan's original white term, spiritual amplification, was directly absorbed and integrated, turning into experience nutrients for the new term. As soon as he thought about it, his mental power radiated directly to 100 meters away, greatly improving the perception range. In addition, his mental power also had powerful attack power, which could control objects to attack, or directly attack the enemy's mind. Just right, let me try my hand on you guys. Su Fan suddenly looked up at the surviving demon martens, his eyes flashing with sharpness, and launched a mental attack. Destroy! The next moment, a powerful mental power swept across, like a sharp blade piercing into the brains of the demon martens. The powerful mental power directly destroyed their consciousness. These demon martens had no power to resist, their spirits were shattered, and they died on the spot. Kill a level 10 demon marten, life energy plus 450. Kill a level 10 demon marten, life energy plus 480. Kill a level 10 demon marten, life energy plus 480. An ordinary level 10 beast can be killed instantly with just a thought. The power of mind is so strong. Su Fan's eyes were blazing and his face showed ecstasy. The power of mental power is somewhat terrifying. Even ordinary beasts cannot resist mental attacks. In this way, he has another killer weapon. He looked up and saw the corpses of demon martens scattered all around him, more than 50 of them lying on the ground. To him, these corpses are priceless treasures. Just now during the battle, he did not have the opportunity to extract entries, but now he can extract talent entries to his heart's content and strengthen himself. With so many demon marten corpses, I wonder to what extent my physical fitness can be improved. Suyi was full of anticipation and immediately began to clean up the battlefield and extract the entries from the demon marten. Buzz! Buzz! As rays of light flashed. A large number of attributes and entries have come together. Strength plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Speed plus 15. Constitution plus 15. Congratulations on obtaining the white entry speed boost. Congratulations on obtaining the white entry strength amplification. Congratulations on obtaining the blue entry power frenzy. Congratulations on obtaining the white entry spirit amplification. Soon, Su Fan finished the extraction and plucked all the corpses of the demon martens, obtaining a total of hundreds of attribute values and more than a dozen basic attribute entries. Fusion all. As soon as Su Fan thought about it, all the entries were automatically merged. Boom! Boom! Strength, speed, mental strength, all attributes have skyrocketed. At the same time, his various attribute entries are also automatically integrated and evolving towards higher quality. Congratulations! The speed entry has been successfully upgraded. You obtain the purple entry Wings of Swift Wind. Wings of Swift Wind, you move like the wind, coming and going without a trace. Your speed increases tenfold, unlocking the ability to fly. Congratulations! The strength item has been successfully upgraded. You obtain the purple entry Innate Divine Power. Born with Divine Power, you are born with Divine Power, with immense strength. Your physical strength is increased tenfold, comparable to that of a pure-blooded beast. Boom! 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 Su Fan's divine power awakened, his body evolved, energy particles exploded in his body, and vast divine power rushed out, shaking the earth and cracking it. The power was astonishing. An invisible hurricane swirled around him, and he seemed to be floating up as if he was about to fly away with the wind. Ha ha! So comfortable. I got 2 more purple entries. Su Fan was overjoyed, and all the strength and speed attributes were upgraded to purple quality, greatly increasing the power. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. He closed his eyes, feeling the explosive power in his body, and his heart became uncontrollably excited. Now, my spirit, strength, and speed attributes have all been upgraded to purple, greatly enhancing my combat power. If I encounter a level 19 beast again, I am confident that I can kill it in one blow. Su Fan was in high spirits and very confident in his own fighting ability. Name, Su Fan. Level, 9. Title, Apprentice level. Strength, 248. Spirit, 265. Agility, 260. Constitution, 241. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Ability, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth. Entries, Heaven-Defying Bones Gold, Innate Divine Power Purple, Psychic Power Purple, Wings of Swift Wind Purple, Vision Enhancement White. Combat Power Evaluation, Invincible in the Flesh, comparable to the 2nd level. The improvement in talent items is huge. I haven't become a warrior yet, but I already have the combat power of the 2nd level. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, his divine power was surging, and his whole body was emitting a powerful aura, sweeping across the 4 directions like a hurricane. With his current combat power, he has no rivals among the first level. Even if you encounter a second-level ferocious beast, you will still be able to fight. By the way, after hunting so many ferocious beasts, I wonder what my current ranking is. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt a surge of anticipation in his heart, and quickly opened his points bracelet to check his ranking. 9th place, Su Fan, 3,501 points. Haha. I'm in the top 10. Su Fan was very excited. Chapter 14 breaking into the top 10. Shocking everyone. Martial Arts Exam Scoreboard. First place, Su Qingxian, 21,000 points. Second place, Zhou Jianfeng, 10,100 points. Third place, Huo Wu, 8,600 points. Fourth place, Huayunfei, 6,800 points. Fifth place, Lin Dongchen, 5,000 points. Sixth place, Zhang Xiu, 4,500 points. Seventh place, Li Xiang, 3,900 points. Eighth place, Zhao Feng, 3,650 points. Ninth place, Su Fan, 3,501 points. 10th place, Lu Ruyan, 2,880 points. There is basically no major change in the standings. Su Qingxian still tops the list, far ahead, and no one can shake her. Huo Wu, who had been occupying the second place, fell to third place. Zhou Jianfeng, who was originally in third place, caught up quickly and surpassed Huo Wu to become second in the standings, with his sword pointed directly at Su Qingxian. In addition, there is another variable. Su Fan's name appeared in 9th place, tied with the real top geniuses, which aroused widespread attention and discussion. Finally made it into the top 10. Su Fan let out a breath, a look of joy appearing on his face. Top 10 in martial arts exam. Representing the 10 strongest geniuses in this martial arts exam. At this moment, Su Fan finally broke into the strongest sequence and was on par with all the geniuses. Su Fan is 9th. Too strong. He's already made it to the top 10 so quickly, on par with the strongest genius. Hahaha, another peerless genius has been born in my dragon country. There was a sensation on all sides, and many important figures began to pay attention to Su Fan. As long as you make it into the top 10 in the martial arts exam, it is equivalent to getting an admission ticket to Peking University or Tsinghua University. You will receive key training from the country, enjoy the best training resources, and have a bright future. At the same time, the geniuses in the top 10 of the standings also noticed Su Fan's existence. The geniuses from various universities had completely different reactions to this. 11th place, Zhang Xiao, 2,500 points. Damn it! I've fallen out of the top 10, and the person who pushed me out was Su Fan? In the forest, a purple-haired man who was hunting a ferocious beast was furious when he saw that his ranking had fallen out of the top 10. His face became extremely ugly. Zhang Xiao has always been at odds with Su Fan. Now that he has finally made it into the top 10, he has been squeezed out by Su Fan again. He feels so aggrieved. Damn it, that loser Su Fan only has a C-level talent. How could he possibly make it into the top 10 in the martial arts exam? Zhang Zhao's eyes were blazing with fire, veins popped out on his forehead, and he simply couldn't believe it. He worked extremely hard and finally made it into the top 10 of the standings, but not long after, he was squeezed out by Su Fan, and he felt extremely depressed. At this time, the points bracelet flashed and his ranking changed again. Number 12, Zhang Xiao. Damn it, another one is missing. Zhang Xiao was so angry that his mouth was twisted. The competition in the martial arts exam is too fierce. If you don't make progress, you will fall behind. In just a short while, he was surpassed again. Who is Su Fan? Deep in the secret realm, a young man in white clothes with a long sword on his back frowned slightly and lowered his head in thought. A terrifying sword energy swirled around him, causing the space to twist and tear apart. He looked like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, extremely sharp and powerful to the extreme. The ground was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts, broken limbs and arms were everywhere, and blood was flowing like a river, but his body was spotless, his white clothes were whiter than snow, and he looked like a sword immortal who had descended to earth. He is Zhou Jianfeng, a natural swordsman, a unique swordsman prodigy. Currently, Zhou Jianfeng ranks second on the standings, only behind Su Qingxian. I know all the S-level and above geniuses in all the major universities, but I don't remember a guy named Su Fan. Could he be an A-level genius? Zhou Jianfeng thought for a while, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He really couldn't imagine who Su Fan was. Because he is too talented and has too high a vision, he basically only pays attention to geniuses above S-level, and even disdains to pay attention to A-level geniuses. Su Fan's sudden appearance really confused him. Never mind, he's only ninth. He's no threat to me at all. Zhou Jianfeng's eyes were sharp as he muttered to himself, now even Huo Wu has been left behind by me. What does ninth place mean to me? My only rival is Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian. This proud girl who has been at the top of the list since the start of the martial arts exam is not only a huge mountain weighing on the heads of other geniuses, but also the goal they are pursuing. The geniuses who can make it into the top 10 are all arrogant and talented. Who would be willing to be inferior to others? Su Qingxian. I will definitely surpass you. Zhou Jianfeng growled and continued to hunt the ferocious beast, desperately chasing Su Qingxian. On the top of the cliff stands a beautiful figure like a flame. This is a red-haired girl with a hot body, full breasts, and a devilishly slender waist. She exudes mature and attractive charm all over her body, making the air hot. But at this moment, that charming and seductive little face was covered with frost. Damn it! Not only did I fail to catch up with Su Qingxian, but I was even overtaken by Zhou Jianfeng. Huo Wu bit her silver teeth lightly, feeling very unwilling. She has always been arrogant and regarded Su Qingxian as her rival, and did not take other people seriously at all. But now, not only did she fail to narrow the gap with Su Qingxian, but the gap became wider and wider, and she was even surpassed by Zhou Jianfeng. This was intolerable for Huo Wu, and her red hair began to dance wildly. Su Fan, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. At this time, Huo Wu also noticed Su Fan's name, and was stunned for a moment, falling into deep thought. But she tried hard to think for a long time and couldn't remember anything. Finally, she shook her head, stopped thinking about it, and began to hunt the ferocious beasts frantically. At the same time, a cool, silver-haired girl, with her hands behind her back, strolled through the forest, leisurely and calm. Endless frost and cold air swirled around it, like a series of ice blades sweeping across the four directions. All the ferocious beasts it encountered were torn into pieces, and even the earth and grass were frozen. It's Su Qingxian. Too weak, too weak. Su Qingxian's face was cold, like the ice queen strolling in the forest. Everything she passed was frozen. No matter what kind of ferocious beast it was, it would be killed instantly before it could get close to her. As the strongest SSS-level genius in this martial arts exam, Su Qingxian is really too powerful. He kills all the way and is invincible. He has no rivals at all in this low-level secret realm. Su Qingxian not only tops the scoreboard, but his level of cultivation is also far beyond that of other geniuses. Unknowingly, she has reached the peak of level 19 and is about to break through to the second level of martial arts and become an elite warrior. Su Fan? Su Qingxian was slightly stunned. Seeing the familiar name on the leaderboard, she subconsciously thought of her good-for-nothing brother. But then she shook her head and muttered to herself, impossible. With his talent, how could he possibly break into the top 10 of the leaderboard? Perhaps it's someone with the same name. Su Qingxian seemed to be lost in thought. Chapter 15 A Windfall. Crazy bargain hunting. Time passes. Su Fan was sneaking around in the dark night, his dark eyes filled with demonic energy, cold and captivating, like a hungry beast, searching for prey. He was only one step away from breaking through to become a warrior. He was sprinting at full speed, hunting ferocious beasts frantically, and even the small monsters of level 1 and 2 were not spared. All living things that contain life energy are swept away. Kill a level 1 big-eared rabbit, life energy plus 10. Kill a level 3 wild boar, life energy plus 45. Kill a level 8 green snake, life energy plus 150. Kill a level 10 white ape, life energy plus 490. Streams of life energy converge like a spring. However, the improvement for Su Fan was minimal. Not enough. Far from enough. Su Fan frowned. Although he had hunted many ferocious beasts, there was no sign of a breakthrough. His current physical fitness is too strong. Even before breaking through to the warrior level, he already possesses combat power far beyond that of a warrior. This also means that the life energy he needs to upgrade is too huge, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Ordinary beasts can no longer meet my upgrade needs. I must find a more powerful beast. Su Fan's eyes were sharp, and his mental power radiated out, searching for more powerful beasts. Hey, there seems to be a big guy in the north. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he felt a powerful aura in the northern part of the forest. He was overjoyed and rushed over with his sword. Soon, Su Fan arrived at the scene. The surroundings were in a mess, with 7 or 8 bodies of young men and women lying in a mess. The ground was dyed red with blood, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. There are so many dead bodies of examinees. What on earth happened here? Su Fan showed a look of surprise and cast a puzzled look at the corpse. The bodies were tattered and bleeding, and it looked like they had died not long ago. He strode forward, came to a male corpse, and looked at it curiously. This person has a very strong physique, with muscles as hard as steel. He is definitely a powerful warrior. There were no wounds on the surface of its body, but its internal organs had rotted into a pile of paste, as if they had been shattered alive by a terrifying force. One strike kills, leaving no power to resist. Killing a warrior instantly with one strike, I wonder what kind of terrifying monster it is. Su Fan was secretly shocked and very curious about the monster that killed them. Forget it, don't worry about it. To him, these corpses were treasures, and he could pick up some bargains. Entry extraction. Su Fan felt secretly delighted, slowly stretched out his hand, pressed it on the corpse, and began to extract entries. Buzz. A flash of blue light. Ding dong. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the blue entry iron bones. Iron bones, your body is as strong as steel, indestructible, and your defense is greatly enhanced. Ha, a blue entry, not bad. Su Fan's eyes lit up and a look of joy appeared on his face. The attributes of this picked up entry are pretty good and can enhance physical defense. He was not in a hurry to merge them. He walked towards the rest of the corpses and continued to extract entries. Buzz. 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 Rays of light flashed, and wonderful terms were extracted one after another. Strength plus 50. Spirit plus 55. Constitution plus 80. Vision enhancement white, improves vision by 100%, gaining night vision. Innate creature blue, blessed by heaven, your luck value increases significantly, turning misfortune into good fortune, and turning disaster into blessing. Blood explosion purple, explode chi and blood, stimulate potential, and improve all aspects of physical fitness. Hey, so many talent entries, and one purple entry, this is a huge profit. Su Fan was overjoyed and very excited. It feels so good to find a bargain. After extracting so many entries at once, his strength will be greatly enhanced. He extracted a total of 4 entries from these 7 corpses. He didn't need to do much research on the white quality, visual enhancement, as he already had an identical entry, which could be used for fusion and upgrading. The other 3 entries, Iron Bones, Innate Creature, Blood Explosion, are all very rare talent entries, which will be of great benefit to Su Fan. Steel Bones. Defensive attributes can transform you into steel and enhance your own defense. Innate Creatures. The luck-related entries can gain protection from heaven and change one's own luck, and the effect is very magical. With this luck entry, Su Fan will be blessed by God and can turn misfortune into good fortune. Of course, it is hard to say what the specific effect is, after all, luck is a bit mysterious. However, there are always many benefits to improving your luck. Explosive Blood. The power of this entry is simple and clear. This is a combat-related entry of purple quality. It can detonate the blood and energy in the body, comprehensively improve one's own quality, and enhance combat effectiveness. Fusion All. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, and without hesitation, he absorbed all the entries in one breath. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered Steel Bones and enhanced your physical defense. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the Innate Life, and your luck value has increased. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered Blood Explosion and your health has increased. Congratulations, the Visual Enhancement entry has been successfully upgraded. You get the blue entry Visual Storm. Visual Storm stimulates the potential of the eyes, increasing insight by 300%, allowing you to capture and imitate the enemy's movements and moves. Ha ha ha. What a great harvest. Su Fan's eyes sparkled, and his heart was filled with excitement. He could clearly feel the changes in himself, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Vision, blood, defense, luck, all attributes skyrocketed. The strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Rumble. Just when Su Fan was happy, suddenly the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, the space trembled, and rocks and huge trees rolled down. A terrifying and boundless pressure rushed towards him like a tsunami, making him shudder all over and feel chilled. What a terrifying pressure. Is this some kind of prehistoric beast emerging? Su Fan was startled, his eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he activated the Visual Storm. His sharp gaze was like an arrow, piercing through the layers of forest and revealing a terrifying scene. In the distance, the mountain top. A scarlet evil dragon was flying in the sky. Its body was more than 10 meters long, its fiery red scales looked like they were burning, and its bloody mouth was full of huge teeth. It roared towards the sky, roaring ferociously. The terrifying pressure was overwhelming and wreaking havoc in all directions. Second level dragon. Su Fan took a deep breath, and his body felt like it was electrocuted, with all the hairs standing on end. Chapter 16 Red Dragon. Second level ferocious beast. Top of the cliff. A red dragon was shaking the heaven and earth, with overwhelming ferocity. When Su Fan arrived, a fierce battle was breaking out here. A group of young geniuses were fighting a bloody battle with the red dragon. The surrounding area was devastated, the mountains were cracked, blood and stones flew out from time to time, and the battle was extremely tragic. These people are all warriors, and their strength is not weak. It seems that they have formed a team to defeat the dragon. Su Fan's heart moved, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he hid behind a rock and carefully observed the battle situation. There are 6 young geniuses in this group, all of whom are above level 15. Their martial arts skills are very powerful, and they are all the best of the younger generation. Among them, the leader is a red-haired beauty, who is as high as level 18. Her whole body is full of blood and energy, and is surrounded by blazing flames. She is definitely the strongest among this group of geniuses. She has fiery red wavy hair, an enchanting figure, and a surging chest. Her every frown and smile is captivating, making her a truly unparalleled beauty. Fire dance. Su Fan was slightly stunned and recognized the identity of the red-haired beauty. Huo Wu, a top SS level talent, is currently ranked 3rd in the standings. Next to her was a red-haired young man with a tall figure and handsome face. He was Huo Wu's brother Hui Yunfei, also an SS level genius, ranking 4th in the standings. The other 4 are also powerful people on the list, and their strength is very powerful. These 6 young geniuses working together are enough to fight against the second level ferocious beast. Su Fan shifted his gaze and focused more on the red dragon, his face solemn. A string of information automatically emerged. Red Dragon. Level, 20. Title, 2nd level. Race, relics of the primordial era. Bloodline, true dragon bloodline rare. Introduction, the supreme overlord of the ferocious beast forest, possessing a trace of true dragon blood within his body is unrivaled, and even among second-tier ferocious beasts, he is rarely rivaled. This dragon is actually a relic of the ancient times, and has a trace of true dragon blood in its body. Su Fan was shocked and looked very serious. Although there was only a trace of real dragon blood, it was enough to transform this red dragon and make it superior to ordinary ferocious beasts. A second-level ferocious beast with true dragon bloodline. This red dragon is too powerful, with blood and energy surging all over its body, and exuding a terrifying dragon power that far exceeds that of an ordinary second-level ferocious beast. It is the supreme pressure of a real dragon. The 6 people of Huo Wu were able to fight against the second-level ferocious beast together, but now they were completely crushed by the red dragon, and were defeated all the way, with heavy casualties. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them had died and become food for the red dragon. The rest were also seriously injured and covered in blood. The situation was very bad. Damn it! I didn't expect this dragon to be so powerful. Huo Wu gritted her teeth, her pretty face looked very ugly, there were many scars on her delicate body, and her fighting spirit was greatly reduced. She spent a lot of effort to gather so many powerful people to fight against the red dragon. With so many young talents joining forces, Huo Wu thought she could easily defeat Qi Jiao, rush to the top of the standings, and defeat Zhou Jianfeng and Su Qingxian. But now I have run into a tough guy. The power of this red dragon far exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did they fail to kill the red dragon, but 2 of them were killed in return. The others were also in a very bad condition, all of them were seriously injured, and it was very likely that the entire army would be wiped out. The crisis of death looms over everyone. This dragon is too strong. We are no match for it. If this continues, we will be completely wiped out. Hui Yunfei's face was pale, his right arm was bleeding, and his spirit was somewhat weak. He fought the red dragon head-on with a punch, but was defeated miserably. His entire arm was almost broken, and he was still in fear of the red dragon's power. Run away! This dragon is most likely a relic from the ancient times. Its bloodline is too powerful. It is invincible even among the second-level warriors, let alone ordinary warriors like us who are only in the teens. Run! 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 The others were terrified and fled in panic. Roar! A roar shook the earth. A red dragon descended from the sky with murderous intent, stretched out its fiery claws, and smashed a level 16 warrior into a pulp, smashing him to pieces. Ah no! With a scream, the other level 15 beautiful female warrior was bitten in half by the red dragon on the spot. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, and her end was very miserable. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Huo Wu and Hui Yunfei silently clenched their fists, their expressions becoming increasingly uglier. In the blink of an eye, 2 more people died tragically, and in the end, only the 2 siblings were left in this genius team. Want to escape? Can you escape? This red dragon is too fast and can fly. If you try to escape, you will die. The only way to survive is to fight to the death. Let us fight. Huo Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, and the blazing fire of the phoenix surged throughout her body. She forced her aura to reach its peak, but it was still far behind the red dragon. Brother, let's fight. Even if we die, we must teach this beast a lesson. Huo Wu said to Hui Yunfei beside her with a ferocious look on her pretty face. Good. Hui Yunfei nodded seriously, his handsome face covered with frost. The next moment, the 2 of them roared together, and powerful fire energy burst out from their bodies. They finally used their strongest innate ability, summoning the soul of the ferocious beast. The fire phoenix soul is possessing me. Fire dragon soul, possessing. This is the strongest ability of the beast soul talent. It can summon the soul of a ferocious beast to possess the body, greatly improve physical fitness, and fully liberate innate abilities. Possessed by the ferocious beast's soul, Huo Wu and the others aura soared instantly, with blazing flames surrounding them and even their forms changing. Kill! Huo Wu and Hui Yunfei fought desperately and fought against the red dragon. The brother and sister both had SS-level fire talents and worked together very well. They burst out with all their strength and actually blocked the red dragon's fierce attack, fighting it on equal terms. Fire Dragon Claw! Hui Yunfei roared angrily, and his hands were covered with fiery red scales, turning into a pair of ferocious dragon claws, tearing off a large piece of flesh from the red dragon. Phoenix Fire Sword! Huo Wu's beautiful eyes were cold, and a pair of crimson wings appeared behind her. Flaming feathers shot out, piercing the void like a flaming sword, chopping the red dragon all over its body and leaving its flesh and blood charred. The 2 fought back desperately and severely injured the red dragon. The red dragon is injured. Su Fan looked surprised. Huo Wu and the other 2 were indeed very strong. Even though they were seriously injured, they were still able to severely injure the red dragon. But that's all. Su Fan's eyes flashed, and he had already seen that Huo Wu and the other 2 were already at the end of their strength. They had used up their last bit of strength to barely injure the red dragon. It was impossible to kill the red dragon. Roar! The red dragon finally got angry. It swung its tail and swept Hui Yun away, and a large amount of blood spilled into the void. Elder brother! Huo Wu became anxious and flapped her wings, wanting to go forward to help. But at this moment, a red dragon claw attacked and hit her hard. Bang! Huo Wu was struck by lightning, coughing up blood, and fell heavily to the ground. Her breath suddenly became extremely weak. The hem of her skirt was torn, revealing a section of her snow-white thighs. The beautiful scenery was enough to drive countless men crazy. But it was obvious that this ferocious dragon would not show any mercy. It just opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Huo Wu with great momentum, wanting to swallow her in one gulp. It's over. Just when the 2 were in despair, a cold figure came with a knife. Who is it? Huo Wu was slightly stunned. Are the reinforcements here? Hui Yunfei's eyes lit up. This is a black-haired young man with cold eyes. He holds a sword in his hand and walks towards the red dragon step by step. A strong fighting spirit surged in his body, as if he wanted to challenge the second-level red dragon alone. However, when Huo Wu and the others noticed the level of the person coming, which was only level 9, they were petrified on the spot. Alas, just a level 9 apprentice. Hui Yunfei shook his head inside. The hope that had just appeared on his face instantly turned into endless disappointment. Even these top-level 18 warriors were no match for the dragon and were almost wiped out. A mere level 9 apprentice, wasn't he just seeking his own death? It's you! Huo Wu blinked, still having some impression of Su Fan. Seeing that Su Fan wanted to fight the red dragon alone, she said angrily, "Hey! What do you want to do? This dragon is not something you can deal with. If you don't want to die, run away quickly." Su Fan ignored it and just stared at the red dragon, his eyes shining like stars. "If I kill you, I can achieve a breakthrough as a warrior." Chapter 17 Kill the dragon with all your strength. If I kill you, I can achieve a breakthrough as a warrior. Su Fan roared, his blood and energy burst out, and he killed the red dragon with a knife. This guy is crazy. Seeing this scene, Huo Wu and Hui Yunfei were both stunned. This is a second-level red dragon, a relic of the ancient times, with an extremely powerful bloodline, and it is hard to find an opponent even among second-level ferocious beasts. A mere level 9 apprentice actually dares to challenge the red dragon. He must be tired of living. Born with supernatural power. Su Fan activated the divine power entry, and vast power surged in his body. The blood shadow sword turned into a stream of light and slashed fiercely at the red dragon. Snort! A hint of contempt flashed across the red dragon's eyes, and he didn't take Su Fan seriously at all. He stretched out a huge dragon claw, wanting to crush him and his sword together. Clang! The sharp claws collided with the blade, instantly igniting endless flames. The brutal force came towards him, causing the blade to tremble violently. Su Fan's bones crackled and he was under tremendous pressure, as if he was about to be crushed alive. The second-level dragon is so powerful. Ah! Su Fan roared, his whole body was filled with surging light, his unparalleled divine power burst out, the dazzling sword light tore the void apart, and with one blow, he chopped the red dragon away. A huge dragon claw was cut off and fell heavily to the ground, with endless blood flowing everywhere. How is that possible? Huo Wu and the other two were shocked. Their faces were dazed, their bodies were trembling, and some of them could not believe their eyes. It was incredible that a mere 9th-level apprentice could chop the red dragon away with one sword and even cut off one of its claws. The amplifying effect of innate divine power is too strong. Su Fan has infinite divine power in his body, and his physical strength is comparable to that of a pure-blooded beast, enough to fight the red dragon head-on. The red dragon underestimated its enemy and had one of its claws cut off by Su Fan, suffering heavy damage. Ouch! The red dragon became angry, opened its bloody mouth, and spewed a firebomb at Su Fan. A huge firebomb hit Su Fan like a meteorite. The rolling heat waves covered the sky and space was distorted and melting. Wings of the wind. Su Fan activated the speed attribute, a hurricane surrounded his body, and his speed instantly soared tenfold. His figure flashed, and he easily dodged the firebomb. Then he leaped up into the air, raised his sword, and chopped it down from the sky. Bang! The knife hit the middle of the red dragon's body. The blazing edge illuminated the night sky, tearing off large pieces of flesh and bones, and almost cutting the red dragon into 2 pieces. Ouch! The red dragon roared, blood all over its body, and was chopped away again. The situation of this battle was almost one-sided, far beyond the imagination of Huo Wu and his sister. Su Fan burst out with astonishing fighting power, fought across levels, and overwhelmed the red dragon. With 2 consecutive slashes, he chopped the red dragon to pieces, leaving it covered with wounds and looking extremely miserable. The red dragon is at a disadvantage and is being suppressed. Is this guy a monster? Huo Wu was stunned, looking as if she had seen a monster. Too strong. A single person could challenge a second-level dragon and severely injure it. It's simply unbelievable. Who is he? Hui Yunfei was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Su Fan was able to gain the upper hand in a head-on fight with the red dragon. In the eyes of Huo Wu and the others, he was simply a human-shaped beast. Roar! 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 The red dragon was repeatedly defeated by Su Fan, which made him furious and his roar shook the earth. The king of the forest, descendant of the true dragon, had his arm cut off by a tiny insect. This is a great shame and humiliation. The red dragon was burning with rage, violent energy surging through its body, like a red lightning that streaked through the night sky, attacking Su Fan again. Kill! Su Fan had a stern expression and was fearless as he swung his sword to fight. A man and a dragon started fighting. Physical combat, head-on fighting. The violent wind raged, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to collapse. The red dragon is too powerful. Even though he was injured, he was still extremely powerful, and his body was filled with vast blood and energy, flooding all directions. Boom! The red dragon was filled with murderous intent. It swung its tail and hit Su Fan. The terrifying force distorted the space, enough to smash a top warrior into meat paste. Bones of steel. Su Fan growled and activated his defense. A black gold light burst out from his body, and his flesh and bones turned into steel, resisting the red dragon's attack. But the power of the red dragon is too terrifying. Although he barely blocked the attack, he was also seriously injured. His whole body felt as if struck by lightning, his internal organs seemed to be shattered, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. What a terrifying power! I never thought this dragon could be so powerful. Let's fight to the death. Su Fan gritted his teeth, a hint of madness showing on his face. He ignored the injuries on his body and directly detonated his blood and energy to further enhance his combat power. Explosive blood. The blood and energy in Su Fan's body exploded, his potential burst out, and his whole body was surging with tremendous energy, and his combat power skyrocketed. He fought back with all his might, stabbing the red dragon in the abdomen. The sharp blade tore through the hard scales, leaving a 3-foot-long hideous wound on the red dragon, and a large amount of blood flowed out. Roar! The red dragon roared in pain and slapped Su Fan away with one claw. Su Fan was not willing to be outdone, so he quickly fought back and slashed at the red dragon again. A man and a dragon fought fiercely. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, it was extremely tragic. Dozens of rounds later. The red dragon was covered in wounds and blood, even 2 of its claws were broken, and its momentum was greatly weakened. Su Fan was also seriously injured, his flesh and blood were all over the place. The most serious thing was the 3 hideous claw marks on his chest. The wounds were so severe that the bones were visible and the bleeding was not stopping. His condition was very bad. Fortunately, he had the soul of the immortal phoenix to protect him, his recovery ability was extremely strong, and his life energy continued to flow in, and his wounds were slowly healing. Kill! Su Fan did not rest for a moment and rushed forward again, hoping to use his powerful recovery ability to kill the red dragon. Roar! At this moment, the red dragon roared and spewed out a ball of red flame. The rolling heat waves covered the sky and the earth, turning this space into a huge furnace. This is not an ordinary flame, but the dragon flame that is unique to the Jiaolong clan. It has an extremely terrifying high temperature that can easily melt even rocks and steel. Su Fan had no time to dodge and was swallowed by endless dragon flames on the spot. The temperature of the dragon flame was so terrifying that wherever the flame passed, the pines and rocks all melted, and even a deep pit was burned in the earth. The scene was very terrifying. Su Fan's figure was instantly engulfed in the sea of fire and disappeared. It's over. Huo Wu and the other 2 shook their heads and sighed. They could clearly feel the horror of the dragon flame. Even if they were touched by it a little, they would be melted instantly, leaving no trace of their body. This dragon flame is terrifying. Its temperature is even higher than my phoenix fire and can melt everything. Huo Wu's pretty face turned pale, and she was extremely afraid of Long Yan. This is definitely the red dragon's trump card. Ordinary creatures cannot resist the high temperature of dragon flames. Even she, who has mastered the ultimate fire attribute talent, finds it difficult to resist. Even the ground was burned through. Human flesh is simply unable to withstand the dragon's flames. Hua Yunfei sighed endlessly, believing that Su Fan was doomed to die. Boom! A ball of white flame suddenly rose from the crimson dragon flame. The white flame was extremely domineering. The moment it came into contact with the dragon flame, a sizzling sound was heard, and it actually swallowed and melted the dragon flame around it, opening up a passage from the sea of fire. Boom! 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 Su Fan summoned the immortal phoenix flame, and his whole body was wrapped in flames, even his hair was burning, like an ancient fire god, striding out. How is this possible? The dragon flame was actually swallowed up. What kind of flame is this white flame? Seeing this strange scene, Huo Wu and the others were horrified and their hair stood on end. It is unbelievable that fire devours fire. Ah! The red dragon couldn't help but growl, staring at the white flames around Su Fan, a rare hint of fear appearing in his eyes. Although the immortal phoenix flame is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy. Su Fan's already dwindling energy was consumed in an instant. His body felt more tired and weak than ever before, like a straw in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Die! Su Fan roared, condensed all the phoenix flames on the sword, and tried his best to deliver a final blow. This knife illuminated the night sky, and the flames raged as if to burn everything. The red dragon roared and spewed out a huge ball of dragon flame, trying to block Su Fan's attack, but the immortal phoenix flame was extremely domineering and instantly burned the dragon flame to ashes. Swish! A bright sword light flashed, and the dark night became as bright as day. The red dragon howled, its body breaking into two, blood gushing out, and it died. Chapter 18 Breakthrough. Warrior level. Kill the dragon with one sword. Su Fan tried his best and finally killed the red dragon. The huge dragon corpse broke into two pieces and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up sand and rocks all over the sky. Ha! It's finally over. He heaved a long sigh, exhausted, and collapsed to the ground, his bones and muscles aching all over. This second-level dragon is so powerful. After this battle, Su Fan was exhausted and covered in wounds, but he finally killed the red dragon. The red dragon is dead, killed by a single blow. When Huo Wu and the other two saw the scene, they gasped and felt their scalps tingling. A level 9 apprentice, not even a warrior, was able to cross levels and kill a level 2 dragon. He was simply too monstrous. Too strong. Both his physical strength and innate abilities are terrifyingly strong. What level of talent has this guy awakened? Huo Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance as she stared at Su Fan, as if she wanted to see through all his secrets. What a monster! He killed a second-level dragon alone. Even Su Qingxian, who was ranked first in the points list, can only do so much. Hui Yunfei was amazed. Although he was a top SS-level genius and his strength was among the best among the younger generation, if he asked himself honestly, he was not even a little bit inferior to Su Fan. Even if the two brothers and sisters were combined, they would never be a match for Su Fan. At this moment, Huo Wu and Hui Yunfei both looked solemn, and regarded Su Fan as the strongest genius of the Su Qingxian level. Kill the second-level red dragon, life energy plus 10,000. With the death of the red dragon, a ball of milky white light flew out and merged into Su Fan's body. The vast life energy burst out, madly nourishing his tired body and strengthening his muscles, bones and physique. Rumble! Su Fan's whole body was surging with energy, thunder and lightning roared in his body, and an astonishing transformation was taking place. Waves of powerful momentum surged out and swept in all directions. Ah! He shouted loudly, and a brilliant golden light burst out from his whole body. He finally broke the shackles of life and evolved to a higher level of life. LV10. First level warrior, controls the source power. Ha! I finally broke through to become a warrior. Su Fan was ecstatic. He felt like he was reborn. His physical fitness improved dramatically and he became several times stronger than before. Although there is only one level difference between level 9 and level 10, it is a leap in life level and a leap forward improvement for oneself. Every time your martial arts level increases by 10 levels, you will experience a life evolution. Not only will your physical fitness be greatly improved, but you will also gain stronger abilities. After breaking through the warrior level, the life energy in Su Fan's body evolved into life source power, which can be released to attack with infinite power. He couldn't wait to open his right hand and activate the source of power. A ball of powerful energy rushed out and directly smashed a rock not far away. Endless stone chips flying. Is this the source of power? It's really powerful. Su Fan's eyes lit up. Source power can not only be released to hurt the enemy, but also to strengthen one's own attack and defense. If attached to a weapon, it can make the weapon sharper and can easily pierce the armor of a ferocious beast. It has endless uses. As his level increases, his innate abilities also evolve. The soul of the undead fairy phoenix has become even more powerful, its undead phoenix flame and healing abilities have been greatly enhanced, and a new ability has been unlocked: Fairy Phoenix Slash. Immortal Phoenix Slash. Condensing the undead phoenix flame together, releasing it through slashing strikes, the power will be doubled. Phoenix Flame Slash, not bad. Su Fan nodded, very satisfied with this new ability. The Immortal Phoenix Slash can increase the power of the phoenix flame to the extreme, combining the sharpness of the slash with the high temperature of the flame, and can easily kill the enemy. For Su Fan, this is an extremely powerful attack skill that can greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. Then, he rested for a moment, and his eyes turned to the dragon corpse not far away, and suddenly his eyes flashed with brilliance. This is a relic of the ancient world, possessing a trace of true dragon blood. I wonder what kind of entries can be extracted from it. Su Fan's heart was full of anticipation. He walked over quickly, put his palm on the dragon's corpse, and silently recited the entry extraction. Buzz! The next moment, a brilliant golden light flashed. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden entry True Dragon 9 transformations. 9 transformations of the True Dragon. The True Dragon clan's innate magical power, with 9 levels of transformation. After merging, one can obtain a trace of True Dragon bloodline, evolving layer by layer, and transforming into a True Dragon, invincible in the world. Fuck. Golden entry. Su Fan was stunned at first, then he showed an ecstatic look and was very excited. Although this dragon is a descendant of a true dragon, its bloodline is very thin and it only has a trace of true dragon blood. But Su Fan's luck was incredible. He directly extracted the true dragon bloodline and obtained a golden entry. He was so lucky. Of course, this kind of good luck may also be linked to the luck bonus of innate creatures. Now, he is protected by God and his luck has greatly increased. Fusion. Su Fan did not hesitate and immediately merged the entries as soon as he thought about it. Boom. 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 Infinite life energy rolls in like a tide. Su Fan's whole body was glowing, his bloodline evolved, and he possessed a trace of true dragon bloodline, and his physical strength was greatly enhanced. 9 transformations of the True Dragon. The most valuable thing about this entry is its growth potential. Through practice, one can continuously evolve, transcend the mortal body, and eventually become a true dragon with the power to destroy the world. Su Fan devoted himself to study and soon mastered the first transformation of the True Dragon Dragon Scale Transformation. Dragon Scale Transformation can summon Dragon Scale armor, greatly improving its own defense and combat effectiveness, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and infinite power. As his level and cultivation level increase, Su Fan will master more and more techniques of transforming into a real dragon, and his bloodline power will become stronger and stronger. One day, he will be able to transform into a real dragon and soar into the sky. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, and he was full of anticipation for the 9 transformations of the True Dragon. This golden entry had infinite potential. Name, Su Fan. Level, 10. Title, Warrior. Strength, 548 plus 220. Spirit, 565 plus 240. Agility, 550 plus 255. Constitution, 588 plus 280. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Abilities, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Phoenix Slash. Entries, Heaven Defying Bones Gold, 9 transformations of the True Dragon Gold, Innate Divine Power Purple, Psychic Power Purple, Wings of the Wind Purple, Blood Explosion Purple, Visual Storm Blue, Iron Bones Blue, Innate Life Blue. Combat Power Evaluation, the body and bloodline are extremely powerful, enough to kill a second-level enemy. Immortal Phoenix, True Dragon 9 transformations. With the enhancement of these talented bloodlines, Su Fan's physical fitness has undergone earth-shaking changes, far exceeding the limits of a first-level warrior and comparable to a second-level elite warrior. Now, I have no rivals among the first-level warriors. Even if I meet an elite warrior, I can kill him easily. Su Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his whole body was filled with violent aura, even more powerful than a second-level ferocious beast. By the way, I wonder what my current ranking is. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he opened his points bracelet and excitedly checked his ranking. First place, Su Fan, 24,500 points. Chapter 19 First place in the standings. Martial Arts Exam Scoreboard. First place, Su Fan, 24,500 points. Second place, Su Qingxian, 24,000 points. Third place, Zhou Jianfang, 12,100 points. Fourth place, Huo Wu, 10,600 points. Fifth place, Hoyunfei, 8,800 points. Sixth place, Lin Dongchen, 6,000 points. Seventh place, Zhang Xiu, 5,500 points. Eighth place, Li Xiang, 4,900 points. Ninth place, Zhao Feng, 4,650 points. 10th place, Lu Ruyan, 4,000 points. Holy crap! I actually made it to first place. Su Fan showed a hint of surprise and was very excited. The reward for killing a second-level dragon is too much, 20,000 points are awarded in one go. This caused Su Fan's ranking to soar instantly, surpassing Su Qingxian and Zhou Jianfang and coming to the top of the standings. A sensation everywhere. The news that Su Fan topped the list spread instantly, causing an uproar inside and outside the secret realm. Incredible! 24,500 points. Su Fan won first place and surpassed Su Qingxian. It's incredible. This Su Fan is such a monster. He fought his way up from the top 100 to first place, even surpassing Su Qingxian. What kind of talent did he awaken? The imperial capital was shaken and all parties were discussing it heatedly. Su Fan topped the list with 24,500 points, 500 points more than Su Qingxian. This terrifying score has broken the record of the martial arts exam and caused a sensation everywhere. Su Fan's name resounds throughout the imperial capital. Quick! Grab him! We want this Su Fan! All the martial arts universities were going crazy. They had already started recruiting students in advance before the martial arts exam was over, and even called the university where Su Fan was studying. All of a sudden, even Peking University and Tsinghua University couldn't keep it under control. Damn it! Do you want to rebel? Su Fan is already a member of my Tsinghua and Peking University. If you dare to take advantage of him, you will be an enemy of my Tsinghua and Peking University. The leaders of Peking University and Tsinghua University made a harsh statement that they have regarded Su Fan as a student of Peking University and Tsinghua University and will not allow other universities to covet him. Tsinghua University and Peking University, get out! Who's afraid of who? If you don't agree, just fight. Don't think that only Tsinghua and Peking University are qualified to cultivate geniuses. Our school is not much worse. We can devote all our resources to train Su Fan and cultivate him into an unparalleled strongman. Top-notch universities such as Star University, Jidao University, and Longhu University jointly criticized the leaders of Peking University and Tsinghua University, and the argument was fierce and the air was filled with tension. Ah, this kid brought us such a huge surprise. Zhang Jinyang laughed heartily and was in a very happy mood. As the chief examiner of this martial arts exam, the more geniuses are born, the more proud he becomes. This year's martial arts exam produced two peerless geniuses, Su Fan and Su Qingxian, who are destined to be recorded in the history of martial arts in Dragon Country. On the other hand, as Su Fan's class teacher, Wang Qingsong's phone was bombarded with calls from people asking about Su Fan's situation, which made him extremely anxious. First in the martial arts exam. I never thought Su Fan could make it this far. Wang Qingsong's face was full of amazement and he found it incredible. An ordinary student with C-level talent actually shined during the martial arts exam, surpassing Su Qingxian, who had always dominated the top of the list and taking first place in the standings. This was so unbelievable that even he, the class teacher, could hardly believe it. Whether Su Fan is first or Su Qingxian is first, they are all my students anyway, ha ha. Wang Qingsong was so proud that he couldn't help laughing. The top two students in the martial arts exam are all from his class, so he, as the class teacher, will also benefit from it and will be very successful in the future. At the same time, by the clear lake, beneath an ancient golden tree, Su Qingxian sat cross-legged with her silver hair draped over her shoulders. She had a cold little face and a focused expression as she practiced diligently. The branches and leaves of the ancient golden tree swayed, dropping rays of light that sprinkled on Su Qingxian, as if covering the girl with a layer of divine light. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her cheeks were as crystal as jade. She was as beautiful and holy as a goddess. With the help of the sacred power of the ancient golden tree, Su Qingxian is tempering his body and striving to reach the second level of martial arts. Rumble. Soon, the girl opened her eyes and shot out two torch-like divine lights, and an earth-shaking aura burst out from her body. Martial Arts Level 2, Elite Warrior. Su Qingxian raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and her cold little face was filled with a touch of beautiful expression, making the world look brand new. Her accumulation was so strong, and with the training experience from her previous life, everything came naturally. She successfully completed the body tempering, broke through to the second level of martial arts, and became an elite warrior. She was also the first among all the candidates to break through to the second level elite warrior, once again leaving the other geniuses far behind. In the martial arts exam in the previous life, Su Qingxian had just broken through to level 19. In this life, her cultivation speed was obviously faster. She broke through to level 20 in one breath and became an elite warrior. Her strength far surpassed that of other geniuses. In this way, no one can threaten her, and the genius comparison task issued by the system can be easily completed. After being invincible for so long, I'm really feeling a little lonely. Su Qingxian looked up at the night sky, a hint of melancholy on her face, and she longed for a powerful opponent. Zhou Jianfeng, Huo Wu and others are considered top talents in Longhua, but looking at the world and the universe, they are still too insignificant and cannot threaten her at all. With my current points, I should be able to secure first place in the martial arts exam. Su Qingxian confidently opened the points bracelet to check the ranking. Number 2, Su Qingxian, 24,000. What? Second place? Someone actually surpassed me, this is impossible. Su Qingxian was stunned, her face full of disbelief. When she saw the name of the first place, she almost dropped her jaw in shock. Su Fan? Who the hell is this Su Fan? He scored 500 points higher than me. How is that possible? Su Qingxian frowned, a serious expression on her face. She couldn't help but think of her good-for-nothing brother. Could it really be him? It's impossible. He only has a C-level talent and his level is so low. There's no way he can surpass me. The drop in the points ranking was indeed a blow to the girl. That cool and pretty face, which was as calm as a well, rarely showed a ripple. But she soon calmed down, and her sharp eyes were filled with determination. No matter who you are, you will be defeated by this emperor. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes were cold, and she firmly believed that she was invincible. Chapter 20, Reclaiming the Top Spot. The Empress shows her power. The next time, Su Qingxian chased after him, sweeping away the ferocious beasts along the way, being invincible and showing the demeanor of a great emperor. Soon, she surpassed Su Fan and regained the top spot. Su Fan doesn't care about it. There is not much difference between first and second place in the standings, and there is no reward. As long as you make it into the top 10, you will be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. In addition, the top 10 talents in the standings will be qualified to advance to the ranking competition and compete for the final champion. Ranking competition, this is the top priority. Before I knew it, the night passed and the sky gradually brightened. There are only 4 hours left before the end of the martial arts exam, and all candidates are making their final sprint. Su Fan was not in a hurry. Gurgle. A violent sound suddenly came from the stomach. I'm hungry. The martial arts exam had been going on for so long, and Su Fan had been hunting all the way without stopping, and now he was really a little hungry. He swept his eyes around and took aim at the huge dragon corpse in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The meat of a dragon is a tonic and is very beneficial to the practice of warriors. Su Fan started to work excitedly. He raised his knife and cut off a piece of the essence of the red dragon, peeled off the skin and bones, then lit a bonfire and grilled the dragon meat over the fire. Soon, the aroma of meat came, which cheered him up and whetted his appetite. Are you Su Fan? Huo Wu and Hui Yunfei finished healing their wounds and walked over side by side, greeting Su Fan enthusiastically. Based on the ranking changes on the points table, they also recognized the mysterious genius in front of them, Su Fan, who could compete with Su Qingxian. Su Fan nodded, not hiding anything. He raised his head and looked at Huo Wu and his sister with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Is there something wrong? Thank you for saving me. Huo Wu glanced at Su Fan, her pretty face slightly reddened. She turned her back and spoke hesitantly. This time, if Su Fan had not taken action to deal with the red dragon, the two brothers and sisters would probably have died here. Huo Wu has always been proud and dared to compete with Su Qingxian, but at this moment she still lowered her posture and sincerely thanked Su Fan. How to thank me? Su Fan said with a smile. How do you want to thank me? Huo Wu glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Hand over whatever valuables you have. Su Fan was not polite and asked for the treasures directly. He saw that Huo Wu and the other two came from wealthy families and must have a lot of treasures in stock. Huo Wu was frowning as she looked at Su Fan, thinking it looked like he was robbing someone. Brother Su Fan is quite straightforward. Hui Yunfei laughed heartily, but he was not angry at all. He said seriously, we brothers and sisters have remembered this favor. When we get out of the secret realm, we will definitely repay you handsomely. Well, I'll pay it off for now. You're lucky, the dragon meat has just been roasted. Come sit down and eat together. Su Fan smiled slightly and invited Huo Wu and Hui Yunfei to enjoy the dragon meat together. Their eyes suddenly lit up. Dragon meat is a very nutritious food, comparable to natural treasures. Eating it can strengthen the body and blood, and has many benefits. Thank you very much. Afterwards, everyone sat down and feasted together, chatting while eating. The changes in the standings also aroused heated discussions among them. Not long after, Su Qingxian had regained the top spot, and his points even broke through to a terrifying 30,000 points. This score has broken the highest record in the martial arts examinations over the years, causing a sensation in all parties, and many geniuses feel that they are far behind. Su Qingxian is really too strong. With 30,000 points, who can catch up with him? Hui Yunfei was amazed. This record was so exaggerated that everyone was left far behind. Hateful. Huo Wu gritted her teeth, feeling very indignant, but if she asked herself honestly, she would not be able to catch up with Su Qingxian even if she tried her best. 30,000 points, far ahead. The only one who has a chance of catching up is Su Fan. However, he looked calm and just ate his meat, not caring at all. We are all family, it doesn't matter who is first or second, just let everything take its course. By the way, what is your relationship with Su Qingxian? Huo Wu suddenly looked at Su Fan with a sharp gaze, full of curiosity about the latter's identity. My sister. Su Fan said. What? You are Su Qingxian's brother? Huo Wu's pretty face was full of surprise, but she suddenly understood in her heart. No wonder Su Fan is so strong, it turns out he is Su Qingxian's brother, which makes sense. A demon-like sister and a freak-like brother, it's normal and reasonable. Su Fan, even Longyan can't hurt you. What kind of talent have you awakened? Huo Wu couldn't help but ask. Do you want to know? Su Fan asked. I do. Huo Wu said. I won't tell you. Su Fan said. You. Huo Wu's chest heaved with anger, and she glared at Su Fan fiercely. Humph, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. After breaking through to become a warrior, Su Fan's appetite increased greatly, as if there was a bottomless pit in his body. He ate dozens of kilograms of meat in one breath, but was still not satisfied. Huo Wu and Huo Yunfei are both top fighters and big eaters. The three of them ate voraciously, and soon the whole dragon was eaten up. They sat cross-legged, trying their best to digest the energy of the dragon meat. Blood and energy surged throughout their bodies, and energy gushed out of all their pores. Everyone benefited greatly. Su Fan's blood and energy surged, reaching the peak of level 10, and his momentum increased even more. Huo Wu broke through to level 19 in one go, and her cultivation reached a new level. Although Huo Yunfei did not break through, he reached the peak of level 18 and was only one step away from level 19. Level 19. My combat power has almost doubled. Huo Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and the increase in her combat power also gave her more confidence. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she suddenly looked at Su Fan, her eyes surging with a strong fighting spirit. Want to spar? Huo Wu is a warmongering person who longs to compete with a strong opponent. She wants to know how big the gap is between herself and Su Fan, so she challenges him directly. Sure, come on. Su Fan nodded and agreed happily. Having just broken through to the warrior level, he has not yet fully adapted to the warrior level power, so it is just right for him to use fire dance to practice. Watch this. Huo Wu let out a delicate cry, and shot forward, launching the first attack. Above the delicate pink fist, the flame source power was boiling and jumping, smashing towards Su Fan fiercely. Su Fan did not dodge or evade, and took Huo Wu's punch head-on. The powerful fire source power exploded in his chest like a cannonball, but he stood still like a mountain and was unharmed. How is that possible? Huo Wuqiao's expression changed, and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. He withstood her attacks with just his body. Is this guy a monster? Su Fan's body is so powerful that it is comparable to a second-level ferocious beast. Huo Wu's full-strength punch was only as powerful as the peak level 19 and couldn't hurt him at all. You are too weak. Su Fan's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he punched Huo Wu in the abdomen. The terrifying strange force burst out and directly blasted her away. The intense pain surged, causing her whole body to spasm. Crystal clear saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 21 Red Entry. Chaos Fire Spirit. Crush with one punch. Su Fan burst out with overwhelming fighting power and defeated Huo Wu with one punch. Su Fan only used 30% of his strength in this punch, otherwise Huo Wu would not just spit at him. His physical body was too powerful now, comparable to a second-level ferocious beast, and could easily crush ordinary warriors. Even Huo Wu, the top warrior at level 19, was no match for him. I refuse to accept. Come again, Phoenix Possession. Huo Wu's pretty face showed a stubborn look, and she directly summoned the soul of the Fire Phoenix. Red flames surrounded her body, and her momentum instantly soared a lot, almost comparable to the second level. She merged with the soul of the ferocious beast, raising her combat power to the peak. She was like a fire phoenix flying through the void, rushing towards Su Fan with great momentum. Phoenix Fire Fist. The snow-white fist burned fiercely, as if a flaming meteorite was smashing down fiercely, and the heat wave covered the sky and the earth. 9 transformations of the True Dragon. Su Fan's eyes flashed, and he activated the 9 transformations of the True Dragon, and the power of his bloodline burst out. Dragon Scale Transformation. He displayed the first transformation of the true dragon, and fiery red dragon scales covered his right hand, as if it was burning. In an instant, a powerful force surged, and the entire palm seemed to turn into a real dragon's fist, hitting Huo Wu's fist. Bang! Fists collide and forces collide. The powerful shockwave swept across all directions, causing the void to distort. The next moment, Huo Wu's complexion changed drastically, her delicate body was struck by lightning, she coughed up blood, and flew out. The power of a true dragon is too strong, overbearing, and unmatched, crushing everything. Mortal bodies are simply unable to resist. Huo Wu was defeated again and fell heavily to the ground, looking miserable. Damn it, what kind of strange power is this? It's like a humanoid beast. She gritted her teeth, feeling unwilling, and struggled to get up and fight again, but a cold figure had already appeared in front of her. The fiery red palm slowly stretched out, pinched Huo Wu's snow-white neck, and pinned her to the ground, unable to move. You lose. Su Fan's eyes were like water, and he spoke quietly. Looking at the cold and stern young man who was as powerful as a god, Huo Wu shuddered all over. Fear crawled through her body like an electric current, shattering her last bit of pride. If Su Fan moved his fingers, he could easily crush her neck. I give up. Huo Wu sighed softly and finally bowed her head in admitting defeat. The 9 transformations of the true dragon are indeed powerful. Su Fan's eyes were burning and he felt excited. As expected of the true dragon clan's innate magical power, the 9 transformations of the true dragon was too powerful. With just the first transformation, it completely crushed Huo Wu, who was possessed by the phoenix. When he cultivates the true 9 transformations of a true dragon, who knows how powerful he will be. Su Fan was full of longing. Hey, can you get up now? A shameful and angry voice sounded. Su Fan was slightly startled, came to his senses, and looked down. Only then did I realize that their postures were somewhat ambiguous. Su Fan's knees pressed directly on Huo Wu's chest. The huge breasts were twisted and deformed, making it difficult for the girl to breathe, and her charming cheeks were flushed. The air is filled with a charming atmosphere. Huo Wu's cheeks were burning hot, her breathing was a little rapid, and she glared at Su Fan in embarrassment and anger. Wait a moment. Su Fan was calm. What are you waiting for? Huo Wu was confused. Wait 3 more seconds, I'll be ready soon. Su Fan said. Huo Wu's face was filled with shame and anger. The more she listened to these words, the more they sounded like perverts. Ding dong. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the purple entry Innate Fire Spirit. Innate Fire Spirit, the spirit of flame, after fusion, greatly enhances the power of fire talent. Hee. Purple entry, not bad. Su Fan's eyes lit up. Huo Wu has a high talent, and the extracted entry is also of high quality. This is a rare purple entry that can enhance the attack power of fire talent, which is just right for Su Fan. Afterwards, he discarded Huo Wu and focused on integrating the entries. Congratulations on mastering the innate fire spirit. Your fire abilities have improved. Soon, Su Fan successfully merged the entries, and the white flames jumped around his body, emitting a terrifying high temperature. Under the amplification of the innate fire spirit, the power of the immortal phoenix flame became more and more terrifying, causing the void to distort and melt, and the scene was very terrifying. Oh, there's one more. Su Fan turned around and stared at Huo Yunfei suddenly, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he revealed a kind smile. Brother Hua, aren't you itching to do something after watching for so long? Let's have a sparring match too. Huo Yunfei, like Huo Wu, is an SS-level genius with extremely strong talents. Such a good extraction target must not be missed, and must be grabbed hard. Brother Su Fan, I think I'll just forget it. The corners of Huo Yunfei's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back and waved his hands quickly. Even Huo Wu was easily defeated by Su Fan. Wouldn't he be asking for a beating if he went up to her? Huo Yunfei shook his head to refuse and kept backing away, but Su Fan smiled and punched him directly. A moment's effort. Su Fan successfully suppressed Huo Yunfei and extracted another purple entry Innate Fire Spirit. Eventually, the 2 fire-type talent entries automatically merged and evolved into a more powerful red entry. Congratulations! You have obtained the red entry Chaos Fire Spirit. Chaos Fire Spirit, you gain the Holy Fire Spirit body, significantly increasing your affinity for flames and becoming immune to all fire attacks. All fire attacks now possess a Chaos attribute, transforming into Chaos Fire, destroying everything and melting everything. Fire free. Su Fan was overjoyed. The ability of this red entry was a bit abnormal. Chaos Fire Spirit. Not only is it immune to all fire damage, it can also convert flame attacks into chaos attributes, greatly increasing the power of flames. The effect is very powerful. Just when Su Fan was happy, the ground suddenly shook violently. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. Wisps of black, foul air gushed out from the ground with a hissing sound, turning the surroundings into a filthy land and polluting all the plants and living things. What's going on? Su Fan's face changed. He felt an evil aura and felt very uncomfortable. Even his mood became inexplicably manic. A strong sense of crisis arose spontaneously. What an evil aura, what is this thing? Huo Wu and his sister had solemn expressions on their faces. When they saw the foul smell coming from the ground, they felt creepy and had a very bad premonition. A large amount of foul and evil energy polluted the entire secret realm at an alarming speed, triggering a great riot among ferocious beasts. The secret realm became chaotic, and countless ferocious beasts went crazy. Oh no! There's an alien force invading. The secret realm has been polluted. This is a big trouble. The outside world was in chaos and the examiners were extremely anxious. Chapter 22 Mutation. Ferocious beasts are causing chaos. The secret realm has been polluted, and the ferocious beasts are going berserk. The situation is serious now. We must rescue the candidates as soon as possible. The examiners' faces changed drastically, they were extremely anxious and worried about the safety of the candidates. The secret realm is a special spacecraft that connects to the alien world and may be invaded by alien evil spirits. Once the secret realm is polluted, a large number of ferocious beasts will fall into a state of frenzy. Not only will their combat power increase dramatically, but their temperaments will also become brutal and bloodthirsty, which will set off a large-scale beast-tide riot. This is tantamount to a devastating disaster for the candidates who are taking the exam in the secret realm. In addition, what is even more serious is that those violent beasts are likely to emerge from the secret realm, invade the human world, and cause even more terrible disasters. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, all the examiners looked anxious and started discussing countermeasures. Damn it, it happened at this critical moment of the martial arts exam. Zhang Jinyang frowned, his expression extremely solemn. Now, all the best talents in the imperial capital are concentrated in the secret realm. If anything unexpected happens, the Dragon Kingdom will suffer a great loss. We must rescue the candidates as soon as possible. Zhang Jinyang's eyes flashed like lightning, and a surge of blood and energy burst out, causing the entire examination room to become turbulent. Master Zhang, let's enter the secret realm immediately to rescue the candidates. It will be too late if we are late. An examiner looked at Zhang Jinyang anxiously. No. Zhang Jinyang shook his head and sighed, the level of this secret realm is too low. If a top expert enters, it will probably collapse instantly and everyone will be wiped out. This is where it gets tricky. The level of the secret realm is too low to accommodate top-tier experts, and sending ordinary experts in will be of no help. What should we do then? Everyone was very anxious and looked at Zhang Jinyang. Fortunately, the secret realm was only polluted, and no powerful aliens came. Zhang Jinyang's face was serious as he gave everyone an order. Let's work together to purify the secret realm and dispel the foreign evil spirits. Yes. Upon hearing this, all the strong men took action. Under the leadership of Zhang Jinyang, they mobilized their qi and blood to dispel the foul air. The vast blood and energy, like a roaring sea, continuously poured into the secret realm, colliding violently with the filthy evil energy from foreign lands. Master Zhang, based on our current progress, how long will it take to completely purify the secret realm? Someone asked. It will probably take 1 or 2 hours, said Zhang Jinyang. What? So long? Everyone's heart skipped a beat, their faces grim as they hurriedly said, the beasts in the secret realm are all going berserk now, their combat power has greatly increased. I wonder if they can hold out for such a long time. We can only trust those little guys. Zhang Jinyang looked in the direction of the secret realm, hope surging in his eyes. In the secret realm, filth is everywhere, evil spirits are everywhere, and there is an ominous atmosphere in the air. Everyone fell into panic. This is the filthy evil energy from a foreign land. Damn it! The beasts are under the influence of the evil spirit and have all gone berserk. Many ferocious beasts have come out, run away. Screams and wails rang out from all over the secret realm. All candidates were in crisis and chaos broke out among all parties. Su Fan also ran into trouble. A group of ferocious beasts attacked fiercely. There were dozens of them, all filled with terrible murderous aura, with bloodshot eyes, extremely crazy, as if they wanted to tear them into pieces. The beast has gone berserk. Interesting. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. It was the first time he encountered alien invasion. Under the influence of that filthy evil energy, all the ferocious beasts became violent and their ferocity increased greatly. He did not dare to be careless. He radiated his mental power and carefully watched the movements of the ferocious beast. Be careful. When a ferocious beast is in a frenzy, its combat power and defense capabilities will be greatly enhanced, making it difficult to deal with. Huo Wu said in a deep voice with a serious expression. We are a bit unlucky. We have encountered an alien invasion. This is a big trouble. Huo Yunfei's face changed slightly, and he felt that the situation was not good. Under the contamination of the alien aura, all the ferocious beasts became violent and their combat power increased greatly. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to survive, let alone strive for a high ranking in the martial arts exam. But Su Fan was not afraid at all. He looked at the crazy beast rushing towards him with his eyes shining like stars. Well, let's kill them to our heart's content. Su Fan smiled grimly and attacked directly with his knife. This is a group of demon wolves, all of them are first-level peak ferocious beasts, with a level of 18 or above. When in a violent state, their momentum soars, and they can even rival those of second-level ferocious beasts. The leading Silver Moon Wolf King exuded a terrifying aura that surpassed that of an ordinary second-level ferocious beast. Immortal Phoenix Slash! Su Fan shouted loudly, and his blood and energy burst out. He directly used his innate ability and slashed out with a knife. A streak of dark white flame slashed through the void like lightning, directly burning more than a dozen demon wolves to ashes. Kill level 18 Demon Wolf Violent, life energy plus 3000. Kill a level 18 Demon Wolf Frenzy, life energy plus 3500. Kill a level 19 Demon Wolf Frenzy, life energy plus 5000. A large amount of life energy gathered together. Su Fan felt warm all over, his source of energy was surging in full, his cultivation had reached the critical point, and he could break through at any time. He is so strong. Invincible in the first level. Even a ferocious beast in a violent state can be killed instantly with one strike. Su Fan was like a demon god, invincible among the pack of demon wolves, killing everyone in sight. With each swing of the sword, the demon wolves fell one after another. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. The ground was littered with the broken limbs and arms of the demon wolves. In the blink of an eye, he had killed most of the demon wolves, and his ferocious momentum was earth-shaking. This guy is crazy about killing. Too strong. One man takes on a group of violent beasts alone. After witnessing Su Fan's amazing fighting power, Huo Wu and the others were both extremely shocked. For ordinary people, these violent beasts are a disaster, but for Su Fan, they are a group of prey that come to his doorstep. Die. 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 Su Fan punched out, and a powerful source of power burst out, directly blowing up the three demon wolves in front of him. Then he suddenly turned around, his eyes swept towards the sneak-attacking demon wolf behind him, and a mental shock burst out. The demon wolf gushed blood from its mouth and nose, suffered a mental breakdown, and died on the spot. As his level increases, Su Fan's mental power also increases. Even a first-level peak ferocious beast can be severely damaged or even killed instantly. Ouch! 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 Finally, the Silver Moon Wolf King went crazy and attacked Su Fan with murderous intent. His body was filled with tremendous aura, far exceeding that of an ordinary second-level ferocious beast. This is a level 21 Wolf King. In a violent state, his combat power is greatly enhanced and his aura is extremely terrifying. However, even the dragon is no match for Su Fan, let alone a mere Wolf King. Die! Su Fan roared angrily, unleashing his natural divine power and slashing fiercely at the Silver Moon Wolf King's head with a knife. A terrifying divine power erupted, chopping the Wolf King apart alive, and blood splattered all over the ground. Kill the level 21 Silver Moon Wolf King Frenzy, life energy plus 11,000. A powerful life energy surged. Level 11. Su Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. He finally broke through to level 11, and his physical fitness steadily improved. Chapter 23 Crisis is coming. Beast Tide breaks out. Su Fan burst out with all his strength and quickly killed all the demon wolves. The violent demon wolf's life energy is greatly increased. He gained a large amount of life energy and successfully broke through to level 11, further enhancing his cultivation. I'm already level 11, and my physical fitness has improved a lot. Su Fan's face was filled with joy, with powerful source power surging throughout his body, and all his attributes skyrocketed. The secret realm was polluted and a large number of ferocious beasts went berserk. This may be an opportunity for Su Fan. With his current combat power, he is almost invincible in this novice secret realm. Even if the ferocious beast goes berserk, its strength is only about level 2, which is not enough to threaten him. As long as he seizes this opportunity and hunts the violent beast, his martial arts level will soar rapidly. Su Fan gradually became excited. He placed his palm on the remains of the Silver Moon Wolf King and began to extract entries. Buzz! A purple light lit up. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the purple entry Wind Control. Wind Control, you master the power of hurricanes, greatly increasing your speed. You can control hurricanes in battle. With a flick of your hand, you can release a large number of wind blades to destroy everything. Ha, purple entry. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. This is a wind-related talent entry that controls the power of hurricanes. It can use the wind to increase speed and release wind blades to attack. Its attributes are very superior. Buzz! As soon as Su Fan had a thought, the wind-related entries automatically merged, and a huge hurricane rose from his body, filled with extremely sharp aura, as if to cut the space in half. Congratulations on mastering the power of the hurricane. Swish! Su Fan waved his hand casually, and a wind blade flew out at an extremely fast speed and extremely sharp, cutting off a 3-meter-high rock. The power of this attack is estimated to have reached the 2nd level. It's quite powerful. Su Fan nodded with a look of satisfaction, and obtained another good talent entry. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the corpses of other demon wolves and began to extract entries on a large scale. There are a lot of demon wolves in this group, about 40 or 50 of them. However, in the battle just now, more than half of the demon wolves were beaten to death by Su Fan's brute force, or burned to ashes by flames, making it impossible to extract entries. Su Fan didn't care about this. With his current strength, he didn't care about the attributes of those ordinary demon wolves. He was targeting those ferocious beast lords with strong strength and rare bloodlines. Buzz! 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 As the rays of light flashed, talent entries were extracted one by one. Strength plus 30. Spirit plus 30. Agility plus 35. Constitution plus 35. Congratulations on obtaining the white entry speed boost. Congratulations on obtaining the white entry strength amplification. Congratulations on obtaining the blue entry power frenzy. Congratulations on obtaining the blue entry speed frenzy. Su Fan gained a large number of attribute points and entries, and his physical fitness improved steadily. It's a pity that his entry has not been upgraded or evolved. Most of the talent entries extracted from these ordinary demon wolves were of white quality. Although there were quite a few of them, the quality was too low to upgrade his existing entries. This made him feel a little regretful. As his talent and strength improve, these ordinary attributes have less and less effect on him. He must find more powerful beasts to allow his talent attributes to continue to upgrade and evolve. Roar! 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 Su Fan had just finished cleaning up the battlefield when another group of ferocious beasts rushed towards him with great momentum. Come on! I haven't had enough killing yet. Su Fan's eyes were burning, his whole body was filled with fighting spirit, and he was about to swing his sword to fight. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. I saw everything in all directions. All kinds of ferocious beasts came in groups and in a mighty force, like an army of ferocious beasts rushing towards them, creating a terrifying scene of destruction. Oh no, a beast tide has broken out. Su Fan's eyelids twitched, his hair stood on end, and he finally looked solemn. Crisis is coming. In the secret realm, the most terrifying beast tide broke out. Hundreds and thousands of mad beasts rushed out of the forest. Cat demons, devil tigers, wild bulls, blue-scaled eagles, prehistoric giant crocodiles, flying in the sky and running on the ground, all ran out at once. The army of ferocious beasts was extremely violent, covering the sky and the earth, sweeping across the 4 directions, as if they wanted to eat everyone alive. Endless evil energy rolled in, making everyone shudder. It's over. Hua Wu's face turned pale, her whole body felt cold, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Damn it! A beast tide has erupted. Are we going to be completely wiped out? Hua Yunfei looked extremely ugly. He suddenly clenched his fists, and his whole body was shaking slightly. The number of ferocious beasts in the army is really too large, estimated to be hundreds or even thousands of them, and many of them exude extremely terrifying aura, comparable to the second level. With their strength, they are unable to resist at all and will be crushed in an instant, leaving no trace of their bodies. There are too many ferocious beasts. We can't stop them with just a few of us. Hua Wu and the other two stood there in a daze, with endless despair welling up in their hearts. Su Fan said nothing, his face also looking solemn. Looking at the endless army of ferocious beasts around, a strong sense of crisis arises spontaneously. He took a deep breath, clenched the blood shadow blade in his hand, and under the dull gazes of Hua Wu and the others, he slowly walked towards the army of ferocious beasts in front. Su Fan, what do you want to do? Hua Wu was stunned and looked at Su Fan with some confusion, not knowing what he wanted to do. It's simple, just kill them all. Su Fan said in a deep voice. The only way to calm the beast tide is to kill. Kill all the ferocious beasts and quell the unrest. Let the killing begin. Su Fan growled, his eyes cold, and rushed directly into the army of ferocious beasts, killing them crazily. Explosive blood. He ignited his blood and energy, and all his strength surged. His combat power instantly increased to the peak, and he slashed at a golden-backed bull with a knife. This golden-backed bull is a second-level ferocious beast with devilish horns on its head and a huge body. It looks like an angry devil mountain and has an extremely terrifying aura. This is the leader of the Mangnia tribe, who possesses extremely terrifying power, enough to collapse mountains and split the earth. Moo! The golden-backed bull roared and charged towards Su Fan fiercely. Its dark devil horns spewed out terrifying energy, as if to crush him. Kill! Su Fan was extremely powerful. He did not dodge or evade. He slashed the bull's horns with his sword. His natural supernatural power burst out and split the golden-backed bull into two halves. Blood and viscera were scattered all over the ground. Killer rank 2 golden-backed bull, life energy plus 10,500. A huge amount of life energy surged up, warming his whole body and making him feel extremely comfortable. But before Su Fan had time to catch his breath, another group of violent cat demons came to kill him. The sharp cat claws tore through the air, as if trying to tear Su Fan into pieces. Die! 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 Su Fan's eyes were sharp, and with a wave of his hand, countless wind blades shot out, sweeping across the 4 directions like sharp blades, directly tearing the group of cat demons into pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. He burst out with all his strength, extremely ferocious, and was invincible among the group of ferocious beasts. In the blink of an eye, he killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts, with overwhelming power. But there are too many ferocious beasts. After killing one group, countless more groups came up. Boom! 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 Various kinds of innate magical powers bombarded Su Fan wildly, and terrifying energy raged. Bones of steel. Su Fan fought hard, his whole body turned into steel, but he was still blown away. He was hit by more than a dozen energy bombs, his chest was covered in blood, and strings of blood were spilled. Hua Wu and the other two were also caught in a tough battle, fighting madly with the army of ferocious beasts. In a short while, they were covered in wounds and blood, and were in a desperate situation. Damn, there are too many of them. I can't kill them all. Su Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and frowned as he looked at the horde of ferocious beasts surrounding him. There are too many ferocious beasts. If this continues, he will probably be exhausted to death. The battle must end as soon as possible. I have no choice but to use the trick. Looking at the army of ferocious beasts that covered the sky, Su Fan's eyes suddenly burned, and he finally used his trump card to summon the soul of the immortal phoenix. A roar resounded through heaven and earth. Immortal Phoenix, possessing me. Chapter 24 Immortal Phoenix. Burning everything. Immortal Phoenix, possessing me. A roar was like a thunderclap. Su Fan's eyes burned as he summoned the soul of the immortal phoenix. His whole body was bathed in white flames, his eyes were like the scorching sun, even his hair was burning, and a pair of snow-white flaming wings stretched out behind him. The rolling heat waves covered the sky and earth, turning the surrounding space into a flaming furnace. Roar! 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 The ferocious beasts around roared miserably and spontaneously combusted. They were instantly reduced to ashes and shattered to pieces by the terrifying high temperature. Is this the true power of the immortal phoenix? It's too powerful. Su Fan's eyes were as bright as the sun, and vast energy was surging in his body, as endless as the rivers and seas. After being possessed by the immortal phoenix, his combat power increased dramatically, surpassing that of a second-level ferocious beast. An earth-shaking aura burst out, causing the heaven and earth to be in turmoil and all the beasts to submit. Powerful. Powerful beyond all else. This was the first time that Su Fan summoned the soul of the immortal phoenix, the strongest talent of the SSS level. It was so powerful that it directly increased his combat power to a terrifying level. It has almost reached the limit of what this secret realm can bear. A terrifying pressure surged out, causing the surrounding space to crack and collapse, as if it was about to collapse. The scene was extremely terrifying. Next, it's time to deal with you. Su Fan's eyes were cold as he swept towards the army of ferocious beasts in front of him. He suddenly flapped his flaming wings and flew out directly, and a huge heat wave erupted. Immortal Phoenix Flame. Su Fan swept his mind and first locked onto a group of ferocious demon tigers, with blazing flames dancing in his pupils. Wherever his eyes pointed, white flames ignited. All the demon tigers instantly caught fire, their bodies covered in blood, their flesh and bones melted at an alarming speed, and their wails resounded through the heavens and earth. The immortal phoenix flame already possesses a terrifyingly high temperature. Under the amplification of the chaos fire spirit, the power of the undead phoenix flame is further enhanced, and it also has chaotic attributes that can destroy everything. These demonic tigers were all first-order peak ferocious beasts with great strength, but under the immortal phoenix flame, they were simply unable to resist the terrifying high temperature and were instantly burned to ashes, leaving no trace of their bodies. Kill the level 18 demon tiger, life energy plus 2800. Kill the level 18 demon tiger, life energy plus 3000. Kill the level 19 demon tiger, life energy plus 3200. Streams of life energy converge. Su Fan's whole body was glowing, he felt extremely warm and comfortable. Phew! At this moment, a group of blue-scaled eagles came from the sky. Green light blades came towards Su Fan like raindrops, and the blazing edge seemed to tear him apart. Immortal Phoenix Slash! Su Fan roared and slashed out with his sword. A flaming blade shot out, sweeping away everything with unparalleled dominance. In an instant, all the green light blades exploded and the light scattered. More than a dozen blue-scaled eagles wailed in unison as they were cut down by a single blow. Their entire bodies burned as they fell to the ground like meteorites. Kill! 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 Su Fan killed all the ferocious beasts in all directions with overwhelming force. The immortal phoenix flame burned everything, turning the world into a sea of fire. Large groups of ferocious beasts were annihilated in the sea of fire, burned to ashes, with no remains left. This is a one-sided massacre. Su Fan swept through the army alone and killed all the ferocious beasts without leaving a single one alive. That's so perverted. Wu Wu and the other two were stunned and shocked. One person swept through an army of ferocious beasts. Is this guy still human? Wu Wu was amazed, her heart was pounding, her beautiful eyes were shining, and she stared at Su Fan intently, as if she saw a god descending to earth. Damn! This is too cool. That charming and pretty face had unknowingly become hot as fire, and she was completely captivated by that godlike figure. Kill the level 18 demon tiger, life energy plus 3000. Kill a level 16 nether wolf, life energy plus 2000. Kill a level 20 green scaled eagle, life energy plus 10,000. Kill the level 21 megalodon, health energy plus 10,500. The vast life energy is constantly gathering. Su Fan sublimated in the battle, and his martial arts skills soared wildly. Level 12. Level 13. Level 14. Level 16. Su Fan killed and upgraded all the way, and his martial arts skills soared to level 16 in one breath, and his skills increased dramatically. Ha! It's finally over. Su Fan let out a long breath and looked at the corpses of ferocious beasts all over the ground. He was finally exhausted and freed from the state of being possessed by the immortal phoenix. After more than an hour of killing, the army of ferocious beasts was almost wiped out. The few ferocious beasts that survived were all frightened by Su Fan's ferocious power and fled in all directions. Su Fan was too lazy to pursue, so he sat down cross-legged, meditating and resting while checking his personal information. As soon as the thought came to mind, a series of virtual panels automatically emerged. Name, Su Fan. Level, 16. Title, Warrior. Strength, 1048 plus 500. Spirit, 1065 plus 540. Agility, 1050 plus 555. Constitution, 1100 plus 580. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Abilities, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Phoenix Slash. Entries, Heaven-Defying Bones Gold, 9 Transformations of the True Dragon Gold, Chaos Fire Spirit Red, Innate Divine Power Purple, Psychic Power Purple, Wings of the Wind Purple, Wind Control Purple, Blood Explosion Purple, Visual Storm Blue, Iron Bones Blue, Innate Life Blue. Combat Power Evaluation, Level 2 Invincible. Haha. All my attribute values have exceeded 1000 points. My current physical fitness is even stronger than that of an elite warrior. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. His current attribute values were so explosive that they far exceeded those of a second-level warrior and were ridiculously strong. After this battle, his level rose 5 levels in one go, and his cultivation level soared dramatically. Buzz. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened. The foul air in the air gradually dissipated, the forest returned to its original state, and the ferocious beast stopped making a fuss. The world is completely new. The secret realm has been purified, and the foul aura of the foreign land has all dissipated. Haha, we're saved. Everyone cheered and rejoiced, finally overcoming the crisis. Chapter 25 Talent Upgrade. Storm Master and Dragon Elephant Power. This riot caused by the ferocious beasts caused heavy losses to everyone. More than a quarter of the candidates were killed in the beast tide and their bodies were never found. Among them, countless people were injured, and the casualties were heavy. However, after experiencing the trials and tribulations of the beast tide, those young geniuses who survived all gained huge benefits, and everyone's level and points skyrocketed. Su Fan also reaped a lot of rewards. His level was raised 5 levels in a row, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. The biggest gain was the pile of ferocious beast corpses in front of him. TSK, so many carcasses of ferocious beasts, and quite a few rare species. Su Fan was overjoyed, with anticipation showing on his face. Now he could extract talent entries again. The undead phoenix flame was too terrifying. Most of the low-level ferocious beasts were reduced to ashes and shattered into pieces under the terrifying high temperature. But it doesn't matter. There are still many powerful wild species that have been preserved. The blood of these ferocious beasts is strong, and the quality of the extracted entries will be higher. Su Fan's eyes flashed and he immediately began to clean up the battlefield. He swept his eyes around and first locked onto a second-level blue-scaled eagle, pressing his palm on the huge corpse. Buzz. A flash of purple light passed by. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the purple entry Storm Power. Storm Power, a wind-related attribute. After fusion, you can control the power of the storm and stir up a hurricane as strong as a Category 10 hurricane, uprooting trees and destroying all buildings. Hey, another wind-type entry, pretty good stats. Su Fan was delighted and immediately merged the entries. Wind Control and Storm Power, 2 wind-type attributes, automatically merged and evolved. The entry has evolved successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the red entry Storm Master. Storm Master, you are the Lord of Storms, controlling the power of storms. You can unleash large-scale destructive storms, possessing extremely terrifying attack power, capable of destroying even mountains. Haha, the wind attribute has been upgraded. The ordinary hurricane has been upgraded to a destructive storm. It contains the power of destruction and its power has been greatly increased. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. After the quality of the wind attribute is improved, it is upgraded to the Lord of Storms. The wind power controlled by him is even stronger. He can stir up storms to destroy all directions. His power is extremely strong. Boom! Boom! Su Fan was like the master of a storm, with a black storm surrounding him and a terrifying destructive force spreading throughout him, causing the void and the earth to crack, as if to destroy everything. Such a powerful storm force, enough to tear a second-level beast into pieces. His eyes were blazing, and he felt a surge of surprise in his heart. He was very satisfied with the power of the Storm Lord. Such a destructive storm is enough to sweep away an army of ferocious beasts. Afterwards, Su Fan continued to extract entries and searched around for the corpses of powerful and ferocious beasts. Buzz! 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 Colorful lights lit up, and a large number of talent entries gathered together. Smell Enhancement White, your sense of smell is increased by 100%, sharper than a dog's nose. Hearing amplification white, your hearing is increased by 100%, allowing you to hear everything within 300 meters. Wood control purple, you control the power of plants, launching vines to wrap around and block the enemy's movements. Moving mountains purple, you are strong enough to move mountains, your courage is unmatched by any other warrior. Koi red, you are a child of good fortune, blessed by heaven. Good luck continues to come your way. You often find good things on the battlefield or encounter unexpected adventures. Everything merges. Su Fan had an idea and merged all the entries in one breath. Boom! 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 Rays of mysterious light were injected into his body, and all aspects of his talents were merging and evolving. Congratulations! You have gained an enhanced sense of smell. Congratulations! You have gained hearing amplification. Congratulations! You have gained control of the wood element. Congratulations! Your luck entry has been successfully upgraded, and you have obtained the red entry koi. Congratulations! Your strength item has been successfully upgraded, and you have obtained the red item dragon elephant power. Su Fan's whole body glowed, his combat power soared, and all entries with the same attributes were upgraded and evolved. Innate divine power purple and moving mountains purple, two purple quality power entries, have been successfully integrated and evolved, and upgraded to a higher quality red entry dragon elephant divine power. The power of the dragon elephant, mastering the power of the ancient dragon elephant clan, with an invincible body and infinite divine power, a punch is enough to split mountains and crack the earth. Su Fan's strength increased by more than 10 times, becoming even more powerful. Every move he made contained infinite divine power, as if he wanted to shatter this secret space. In addition, the blue quality luck entry of the innate creature was directly absorbed and integrated by the more powerful red entry koi. Su Fan's luck attribute also soared directly to red quality, making him the son of luck, and his luck value skyrocketed. Senses, strength, elements, luck, all the innate attributes have skyrocketed. Su Fan has undergone earth-shaking changes. On the other hand, Su Qingxian was also cleaning up the battlefield. The ground was littered with corpses and blood, even the earth was dyed scarlet. It looked like it had just experienced a great war. But Su Qingxian was wearing a white dress, standing quietly in the center of the battlefield, spotless. Her silver hair cascaded like mercury, cool and beautiful. This beast tide came at the perfect time. My level has increased by 4 levels, and my points have increased significantly. No one should be able to catch up with me. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured to herself that this beast tide was simply an opportunity for her. After this battle, her level was raised to 24, and her cultivation was greatly improved. The points also soared dramatically, breaking through to an astonishing 99,999 points. This is an unbeatable martial arts exam record. There has never been one before, and there will never be one in the future. Beyond the past and present, no one can break it. First place in the martial arts exam is a sure thing. Su Qingxian was full of confidence. He cast his eyes on the points bracelet and directly clicked on the martial arts exam points list. A series of virtual panels suddenly appeared. Second place, Su Qingxian, 99,999 points. What? Second place again? Su Qingxian's face was dazed, and her body gradually turned to stone. She was invincible, yet she was defeated? Chapter 26 Final Ranking. Martial Arts Exam Scoreboard. First place, Su Fan, 100,000 points. Second place, Su Qingxian, 99,999 points. Third place, Zhou Jianfeng, 21,000 points. Fourth place, Hua Wu, 18,000 points. Fifth place, Huyanfei, 12,500 points. Sixth place, Lin Dongchen, 10,100 points. Seventh place, Lu Ruyan, 8,000 points. Number 8, Zhao Ziang, 7,500 points. Ninth place, Li Hong, 6,650 points. 10th place, Song Zhong, 6,400 points. Su Fan regained first place. With 100,000 points, he topped the list and caused a sensation. Su Qingxian was suppressed again and ranked second with a difference of 1 point. The whole audience was boiling. Oh my god! 100,000 points. Su Fan has regained the top spot and set a legendary record. The first time in the history of the martial arts exam that the score has exceeded 100,000 points, it's truly incredible. There was an uproar in the imperial capital. The martial arts exam examiners, various martial arts universities, and various forces were all discussing it heatedly, and the scene was filled with a fanatical atmosphere. Everyone was very excited, as if they were witnessing the birth of a legend. This is outrageous. Su Fan alone earned 100,000 points. How many beasts did he have to hunt? 100, 500, or even 1,000? No matter what the cost, we must take Su Fan away. My Starry Sky University is willing to invest billions of cultivation resources and devote all our efforts to train Su Fan. Many martial arts universities went crazy and spent huge sums of money to compete for Su Fan. With Su Fan's talent, if he grows up, he will definitely be a martial arts supreme above level 90 in the future, and may even reach the legendary realm of gods. This time, the person in charge of Tsinghua and Peking University Martial Arts University did not continue to compete or quarrel with other martial arts universities, but quietly called the president of Tsinghua and Peking University. Principal, I can't hold it in any longer. Please come in person. Right. Two monstrous geniuses appeared, and the other schools went crazy. They risked their lives to get them. I even got beaten up. As the call came in, Peking University and Tsinghua University also began to take action. Many big shots began to come forward to negotiate, competing openly and secretly, all targeting the two super geniuses Su Fan and Su Qingxian. This Su Fan did a great job. Zhang Jinyang laughed heartily, feeling extremely excited. He exclaimed, 100,000 points. That's incredible. This is a record-breaking achievement in the martial arts exam. In previous martial arts exams, if one could score over 10,000 or 20,000 points, he would already be considered a top scorer. In this year's martial arts exam, a large-scale beast tide broke out. Many geniuses turned a disaster into a blessing and hunted down a large number of ferocious beasts. Their points also skyrocketed, creating an unprecedented legendary record. Su Qingxian is also an unparalleled genius, with 99,999 points, only 1 point less than Su Fan. The other examiners talked about it and felt a little regretful. In the eyes of many people, Su Qingxian must be the first in this martial arts exam. Unfortunately, an even more evil Su Fan was born, who actually surpassed Su Qingxian. 1 point difference makes a world of difference. Yes, these two are both extraordinary geniuses. They will definitely become the pillars of our dragon nation in the future. Zhang Jinyang stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep as he looked at the top two in the standings, his eyes revealing endless expectations. The Dragon Kingdom now desperately needs the strongest people. On the other hand, number 1 middle school. At this moment, there was also a carnival. The top 2 spots in the martial arts exam were taken by our number 1 middle school. One with 100,000 points, the other with 99,999 points. They're truly a pair of unrivaled talents. Wang Qingsan's face was filled with ecstasy, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. The entire number 1 middle school was in an uproar, and both teachers and students were in a frenzy. The first place score is more than the next 8 places combined. Senior Su Fan is truly amazing. I've also met Senior Su Fan. He's so handsome. Senior Su Qingxian is also very impressive. She ranked second in the martial arts exam, only 1 point behind Senior Su Fan. Wow, our number 1 middle school took the top 2 spots in the martial arts exam. That's incredible. Many younger students in the lower grades were full of admiration and couldn't help but cheer. Under the influence of Su Fan and the others, everyone was full of fighting spirit and prepared to make a full effort to sprint for the next martial arts exam. This is the power of role models. Damn it! It's Su Fan again. Su Qingxian bit her silver teeth lightly, clenched her little pink fist silently, and a hint of anger emerged in her heart. Although there was only a 1 point difference, her brilliance was completely overshadowed by Su Fan. False reputation doesn't matter. The key is, as a great empress, she always swept her enemies with overwhelming force. She was always the first in every competition. When had she ever been suppressed by anyone? Su Qingxian felt a little depressed as she became the second child for the first time in her life. Time is running out. The martial arts exam is about to end. I need to get some more points. Su Qingxian's eyes flashed as she swept towards the depths of the forest, rapidly searching for the ferocious beast. But at this moment, a ray of light enveloped Su Qingxian, making her figure gradually become illusory. This is the teleportation light, marking the official end of the martial arts exam. The secret realm will automatically close and everyone will be teleported out. Su Fan, who are you? Accompanied by a delicate cry full of doubt, Su Qingxian's figure flickered and gradually disappeared from the secret realm. First in the martial arts exam. Still. Su Fan had a calm face and a heart as still as water, without any major emotional fluctuations. The martial arts exam is about to end, and he is studying the entries and adapting to his new talents. As his talent entries evolved, his personal panel also changed, and entries of the same type were automatically arranged together. Name, Su Fan. Level, 16. Title, Warrior. Strength, 1048. Spirit, 1065. Agility, 1050. Constitution, 1100. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Abilities, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Phoenix Slash. Root Bone against Heaven Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold. Lucky Luck, Koi Red. Elemental entries, Chaos Fire Spirit Red, Storm Master Red, Wood Control Purple. Sensory entries, Visual Storm Blue, Olfactory Amplification White, Auditory Amplification White. Battle items, Dragon Elephant Power Red, Psychic Power Purple, Wind Wings Purple, Blood Explosion Purple, Iron Bones Blue. Combat Power Evaluation, Level 2 Invincible. Su Fan's Bones and Bloodline are both top-notch golden entries. Luck is also upgraded to a red entry, becoming the son of luck and blessed by God. In addition, he has a large number of combat attributes, whether it is attack or defense, he is impeccable and has almost no shortcomings. Powerful, extremely powerful. Su Fan closed his eyes, feeling the surging power in his body, and couldn't help but feel excited. With his current strength, he has far exceeded the limits of ordinary warriors. Even among the second-level warriors, he is invincible. The martial arts exam is almost over. This secret realm no longer has what I need. It's time to leave. Su Fan had an idea and slowly stood up, preparing to leave. Buzz. At this moment, the martial arts exam officially ended. An ray of light enveloped Su Fan and directly teleported him out. The rest of the candidates also left one after another and appeared in the square. Buzz. Su Fan's figure flashed and he returned triumphantly from the secret realm. Look! Su Fan is coming out. The whole place was in an uproar, with endless cheers filling the air. Chapter 27 First in the martial arts exam. Fame spreads far and wide. Su Fan is out. The whole audience was boiling. Screams and cheers shook the earth, drowning the figure like a wave. In the center of the square, a stern young man stood like a pine tree. He has an upright posture, strong body, sharp eyebrows and eyes, angular face, and a pair of eyes as bright as stars. He looks like a god descending from heaven, extraordinary and handsome. The peerless grace captivated the entire audience. He is Su Fan, the first place in the martial arts exam. I didn't expect him to be a handsome man. Wow, that's so cool. The first place in the martial arts exam is indeed extraordinary. Countless gazes gathered from all directions, all focused on Su Fan. Many young girls were overwhelmed with emotion and were mesmerized by the cool and handsome figure, becoming crazy about him. Compared to before the martial arts exam, Su Fan has grown a lot. His body has become more upright, his muscles are tight and strong, his eyes are deep and intimidating, and his whole body is surging with strong blood and imposing aura. Su Fan, welcome back. Strong men from all sides came forward with smiles on their faces and greeted them warmly. The scene was very grand, as if they were welcoming a triumphant hero. Grandmaster Zhang. Su Fan was shocked when he saw the person coming. The leader was none other than the chief examiner of the martial arts exam, the master-level expert Zhang Jinyang. Su Fan was slightly surprised and flattered that a master came to greet him in person. The moment he won the first place in the martial arts exam, Su Fan jumped from an unknown ordinary candidate to the most powerful genius who attracted much attention. Su Fan's name spread far and wide. All the major prestigious universities paid great attention to him and vied with each other to talk to him. Good boy, well done. Zhang Jinyang smiled freely, patted Su Fan's shoulder vigorously, and was very friendly. The first place in last year's martial arts exam only had a score of just over 10,000. Your score has exceeded 100,000, setting a new martial arts exam record. It's really amazing. Zhang Jinyang encouraged, I believe in you, keep going. Thank you, Grandmaster Zhang. Su Fan smiled slightly, bowed slightly, and expressed his gratitude to Zhang Jinyang. It is an unparalleled honor to be praised by a martial arts master. At the same time, the leaders of various martial arts universities rushed over and extended invitations to Su Fan with extremely enthusiastic attitudes. Student Su Fan, we at Starry Sky University sincerely invite you to join us. We at Dragon Tiger University promise to provide you with hundreds of millions of training resources every year, and guarantee to train you to become an unrivaled powerhouse. Come to Extreme University, this is your best choice. Yenqing University is not bad either, let's take a look. All of a sudden, more than a dozen top martial arts universities all extended olive branches to Su Fan, looking eager to recruit talents. All the famous schools in the imperial capital gathered together, talking and arguing endlessly, all wanting to recruit Su Fan. They quarreled so fiercely that several principals even started fighting, and the atmosphere was full of tension. Su Fan was a little overwhelmed. He didn't expect that he would become so popular all of a sudden. So many martial arts academies even fought for him. The scene was a bit chaotic. Being too famous can be a bit troublesome. Star University, Dragon and Tiger University, and Extreme University are all top 5 martial arts universities in the imperial capital. They have abundant resources and strong strength, and the conditions they offer to Su Fan are also excellent. Thank you all for your invitation. I will seriously consider it when I get home. Su Fan smiled in response to everyone's invitation, neither agreeing nor refusing. With his scores, he chose the school, not the school chose him. There is no need to rush now. After the points competition is over, there will be a talent ranking competition to decide who will be the champion of this year's martial arts exam. Wait until the ranking matches are over. Is he Su Fan? A sharp gaze was cast over. This is a young man with a long sword on his back, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, heroic demeanor, and his whole body overflowing with powerful source power. He has broken through to the peak of level 19. It was Zhou Jianfeng, the third place in the martial arts exam. Originally, he had the hope of becoming the protagonist of this martial arts exam. However, because Su Fan and Su Qingxian were too dazzling, his brilliance was completely overshadowed and no one paid attention to him. Only level 16? But your blood and energy are as vast as the ocean, giving me an unfathomable feeling. Not simple. Zhou Jianfeng stared at Su Fan intently with deep eyes, and murmured curiously, I wonder what level of talent he has awakened. Su Fan's level is only 16, not too high. Zhou Jianfeng and Huo Wu have both reached level 19, and Su Qingxian has even broken through level 24. In terms of strength, she is the strongest among all the candidates. But, in the end, the person who won the first place in the martial arts exam was Su Fan. I guess he must have some outstanding qualities. At this time, many top talents on the list were also looking at Su Fan curiously, observing the special features of the number 1 in the martial arts exam. In terms of martial arts level, Su Fan is not top-notch, he is only level 16. Among all the geniuses, he is only in the second tier. But Su Fan's points were too terrifying, even surpassing Su Qingxian, and were 10 times the first place in last year's martial arts exam. This made the geniuses puzzled and curious about Su Fan, wondering how he got such a high score. At the same time, in a corner, a silver-haired girl fell into autism. The terrifying cold air emanating from its body froze the surrounding ground, making no one dare to approach. It's him, it's really him. Su Qingxian's face was dull as she stared at the familiar figure that was like the moon surrounded by stars, and her body gradually turned to stone. She didn't expect that Su Fan on the leaderboard was actually her good-for-nothing brother. How is this possible? With Su Fan's talent, how could he possibly win first place in the martial arts exam, and how could he possibly surpass her? Su Qingxian was full of doubts and began to question her life. Ha! Su Fan seemed to have sensed something and came to his senses. Seeing the cold-as-ice silver-haired girl, he immediately smiled and walked over quickly. Little fairy, come out. Su Fan smiled and waved to the girl. Su Qingxian was slightly startled and nodded obediently. Level 24, awesome. Su Fan took a quick look and found that the girl's level had broken through to an astonishing level 24. He was immediately surprised and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Level 24. Su Qingxian is the first candidate to break through to the second level, and also the one with the highest martial arts level among all the candidates. His talent is really too strong. Are you really that Su Fan? The number 1 on the leaderboard? Su Qingxian's face showed suspicion and some disbelief. She looked at Su Fan carefully with her cold and beautiful eyes, and confirmed with the latter. You little fool, you don't even recognize your brother? Su Fan smiled helplessly, stretched out a finger, and lightly flicked the girl's smooth forehead. Bang! A crisp sound made the girl cover her forehead. It hurts. Su Qingxian showed her little fangs, and her expression was super fierce. Chapter 28 Are you worthy enough to look me in the eye? Hateful. In my previous life, who would dare to be so rude to me? I can crush him to death with just one finger. Su Qingxian gnashed his little fangs and thought fiercely. 100,000 points, how did you do it? She glanced at Su Fan and couldn't help asking. I don't know. I was fighting monsters and leveling up along the way. This is all I got. Su Fan looked calm and shrugged. He really didn't care much about the points. He just glanced at them occasionally after the battle. It seems that the girl is still upset about being surpassed in the rankings. Despite Su Qingxian's talent and pride, he ended up in second place by just 1 point. This is indeed a big blow. Su Qingxian frowned. The cold air around him became even stronger, causing the temperature around him to drop by another 3 points. Those cold eyes flashed with light, filled with deep curiosity and doubt, as they looked at Su Fan carefully, as if they wanted to see through all his secrets. Level 16. You actually broke through to level 16. Incredible. Su Qingxian's eyes moved and she noticed Su Fan's level. Suddenly her face froze in surprise. Before the martial arts exam, Su Fan was only at level 1, a rookie martial arts apprentice. However, in just one day, he broke through to level 16, which was incredible. Leveling up 15 times a day, this leveling speed is even faster than hers. Su Qingxian's face was serious, and she looked at Su Fan with surprise, as if she was looking at a monster. When did this useless brother become so powerful? It was obvious that he had ordinary talents in his previous life. Could it be that he encountered some kind of adventure? That's all. No matter what adventure's good-for-nothing brother encounters, I am invincible. Su Qingxian's face lifted slightly, and she quickly regained her confidence. Her cold eyes were filled with determination, and she looked at Su Fan seriously and said, I won't lose to you again in the ranking competition. Okay, see you in the ranking tournament then. Su Fan smiled faintly, his sister was competing with him. Su Fan! At this moment, a beast-like roar suddenly exploded, causing an uproar among the crowd. Su Fan raised his eyebrows, turned around, and saw a purple-haired man staring at him, his eyes red and full of hostility. Zhang Xiao. Su Fan was calm and glanced at him calmly. What's the matter? Zhang Xiao is an S-level genius with top-notch talent and strength. After training in the secret realm, his level has been raised to 15, ranking him among the top 20 among the candidates. However, for Su Fan now, this level of strength is not worth mentioning at all. This guy has always been at odds with him, and now it seems that he is obviously looking for trouble. I don't accept it. How could a C-level talent like you get first place in the martial arts exam? You must have cheated. Zhang Zhao's eyes were wide open, and he was extremely angry. In the military exam, he was squeezed out of the top 10 by Su Fan, which greatly affected his mentality. His ranking dropped again and again, and he fell out of the top 30, completely missing out on admission to Peking University and Tsinghua University. What he could not accept the most was that Su Fan actually took the first place in the martial arts exam and set a record of 100,000 points in the martial arts exam. Zhang Xiao was very unwilling and began to question the authenticity of Su Fan's points. Everyone, listen up. This guy's name is Su Fan. He's in the same class as me. His talent is only C-level. There's no way he can become the first in the martial arts exam. Zhang Xiao made a lot of revelations, shouting at the top of his lungs, openly questioning Su Fan's cheating. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. What? The top scorer in the martial arts exam only has a C-level talent? This is impossible. How can a mere C-level talent possibly earn 100,000 points? What's going on? Is it possible that Su Fan's first place in the martial arts exam is fake? Many people were shocked and couldn't believe it. The first place in the martial arts exam turned out to be only of C-level talent. This caused a lot of heated discussion and doubts among many people, and all kinds of rumors flooded in. Even some examiners began to discuss it. This kid didn't lie. According to Su Fan's homeroom teacher, Su Fan really only has a C-level talent and is usually very inconspicuous. A C-level talent actually won first place in the martial arts exam. Is there something fishy going on? Su Fan, I think you need to give everyone a reasonable explanation. Rumors spread everywhere in a short time. Many people began to question the authenticity of Su Fan, the first in the martial arts exam. The pressure of public opinion was put on Su Fan. Noisy! Su Qingxian raised her eyebrows and raised her little hand, ready to slap Zhang Xiao to death. By the way, kill all those guys who spread rumors. Is it your turn as ants to talk nonsense about her brother, Su Qingxian? But at this moment, Su Fan smiled calmly, stretched out his hand to stop the irritable girl, and said calmly, "Ah, I can't let you take the lead in all the troubles. I will take care of this matter." Then, Su Fan took a step forward, looking around calmly and confidently. "I don't need to explain anything. If anyone disagrees, come up and get killed." Very crazy and arrogant. This is the confidence of the first person in the martial arts exam. With his current strength, he is not afraid of anyone and does not need to explain anything. Anyone who disobeys him will be beaten to death. Use your strength to crush all doubts. Haha, Su Fan, you asked for this. You're just a C-level talent chicken. I'll expose your true colors right away. Zhang Xiao sneered, showing a smug look. He looked at Su Fan with a look full of sarcasm, and punched him directly, with a violent momentum spreading in all directions. The sudden outbreak of battle immediately attracted attention from all parties. Just right, let's see the strength of this Su Fan. This Zhang Xiao is an S-level genius who has awakened the S-level talent, the Nether Demon Tiger. If Su Fan only has a C-level talent, he will definitely not be his opponent. Many people opened their eyes wide and watched the battle excitedly, wanting to see Su Fan's true strength. Possessed by a demonic tiger. Zhang Xiao roared angrily, his muscles swelled, black magic patterns appeared on his forehead, and even his palms turned into black tiger claws. He exuded a fierce aura all over his body, like a human-shaped magic tiger. He fought at full strength and summoned the soul of the Nether Demon Tiger right from the start. His momentum soared dramatically, comparable to that of a level 18 warrior. Su Fan, kneel down. Zhang Xiao's face was full of ferocity. He used all his strength to activate his innate ability. The demonic tiger fist was invincible and he attacked Su Fan fiercely. The powerful force caused an explosion in the air, which was astonishingly powerful. Snort! Su Fan snorted coldly, his blood surged, and he threw a punch directly. The vast divine power exploded, causing the space to tremble, and the domineering force crushed everything. Ah, how is this possible? A scream was heard. The next moment, Zhang Xiao vomited blood violently, his arm exploded, and he flew out horizontally, fell heavily to the ground, and fainted on the spot. One punch, crush. The whole place was dead silent, and all doubts were crushed. An extremely domineering voice rang out. You're worthy enough to look me in the eye? Chapter 29 SSS level talent. Shocking the audience. You're worthy enough to look me in the eye? The domineering voice spread like thunder. Su Fan defeated Zhang Xiao with one punch, shocking the entire audience. All rumors and doubts were shattered. Too strong. Crush me with one punch. This Zhang Xiao is no match at all. He's too weak. No. Zhang Xiao is an S-rank genius. He has awakened the soul of the Nether Demonic Tiger. He is a top-notch existence among the younger generation. His strength is definitely not weak. Su Fan is too strong. His physical strength is comparable to that of a peerless beast. He deserves to be the number one in the martial arts exam. The pupils of geniuses from all sides shrank in shock, and they looked at Su Fan with awe in their eyes. No explanation, no clarification needed. With just one punch, he shattered all doubts, leaving people in awe. This punch has probably reached the second level. Even I might not be able to take it. Zhou Jianfeng's eyes were deep and his face was solemn. Su Fan's strength was even stronger than he had imagined. Although he was only level 16, his actual combat power was definitely at the second level. How could someone with this level of combat power only have a C-level talent? How ridiculous! This idiot actually dared to challenge Su Fan. He overestimates his own abilities. Wu snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and looked at the figure lying on the ground covered in blood, like a dead dog, her pretty face full of pity. Ignorance is fearless. Even we are no match for Su Fan. A mere S rank is completely asking for trouble. Hua Yinfei shook his head, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. They had witnessed Su Fan's true strength. He killed a second-level dragon alone and swept through an army of ferocious beasts. If such an amazing record were to be spread, all geniuses would tremble in their legs. And, at this moment, the strength Su Fan displayed was just the tip of the iceberg. In Huo Wu's eyes, Su Fan is the strongest genius of the Su Qingxian level. A mere S-level person actually dared to provoke Su Fan. He was simply asking for trouble. Su Fan, if I'm not mistaken, your talent should have evolved or mutated, right? At this time, Zhang Jinyan walked over with a smile, staring at Su Fan intently, his deep eyes flashing with brilliance. Yes, my talent has indeed evolved, it's not just C rank. Su Fan nodded, his face calm, and he made no attempt to hide his talent level. The higher his talent and strength, the more attention he will receive from the country. In the future, when he goes to college, he will be able to obtain more and better training resources. This can only benefit him. So it has evolved, no wonder it's so strong. The chance of talent evolving is very low. On average, only 1 out of tens of thousands of people will appear. I've only heard of this happening, but I've never seen it myself. I wonder what level Su Fan's talent has evolved to. Many people were talking about it, looking at Su Fan with curiosity. I happen to have some testing equipment here that can help you retest your talent level. If you don't mind, you can start at any time. Zhang Jinyang said. Sure. Su Fan said. Zhang Jinyang waved his hand, and several staff members immediately took action. A cylindrical black instrument was quickly brought up. This is a martial arts tester. It can test the talent level and the punching power of the warrior. Under the gazes of the crowd, Su Fan stretched out his hand and slowly placed it on the tester. Then his body shook, and his innate ability was channeled by some special force, and wisps of white flames burned on his body. Rumble! Su Fan's whole body was glowing, bathed in white flames, his hair was burning and dancing, and a huge phantom of a ferocious beast appeared above his head. It was a snow-white fairy phoenix, dancing in fire and soaring into the sky, sacred and beautiful. SSS-level talent immortal phoenix. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone gasped, their faces filled with horror and shock. After a moment of dead silence, thunderous screams and shouts erupted at the scene, and many people went crazy. Oh my god, it's actually an SSS-level talent. Such a terrifying pressure, such a terrifying power of fire, is this the strongest fire talent? I heard that Su Fan's previous talent was only a C-level earth and chicken, but after evolving, he actually turned into an SSS-level immortal fairy phoenix. It's simply amazing. Incredible, it's like a country chicken has transformed into a phoenix. It caused a sensation and the whole audience was talking about it endlessly. At this moment, countless burning gazes gathered from all directions, all focused on Su Fan. There was no questioning, no sarcasm, only endless admiration and awe. Su Fan once again became the focus of the audience, like a star surrounded by stars, and shone with infinite glory. It's actually SSS rank. Puff. Puff. Zhao Ritian, who had just woken up from a coma, was so frightened when he saw Su Fan's SSS-level talent rating that he trembled all over, spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood, his eyes turned black, and he fainted again. This time, he completely broke down and would rather never wake up again. SSS-level immortal phoenix, the strongest fire talent, even more powerful than my fire phoenix soul. Huo Wu's beautiful eyes trembled in shock, her chest heaved violently, and she couldn't help but want to surrender and worship Su Fan. This is the suppression from the bloodline. The bloodline power of the immortal phoenix is far superior to that of the fire phoenix. Haha, besides Su Qingxian, my dragon country has given birth to another SSS-level genius. Zhang Jinyang laughed heartily, his face glowing, and he clenched his fists excitedly. Su Qingxian and Su Fan, 2 SSS-level geniuses. The strongest ice element Frozen Throne. The strongest fire element the immortal phoenix. The competition he held this year was destined to be recorded in the martial arts history of Dragon Country. SSS-level talent? The same level of talent as mine. No wonder this useless brother can compete with me. Su Qingxian's eyes flickered, and her delicate face was calm, as cold and unmeltable as 10,000 years of ice. In her previous life, she could freeze a planet with a wave of her hand, and when she unleashed her full power, she could even freeze the universe and the stars. Interesting, finally a decent opponent has arrived. A gleam of light flashed across Su Qingxian's eyes, and her little pink fist slowly clenched, and her blood began to boil after a long time. The martial arts exam has not yet ended. The genius ranking battle a week later will be her real stage. relying on the experience of the previous life and many trump cards. Su Qingxian has full confidence that he can defeat Su Fan fairly in the genius ranking battle. Tremble, my foolish brother. Chapter 30 Qingbei Martial Arts University. The president is here in person. First in the martial arts exam. SSS level talent ability. Su Fan became famous and powerful, and for a time he was so powerful that he even overshadowed Su Qingxian. First place in the martial arts exam, well deserved. Everyone was amazed and looked at Su Fan with admiration, as if they saw a young supreme being. Buzz. 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 At this moment, a flash of light appeared in the void, and several powerful figures fell from the sky. The vast blood and energy surged like a vast ocean, causing the entire space to tremble. This is a group of master-level warriors. They are all wearing blue and white sky martial arts uniforms with exquisite dragon patterns embroidered on their chests. The 5-clawed golden dragons are lifelike. This is the logo of the most powerful university in Dragon Country, Tsinghua University and Peking University of Martial Arts. Someone's coming from Peking University and Tsinghua University. A lot of top experts have arrived at once, all of them are at the Grandmaster level or above. Tsinghua University is indeed very well established. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are so outstanding, it seems that Peking University and Tsinghua University can't sit still. The whole audience was boiling. The arrival of people from Peking University and Tsinghua University immediately caused a sensation. As the top martial arts school in the country, Peking University and Tsinghua University have always been the benchmark in the martial arts world, and their every move will attract widespread attention. Among this group of strong men from Peking University and Tsinghua University, the leader is a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses, had a gentle smile, and was well-mannered. Although he didn't reveal any aura, he was intimidating without being angry, and his oppressive power far exceeded that of a master-level strongman. Even Zhang Jinyang seemed as small as an ant in front of him. That's the president of Peking University, Zhuge Qingyun. This is incredible. Principal Zhuge actually came in person. The 4 directions were shaken. Everyone was in an uproar, all shocked by Zhuge Qingyun's arrival. This is the current president of Peking University and Tsinghua University, a very important figure in Longhua, who is one of the best in terms of strength and status. Sky Martial Arts Uniform. Pretty cool. Su Fan's eyes flashed as he looked at the blue and white sky uniform, his eyes gradually becoming hot. I don't know how many martial artists are proud to wear this martial arts uniform. This is the symbol of the strongest martial arts university in Dragon Country, a symbol of honor and status. As long as you put on the Sky Martial Arts uniform and become a student of Tsinghua University or Peking University, your future will be limitless. Tisk, interesting. Are Peking University and Tsinghua University finally getting restless? Su Fan's eyes were bright as he looked at the top students from Peking University and Tsinghua University coming towards him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the people from Peking University and Tsinghua University came for them. Student Su Fan, student Su Qingxian, you two are both rare SSS-level geniuses in the world, possessing unlimited potential and talent. I believe that the future of Dragon Country will be brilliant because of you. I, Tsinghua University and Peking University, sincerely invite you to join us. Zhuge Qingyun led the team over, with a gentle and easygoing smile, and extended an admission invitation to Su Fan and the other two. Su Fan and Su Qingxian's talents are simply too strong. 2 SSS-level geniuses, the top 2 in the martial arts exam. At this moment, even Peking University and Tsinghua University lost their patience, worried that Su Fan and Su Qingxian would be poached by other universities. Zhuge Qingyun came in person to recruit them and invited Su Fan and Su Qingxian to join Peking University and Tsinghua University. The presidents of Peking University and Tsinghua University came personally to invite us. This is such a great honor. Many young geniuses felt a pang of sadness and envy when they saw this scene. They are all geniuses on the list, but not enough to attract so much attention from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Su Qingxian agreed without even thinking. After all, Peking University and Tsinghua University are the best universities in Longhua, and are also the best choices for Su Fan and Su Qingxian. If they want to grow up as quickly as possible, they can only join Peking University and Tsinghua University. But at this time, Su Fan suddenly spoke and interrupted the girl. Hello, Principal Zhuge, I'm Su Fan. Su Fan bowed slightly, first paying his respects to Zhuge Qingyun, and then said calmly, "Neither servile nor overbearing, other schools are willing to provide us with hundreds of millions of cultivation resources. I wonder what conditions Peking University and Tsinghua University will offer us." "Ah, don't worry about your treatment. You are all top SSS level geniuses. We at Tsinghua and Peking University have always valued geniuses and will definitely provide you with the best training resources." Zhuge Qingyun smiled and began to introduce in an orderly manner. "Our school promises. First, we will provide you with all the training resources free of charge until you reach level 90 or above. Secondly, I will provide you with a portion of the essence and blood of a 9th rank ferocious beast every month to temper your physique and enhance your cultivation. Third, we will also assign you a supreme expert above level 90 to personally teach you how to practice and protect your safety. Free training resources, essence and blood of 9th order ferocious beasts, and guidance from supreme masters. No matter which of these three conditions is released, it is enough to drive countless people crazy and excited. Only SSS level geniuses like Su Fan and Su Qingxian could be offered such favorable conditions by Peking University and Tsinghua University. Promise, agree quickly. If you don't agree, I'll agree for you." Many people's eyes turned red after hearing this, and they felt envious and jealous, and they wanted to agree on behalf of Su Fan and the others immediately. This time, Zhuge Qingyun was full of sincerity and offered extremely generous conditions. He was determined to win over the two peerless geniuses, Su Fan and Su Qingxian, in one fell swoop. "Thank you for the invitation, Principal. We'll go home and think about it. We'll give you an answer after the ranking tournament is over." Su Fan answered respectfully and calmly. "Oh." Zhuge Qingyun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Su Fan didn't agree immediately. Faced with such good conditions, most geniuses would have agreed to it long ago, but Su Fan was still so calm and not anxious, and seemed not to be moved by their conditions. Quite interesting. Zhuge Qingyun's heart moved, and he admired Su Fan's character very much. What's going on? Su Fan didn't agree? What is he doing? Doesn't he want to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University? Many people were stunned and extremely puzzled. Peking University and Tsinghua University are the holy places for cultivation that countless people dream of. Many people fight hard but cannot get in. Now that the gate of Tsinghua University has been opened to Su Fan and the others, he actually did not choose to go in. This left everyone confused. What's wrong with this useless brother all of a sudden? Su Qingxian frowned slightly, also a little confused. But she still chose to stand on the same side as Su Fan and did not immediately agree to the invitation from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Zhuge Qingyun wasn't angry about their choices. He was very tolerant and smiled slightly. "Okay, if you've made up your mind, you can contact me anytime. The doors of Tsinghua University and Peking University are always open to you too." Watching Zhuge Qingyun and others leave, Su Qingxian frowned, said nothing, and just looked at Su Fan silently. "It looks like an angry kitten." "Ha, are you angry?" Seeing the little fairy's fierce expression, Su Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Just now, why didn't you accept Principal Zhuge's invitation?" Su Qingxian glanced at Su Fan and said suspiciously, "Tsinghua University and Peking University are the best martial arts universities in Longhua. They are top universities in the world. If we want to grow as quickly as possible, Tsinghua University and Peking University are the best choices. Do you want to join another school?" "First of all, I didn't reject Principal Zhuge. I just delayed it a little." Su Fan winked at the girl and gave her a cunning smile. "Two SSS level geniuses. We must put some pressure on Peking University and Tsinghua University. The calmer we are, the more anxious they become. The more anxious they are, the higher the price they offer us." Su Fan revealed a sly smile and said to the girl, "Maybe if we delay for 2 days, everyone in our family will have a sea view apartment. We have to learn to be frugal in our daily life, understand?" "Rational." Su Qingxian nodded seriously, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes when she looked at Su Fan. Unexpectedly, this good-for-nothing brother not only evolved in talent, but also in IQ. What he said makes sense. These two SSS-level geniuses can indeed exchange for more resources and chips from Zhuge Qingyun. After the ranking competition is over, their value will skyrocket and they will get more resources. It will not be too late to enter Peking University or Tsinghua University by then. It's almost lunchtime. Su Fan looked at the sun rising to its highest point, and suddenly stretched out his hand, gently grasping the girl's wrist, a bright smile flashing across his handsome face. Let's go home and have dinner. Chapter 31 Returning Home. Parents' shock. At noon, the sun is high in the sky. In a garden community, in an ordinary house. A beautiful woman dressed in a charming manner is busy in the kitchen. The rich and mellow aroma of stewed meat filled the room, whetting one's appetite. Mom! Mom! I'm hungry and want to eat some meat. A chubby little girl hugged the beautiful woman's thighs and kept acting coquettishly, her saliva dripping with greed. It was Su Fan's little sister Su Baobao. No! Mom glared at Su Baobao, tapped her bun with a jade finger, and said with a stern face, "This is for your brother and sister. They haven't come back yet, so don't eat it secretly." Su Baobao's chubby face was filled with frustration. He poked his chubby fingers and said in a baby voice, "When will De Guo and sister come back? I want to eat some meat. It's almost time. The martial arts exam is almost over. I wonder how they did." My mother put one hand on her waist, her plump figure and delicate face like a flower. A proud smile appeared on her face, and she said confidently, "With my daughter Xian'er's talent, it should be no problem for her to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. She may even be able to compete for the first place in the martial arts exam. Our whole family will benefit from it." Whenever she thought of her precious daughter, whom she was so proud of, her heart blossomed with joy and her face was filled with pride. Only such an outstanding mother could give birth to such an outstanding daughter. Qin Meiling puffed out her chest proudly and thought proudly. Suddenly, she thought of her good-for-nothing son, and her heart tightened. Her pretty face was covered with a layer of gloom, as if the sky was dimmed. I wonder what happened to that brat. With his limited strength, I wonder if he got into any trouble. My mother is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She says she doesn't care about Su Fan, but she's still worried about him in her heart. After all, he was the son she raised with her own hands. With Su Fan's strength, he can forget about going to martial arts university. He'll be lucky to come back safely. Qin Meiling thought so. We're back. Just then, a hearty voice sounded at the door. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are back. I'm back. I'm finally back. The whole family was very happy and came out to greet them. Among them, Su Baobao ran the fastest. Ha ha! The big pot is back. As soon as Su Baobao heard that Su Fan had returned, he ran out with his short legs as fast as he could and jumped to greet him. She hugged Su Fan's thighs, raised her fat face, and said expectantly, Big pot, did you bring anything delicious?" "No." Su Fan had a blank expression on his face and took out his empty trouser pockets to prove his innocence, which immediately made the chubby girl look disappointed. "Oh." Su Baobao was very realistic. When he heard that there was no food, he immediately abandoned the big pot and ran straight to Su Qingxian behind him. "Sister! Sister! Sister, did you bring anything delicious?" She hugged Su Qingxian's thighs again, her face full of desire and her saliva a foot long. Su Qingxian shook her head. She had just returned from the examination room, not from the mall, so where would there be anything to eat? Su Baobao's chubby face tightened and he became unhappy. He immediately abandoned his aloof sister and turned around to run towards his mother. "Son, daughter, how did you do on the exam?" At this time, Dad Su Dashan came up, his honest face showing deep worry. "This year's martial arts exam is quite dangerous. I heard there was a beast tied and many people died. How are you? Are you injured?" "Don't worry, Dad. We're fine." Su Fan smiled slightly and signaled his father not to worry. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew over. A red-haired fairy with bare snow-white feet ran out of the bedroom like a flash and headed straight for Su Fan and Su Qingxian. It was my Aunt Qin Jiaojia. After not seeing her for a day, my aunt was still as beautiful and charming as ever. She came out in her pajamas, with her breasts full and her curves extremely attractive. Su Fan felt hot when he saw it. "My dear nephew, I miss you so much after not seeing you for just one day. Come on, let your aunt have a good look at you." The pretty aunt stretched out her hand, pinched Su Fan's handsome face, looked at him carefully, and smiled. "You have grown taller, and your body has become much stronger. You look handsome again. It's only been a day since we last met, and you have changed a lot. It seems that the martial arts exam is quite challenging." "Fine." Su Fan nodded. As his martial arts skills improved, he indeed grew taller, his muscles became extremely strong, and he looked energetic and imposing. TSK, Xian'er has become even more beautiful. Look at this perfect little face. Come. Let your aunt have a taste of her. As she spoke, the pretty aunt turned to look at Su Qingxian, pouted her lips, and gave a boo on her flawless and cold face. Female hooligan, she didn't even let her own niece go. Su Fan rolled his eyes and looked at it with envy. Su Qingxian had a blank expression on her face, as cold as ice. She had long been accustomed to her aunt's unruly behavior. Okay, let's eat first. We can talk after dinner if you have anything to say. At this time, my mother had already prepared a sumptuous welcoming banquet. There are 18 delicious dishes including wild animals, Australian lobster, and sea crab. There are all kinds of delicious food, with fragrant aromas that make people salivate. The whole family gathered together, feasting and chatting while eating. The atmosphere was beautiful and happy. Xianer, how did you do in the exam? What place did you get? When the meal was almost finished, the mother slowly looked at Su Qingxian and couldn't help asking about the girl's martial arts exam results. Second place in the martial arts exam. Su Qingxian said calmly. Ha, second place in the martial arts exam, worthy of being my daughter, so amazing. My mother was so ecstatic that her wrinkles were almost showing through with laughter. The whole family was extremely excited and felt proud of Su Qingxian. Among tens of thousands of candidates in the imperial capital, Su Qingxian was ranked second. This result was simply excellent to the extreme. The whole family had nothing to complain about Su Qingxian. With this score, you should have no problem getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University, right? Mom continued. Yeah. Su Qingxian nodded. That's great. My family has a genius from Peking University or Tsinghua University, ha. My mother's big, kiss-me eyes sparkled, and she was extremely happy. She praised Su Qingxian and praised her to the skies. But he completely forgot about Su Fan and was too lazy to even ask about his grades. In his mother's opinion, Su Fan must have failed the exam, and it is basically impossible for him to get into a martial arts university. It is already very good that he can return home safely. You can't expect too much from your good-for-nothing son. Su Fan looked calm and ate silently, too lazy to affect his mother's good mood. Son, how did you do? What place did you get in the exam? Asked the father. I was lucky and got first place. Su Fan said. It's okay to be the last one. As long as you can come back safely. Dad patted Su Fan's shoulder and comforted him with an expression that said, I understand you. No, it's positive. Su Fan glanced at his parents and said seriously, first place in the martial arts exam. Dad? Mom? Aunt? Fatty? Chapter 32 I, Su Fan, ranked first in the martial arts exam. I, Su Fan, ranked first in the martial arts exam. Su Fan announced the martial arts exam results to the whole family with a serious look on his face. The whole family fell into silence. Everyone stared at each other, their faces blank, and they all looked a little bit unbelievable. If Su Qingxian got first place in the martial arts exam, they would definitely believe it without hesitation. After all, Su Qingxian was extremely talented and had always been the best student in school. However, Su Fan has always been mediocre, with average grades and talents, and was very inconspicuous in school. Suddenly, he claimed that he had ranked first in the martial arts exam, and the whole family was a little confused for a moment. Impossible. My mother looked indifferent and unmoved. Who are you kidding? The aunt rolled her eyes, not believing it at all, and even gave Su Fan a pat on the foot. Son, it's okay if you don't do well on the test. Just tell the truth. Dad had a serious expression and looked at Su Fan deeply, obviously not believing it either. In response to the doubts of his family, Su Fan remained calm. He took a mouthful of crab rice and muttered as he ate, if you don't believe me, go ask the fairy. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, the whole family cast their puzzled eyes towards Su Qingxian, who was as quiet as a fairy. They knew the girl would not lie and wanted to get the real answer from her. It's true. Su Qingxian nodded and said without any joy or sadness. What? It's actually true? Xiao Fan is really the first in the martial arts exam, incredible. The whole family was shocked. Mom and Dad gasped and looked at Su Fan with shock in their eyes. They never expected that their eldest son, who had always been mediocre, would surpass Su Qingxian and take first place in the martial arts exam. This was unbelievable. It's strange, Xiao Fan, when did you become so powerful? The aunt's face was full of suspicion. She poked Su Fan's chest with her elbow and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Did he explode?" "To be precise, it has evolved." Su Fan smiled slightly, looked at his family who were full of confusion, and patiently explained, "My talent has evolved. Now, like Xander, we both have SSS level talents, and our strength has increased significantly." SSS level talent. On the same level as Xander. No wonder Xiaofan got first place in the martial arts exam. Everyone suddenly realized and finally understood the reason for Su Fan's rise, which was actually the evolution of his talent. The strongest talent at SSS level. In addition to Su Qingxian, their family gave birth to another peerless genius. Well, not bad. All these years of hard work and perseverance in teaching you have paid off. My mother nodded and tried to remain calm, but her big, Caroline-like eyes couldn't hide the excitement, and she rarely gave Su Fan a look of praise. "So, the top 2 in this year's martial arts exam are both from our family, haha." Dad laughed heartily, feeling very excited, and looked at Su Fan with bright eyes. "Son, you ranked first in the martial arts exam, so you must have been admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, right?" "Yes, Xander and I have both received invitations from Peking University and Tsinghua University." Su Fan nodded. 2 SSS level geniuses, 2 top students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Our family is going to be rich in the future. The whole family was excited. It is really exciting news that both Su Fan and his sister were admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Su Dashan and his wife were beaming with pride. Their children were truly amazing. "Wow, Dogwa is amazing. He got first place in the exam." Su Baobao's eyes lit up, his fat face was full of admiration, and his hope for the big pot was rekindled. Big pot, you are the first in the martial arts exam, so you must have a lot of rewards. Are there any delicious foods?" She looked at Su Fan excitedly, her eyes full of desire. As the foodie in the family, baby Su's eyes are always focused on food. "Unfortunately, no." Su Fan shrugged helplessly. Su Baobao's chubby face immediately fell, his lips pouted, and his enthusiasm for the big pot dropped sharply. Su Fan smiled when he saw this, pinched the little guy's chubby face, and promised, "But when I have money in the future, I will buy you delicious food every day." "Oh carrot oh." Baby Su blinked, then threw herself into Su Fan's arms, smiling happily. "Big pot is great." After dinner, the family sat together and watched TV after a long time. They were talking and laughing, having a great time. It was not until the evening that Su Fan stretched and felt a little tired. He was about to go back to his room to rest, but his aunt suddenly called him. "My dear nephew, you are awesome. You got first place in the exam. I must show my appreciation." Xin Jiajiao's chest heaved, her smile was as beautiful as a flower, and she threw a coquettish glance at Su Fan, full of charm. "Come to my room tonight, and I'll definitely reward you." She blew a breath into Su Fan's ear, seductively like a vixen. Su Fan had an indifferent expression on his face and ruthlessly refused, "No. Come on. Auntie will fight with you until dawn." The pretty aunt hugged Su Fan's arm, her eyes rolling, and she started to act coquettishly. "No." Su Fan was indifferent. He had long been immune to his aunt's tricks and shook his head to refuse again. "Are you going?" When the aunt saw that Su Fan was not buying it, she immediately showed a ferocious expression, suddenly strangled his neck, and threatened him fiercely. No, I won't go, even if I die." Su Fan looked determined and glanced at his aunt with some disdain. "I don't play games with noobs." He knew that his aunt wanted to ask him to play games again. He will definitely not be fooled this time. My aunt is a homebody. She doesn't like to go out shopping for clothes. She likes to stay at home and play games. Whenever she has time, she will drag Su Fan to play games with her. When I have nothing to do, it's okay to play a few games to relax, but the key is that she is too bad. When I play with her, I lose 10 times in a row, 10 times in a row, and 10 times in a row. I lose all the time. He was obviously as bad as a dog, but they still had a lot of excuses and finally put the blame for the loss on him. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Su Fan's eyes were determined, and he was determined to get rid of his evil aunt. "Come on, let's play a couple of rounds, moi." Finally, the beautiful aunt used her trump card, pouting her sexy red lips, trying to use her beauty trick. "Beauty will only affect the speed of my cultivation." Su Fan looked solemn as he ruthlessly abandoned his beautiful aunt and returned to his room to concentrate on his cultivation. "I'm going to rest too." Afterwards, Su Qingxian walked towards her room with a cold face and light steps. Exquisite and small pink bedroom. Elegant and warm, with fragrance everywhere. The girl lay on the bed, letting her silver hair fall down. She closed her eyes and thought, quietly digesting the gains from the martial arts exam. No doubt. Su Qingxian's cultivation speed is much faster than in his previous life, and his cultivation level at the same period is also far beyond that of his peers. Level 24. SSS level talent. Level 2, elite warrior. Among the younger generation, she believed that she was absolutely invincible and no one could be her opponent. Even her brother with SSS level talent was only level 16 and posed no threat to her at all. After the points competition is over, the more important talent ranking competition will begin, which will determine who will be the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. There are still 7 days until the talent ranking tournament begins. I need to prepare well. Su Qingxian clenched her fists, her face full of determination, as if she was ready to kill anyone who stood in her way. I'm determined to be the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in the girl's mind. Ding dong. The martial arts exam points competition has been detected to be over. The first round of Tianjiao PK is starting for you. Chapter 33 First PK. The Empress's Punishment. Tianjiao PK. The winner is the king, the loser eats dust. Congratulations on passing the martial arts exam points competition. The first round of PK is about to begin for you. The Tianjiao PK, has it finally begun? Su Qingxian's heart moved, and a rare hint of anticipation appeared on her cold little face without any emotion. With her strength, there should be no rivals, right? Wrong. It's not should, it's absolutely not. Su Qingxian's eyes were bright, overflowing with invincible confidence. There is absolutely no rival in front of this emperor. This PK is mainly based on points. We are selecting the top 100 geniuses in the country for you. Let us start the points competition. Congratulations! With an exceptional score of 99,999, you've won second place in this martial arts exam. You have surpassed 99% of the geniuses, with the grace of an emperor, unrivaled in history. Unlocked achievement, under 1 person. Under 1 person. Damn it, just 1 point. Su Qingxian raised her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows slightly. She thought of how she lost to Su Fan by 1 point. A strong sense of unwillingness welled up in her heart, and she gradually fell into a state of autism. Just 1 point. I could just kill a ferocious beast in 1 second. What a pity. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Su Qingxian closed his eyes and pondered, carefully thinking about the reasons for his defeat. Finally, after some hard thinking, Su Qingxian looked serious and finally figured out the root cause of his defeat: bad luck. There is no doubt about her strength. Among her peers, she is absolutely invincible. The reason why he lost to Su Fan by 1 point was simply bad luck. He didn't encounter as many ferocious beasts as him. It must be like this. It's okay. In the next round, let that useless brother feel despair. Su Qingxian's face was determined as she thought seriously. We must let this indigenous genius from a lower-level civilization feel the combat power of a cosmic genius. Ding dong. Congratulations on winning second place in the first round of comparison. Rewards are being distributed to you. Reward 1, Nectar and Jade Liquid 3. Reward 2, 10,000 Years of Cold Marrow 1. Reward 3, Divine Beast Blood 1. The reward is quite generous. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes were burning, and a hint of joy appeared on her cold little face. The system never deceives me. These prizes are among the best treasures even in the entire universe, enough to transform a person and increase their cultivation dramatically. Nectar and Jade Liquid. Quality, rare. Introduction: the slurry made from star chalcedony is as sweet as fine wine. It can strengthen the physique, replenish qi and blood, and significantly improve the warrior's cultivation. 10,000 Years of Cold Marrow. Quality, rare. Introduction: this precious cold marrow, extracted from 10,000-year-old black ice, is extremely cold and beneficial to ice geniuses. It can transform physiques and promote the evolution of ice talents. Divine Beast Blood. Quality, God level. Introduction: randomly obtain a portion of Divine Beast Essence Blood, which can temper your physique and transcend the ordinary body. All 3 rewards are very good and can greatly improve the warrior's cultivation. Especially the second reward: 10,000 Years of Cold Marrow. This is the treasure that ice geniuses dream of. It can strengthen ice talent and promote talent evolution. As long as Su Qingxian absorbs this 10,000-year-old cold marrow, his SSS-level talent, the Frozen Throne, will definitely become stronger and may even have the hope of evolving to a higher level. There is no need to mention the efficacy of the blood of the divine beast. It is a supreme treasure, comparable to a miracle medicine, which can help warriors temper their bodies, strengthen their qi and blood, and be reborn. With these things, I will transcend my mortal body. My talent and cultivation will undergo earth-shaking changes. By then, I will be completely unbeatable. Su Qingxian's eyes were bright and she was in a very happy mood. She felt that she was on an invincible path. Ding! All prizes are temporarily sealed. Omega! Su Qingxian's face froze, and she gradually fell into a petrified state. It was like a bucket of cold water was poured down on her, extinguishing her ambitions. Temporarily sealed? What the hell? The reward won't be issued. The girl went crazy and clenched her fists. The horrible cold air turned the whole room into an ice cellar. Endless coldness is overwhelming. Even with her calm mind, she couldn't help but be blown away by this damn system. Su Qingxian analyzed here for a long time and allocated the uses of each prize perfectly. She was confident that she could make the most of all the rewards and improve her cultivation to the maximum extent. Finally, the rewards were not given out. Is this system a human system? You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, don't live. Su Qingxian was very angry. The consequences were serious. At worst, they would be destroyed together. Unfortunately, you lost to Su Fan by 1 point and are currently ranked second in this Tianjiao PK. Opening for you the punishment of the loser. If you want to get system rewards, you must complete the punishment task first. Punishment mission: become a personal maid for a week and provide meticulous service to your beloved brother. Personal maid? I never thought that one day I would end up working as a maid. Su Qingxian clenched her pink fists, her little fangs flashed with ferocity, and her expression was extremely fierce. That's all. I will accept defeat if I lose. This emperor is not someone who cannot afford to lose. When the genius ranking battle comes, I will get everything back and prove once again who is the #1 genius of this era. Su Qingxian's face was determined. She remembered the shame of today and used it as motivation to spur herself on. Next time, she will never lose again. System: what exactly does a personal maid do? Su Qingxian's eyes flashed, and she suddenly asked. During the 7-day punishment period, you must serve your brother wholeheartedly. Including but not limited to cooking, massage, foot rubbing, bed warming, devoting everything to my beloved brother. Today's mission: warm the bed. Let me warm your bed? Su Qingxian's body stiffened, and she turned into an ice sculpture on the spot. Chapter 34 Forced to warm the bed? The girl who visited late at night. Late at night. In the room. Su Fan sat on the bed, concentrating on practicing the 9 transformations of the True Dragon. This is the body refining magical power of the True Dragon clan. It changes layer by layer and is infinitely subtle. When it is practiced to perfection, one can transform into a real dragon, soar into the sky, and be invincible in the world. His whole body was glowing, flowing with golden light, the blood in his body was boiling like boiling water, and waves of supreme dragon power emanated from him. It was as if there was a real dragon evolving and transforming inside his body. After several hours of practice, the light on Su Fan's body became brighter and brighter, the pressure of the real dragon became stronger and stronger, and his strength was obviously improved a lot. Buzz! But at this moment, Su Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and all the light and pressure disappeared in an instant, and the room returned to calm. No, this kind of training is too slow. I won't be able to break through to the second stage of True Dragon in another month. I need the blood of a powerful beast to temper my body. Su Fan's eyes were deep, and he finally woke up from his cultivation state, looking thoughtful. A warrior's training requires a lot of resources. The results of practicing hard on your own are very average. If you want to break through to a higher level, external resources are indispensable. The 9 transformations of a true dragon, as the body-refining magical power of the True Dragon clan, requires constantly devouring the essence and blood of ferocious beasts in order to break the shackles of the physical body and continuously transform and evolve. In addition, if Su Fan wants to break through to the second level, he must complete body tempering, which also requires a large amount of blood and essence of ferocious beasts, or natural treasures containing the essence of life. We must find a way to obtain some high-level beast essence and blood to temper our physique and practice the 9 transformations of the true dragon. Su Fan showed a determined look, and he urgently needed a large amount of ferocious beast's essence and blood to break the shackles of his flesh. The path of martial arts is a den of money. Every powerful person is built up with endless resources. After entering Peking University or Tsinghua University, Su Fan will have resources provided by the school and the country, and his future will be smooth and he won't have to worry about anything. But now, during this transitional period before entering university, he can only rely on himself to find a solution. In a week, the talent ranking competition will begin. In order to prepare for this national talent competition, Su Fan must improve his cultivation as much as possible. It is worth mentioning. There are no rewards for the points race. However, the rewards for the genius ranking competition are very generous. The top 500 talents in the country will gather together to compete for the top spot in this year's martial arts exam. It will be an unparalleled event. All geniuses will receive rewards based on their rankings. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. The reward for being the top scorer in the martial arts exam is extremely precious and can completely transform a person and dramatically increase his cultivation. If Su Fan wants to achieve a higher ranking, he must become stronger, and the blood of ferocious beasts is essential. Then, he turned on his phone, entered the virtual martial arts mall, and began to check the prices of the ferocious beast's blood. A normal first-tier beast essence blood costs over 10,000 dragon coins. A second-tier beast essence blood costs over 100,000 dragon coins. Oh my god, it's so expensive. Su Fan was amazed at what he saw. The price is really too scary. Even the first and second level ferocious beast essence blood is very expensive. I dare not even look at the third level and above ferocious beast essence blood. They are all sky-high prices, and many of them are out of stock. With Su Fan's limited financial resources, he simply couldn't afford it. Purchasing the blood of ferocious beasts is impossible. Do I have to go hunting in the wilderness? Oh, I almost forgot about her. Just when Su Fan was in distress, he suddenly thought of someone. His eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly dialed an unfamiliar number. Who? Soon, a charming voice with obvious impatience sounded from the other end of the phone. This was a woman, her voice filled with resentment, as if she was complaining that her sweet dream had been disturbed by that bastard. I am your savior. Su Fan said. It's you. Su Fan? Hearing this, the woman opposite was obviously delighted and said happily, Why is it you? You're calling me so late. What's the matter? This woman was Huo Wu. When they were in the secret realm, Su Fan rescued Huo Wu and her sister from the dragon's mouth. This was a huge favor, and the two of them promised to repay Su Fan after they got out. The Huo Wu siblings were born into a distinguished family. They were the heirs to the famous Huo Clan Chamber of Commerce in the imperial capital. Their family was powerful and possessed endless martial arts resources. In order to facilitate debt collection in the future, Su Fan exchanged contact information with Huo Wu and his sister. I must ask for a reward for saving my life. Of course I have something to do, debt collection. Su Fan said. Huo Wu was confused. I know you are the eldest daughter of the Huo Clan Chamber of Commerce. Your family controls a large amount of martial arts resources. Please prepare for me some high-level beast essence blood, at least level 3 or above. Su Fan spoke frankly. His physical fitness is too strong. Ordinary first and second level ferocious beast essence and blood are of little use to him. Only the essence and blood of powerful ferocious beasts of the third level or above can help him temper his body and improve his cultivation. No problem, it's a piece of cake. Huo Wu agreed immediately, very readily. As the eldest daughter of the Huo Clan Chamber of Commerce, Huo Wu holds a very high status in the family and is deeply loved by the family elders. For her, getting a few doses of ferocious beast's blood is a piece of cake. Give me a day to find the right blood of a ferocious beast, and I will contact you. Huo Wu promised. Okay, thank you for your help. Su Fan was delighted and added, By the way, I don't have any money. It's okay. I'll give it to you. You saved 2 of our lives, so it's only right that I give you some blood essence from ferocious beasts. Huo Wu said generously. The boss is generous. Su Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. After resolving the issue of the beast's blood essence, he finally felt relieved. He lay on the bed with a comfortable look on his face, completely relaxed and ready to sleep. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the window, breaking the silence of the night sky, and the sound of dripping rain soon began. A heavy rain suddenly came. It rained heavily with thunder and lightning. The whole city seemed to be submerged. Hey, it's raining. Su Fan blinked and looked at the storm outside the window with a hint of surprise on his face. He didn't expect it to rain suddenly in the middle of the night, and it looked like it was raining quite heavily. To prevent rain from seeping in, he quickly got up and closed the window again. Crack! Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. A silver-haired girl walked in. The girl has delicate features and fair skin. She is wearing a white suspender pajamas and has brilliant hair cascading like the Milky Way. She walks like Snow White, beautiful as a dream. It's Su Qingxian. Little fairy, why are you here? What's wrong? Su Fan had a dazed look on his face as he looked at the beautiful girl who suddenly broke in, and his brain gradually stopped working. A thunderstorm night. The girl suddenly broke into her bedroom. Why does this scene feel so familiar? That. Su Qingxian opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself. The cold little face, as cold as ice, had a seductive blush, which made Su Fan's mind waver. What was this little girl thinking of doing in the middle of the night? That. Su Qingxian tried hard to muster up her courage. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't say them after trying several times. In the end, she gritted her teeth, endured the endless shame and anger, and said something that left Su Fan stunned. Can I sleep with you tonight? Chapter 35 Let us sleep together. Transform into an ice ball. Can I sleep with you tonight? Su Qingxian's face was a little stiff, her eyes were wandering, she didn't dare to look at Su Fan, she just lowered her head and made a weak mosquito-like sound. Under the illumination of lightning, the girl's skin radiated a crystal luster, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, her silver hair was draped over her shoulders, and her beautiful appearance stunned the night sky. Su Fan was stunned and began to doubt his ears. What was going on? My usually aloof sister suddenly ran to my room and threatened to sleep there. Something is not right. Little fairy, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Su Fan, with a look of concern on his face, quickly walked up to the girl, gently extended his slender hand, and placed it on her jade-like forehead. The large and warm palm conveyed the strong male body temperature, which made the girl, who was as cold as ice, tremble involuntarily, and she almost melted in the hot palm. Su Qingxian couldn't help but hold her breath, her heart beat faster, her nerves were tense, and her whole body felt hot as if on fire. Like a curled-up kitten, he was so nervous that he couldn't utter a single word. It's so hot, it looks like I'm really sick. Su Fan looked serious as he looked at the abnormal girl with a worried look on his face. No, I'm not sick. I just want to sleep in your room for one night. Su Qingxian lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. Oh. Su Fan was stunned. Although he didn't know what happened to the girl, at this moment, Su Fan still showed the demeanor of a brother. Okay, you sleep here. Su Fan smiled faintly, picked up a quilt, and walked towards the living room. I'm going to sleep on the sofa. Seeing this, Su Qingxian's heart tightened. The punishment task requires her to warm Su Fan's bed. If Su Fan leaves, who will she warm the bed for? If that happens, the mission will definitely not be completed. Thinking of this, Su Qingxian became anxious. She suddenly took a step forward and stopped Su Fan at the door. Her face looked a little anxious and said, I want to sleep with you. Is that okay? Of course not. Su Fan was stunned and directly rejected the girl's request. If my mother knew that her beloved daughter was sleeping in the same bed with her adopted son, wouldn't she break his legs? What's up with the little fairy today? She is usually so cold and looks like she is out of touch with the world, so why did she suddenly run into his room today and want to sleep with him? This is wrong. Could it be that the evil aunt sent her to play a prank? Or maybe he came here to seek revenge because he lost to me in the martial arts exam? Su Fan fell into deep thought, not knowing what Su Qingxian's ulterior motive was. Don't get me wrong, I don't have any special purpose. I just want to stay here for one night. Su Qingxian explained. That won't work either. Su Fan shook his head again. Why? Su Qingxian asked. I'm afraid I'll make a mistake. Su Fan said. He glanced at the girl and his heart was suddenly moved. Su Qingxian was wearing pajamas, her skin was white, and her youthful body was blooming with beautiful radiance. Even with his self-control, a hint of heat rose in his heart. We are all adults. What if we can't control ourselves and the gun goes off accidentally? It's okay, I have a solution. Su Qingxian raised her little face slightly, revealing a hint of confidence. She lay directly on one side of the bed, with cold light flashing all around her and thick ice crystals forming. She turned into a lump of ice, emitting a terrible chill, and was frighteningly cold. It's safe this way. It's indeed safe, but there is an ice cube lying on the bed. How the hell can I sleep like this? Seeing this, Su Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This would be worse than sleeping on the sofa. There's an ice cube lying on the bed. Is this girl here to warm the bed, or to cool it? Su Fan felt helpless. Fortunately, he has a talent for fire and has a certain degree of restraint against the girl's frost and coldness, otherwise he would definitely be frozen into an ice cube. You can go to bed now. Su Qingxian glanced at Su Fan and urged him to lie down and sleep quickly. All right then. Su Fan was speechless, but seeing the girl's pleading eyes, he still lay down and slept on the other side of the bed, keeping a safe distance from Su Qingxian, who had turned into a lump of ice. It's not that I dislike her, but the girl is too cold. It's so cold, why do you sleep like this? Su Fan had no choice but to activate the soul of the immortal phoenix, releasing scorching heat waves from his body, which was enough to barely resist Su Qingxian's terrible coldness. The two of them lay side by side on the bed, one like ice and the other like fire. Each of them was at peace and did not offend each other. Good night. Su Qingxian said softly. Good night. Su Fan said slowly. No words were spoken that night. The only sound was the constant sound of wind and rain hitting the windows. In the early morning, a ray of sunshine broke through the haze and awakened the sleeping city. Su Fan was snoring softly, still sound asleep. Su Qingxian suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and was awakened by a system prompt sound. Congratulations! You successfully completed the bed warming mission. Satisfaction. Reward, Nectar and Jade Liquid 1. The rewards are finally distributed. A bottle of nectar can strengthen qi and blood and enhance physical fitness, not bad. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes lit up, and she looked at Su Fan, who was sleeping soundly beside her, with a smile on her lips. Toolman, you have lost your value. The next moment, the girl was freed from the frozen state, got up from the bed, and prepared to quietly leave Su Fan's room. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly turned over, his hands just wrapped around Su Qingxian's slender waist, and he knocked her down directly. One of his restless thighs also pressed on the girl's body, and the posture was very ambiguous. Su Qingxian felt as if she had been electrocuted, her whole body stiffened, and her mind went blank for a moment. This bad brother, did he do this on purpose? Chapter 36 Ordinary Daily Life. This bad brother did it on purpose, he must have done it on purpose. An alluring blush appeared on Su Qingxian's cold little face. Her whole body was as tense as a bowstring. Her pair of small fists were clenched tightly, and powerful icy energy gushed out. In her two lives, Su Qingxian, as the Empress, had always been pure and innocent, sacred and inviolable, and had never been so intimate with the opposite sex. She gritted her teeth, looked fierce, and wanted to punch the bad brother's head off. Snoo. It was not until she heard Su Fan's incessant snoring that Su Qingxian was slightly startled. Then she realized that he was still asleep and his previous action must have been unintentional. Wasn't it intentional? That's all. This emperor has a broad mind, so I won't bother with you this time. If there is a next time, I will not let you off easily. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes flashed, and she gently moved Su Fan's body away. Her graceful figure flashed and she slipped away quietly. Time passes. Before I knew it, it was breakfast time. Su Fan shuddered all over and suddenly woke up. He felt like he had a nightmare and felt extremely tired all over. In his dream, he slept all night holding a lump of ice. So cold. Su Fan looked depressed. He didn't know what had happened to the little fairy last night. She suddenly ran into his room and caused trouble for him. Could it be that she was possessed by her aunt? Thanks to her, he had back pain all over his body and didn't sleep well all night. After breakfast, Su Fan was lying on the sofa, taking a nap to recharge his energy. The aunt came over with her phone and said to Su Fan excitedly, "Xiao Fanzi, do you have anything to do today? Come, accompany me to fight until dark." "No, I have an appointment today," Su Fan said. "Girl?" asked my aunt. "Yes," Su Fan said. "A date." Auntie became excited. "That's about right. Su Fan nodded, his face calm. Who is that person? Is she pretty? Are her legs long? Are her breasts big? Is her butt perky? Is she as pretty as me? The beautiful ant started gossiping like crazy, chasing Su Fan and asking him questions non-stop, which made him feel overwhelmed. Not as big as you, not as tall as you, not as curvy as you, not as pretty as you, are you satisfied? Su Fan smiled helplessly. His aunt had such a damn competitive spirit. What's the point of that? Why not stay home and play games with me? The ant showed a look of contempt and showed off her long legs, starting a crazy seduction mode. With these legs of ant, you dare to refuse, don't you feel guilty? No. It doesn't hurt. Su Fan was speechless and expressionless. He had long been immune to his aunt's little tricks. Then he raised his head and looked at Su Qingxian, who was sitting beside him, as quiet as a fairy, and asked, Little fairy, do you want to go out for a walk together later? No. Su Qingxian was calm. Okay, then I'll go find Huo Wu alone. Su Fan said. Who? Su Qingxian raised her eyebrows. Huo Wu, I made an appointment with her to meet at the Huo Chamber of Commerce. Su Fan said. Fire dance? That female ant, what does her good-for-nothing brother want from her? That's not right. How did they know each other? Did something happen in the secret realm? Thinking of this, Su Qingxian's face turned cold and she looked alert. A sense of crisis quietly welled up in my heart. Su Qingxian suddenly changed her attitude and looked at Su Fan with a serious expression. I want to go too. Oh. Didn't you just say you weren't going? Women are so fickle. Seeing this, Su Fan could only nod helplessly. Okay then. Chapter 37, Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce. King-level ferocious beast blood essence. Hua's Chamber of Commerce. One of the three major martial arts chambers of commerce, it is a comprehensive resource trading club with a large number of trading channels, controlling a variety of training resources and providing convenience for martial artists. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Fan and the others finally arrived at the door of the Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, a hot figure stood gracefully at the door of the Chamber of Commerce, seemingly waiting for something. Su Fan! You are finally here. Seeing Su Fan and the others coming, Huo Wu showed a hint of surprise on her face and immediately went up to greet them. Today, Huo Wu is dressed very exquisitely, wearing a denim top and white hot pants, showing off her hot body. She had fiery red wavy hair that fell to her waist, fiery red lips, bright eyes and white teeth, and a devilish waist that exuded infinite temptation, attracting countless passers-by's attention. Even Su Fan couldn't help but feel moved. He didn't expect Huo Wu to dress so boldly, showing off her hot body. Completely different from the cold and icy Su Qingxian, Huo Wu is passionate and unrestrained. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. We are late. I guess you must be waiting anxiously. Su Fan waved his hand, smiled brightly, and greeted Huo Wu. Fortunately, it's not too late. A blush appeared on Huo Wu's pretty face. She glanced at Su Fan secretly, then quickly looked away, looking a little shy. In the secret realm, Su Fan's powerful fighting ability completely conquered her, and Huo Wu gradually developed a good impression of Su Fan. Ha! She was suddenly startled and noticed the cold and beautiful girl next to Su Fan. She immediately raised her eyebrows and her eyes were full of hostility. Su Qingxian, why are you here too? I didn't invite you. Huo Wu put one hand on her waist, her eyes wide open, and she felt unhappy with Su Qingxian no matter how she looked at her. Both of them are famous talented girls, but Su Qingxian is better than her in both talent and strength. Especially that perfect face that was as cold as ice, even a hot beauty like her would be jealous. This made Huo Wu and Su Qingxian very at odds with each other, and there was a lot of tension as soon as they met. I come when I want and leave when I want. What can a mere ant do to me? Su Qingxian's face was cold, and she glanced at Huo Wu indifferently, showing the contempt of an emperor. You little ant, dare you challenge her? She stretched out her tender white hand, and her 5 jade fingers were spewing cold air. She was thinking about which finger to use to poke Huo Wu to death. Su Qingxian, others may be afraid of you, but I am not. Take my punch. Huo Wu also has a hot temper and explodes at the slightest provocation. Her eyes were blazing with fire, and she let out a delicate cry. Her whole body was burning with blazing flames, and she swung her punch directly at him. Swish! At this moment, Su Fan quickly took action, with the source of power surging around him. He grabbed Su Qingxian's wrist with one hand and blocked Huo Wu's fist with the other hand, stopping the fight between the two women in time. All right, both ladies, please restrain yourself and stop arguing. Su Fan looked helpless. These two were like ice and fire, and they would fight as soon as they met. For Su Fan's sake, the two women temporarily stopped their actions. Then, he quickly changed the subject and asked Huo Wu, by the way, have you found what I mentioned yesterday? Of course, Huo Wu, will definitely do what I promised. Huo Wu's pretty face showed a hint of pride. She glanced at Su Fan and the others and said lightly, come with me. Under the guidance of Huo Wu, Su Fan and the others walked into the Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce. This is a huge trading hall. The interior is very luxurious and has all kinds of martial arts products. Weapons and armor, martial arts techniques, blood and chi potions, skeletons of ferocious beasts, there are so many of them, too numerous to count. Many people were visiting and shopping, and some powerful warriors were selling rare materials of ferocious beasts. It looked very lively. Hey, who is that kid? Miss Huo Wu brought him in personally. What a great honor. Since Huo Wu was leading the team personally, Su Fan and the others immediately attracted a lot of attention as soon as they came in. Countless eyes gathered and focused on Su Fan, trying to find out his identity. Some of them had a thoughtful look on their faces. They felt that Su Fan looked familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had seen him. I remember now, he is Su Fan, the first in this year's martial arts exam. What? He is that Su Fan, the super genius who broke the record in the martial arts exam. No wonder Miss Huo Wu came out to entertain us personally. She's truly extraordinary and so damn handsome. The girl next to him is Su Qingxian, second place in the martial arts exam, an SSS level genius. This is incredible. They are all the top geniuses of our dragon country. Their future achievements are limitless. In an instant, clouds moved in all directions. Everyone was talking about it, and everyone was looking over. Su Fan and the other person instantly became the focus. Having just won first place in the martial arts exam, Su Fan is a well-known figure in the imperial capital, and his reputation is very high. And with Su Qingxian's beauty and temperament, she is like a shining pearl, attracting attention wherever she goes. Hello, Su Fan. Nice to meet you. Let's learn martial arts together sometime. Miss Su Qingxian, may I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? The arrival of Su Fan and Su Qingxian immediately attracted a lot of attention. Some people came up to greet him enthusiastically, wanting to get to know Su Fan. Many men fell in love with Su Qingxian at first sight and came forward to invite her, but Su Qingxian looked indifferent and ignored them. Snap. Snap. At this time, Huo Wu took Su Fan and the others to a quiet room and sat down. Then she clapped her hands, and a waitress quickly came over with a bottle of medicine in her hands. This is. Su Fan's attention was immediately attracted. There was no medicine in the special glass bottle, only a drop of golden blood. Just a drop of blood. But at this moment, it exuded tremendous pressure, and endless hot energy, boiling and impacting in the glass bottle like magma, as if trying to break free. At the same time, a huge phantom of a flaming beast appeared in the sky, with blazing flames and roaring to the sky, full of domineering and violent ferocity. The rolling heat waves shook the earth. The fierce pressure made Su Fan and the other man tremble all over. Blood of a vicious beast. Su Fan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but get excited. He said, what a powerful pressure. Just a drop of blood actually contains such terrifying energy. What level of ferocious beast's blood is this? The 6th rank king beast, the red flame golden lion. Huo Wu smiled slightly. Chapter 38 King level beast. Red flame golden lion. The 6th rank king beast, the scarlet flame golden lion. Huo Wu's beautiful eyes flickered with a fiery light as she introduced the beast earnestly. This is a king-level beast of the fire attribute. Its blood and essence contain a large amount of flame energy, which can temper the physique and strengthen the chi in blood. It is extremely effective for warriors with fire-type talents. The blood of the 6th rank king beast, the scarlet flame golden lion, is so precious. Su Fan was overjoyed and stared at the golden blood in the bottle, a gleam of light in his eyes. At his current level, a portion of the blood essence of a 3rd-level ferocious beast would be enough. Unexpectedly, Huo Wu was so generous and directly gave him a portion of the blood essence of a 6th-level ferocious beast, which was an invaluable treasure. Under the tempering of this drop of red flame golden lion's blood, Su Fan's physical strength will surely skyrocket, and the 9 transformations of the true dragon will also break through the bottleneck, and his cultivation will reach a higher level. My foolish brother, he came here for the blood of the ferocious beast. Su Qingxian was thoughtful and gradually felt relieved. She thought there was something fishy going on between these two people. You saved the lives of my brother and me, so giving you a portion of the blood essence of a 6th-level ferocious beast is nothing. Huo Wu said generously. Then I won't be polite. Su Fan said with a smile. The king beast's blood essence is extremely violent, and the energy it contains is too powerful. You can't absorb it directly at your level, otherwise you will risk exploding. Huo Wu glanced at Su Fan and explained, if a low-level warrior wants to absorb the essence and blood of a high-level beast, he must dilute it with spiritual fluid to neutralize the violent power of the beast's essence and blood, so that he can slowly absorb the energy of the beast's essence and blood. But don't worry, I will send someone to help you deal with this drop of the red flame golden lion's essence and blood. In about an hour, you can go directly to the training room to temper your body. Then, she waved her hand, and the waitress nodded in understanding, walked out of the room with the beast's blood, and handed it over to the professionals of the Chamber of Commerce. During this free time, I will take you to visit the Chamber of Commerce. Our Hua's Chamber of Commerce has a large number of martial arts resources and all kinds of weapons and equipment. If you need anything, just ask and we will give you discounts. Huo Wu said. Okay. Su Fan nodded. With nothing to do, the group went to the Chamber of Commerce. They came to the equipment section, where all kinds of weapons and uniforms were available. Lightning spears, dragon scale armor, giant crocodile leather boots, they are so colorful and dazzling that it's a dazzling sight. However, these are rare equipment and are very expensive, all costing over 1 million dragon coins. Little fairy, whatever you want, I will buy it for you. Su Fan vowed. Do you have money? Su Qingxian glanced at him suspiciously. No, I'm the poorest. Su Fan rummaged through his empty trouser pockets, which were cleaner than his face. Then what shall we buy it with? Su Qingxian asked. Just write an IOU. With our close relationship, it should be no problem. Su Fan looked at Huo Wu. Huo Wu was very upset. You used my stuff to please your sister, and you even want to pay me in exchange for it? We don't accept credit. Huo Wu said angrily. Oh, forget it. I'll just take a look and I won't buy it. Su Fan said calmly. Just as everyone was strolling around, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew up in the void. A powerful figure appeared out of nowhere, with powerful energy and blood surging like waves, blocking their way. You are the first in this year's martial arts exam, Su Fan? This is a wild man with disheveled hair, a strong body, a vast blood, a pair of dark eyes as sharp as an eagle, and a strong sense of oppression emanating from his whole body. He is definitely a second-level strongman. I heard you're very strong, do you dare to fight me? The wild man licked his lips and stared at Su Fan with sharp eyes, as if he had set his eyes on a favorite prey, and his whole body was boiling with fighting spirit. Su Fan raised his eyebrows, but before he could say anything, Huo Wu's expression suddenly changed. Fire madman! What are you doing here? Huo Wu's expression changed, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes as she looked at the wild man. She quickly scolded him, Su Fan is my guest, you must not be rude. Huo Wu, don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. It's just a competition between warriors. The wild man stared at Su Fan, his fighting spirit undiminished. The overwhelming pressure from the second-level warrior came like a violent gust of wind. But Su Fan remained calm and unmoved. Although his level is only 16, his physical fitness has reached the second-level level. Looking at the second-level strongman, he is invincible. This sense of oppression is not worth mentioning to him at all. He can actually easily block the second-level pressure, he is truly extraordinary. When the wild man saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he became more interested in Su Fan. Su Fan remained calm and asked Huo Wu, who is this guy? Is he from your Hua clan Chamber of Commerce? His name is Huo Feng, a martial arts fanatic, nicknamed Fire Crazy. Huo Wu glanced at Su Fan, a serious expression on her pretty face as she explained, this guy is a warmongering lunatic. He's incredibly talented and has a very high level of cultivation. He reached the peak of the second level 3 months ago and is almost on the verge of breaking into the third level. Huo Feng is the number one among the younger generation in our family. Even if my brother and I join forces, we're no match for him. Oh, so strong? Hearing this, Su Fan was slightly stunned and showed a hint of surprise. The Huo Wu siblings are strong enough to rival a second-level strongman when they join forces, but even they are no match for Huo Feng. It can be seen that this number one of the younger generation of the Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce is quite something. Su Fan. I, Hua Feng, formally challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Hua Feng was filled with fighting spirit. Sorry, I'm not interested. Su Fan shook his head. Are you scared? It seems that being the first in the martial arts exam is nothing but this. Hua Feng showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Ha, provocation doesn't work on me. Su Fan smiled faintly, glanced at Hua Feng, and said bluntly, to be honest, if you insist on asking, I don't mind beating you up, but if there is no reward, I really can't muster up interest. Oomph, quite arrogant. As long as you beat me, you can pick 3 pieces of equipment from our Chamber of Commerce. Hua Feng's eyes were cold, and he suddenly looked at the cold girl next to Su Fan. A hint of heat appeared in his eyes, but, if you lose, I will let your sister be my woman, how about it? Su Fan's eyes turned cold. This guy actually dared to set his sights on the little fairy. Very good, you have already found a way to die. Fire crazy, don't go too far. You're already at the peak of level 29, but Su Fan is only level 16. The level difference is a full 13 levels. This duel is not fair at all. Hua Wu was very annoyed. This madman was obviously relying on his high rank to act recklessly. But although this guy is crazy, he is also a direct descendant of the family and has high cultivation. If he really goes crazy and insists on fighting with Su Fan, even Miss Hua Wu will be unable to do anything to him. Ha, Su Fan, do you dare? Hua Feng sneered and ignored Hua Wu. He just stared at Su Fan with a playful smile on his face. Can. Just as Su Fan was lost in thought, Su Qingxian suddenly spoke coldly and accepted Hua Feng's invitation to fight. Everyone was stunned. 3 minutes to get rid of him. Su Qingxian looked at Su Fan. No need, 1 minute is enough. Su Fan smiled faintly. Chapter 39 Dark Talent. Absorb all attacks. Su Fan and Hua Feng came to a battle room. This battle attracted a lot of attention, and many powerful people came to watch. Su Fan is the first in this year's martial arts exam, while Hua Feng is the strongest of the younger generation of the Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce. Everyone is looking forward to seeing who will win this match. Ha, you just said you could finish me off in a minute? You sound quite arrogant. Let's see if you have what it takes. Hua Feng sneered, and his second-level peak combat power erupted. Blood gushed out of his strong body, and he pounced out like a tiger, sweeping across the 4 directions with his violent momentum. The 5 fingers gushed out black source power, turning into a pitch-black devil claw, and slapped Su Fan fiercely. This attack has the power of the peak second level. A powerful force came towards me. Su Fan's eyes were deep, and he directly stimulated the blood of a real dragon. His right hand was covered with red dragon scales, and he attacked like a real dragon. The space was shaking, and the powerful force exploded. Dragon Fist. His blood burst out and he punched Hua Feng's claws, fighting head-on with the peak second-level strongman. Humph, you're just a level 16 warrior, and you dare to fight me head-on? Stupid. Hua Feng snorted coldly, showing disdain. He used all his strength to mobilize his second-level combat power, and the source power gushed out from his palm, trying to directly shock Su Fan away. But at this moment, an overbearing and terrifying force came from the fiery red dragon fist, making Hua Feng feel as if struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently and the sound of bones breaking was heard. You're the stupid one. Su Fan shouted loudly, and the dragon elephant divine power burst out, and the vast divine power surged in his body. Dragon Elephant Divine Power. The red power entry controls the power of the ancient dragon elephant clan. The physical body is invincible, the divine power is infinite, and it can split mountains and crack the earth. Bang! Under the amplification of the dragon elephant divine power, Su Fan's physical strength soared to a terrifying level. His whole body was filled with infinite divine power, and he blasted Hua Feng away with one punch. Such terrifying strength, comparable to that of a wild beast. Hua Feng's face changed drastically, blood spurted out wildly, his body flew backwards uncontrollably, and fell heavily to the ground. In terms of physical strength, he was actually suppressed by Su Fan. How is this possible? This guy is only level 16 and hasn't completed the full body tempering yet. How can his strength be so strong? Hua Feng clenched his teeth, his face full of disbelief, and looked at Su Fan with shock in his eyes. Su Fan's physical fitness is already comparable to that of a second-level elite warrior, and with the enhancement of the Dragon Elephant Divine Power, his physical strength is even more terrifying, and he can be called a second-level invincible. This guy is just asking for trouble by fighting him head-on. No way, Huofeng was actually sent flying by a single punch. A first-level warrior crushing a second-level warrior is incredible. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned, some couldn't believe it. Defeat a second-level strongman with one punch. This Su Fan is too abnormal. He is obviously just an ordinary first-level warrior, but he can fight against a second-level elite warrior and even knock Huofeng away with one punch. With such a crushing start, everyone was in a daze and couldn't react for a while. Su Fan, I didn't expect you to be this strong. The first place in the martial arts exam is really amazing. It seems that I underestimated you just now. At this time, Huofeng struggled to stand up, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Su Fan intently, with a serious and solemn expression. Although he was injured, his body was still surging with powerful source power, and his momentum had not diminished much. A second-level warrior has tempered all his muscles and bones, and his physical fitness is extremely strong. This injury is not enough to make him lose his fighting ability. Next, I will do my best to defeat you. Huofeng roared, his face full of madness, his long hair flying wildly, and dark light surging all over his body. He looked a little weird and eerie. Because of his superior level, he had always looked down on Su Fan and did not take this top genius in the martial arts exam seriously. But now, he treated Su Fan as a strong man of the same level and was ready to give his all. Oomph, let's give it a try. Su Fan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with fire, and a white flame shot out, hitting Huofeng like lightning, and in an instant the fire shot up into the sky. The raging heat wave instantly turned the entire battle room into a furnace. Such a terrifying flame. Even a second-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be reduced to ashes. Everyone's faces changed drastically and they all retreated away, fearing that they would be affected by the terrible heat wave. Buzz. At this moment, a ball of black light bloomed in the flames, resisting the erosion of the flames. It's a terrifying flame, but it's useless to me. Huofeng smiled grimly, and a mysterious dark power surged around his body, absorbing all the flames without suffering any harm. Hey, it actually absorbed my flames. What kind of innate ability is this? Su Fan exclaimed in surprise, his eyes flashing as he stared at the dark energy on Huofeng's body, and a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. Su Fan, be careful. This guy has awakened an S-level dark talent, which is very strange. He can absorb the talents of others and dissolve all attacks. Huo Wu quickly reminded. Dark talent can absorb other people's attacks, interesting. Su Fan's eyes lit up, and there was a hint of interest in his eyes when he looked at Huofeng. This guy is worthy of being the number one of the younger generation of the Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce. He really has some skills. Dark Cage, devour. Huofeng roared, suddenly attacked, and activated his dark talent with all his strength. The power of darkness surged out like a tsunami, transforming into a strange dark cage that swallowed Su Fan directly, and his figure disappeared. Buzz. Su Fan was trapped in a dark cage, isolated from the outside world. As far as the eye can see, there is darkness and chaos, and no exit can be seen. The strangest thing was that while trapped in the dark cage, his strength was rapidly dissipating. My strength is fading. He frowned, feeling his strength draining away at an alarming rate. This dark prison was devouring his strength. If this continues, he will be sucked dry in a few minutes and lose his fighting power. Su Fan, it's over. My dark cage can continuously devour your strength until it drains you dry. Once trapped, there's absolutely no way to escape. Huofeng folded his arms, looking very proud, confident that he had won. Storm Master. Su Fan activated the wind attribute and transformed himself into the Master of Storms. Endless hurricanes surrounded him, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction that caused the space to twist and tear apart. It seems to destroy this space. Break the storm of destruction. Su Fan burst out with all his strength, setting off an endless storm of destruction, directly tearing the dark cage apart. Impossible. My dark cage was actually broken. Huofeng's face was dazed, somewhat incredulous. What kind of monster is this guy? He actually destroyed his dark prison with brute force. Looking at the cold figure rushing towards me, a strong sense of crisis surged in my heart. Your dark talent can absorb innate attacks, but it seems that it cannot absorb physical attacks. Before he finished speaking, Su Fan's mouth curled up into an arc, and he flapped his wings of gale with all his might. In an instant, he rushed in front of Huofeng and punched him hard in the chest. A terrifying explosion of divine power struck Huofeng hard, his chest caved in, and he flew backward, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. "You are too weak." Su Fan had a cold expression and intimidating eyes, and his whole body was filled with the fierce aura of a ferocious beast, as if he was an invincible demon god. The overwhelming power and awe shocked the whole audience. Huofeng, a crushing defeat. How many more seconds?" someone asked tremblingly. 30 seconds. Huofeng was defeated in just 30 seconds. He was no match at all. Many people were amazed. Before the game started, Su Fan threatened to kill Huofeng within a minute. Everyone thought he was just bluffing and no one believed him at all. But now it seems that he is still humble. The fire peak was resolved in just 30 seconds. Absolutely crushing. Su Fan, too strong. Number 1 in the martial arts exam, well deserved. He's only level 16 now. He hasn't even completed his full body tempering, but he already possesses the combat power to crush a second level warrior. I wonder how terrifying he'll be once he breaks through to the second level. Everyone was talking about it heatedly, looking at Su Fan with amazement, as if they were looking at a peerless monster. Good. Su Qingsan nodded her head and gave Su Fan a high evaluation. The combat power and talent displayed by Su Fan make him one of the top geniuses in the entire universe. As Su Qingxian's brother, he barely qualified. However, compared to her, it's still a little bit behind. At the same time, Su Fan's figure flashed and came in front of Huofeng, slowly extending his hand. Term extraction. Buzz. A flash of purple light passed by. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the purple entry dark control. Chapter 40's level sponsorship contract. Invitation from President Hua. Ding dong. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the purple entry dark control. Darkness control. You control the power of darkness, absorbing and dispelling all attacks. You can also devour the life energy of others, turning it into your own to replenish your strength. I'm pretty lucky. I directly extracted this guy's dark talent. Su Fan was delighted, and excitement flashed in his eyes. This is a dark talent entry, which is very rare. It can control the power of darkness, devour everything, and absorb everything. It is extremely powerful. Su Fan, show mercy. A fiery red figure suddenly ran over. At this time, Huofeng was seriously injured and unconscious. Seeing Su Fan taking action, Huowu thought he was going to kill her, so she quickly came out to plead for mercy. Although Huofeng is extremely arrogant, he is a member of the Hua Chamber of Commerce after all. He has the hope of becoming a top expert in the future. If he dies now, it will be a huge loss for the Chamber of Commerce. Please spare his life. Our Chamber of Commerce will fulfill all his promises. Huowu said. Okay. Su Fan nodded. For Huowu's sake, he didn't kill her, but only extracted her talent entries. Huofeng was seriously injured and unconscious, but his life was not in danger and he was quickly carried away by the Chamber of Commerce's rescue team for treatment. At the same time, a red-haired old man in a long robe walked towards Su Fan with a smile, attracting everyone's attention. Worthy of being the number 1 in this year's martial arts exam, it really is true that heroes emerge young. The red-haired old man had a kind smile and his eyes sparkled with wisdom. Although his face was covered with wrinkles and he looked very old, his posture was upright and he looked majestic without even being angry. As soon as this person appeared, he caused an uproar. The fire will grow. This is incredible. Even the president of the Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce was alarmed. This is a big shot who was famous in the imperial capital. There was a commotion at the scene. Fire Debong. The president of the Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce, Huowu's grandfather, a giant in the imperial capital, omnipotent in the martial arts and business circles. Although he himself is not particularly powerful, he has made great success in the imperial capital's business circle with his strong financial resources and shrewd means, and is respected by all. Grandpa, why are you here? Huowu's pretty face showed a hint of joy, and she hurried forward and hugged the old man's arm. With such a big commotion going on, how could I not come? Hua Debang's face was full of kindness as he ruffled Huowu's hair. He then looked at Su Fan with admiration. You must be Su Fan, right? You are indeed a peerless genius, amazing. I personally apologize to you for Huofeng's rudeness. His attitude was very sincere. Although he was the president of the Chamber of Commerce, he did not have the slightest airs of a superior and personally apologized to Su Fan. President Hua, you are too polite. Competition between warriors is very common and it is nothing. Su Fan smiled back, bowed slightly, and returned the greeting to Hua Debong. This old man is a tycoon in the martial arts and business world. Although his cultivation is not outstanding, his status is higher than that of a master-level strongman, because he controls huge financial resources and endless martial arts resources, which are enough to control the fate of countless warriors. As compensation, in addition to the 3 pieces of equipment that Hua Feng promised you, I will give you 3 more pieces of equipment. You and your sister can both choose 3 items of your choice from our Chamber of Commerce, whether they are weapons or materials. Hua Debong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Fan and Su Qingxian's eyes lit up. This President Hua was quite generous and gave 3 pieces of equipment at once. In this way, both of them can choose 3 pieces of equipment from the Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce to arm themselves, which is pretty good. Thank you very much, President Hua, Su Fan said. In addition, I have prepared 2 S-level sponsorship contracts for you and your sister. As long as you sign the contract with the Chamber of Commerce, you will receive full sponsorship from our Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce. Hua Debong waved his hand, and a waiter came to Su Fan and the others with 2 contracts. Sponsorship contract? Su Fan and Su Qingxian looked at each other with curiosity on their faces, and picked up the contract to look at it. Our Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce often sponsors outstanding young warriors, provides resources, and helps them train. In return, they need to work for the Chamber of Commerce regularly or go out on missions. Hua Debong smiled slightly and explained to the 2, I'm giving you a top-level sponsorship contract. I'll give you 30 million in sponsorship fees every year, and as your level rises, the sponsorship fees will continue to increase. 30 million in sponsorship fees every year is a very favorable condition, which makes many warriors around envious. The Hua's Chamber of Commerce is not a charity organization and has extremely high requirements for sponsorship recipients. Ordinary warriors are not even worth their attention. Low-level warriors of the 1st and 2nd ranks like Su Fan and Su Qingxian usually have sponsorship contracts worth millions, but today Hua Debong offered a sponsorship fee of 30 million, which can be said to be extremely generous. Of course, this is also because of the great talents and potential of Su Fan and the other 2. But Su Fan and Su Qingxian did not agree immediately, but fell into deep thought. After all, the 30 million sponsorship fee is not for free. They need to work and contribute to the Hua Chamber of Commerce. They all prefer freedom and do not like to be bound by the Chamber of Commerce. Hua Debong seemed to see through the 2's doubts and quickly added with a smile, I know geniuses like you don't like being bound by constraints. I can give you a privilege. You don't have to work for our Chamber of Commerce or carry out tasks. You only need to put your name on it and you can receive the sponsorship fee. How about it? Just by putting your name on the list, you can receive a sponsorship fee of 30 million, without being bound by the Chamber of Commerce at all. Su Fan and the other 2's eyes suddenly lit up and they were really moved. Hua Debong made an offer that neither of them could refuse. Xiener, what do you think? Su Fan looked at the girl. You can sign it. Su Qingxian nodded. Okay, let's sign. Su Fan agreed with a smile. Chapter 41 Breakthrough. True Dragon's second transformation. Soon, Su Fan and the other person signed a sponsorship contract and established a cooperative relationship with the Hua Chamber of Commerce. They only need to register their names in the Chamber of Commerce and they can receive a sponsorship fee of 30 million dragon coins every year, which will be of great help to their practice. In addition, after becoming members of the Chamber of Commerce, they can enjoy the internal benefits of the Chamber of Commerce, purchase items in the Chamber of Commerce, and enjoy various discounts, which can be said to be a lot of benefits. Su Fan, Su Qingxian, welcome to become honorary members of our Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce. Hua Debong smiled warmly and extended a warm welcome to Su Fan and the others. This is a long-term investment. He is interested in the future of Su Fan and the other 2. As long as they grow up, even if they are just listed in name only, it will be of great benefit to the future development of the Hua Family Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, President. Su Fan smiled and suddenly looked at Hua Wu. We are all family from now on, please take care of me, Mississippi. Okay. I will take good care of you, the newcomer. Hua Wu smiled, feeling very happy in her heart, and she admired her grandfather's courage very much. Although it cost a huge amount of money, it could link Su Fan and the other 2 with the Chamber of Commerce. From a long-term perspective, it would be beneficial to the Chamber of Commerce. There's nothing else to do now. Let's go. I'll take you to choose equipment. Huowu took brisk steps and brought Su Fan and the others to a huge treasure house. This is the Chamber of Commerce's treasure trove. There are all kinds of weapons and equipment, rare materials, and a wide variety of them. Pick any one you like. Huowu said. Okay, then we won't be polite. Su Fan and Su Qingxian's eyes lit up and they started to choose excitedly. After more than half an hour of careful selection, Su Fan finally chose 3 pieces of equipment. A void battlesuit, a set of telekinetic weapons, and a space ring. The void battlesuit is a rare suit made from the skin of the void beast, which can provide the warrior with a certain degree of defense and agility. Telekinetic weapons, there are a total of 9 telekinetic flying knives, made of special fine steel, extremely sharp, can be controlled by mental telekinesis, and have great power. The space ring is a storage device with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. It can store things very conveniently. With these equipment, Su Fan is fully armed and his strength is improved to a higher level. On the other side, Su Qingxian also carefully selected 3 pieces of equipment. A set of silver armor, a silver dagger, and a pair of silver combat boots. It looks sparkling and dazzling. In her opinion, she doesn't even look down on these junk equipment, but she would rather take it for free. At the same time, that drop of blood essence of the red flame golden lion has also been diluted. Su Fan came to the training room, ready to use the blood of the ferocious beast to temper his body. I saw that the energy liquid in the pool was all dyed golden by the blood of the red flame golden lion. It was shining brightly and radiantly, emitting extremely powerful life energy. Little fairy, do you want to take a bath together? Su Fan turned around and looked at the girl, inviting her. The essence and blood of ferocious beasts are of great benefit to warriors. By practicing together to temper their bodies, their cultivation will increase. Moreover, the bathing pool is very spacious and mixed bathing is also nice. Don't want. Su Qingxian shook her head and said, I have the ultimate ice attribute. The blood essence of fire beasts has no effect on me. In addition, they will restrain each other and affect my cultivation. Oh, I almost forgot. Then you wait for me outside. Su Fan said. Okay. Su Qingxian nodded. Afterwards, Su Fan took off his clothes, walked into the bath alone, and began to temper his body. Boom! 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 The boiling energy washed over the body like magma. Su Fan's whole body was burning, and his flesh seemed to be torn apart by the violent force. Intense pain surged from all parts of his body. The red flame golden lion is a 6th-order king beast. The energy contained in its essence and blood is too powerful and violent. Even after being diluted with spiritual liquid, it is still very powerful and is impacting Su Fan's body. The power of darkness, devour. Su Fan's eyes were deep as he activated the dark power. Strange dark energy surged throughout his body, like a whirlpool, devouring and absorbing the energy of the ferocious beast's blood. Dark control. By controlling the power of darkness, one can devour and absorb all energy, which can be used to devour the essence and blood of ferocious beasts and speed up the tempering of the body. According to the normal speed of cultivation, it would take Su Fan at least 1 day and 1 night to completely refine the blood essence of the red flame golden lion. But now, with the help of the dark entry, Su Fan's swallowing speed has increased significantly. The whole person seems to have turned into a black hole, sucking in the energy and spiritual liquid around him like a whale and a cow, madly devouring it. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. The originally golden energy liquid became clear and transparent. All the energy essence was absorbed by him. Su Fan's whole body was shining, his skin was as crystal clear as jade, even his hair was glowing, and a strong sense of oppression emanated from his whole body, and his physical strength was greatly increased. Boom! Suddenly, Su Fan opened his eyes, and the light around him was as bright as the sun. A powerful aura surged out, causing the entire training room to shake violently. Breakthrough, level 17. Su Fan's eyes sparkled, and he felt delighted. With the help of the powerful energy of the beast's blood, he successfully broke through to level 17, and his physical fitness improved in all aspects. In addition, his physical body also evolved, and the power of his bloodline was greatly enhanced. My True Dragon 9 transformations have finally broken free from their shackles and reached the second True Dragon transformation, Dragon Blood transformation. Su Fan suddenly clenched his fists, feeling the powerful blood power in his body, and couldn't help showing a hint of excitement. The second transformation of the True Dragon, the Dragon Blood transformation. Bloodline evolves and comprehends the true meaning of dragon. The thin true dragon blood in Su Fan's body suddenly surged, his physical strength increased significantly, and a terrifying pressure permeated his whole body. That was the breath of a true dragon. The powerful bloodline power allowed him to comprehend more of the true dragon's mysteries. Buzz! Su Fan spread out his palms, and a fiery red dragon-shaped rune flew out, like a little dragon soaring in the air. A terrifying energy wave surged out, causing the void to creak as if it was under tremendous pressure. True Dragon Rune. This is a true dragon rune condensed by Su Fan after he broke through to the dragon blood transformation. It has infinite power and can be used to directly launch attacks, or to strengthen oneself and enhance combat effectiveness and defense. The effect of the true dragon rune is similar to that of dragon scales, but it is countless times more powerful than dragon scales. In addition, as Su Fan's cultivation level continues to improve, more and more true dragon runes will be condensed, and the power of the runes will become stronger and stronger. When the true dragon runes cover his entire body, he will transcend the mortal body and transform into a true dragon. Ha, it feels so good. My strength has increased significantly. Even if I encounter a third-level expert, I can still fight him. Su Fan felt extremely refreshed, his entire body filled with boundless divine power, as vast as the ocean and inexhaustible. His level broke through to 17, and the 9 transformations of the true dragon reached the second level. He mastered the true dragon rune, and his strength increased several times, allowing him to challenge the third-level strongman. The feeling of becoming stronger is really addictive. Then, as his mind moved, a series of virtual panels emerged. Name, Su Fan. Level, 17. Title, Warrior. Strength, 1148 plus 100. Spirit, 1165 plus 100. Agility, 1150 plus 100. Constitution, 1200 plus 100. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Abilities, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Phoenix Slash. Root Bone against Heaven Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold. Lucky Luck, Koi Red. Elemental entries, Chaos Fire Spirit Red, Storm Master Red, Wood Control Purple, Dark Control Purple. Sensory entries, Visual Storm Blue, Olfactory Amplification White, Auditory Amplification White. Battle items, Dragon Elephant Power Red, Psychic Power Purple, Wind Wings Purple, Blood Explosion Purple, Iron Bones Blue. Combat Power Evaluation, on par with Tier 3. At this moment, Su Fan's combat power rating also changed from invincible at level 2 to comparable to level 3. Can fight against a third-level strongman? Now, even in the wilderness where ferocious beasts are rampant, I have the ability to protect myself to a certain extent. Su Fan's eyes were blazing and he was very confident in his own strength. Even if you go hunting in the wilderness alone, you can still protect yourself. In order to cope with the upcoming genius ranking battle, he must raise his level. Next, we'll go hunting in the wilderness and level up with all our might. Chapter 42, A Small Ruined Town. Hunting in No Man's Land. Time flies. Before I knew it, 3 days had passed. There is only half the time left until the talent ranking competition, and everyone is preparing for it with all their strength. Su Fan also went hunting in the wilderness, trying his best to level up. A small ruined town. This place was originally a human stronghold, but later experienced a large-scale beast tide, and the city was destroyed beyond recognition. It has now been abandoned and turned into an uninhabited area where ferocious beasts roam. Su Fan, wearing a black battlesuit and carrying a blood shadow sword, walked forward in the ruined city. It had just rained, and the air was very humid. There was also a strong smell of blood in the air, which smelled a bit pungent. He activated his sense of smell, followed the smell of blood, and soon encountered a group of ferocious beasts. I'm lucky. I just ran into a group of first-level ferocious beasts when I went out. Su Fan's eyes lit up with excitement. This is a group of first-level mad dogs. Their bodies are scarlet, their faces are ferocious, their fangs and claws are sharp, their bodies are bigger than tigers, and they exude an extremely tyrannical aura. At this time, the group of mad dogs were gnawing on a human corpse with relish, and did not notice Su Fan's arrival at all. Just right, let me test the power of my telekinetic weapons on you. A cold light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. He activated his mental power and controlled 9 mental flying knives to kill the group of mad dogs. Swish! 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 Dark golden flying knives cut through the void like lightning, and their unmatched sharpness easily pierced through the flesh and blood of the mad dog. Ah! The wailing sounds continued. The mad dogs had no power to fight back at all. Some had their heads pierced, and some had their bodies cut into pieces. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and blood gushed out. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen mad dogs were wiped out. This is my first time using a telekinetic weapon, so I'm not very proficient yet, but it's quite powerful. Su Fan nodded, looking satisfied. In an instant, this group of first-level mad dogs were killed without leaving a single piece of armor. The power of the telekinetic weapons was extremely strong. With the amplification of telekinesis, the power of the telekinetic flying knife doubled, and it could easily pierce the body of a first-level ferocious beast. With a full-strength attack, even a second-level ferocious beast could be killed. Moreover, as his mental power increases, Su Fan's control over the accuracy, speed, and power of mental weapons will continue to improve. Endless potential. Kill a level 10 mad dog, life energy plus 550. Kill a level 10 mad dog, life energy plus 500. Kill a level 12 mad dog, life energy plus 650. Waves of life energy surged in like springs. But the improvement to Su Fan was minimal. Weak, too weak. He shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. He absorbed the life energy of these mad dogs, but his body remained calm and there was hardly any improvement. Now, Su Fan's physical fitness is too strong, and these ordinary first-level ferocious beasts contain too little life energy and have little effect on him. The improvement that a first-level ferocious beast can bring to me is minimal. If I want to upgrade, I must hunt second-level or higher ferocious beasts. Su Fan said to himself. Then, he flashed to the mad dog's corpse and began to extract entries. Buzz. 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 Bursts of light came on. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 15. Constitution plus 25. Congratulations on obtaining the White Entry Spirit Amplification. Congratulations on obtaining the White Entry Strength Amplification. Congratulations on obtaining the White Entry Speed Entry. Most of them are basic attributes and white entries, which have little effect on his improvement. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Su Fan's thought moved, and everything merged. His whole body was shining with light, and his attributes were slightly improved. The distribution of ferocious beasts in the ruined town is very regular. Most of the beasts living outside the city are first-level ferocious beasts with average strength and low danger. The closer you get to the center, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts will be and the greater the danger will be. Keep hunting. Su Fan's eyes were determined and without hesitation, he quickly explored the depths of the city, where even more powerful beasts lived. Kill. 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 He marched forward, killing as he went, with almost no rivals. Along the way, most of the beasts he encountered were first-level ferocious beasts, which were no match for him at all. Occasionally, a second-level ferocious beast would jump out, but it would be killed instantly by him with one sword. Kill a level 15 demon wolf, life energy plus 1000. Kill a level 18 python, life energy plus 1500. Kill a level 20 shadow tiger, life energy plus 9000. Kill a level 21 Bohemia leopard, life energy plus 10,500. Streams of life energy converge. Su Fan's whole body was glowing, his blood was boiling, and his physical fitness was slowly improving. But it is still a long way from breaking through level 18. As the level increases, more and more energy is required to upgrade, and Su Fan's physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary first-level warriors, which also means that the energy required for him to upgrade is far beyond that of ordinary warriors. Boom! The void suddenly twisted. A powerful mental force rushed over and turned into a substantial golden light blade, stabbing fiercely at the back of Su Fan's head. Such a strong wave of telekinesis. Su Fan shuddered all over, turned around suddenly, stared at the golden blade, and his eyes were filled with solemnity. This mental shockwave has materialized and is extremely powerful, enough to destroy the mental consciousness of a second-level warrior. Buzz. Su Fan reacted quickly, controlling 9 telekinetic weapons to form a circular formation. The powerful mental power gushed out and shattered the golden light blade. Phew! That was so close. Just a little bit. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. Fortunately, his mental strength was strong enough, and he used telekinetic weapons to block the attack. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would probably have died on the spot. At the same time, ripples appeared in the void ahead, and a small silver beast emerged. The little silver beast is covered with scales and has a single horn on its head. Although it is not big in size, it is filled with strong mental fluctuations and is more powerful than an ordinary second-level beast. It gave Su Fan an extremely strong sense of mental oppression. Nian Beast. There was a gleam in Su Fan's eyes. Although he was under strong mental pressure, there was a hint of ecstasy on his face. This is a rare second-level mind beast, a spiritual beast that controls powerful mind power. Its methods are very strange and its danger level is far beyond that of ordinary second-level beasts. For ordinary warriors, the mind beast is a terrifying existence like a nightmare. Attacks targeting the mind make it difficult for warriors to defend themselves. If they are not careful, they may suffer mental damage and become an idiot. If the injury is too serious, they may suffer a mental breakdown and die on the spot. However, the mind beast is very rare and is a rare prey for Su Fan. Kill! Su Fan burst out with all his strength, and 9 telekinetic flying knives flew out at the same time. The powerful mental power intertwined and turned into a huge killing formation, slashing at the telekinetic beast frantically. Ouch! The mind beast glowed all over, and its powerful mind power surged, directly knocking the 9 flying knives away. In terms of telekinesis strength, the telekinetic beast was obviously stronger than Su Fan, and easily blocked his telekinetic weapon. It giggled and jumped around, as if mocking the helpless human in front of it. Swish! But at this moment, Su Fan's figure flashed, and he activated his wings of gale and instantly arrived in front of the beast. Die! He shouted loudly, suddenly drew out the sword from behind, and stabbed at the beast. Ouch! 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 The mind beast sensed the crisis and howled in fear. It quickly mobilized its mind power and condensed a golden mental barrier, which protected itself like a shield. But Su Fan's power was too strong. With a bang, he destroyed the mental shield. A knife pierced the beast. Silver blood flowed out. Mind beast, death. Kill a second-level mind beast, life energy plus 15,000. A powerful energy surged in. Su Fan felt warm all over, his energy surged, his cultivation level increased significantly, and he had reached the peak of level 17. Then, he stretched out his hand, pressed it on the corpse of the beast, and began to extract entries. Buzz! A flash of purple light passed by. Ding dong! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the purple entry mental storm. Spiritual storm, a spiritual attribute. After fusion, it greatly enhances mental power. Ha, a psychic entry, what a great thing! Su Fan was overjoyed. After absorbing this entry, his mental power would skyrocket, and his mental entry would also undergo an evolution. Fusion. As soon as he had the idea, he began to merge the entries. Buzz. Next moment. Telekinesis and telekinesis. The 2 spiritual purple entries automatically merged and evolved. Ding dong. The entry has evolved successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the red entry telekinetic storm. Chapter 43 Entry Upgrade. Telekinetic Storm. Congratulations! The entry has evolved successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the red entry telekinetic storm. Telekinetic storm, you control supreme telekinesis, capable of transforming into various forms to launch attacks. Possessing extremely terrifying power, you can sweep through countless enemies with a single thought. Ha, the spirit item has been upgraded and evolved into a stronger red quality. Su Fan's eyes were burning and a bright smile appeared on his face. After the mental entry was upgraded to telekinetic storm, his mental power instantly surged countless times, like a surging tide, endless and enough to cover an area of 800 meters in radius. Within this range, no matter how small the movement, it cannot escape his spiritual perception. In addition, Su Fan's mental power can not only be materialized, but also transformed into a form and turned into a weapon for attack, with extremely powerful power. Thinking of this, he suddenly stared at an abandoned truck next to him and activated a mental storm. Boom! The powerful mental power surged out and turned into a golden flying blade, directly splitting the truck in half. The power of this attack is comparable to the peak of the second level, and is even more powerful than the telekinetic attack of that telekinetic beast. If it is enhanced by telekinetic weapons, its power will increase countless times, and it will be hard to find an opponent among the second level ones. In this way, my mental power is almost invincible at the second level. Su Fan's eyes sparkled, and he felt delighted. At this moment, not only was he invincible physically, he also possessed second-level invincible combat power in terms of mental power. With these two factors combined, he is fully qualified to challenge a third-level expert. Buzz. Buzz. Su Fan activated the telekinetic storm and released all his telekinesis, covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius, quickly searching for the traces of the powerful beast. Soon, he felt a powerful energy in the northwest direction, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. There's a big guy in the northwest. Su Fan was delighted and immediately activated the wings of Gale. Like a hurricane, he swept through the void and rushed towards the northwest of the city. It only took a short while. Su Fan's figure flashed and appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise building. He looked down with a determined look in his eyes. I saw a group of black giant beasts moving forward below, in groups, as mighty as a steel torrent, making the earth tremble, with overwhelming power. A second-level ferocious beast, a mammoth. Su Fan took a deep breath and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. This is a group of second-level mammoths, with more than 20 of them. They are extremely large, covered with thick steel scales, and have a pair of sharp tusks that are 5 meters long. From a distance, they look like moving steel fortresses. A terrifying aura surged out, and even Su Fan felt a sense of threat. However, there was no fear on his face, only endless excitement, as if he had seen a group of his favorite prey. As long as he gets rid of this group of mammoths, his level and cultivation will skyrocket. Kill. Su Fan unleashed his full strength, his blood bursting out. He jumped down from a tall building and swung his sword towards the herd of mammoths. Boom! He drew on his source of strength and swung his sword with all his might. A 5-meter-long blazing blade of light shot out, directly chopping a mammoth to death, and blood spurted everywhere. Kill a level 20 mammoth, life energy plus 10,000. A powerful life energy surged, making Su Fan feel comfortable. Roar! 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 Countless roars rang out. The mammoth fell into a state of rage, its eyes flashing scarlet light, and it rushed towards Su Fan madly and trampled on him as if it wanted to crush the ant. Come on, everyone! Let's kill them all! Su Fan was fearless and started killing people. He swung his sword 3 times in succession, killing 3 more mammoths, and the ground was covered with blood and flesh. But at this moment, a huge black elephant's foot fell from the air like a stone pillar, smashing towards Su Fan fiercely, vowing to smash him into meat paste. A terrifying aura descended from the sky. Su Fan sensed the crisis and had an idea. 9 telekinetic flying knives flew into the air, easily cutting through the mammoth's steel scales, tearing it into pieces and breaking its body into pieces. Storm of destruction. Su Fan let out a low roar, activated the Stormmaster, and swung his hand violently. Endless black wind blades appeared out of thin air, each blade exuding a breath of destruction, and rushed towards the herd of mammoths. For a moment, endless wailing sounded. Even with the mammoth's strong body and scales, it was still unable to resist the destructive wind blade. 5 mammoths were torn into pieces on the spot, and the rest of the mammoths were also covered with wounds. The mammoth herd suffered heavy casualties. Kill. Su Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, wanting to eliminate this group of mammoths in one go. His source of power exploded, like a demon descending, his body covered in blood, and he was killing like crazy. Brilliant blades flashed across the sky, and mammoths fell one after another. Kill a level 20 mammoth, life energy plus 10,500. Kill a level 22 mammoth, life energy plus 12,000. Kill a level 25 mammoth, life energy plus 15,000. Kill a level 25 mammoth, life energy plus 15,000. Infinite life energy gathered like a spring, nourishing his body madly and strengthening his muscles, bones, chi and blood. Cool. 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 Su Fan became braver and braver as the battle went on. He evolved through the killing and his aura became more and more powerful. This group of mammoths are all second-level ferocious beasts with great strength. Some of them have even reached the peak of the second level. Such a group of powerful beasts are enough to run rampant in the ruined town. Unfortunately, they met Su Fan. He is so powerful. There is absolutely no rival among the second level. As long as you don't encounter a third-level ferocious beast, you are basically invincible. This group of mammoths were killed without leaving a single piece of armor. They had almost no ability to fight back and were eventually wiped out. At the same time, Su Fan's whole body was glowing, his blood was boiling, and he finally broke through to level 18, his strength reaching a new level. The violent momentum surged out, shaking the 4 directions like a tornado. Ah, I finally broke through to level 18. My combat power has increased a lot. His eyes were burning and he was in a very happy mood. He couldn't help but clench his fists. Level 18. One step closer to becoming a second-level elite warrior. This time Su Fan came to the wilderness to hunt. In addition to training and fighting, his main goal was to break through level 20 and become a second-level elite warrior. Take a short break. Su Fan immediately took action and walked towards the mammoth's corpse. With so many giant elephant corpses, it seems we can harvest quite a few talent entries. He took a deep breath and looked at the corpses of giant elephants scattered all over the ground. Endless anticipation suddenly surged in his heart, and he immediately began to extract entries. Buzz. 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 Rays of light flashed, and entries emerged one after another. Giant elephant's trunk blue, your nose has undergone a transformation, greatly enhancing your sense of smell. You can even drink water through your nose. Brutal charge blue, you launch a brutal attack, crashing into the enemy with all your strength. The huge impact force is enough to knock the opponent away or crush them. Giant elephant trampling blue, you gain the power of a giant elephant. With one stomp, you can crush everything. Steel scale armor blue, summons a giant elephant scale armor, greatly increasing its own defense and resisting external attacks. Except for some repeated white entries. These are all blue quality combat entries that provide combat skills and enhance your own combat power. Fusion all. Su Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he directly absorbed all the entries. Boom! 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 Mysterious rays of light surged, increasing his strength again. Congratulations! You have mastered the giant elephant's trunk. Congratulations! You've mastered Savage Charge. Congratulations! You've mastered Mammoth Stomp. Congratulations! You've mastered Iron Scale Armor. Comfortable. Su Fan exhaled, his whole body filled with energy, and he mastered many combat skills. These are combat and defense attributes extracted from the giant elephant. Although the quality is not very high, after all of them are integrated, there is still a certain improvement in his strength. Before I knew it, the sky gradually darkened. The ruined town is full of dangers and darkness. The terrible roars that come one after another make people shudder. On the side of the road, a bonfire burned quietly. Su Fan used local materials, sliced off several large pieces of mammoth meat, and grilled them while resting. In a short while, the elephant meat had been roasted to a golden color and bursts of fragrance wafted out. He immediately started to eat with relish. The meat is a little tough, but it tastes pretty good. Mammoth meat is very strong and contains abundant energy, which is beneficial for warriors. After Su Fan had a hearty meal, he felt warm all over, with powerful energy surging in his body, and he felt very comfortable. The whole person relaxed and had a good rest. Hey, there seems to be some movement, a ferocious beast? At this moment, he raised his eyebrows and heard some sound. He immediately stood up with a look of alertness on his face. Su Fan walked quickly towards the source of the sound and soon arrived at an abandoned park. Only in the park. A delicate purple-haired beauty lay powerlessly on the ground, covered in blood, barely breathing, only groans of pain emanating from her. Under the cover of night, this beautiful figure looks even more charming and pitiful. Anyone who sees it will feel pity. Su Fan remained calm and observed the injured purple-haired beauty carefully. He did not move or say a word and did not act rashly. Help me. The purple-haired beauty noticed Su Fan's arrival, and her originally dim eyes lit up, as if she saw hope, and she struggled to ask him for help. But blood kept flowing from her mouth and abdomen, and her breathing became weaker and weaker. It seemed that she was seriously injured and could die at any time. Okay. I'll save you. Su Fan pondered for a moment, and finally nodded, a bright smile appearing on his handsome face. Swish. A bright light appeared. A telekinetic flying knife cut through the night sky and stabbed fiercely at the head of the purple-haired beauty. Chapter 44 Dark Night Killing. Thunder Entry. Swish. The telekinetic flying knife flashed with cold light and fiercely killed the purple-haired beauty. The breath of death is blowing in my face. What are you doing? The purple-haired beauty screamed, looking terrified. She rolled and crawled, trying her best to dodge, and only then did she narrowly avoid the knife. Ha, since you are in so much pain, I will help you and send you to death directly. Su Fan's eyes flashed with coldness and he smiled faintly. Interesting. I didn't expect that a little guy in his teens could easily see through my disguise. Hearing this, the purple-haired beauty raised the corner of her mouth and finally stopped pretending. A ferocious look appeared on her pretty face, and a powerful aura burst out, which was as good as the peak of the second level. It was obvious that this woman was pretending to be injured. If Su Fan stepped forward, he would be ambushed. How did you find out? The purple-haired beauty had a gloomy expression on her face as she stared at Su Fan intently. She felt very confused and didn't know where she had made a mistake. I can smell it. The blood on your body is not human blood, but the blood of a ferocious beast. In the future, you must act out your scenes in full, and don't use fake props to fool people. Su Fan looked calm and spoke lightly. With the enhancement of the two terms, olfactory amplification and giant elephant nose, Su Fan's sense of smell became extremely sharp. The smell of human blood and the blood of ferocious beasts is inherently different. He can tell the real from the fake with just a light sniff. From the very beginning, he could tell that the blood on the purple-haired beauty was fake and she was just pretending. There are no simple characters who can survive in the no man's land. This woman pretended to be injured in the middle of the night, and it was obvious that she had bad intentions. Besides, Su Fan paused, looked at the surrounding bushes, his eyes flashing with coldness, and said in a deep voice, "Don't hide, come out." Whoosh! 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 The next moment, the grass exploded, the energy was everywhere, and several ghostly figures rushed out. These are 6 ferocious men with hideous faces and fierce aura, like a group of jackals, tigers, and leopards. Each of them exudes a powerful aura, and they are all second-level strongmen. The bald man who was in the lead had extremely powerful cultivation base, having already reached the peak of the second level and was almost about to break into the third level. He was countless times more powerful than the fire peak that Su Fan had encountered before. They don't look like serious warriors. Are they killers or criminals? Su Fan's eyes flashed as he looked at this group of ferocious men with a thoughtful expression. When hunting in uninhabited areas, you need to be wary not only of ferocious beasts, but also of strangers around you. Because the order in the no man's land has collapsed, it has become a paradise for many killers and wanted criminals. Many criminals like to ambush here, hunting young warriors and robbing them of their treasures. It is obvious that the group of ferocious men in front of them is a very dangerous group of killers. With such a group of top-notch second-level warriors lying in a careful ambush, even if a third-level warrior came, he might be caught in the trap and die without a burial place. Level 18? Just a piece of trash. The bald man took a quick look and found that Su Fan was only level 18. He immediately showed contempt and ordered his men with disdain, "Li Hu, go kill him." "Yes, boss." This is a big man with a dark face, rough appearance, broad shoulders, and strong arms. There is a tyrannical aura surging from his whole body. His cultivation level is as high as level 27, making him a peak second-level warrior. Damn it! I thought I was waiting for a fat sheep, but it turned out to be a chick. The dark-faced man came over cursing, looking at Su Fan with cruel eyes. "You are just a level 18 brat, and you don't have anything valuable on you, so go to hell." Before he finished speaking, he raised his fist and smashed it hard on Su Fan's head with a powerful force. Die! Su Fan's eyes were cold, and he also threw a punch against punch, beating the big man to death. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the body was shattered into pieces. Blood was all over the ground. Impossible. Li Hu is dead, blown up by a punch. How is it possible? How can this guy be so strong? Everyone's faces changed drastically, they were filled with shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Li Hu is a level 27 elite warrior with extremely strong strength, one of the best among them. But now, Su Fan killed him with just one punch. This terrifying strength shocked everyone present. "Boss, be careful, this kid is a bit strange, his strength is not as simple as it seems." The purple-haired beauty's face looked a little ugly, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Fan, feeling that the latter was not simple. I see. It seems I underestimated this guy just now. He has the courage to venture into an uninhabited area alone. He must have some skills. The bald man's face was gloomy, and murderous intent was in his eyes. He suddenly shouted, "Let's go together and kill him." Kill. The next moment, everyone rushed forward together, and the murderous aura filled the sky and the earth. The war broke out. Boom! Su Fan's mental power exploded, and the flying knife turned into a stream of light, directly piercing through a big man's head, and blood and brain matter gushed out. His blood and energy exploded, and his fighting power was fully unleashed. He rushed into the crowd like a ferocious beast, charging left and right, killing everyone in sight. His terrifying fighting power shocked everyone present. Giant elephant tramples. Su Fan took a step forward, and infinite divine power burst out, crushing a man to death and tearing his body into pieces. Then he transformed into a savage beast and with a brutal charge, he knocked the two peak level second level men so hard that they spit blood, broke bones and tendons, and flew away. Su Fan was very pleased. He was practicing with this group of big men and testing the skills he had just acquired. Every now and then, one or two people would be killed, and their terrifying aura would intimidate everyone. Ah, too strong. Damn it, this guy is only level 18, why is he so strong? No. No. I don't want to die. A series of shrill screams rang out. This group of big men were either beaten to death, cut in half, or torn to pieces alive. Su Fan was like a human-shaped beast, extremely ferocious and invincible. He killed 5 people in a moment. In the end, only the bald man and the purple-haired beauty were left, their faces filled with fear. Damn it! You little bastard, I'm going to kill you today. The bald man had a ferocious look on his face and kept roaring, falling into a state of rage. He mobilized his chi and blood, and the peak momentum of the second level burst out. He pounced like a tiger and punched Su Fan. Oh, finally a decent opponent. Su Fan remained calm, just glanced at the bald man, his eyes lighting up slightly. The pinnacle of the second level. This bald man has an extremely high level of cultivation, at the peak of the second level, and is almost about to break into the third level. Unfortunately, he did not make a breakthrough and is still only at the second level. And in the second level, Su Fan is absolutely invincible. Dragon Fist. Su Fan shouted loudly, and red dragon scales crawled all over his right hand. His strength suddenly surged, and he punched the bald man's fist, confronting him head-on. Bang! 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 Punches clash and energy explodes. The next moment, the bald man was struck by lightning, his whole body trembled violently, and his face was full of horror. A terrifying strange force rushed over and blasted him away. Impossible! I actually lost in a physical strength duel. What kind of monster is this kid? The bald man was shocked, his blood was boiling, and he kept coughing up blood. He found it hard to imagine that a mere level 18 warrior could actually knock a level 29 warrior like him flying with a single punch. What kind of terrifying power was this? Is this still a human being? It's clearly a humanoid monster. How scary. Even the boss is no match for him. Who on earth is this kid? The purple-haired beauty stood there in a daze, shaking with fear all over. I thought I had tricked a fat sheep, but it turned out to be a killer. Endless regret welled up in my heart. If you don't have any trump cards, you can die now. Su Fan's eyes were cold and murderous, and he swung his knife directly at the bald man. You little bastard, I'm going to fight you. The bald man roared, burst into flames, and burned his blood and energy, his momentum soared again. Boom! 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 He finally used his trump card, fully mobilizing his innate power, and his whole body was crackling and flashing with arcs of electricity. Endless thunder rushed out from its body, illuminating the night in an instant. Thunder talent is very rare. Su Fan was surprised. He didn't expect that the bald man was actually a thunder warrior who possessed a very powerful thunder talent, and his level was definitely above S level. Thunder Spear. The bald man's face was full of madness. He pushed his thunder talent to the extreme. The powerful thunder force condensed madly in his palm, gradually turning into a thunder spear, and stabbed towards Su Fan fiercely. The power of thunder was overwhelming, and it had actually reached the third level. Su Fan's eyes were solemn, and the hairs on his body stood up. He felt a strong threat of death from the thunder spear. But he did not take a step back, but directly activated the 9 transformations of the True Dragon. The second transformation of the True Dragon, Dragon Blood transformation. The powerful True Dragon Blood is boiling in his body. True Dragon Rune, destroy and kill. Su Fan let out a low roar and activated the blood of the real dragon. A fiery red rune flew out, like a real dragon, soaring across the sky, tearing the thunder spear into pieces, and endless light flew everywhere. Ah! With a scream, the bald man was torn in half on the spot, blood spilled, and he died. Boss, he's dead. The purple-haired beauty was terrified, her face full of horror. She collapsed to the ground, her whole body covered in horrible hair. Seeing Su Fan's cold eyes, she shuddered with fear, and an endless chill surged into her heart. Please, spare my life. I am willing to be your slave and serve you forever. The purple-haired beauty begged for mercy desperately, looking pitiful, hoping that Su Fan would spare her life. Die. Su Fan looked indifferent and didn't bother to pay any attention. His mental power exploded instantly. A dark golden flying knife flew out and pierced directly through the purple-haired beauty's head. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out. The purple-haired beauty's eyes widened as she collapsed powerlessly onto the ground, her eyes wide open in death. Ha! Then, Su Fan let out a breath, his eyes flashing with anticipation, and quickly walked to the bald man's body. He slowly extended his hand and began to extract entries. Ding dong! Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the purple entry Thunder Control. Chapter 45, A Handsome Man. Talent entries upgraded crazily. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining the purple entry Thunder Control. Thunder Control, you command the thunder of the heavens, possessing supreme power. Thunder can transform into spears to attack, or into battlesuits to protect yourself. Thunder Talent Entry, control the power of thunder. Su Fan's spirits lifted, and he looked surprised as he had obtained another powerful talent entry. A talent entry with thunder attribute, extremely good at attacking. Powerful thunder can both strengthen the body and launch attacks. Attack and defense in one, powerful. Fusion. The next moment, Su Fan had a thought, and the thunder entry automatically merged. Rumble. Infinite power of thunder surged from the body. 2 lightning bolts shot out from Su Fan's eyes, and his whole body was surrounded by golden thunder, filled with terrifying pressure, as if the god of thunder had descended. The blazing thunder roared and leaped, cutting through the darkness and illuminating the entire night sky. Roar! A roar! At this moment, a huge ferocious beast jumped out, exuding a tyrannical aura. This is a saber-toothed tiger with bloodshot eyes, sharp teeth, and claws. It is even bigger than a wild bull and exudes an extremely powerful aura, at the peak of the 2nd level. The knight is the hunter of ferocious beasts. The saber-toothed tiger seemed to be attracted by the smell of blood. It stared at Su Fan fiercely, its eyes filled with brutality and madness, and it roared and pounced on him. The violent evil spirit swept across like a strong wind. You've come just in time. I'll use you to test the power of the thunder attribute. Su Fan's eyes flashed, he activated the power of thunder and raised his hand to strike. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning broke through the air and slammed heavily into the saber-toothed tiger's body. The power of thunder exploded. Ouch! The saber-toothed tiger howled, without any resistance, its body exploded on the spot, shattering into pieces and blood and flesh flying everywhere. One strike instantly killed the 2nd-level peak beast. The power of the thunder talent was so strong that Su Fan couldn't help but get excited. What a powerful force! The lightning talent is indeed powerful. It is even more powerful than the destructive storm. With a single strike, it can kill a peak-level 2nd-level beast. Su Fan was overjoyed as he had gained another powerful killing move. Then, he glanced at the bodies of the purple-haired beauty and others, and immediately showed an expectant look as he continued to extract entries. Buzz! Buzz! Rays of light flashed. Charming Purple, you are a handsome man with stunning looks and radiant charm. A single glance from you is enough to captivate thousands of boys and girls. Basic sword skills White, your sword skills are solid, and your sword skills have improved by 100%. Basic physical training White, your physical body is trained horizontally, and your punches and kicks are increased by 100%. Fusion of everything. Su Fan's thoughts turned. Whether it is the charm attribute or the swordsmanship attribute, all of them are integrated and absorbed to comprehensively strengthen oneself. He suddenly mastered a variety of skills, and his swordsmanship and physical skills improved significantly. In addition, the biggest improvement is in appearance. Under the enhancement of charming, Su Fan transformed into a remarkable man with an extremely handsome appearance and heroic spirit. A handsome face with delicate eyebrows and eyes became even more handsome, and even the skin was shining and shiny, as crystal clear as white jade. His temperament was extraordinary and otherworldly, as if a god had descended to earth. His looks are off the charts. Are you asking me to be a gigolo? Su Fan couldn't help but mutter, why are the extracted entries a bit strange? Although this charm attribute can greatly improve the appearance, it does not improve the combat power at all, which seems a bit useless. That's all. There's no harm in being handsome anyway. Had a good night's rest. Su Fan was in high spirits, his whole body overflowing with surging source power, and he had recovered to his peak condition. Go ahead, keep hunting. A gleam of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and he finally took action, searching everywhere for the ferocious beast. Through the exploration of his mental power, he quickly sensed the whereabouts of some ferocious beasts and immediately flew away. After a while, he arrived at a sewage river. Several hippos were playing in the water, emitting a foul stench. Violent hippopotamus, a second-level ferocious beast. These guys don't have strong attack power, but they can release a terrible stench comparable to poison gas. The strong stench is enough to make elite warriors faint. Roar! The violent hippopotamus growled, noticing a stranger intruding, and immediately opened its mouth to spit. A ball of khaki-colored stink bomb flew towards Su Fan, and the stench was rampant. Damn! It stinks! When Su Fan smelled the stench, his face changed and he quickly covered his nose and dodged. With his keen sense of smell, he was almost suffocated by these guys. Die! 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 Su Fan activated the power of thunder, and the golden thunder rushed out, directly killing these violent hippos. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and no bones were left. Streams of life energy converge. Kill the level 21 violent hippopotamus, life energy plus 11,000. Kill the level 21 violent hippopotamus, life energy plus 11,000. Su Fan continues hunting. A man was rampaging in the ruined town, killing people everywhere and was invincible. Too weak, too weak. Su Fan fought at full strength, like a god of death, reaping lives everywhere. He was so powerful that he had almost no rivals in the abandoned city. Even the second-level peak beasts in the central area were killed instantly. Blades flashed, and ferocious beasts fell one after another. Kill level 20 Shadow Panther, life energy plus 10,000. Kill a level 22 Saber-Tooth Tiger, life energy plus 11,500. Kill level 24 Wind Wolf, life energy plus 18,000. Kill the level 29 Wind Wolf King, life energy plus 30,000. Time flies. After a whole day of killing, Su Fan's body was full of energy and had reached the peak of level 18. All his attributes were improved and his momentum soared. In addition, many of his talent attributes are also being upgraded and evolved. Visual Storm Blue Spiritual Eyes Purple. Smell Enhancement White 1000 Miles Pursuit Purple. Hearing Amplification White Clairaudience Purple. Wings of Swift Wind Purple Kunping Extreme Speed Red. Spiritual Eyes Purple, you possess powerful pupil power, able to see through the enemy's weaknesses and see through all illusions. 1000 Mile Tracking Purple, your sense of smell is extremely sensitive, allowing you to track enemies by scent. Clairaudience Purple, your hearing is incredibly sharp, able to hear everything within a kilometer radius. Kunping Extreme Speed Red, you have mastered Kunping Extreme Speed, reaching incredible speeds. Soaring through the sky, you come and go without a trace. Su Fan's speed and sensory attributes have all been upgraded. The speed attribute evolves into the red quality Kunping speed, and the speed soars wildly. Various sensory attributes have also been upgraded to purple quality, with a significant increase in attributes. However, it is a bit regrettable that no entry has been upgraded to gold quality. The amount of experience points required to upgrade from a red entry to a gold entry is too huge. At present, except for the 2 golden entries directly extracted from Su Qingxian and Shi Jiao, the highest quality of Su Fan's other entries is red, which is still far from being upgraded to gold. But Su Fan was not in a hurry. As he continues to upgrade and become stronger, all of his attributes will also continue to upgrade and evolve, and will definitely be able to upgrade to gold quality, or even higher. Name, Su Fan. Level, 18. Title, Warrior. Strength, 1558. Spirit, 1555. Agility, 1588. Constitution, 1600. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Abilities, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Phoenix Slash. Root Bone against Heaven Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold. Lucky Luck, Koi Red. Appearance, Charming Purple. Kung Fu, Basic Sword Skills White, Basic Physical Skills White. Elemental entries, Chaos Fire Spirit Red, Storm Master Red, Wood Control Purple, Dark Control Purple, Thunder Control Purple. Sensory entries, Spirit Ice Purple, 1000 Miles Tracking Purple, Clairaudience Purple. Battle items, Dragon Elephant Power Red, Psychic Storm Red, Kunping Speed Red, Blood Explosion Purple, Steel Bones Blue, Giant Elephant Trunk Blue, Savage Charge Blue, Giant Elephant Trampling Blue, Steel Scales Blue. Combat Power Evaluation, on par with Tier 3. Ha, all the attributes are evolving, I'd become several times stronger. Su Fan showed a satisfied smile. Although the level did not increase, many attributes had evolved and became more powerful. Boom! Suddenly, the void shattered and a storm raged. A terrible space storm is coming towards us. Endless void wind blades covered the sky, thousands of times sharper than a knife blade, as if they were going to tear Su Fan into pieces. Oh no! Space storm! Su Fan's face changed. He felt a strong sense of crisis and quickly activated Kunping to dodge at high speed. Whoosh! His figure flashed at an incredible speed, like a Kunping flying high into the sky, narrowly avoiding the sudden space storm. At the same time, a dark golden monster tore through space, its body covered with scales, wings on its back, and an extremely thick tail that danced wildly in the air. The terrifying pressure came like a tidal wave, suppressing Su Fan. A third-level vicious beast, the Void Beast. Su Fan's eyelids twitched wildly. Feeling a strong threat, he gradually showed a solemn expression. The source power in his body automatically surged out, silently resisting the violent pressure. This is a void beast with a cultivation level as high as the third level. It is definitely the overlord of this ruined city. The void beast is extremely powerful, possessing the talent to control space. It is elusive and invisible, and can also create terrible space storms to destroy everything in its path. Among the third-level ferocious beasts, it is also a leader. Met a strong enemy. Su Fan's eyes were firm, and there was no fear in his heart. Instead, he felt a strong desire. I wonder how far my current strength lags behind that of a third-tier beast. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, took the initiative to attack, and swung his sword to kill the void beast. Kill! The war broke out. Chapter 46 Space Master. Battle against the void beast. Kill! Su Fan fought with all his strength, his blood boiling, and slashed at the void beast with a knife. The peerless sword light was so domineering that it seemed to split the sky in half. With this strike, he used Kunping's extreme speed, as fast as a flash of lightning, and went straight to the head of the void beast. Buzz! At the moment when the blade hit the void beast, ripples suddenly appeared in the space, and the huge figure disappeared out of thin air. The knife missed. Su Fan frowned and immediately looked alert. Gone! Where did this guy go? Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine, and a terrifying murderous aura attacked him from behind. Roar! With a roar, the void beast flashed and escaped from the space, appearing behind Su Fan like a ghost. The dark golden claws tore through the air and slammed towards Su Fan fiercely, and terrifying strange force poured down. Damn it, it's a space jump! Su Fan shouted angrily and quickly turned around to block. The void beast is a ferocious space-based beast with powerful space-based innate magical powers. It can travel through the void without a trace and is extremely difficult to deal with. Facing the full-strength attack of the third-level ferocious beast, Su Fan did not dare to be careless. He pushed the dragon elephant divine power to the extreme, and the vast divine power surged in his body. Boom! He used attack as defense, slashing out with his sword, which collided with the dark golden claw. Suddenly, flames burst out, and the terrifying force caused the void to distort. Blocked! With Su Fan's current physical strength, he is able to fight against a third-level ferocious beast. He burst out with all his strength and barely blocked the attack of the void beast. Ouch! A hint of surprise flashed across the eyes of the void beast. It obviously did not expect that the human ant in front of it would possess such powerful strength. Immortal Phoenix, possessing me! Su Fan burst out with all his strength, fused with the soul of the immortal Phoenix, and white flames burned all over his body. His combat power skyrocketed and reached the third level. Immortal Phoenix Slash! A ball of dark white flame flew out from the sword and transformed into a terrifying flaming blade, cutting off one of the void beast's claws. In an instant, blood gushed out. Roar! 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 The void beast roared in pain, looking at Su Fan with murderous eyes. Its thick tail swept across and hit him like a stone pillar. With a bang, a terrifying force erupted, knocking him flying. Puff! Su Fan vomited blood and was severely injured, as if he was struck by a thunderbolt and flew away. His whole body was in pain and twitching. A third-level beast is indeed difficult to deal with. He stuck the knife diagonally into the ground, barely able to steady his body, raised his face slightly, looked at the ferocious and terrifying monster, and couldn't help showing a solemn expression. The void beast is extremely powerful. Among the third-level ferocious beasts, its combat power is also top-notch. Coupled with its strange spatial talent, it is even more difficult to guard against. However, at this moment, Su Fan seemed to have seen his favorite prey, and his mood gradually became excited. A pair of eyes, as bright as stars. I want your spatial talent and life energy all. Su Fan smiled grimly, and his figure rushed out violently, like a Kuanping soaring into the sky, and swung his sword again to kill the void beast. Kill! 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 The man and the beast fought fiercely. Both sides fought for life and death, and the battle became crazy. From time to time, pieces of blood and flesh flew out, and the battle was extremely brutal. Dozens of rounds later, Su Fan was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, gasping for breath, and his energy was almost exhausted. The void beast was also severely injured, with wounds all over its body, even its tail was cut off, and its breath was greatly weakened. After dozens of life and death battles, they have all reached their limits. What follows will be the final fight for both sides. Roar! Suddenly, the void beast roared, locked its eyes on Su Fan, and opened its bloody mouth. Endless spatial force condensed crazily in his mouth, gradually transforming into a purple-black moonblade, filled with a terrifying spatial storm that even tore the void apart, terrifying beyond measure. This is Space Slash. Su Fan shuddered all over and felt the terrifying aura, which made his hair stand on end. Space Slash. The void beast's trump card can even split open space, let alone flesh and blood? The Space Slash is extremely powerful and can cut through any object. Even a peak-level third-order ferocious beast cannot resist it and will be cut in half instantly. Boom! The purple-black Space Slash cut through the void and instantly arrived in front of Su Fan. The terrifying space storm seemed to strangle him. The breath of death was overwhelming. It's too fast, there's no way to dodge it, so I can only take it head-on. Su Fan growled, his face full of madness, and suddenly activated the dark entry. The power of darkness, devour. At the critical moment, he activated the power of darkness, and dark light surged throughout his body like a tide. He was like a swallowing black hole, madly absorbing and dissolving the energy of Space Slash. But the power of Space Slash is too terrifying. Although he used the dark devouring to mitigate some of the damage, he was still struck and flew out, bleeding all over, falling to the ground, motionless. The vital energy is gradually dissipating. Ouch! Ouch! Seeing this scene, the void beast howled loudly in excitement, thinking that it had become the final winner. Swish! 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 At this moment, 9 telekinetic flying knives suddenly attacked from all directions. The knife lights crisscrossed and were as fast as lightning, giving the void beast no time to react and piercing its head in an instant. Streams of black blood flowed out. The void beast fell heavily to the ground and finally died. Ha! Su Fan lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, exhaling slowly, feeling exhausted all over. The third-level void beast is really terrifying. I almost got killed, he said with lingering fear. This void beast is extremely powerful, its strength and speed are not inferior to his, and it is a top existence among all the third-level beasts. The last spatial slash almost took Su Fan away. He barely managed to hold on thanks to the powerful vitality of the immortal phoenix soul. Buzz! With the death of the void beast, a tremendous amount of life energy poured into his body like a waterfall. Su Fan's whole body was gushing with light, his flesh body was shining brightly, and he finally broke through to level 19, and powerful source power rushed out. Ha, I'm already level 19. I'm only one step away from becoming an elite warrior. He showed a satisfied smile, his strength became stronger and stronger, and the second level was already within reach. Although it was a tough battle, the final reward was definitely worth it. Su Fan rested for a while, slowly stood up, strode to the front of the void beast, put his palm on the huge corpse, and began to extract entries. Buzz! A red light lit up. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the red entry Space Master. Space Master, you are the Lord of the Void, controlling the power of space. You can travel short distances through space, teleport instantly, and unleash terrifying space slashes to shred your opponents and cut off all living things. Chapter 47 Red Entry. Space Movement and Space Slash. Space Master Red, you are the Lord of the Void, controlling the power of space. You can travel short distances through space, teleport instantly, and unleash a terrifying space slash, tearing apart your opponents and severing all living things. A red entry, and a rare spatial talent, hee hee. I'm making a killing this time. Su Fan laughed heartily, feeling very happy. The Void Beast's talent was indeed powerful, and the extracted entry was of high quality, actually a red entry. He fought desperately to barely kill the Void Beast, and this effort was finally not in vain, and he received a rich reward. Space-related entries are extremely rare. Once mastered, one can travel through space and move short distances instantly. Whether in pursuit or escape, one has an absolute advantage and is almost invincible. In addition, there is the strongest secret of space talent, Space Slash. Su Fan had witnessed the terrifying power of the Space Slash and was still frightened. If he had not used his dark talent to neutralize most of the power of the Space Slash, he would have been lying dead on the street. With just this one spatial slash, who below level 3 can stop it? Fusion. Su Fan was overjoyed, and with a thought, the spatial entries automatically merged. Boom! Next moment, Su Fan's body shook, and light surged on his body. Mysterious spatial ripples surged out like a tide. The whole person was mysterious and looming, as if he was merging with this space. It's a strange feeling, as if I had become one with the void, dominating everything in this space. Is this the innate ability of Space Master? Su Fan's eyes sparkled and he was extremely excited. He seemed to have become the master of space, dominating all living beings in this space. A feeling of omnipotence came over me. Buzz. As soon as he thought about it, his figure flashed, and in an instant, he arrived more than 10 meters away. So fast. Countless times faster than Kunping's ultimate speed. Is this space travel? It's like teleportation. Su Fan's face showed a hint of ecstasy and he was very excited. The first time he used his spatial ability, the effect was even more powerful than he had expected. He could travel through space with just a thought, just like teleportation. Although it is only a short distance space travel, in actual combat, it is enough to catch the enemy off guard. I wonder what the maximum distance I can move through space is with my current strength. Su Fan muttered to himself, with anticipation flashing in his eyes, and began to test the maximum distance of space movement. Buzz. Su Fan activated the space entry, and mysterious ripples surged around his body. With a thought, he instantly appeared on a dead tree 20 meters away. But he was still not satisfied, he pushed the power of space to the extreme and continued to travel through space. 30 meters. 50 meters. 80 meters. 100 meters, the limit. It seems that the farthest distance I can move in space is only about 100 meters, but it's enough. After many tests, Su Fan finally determined that the maximum distance he could move in space was about 100 meters, but this was enough in battle. Whether fighting or escaping, they have an absolute advantage. However, the only drawback is that moving in space consumes a lot of source power, and the farther the distance moved, the more source power is consumed. After a few times, Su Fan was already out of breath, and the source of energy in his body was almost consumed by half. He was more exhausted than hunting hundreds of ferocious beasts. Although space travel is very convenient, it consumes a lot of energy. It seems that it must be used with caution. Su Fan thought for a while, and then began to study another killer move. Space Slash. The strongest secret of the spatial talent, the terrifying slash containing the power of space, is enough to cut off everything. Even a third-level ferocious beast cannot withstand this spatial slash. However, like space movement, Space Slash is also a very energy-consuming trick. Even if Su Fan was in peak condition with abundant source power, he could only release 2 shots at most. My current strength is still not enough, I must break through to the second level as soon as possible. Su Fan silently clenched his fists, his eyes filled with endless desire. Longing for a stronger realm and power. Only when he breaks through to the second level will his cultivation level skyrocket and his source power increase significantly. At that time, the use of space entries will be more handy, and the distance of space movement and the power of Space Slash will be improved accordingly. Su Fan's eyes were burning with anticipation. I have just broken through to level 19, and I still have a long way to go to reach the second level of life energy. At my current speed of hunting ferocious beasts, it will probably take another 3 days. Afterwards, he sat cross-legged on the ground, stroking his chin, and began to think seriously. Not only that, I also need a large amount of natural treasures to temper my body and soul, so that I can have a hope of reaching the second level. It's not that easy to break through to the second level. It will take some time and hard work. Hey, what's that smell? It smells so good. Suddenly, Su Fan's nostrils moved and he smelled a strong and strange fragrance. His sense of smell is now so sensitive that the smell attribute has been upgraded to purple quality. Any smell within hundreds of meters cannot escape his tracking. When he uses all his strength, he can even track to even farther places. Then, Su Fan followed the source of the fragrance and gradually came to a mysterious crack. An endless storm surged out from the cracks. It scratched his skin so hard that it hurt. This is the spatial crack created by my battle with the Void Beast. The fragrance is actually coming from inside. Su Fan was shocked. Space cracks are a special kind of space channel that connects various special secret realms. It may be a secret realm of terrifying ferocious beasts, or it may hide mysterious treasures. He stared at the space crack with a serious expression, radiating his mental power to try to explore the situation inside the crack. But it failed. The telekinesis was blocked by a mysterious force, making it impossible to clearly detect the situation inside. I don't know what kind of secret realm this space crack connects to. Danger or opportunity? Everything is still unknown. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. After hesitating for a moment, Su Fan's eyes showed determination. He took a step forward, his figure flashed, and he directly entered the space crack. Buzz! The sky was spinning and the figures were distorted. The next moment, Su Fan came directly to a mysterious space. This is a pure land, surrounded by all kinds of exotic flowers and fruits. The fragrance of medicine fills the air, which makes Su Fan feel refreshed. Ha, is this a fortuitous encounter? Su Fan was overjoyed. Chapter 48 God-level Kung Fu. 8-9 Mysterious Kung Fu. In the Secret Realm. There are a lot of rare and exotic plants growing here, which are colorful and fragrant. Obviously, this is a rare secret place of spiritual medicine. Ha, the secret realm of spiritual medicine, I'm so lucky. Su Fan was ecstatic. This is a small space, not very large in area, but it is home to many exotic flowers and plants, like a medicinal garden left over from ancient times. Everywhere you look, you see magical medicines. Many of them are decades old, some are rare herbs that are hundreds of years old. There are also a few spiritual medicines that are glowing, fragrant, and emit extremely strong life energy. Fuck, the Millennium Medicine King. Su Fan's eyes were blazing as he suddenly fixed his eyes on a crystal-clear snow-white Ganoderma lucidum, and immediately showed a look of surprise. 9-bend Ganoderma lucidum. Quality, spiritual level. Introduction: a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb, a natural treasure, containing abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Taking it can strengthen chi and blood, significantly improving martial arts cultivation. Millennial Ganoderma lucidum is a rare and precious medicine in the world. It contains infinite magical effects and can help people be reborn and undergo a metamorphosis. Only in this special secret realm can such a magical medicine be grown. Su Fan took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement, and murmured, after taking this Ganoderma lucidum, my cultivation will definitely increase dramatically. I should be able to reach the peak of level 19, or even directly break through to the second level. I have to say. He is so lucky. There are dozens of spiritual medicines of all sizes in the secret realm, which should be enough for him to temper his body and reach the second level of martial arts. Su Fan was very excited. I'm so lucky today, maybe the koi entry is working. His eyes flashed with brilliance, as if he was thinking about something. Koi read, you are a child of good fortune, blessed by heaven. Good luck continues to come your way. You often find good things on the battlefield, or encounter unexpected adventures. With the enhancement of the koi attribute, Su Fan is now a son of luck, so it is normal for him to have an adventure occasionally. Originally, if he wanted to break through to the second level, he would need to practice hard for a period of time. When he reached the peak of level 19, he would look for body tempering elixirs and complete comprehensive body tempering before he could break through to the second level. Now I have everything. Luck is so important. Hey, what is that? Suddenly, Su Fan exclaimed in surprise, and with a glance, he noticed that there was a natural stone pool in the center of the secret realm. The stone pool was filled with snow-white latex, shining brightly and overflowing with energy, looking quite extraordinary. Buzz. At the same time, a string of information came into view. Earth Spirit Milk. Quality, spiritual level. Introduction: this spiritual fluid, nurtured by heaven and earth, contains the majestic power of the earth. It can not only temper the body, but also help people break through bottlenecks and improve their cultivation. It is the spiritual fluid that martial arts masters dream of. Ha, Earth Spirit Milk, This is an excellent body-tempering spiritual liquid. Su Fan was ecstatic. He was really lucky today. So many spiritual medicines and a pool of earth spiritual milk will definitely help him break through to the second level. Su Fan exhaled slowly, trying hard to suppress the excitement in his heart, and thought silently. First, use the spiritual medicine here to improve your cultivation to the peak of level 19, and then use the earth's spiritual milk in the stone pool to fully temper your body and impact the second level of martial arts. Thinking of this, Su Fan immediately took action and went to pick the spiritual herbs first. He moved quickly and selected carefully, and soon picked all the most precious spiritual herbs here. There are a total of 1200-year-old elixirs and 1000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. So many elixirs, enough. Then, Su Fan sat down cross-legged and wolfed down the 100-year-old elixirs one by one. A century-old elixir with extremely powerful medicinal properties. If an ordinary person swallowed more than a dozen 100-year-old elixirs in one breath, he would have burst from the huge power of the medicine. However, Su Fan's body is strong enough, and he has a dark talent. He can devour and refine elixirs and speed up the absorption of the medicinal power, so he is fearless. Boom! Under the devouring and absorption of the dark power, Su Fan quickly refined all these century-old elixirs. His whole body was filled with surging life energy and his momentum soared. However, I still failed to reach the peak of level 19. Su Fan suddenly raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that a dozen 100-year-old spiritual herbs wouldn't be enough for me to break through to the peak of level 19. His body was too powerful, as if a gluttonous beast resided inside him. No matter how many elixirs he consumed, he would never be satisfied. This also greatly increased the life energy he needed to break through, which was simply beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. In the end, it depends on you. Su Fan glanced around and set his eyes on the 9-band Ganoderma lucidum. His eyes suddenly lit up. Fortunately, there are enough spiritual medicines here, and this 1000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum is the finale, which should be enough. The next moment, he swallowed the 9-band Ganoderma lucidum in one gulp. A ball of boiling hot energy flowed into the body, like an energy bomb exploding. Endless life energy surged out, madly flushing his blood vessels and strengthening his flesh and bones. His whole body was glowing, his bones were crackling, and his aura was surging wildly. Boom! A powerful aura burst out. Finally, Su Fan successfully broke through to the peak of level 19. The boiling energy was like overflowing water, leaking out madly, and he was only a step away from the second level. Next, we can attack the second level. Su Fan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the natural stone pool not far away, and a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. He took off his clothes, jumped directly into the stone pool, soaked in the earth's spiritual milk, and devoted himself to cultivation and breakthrough. So comfortable. Su Fan took a deep breath, his whole body felt warm, and his face was full of enjoyment. Different from the essence and blood of ferocious beasts, the earth spirit milk is nurtured by heaven and earth. Its energy is very gentle and beneficial to warriors. Su Fan felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, very warm and comfortable. Buzz! 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 He activated the power of darkness, and his whole body seemed to swallow a black hole in one gulp, rapidly absorbing the energy of the spiritual milk and tempering his body in all aspects. It feels very strange, there seems to be something in the stone pool. At this moment, Su Fan frowned and sensed a strange fluctuation in the stone pool. He swept his mind and quickly locked onto the source of the strange fluctuations, then stretched out his hand and grabbed a strange stone. This is an ancient stone slab, the size of a palm, with a mottled surface, obviously having been worn down over a long period of time. There are some mysterious ancient characters engraved on the stone slab, which seem to be recording something. However, this is a special kind of writing, very ancient, and Su Fan can't understand it at all. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Drip! Drip! I have discovered a god-level item from the depths of the starry sky. It can be retrieved. Would you like to retrieve it? This stone can also extract entries? Su Fan was stunned at first, then showed a look of surprise and held the ancient stone slab in his hand. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just extract the entry directly. Boom! A brilliant golden light flashed. Ding! Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the golden entry 8-9 mysterious art. But Zhu Xiangong, a divinely level technique, possessing supreme, earth-shattering powers. With each level achieved, the physical constitution is completely transformed, becoming impervious to fire, water, and all poisons. Upon reaching mastery, one can cultivate the eternal indestructible body. As long as the soul is immortal, the body can regenerate endlessly, achieving immortality. Chapter 49 Breakthrough to Level 2. Elite Warrior. God Level Technique, 8-9 Profound Art. Su Fan's face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. This ancient stone slab actually hides a divine skill. I am so lucky today. Good luck keeps coming. I thought the earth spirit milk in the stone pool was already a rare treasure, but I didn't expect that there was such a great fortune hidden in the stone pool. Ah, I'm so lucky today. Su Fan was so happy that he couldn't help laughing. The 8-9 Profound Art is a body refining skill that is all-encompassing and full of mysteries. When cultivated to perfection, one can develop an immortal body, which is immortal and indestructible. It can live as long as the heaven and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and the moon. Fusion. Su Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and with a thought, the entries of the 8-9 Profound Art quickly merged together. Buzz. The next moment, a golden light merged into Su Fan's body, causing his whole body to tremble. Countless martial arts secrets suddenly appeared in his mind, and he quickly mastered the 8-9 Profound Art. Boom! 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 Waves of majestic energy burst out. Su Fan underwent a transformation, and his body glowed with golden light, as if covered with a layer of sacred golden light. This is the iconic magical power of the 8-9 Profound Art, the golden light that protects the body. The golden light that protects the body has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Invulnerable to swords and guns, not afraid of water and fire, and immune to evil. The 8-9 Profound Art, also known as the 9 Transformation Yuan Art. This set of exercises has a total of 9 turns. Every time you complete a turn, your physical constitution will be reborn and become countless times stronger. You can also unlock a powerful magical secret technique. In addition to the golden light for body protection, there are also the 9-turn creation fist, indestructible Vajra body, divine eye, 5 elements escape technique, incarnation, thousands of changes, laws of heaven and earth, countless magical powers and secret techniques with infinite power. The highest realm of the eternal and indestructible body, immortal and invincible. The 8-9 mysterious art is truly amazing. Su Fan was extremely excited. This technique is so powerful that it can not only temper the body, but also encompasses countless magical powers. Once it is cultivated to perfection, it will be enough to sweep the world and be unrivaled. Buzz. Buzz. Su Fan practiced his profound skills, his body glowed with golden light, and his cultivation speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Then, he continued to practice, frantically swallowing the spiritual milk of the earth around him, like a hungry gluttonous beast, drinking like a whale and a cow, to temper his body. As time passed, the earth's spiritual milk in the stone pool was decreasing at an alarming rate, while the golden light on Su Fan's body became brighter and brighter, and his aura became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. Ha ha ha! A hearty laugh cut through the sky. Su Fan finally broke through to the second level. His whole body was shining with golden light, releasing a terrifying and boundless aura, like a wild beast out of the cage, who knew how many times stronger he was. Level 2, Elite Warrior. 2 lightning bolts shot out from Su Fan's eyes, and the source of energy in his body surged continuously, increasing by more than 10 times. After breaking through to the second level, his attributes skyrocketed and his source power increased significantly. The tempering effect of the earth spirit milk is so good. Not only did he break through to the second level, he also cultivated the 8-9 Profound Art to the third level, cultivating an indestructible body. The body is as strong as diamond, indestructible. Also, his 9 transformations of the true dragon also broke through to the third transformation, the dragon bone transformation. The bones throughout the body are strengthened and evolved into the bones of a true dragon, with power and strength greatly increased. Su Fan is now like a real dragon in human form, with an indestructible body and terrifying power. He is invincible even among the third level. Second stage of martial arts, third transformation of the 9 transformations of the true dragon, third transformation of the 8-9 Profound Arts. My physical fitness is now too strong, I don't know how many times stronger than that of an elite warrior. Oh, and there's talent. As Su Fan thought about it, a white flame ignited on his body. A snow-white phantom of a fairy phoenix appeared above his head, burning brightly and soaring into the sky. The terrifying pressure swept across the 4 directions, enough to make the third-level ferocious beasts tremble. The immortal phoenix shadow, such a powerful pressure, even stronger than that third-level void beast. Su Fan's eyes sparkled, and he was very surprised. As his cultivation level improved, his talent became even stronger. He could summon the phantom of the immortal phoenix to assist him in battle, and its power was comparable to that of a peak third-level cultivator. The power and range of the phoenix flame also increased countless times. Talent, physique, skills, and supernatural powers all soared. Su Fan's combat power skyrocketed and became extremely powerful. I wonder how much my current basic attributes have improved. Then, a look of curiosity appeared on his face and he began to check his personal panel. Name, Su Fan. Level, 20. Title, Elite Warrior. Strength, 3100 plus 1600. Spirit, 3088 plus 1550. Agility, 3050 plus 1500. Constitution, 3200 plus 1680. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Abilities, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Phoenix Slash, Immortal Phoenix Summon. Root Bone against Heaven Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold. Lucky Luck, Koi Red. Appearance, Charming Purple. Kung Fu, 8-9 Mysterious Skills Gold, Basic Sword Skills White, Basic Physical Skills White. Elemental Entries, Space Master Red, Chaos Fire Spirit Red, Storm Master Red, Wood Master Purple, Dark Master Purple, Thunder Master Purple. Sensory Entries, Spirit Ice Purple, 1000 Miles Tracking Purple, Clairaudience Purple. Battle Items, Dragon Elephant Power Red, Psychic Storm Red, Kunpung Speed Red, Blood Explosion Purple, Steel Bones Blue, Giant Elephant Trunk Blue, Savage Charge Blue, Giant Elephant Trampling Blue, Steel Scales Blue. Combat Power Rating, Invincible at the same level. Your physical strength is dozens of times greater than that of an elite warrior, and even among the third-level warriors, there are few rivals. All the basic attributes have exceeded 3000 points, which is even stronger than a third-level warrior. Su Fan was overjoyed and excited. His current combat power is dozens of times that of an elite warrior, and even among the third-level warriors, he is almost invincible. Invincible in the same level, extremely powerful. Almost done, we can go back now. Su Fan smiled and looked satisfied. This adventure in the secret realm made his combat power soar by several levels, which was a huge gain. Afterwards, he acted quickly, cleared out the remaining low-level spiritual medicines, and put them all into the space ring. Then he activated the space entry, and with a flash of his figure, he teleported out of the secret realm in an instant. Come back with a full load. Chapter 50 Girl. What do you want to do to me? In the evening. Su Fan returned home. I'm back. He pushed open the door and looked up to see his beautiful aunt lying lazily on the sofa, her long, white and tender legs swaying. Who are you, handsome? Did you come to the wrong door? Qin Jiajiao's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Su Fan for a long time, but she didn't recognize him at first. Hee, woman. It's only been 2 days since we last met, and you don't recognize me? Su Fan said. What the hell, Xiao Fan? Qin Jiajiao jumped up with a whoosh, her chest trembling. A charming face, full of surprise. Under the influence of the charm entry, Su Fan is now extremely handsome. Tall, mighty, and handsome. My aunt almost didn't recognize me. Damn it, didn't you go out to practice? Not only did your skin not get tanned, but you even became more handsome. You make my heart beat faster just by looking at me. Qin Jiajiao said angrily. Practice and being handsome don't conflict with each other. Su Fan said. Hee, good things should be kept within the family. Let me have some fun first, moi. The beautiful aunt licked her red lips and rushed towards Su Fan excitedly. Stop, you have bad breath. Su Fan's figure flashed and he nimbly avoided his aunt's clutches. But he was hugged by a chubby body. A little fat girl hugged his thighs. Big pot, did you bring anything delicious? Baby Su tilted his chubby face up, his big eyes sparkling with anticipation. You are really persistent. Su Fan was speechless. His little sister was so obsessed with food. If the little chubby girl puts her passion for food into practice, she will definitely become a talented girl in the future. Fortunately, when he left the secret realm, he brought out a lot of low-level spiritual medicines, including many spiritual fruits. Although they were of no use to him, they were still very good for his family to eat, as they could help them replenish their vitality and strengthen their physical fitness. My dear, you are lucky. I brought back some spiritual fruits. Try them. Su Fan smiled slightly, pinched Su Baobao's chubby face, and then waved his hand, taking out many colorful spiritual fruits from the space ring. They were crystal clear and fragrant. These are rare spiritual fruits that contain abundant spiritual energy and are of great benefit to ordinary people. Fragrant, sweet. Baby Su took the fruit and started eating it with a smacking sound. His round, fat face was as happy as a flower. Big pot, I want to eat meat. The little fat girl ate while looking at Su Fan with longing. Although the fruit was delicious, her favorite was meat. Okay, I'll take you to a barbecue tonight. Su Fan smiled helplessly. What a little foodie. Yeah. Long live Big Brother. The little fat girl jumped up happily, raised her hands high, and had a look of admiration on her face. She had already become Su Fan's loyal fan. By the way, where are my parents? Su Fan suddenly asked as he glanced at the empty living room. We went out to a banquet, and they went to eat meat without taking me. The little fat girl clenched her little pink fists, feeling indignant, and complained to the big pot. Ah, what kind of feast is this? Su Fan was slightly startled, showing a puzzled look, and looked at his beautiful aunt who had a sad face next to him. You and Xiener were admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. This news has spread throughout the community. Our whole family has become famous. Directors and district heads have come to invite my parents to dinner, hoping to establish good relationships with our family. Qin Jiajiao sat back on the sofa, propping her chin with one hand, a look of worry on her face. Alas. Recently, even my number of suitors has skyrocketed several times. My phone friends list is almost full. Then congratulations, you're about to find your partner. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he offered his most sincere blessings, hoping that a warrior would come quickly to subdue this goblin. Nisunai. Qin Jiajiao picked up the pillow and threw it at Su Fan fiercely. The most hateful thing is that after adding me as their friend, these bastards showed no interest in a beautiful woman like me. Instead, they were asking about you, a talented young man, hoping to get to know you through me. It really makes me mad. My aunt is extremely depressed and feels that her charm has decreased recently. Ha ha ha. Su Fan burst into laughter. Buzz. Suddenly, a cold chill filled the void. A beautiful figure walked over. The silver hair is like a waterfall, cold and clear. Little fairy. Su Fan looked up and saw this cold and beautiful figure, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Su Qingxian was as cold and beautiful as ever, her delicate face was calm and without any emotional fluctuations, as if she was a fairy who was not of this world. He actually broke through to the second level. That useless guy is leveling up pretty fast. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes flashed, and she noticed that Su Fan's level had been upgraded to level 20, becoming a second-level elite warrior. She was also slightly surprised. However, there is still some distance compared to her. Her good-for-nothing brother is already good enough in this blue star world, but not good enough to make her feel threatened. However, he is indeed a promising talent and can be trained and guided in the future. Serve as a royal guard for this emperor, or one of the 8 divine generals or something. Su Qingxian thought quietly. When Su Qingxian woke up from her thoughts, she found an extremely handsome face in front of her, staring at her with a smile. Her heart was pounding and she quickly retreated to the corner, keeping a safe distance from the bad brother. What are you thinking about? Su Fan said with a smile. Nothing. The panic on Su Qingxian's face was gone for a moment, and she quickly regained her composure. She looked at Su Fan deeply and warned him, the genius ranking tournament is about to begin. Don't lose to others. Profound. The meaning is very clear, don't lose to anyone except me. It seems that this girl is still upset about losing to herself. Su Fan smiled and said, okay, I'll try my best. Su Qingxian suddenly thought of something, and a gleam of light flashed in her clear eyes. She said, by the way, my cooking skills have improved a lot in the past 2 days. Do you want to try it? Hearing this, Su Fan shuddered and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He still feels scared when he thinks of the devilish dishes Su Qingxian made. No, I'm back from eating. I'm very dirty from hunting outside, I'm going to take a shower first. Su Fan slipped away without paying any attention to the girl's resentful look and evacuated in a hurry. Want to escape? Can you escape? Su Qingxian looked at the figure fleeing in panic, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. In the bathroom. Su Fan lay in the bathtub and took a comfortable hot bath. He felt extremely relaxed, all his fatigue was swept away, and his whole body felt light and comfortable. It's comfortable. Home is still the best. Su Fan was in a good mood and his body had gotten enough rest and relaxation. Take a shower first, then have a meal with my family, and finally have a good sleep. Perfect. He thought excitedly. At this moment, a cold and graceful figure pushed the door open and walked in. Su Qingxian had silver hair draped over her shoulders and a cold face as she walked towards Su Fan step by step. The cold was so horrible that the bathroom froze. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, staring at the cold girl walking towards him, and immediately showed a look of vigilance. Girl, what do you want to do to me? Chapter 51 Final Punishment. The Empress scrubs her. Girl, what do you want to do to me? Looking at the girl with murderous look on her face, Su Fan shuddered all over and immediately became alert. He pulled his hand and quickly covered his body with a bath towel to prevent his private parts from being exposed. Let me help you, scrub your body. Su Qingxian said coldly. Su Fan was completely confused. Scrub the body? Why do I think you look like you're here to kill someone? Wrong. What the hell, a bath? Su Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes when he realized what was going on. He stared at the girl with a dull expression. Little fairy, what did you just say? You want to give me a bath? Right. Su Qingxian's expression was stiff, but she still nodded. The ultimate punishment task: scrubbing the body. Task description: do your best to give Su Fan a bath and massage, and let him experience the ultimate enjoyment. Quest reward: Divine Beast Blood 1. Isn't it just a bath? Fight for the blood of the Divine Beast. Those who achieve great things do not pay attention to trivial matters. Su Qingxian's face was serious as she thought seriously. I refuse. Su Fan shook his head, his face full of alertness. He felt that the girl had some bad intentions and seriously rejected her request to give him a bath. Su Qingxian said nothing, walked towards Su Fan with a stern face, and wanted to force her way in. I shouted? Su Fan said. Scream, it's better to let everyone know. Su Qingxian glanced at him and said expressionlessly, when Mom comes back, I'll tell her you bullied me. Who do you think she'll believe? The wicked are the first to complain. Su Fan felt depressed. He didn't expect that the fairy who looked pure and innocent would suddenly become so sinister. That's right, if I hadn't been a little scheming, could I have become the empress in my previous life? Su Qingxian snorted lightly, as if she could see what Su Fan was thinking. It's easy to capture the good-for-nothing brother. Buzz. At the same time, a pair of cold little hands suddenly pressed on Su Fan's broad back. An electric shock-like feeling instantly spread throughout their bodies, causing them to shudder at the same time, their blood boiling. Such close contact made both of them feel uneasy. Hiss. Su Fan took a deep breath, his body tensed up, and his back felt cold. Although it was a bit cold, it felt quite comfortable. A blush crept up Su Qingxian's cold little face, and she felt ashamed and angry. As the Empress, when had she ever had such close contact with a man? Although Su Fan is not a stranger, I still feel more embarrassed to give him a massage and a bath. For the sake of system rewards, I had no choice but to do it. The girl tried hard to remain calm. Her pair of white and tender hands glowed with ice blue light as she gently rubbed Su Fan's back. Su Qingxian uses a unique bodybuilding technique that can help people clear blood vessels and improve their physical fitness, and the effect is very good. How does it feel? After massaging for a while, Su Qingxian couldn't help but ask. Her brother's satisfaction is of vital importance to her and is directly linked to the distribution of the ultimate reward. It's so cold. But, it's quite comfortable. Su Fan nodded with a look of pleasure on his face and gave the girl high praise. I didn't realize that, although the little fairy is a mess when cooking, her massage technique is really good. Receiving praise from her brother, Su Qingxian raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of pride. By the way, fairy, why did you suddenly think of giving me a massage? What's your purpose? Su Fan was full of questions and couldn't help but want to turn around and ask the girl face to face. Don't talk, don't turn around, don't look at me. Su Qingxian said fiercely, you have so many problems, just be a good tool of this emperor and that is all. Oh. Su Fan responded. If you don't let me ask, then forget it. But why are you so fierce? Although I don't know what ulterior motives the little fairy has. But, that's the end of the enjoyment. At this time, Su Qingxian increased her strength and pushed her technique to the extreme. A pair of soft little hands turned directly into bone-breaking hands. The bones crackled like frying beans. But for Su Fan, this force was just right. With his current physical strength, if he doesn't increase his strength, he really won't feel anything. Yes, it's here. Try harder. Comfortable. Su Fan looked comfortable. He closed his eyes and fully enjoyed the girl's massage, making bursts of sour and refreshing sounds from time to time. Unconsciously, he rested his head on the girl's soft thighs, smelling her fresh body fragrance, and gradually fell into a sweet dream. Su Qingxian sat quietly, placed her hands on Su Fan's temples, kneading them gently and continuing the massage. Time flies. About an hour later, a system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have completed the ultimate punishment mission. Satisfaction. Congratulations on receiving a god-level reward, Ice Phoenix Blood. Blood of the Ice Phoenix, the essence of a divine beast. Containing the ultimate ice-attributed divine power, it can help one transcend the mortal realm and gain the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Suitable for those with ice-attributed talents. Ice Phoenix Blood Essence. A gleam of light flashed in Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help but feel excited. This is a drop of blood from an ice-type divine beast, which can help her transcend the mortal body and reach a higher level of cultivation. As long as he refines this drop of Ice Phoenix blood, Su Qingxian's cultivation will undergo earth-shaking changes. Both his talent and physique will undergo drastic transformation, reaching a level that is beyond the reach of others. By then, there is no rival among peers. Su Qingxian was very excited. Brother Tool, you are of no use now. Su Qingxian raised the corner of her mouth, glanced at Su Fan, and prepared to abandon him ruthlessly. At this time, Su Fan was sleeping soundly, his head resting on the girl's legs, looking like a quiet and handsome man. The girl lowered her head and looked at that overly handsome profile. She was slightly startled, her chest pounding. The cold little face involuntarily turned red, and even her breathing began to quicken. I have to say, this good-for-nothing brother is really quite handsome. Even with her cold attitude, she almost fell in love with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Qingxian took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the strange emotions in her heart. Her beautiful little face quickly returned to its usual coldness. With her state of mind and cultivation, how could she possibly be seduced by a man? Come on, Su Qingxian. You are the female emperor who will rule the world forever. Chapter 52 Let us take a bath together. One day, I will rule the universe and become an emperor. Su Qingxian's face was determined and she clenched her fists tightly. She was determined to rule forever and save the people of the world. Relationships between men and women are not even considered. In her previous life, no man could make her heart beat. In this life, there is still no such thing. Su Qingxian looked at Su Fan sleeping soundly, and finally couldn't bear to disturb him. She quietly got up and prepared to leave the bathroom. At this time, my parents just came back. The little fat girl was sticking her butt out and playing with a toy sports car on the floor. Oh, it's Mom and Dad. Seeing that her parents had nothing in their hands, she acted very aloof, responded indifferently, and continued to play with her toys. Baby, I heard that your brother is back. Where is he? Asked my mother. Degui is going to take a bath, said Su Baobao. Where is your sister? Mom asked again. Sister is going to take a shower too, said Su Baobao. Question mark. My mother was confused because there was only one bathroom in the house. Su Baobao concluded in a baby voice, Degui is going to take a bath with his sister. What did you say? They took a shower together. My mother's beautiful eyes widened, realizing that something was wrong, and she rushed to the bathroom like an angry bull. Bang! 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 My mother pounded on the bathroom door, her angry roar shaking the earth. Open the door for me. What are you two doing in there? Oops. Su Qingxian's heart skipped a beat, and she pointed with her little hand to freeze the bathroom door first. She looked embarrassed and uneasy. What would happen if her mother saw this? At this time, Su Fan was also woken up. Hearing the terrible roar outside the bathroom door, he shuddered and got goosebumps all over his body. He felt like a disaster was about to happen. What to do? Su Qingxian turned around to look at Su Fan, and a rare hint of panic appeared on her pretty face, which was usually calm. You ran in here by yourself and asked me what to do? Su Fan felt depressed. He felt like he was caught in bed with someone else. And the other person is his own mother. Anyway, let's get out of here. Su Fan grabbed Su Qingxian's wrist, and spatial ripples flashed around him, and he directly performed spatial movement. Go! He operated the space entry, took the little fairy through space, and sent her back to her bedroom first. Space movement. A hint of surprise flashed across Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes, and she glanced at Su Fan curiously. This is a very rare ability. When did you learn this trick? I'm already furious, so I don't have time to explain. Let's talk later when we have time. Su Fan frowned, raised a finger, and tapped the girl's head gently, complaining, Look at the trouble you've caused me. I have to deal with Mom. Hey! In front of the majesty of the eldest brother. Su Qingxian lowered her head and dared not say a word, as if she also realized that she had done something wrong. Buzz. The next moment, Su Fan traveled through space again and returned to the bathroom. Outside. The angry mother started banging on the door. Su Fan looked calm, changed his clothes, and calmly opened the door. Mom, I'm still taking a shower, what are you doing? Su Fan frowned and pretended to be dissatisfied. Hey, where's Xianer? My mother rushed in angrily, looked left and right, and turned the bathroom upside down, but she couldn't find Su Qingxian. That beautiful face was filled with confusion as she stared blankly at Su Fan. Where is Xianer? Isn't she taking a shower? Xianer? Of course she is sleeping in her room. How could she be here with me? Su Fan spread his hands, looking very innocent. But the baby said she went to take a bath with you. Mom stared at Su Fan with her big, Caroline eyes, as if interrogating him. Fake. Su Fan said seriously, how can you believe what a little brat says? She probably saw that her parents didn't bring her any food when they came back, so she's teasing you on purpose. You idiot, you dare to lie to me? I'm going to beat your ass today. My mother was filled with rage and rushed back to settle the score with Su Baobao. Ah. Why did mommy spank me? After a while, the little fat girl's loud crying could be heard in the living room, sounding pitiful and aggrieved. My poor sister, if you don't go to hell, who will? You will be the scapegoat today. Su Fan sighed and silently mourned for the little fat girl in his heart. Finally, the little fat girl took it all. I must take her out for a few good meals to make up for it in the future. Night. Su Fan lay on the bed, lost in thought. He is studying the talent entries carefully. Now he has too many entries, which are disorganized, and many of them are useless to him. So, he thought seriously about breaking down some useless junk entries, exchanging them for entry experience points, and trying his best to upgrade those useful rare entries and pile up a few golden entries. Do it when you think of it. Su Fan had an idea and immediately took action, starting to select some low-quality junk entries to decompose. Iron Bones Blue, Giant Elephant's Trunk Blue, Savage Charge Blue, Giant Elephant's Stomp Blue, Iron Scales Blue. These are all blue-quality combat entries. Although their attributes are acceptable, the quality is too low and they are no longer of any use to Su Fan. Now he has the golden light of the 8-9 profound art to protect his body, and his combat abilities are countless. Decompose everything. As soon as Su Fan thought about it, the 5 blue entries were instantly decomposed. Decomposition successful, congratulations on gaining 5,000 entry experience points. 5,000 entry experience points should be enough to upgrade a few purple and red quality entries. Su Fan was delighted and thought thoughtfully. Then he concentrated all his attention and began to upgrade the entries. Consume 1,000 experience points. Basic Sword Skill White Shura Sword Skill Purple. Consume 1,000 experience points. Basic Taijutsu White Horizontal Training Master Purple. Consume 3,000 experience points. Blood Explosion Purple Blood Explosion Red. Ashura Sword Technique Purple, you transform into the Ashura of Hell. With one swing of your sword, ghosts wail and gods howl. Who can contend with you? Master of Horizontal Training Purple, your body has been tempered through countless trials and tribulations, and you possess a set of horizontal training martial arts skills, with your boxing and kicking skills reaching the pinnacle. Blood and Chi Explosion Red, your blood and Chi erupt like a volcano, fully unleashing your body's potential. You are as strong as a mountain and invincible. Ha ha. 2 purple entries and 1 red entry, not bad. Su Fan was overjoyed and his face was full of smiles. In a moment, His swordsmanship, as well as his boxing and kicking skills, have all been honed through countless trials and tribulations, reaching perfection, like that of an unrivaled master. In addition, his blood and energy attributes were also upgraded to red quality. The blood and energy in his body erupted like a volcano, endless and powerful, with strength as strong as a mountain. Not bad, my combat power has increased significantly. Su Fan's eyes were blazing and he clenched his fists tightly. Next, he would face the genius ranking competition. At the same time, next door, in the pink bedroom, Su Qingxian sat upright on the bed with her silver hair draped over her shoulders. Her whole body was enveloped in holy silver light, and she was concentrating on refining the blood essence of the ice phoenix. This is a drop of true blood from a divine beast, containing extremely terrifying energy. Even a master-level expert cannot refine it by force, and will be blown to pieces by that terrifying energy. But Su Qingxian is the reincarnation of the Empress and possesses supreme magical powers. She created a supreme skill called the Great Buddha Technique, which can condense a Buddha tower in her body, melt all things, and seal everything. She practiced the Buddha Technique, absorbing the blood of the ice phoenix into the Buddha tower, devouring and refining it day and night. Buzz! Buzz! Su Qingxian's entire body glowed, his silver hair fluttered, and his cultivation skyrocketed. Time flies. 4 hours later. Level 27. 2 flashes of lightning shot out of her eyes, and a hint of surprise gradually appeared on her cold little face. As expected of a divine beast's blood, it's incredibly powerful. My cultivation has skyrocketed. With her current strength, it is not enough to refine this drop of ice phoenix blood, but after refining just a small part, her level has jumped several levels and she broke through to level 27 in one go, and her cultivation base skyrocketed. Around the girl, there was a terrifying and earth-shaking pressure. The aura was so terrifying that it was enough to make a third-level strong man tremble. Counting the days, the genius ranking competition will be held the day after tomorrow. Who can fight me? I am very much looking forward to it. Su Qingxian's lips curled up slightly, and she was full of confidence, as if she was an almighty empress sitting on the throne, quietly waiting for the challenger below. Chapter 53 Genius Ranking Tournament. Start. In the imperial capital, the storms gather. The genius ranking competition is finally open. In order to compete for the top spot in this year's martial arts exam, geniuses from all over the country have gathered here, and a fierce battle between geniuses is about to break out. Central Square. At this time, the place was already crowded with people, and the top 500 talents from all over the country had gathered here. These are the top geniuses from all over the place. They are all arrogant and dislike each other, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. The game hasn't even started yet, but many people are already confronting each other and the air is filled with tension. Su Fan and Su Qingxian stood side by side and walked slowly. One is handsome and free and easy, the other is cool and beautiful. The two stood side by side, their upright figures and beautiful faces complementing each other, like a beautiful landscape, attracting countless attention from all around. Su Fan is here. He is Su Fan, the first in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Examination. I wonder how strong he is. The girl next to him is Su Qingxian, an SSS-level genius whose strength is no less than his. These two people should be the strongest contenders for the top spot in this year's martial arts exam. Many geniuses, with their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit, regarded the two as their number one enemy. As the top two in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Examination, Su Fan and Su Qingxian were famous. Many talented people who wanted to compete for the title of martial arts champion secretly spent a lot of time and effort to study them carefully. The top 500 talents in the country are indeed quite powerful. Not a single one is below level 18. Su Fan glanced over and showed a look of surprise. Looking around, most of these young geniuses are above level 18, with extremely strong cultivation, and are all super geniuses ranked in the top 10 in various places. Among them are some top geniuses who have broken through to the second level and become elite warriors. They exude an unparalleled aura, far surpassing ordinary geniuses. However, with Su Fan's current invincible combat power at the same level, he is almost invincible among the second level and has no opponents. These geniuses cannot threaten him at all. Perhaps the only opponent is the person next to me. Su Fan glanced sideways at the indifferent girl beside him and couldn't help but smile faintly. Su Qingxian seemed to sense something and looked over, meeting Su Fan's gaze. Her cold eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. Don't lose to others. Su Qingxian's eyes were sharp and filled with fighting spirit. She wanted to defeat Su Fan with her own hands. What if I lose? Are you going to sever our brother-sister relationship? Su Fan joked. Please try the ice dish I created myself. Su Qingxian said. Can't lose a bit. Su Fan's expression immediately became serious and determined. He is not afraid of anything except the girl cooking. The girl raised the corner of her mouth and took it easy. I, Liang Song, will definitely be the top martial arts champion this year. At this moment, a young man made a bold statement, promising to be the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. This outrageous statement caused a lot of ridicule from many people. Ha, Liang Song? I've never heard of him. You're only level 18, and you still want to compete for the title of martial arts champion? Forget it. Many people sneered at the young man when they saw that he was only level 18. Level 18 is considered a top genius in the local area, but in the imperial capital where geniuses gather, it is nothing at all and can only be at the bottom. It is basically a pipe dream to want to compete for the top martial arts champion. What's wrong with level 18? I, Liang Song, have killed a second-level ferocious beast before and possess combat power comparable to that of a second-level beast, the young man said unconvinced. Ha, I've also killed a second-level beast, and I even killed two in one go. Am I proud? You don't accept it, right? If you don't accept it, come and fight. Just do it, who's afraid of who? The game hasn't even started yet and the geniuses are already arguing fiercely. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, a heat wave came towards us. Su Fan looked up and saw that it was Huo Wu and Hui Yunfei, brother and sister. After not seeing each other for a few days, the two of them have made great progress in their cultivation. Hui Yunfei has broken through to the peak of level 19, and is only a step away from the second level. Looking at the top 500 geniuses, his strength is enough to make it into the top 100. What surprised Su Fan even more was that Huo Wu had actually broken through to level 20, becoming a second-rank elite warrior. She was emitting tremendous heat waves all over her body and was extremely powerful. In terms of talent and qualifications, Huo Wu is stronger than her brother. Su Fan, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become stronger again and even broke through to the second level. Huo Wu and his sister came up to greet them warmly with smiles on their faces. Seeing Su Fan's level, Huo Wu couldn't help but be surprised. Not long ago in the Chamber of Commerce, Su Fan had just been promoted to level 17. In just a few days, he broke through to level 20 in one go and became a second-level warrior. What a monster! It's all right. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. It seems you've made sufficient preparations for the ranking competition. Su Fan smiled slightly. Su Qingxian, I'm looking forward to meeting you on the field. Huo Wu glanced at Su Qingxian, her eyes full of provocation. That's perfect. I'll take you home. Su Qingxian said expressionlessly. What did you say? Huo Wu was annoyed. Looking at the two women who were arguing with each other, Su Fan and Hui Yunfei looked at each other and showed helplessness. These two people would definitely fight when they met. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent attacked from behind. Su Fan seemed to sense something and looked back. I saw a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes staring at me with a sharp gaze. He had sharp eyebrows, a long sword on his back, and was dressed in white clothes as white as snow. His body was surrounded by sharp sword intent, which was several times stronger than Huo Wu. Zhou Jianfeng. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. This was a strong enemy. Zhou Jianfeng also broke through to the second level. His cultivation was extremely powerful, enough to rank in the top 10 among the top 500 in the country. He should have been the protagonist of this era, but unfortunately, under the overshadowing of Su Fan and Su Qingxian, he can only become the third person. Su Fan, I look forward to fighting you in the arena. Zhou Jianfeng's eyes were sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, challenging Su Fan to a fight. Good. Su Fan smiled slightly and nodded seriously. On the field, the two had the opportunity to compete fairly. At this moment, an unfriendly voice sounded. You are Su Fan? It was clearly the villain's roar, but it sounded a bit childish. Su Fan looked back and was stunned. I saw a little loli with purple hair waving her little pink fists, with a ferocious look on her face, provoking Su Fan with her teeth and claws. I heard you're very strong. If you're brave enough, challenge me and fight me. Do you dare? Su Fan was stunned. Where did this elementary school student come from? Chapter 54 Jasmine. The mysterious little girl. This is a little lowly with purple hair. He was not tall, with his hands on his waist, and was extremely arrogant. The most eye-catching thing is that this little lowly has heterochromia. One red eye and one golden eye. Her big eyes are blinking, flowing with bright and colorful light, and she looks quite cute. When did a primary school student get in? Su Fan wondered. You are the elementary school student. Your whole family is elementary school students. I am 19 years old this year, 1 year older than you. The purple-haired little lowly got angry on the spot, screaming angrily and waving her little pink fists to show threats. Su Fan handed her a piece of fruit gummy without saying a word. This was the little fat girl's favorite. Oh. The little lowly with purple hair beamed with joy. She quickly stretched out her chubby little hand to take the candy and started eating happily. How sweet. I didn't expect you to be such a nice person. The little lowly's eyes flickered, and she suddenly found Su Fan pleasing to the eye. Ha, it's done with just a candy, and you still say you're not a primary school student? Su Fan laughed, feeling that the little Lolita was very interesting. Although she looked arrogant, she had a very simple mind. You are so bold and unruly. How dare you tease me? The little girl was angry. She clenched her two little pink fists and glared at Su Fan fiercely. Boom! The next moment, an extremely powerful and terrifying aura burst out from that petite body, like an angry beast. Everyone was shocked. This aura is extremely powerful, far exceeding that of an ordinary second-level warrior, and is as high as level 24. Level 24. What a powerful cultivation. Huowu sucked in a breath of cold air, and the hairs on her body stood up. She felt a strong and violent pressure from the little lowly, as if she was facing the cub of a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Who is this little girl? How could her cultivation be so strong? Hua Yunfei was shocked and confused, unable to resist the powerful pressure. He groaned and was forced to retreat several steps. His handsome face was full of shock. Level 24. This level is second to none among all geniuses. Su Fan and Huowu have only just broken through level 20. Except for Su Qingxian, who has reached level 27, no one can suppress this little lowly in terms of level. I don't know him, but his qualifications are extraordinary. Su Qingxian was slightly startled and a little surprised. She couldn't help but look at the purple-haired little Lolita for a second longer, and thought thoughtfully, maybe she has some ancient bloodline, or is the reincarnation of a certain god. Hey! You bad bastard Su Fan, take this punch from me. At this time, the little lowly let out a delicate cry, waved her little pink fist, and attacked Su Fan aggressively. She looked somewhat naive, but the power of this punch was so terrifying that it made the very air tremble. It was already close to the third level. There's something. Su Fan smiled slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The white palm slowly stretched out and easily caught the little lowly's fist, dissolving the terrible force. Hey, not bad, you can actually catch my punch. The little lowly tried hard to jump up and barely reached Su Fan's shoulder. The chubby little hand gently patted his shoulder to show her approval. You are qualified to be my follower. If you follow me in the future, I guarantee you will become rich and powerful, she said in a condescending tone, wanting to take Su Fan as her younger brother. Oh. Su Fan was speechless. This little guy was small, but he spoke in such an arrogant tone. The little lowly with purple hair had just provoked Su Fan and turned her gaze to Su Qingxian, who was standing beside her. And you, so cold, like a lump of ice. You must be Su Qingxian, right? I heard you're pretty wild too. The little girl tilted her head, with a ferocious look on her face, and stared at Su Qingxian with her big eyes. Su Qingxian looked indifferent and unmoved, too lazy to pay attention to this little brat. Su Fan and Su Qingxian, you won't be able to be so arrogant for much longer. When the competition starts, I will teach you a lesson one by one, and suppress you all, regardless of gender. The little girl put her hands on her waist, tilted her delicate little face up, and laughed wildly. At this time, a big hand reached out, pressed on the little Lolita's head, and rubbed it hard, making the neat purple hair messy. Pat on the head. Su Fan smiled and said, You're so arrogant, little guy. What's your name? Don't touch my head. The little girl slapped Su Fan's hand away fiercely, then took a deep breath and said loudly, My name is Jasmine. Remember this name that you will look up to for the rest of your lives. After she finished her harsh words, she skipped away, looking like a cheerful elf. Jasmine? When did such a powerful little girl appear in the imperial capital? Do you know her origin? Su Fan showed curiosity and couldn't help but look at Huo Wu and the others. We don't know either. She might be a hidden genius from some faction, or she might be from another place. Huo Wu and her siblings shook their heads. They knew nothing about this little Jasmine. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the genius ranking competition officially began. The referee's seat was filled with bigwigs, all of whom were presidents of top universities, as well as super strong men from various forces. The weakest ones were all at the grandmaster level. Zhuge Qingyun, the president of Peking University and Tsinghua University, was also among them, and he was sitting on the main seat, which shows his noble status. On the high platform, a tall figure descended from the sky, with thick black hair, a strong body, and vast energy and blood flooding the surroundings. It's Zhang Jinyang. The chief examiner of this martial arts exam is also the chief referee of the talent ranking competition. First of all, welcome everyone to the ranking tournament. Zhang Jinyang stood with his hands behind his back on the high platform, facing the crowd. You are all top talents from various fields, each of you is gifted and extremely powerful, but there can only be one top scorer in the martial arts exam. Hearing this, the crowd below suddenly became excited. Everyone was eager to try, extremely excited. Yes. There are 500 peerless geniuses present, but there is only one martial arts champion. There is only one protagonist of this era. The rest of the people are destined to become supporting roles. Su Fan and Su Qingxian seemed to have sensed something and looked at each other, with fighting spirit surging in their eyes. If you want to compete for the title of martial champion, then show your true strength, fight and snatch, and fight to the bitter end. As warriors of the Dragon Nation, we should march forward courageously and fearlessly. Zhang Jinyang's majestic voice shook the four directions, inspiring many people and gradually making their blood boil. Okay, enough nonsense, I'm going to start announcing the roster for the first game. Afterwards, amid countless expectant gazes, Zhang Jinyang announced the list of opponents for the first match in a loud voice. The first match is between Su Fan and Yi Nantian. Chapter 55 The First Battle. Su Fan vs Yi Nantian. The first match is between Su Fan and Yi Nantian. Zhang Jinyang announced in a dignified and loud voice. The whole audience suddenly became excited. Ha ha! Su Fan vs Yi Nantian, the first match is the highlight. The game hasn't started yet, but people are already talking about it and are looking forward to the match between the two. Su Fan is number 1 in the imperial capital. Yi Nantian is number 1 in Jiangnan province. Both of them are outstanding among the younger generation, and their cultivation and talent are unmatched among their peers. The collision between the two number 1 people made many people excited. Whoosh! Su Fan looked calm, his figure flashed like a gust of wind passing through the void, and he instantly arrived on the ring. Opposite. A heroic man with eyes like lightning strode towards them, his whole body filled with powerful energy and astonishing majesty. Yi Nantian, a top SS-level genius, ranked first in the Jiangnan province martial arts examination. His level is 21, making him a second-rank elite warrior with extremely powerful cultivation. Su Fan, you are strong, but I will defeat you. Yi Nantian's eyes were as sharp as a knife, his blood was boiling, and he directly raised his combat power to the peak. The powerful energy and blood swept out, causing many young geniuses around to change their expressions drastically. It was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it almost impossible to breathe. So strong. Yi Nantian's blood and energy are so powerful that they can rival those of a ferocious beast. Just the release of qi and blood is too much for us to bear. Yi Nantian, the number 1 person in Jiangnan province, really lives up to his reputation. Many people's hearts were pounding and they were shocked. Yi Nantian is really powerful. His strong energy and blood are enough to rival the top ferocious beasts. Even some second-level warriors cannot withstand the strong sense of oppression. Su Fan's eyes were deep and calm. With his current combat power, he is not afraid of any opponent of the same level. The rewards for the ranking competition are very generous. Every time you sprint to a higher rank, the rewards you get will increase dramatically. It is said that the reward for the top scorer in the martial arts exam is a legendary god-level prize that even the 9th-level supreme being would be moved by it. Su Fan's goal, of course, is to become the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. Although Yi Nantian is very strong, he is not strong enough to block his way. Bring it on! Su Fan looked calm and hooked his finger at Yi Nantian. Rumble! Yi Nantian burst out with all his strength, with blazing arcs of lightning leaping around him, like a terrifying thunder beast pouncing forward to kill. Thunder Overlord Spear. He shouted loudly and directly used his innate ability. A lightning spear appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying pressure. He awakened a spear talent with Thunder attribute, which was extremely powerful and was top-notch among SS level talents. Its attack power could even compete with SSS level talents. The spear shoots out like a dragon, piercing the sky. Yin Antion stabbed with all his might, and the Thunder Overlord spear pierced through the void, like a thunder dragon killing towards Su Fan. This shot was extremely powerful, as if it could penetrate everything, and its power had reached the peak of the second level. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning rolled in. Boom! Su Fan's eyes were calm and unperturbed, and he threw a punch directly. This punch tore the air apart, and the Dragon Elephant Divine Power exploded, smashing the Thunder Overlord spear into pieces. Endless arcs of lightning spread out like light. Impossible! You dare use your fist to hit my Thunder Overlord spear? Yi Nanshan's face changed drastically. Before he could react, he was hit by the terrifying divine power. He seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt and flew out. He vomited blood, broke his ribs, suffered serious injuries on the spot, fell off the ring, and was defeated. One punch, defeat Yin Antion. The whole audience suddenly became excited and everyone almost dropped their jaws in shock. With just one punch, Yin Antion was defeated. Destroying the lightning spear with his bare hands, this guy's body is too abnormal, just like a human-shaped beast. Su Fan is too strong, almost invincible. Who among his peers can be his rival? There were screams and uproar all around. Everyone gasped, their faces filled with shock and some disbelief. No one expected that the battle between the two number one men would be decided in an instant. Yin Antion was definitely not weak. The Thunder Overlord spear he used with all his strength was enough to reach the peak combat power of the second level. However, it was shattered by Su Fan with one punch, and he returned in defeat. All this is just because Su Fan is too strong. This little guy has become much stronger. The combat power of this punch has reached the third level. Zhang Jinyang's eyes sparkled as he watched Su Fan grow up, feeling quite pleased and excited. Okay, it looks like another little monster has been born in Peking University. Zhuge Qingyun was smiling and very happy. He had long regarded Su Fan as his student. President Zhuge, don't get excited. I heard that Su Fan hasn't officially joined Peking University or Tsinghua University yet, so he's not your student yet. Many principals couldn't help but tease. The door of our Starry Sky University has always been open to Su Fan. Also, my Dragon Tiger University. As long as Su Fan comes, he will be treated with top-notch treatment. Whatever he wants, he will be given. Some principals laughed and took advantage of every opportunity to deliberately attack and squeeze Zhuge Qingyun. Humph, what do you know? This guy is playing tricks on me. He just wants more resources. Zhuge Qingyun was very scheming and had long seen through Su Fan's little thoughts. As long as this little guy showed enough talent and combat power, he would naturally be willing to offer a higher stake. On the other hand, below the ring, Yin Antion fell to the ground in a state of disarray, coughing up blood. Ahem, what a terrifying power. It's even stronger than a pure-blooded beast. He looked at Su Fan in surprise and doubt, as if he was looking at an extremely ferocious beast. This kind of physical strength is really abnormal. How much of your fighting strength did you use in this punch? Yin Antion couldn't help but ask. 30%. Su Fan said. Hearing this, Yin Nanshan's expression darkened. He sighed heavily and said, I lost. At this moment, he could not hide his disappointment and looked extremely lonely. He was clearly the top scorer in Jiangnan province and had hopes of competing for the top spot in the martial arts exam, but he was eliminated by Su Fan in the first round. This result was a major blow to him. He looked gloomy and struggled to stand up, preparing to leave quietly. At this moment, Su Fan strode down the ring and slowly extended his right hand towards Yin Antion, who was lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yin Antion was slightly stunned, and a feeling of gratitude rose in his heart. People in the imperial capital have a high cultural quality. Even giving a helping hand to the defeated. Yin Antion felt a surge of emotion in his heart, and was filled with gratitude towards Su Fan, and quickly extended his hand. But at this time, Su Fan did not hold Yin Nanshan's outstretched hand, but made a feint and pressed him to the ground. Su Fan, what are you doing? Yi Nantian was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the other party was doing. You are injured and need to rest. Su Fan had a stern look on his face as he pressed Yi Nantian to the ground. Yi Nantian was completely confused. Rest, sir. Are you going to let me lie down on the ground and rest? His face was full of anger and he struggled desperately to stand up, but Su Fan pinned him to the ground and he couldn't move at all. Don't move, you are seriously injured and need to rest. Su Fan spoke in a gentle tone and with a sincere look on his face. Yi Nantian's face was full of black lines. If he could beat Su Fan, he would have stood up and fought him to the death. This is too bullying. The people in the imperial capital are so uncultured. 5, 4, 3, 1. After forcibly suppressing Yi Nantian for 5 seconds, Su Fan heard the prompt sound in his mind and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Ding dong. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the purple entry lightning power. Chapter 56 Thunder Evolution. Evil repelling divine thunder. Power of thunder and lightning purple, you are the incarnation of thunder and lightning, controlling endless thunder and lightning. You can summon a thunder and lightning spear to pierce and kill all enemies. A thunder-related entry, not bad. Su Fan's eyes lit up and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He already had a thunder control, and now he had obtained a thunder attribute, and it was of purple quality, which was just right for fusion and upgrading to improve the quality of thunder control. Buzz. As soon as he thought about it, the entries automatically merged. Power of thunder and lightning, control of thunder, 2 purple quality entries, automatically merged and upgraded. Ding dong. Entry upgraded successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the red entry Evil Repelling Divine Thunder. Evil Repelling Divine Thunder, you control the most young thunder, which contains supreme divine power. You are immune to all evil, punishing evil and forcing them to retreat. You have a strong restraining power over evil spirits. Ordinary lightning evolves into divine thunder, which has the power to slay evil spirits. Not bad. Su Fan was overjoyed, and golden arcs of lightning flashed around him, emitting a terrifying pressure. He could clearly feel that the power of thunder in his body had increased dramatically, and his combat power became even stronger. After the thunder attribute is upgraded, it evolves from ordinary thunder to evil repelling divine thunder. Not only does its power increase dramatically, it can also restrain evil creatures, and the effect is very powerful. Brother, you've worked hard, take a good rest. Su Fan patted Yi Nantian's shoulder to comfort him. If you lose, you lose. He was also forced to the ground and rubbed for a long time. Su Fan, damn it. Yi Nantian looked devastated, suffering a double blow both mentally and physically. He was so angry that his eyes turned black and he fainted. Oh. Su Fan scratched his head with an innocent look on his face. You fainted already? I don't think I did anything to you. Many people were speechless. You pinned him to the ground and beat him, and you still say you didn't do anything? First round of competition. It ended with Su Fan's complete victory. Not only did he easily defeat Yi Nantian, he also extracted a good entry, gaining a lot. Su Fan is indeed the #1 person in the imperial capital. He is really powerful. Yi Nantian is no match for him at all. But this guy is a bit ruthless. He won't let me go even after I've admitted defeat. God bless you, please don't assign me to the same place as this evil star. I don't want to be pinned to the ground and rubbed. Everyone was talking about it, looking at Su Fan with awe, fearing that they would end up like Yi Nantian. After this battle, Su Fan became notorious. The game is in full swing. Geniuses from all sides took the stage one after another and started a fierce competition. In order to compete for the title of martial arts champion, everyone is fighting hard and striving to sprint for the rankings. Not long after. Finally, it's Su Qingxian's turn. As a talented and beautiful girl with both strength and beauty, Su Qingxian has always been the focus of attention. Her first game also attracted the attention of countless powerful people. However, the outcome of this match was beyond everyone's expectations. Because Su Qingxian didn't make any move at all. After she came on stage, she didn't move a muscle, but just burst out with her momentum, causing her opponent to spit blood and fall off the stage. This terrifying combat power immediately caused a sensation in the entire audience. Su Qingxian is too strong. Oh my god, her martial arts skills have reached level 27. She's definitely the best among these young geniuses. It seems that Su Qingxian might be even more powerful than Su Fan. Su Qingxian's level and combat power shocked everyone. During the martial arts exam, Su Qingxian was only 1 point behind Su Fan. No one would think that she was weaker than Su Fan. SSS level talent. Martial arts cultivation level 27. Whether in terms of talent or level, Su Qingxian is far ahead of other geniuses, like a mountain pressing down on everyone, leaving them far behind. I wonder who will be the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. Many people were deeply moved. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are both the strongest talents in the SSS level. Their cultivation is unmatched among their peers. They are the two brightest stars on this field. In addition, Huo Wu, Hua Yanfei, Zhou Jianfeng and others also performed amazingly well on the field, attracting a lot of attention. The battle between the geniuses is so exciting. This year's talent ranking tournament is perhaps the most exciting competition in the past decade. Zhang Jinyan's eyes were deep. Seeing so many outstanding geniuses emerging this year, he felt very pleased and felt that the Dragon Kingdom had successors. The game continues. Su Fan swept all the way, winning battle after battle and easily achieving 5 consecutive victories. With his current combat power that rivals that of a third-level beast, he could easily slay even a third-level beast, let alone these first and second-level young geniuses. He was invincible along the way and had no rivals at all, which made many geniuses fear him. The 6th round of competition. Su Fan appears again. His figure flashed and he landed steadily in the center of the ring, and a burst of intense cheers suddenly broke out all around. Now he has become one of the most dazzling stars on this field. At the same time, Su Fan's opponent in the 6th round also slowly walked over. That is a beauty with black stockings. Hot body, sexy red lips, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, interpret the ultimate temptation. As soon as such a peerless beauty appeared, she immediately attracted countless fiery gazes. So fucking beautiful. This figure, these thighs, are absolutely amazing. Many young men felt hot all over and their blood boiled, completely captivated by that stunning figure. Even Su Fan felt his eyes turn red, and his blood boiled involuntarily. What a seductress. She's even more alluring than my aunt. Looking at the hot and attractive figure opposite him, Su Fan smacked his lips in surprise and silently circulated his source power to suppress the heat rising in his body. This beauty in black stockings is more mature than Su Qingxian, more plump than Huo Wu, and more seductive than my aunt. She is simply an enchanting female demon. The game hasn't even started yet and many young men have already fallen. Even Su Fan was under tremendous temptation at this moment and had to circulate his source power to remain calm. This beautiful lady in black stockings is Su Fan's opponent in the 6th round, Lu Ruyan. Chapter 57 Duel with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan. S-level genius, peak level 19 cultivation. This kind of strength is considered to be quite outstanding among young talents. But it is still far from threatening Su Fan. Su Fan vaguely remembered that during the martial arts exam, Lu Ruyan had barely made it into the top 10. Her strength was far inferior to that of Huo Wu, Zhou Jianfeng and others, and she posed no threat to him at all. Brother Su Fan, please show some mercy. I'm such a delicate girl, I'm afraid I can't withstand your violent storm. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly and cast a coquettish glance at Su Fan. Every frown and smile exudes endless temptation, making people's hearts flutter and unable to concentrate. Sure, just admit defeat. Su Fan remained unmoved and spoke calmly. Being influenced by his beautiful aunt all day long, he has developed a strong resistance and the beauty trap is of no use to him. Ha, but I don't want to admit defeat. Lu Ruyan gave a coquettish sound and deliberately puffed out her chest, looking very charming. Then why the hell are you still talking? Die. Su Fan glared at her, too lazy to waste time talking to the female demon, and just punched her to death. Dragon Fist. He punched through the air, and the surging source of energy surged, transforming into a red real dragon, rushing towards Lu Ruyan with great momentum, and the domineering punch was raging. Ha, little brother Su Fan, you are so ruthless. Lu Ruyan smiled lightly, and her charming eyes suddenly flashed a hint of scarlet. Her aura suddenly changed, and scarlet light surged around her body. She was like an awakened blood queen, and suddenly became fierce and intimidating. The delicate jade hand stretched out and pressed on the real dragon's fist, crushing it to pieces. Hey, there's something. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and showed a hint of surprise. His punch was at the 3rd level, and even Yi Nantian, who was at the 2nd level, couldn't take it. But Lu Ruyan, who was only at level 19, could easily withstand his true dragon fist. It seemed that he had some special trump cards. Su Fan, I didn't want to lift the seal so early, but you're too strong. I had to use all my strength to defeat you. Lu Ruyan smiled charmingly, but her face was frighteningly cold. With a loud bang, a thunderous roar came from Lu Ruyan's body, as if some kind of seal had been released. A powerful aura burst out, causing the void to tremble suddenly. Her cultivation level skyrocketed, breaking through directly to the second level, reaching the level of an elite warrior, and it was still soaring wildly. Level 21. Level 22. Level 23. Level 26. In a moment, Lu Ruyan's cultivation level soared to level 26, and a powerful pressure surged around her, causing an uproar in all directions and shocking all the young geniuses. What? Lu Ruyan actually hit her cultivation. Oh my god, level 26, only one level lower than Su Qingxian. I didn't expect that Lu Ruyan is not only so attractive, but also so powerful. The whole audience was boiling. Everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ruyan in disbelief. They thought that Lu Ruyan would definitely lose the match with Su Fan, but they didn't expect that she had hidden her strength. Her level and cultivation were much higher than Su Fan. Lu Ruyan hid her skills too deeply, her martial arts skills had actually reached level 26. Looking at all the geniuses, she was ranked second, only one level lower than Su Qingxian. Level 26. This woman is hiding really well. Su Fan was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Ruyan was such a scheming bitch who actually hid her strength. This woman is really a hidden talent. During the military exam, Lu Ruyan barely made it into the top 10 and was not particularly outstanding. But now, the true level of cultivation she displayed was as high as level 26, which was countless times stronger than Huo Wu and Zhou Jianfeng. Even Su Fan raised his eyebrows, feeling a strong sense of threat. Lu Ruyan is quite scheming and her talents and abilities seem very strange. She is definitely a formidable opponent. Su Fan, I'll take care of you first, and then I'll get rid of Su Qingxian. Lu Ruyan raised the corner of her mouth slightly, her beautiful face was full of confidence, and her hair moved without wind. I, Lu Ruyan, will definitely be the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam. A wave of extremely domineering words echoed out, causing the void to tremble. Lu Ruyan's hair fluttered in the wind, her expression was cold and arrogant, and she was overflowing with infinite dominance and confidence. She walked forward step by step, as if she was going to reach the top and become the king. Ha, you're quite arrogant. It's only level 26, what's that? Su Fan smiled faintly, unmoved. Although he was a little surprised at Lu Ruyan's hidden strength, it was not enough to defeat him. He now possesses the third-level combat power and has even killed third-level ferocious beasts. It makes no difference to him whether Lu Ruyan is level 19 or 26. Huh, really? Then I'll crush your pride with my own hands. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, and moved like thunder, rushing directly towards Su Fan. Scarlet Blade. Her hands flashed red, and two scarlet scimitars emerged, slashing towards Su Fan fiercely. The cold and sinister evil energy came overwhelmingly, making people feel creepy. Ding! Ding! Su Fan did not dodge or evade. He stretched out his hands and directly grabbed the two scarlet blades. Relying on his powerful physical strength, he caught the scarlet blades, and then his divine power burst out, crushing the two scarlet blades into pieces, turning them into endless drops of bright red blood that floated away. Buzz! But the next moment, those blood drops strangely merged together and turned into countless blood-colored tentacles, which tightly wrapped around Su Fan. It was like a strange magic net that completely sealed Su Fan. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Lu Ruyan's lips. Su Fan, you've been fooled. My scarlet blade is not used to attack, but to seal. Now you have been bound by my scarlet tentacles. No matter how strong your physical strength is, you can't use it. Lu Ruyan raised the corner of her mouth, burst out with all her strength, punched Su Fan in the chest, and scarlet energy raged out. This punch has the power of the third level. Even with Su Fan's physical strength, he would suffer serious injuries if hit by this punch. I won this game. Lu Ruyan was in high spirits. She swung her fist with all her strength and hit Su Fan's chest hard. The violent energy exploded like a bomb. But at this moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly surged out from Su Fan's body, blocking Lu Ruyan's fist and completely resisting and dissolving the evil scarlet energy. No matter how hard Lu Ruyan tried, she was unable to break through the layer of golden light that protected her body. How is this possible? What the hell, actually blocked my full strength attack. Lu Ruyan's face changed drastically, and she looked incredulous. Victory was right in front of her, but she couldn't break through the golden light that protected Su Fan. This was unacceptable to her. Protective golden light. The signature magical power of the 8-9 profound art possesses extremely strong defensive capabilities. Invulnerable to swords and guns, not afraid of water and fire, and immune to evil. Su Fan activated the 8-9 profound art, and a protective golden light surged around his body. He seemed to be covered with a layer of golden glow, looking sacred and majestic. Break! Suddenly, he roared, and golden light burst out from his body, as bright as the sun, tearing the scarlet tentacles into pieces. He was like a ferocious beast out of a cage, filled with violent murderous aura. Looking at the panic-stricken beauty in front of him, a sinister smile crept up on the corner of Su Fan's mouth. 9-turn creation fist. Su Fan threw out a punch, which contained infinite power of creation, as if it could create the world and turn the world upside down. The unparalleled boxing spirit that dominated the world made Lu Ruyan feel cold all over, and her beautiful eyes were filled with endless fear. Boom! This punch tore through the sky and hit Lu Ruyan's towering chest hard. The power of destiny erupted completely, blasting her away, spilling bright red blood everywhere. Chapter 58, Blood Warrior. Lu Ruyan's transformation. Puff! Strings of blood flowers floated out. Lu Ruyan's red lips were stained with blood, and her chest was sunken, like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind. Damn it, I didn't expect Su Fan to be this strong. He's practically on par with a third-tier ferocious beast. Lu Ruyan's hair was disheveled and her clothes were in a mess. She almost rolled off the ring. The tights that covered her hot body were torn in many places, revealing her spring scenery. Even the black stockings that wrapped her beautiful legs were torn, revealing pieces of tempting white. The infinite temptation emanated, making the air hot, and the countless men in the audience were so excited that their blood boiled and they almost went crazy. Su Fan looked indifferent and unmoved. Beauty only slows down the speed of his punches. Do you want to admit defeat, or do you want me to take you down? He glanced at Lu Ruyan with an indifferent tone, and in his palm, the source power condensed rapidly like a vortex. Su Fan, don't be so arrogant, the real battle has just begun. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and struggled to stand up, looking stubborn and refusing to admit defeat. Demonization. A delicate cry rang out. A sudden change occurred in Lu Ruyan's body. A blood-red magic pattern in the shape of a lotus suddenly appeared in the center of her smooth forehead, like a burning fire lotus. A pair of enchanting and beautiful eyes turned scarlet, filled with cruelty and madness. The black hair also turned bright red, and a murderous aura surrounded her body, as if she was a female Shura from hell. A terrifying evil energy erupted, shaking all directions. Everyone present had a changed expression. Such a strong evil spirit. Su Fan frowned and stared at Lu Ruyan, his expression gradually becoming serious. This evil energy seemed familiar. He had felt it before when the secret realm was polluted by foreigners. It seemed to be a violent state that could greatly improve his cultivation. What's going on? What happened to Lu Ruyan? Is this her innate ability? How can she possess such a strong evil aura? She's a bit like an evil creature from another world. Lu Ruyan's physical changes shocked everyone. Many young geniuses opened their eyes wide and argued endlessly, not knowing what had happened to Lu Ruyan. A beautiful and charming woman suddenly became so evil, terrifying and murderous that many people could not accept it for a while. Blood warrior. This girl is actually a blood warrior. Zhang Jinyang's pupils suddenly shrank, and as he looked at the evil, blood-red figure, his resolute face became extremely serious. As a master, he was knowledgeable and experienced, and finally recognized Lu Ruyan's change. Blood warrior. Also known as the fallen warrior. During the process of training, some warriors' talents mutate and develop in an evil direction, gaining extremely terrifying evil powers. These warriors are collectively called blood warriors. Oh my god! Lu Ruyan is actually a blood warrior. Upon hearing this, there was an uproar everywhere, and many people showed horror on their faces. They had all heard about the horror of the blood warrior, but who would have thought that this stunningly beautiful woman was actually a terrifying blood warrior? The presidents of the major universities exchanged glances with each other, and their expressions varied. No wonder I felt Lu Ruyan's aura was so cold, even evil. I didn't expect her to be a blood warrior. What a pity! Zhuge Qingyun shook his head inside, and there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at Lu Ruyan. Who would have thought that such a talented woman in her prime would become a blood warrior? The fate of a blood warrior is usually extremely miserable. In the process of the talent becoming evil, the warrior's own character will also be greatly affected, becoming cruel, violent, brutal, and bloodthirsty. It is very possible that he will turn evil, become possessed by a demon, or become completely corrupted. But as the evil transformation progresses, the blood warrior will become extremely powerful, possessing strength several times or even dozens of times that of warriors of the same level, enough to fight across levels. After becoming a demon, Lu Ruyan's cultivation skyrocketed, almost breaking through to the 3rd level. Boundless evil energy raged out, frightening the young geniuses around her. At this moment, the pressure was on Su Fan. Blood warrior? Interesting. Su Fan's eyes flickered as he seemed to be thinking about something. This was the first time he encountered this kind of special warrior. Instead of feeling any fear, he gradually became excited. I am very much looking forward to the methods and strength of the blood warrior. Su Fan, after becoming a demon, my combat power has reached the 3rd level. When I burst out with all my strength, I can even tear a 3rd level warrior apart. Lu Ruyan's eyes were bloodshot as she stared at Su Fan intently. She tried to maintain her composure and growled, "While I'm still calm, it's still not too late for you to admit defeat. Otherwise, if we really start fighting, I can't guarantee you'll survive." Although she tried hard to remain calm and rational, under the influence of the evil power, her pretty face gradually became ferocious, and her whole body was filled with bloodthirstiness and murderous intent, and she wished to tear Su Fan in front of her into pieces. This is the side effect of demonization, the ultimate bloodthirstiness and madness. Don't worry, there's no need to show mercy. Just fire at me with all your might. Su Fan smiled faintly, his body standing upright like a javelin, without a trace of fear on his handsome face. Humph. You asked for this, so don't blame me for being rude. Lu Ruyan was really angry and finally stopped suppressing herself. She erupted with all her evil power. Her figure was like a blood-red lightning, and she attacked Su Fan with murderous intent. Hellfire Lotus. She gave a delicate cry and clapped her jade hands. Scarlet evil energy surged and transformed into a scarlet flaming lotus, rushing straight towards Su Fan. Su Fan didn't dodge or evade, but directly punched out, colliding with the Hellfire Lotus. The dragon elephant's divine power exploded, trying to crush the fire lotus alive. Bang! But the next moment, the Hellfire Lotus suddenly exploded, and endless scarlet energy burst out, instantly engulfing Su Fan. Su Fan quickly activated his profound skills, and golden light surged from his body surface for defense. However, this evil force was extremely powerful, and it actually tore a hole in the protective golden light, and his chest was hit hard. He groaned, his body rolled backwards, the blood in his body churned, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The blood warrior is indeed powerful, even stronger than an ordinary 3rd level warrior. Su Fan narrowed his eyes, a serious look on his face. The power of this Hellfire Lotus was very strong, exceeding the ordinary 3rd order level. Fortunately, he had cultivated an indestructible body and his physical body was extremely strong, so he did not suffer any serious injuries. Perfect, I'll use you to test the power of the evil repelling divine thunder. Su Fan smiled grimly, and arcs of lightning jumped around his body. Countless golden arcs of lightning like water snakes surged out from his body. A kind of extremely masculine and powerful aura swept over, causing the void to tremble. Evil repelling divine thunder. How is this possible? Isn't your talent for fire? Why do you have this kind of thunder talent? Lu Ruyan's pretty face changed color slightly. She felt a strong threat and her scarlet eyes suddenly shrank. In stark contrast to her evil power, the evil repelling divine thunder possesses an extremely masculine and powerful thunder power, which has a strong restraining power on blood warriors, making her extremely wary. Exorcist divine thunder, break. Su Fan was like the god of thunder descending to the earth. With a point of his finger, endless golden divine thunder broke through the air and struck Lu Ruyan like an overwhelming force. Ah! Lu Ruyan went crazy and fully detonated the evil power. She punched left and right with violent force, frantically resisting the evil repelling divine thunder. However, the evil repelling divine thunder was too powerful and restrained Lu Ruyan tightly. With a loud bang, Lu Ruyan screamed in agony as she was struck and sent flying. Blood flowed everywhere, her body charred black. She had suffered severe injuries. No! I don't accept. Lu Ruyan was extremely crazy and roared like a beast. Under the influence of her evil talent, her temperament changed drastically. She was unwilling to accept defeat and struggled to get up and fight again, ready to fight Su Fan to the death. But at this moment, a cold figure had already arrived. Su Fan had a grim expression, with arcs of lightning dancing in his palms. He grabbed Lu Ruyan's snow-white neck and pressed her to the ground. Looking at the cold-blooded young man who looked like the god of thunder, Lu Ruyan's delicate body trembled, endless fear emerged in her beautiful eyes, and a sense of crisis of death surged in her heart. The next moment, a cold voice followed, shattering Lu Ruyan's last bit of pride. You lose. Chapter 59 Bloodthirsty. Red entry. You lose. Su Fan had an indifferent expression and his eyes were cold and intimidating, like an invincible demon god. The whole place was dead silent. Lu Ruyan transformed into a blood warrior and possessed a terrifying combat power comparable to that of a third-level warrior, but she was still no match for Su Fan and was ultimately defeated. Su Fan is too strong. Even the blood warrior is no match for him. He's probably invincible. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at Su Fan with shock, as if they were looking up to a young supreme being. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ruyan's throat was strangled and she felt suffocated. Her beautiful face turned red and she was in great pain. Looking at Su Fan, who was murderous in front of her, she was terrified and fell out of her demonic state. Her long and beautiful legs became weak. Fear spread throughout my body like an electric current. I give up. Lu Ruyan was really scared, fearing that her life was in danger, so she quickly offered to surrender. But Su Fan had a cold expression on his face and was still pinching Lu Ruyan's neck without letting go. Su Fan, show mercy, you've already won. Zhang Jinyang also came out to stop him, worried that Su Fan would kill in a fit of rage. Lu Ruyan is a blood warrior. Although this is an evil talent mutation, it is very rare and has great potential. If guided in the right way, she may become an alternative strong man in the future and enhance the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. For examiner Zhang Jinyang, all the young talents in this examination room are the hope for the future of Longhua. Even if one of them dies in the competition, it will be a huge loss. Don't worry, there's no grudge between you and me, I won't kill anyone. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Su Fan smiled faintly and finally let go of Lu Ruyan. Ding dong. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the red entry Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirst, you unlock the power of evil, greatly enhancing your physical fitness, but your emotions will be affected to a certain extent. When angry, you will enter a bloodthirst state, your combat power will increase dramatically, and you will be even more thirsty for blood and killing. Fusion. Su Fan had an idea. The next moment, an evil energy was injected into his body, frantically strengthening his muscles and bones, and transforming his physique, as if he was evolving towards a blood warrior. A flash of bloodshot flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and he looked a little evil, but his aura soared greatly, and his physical fitness increased several times. Bloodthirst. This entry is somewhat similar to the ferocious beast going berserk. When angry, it will enter a bloodthirsty state, its temperament will change drastically, and it will become bloodthirsty, but its combat power will increase dramatically. Although there are some side effects, the overall effect is still very good and is of great help to Su Fan. The red entry is bloodthirsty. Not bad, not bad. Su Fan was satisfied. Time flies. The competition is in full swing, with geniuses from all sides fighting fiercely. Who do you think has the best chance of becoming the martial arts champion this year? A white-haired old man suddenly asked. He was a veteran master with very strong strength. This year, there are so many talented people, it's hard to say. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are both top SSS-level geniuses, unrivaled among their peers. Besides, Zhou Jianfeng, Hua Wu, Hua Yunfei and the others are also incredibly talented and not much inferior. It looks like there will definitely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. The powerful people discussed the matter, but no one dared to jump to conclusions. There are so many outstanding talents this year, all of them are extremely talented and gifted. No one dares to guarantee who will be the final champion of martial arts. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's top martial arts student will likely be one of Su Fan and Su Qingxian. Zhuge Qingyun's eyes were deep. He suddenly raised his gaze and cast his gaze towards a little purple-haired girl on the field. He sighed softly, what a pity. There's an extra variable this year. With little Jasmine causing trouble, the final outcome is hard to predict. Zhuge Qingyun stared at the little girl named Jasmine thoughtfully, with a strange expression on his face, as if he knew her true identity. The first round of the quarterfinals. Hua Wu and Jasmine faced off. Little red-haired girl, you are no match for me. Just admit defeat and don't waste my time. On the ring, Xiao Moli put her hands on her waist, looking very experienced and not taking Huo Wu seriously at all. She spoke in an arrogant tone and asked her to surrender on her own. Stop talking nonsense, he's just a little brat, don't be so arrogant. Huo Wu was furious, and her red hair began to dance wildly. She has always been proud and arrogant, how could she tolerate such contempt, not to mention that the other party was just a little kid. Huo Wu gave a delicate cry and burst out with all her strength, like a flaming phoenix soaring through the air, charging towards little Jasmine with great momentum. But the result of this game was beyond everyone's expectations. Little Jasmine folded her arms, motionless, her heterochromatic eyes flickering with light as she glanced gently at Huo Wu. Boom! Huo Wu was suddenly struck by lightning, spitting blood, flying backwards, and falling off the ring in a mess. Huo Wu was defeated and stopped in the quarterfinals. The whole audience was boiling. Oh my god, so strong. Who is this little girl? She killed Huo Wu in one glance. It's incredible. Those eyes are not simple, they might be some kind of powerful innate ability. Everyone was shocked and felt it was unbelievable. Huo Wu is a top SS level talent, a leader among the younger generation, and is qualified to compete for the title of martial arts champion, but Xiao Moli easily defeated her with just a glance. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Moli's powerful strength. Very strong, what is the origin of this little girl? Su Fan showed a look of surprise, touched his chin, and looked at the mysterious little girl with interest. His eyes flashed, and a string of information appeared before his eyes. Jasmine. Level, 24. Talent? Root bone? Potential? Overall evaluation, a little girl with a mysterious origin, everything is unknown. Su Fan wanted to find out information about Jasmine. But nothing was found. The origins of this little girl were even more mysterious than he had imagined. After countless games and competitions, the top 4 spots are finally decided. They are Su Fan, Su Qingxian, Zhou Jianfeng, and Jasmine. This year's National Martial Arts Exam champion will be born from these 4 people. The battle for the martial arts champion is finally about to begin. Everyone was extremely excited, their blood boiling, as the showdown between the strongest geniuses was about to break out. Chapter 60, Sun and Moon Pupils. Terrifying god-level talent. The semi-finals finally begin. The first game. Su Qingxian vs. Zhou Jianfeng. This was a showdown between top geniuses, and everyone was excited. Zhou Jianfeng was born with a sword talent, and his talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world, enough to be on par with SSS-level geniuses. This competition attracted the attention of powerful people from all sides. Swish. 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 Zhou Jianfeng opened fire at full power, and thousands of green sword energies surged out of his body, like a green sword waterfall tearing through the void, and killing towards Su Qingxian like a storm. The terrifying sword energy seemed to split the sky and the earth in half. Su Qingxian had silver hair draped over her shoulders, her eyes were clear and beautiful, and her cold little face was calm and without any emotional fluctuations. With a wave of the tender white hand, a terrifying icy cold air burst out, and the world was instantly frozen. All the sword energy was frozen and turned into countless flying ice chips. Although Zhou Jianfeng is very powerful, he is no match for Su Qingxian. Relying on his strong willpower, he fought hard for several rounds, but was eventually defeated. Half of his body was frostbitten and he had to leave the field in disgrace. Su Qingxian won the victory in a crushing manner and successfully advanced to the finals. The whole audience was shocked. Endless applause and screams rang out all around. Su Qingxian is invincible. Zhou Jianfeng tried his best, but he was no match at all. He was completely crushed. A daughter of destiny, unrivaled in the world. It seems this year's top martial arts champion has been born. This moment. Su Qingxian's name shook the world. The whole audience was cheering and shouting, and Su Qingxian seemed to have become this year's martial arts champion. TSK, the little fairy is really ridiculously strong. Su Fan's eyes were blazing and he was amazed. Zhou Jianfeng's full-strength sword attack was enough to split a third-level strongman in half, but it was easily resolved by Su Qingxian. The girl was really too strong, as unfathomable as the starry sky. In Su Fan's opinion, Su Qingxian hasn't used her full strength yet, otherwise Zhou Jianfeng would be killed instantly. The potential of an emperor is indeed terrifying. Su Fan seemed to be lost in thought. In the battle for the top spot in the martial arts exam, the biggest threat to him is his younger sister. Just then, a childish and arrogant voice suddenly pulled Su Fan back from his thoughts. "Tremble, Xiao Xiaofan, I'll take you home and warm your bed today." The little lowly with purple hair stood on the ring, one hand on her waist and the other pointing at Su Fan. Her tone was condescending and arrogant. "Oh." Su Fan was speechless for a while and walked towards the ring silently. Su Qingxian has advanced to the finals. The last spot in the final will be competed for by Su Fan and Jasmine. "Xiao Xiaofan, it's not too late to admit defeat now, or I'll punch your head off." Little Jasmine waved her little pink fists, looking fierce and extremely arrogant. Well, Su Fan was somewhat helpless. He didn't expect that his opponent in the semi-finals would be this arrogant little brat. He knew that this little girl was no ordinary person. Her origin was very mysterious and her strength was extremely strong. Even Hu Wu was no match for her and was killed instantly by her in one move. He did not underestimate the enemy. He concentrated his mental strength to a high degree and his source power surged like the sea, instantly raising his momentum to its peak. Boom! Suddenly, Jasmine's golden left eye suddenly lit up, the light brighter than the sun. A golden flash pounced towards Su Fan, so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. The terrifying pressure rolled in, as if to crush everything. "Watch out for her eyes." Hu Wu shouted from the audience, her voice very urgent. She was defeated by Jasmine's move. She had no chance to react at all. It was like being struck by lightning and was defeated on the spot. These heterochromatic eyes are not simple. Su Fan looked stern and felt extremely threatened, with the hairs on his body standing up. Fortunately, he possesses spiritual eyes and his insight far exceeds that of ordinary warriors. He saw through Jasmine's attack trajectory, and the 8-9 profound art was running at high speed. Brilliant golden light surged above his fist. With one punch, he shattered the golden flash, and feathers of light flew all over the sky. Hee, not bad, it can actually block my sun and moon pupils. Little Jasmine nodded, expressing some approval of Su Fan. Sun and moon pupil? Su Fan showed a hint of surprise. It seems that this pair of golden and red heterochromatic eyes is Xiao Jasmine's innate ability. "Xiao Sufan, your SSS level talent is considered the strongest among mortals, and my sun and moon pupils are god level talents. Can you resist them?" Jasmine raised the corner of her mouth, and her body rushed out like a cub of a divine beast, rushing towards Su Fan with great momentum. The tiny fist surged with divine light, and a terrifying force erupted, causing the space to twist and tear apart. What? God-level talent? Su Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he was obviously very surprised. But his movements did not stop at all, and the fist of creation was directly launched out, colliding with Jasmine. Bang! 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 The forces collided and the energy exploded. The two men fought with all their might, their blood and energy bursting out, and their powerful force made the void explode. The two were evenly matched, and neither of them took a step back. This little girl's physical strength is actually no less than mine. Su Fan was increasingly surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a powerful person of the same level who could fight against him physically. Who on earth was this little girl? He possesses powerful items that enhance his physical body, such as the 9 transformations of the true dragon, the power of the dragon and the elephant, the 8-9 profound arts, etc. The strength of his physical body is unmatched and he is invincible at the same level. But Xiao Moli's body was so strong that she could actually fight Su Fan head-on, which really made him feel incredible. Buzz! At this moment, Jasmine's golden red eyes glowed with mysterious light, and terrifying scenes emerged one after another. The sun and the moon rise and fall, the stars rotate, and the sky and the earth are collapsing. The moment Su Fan looked into those sun and moon pupils, his brain suddenly exploded. A divine pressure came towards him, making him feel like he was struck by lightning. He flew backwards and strings of blood spilled into the void. Oh my god, Su Fan is injured. Who is this little girl? She's so strong. Unbelievable. Su Fan is being suppressed and losing ground. Is he going to lose? The whole audience was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone's faces were stunned and shocked. The most powerful SSS-level genius who was highly expected to be injured one after another at the hands of Xiao Moli was a little unbelievable to them. She's just a little girl, how could she be so powerful? Sun and moon pupils, it's actually such a terrifying talent. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes flickered, and a rare look of seriousness appeared on her calm face. The sun and moon pupils are a supreme divine talent that can only be born from the descendants of gods. This talent is unique in the universe and is extremely rare. In her previous life, she had heard that someone had awakened these divine eyes and swept across hundreds of ancient stars without any rivals. He could even challenge the powerful emperors and was extremely powerful. There are no gods in the blue star world, nor are there any god-level talents. It seems that this little Jasmine is likely from another world, or even another planet. Su Qingxian seemed to be lost in thought. At the same time, in the referee's seat, all the principals were also shocked and started discussing it heatedly. Those eyes are truly terrifying. They are definitely a pair of peerless divine pupils, possessing supreme power. Who is this little girl? Even Su Fan was suppressed by her. Hey, old Zhuge, stop keeping us in suspense. Didn't you bring this little girl here? Who is she? Many people's eyes widened and they all turned their gazes to Zhuge Qingyun, wanting to know Xiao Moli's true identity. What a pity. Su Fan might lose. Zhuge Qingyun's eyes were deep and his expression was very serious. He said in a deep voice, "This little Jasmine is a descendant of the gods." Chapter 61 Descendants of the Gods? Beat them up. What? This little girl is actually a descendant of a god? The pupils of the principals contracted violently, and they were all extremely shocked. No wonder Jasmine's physical strength is so strong and she has awakened a pair of divine pupils. It turns out that she is a descendant of the gods. The descendants of gods possess extremely strong bloodline potential and extraordinary talents. They are simply incomparable to ordinary mortal geniuses. Even SSS-level geniuses are still in the category of mortals and cannot be compared with the descendants of gods. Su Fan is in big trouble now. I actually ran into a descendant of a god. I might actually lose. They shook their heads and sighed. None of them were optimistic about Su Fan. Facing Jasmine, who possesses divine blood, even if Su Fan awakened his SSS-level talent, he would be completely suppressed and would have no chance of winning. What a pity for Su Fan. He had a chance to win the martial arts exam, but unfortunately he ran into Jasmine. Zhuge Qingyun sighed and couldn't help but glance at Su Fan with a look of regret on his face. Jasmine is a genuine descendant of the gods. She possesses the blood of ancient gods in her body and has awakened the most terrifying sun and moon divine pupils. Whether in talent or bloodline, she is superior to Su Fan. To their blue star world, this little girl is a bug. There is absolutely no opponent in the same level. He, little Su Fan, you are no match for me, just be my pet. Little Jasmine put one hand on her waist, her purple hair fluttering like a waterfall. She glanced at Su Fan sideways, laughed like a little witch, and became more and more arrogant. Ha, little girl, you really pissed me off. A flash of scarlet flashed across Su Fan's eyes, and the evil power in his body awakened, and he directly entered a blood-sucking state. Boom! A violent momentum erupted. His whole body was surging with blood, and his fighting power increased several times. His handsome face gradually became a little hideous, filled with brutality and madness. Space movement. Space ripples surged around Su Fan's body, and he teleported directly in front of Jasmine, so fast that the latter had no time to react. Descendants of gods, huh? Beat them up. He punched Jasmine in the stomach, and the dragon elephant divine power erupted, sending her flying, spilling a trace of golden blood. Damn, such a fast speed, it's like teleportation. Jasmine was shocked and angry, her mouth was bleeding, and she was injured by the punch and flew more than 10 meters away. Boom! Boom! Before she could catch her breath, more than a dozen evil repelling divine thunders struck her, and the power of destruction filled the air. Sun and moon pupil. Jasmine's divine pupils widened angrily, and countless rays of divine light burst out, blocking all the divine thunder. But at this time, Su Fan used space movement again and quietly came behind her. He transformed into a master of horizontal training, with his kung fu skills honed through thousands of years of practice, and kicked Jasmine on the buttocks. Can you block this kick of mine, which is the product of 20 years of practice? Su Fan shouted and kicked Jasmine away. The terrifying force burst out, and the little girl screamed in pain. Ah! 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 Little Su Fan, I'm angry. The consequences will be serious. I'm going to take you home and use you as a mount. Jasmine was angry, her buttocks were burning with pain, and her purple hair stood up. Since she could remember, she had never suffered such a great loss. Her pair of sun and moon pupils shone brightly, and she pounced on Su Fan with great momentum like an angry tigress. So what if I'm a descendant of a god? With the vast array of talent Su Fan possesses, his true combat power has already surpassed the SSS level limit. Why should he fear the descendants of the gods? He was fearless and burst out with all his strength, bombarding everyone with all kinds of talent attributes. Dark Cage. Su Fan activated the power of darkness and summoned a dark cage to suppress Jasmine directly. Then he waved his hand, and 3 spatial slashes broke through the air and attacked. Finally, there was endless evil repelling divine thunder, bombarding Jasmine crazily. Boom! 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 In this endless bombardment of talents, even with Jasmine's strong physique, she was unable to resist and was knocked to the ground in a miserable state. Oh my god, the descendants of the gods were beaten. This Su Fan is too abnormal. He actually possesses so many strange abilities that even the descendants of the gods can't resist him. Everyone was stunned and almost dropped their jaws. Su Fan had too many innate magical powers. Although Jasmine's sun and moon divine pupils were extremely powerful, he easily dodged them by using spatial movement, and they were unable to exert their power at all. In the end, he was beaten up. Unbelievable, too unbelievable, Su Fan actually has the upper hand. Zhuge Qingyun was also greatly surprised. He knew Jasmine's talent and strength very well. When she truly grew up, she would be able to sweep the world and be invincible on Blue Star. But now she was completely suppressed by Su Fan, and her pair of sun and moon divine pupils could not exert their true power. She was beaten up, which made him feel incredible. Right now, Jasmine was covered in dust and looked extremely miserable. Her beautiful purple hair was burnt and gave off a sizzling smell. Her aura was obviously much weaker. Ha, you seem much better behaved now. You little brat just needs to be punished. Su Fan crossed his arms, admiring the embarrassment of this proud little girl, and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I am not interested in little girls, otherwise I would have taken you back to warm my bed." Damn Su Fan, I'm going to fight you. Finally, Jasmine stomped her foot, activating the ancient god bloodline within her body. A brilliant golden light erupted from her entire body, filled with a sacred and majestic aura, as if an ancient god had resurrected. Ancient god's shadow. Her face was serious, her expression solemn, and she was silently chanting a mysterious spell. A huge phantom of an ancient god appeared above his head, towering over the heavens and the earth, swallowing up the mountains and rivers. Infinite pressure emanated from it, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Su Fan, who was at the center of the pressure, was under extremely terrible pressure, as if tens of millions of mountains were pressing down on him, and all the bones in his body were about to be broken. Su Fan looked solemn and fearless, using all his strength to activate his innate abilities. Immortal Phoenix. A huge phantom of a fairy phoenix emerged, spread its wings and soared, burning the sky. A terrifying pressure erupted, enough to compete with the ancient god's shadow. At this moment, Su Fan and Jasmine shouted at the same time, launching the final confrontation. Rumble. The phantom of the ancient god and the phantom of the fairy phoenix were like two stars colliding with each other, causing a terrible explosion. In an instant, the sky shook, the earth trembled, the space trembled, and the entire arena collapsed. Countless lights and dust swept across the 4 directions. Fuck, this power is too terrifying. Is this still a fight between second-level warriors? It's almost destroying the world. Run, run. It will be terrible if you get caught. The power of the two men's full-strength collision was too terrifying, as if it could destroy the world. Many people's faces changed drastically, and they quickly retreated hundreds of meters, fearing that they would be injured by the terrible shock wave. What a pair of little monsters! Even I feel threatened by them. At this moment, even Zhang Jinyang, a master-level expert, felt a sense of threat and flew into the air, away from the center of the explosion. After about tens of seconds, the explosion finally subsided. So, who won? Everyone's eyes widened and they threw their arms towards the ring. Then a funny scene emerged. Su Fan pressed little Jasmine to the ground with one hand, raised his other hand high, and then brought it down hard, hitting Jasmine's buttocks continuously. Do you accept it? Do you accept it? I just want to ask you whether you accept it or not. Little Jasmine's eyes turned red, she felt extremely aggrieved and started crying loudly. You bully me, I'm going to go home and tell my grandpa to spank you too, woo-woo. Chapter 62 Golden Entry. Ancient God Bloodline. Awah! 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 Little Jasmine's cries echoed throughout the central square. A descendant of a god actually got beaten to tears? Everyone looked at each other with strange expressions. It was clearly a battle between top geniuses, but why did it look like adults teaching a naughty child a lesson? How is this possible? Jasmine actually lost. Zhuge Qingyun stood up suddenly, his elegant face full of shock and disbelief. Could it be that Su Fan's talent is above that of the descendants of the gods? Su Fan defied the heavens, overwhelming the descendants of the gods. Jasmine actually lost. Her divine pupils couldn't unleash their full power. How unbelievable! The strong men from all sides were shocked, and the whole audience was in an uproar. Su Fan burst out with incredible fighting power, overpowering the descendant of the gods, pinning little Jasmine to the ground and spanking her. Those majestic sun and moon divine eyes were now soaked with tears of grievance. Ha ha ha, little bean, let's see if you can still be arrogant? Looking at the little Jasmine crying out of grievance, Su Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter, and slapped her on the buttocks again, making her scream in pain. Woo woo woo! You big bad bastard Su Fan, I'm not done with you. Little Jasmine stared at Su Fan with tears in her eyes, covering her buttocks with her hands, looking pitiful. A descendant of the gods, the future supreme goddess. Now I was spanked by a man. This is a great humiliation and cannot be tolerated. She was both ashamed and annoyed, and swore that when she grew up, she would pin Su Fan to the ground and spank him. Ahem! Su Fan, please show some mercy. Zhuge Qingyun coughed lightly and suddenly spoke, pleading for Jasmine. Jasmine has a noble status and is an extremely special existence. She is of vital importance to the Dragon Kingdom. Behind the little girl, there is a supreme man who was backing her up, and he must ensure Jasmine's safety. Jasmine is still young and a little naughty, but she has no ill intentions. Let her go. Zhuge Qingyun looked at Su Fan. Ha, Principal Zhuge, please rest assured. I didn't use any harsh blows. I just wanted to teach this little brat a lesson. Su Fan smiled faintly. You are the little brat. I am 19 years old, older than you. Call me sister. Jasmine glared. Still bragging? Su Fan didn't believe it. We, the ancient gods, are different from you humans. Our growth cycle is extremely long, taking hundreds or even thousands of years to reach adulthood. Jasmine said. Oh, so if you calculate based on the growth age of your ancient gods, you are not even a kid, but a baby? Su Fan laughed. Go to hell. Jasmine was furious and wanted to throw a tantrum, but a big hand pinned her to the ground and forcibly restrained her for 5 seconds. Alright, I'll let you go today. Su Fan smiled slightly, and when he heard the prompt sound in his mind, he let go of Jasmine. Su Fan wins this match. Afterwards, Zhang Jinyang announced the results of the competition loudly. Endless cheers and screams rang out from all directions, as if to drown Su Fan. Su Fan was very calm. He walked to the side silently, sat down cross-legged, and excitedly studied the talent entry he had just extracted from Jasmine. Ding dong! Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the golden entry Ancient God Bloodline. Ancient God Bloodline, you have obtained the blood of the ancient gods, and your body is unparalleled. You possess vast vitality and recovery ability, your strength can move mountains, and your aura can swallow rivers and mountains. When the ancient God Bloodline is cultivated to perfection, a single punch is enough to shatter stars. Holy crap! Golden entry. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he felt very excited. Little Jasmine is indeed a descendant of the gods. She directly extracted a precious golden entry. This is the genuine bloodline of the gods, which has supernatural effects and can help people transform their bodies and transcend the mortal world. Fusion. As soon as Su Fan thought about it, the ancient god's bloodline instantly merged. Boom! 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 The vast and powerful energy poured in crazily. Su Fan obtained the blood of the ancient gods, his whole body was shining with golden light, his life energy was surging, he was reborn, and his physical strength increased countless times. At the same time, strengthened by the ancient god's bloodline, his level also soared rapidly. Level 21. Level 22. Level 23. Level 25. Su Fan's combat power skyrocketed, and he rose 5 levels in one breath, directly breaking through to level 25. Level 25. So comfortable. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, his whole body was filled with vast divine power, he was beyond the ordinary, and his physical fitness increased countless times. A terrifying aura erupted, like an unparalleled monster, causing awe in all directions. I didn't expect the ancient god's bloodline to boost my strength so much. I leveled up 5 times in one go. It's so exciting. Su Fan was very excited. The ancient god's bloodline was too powerful. Not only did it cause a drastic change in his physical strength, but it also raised his martial arts level by 5 levels in one go, saving him at least a month of hard work. Strength skyrocketed. In addition, his 9 transformations of the True Dragon also made breakthroughs one after another. The 4th transformation of the True Dragon, Dragon Soul transformation. Mental strength is greatly enhanced, unlocking the innate magical power Dragon Roar. The 5th transformation of the True Dragon, Dragon Flame transformation. Greatly developed the True Dragon's mysteries and unlocked the innate magical power Dragon Flame. Su Fan's 9 transformations of the True Dragon broke through 2 levels in a row and reached the 5th transformation in one breath. His whole body was filled with terrifying dragon power. Physical strength and innate magical powers all skyrocketed, and strength reached a new level. Awesome! Su Fan let out a long breath, his eyes flashing with light. Feeling the vast energy in his body, he couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, his combat power has reached its peak, and he can finally face the final powerful enemy with the strongest posture. After several hours of rest, the final battle for the title of martial arts champion finally began. The final showdown, Su Fan vs Su Qingxian. The two looked at each other from a distance and slowly walked towards the ring. Chapter 63, Final Showdown. Su Fan vs Su Qingxian. The final showdown. Su Fan vs Su Qingxian. The two strongest SSS-level geniuses finally faced off against each other, and the whole audience was boiling with excitement. The battle for the martial arts champion is finally about to begin. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are both SSS-level geniuses. Both of them are invincible in their level. They have fought their way through all the levels to reach the finals. I wonder who is more outstanding. I heard they are brother and sister. Who will be the champion of martial arts this year? What? Su Fan and Su Qingxian are brother and sister? That's even more exciting. The duel of geniuses, the confrontation between brother and sister. This year's National Martial Arts Exam champion will be born between the brother and sister Su Fan and Su Qingxian. Everyone was very excited, feeling the thrill, their blood boiling, and looking forward to this ultimate showdown between brother and sister. The presidents of various martial arts universities were also very excited and started discussing it heatedly. Su Fan overpowers the descendants of the gods and is even stronger than Jasmine. It seems he should be the better one. However, Su Qingxian is also unfathomable. She didn't even use her full strength to defeat Zhou Jianfeng. I wonder how strong she really is. Interesting, this year's competition is worth watching. Principal Zhuge, who do you think has a better chance of winning, Su Fan or Su Qingxian? Many people have turned their attention to Zhuge Qingyun, the president of Peking University and Tsinghua University, hoping that the latter can give some advice. Zhuge Qingyun has always been known for his wisdom and unique vision, and perhaps he can tell who is stronger between Su Fan and the other. Everyone, don't worry. The competition will start soon. Let's wait and see the final result. Zhuge Qingyun smiled faintly, with a very casual expression, and did not give a definite answer. In fact, it is impossible to give. Su Fan is able to overpower the descendants of gods, his talent is already incredible enough. But that Su Qingxian gave him the feeling of being like the universe and the starry sky, unfathomable and impossible to see through. Her invincible self-confidence and courage, and her calm and composed state of mind, made her look like a young empress. Unattainable. Zhuge Qingyun's eyes were deep, and he secretly guessed in his heart that Su Qingxian's strength might be even stronger than Su Fan. Jasmine, which of these two do you think is better? His heart moved, and he suddenly looked at Jasmine beside him. Little Jasmine held her chin with both hands, her face tense, and said nothing. She just stared at Su Fan, obviously not yet out of the shadow of failure. Unbelievable. Little Su Fan is already perverted enough, but this Su Qingxian gives me an even scarier feeling. Jasmine's face was serious as she looked at the cool and beautiful figure, feeling a little unbelievable. She possessed the sun and moon divine pupils, and her insight far exceeded that of ordinary people, and she could see through all living things. After some observation, she felt that Su Qingxian was stronger. Really? That's interesting. It seems like both the brother and sister have hidden cards. Zhuge Qingyun seemed to be lost in thought, looking at the two figures confronting each other on the stage, his eyes filled with infinite anticipation. On the stage, Su Fan has thick black hair and sharp eyes and brows, standing like a demon god. Vast energy and blood surged out, sweeping across the four directions like a tsunami. Too strong. Many young geniuses were shocked all over, unable to withstand this terrifying energy and blood, and were thrown out one after another, falling to pieces in a miserable state. Opposite him, Su Qingxian's silver hair falls like a waterfall, and she stands tall and graceful, like the ethereal and cool Lingbo fairy. With such a beautiful figure, I don't know how many passionate gazes she attracted. However, there is always a terrible layer of frost and coldness around the girl, which is sacred and inviolable, making people stay away. Su Qingxian glanced at Su Fan, her beautiful eyes gleaming with light, and whispered, "Should I give it to you?" Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Of course." "Then, let me give you both hands?" Su Qingxian suggested. "Why don't you just vote directly, it will save both of us trouble." Su Fan became more and more demanding. "No." Su Qingxian got furious and punched him directly. Considering their relationship, she wanted to show mercy and give Su Fan some face so that he wouldn't lose too badly. "But I didn't expect that the bad brother would dare to play tricks on me. I must teach him a lesson." Boom! Boom! The terrifying frost and cold air hit them in the face, freezing the space on all sides, and everyone felt creepy. So strong. Su Fan's eyes flashed, and his whole body was shrouded in endless coldness. He could feel how terrifying the power of the girl's punch was. This was his first time fighting with Su Qingxian. The oppressive feeling the girl brought to him was extremely terrifying, even more so than that felt by Jasmine, the descendant of a god. It remains unknown what kind of terrifying power is hidden under this seemingly fragile body. Fist of Creation. Su Fan's supernatural power exploded, and he punched out with an invincible fist intent, which shattered the space as if to create the world. He did not dodge or evade, but fought the girl head-on, wanting to test her true strength. Bang! 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 Fists collided and bodies fought against each other. The terrifying shockwave swept across the four directions, causing the void to crack into pieces. The scene was extremely terrifying. The next moment, Su Fan groaned as if he had been hit hard. He was defeated in the strength contest and retreated more than 10 steps. Unbelievable. I'm actually at a disadvantage in this battle of strength. The little fairy's physical strength is actually superior to mine. Su Fan looked solemn, his eyes full of surprise as he looked at the girl. He possesses the 9 transformations of the true dragon, the bloodline of the ancient gods, the 8 profound arts, and many other heaven-defying magical powers. His physical strength is absolutely invincible among those of the same level. But now, the physical strength displayed by Su Qingxian is even greater than his. Invincible. Truly invincible. This is the invincible realm possessed by the legendary emperor-level strongmen. Among the same level, even real dragons and phoenixes are no match for it and can only be ruthlessly strangled. It is an absolutely invincible existence. At this moment, Su Qingxian displayed unparalleled combat power, just like a young empress, looking down on the world and being invincible. True Dragon Rune. A light burst out from Su Fan's palm, and 5 scarlet runes flew out, as if 5 little dragons pounced on Su Qingxian, and terrifying power filled the air. Buzz! Buzz! Su Qingxian stood in the calm ancient well like a fairy. As her jade hands waved, all kinds of strange runes danced and intertwined, transforming into various forms of mythical beasts. The Qilin roars, the phoenix spreads its wings, and the Kuanping soars across the sky. Various mythical beast runes danced wildly, bursting out with unparalleled divine power, and shattered the 5 true dragon runes. Su Fan was defeated again and was knocked away, with a streak of bright red spilling into the void. The whole audience was suddenly in an uproar. Oh my god, Su Fan was suppressed. Whether it's a showdown of strength or a battle of magical powers, Su Fan is always at a disadvantage. Unbelievable. Just how powerful is this Su Qingxian? Everyone was shocked and there was an uproar everywhere. Su Fan, who was as powerful as a demon, was actually suppressed by Su Qingxian and was completely at a disadvantage. Such a one-sided battle situation made them a little unbelievable for a moment. Buddha Tower, suppress. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes were cold, and she pursued the victory and practiced the Great Buddha technique. A 9-story pagoda rushed out from its body, the tower body shrouded in chaotic mist, blocking out the sky and the sun, with divine power so great that it suppressed Su Fan. Space movement. Su Fan's eyes were solemn. Realizing the horror of this pagoda, he quickly activated space movement, trying to escape the seal of the pagoda. But I can't move. Su Fan's pupils suddenly shrank and his body stood still. Space movement failed. Space confinement. This tower actually possesses the magical power to confine space. Su Fan's face changed. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. He was swallowed up by the 9-story pagoda and completely suppressed. He disappeared. The whole audience was dead silent. It's over, my foolish brother. My pagoda can suppress everything and melt everything. Once swallowed by it, there is absolutely no escape. Su Qingxian put her hands behind her back, looking proudly at Zhang Jinyang, who was standing there in a daze. Referee, you can announce the result of the match. Chapter 64 Brother and Sister Fight. The Empress bites people. Referee, you can announce the result of the match. The girl stood with her hands behind her back, her calm words revealing invincible confidence. The pagoda has infinite power and can suppress everything in the world. After being cultivated to perfection, the pagoda has 33 floors and can even kill the gods and demons in the heavens. Although the pagoda now only has 9 floors and is still far from being perfect, it is still easy to suppress Su Fan, who is only at the 2nd level. It's good that Su Fan was suppressed, at least his useless brother won't get hurt. A successful conclusion. Su Qingxian puffed out her chest and thought with some pride. Well. Zhang Jinyang was stunned and didn't react for a while. Is this the end? This is too fast. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that the situation of this game would be so one-sided and Su Fan was actually suppressed? Su Fan, are you going to lose just like that? There was endless discussion on all sides. No one expected that this peak showdown would end so quickly. Boom! 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 At this moment, the huge pagoda suddenly shook violently. A tall and majestic figure was looming in the tower, waving his unparalleled fist and frantically attacking the 9-story pagoda, trying to break free from the tower. The pagoda trembled, clanged, and shone with light. The terrifying shockwave spread out like a tsunami, causing vibrations in all directions. Still struggling? It's useless. No one of the same level can break free from my pagoda. Su Qingxian remained calm and was very confident in the power of the pagoda. Bang! But the next second, the 9-story pagoda exploded directly, shattered into pieces, and light flew everywhere. A cold figure flew out. Su Fan looked calm and landed peacefully, without a scratch on his body. The whole audience was in uproar again. How is it possible that you actually destroyed my 9-story pagoda? A hint of shock appeared on Su Qingxian's cold little face. Ha, what a pity, I was almost suppressed by you. Su Fan smiled faintly and finally started to fight back. His figure flashed and he teleported directly in front of Su Qingxian, and punched out with all his strength with the fist of creation. The domineering fist force was invincible, as if it could crush everything. Absolutely frozen. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes fixed, without any panic, an extreme frosty cold air burst out, freezing the entire space in all directions. That extremely domineering fist was also instantly frozen, unable to get even an inch closer to Su Qingxian. This is the ultimate ice talent, enough to freeze everything. Immortal Phoenix Flame, broken. Su Fan shouted loudly, and a white flame ignited on his fist. The rolling heat waves raged and shattered the extremely cold ice and melted it. Then, this punch came straight towards Su Qingxian, and the terrifying high temperature and force burst out, making the latter feel a strong threat. Not good. Su Qingxian's face changed and she quickly put her arms in front of her body, and her whole body was covered with thick frost armor. Bang! Bang! A terrifying force erupted. She tried her best to resist, but was still knocked away by a punch. The frost armor on her body shattered, and endless ice mixed with blood flew out. What a powerful force! This useless brother is actually as strong as me. Su Qingxian's eyes flashed with shock. She is the reincarnation of the great emperor, with the best talent and bloodline in the world. She is unparalleled in the universe and has absolutely no rivals in the same level. Even the 10 ancient evils such as the real dragon and the phoenix would not be her match among the same level. But now, she was actually knocked out by Su Fan. The dignified empress was suppressed by a strong man of the same level. This made her a little unbelievable. Swish, swish, swish. Before Su Qingxian could catch her breath, a series of space storms suddenly arose around her. Countless spatial slashes attacked from all directions, as if to cut off everything. Wall of extreme ice. Su Qingxian's face was serious. She used all her strength to activate her innate ability and summon dozens of extreme ice walls in a row. They were taller than a 5-story building, and finally managed to block the space slash. But at this time, Su Fan had already pounced on him. He waved his hand, and the immortal phoenix flame transformed into a flaming sword. Endless high temperature raged out, causing the girl's face to change. Ashura sword technique. Su Fan transformed into Ashura from hell, his whole body filled with terrifying evil spirit. With one slash of the sword, the sky and the earth lost their color, and the horror reached the extreme. Oops. Su Qingxian's heart tightened, realizing that something was wrong. She quickly condensed an ice shield to resist, but was still chopped away by a knife and retreated again. Boom! 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 Su Fan took advantage of the victory and attacked the girl, slashing with his sword one after another, each one more terrifying than the last. He chopped the girl to pieces and forced her to retreat step by step, leaving her no chance to fight back. There's a flaw. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Under the fierce attack, he finally found a flaw in Su Qingxian and immediately launched a general attack. True dragon runes surged in his hands, transforming into 2 fiery red dragon claws, and he grabbed the girl. Dragon claw hand, suppress. Su Fan burst out with unparalleled supernatural power, grabbed Su Qingxian's 2 white wrists with both hands, pressed the girl to the ground with brute force, and finally suppressed her. Oh my god, Su Fan has turned the tide. Su Qingxian was actually suppressed. That's amazing. The game took a sharp turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan, who was originally at a disadvantage, actually suppressed Su Qingxian and temporarily gained the upper hand. The whole audience was boiling again. Everyone was very excited and started talking about it. The game was becoming more and more interesting. However, the postures of the two are somewhat ambiguous. Su Fan grabbed Su Qingxian's hands and pressed his body almost completely on the girl's delicate body. Using his powerful physical strength, he pressed her to the ground. Su Qingxian was not willing to be outdone. She clasped Su Fan's wrists with both hands and clamped her long, beautiful legs around his waist. Endless icy power surged out from those beautiful legs, freezing Su Fan completely below the waist to prevent him from doing any more bad things. Bad guy. You let me go. Su Qingxian was filled with shame and anger, and struggled desperately, but she couldn't push away Su Fan, who was pressing on her. Let go of your hands first, no. Let go of your legs first. Su Fan was also speechless for a while. His waist was tightly clamped by the girl, and his lower body was frozen. He felt terribly cold and uncomfortable. How can I let go if you don't loosen your legs? Su Fan said depressedly. Let go first. Su Qingxian said. No, loosen your legs first. Su Fan said. You first. Su Qingxian said. You first. Su Fan said. Will you let go? So what if I don't loosen up? After a while, Su Fan let out a strange cry as he was bitten on the ear by an angry little fairy. Oops, that's a foul, why are you biting me? Chapter 65 Ice and Fire Collision. The final victory. Oops, that's a foul, why are you biting me? A strange cry was heard. Su Qingxian was really angry and bit Su Fan's ear, rubbing it hard with her silver teeth. Su Fan grimaced in pain, and blood oozed from his ears. He refused to suffer any loss, so he bit the girl instead, and just happened to take the crystal earlobe into his mouth. It's icy and cool, just like eating a lump of ice. Ah! The girl's scream of shame and anger cut through the air. Everyone had strange expressions. Is this still the showdown between the strongest geniuses? Why did they suddenly start biting each other's ears? It looked like a young couple having a quarrel. I'm really angry. Su Qingxian was angry, her cold eyes were filled with shame and anger, and her silver hair was flying around. An extreme icy force exploded, directly knocking Su Fan away. TSK. My sister is angry. It's really scary. Su Fan was like being struck by lightning, flying dozens of meters and falling on the edge of the ring. Feeling the extreme cold, his whole body was chilled to the bone and he couldn't help shivering. You! How dare you bite me? I'm really angry. Su Qingxian looked embarrassed and annoyed. She touched her red earlobe and glared at Su Fan fiercely, feeling crazy inside. She was a dignified empress, pure and innocent, worshipped by all races, sacred and inviolable. When had she ever been so intimate with a man? Su Fan suddenly bit her earlobe, which gave her goosebumps all over her body. She felt extremely ashamed and angry, and was really furious. Are you kidding me? You bit me first. My ear is bleeding, and you still dare to complain first. Su Fan said angrily. There were still teeth marks on his ear. Would I bite you if you didn't press me down? Su Qingxian retorted. Will I bite you if you don't bite me? Su Fan also retorted. Stop talking nonsense and watch this. Su Qingxian exploded and finally used his strongest killer move. Above the sky, an ice blue throne emerged, surrounded by an endless icy storm that froze the void in all directions, chilling everyone present to the bone. This is Su Qingxian's strongest ability, the SSS level talent Frozen Throne. No. Now it should be Frozen Throne. Strengthened by that drop of Ice Phoenix blood, Su Qingxian's talent successfully evolved to the god level and transformed into an even more powerful Frozen Throne. Su Qingxian's figure flashed, and he soared directly into the air and sat on the Frozen Throne. Next moment, a vast energy swept across the four directions. Sacred, majestic, and vast. It seems like the whole world is going to be frozen. The moment she sat on the Frozen Throne, Su Qingxian's extreme icy power surged countless times, and a terrifying extreme icy storm surrounded her body. She was like the ice goddess, dominating the world and freezing everything. Freeze it! Su Qingxian had silver hair draped over her shoulders, her eyes were cold, and her little hand pointed casually downwards. Boom! The sky and the earth were frozen in an instant. An extremely terrifying ice storm swept towards Su Fan. What a terrifying extreme ice storm! It's more than 10 times more powerful than the one just now. Is this the little fairy's innate ability? It's truly terrifying. Su Fan looked solemn and did not dare to be careless. Spatial ripples surged around him. He wanted to use spatial movement to escape the attack range of the extreme ice storm, but failed. This space is completely frozen, there is no escape. Buzz! In just a moment, Su Fan was completely frozen and turned into an ice sculpture, unable to move. Immortal Phoenix possessed. Su Fan growled and finally summoned the Immortal Phoenix. A dark white flame burned up, instantly shattering the extreme ice on the surface of the body. The scorching heat spread out, even the space was distorted and melted. Whoosh! A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. He flapped them vigorously and soared into the sky, actively attacking Su Qingxian. Come on, my foolish brother, I will let you know, you are the challenger. Su Qingxian raised her lips, her spirits high, and as she waved her hands, countless ice blades rushed towards Su Fan. Bang! 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 The two started a fierce battle in the air. Extreme ice and extreme fire collided, ice blades and flames danced wildly, and waves of terrible shockwaves erupted, causing the void to tremble violently. This was the strongest battle, terrifying beyond measure. Everyone's face was filled with awe and shock. Oh my god! It's too strong. Is this still a fight between second-level warriors? It's like a fight between gods. Su Fan and Su Qingxian, these two are too strong. They have already transcended the realm of ordinary geniuses. God-level geniuses are no more than this. Many young geniuses looked up at the two people fighting fiercely in the air with awe on their faces, feeling that they were far behind them. At this moment, the fighting power displayed by Su Fan and Su Qingxian was so powerful that it was simply incomparable to that of ordinary geniuses. It was truly awe-inspiring. Even top talents like Zhou Jianfeng, Huo Wu, and Hua Yunfei can hardly compare to him. These two brothers and sisters are really two monsters. Huo Wu and Hua Yunfei looked at each other, both showing expressions of shock. Alas, the gap is too big. Zhou Jianfeng sighed softly, his expression very gloomy. Seeing the performance of Su Fan and the other two, he had to admit that he was far from being their match. The gap was really too big. So strong, so strong. What kind of monsters are these two guys? Little Jasmine stood up in shock, clenched her little pink fists, and looked incredulous. She originally thought that with her extraordinary talent as a descendant of gods, she would be able to run rampant on Blue Star. However, she did not expect that on this planet with low civilization, there would be two human geniuses who were even more powerful than her. It was really incredible. Little Jasmine was devastated, pouting, and looking unhappy. Above the sky, Su Fan and Su Qingxian burst out with all their strength. Ice and fire collided, fists clashed, and the fight was fought back and forth, with no one to tell the winner. After countless rounds of battle, the two were evenly matched and the winner was never determined. They were panting, their source power was almost exhausted, and they were exhausted. They only had the strength to make one last strike. The final victory or defeat will be decided in the next move. The two men looked at each other with determination as they performed their final moves. It is also the strongest attack. Extreme Ice Lotus Dance. Su Qingxian refined the power of Extreme Ice, and gradually nurtured a lotus of Extreme Ice on the frozen throne. It was filled with extreme coldness, as if it was going to freeze everything. This is her final trump card. The ultimate ice lotus born from the throne of God contains infinite divine power. Once it explodes, even a master-level strongman can be seriously injured. Dragon Phoenix Fire Lotus. A ball of dark white phoenix flame appeared in Su Fan's left hand, and a ball of golden dragon flame appeared in his right hand. The flames of the true dragon and the immortal phoenix, two ferocious beasts, intertwine in burning. Under Su Fan's powerful control, it gradually turned into a magical fire lotus with golden and red stripes, emitting endless destructive power, as if it was going to burn everything in the world. This was also Su Fan's final attack, fusing the flames of the true dragon and the flames of the fairy phoenix together. Once this dragon and phoenix fire lotus exploded, its power could even reach the Grandmaster level. Kill! Both of them were so angry that a final collision broke out. Su Fan held up the fire lotus, and Su Qingxian held up the ice lotus, and they rushed towards each other with great momentum, starting the final contest. Not good. Oops. At the moment when ice and fire were about to collide, Su Fan and Su Qingxian shuddered and woke up at the same time. They suddenly remembered that the other party was not an enemy, but a relative. Right now, both of them have reached their limits. If the ice lotus and the fire lotus collide with each other, it will definitely cause a terrifying explosion. By then, one of the two will be seriously injured, or even likely to die on the spot. Quick! Get out of the way! At the critical moment, Su Fan and Su Qingxian were extremely anxious and almost subconsciously wanted to throw aside the terrifying ice lotus and fire lotus in their hands. But, it's too late. Not good. If this continues, one of us will die. Zhang Jinyang's pupils shrank, his expression became more solemn than ever, and the blood and energy in his body burst out. He was hesitating whether to take action to prevent the final confrontation between the two. At the critical moment of life and death, the two tried their best and finally deflected the attack trajectory. The ice lotus and the fire lotus flew out of his hand, not attacking each other, but tossing them aside. Zhang Jinyang is the referee on the side. Oh my god! Zhang Jinyang's eyelids twitched wildly as he watched the ice lotus and fire lotus charging towards him. He felt extremely depressed. How could he be the final victim? Even with his master-level cultivation, he felt a strong threat from the final attack of these two people. If these two lotus flowers exploded on the ring, he didn't know how long it would take for him to be killed or injured. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinyang could only bite the bullet and rush forward, using his master-level cultivation to resist the ice lotus and fire lotus. Rumble! The next moment, a huge explosion erupted, and endless light and heat flooded the surroundings. Fortunately, Zhang Jinyang desperately blocked the huge explosion of ice lotus and fire lotus, offsetting most of the power, otherwise the geniuses around the ring would definitely suffer heavy casualties. However, this master-level warrior was covered in dust and dirt, with his sleeves shattered, revealing a pair of charred arms. He looked a little embarrassed. It was obvious that Zhang Jinyang paid a considerable price to resist the explosion. But at this moment, no one paid attention to Zhang Jinyang's condition. Everyone stared at the arena, their hearts filled with excitement, not wanting to miss any details. So, who won in the end? Who will win in the end, Su Fan or Su Qingxian? Chapter 66, a draw? Two top scorers in the martial arts exam. High in the sky. Two figures fell helplessly. Su Fan and Su Qingxian were both exhausted and fell straight down. Damn it! I have no strength left. Su Fan looked pale, roaring and struggling, trying to grab the weak figure in front of him, but he couldn't muster any strength. Su Qingxian also looked haggard and weaker than ever before. Her source of energy was almost dried up and she couldn't even move. If she fell to the ground like this, she would definitely be seriously injured. Catch up! Just before the two were about to fall to the ground, Su Fan growled, squeezed out strength from somewhere, grabbed the girl's wrist, and suddenly pulled her into his arms. Then, with a bang, the whole person fell heavily to the ground, and his whole body was almost broken apart. Cough, cough, cough. Su Fan coughed up blood, his face turned pale, and his injuries became more serious. But Su Qingxian was protected in his arms and did not suffer any harm. Why, save me? Su Qingxian was stunned. Who made me your brother? Su Fan grinned. The two of them looked at each other, their brains felt dizzy, and they fainted at the same time. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the two people who fell to the ground, all with confused faces, and gradually fell into a petrified state. Who is the winner here? They looked at each other in bewilderment. Su Fan and Su Qingxian fell off the ring together. Under such circumstances, they could not judge who would be the winner in the end. The principals in the referee's seat were also in distress and started arguing with each other. It seems to me that Su Qingxian won. It seems that Su Fan landed first. Someone said. No. Su Fan should have won. Didn't you see that he still had the strength to hold Su Qingxian in his arms? He was obviously protecting his sister. Some people expressed different opinions and felt that Su Fan had a greater chance of winning. Are you guys blind? We landed together. No. Su Qingxian won. Get lost. Su Fan is clearly better. Many people insisted on their own opinions, arguing so fiercely that they were almost about to come to blows. Principal Zhuge, what do you think? Who won? Someone looked at Zhuge Qingyun and asked for his opinion. Zhuge Qingyun pondered for a moment and said in great distress, "This is a bit troublesome." They both fell to the ground almost at the same time, and both are unconscious and can't stand up anymore. They landed at the same time and fell unconscious at the same time. In the battle for the title of martial arts champion, this was the first time Zhuge Qingyun encountered such a situation. He was a little confused and couldn't tell who would win or lose. What should we do then? It all depends on what the referee says. Finally, everyone's eyes were fixed on the referee Zhang Jinyang, waiting for his final decision. Zhang Jinyang's face was serious. After considering the two people's performance and the situation on the scene, he thought seriously for a long time and finally announced the final result. I declare that this match. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhang Jinyang paused and said loudly, "This match is a draw." What the hell, a draw? It's a tie. Who should be awarded the title of martial arts champion this year? Everyone stared at each other in amazement. The final result of the Wuzhuan Yuan finals was a draw, which was unprecedented. So what should we do? Who will be awarded the title of Wu champion this year? How will the prize be divided? Will each get half? Ahem, this is easy to handle. Zhang Jinyang coughed lightly and responded seriously to everyone's doubts. I declare that this year there are two top martial arts champions, Su Fan and Su Qingxian. Both of them are top martial arts champions. What the hell, two martial arts champions? The whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone almost dropped their jaws in shock. Two martial arts champions, this really set a precedent for martial arts examinations. In all these years, this is also the first case in Longba double champions. Su Fan and Su Qingxian set a new record. Two top scorers? Ha ha. Interesting. But having said that, the performances of both Su Fan and Su Qingxian are indeed unique and worthy of the title of two martial arts champions. After thinking about it seriously, many people nodded, thinking that with the amazing performance of Su Fan and Su Qingxian, both of them were worthy of the title of top scholar. Dear referees, do you have any opinions? Afterwards, Zhang Jinyang looked at the referee's seat and asked other referees for their opinions. Such an important decision must be supported by the majority of referees. Otherwise, even if he is the referee, the decision made by one person will be invalid. Agree. I agree too. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are both the peerless geniuses of our dragon country. They are both top scorers in the martial arts exam and are well deserved. In the end, the referee voted unanimously in favor. Su Fan and Su Qingxian's extraordinary talent, as well as their monstrous fighting power, conquered all the referees present. The first case in Dragon Country where two top scorers in the martial arts exam were born. The imperial capital was in an uproar. There was heated discussion among all parties. The names of Su Fan and Su Qingxian are heard everywhere. Time flies, and one day later, Su Qingxian finally woke up from her coma. After waking up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. She felt extremely tired, with sore muscles and bones. It seemed that she had not fully recovered. In the final battle with Su Fan, she overdrew too much strength, which were the sequelae caused by excessive use of the Frozen Throne. However, she didn't care much about her own situation, but was more concerned about Su Fan's situation and the outcome of the game. I wonder how my brother is doing. Who won this game? Su Qingxian was in a daze, her face tense, and she didn't know the final result of the game. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding dong! Congratulations on winning the National Martial Arts Examination. Successfully complete the martial arts exam mission and unlock the achievement, Peerless Twins. Obtain a Super God reward, randomly draw an Emperor level technique. I won. I finally won. Su Qingxian was stunned at first, then a look of joy appeared on her face, and she was extremely happy. Did you win? She finally defeated her brother. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes were burning with energy. She had finally regained her confidence and won her first victory in the martial arts exam. The mission reward is extremely precious, it is a great Emperor skill, even she would be tempted. Emperor level skills, start drawing. Su Qingxian was full of anticipation, and as soon as she thought about it, she started the lottery. Ding dong! The lucky draw was successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Emperor level technique Chaos Reincarnation Technique. Chaos Samsara Technique, a great Emperor's technique, possessing the power to transform one's very being. This technique can absorb the creations of heaven and earth, harmonizing yin and yang, blending hardness and softness, transforming a person completely, significantly increasing both cultivation speed and one's very being. Upon reaching mastery, one can cultivate a chaos body, becoming invincible. Chaos body. This technique can actually create an acquired chaos body. Incredible. Su Qingxian's eyes were blazing, and she couldn't help but reveal a hint of ecstasy. With her experience, she had certainly heard of the supreme physique of the chaos body. That is the strongest fighting body in the universe, unparalleled in the world. This chaos reincarnation technique has a total of 9 turns. Every time you complete a turn, your talent and physique will be greatly improved. When you practice it to the ultimate state, you can develop an acquired chaos body and become invincible. The system never deceives me. Su Qingxian took a deep breath. Even with her state of mind, she couldn't help but get excited at this moment. Drop. But at this time, another note popped up. Note, this exercise requires both men and women to practice together. Men and women must practice together? What the hell? Is this a dual cultivation technique? Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes widened, almost spitting fire. A nearly collapse-filled scream of shame and anger rang out. Dog system, are you kidding me? Chapter 67 Super God Reward. Chaos Reincarnation Technique. Chaos Reincarnation Skill. Introduction. This technique requires both men and women to practice together. The fusion of yin and yang, ice and fire, can transform both partners, increasing their practice speed 100-fold. What the hell? It requires 2 people to practice together? Dog system, are you kidding me? Su Qingxian got furious, gritting her teeth, and her brilliant silver hair stood up. Isn't this a proper frost cultivation technique? The Empress is very angry and the consequences are serious. You drew the technique yourself, it has nothing to do with the system, said the dog system. I want a refund. Su Qingxian said angrily. You smoked it yourself, no returns are accepted, said the dog system. Damn it, are you deliberately using the dual cultivation technique to trick me? Su Qingxian suspected. You smoked it yourself, said the dog system. Damn system. Who sent you as a spy? Su Qingxian went crazy. You smoked it yourself. You smoked it yourself. You smoked it yourself. Su Qingxian was about to break through. This dog system is really a dog. No matter what she asks, this guy always repeats the same answer, which is very consistent with the machine style. Ding. Tips: this exercise does not require a man or woman to be together. It only requires some physical contact, such as holding hands. You can practice it anytime and anywhere. It is convenient, fast, and beautiful. Please rest assured. Oh. Su Qingxian suddenly woke up. This isn't quite the same as the dual cultivation method she imagined. It only requires a certain amount of physical contact to complete the practice. In that case, it seems barely acceptable. The girl held her chin with her hand, her brows furrowed, and she was thinking seriously about the pros and cons. After all, the chaos reincarnation technique is so powerful that it can greatly transform and evolve a warrior's talent and bones, and cultivate them into an acquired chaotic body. Then, can we practice this technique just by holding hands? Su Qingxian asked. Can. The dog system reminded, depending on the contact part and the contact posture, the training effect may be different, and even wonderful effects may occur. For more training postures, please explore on your own. Okay, you can go now. Su Qingxian's face turned dark. What the hell, exploring more training postures? Holding hands is already the maximum tolerance limit. For the sake of cultivation, making certain sacrifices is tolerable. Su Qingxian's eyes were firm, and her face was full of desire for power. In this life, she must grow up faster and embark on the road to the starry sky as soon as possible in order to deal with the dark natural disasters in her previous life. The magical skill of chaos reincarnation can increase the speed of cultivation by up to 100 times. It is extremely suitable for Su Qingxian, who is only in his 20s. Now, she has decided to practice this technique. The next step is to find a training partner, preferably one with a level and talent similar to hers. With my talent, where can I find a training partner who can rival me? Just when Su Qingxian was in distress, the door suddenly opened and a cold figure walked in. He is extremely handsome and has a strong body. It's Su Fan. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes lit up. You came just in time. You're awake. How are you? Are you feeling better? Su Fan asked with concern. It's okay, it's nothing. Su Qingxian stared at Su Fan straight, her beautiful eyes surging with fiery light, as if she was looking at a bamboo rat waiting to be slaughtered, which made Su Fan feel creepy. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Fan felt suspicious. Why did he feel that the little fairy had bad intentions towards him? No, nothing. Su Qingxian suddenly woke up, her face flushed, and she quickly looked away. In the final of the martial arts exam, the two were evenly matched and fought to a draw. Su Fan's talent and combat power were no less than hers, and he had awakened a fire attribute talent that was completely opposite to hers, making him an ideal candidate for practicing the Chaos Samsara technique. Simply holding hands and practicing together seemed like a no-brainer, and wouldn't draw attention. Su Qingxian's thoughts gradually became clear. But how to talk to Su Fan made her feel troubled again. I can't just go up to Su Fan and say, let's practice together, shall we? Su Qingxian pursed her lips and said nothing, her face getting redder and redder, like a ripe apple. Little fairy, why is your face so red? Are you still feeling unwell? Su Fan stretched out his big hand and touched the girl's forehead. It felt like touching a piece of ice, so cold that it was frightening. Hiss, it's so cold. It's not hot either. He was a little confused. I'm fine. Su Qingxian shook her head, her heart pounding, and she quickly changed the subject. Where is this place? We are now at the Jinyang Martial Arts School. After the competition, both of us were injured and unconscious. Grandmaster Zhang Jinyang took us to his martial arts school for treatment. Su Fan explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Qingxian thought thoughtfully. We have been unconscious for a day and a night. I just woke up and haven't eaten yet. Are you hungry? Let's go eat together. Su Fan said with a smile. Okay. Su Qingxian nodded obediently. Afterwards, the two walked out side by side and quickly arrived at the martial arts school restaurant. Jinyang Martial Arts School is quite famous in the imperial capital because it has a master in charge. The school is very large and the restaurant is very luxurious, filled with a wide variety of food, and you can choose from a variety of foods. Su Fan and Su Qingxian had been in a coma for a whole day and night. They had just woken up and were very hungry. They needed a lot of food to replenish their nutrition. They ordered a lot of delicious food, sat in a secluded corner, and started to eat voraciously. By the way, you may not know yet, the final result is a draw, with no winner. Su Fan took a bite of a big piece of braised pork and suddenly said to the girl. A draw? Su Qingxian was stunned for a moment, a puzzled look on her face. She had already received the system reward and thought she had won, but she didn't expect it to be a draw in the end. Then who is the top scorer in this year's martial arts exam? She couldn't help but ask curiously. We both won the martial arts exam, and this is the first time in Dragon Country's history that we both won the top prize. Su Fan smiled and thought that this result was not bad. Both of them were martial arts champions, and each of them could receive a martial arts champion reward. It could be said that they made a lot of money. So that's how it is. Su Qingxian seemed to be thinking about something and could accept this result. Both of them are martial arts champions and can receive martial arts champion rewards. It can be said to be a win-win situation. What is the reward for this year's top martial arts champion? She couldn't help but ask. I don't know yet. I heard it's very precious, even rarer than the essence and blood of a 9th level ferocious beast. We'll know when it's delivered. Su Fan said. The two chatted for a while, then gradually fell into silence and buried their heads in eating. For them, warriors, a large amount of food can provide abundant energy and is very beneficial for physical recovery. They were all concentrating on eating and practicing their skills, silently recovering from their injuries. I don't know how long it took. That. Su Qingxian secretly glanced at Su Fan, took a deep breath, and finally mustered up the courage to say, "Would you like to practice with me tonight?" The girl stammered and used great willpower to barely finish her words. Her little face turned red all the way to her ears. Ah! Su Fan was stunned for a moment, looking at the blushing girl with a strange look on his face. Girl, do you mean to practice frost cultivation with me? Chapter 68 Wu Zhuan Yuan Reward. Tong Tian Pill. Girl, do you mean to practice dual cultivation with me? Su Fan smiled and stared at Su Qingxian with sharp eyes, as if he could see through the girl's little thoughts. Of course not. Su Qingxian's heart was pounding, her face turned even redder, and she said with a stiff upper lip, I just want to, guide you in your cultivation. Rival. It's guidance. My foolish brother, just be happy that I am here to teach you how to practice. The girl gradually regained her confidence and took the initiative again. She looked at Su Fan with a hint of pride. I can guarantee that under my guidance, your training speed will increase by more than 10 times. How about it? Oh, I refuse. Su Fan said. Why? Su Qingxian was puzzled. No need. Su Fan said lightly. I can teach you a peerless martial art. Su Qingxian said seriously. No need. Su Fan said. You need it. Su Qingxian said. Unnecessary. You need to. Really not necessary. You really need it. The girl stared at Su Fan, her silver teeth gritting, and her clear eyes almost spitting fire. Unnecessary. Su Fan looked calm, ate his meal silently, and decisively rejected the temptation from the fairy sister. Looking at her stubborn good-for-nothing brother, Su Qingxian had been patient again and again, but she couldn't help but lose her temper. My foolish brother, do you know what you are rejecting? You rejected the guidance of an emperor-level strongman, and you rejected the opportunity to transform from a carp into a dragon. Inhale. Take another breath. Su Qingxian took a deep breath, her small chest heaving violently, trying hard to control her emotions. Are you really not going to learn the great emperor's skills? She added. Learn. Su Fan's attitude changed drastically. Oh. Su Qingxian said nothing, but just stared at Su Fan indifferently, her little face frighteningly cold. Fuck, an emperor-level technique? Is that true? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me it was an emperor-level technique, I would have obeyed you right away. Su Fan was shocked and immediately changed his words. In front of the emperor-level skills, all moral integrity and dignity can be abandoned. Now he just wants to obey his fairy sister as quickly as possible. Through fire and sword, I will lead you at my will. This bastard brother actually dares to blame me now? I'll beat you to death with my little fists. Su Qingxian got furious, baring her teeth and waving her claws, punching Su Fan's chest with her little fists. Hey, can't you just talk it out nicely? Why are you so impatient? Su Fan looked at the furious girl and couldn't help laughing. He even admired himself for being able to make the cold little fairy so angry. Ha ha ha, it looks like you two are almost well again. While the two were playing, Zhang Jinyang came over with a big laugh. He was dressed in a black martial arts uniform, had thick black hair, and a strong physique. Although there was no external energy emanating from his body, he gave Su Fan and the other two a strong sense of oppression, and the majesty of the master was fully revealed. Behind Zhang Jinyang, there was a thin young man with a handsome face and a tall stature, but he looked a little thin. The young man's eyes were shining, and he looked at Su Fan and Su Qingxian without blinking, with admiration on his face. "Hello, Grandmaster Zhang." Seeing the newcomer, Su Fan and Su Qingxian quickly stood up and thanked Zhang Jinyang. "Thank you for helping me during the exam." Su Fan and the other two were seriously injured and unconscious in the examination room. They were taken back to the martial arts gym by Zhang Jinyang for treatment, so that they could wake up as soon as possible. They were very grateful to this master. No need to be so polite. This is what I'm supposed to do. I'm the chief examiner of the martial arts exam and I'm responsible for the safety of you, the candidates. And you're all so strong. I didn't have to exert any effort at all, yet your body's automatically repaired and healed. It's truly amazing. Zhang Jinyang smiled brightly, looking at Su Fan and the others with a look of amazement. How are you doing? Are your injuries almost healed? Well, it's mostly done. Su Fan nodded. Both of them had very strong physiques. As long as they spent some time, they would be able to recover quickly. By the way, let me introduce you. Zhang Jinyang smiled slightly, pulled the somewhat shy, thin boy behind him over, and introduced him. This is my son, Zhang Zixuan. He's a sophomore at number 1 middle school and you're junior. Senior Su Fan, Senior Su Qingxian, hello. Zhang Zixuan's face flushed red with excitement. He looked at Su Fan and the others with admiration in his eyes, like a little fanboy. Hello, Junior. Su Fan smiled and Su Qingxian nodded. You guys are amazing. Both of you have won the title of Wu Champion. That's really amazing. Next year, I want to win the title too. Zhang Zixuan is full of fighting spirit. He regards Su Fan and the others as his idols and goals, and also wants to become the martial arts champion next year. Okay, with your small body, you still want to be the top martial arts champion. It would be good enough if you can be admitted to the martial arts university. Zhang Jinyang joked. Dad, why do you always pour cold water on me? Zhang Zixuan looked resentful. Zhang Zixuan was seriously injured while in the womb and almost died. He was born with insufficient energy, weak body, and often fell ill. Although his father was a powerful martial arts master, due to congenital deficiencies, his physique and talent were relatively poor. He was only in the middle and lower levels in school and was unknown. After learning about Zhang Zixuan's situation, Su Fan and the others felt very sympathetic towards this disabled but strong-willed junior. It's okay. Talent and aptitude don't represent everything. Before the martial arts exam, I was just a level 1 apprentice. Su Fan patted Zhang Zixuan on the shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. Come on, junior brother. Thank you, senior. I will definitely work hard. Zhang Zixuan's cheeks flushed, and he was greatly encouraged. Zhang Jinyang looked at this scene and couldn't help but smile with relief. Although his son's physical qualifications were not good, he had great ambitions and was very determined. He often practiced martial arts until midnight, which made him, as a father, quite satisfied. First of all, congratulations to you two for winning the National Martial Arts Championship. As the chief examiner of this martial arts exam, I am deeply honored to meet such outstanding talents like you. Dragon Country is glorious because of you. Zhang Jinyang smiled brightly and first praised Su Fan and the others. Then he changed the subject, revealing a serious expression, and said solemnly, secondly, it's the martial arts exam rewards. Hearing this, Su Fan and Su Qingxian's eyes lit up, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Is the reward for the martial arts champion finally going to be distributed? Then, Zhang Jinyang spread out his palms, and a white jade bottle emerged. This year's martial arts champion reward is the Tongtian Pill. Tongtian Pill. Possessing the power to reach the sky. It can make a person's cultivation level soar, break through bottlenecks, and has the miraculous effect of promoting the evolution of talents. It is the most precious holy medicine in Dragon Country. The reward for the martial arts champion is actually the Tongtian Pill. Su Fan and the others couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 69 Fame spreads far and wide. Big bosses gather. Tongtian Pill is the sacred medicine of Dragon Country, which has the miraculous effect of reaching heaven and earth. It can help warriors to be reborn and greatly improve their cultivation level. Su Fan and Su Qingxian looked at each other and showed a hint of joy. This was an unparalleled holy medicine, which would be of great help to them and could allow them to reach a higher level of cultivation. Is this the Tongtian Pill? Su Fan opened the jade bottle and poured out a golden pill. This pill is the size of a longan, golden and juicy, with a strong medicinal fragrance, just like a small golden sun, shining brightly, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. A sacred energy rushed towards them, which greatly boosted the spirits of Su Fan and the others. Such a strong divine energy, it is indeed a supreme treasure. Su Fan's eyes lit up as he felt an extremely surging energy from the Tongtian pill, which was comparable to the top treasures of heaven and earth. With this Tongtian pill, his cultivation and physical fitness will be greatly enhanced, and he may even break through to level 30 or above. But soon, he raised his eyebrows and found something wrong. Master Zhang, why is there only one Tongtian pill? Su Fan showed a puzzled look and looked at Zhang Jinyang silently. There was only one Tongtian pill in the jade bottle. How were he and Su Qingxian going to divide it? Should they each take half? Sorry. Tongtian pill is too precious. I originally only prepared one as a special reward for the martial arts champion. But no one expected that 2 martial arts champions would be born this year. Zhang Jinyang coughed dryly, his face slightly embarrassed. He quickly promised Su Fan and the others, but don't worry. I have reported your situation to the country. After a meeting and discussion, the higher-ups have recognized your status as the top martial arts champions. You two will both receive a Tongtian pill. After hearing this, Su Fan and Su Qingxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tongtian pills are a strategic level, ultra-rare resource. Originally, only one pill was prepared for the top scorer in the martial arts exam, but unexpectedly, 2 top scorers appeared this year. This caught the higher-ups off guard, and the Tongtian pill was not prepared enough. However, considering that Su Fan and Su Qingxian's talents were too amazing, the relevant departments of Longwei immediately held an emergency meeting and finally decided to give Su Fan and the other two Tongtian pills. You can freely distribute this Tongtian pill. As for the other one, it will take about a month to produce it. Zhang Jinyang promised solemnly, don't worry, the country is here to protect you. The rewards I promised you will be delivered to you on time. Well, we believe in the country. Su Fan and the other two nodded. With the country's promise, they were not worried that the second Tongtian pill would be denied. Looking at the only Tongtian pill in the jade bottle, they were thinking about how to distribute it. This is a supreme holy medicine that even the supreme martial artist would be tempted by it. This Tongtian pill. Su Fan and Su Qingxian thought seriously for a while, then suddenly looked up at each other and said almost at the same time, I'll give it to you first. Hearing each other's words, they were both startled and looked strange. What's going on? Is this the legendary telepathy? I am your brother, so of course this Tongtian pill should be given to you. Su Fan said. My level is higher than yours, so I don't need the Tongtian pill for the time being. I'll give it to you first. Su Qingxian said. Be obedient and take it. Su Fan said. No, you should keep it. Su Qingxian said. You first. You first. The two of them each insisted on their own opinion and both wanted to give the Tongtian pill to the other first, and gradually they started arguing. Zhang Jinyang and his son couldn't help laughing when they saw this. When they were in the ring, these two people fought each other to the death, but no one expected that they actually had such a good relationship that they were willing to give up even the Tongtian pill. The relationship between the seniors is really good. Zhang Zishuan looked at Su Fan and the other man with eyes full of envy, as if he was looking at a pair of immortal lovers. Cough cough. Hearing this, Su Fan and Su Qingxian were slightly embarrassed and quickly turned around to prove their innocence. No. Su Qingxian curled her lips. Children, don't talk nonsense. Su Fan said seriously. How about you two decide by drawing lots? Zhang Jinyang suggested. Su Fan and Su Qingxian thought about it for a moment, then nodded in agreement, okay. After a round of drawing lots. In the end, Su Qingxian was luckier and won. This Tongtian pill first belonged to the girl. Su Fan was very satisfied with this result. His level is too low now. It may be more effective if he raises his level first and then uses Tongtian pill. Unconsciously. The news that Su Fan and the other two had awakened spread like a whirlwind. The clouds are moving in the imperial capital. Bigwigs from all sides came to visit, and the threshold of Jinyang Martial Arts School was almost trampled down. The main visitors are the presidents of major martial arts universities, as well as some top companies, martial arts gyms, and some private martial arts organizations. These top bosses all took a fancy to the supreme talents of Su Fan and the other two, and wanted to invite them to join them. Student Su Fan, I heard that you haven't decided which school to join. How about coming to Star University? From now on, you will be the prince of our school, and we will give you whatever you want. The principal of Star University promised, patting his chest. No, Su Fan has awakened a fire talent. My Jiwa University follows the extreme training method, which is the most suitable school for him. Get lost. You're just a second-rate university, and you think you can kidnap the top martial arts student? What the hell are you dreaming of? Student Su Qingxian, our Tian High School is a women's university, and we follow the ice-based training route, which is very suitable for you. How about coming to our school? A beautiful teacher smiled gently and extended an invitation to Su Qingxian. Students Su Fan and Su Qingxian, Dragon Tiger University sincerely invites you to join us. All of a sudden, all the major prestigious universities gathered together and sent invitations to Su Fan and the others. The principals at the scene were talking at once, arguing constantly, and the air was filled with tension, and it looked like the scene was about to turn into a battlefield. Su Fan and the other man were both in a state of great headache. Being too famous and too talented will also bring a lot of trouble. Just when the scene was in chaos, a team of strong men wearing sky martial arts uniforms came over, led by none other than Zhuge Qingyun, the president of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Ha, you old guys, stop arguing. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are already our students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Zhuge Qingyun said with a smile. Why? The president of Star University glared at Zhuge Qingyun, not convinced at all. He rolled up his sleeves and walked over, ready to fight with him. Why? Of course it's based on strength. Zhuge Qingyun snorted softly and looked at Su Fan and the others with a smile. For you two martial arts champions, we at Tsinghua and Peking University will of course provide you with the best conditions in the country. Su Fan and Su Qingxian's eyes lit up and they were very excited. It seemed that the president of Peking University and Tsinghua University was going to spend a lot of money today. Do you remember the 3 conditions I offered you before? Zhuge Qingyun suddenly said. Remember. Su Fan nodded. At the end of the points competition, Zhuge Qingyun offered them 3 extremely favorable admission conditions. They are free training resources, the essence and blood of 9th order ferocious beasts, and guidance from supreme masters. Su Fan and the other 2 still remember it clearly. In addition to these 3 conditions, I will give you another opportunity to enter Zulong Island to practice. Zhuge Qingyun looked at Su Fan and the others seriously with deep eyes, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused a sensation. What? Zulong Island? That's the sacred land of our dragon nation. Are you serious? Chapter 70 Return to Zulong Island. Zulong Island. The holy land of Dragon Kingdom, the origin of 5,000-year-old culture, and the gathering place of the strongest people. Legend has it that Zulong Island is an ancient relic that has taken away the fortune of heaven and earth. Practicing on the island will make rapid progress. Many people have heard of the fame of Zulong Island, but none of them have the chance to see it in their lifetime because they are not qualified. Even a master-level powerhouse like Zhang Jinyang is not qualified to enter Zulong Island. Impossible. Su Fan and Su Qingxian are only in their 20s, yet they actually got the opportunity to enter Zulong Island for training. Are you kidding me? The principals were shocked and looked incredulous. What is Zulong Island? The supreme holy land of Dragon Country, where the strongest fighting forces in the country gather. Ordinary strong men are not qualified to go to the island. Now, Zhuge Qingyun actually got Su Fan and the other 2 an opportunity to enter Zulong Island to practice, which shocked everyone and made them feel incredible. Classmate Su Fan, classmate Su Qingxian. Zhuge Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, Zulong Island is the sacred place of our dragon nation. If you practice on the island, you will make rapid progress and have the opportunity to obtain the supreme inheritance of our human race. Zulong Island. Su Fan and the other man's eyes lit up, and they both showed joy. They have all heard about the magical features of Zulong Island. If they can practice and receive inheritance on the island, their cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. I have secured an opportunity for you to go to Zulong Island to practice. As long as you break through to level 30 or above, you can go to Zulong Island to practice. Zhuge Qingyun said. Thank you, Principal. Su Fan and Su Qingxian were both very happy. This was a great opportunity. What do you think? You won't refuse my invitation again now, right? Zhuge Qingyun blinked and said confidently. Well, we are willing to join Peking University and Tsinghua University. In the end, Su Fan and the others nodded seriously and finally agreed to join Tsinghua University of Martial Arts. Seeing this, the other principals sighed in their hearts, but no one said anything more. After all, the conditions offered by Zhuge Qingyun were too favorable. That was the Zulong Island, and even they were extremely yearning for it. Very good, ha 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 ha. Zhuge Qingyun laughed heartily and nodded with satisfaction. Finally, he got Su Fan and the others into Peking University and Tsinghua University as he wished. He is confident that with the full training of Peking University and Tsinghua University, Su Fan and Su Qingxian will surely become peerless masters and support the future of Dragon Country. Oh, I almost forgot. At this moment, Zhuge Qingyun suddenly thought of something. A gleam of brilliance flashed across his eyes, and he smiled mysteriously at Su Fan and the others. In addition to entering Zulong Island, there is another great opportunity. For the two of you, it may be even more precious than Zulong Island. More precious than Zulong Island? What kind of opportunity? Su Fan suddenly became excited. Let me introduce a teacher to you. Zhuge Qingyun said mysteriously. Teacher, what kind of teacher? Su Fan looked suspicious. Among the three conditions mentioned above, Zhuge Qingyun had already promised to introduce them to a martial arts supreme master above level 90 as their instructor. Could it be that this mysterious teacher was even more powerful than the supreme master? The invincible teacher in the world. Zhuge Qingyun said seriously. Invincible? Su Fan was shocked. Even stronger than the supreme being, could he be a god-level powerhouse? Of course, I am only responsible for the introduction. As for whether you two can become disciples of that senior, it depends on your own luck. Zhuge Qingyun said. Principal, who is the senior you are talking about? Su Fan was very curious. Keep it secret for now. When that senior wants to see you, you will naturally know. Zhuge Qingyun said. Could it be that person? Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. She knew that there was an invincible strong man in the Dragon Kingdom, whose fighting power was unparalleled in the world and who was mysterious and unfathomable. He was a great existence who could be called the guardian god of the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that the two of them have already attracted that person's attention? Around noon, Su Fan and the other person finally returned home. The whole family was shocked. The whole family came out to greet them happily. Ha ha ha, the martial arts champion is back. 2 martial arts champions, what an honor for our Su family. Dad, Mom, Aunt and younger sister all came over and asked Su Fan and Su Qingxian all sorts of questions, looking extremely happy. Their family had 2 top martial arts champions at once, which was a great joyous event and brought honor to the whole family. Daughter, how are you? Are you hurt? Did your brother bully you during the game? If so, tell me and I'll help you deal with him. The mother looked concerned and took Su Qingxian in her arms, asking about her well-being and treating her like a precious child. Dad patted Su Fan on the shoulder and the 2 men started chatting. Well done, son. Dad gave him a thumbs up. Fortunately, I didn't embarrass my father. Su Fan smiled. Ah, you're the martial arts champion, you really make me proud. Dad laughed heartily. My dear nephew, have your injuries healed? Let me check for you. The pretty aunt also came over to join in the fun, pulling Su Fan to touch and pinch him left and right, and was more concerned about his appearance. Finally, my aunt put her hands on her waist and came to a depressing conclusion. How come he has become handsome again? Su Fan was speechless for a while. Big pot, is there a reward for the martial arts champion? Su Baobao raised his chubby face and looked at Su Fan expectantly. Yes. Su Fan said with a smile. What's delicious? Baby Su's eyes sparkled. It's not food, it's medicine. Su Fan explained. Is the pill delicious? Baby Su tilted his little head. Soon, my mother prepared a sumptuous lunch to welcome Su Fan and the others. There is a wide variety of delicious food, and the aroma is fragrant. The family talked and laughed, and enjoyed the meal with great relish. The atmosphere was very pleasant. The Su family suddenly produced 2 martial arts champions, which attracted attention from all parties. Throughout the whole day, there was an endless stream of visitors, all of them were bigwigs from all walks of life, who brought many gifts, including food, clothing, and daily necessities. Some even gave checks directly, just to make friends with Su Fan and the others. Baby Su was extremely happy because there were so many delicious foods. The little fat girl ate heartily all day long and her belly was so full. My parents were also very happy. Many of the gifts were very valuable and could greatly alleviate the financial pressure on the family. However, Su Fan and the other two were a little overwhelmed by the noise. For them now, these worldly gifts have no appeal. What they want to pursue is the pinnacle of martial arts. It wasn't until the evening that things became a little quieter. Late at night, the whole family fell into a deep sleep. Su Qingxian, with her snow-white feet bare, quietly slipped into Su Fan's bedroom. Su Fan had a serious expression on his face and waited on the bed for a long time. Are you ready? Su Qingxian's face was serious and she looked at Su Fan seriously. All right. Su Fan nodded solemnly and took off his shirt directly, revealing his strong and perfect body. He has strong muscles, fair skin, and a muscular and healthy glow all over his body. The perfect figure is enough to drive any girl crazy. When Su Qingxian saw this scene, her little face turned red instantly, and her heart was pounding in her chest like a deer. Why are you taking off your clothes? The girl was embarrassed and angry. Didn't you say we wanted to practice together? Su Fan scratched his head. Chapter 71 Practice Together. Cultivation soars. Don't I need to take off my clothes to practice? Su Fan was confused and stared at the girl blankly. When did I ever say I was going to take off my clothes? Su Qingxian glared at him and said fiercely, put it on quickly. Oh, I didn't expect that the current cultivation techniques have evolved to such an advanced level that you can practice without taking off your clothes. Su Fan shrugged, quickly put on his shirt, and sat down obediently. Sorry, my thinking might be a bit primitive. I thought there was more to it, huh? Under the murderous gaze of the girl, Su Fan smiled awkwardly and quickly shut up. Su Qingxian had a cold face, stepped onto the bed with a pair of snow-white feet, took a deep breath, and sat down cross-legged opposite Su Fan. Concentrate and sit still, raise your hands, and I will teach you the dual cultivation technique. She looked serious and stared into Su Fan's eyes. Okay. Su Fan nodded, and was very much looking forward to this dual cultivation technique. After all, this was a legendary emperor-level technique, surpassing the god-level existence. He didn't know what kind of power it had. He slowly raised his hands and placed them against the girl's pair of white and tender hands. Buzz. The next moment, an extremely mysterious skill was transmitted through the girl's palm. It was the Great Emperor's technique, Chaos Reincarnation Technique. With the girl's guidance, Su Fan quickly mastered the secrets of the reincarnation technique. This technique is not difficult to learn. It mainly requires a suitable partner to cooperate with each other and practice together. The closer the talents and qualifications of both parties are, the better the effective cultivation will be. Moreover, through the fusion of the masculine and feminine energies of both men and women, the cooperation of yin and yang, and the blending of ice and fire, the cultivation of both parties can skyrocket and they can be reborn. After mastering the technique, one can even cultivate a chaotic body and become invincible in the world. The Great Emperor's technique is indeed marvelous and infinite. Su Fan's eyes were blazing. This was an unparalleled method of body refining. Through dual cultivation, one could temper the body and greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation. Both parties would benefit immensely. Let's start practicing. Su Fan was full of anticipation. Yeah. Su Qingxian nodded. Afterwards, the two of them concentrated their attention, put their palms together, and practiced the reincarnation technique together. The power of extreme ice and extreme fire, two completely opposite forces, were transmitted to each other through their palms. It's so cold, this is the power of extreme ice. Thick ice crystals formed around Su Fan's body, and he was cold to the bone. With the help of the opponent's extreme ice power to temper his body, his physical strength and martial arts skills were growing rapidly. It's so hot, this is the power of extreme fire. Su Qingxian's face was burning hot, and her whole body was on fire. She seemed to have fallen into a flaming furnace, and even her hair was burning. Under the tempering of both sides' strength, they both endured the intense pain of tempering their bodies, but their cultivation base skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. Level 26. Level 27. Level 28. Level 29. After a night of practice, Su Fan's cultivation level skyrocketed, rising 4 levels in a row, breaking through to level 29, reaching the peak of the second level. The Chaos Reincarnation technique is truly mysterious. Practicing this dual cultivation technique for one night is equivalent to months of hard training. Su Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance, his whole body was full of energy and blood, and he underwent earth-shaking changes. His physical strength increased countless times. It is so exciting to practice in this way. The progress in cultivation is so rapid that it can be described as making rapid progress. If he continues his current cultivation process, it won't be long before he can break through to the third level and reach a higher level of strength. Su Fan was very excited. On the other hand, Su Qingxian's improvement was even more terrifying. He actually broke through to level 30 and became a third-rank warrior. Third-level warrior, my cultivation has skyrocketed to a new level. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes were blazing, her delicate body was shining brightly, and her aura became more and more terrifying. She was very happy that she broke through to the third level before Su Fan. She also didn't expect that the effect of the two people's cultivation was so good, allowing her level to rise 3 levels in a row, breaking through to the third level in one fell swoop, and her cultivation level skyrocketed. The speed of dual cultivation is much faster than that of one person practicing alone, and it is increased by dozens of times. Besides, she still had a Tongtian pill that she hadn't used. According to the current speed of cultivation, Su Qingxian is confident that he can reach the peak of the third level within a month. At that time, he can take Tongtian pill to break through to the fourth level, or even the fifth level Grandmaster, so that the efficacy of Tongtian pill can be maximized. The girl's face lit up as she discovered a shortcut to becoming stronger quickly. First time practicing, the effect is excellent. The cultivation levels of both Su Fan and Su Qingxian increased dramatically, and they were very satisfied with the results of dual cultivation. It feels good for my first practice. Let's continue practicing tonight. Su Fan looked at the girl with a smile, wanting to strike while the iron is hot and strive for the third level of martial arts. Oh, okay then. Su Qingxian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The girl was actually a little reluctant about practicing together, but seeing that the results were so good, she had no reason to refuse. Alright, Xiener, this cultivation method seems to record that the speed and effect of cultivation will change depending on the different postures. Su Fan smiled brightly and winked at the girl. It's quite tiring to sit and practice like this. How about we try other practice postures tonight? Okay. Su Qingxian had a blank expression on her face. She stretched out her delicate little hand and grabbed Su Fan's ear. Tonight, let's practice the ear-pulling training method. I want to use my frost power to inject it into your brain through your ears. It will definitely make your brain more clear-headed. What do you think? Do you want to try it? The girl said fiercely. Forget it then. Su Fan had no choice but to give up. In fact, he wanted to lie down and practice with Su Qingxian, practicing while sleeping without interrupting either, which seemed like a good idea. However, seeing the girl's angry look, he had to give up temporarily. But it doesn't matter, there's still a long way to go. Snort. Su Qingxian snorted lightly, pouted her lips, and didn't want to pay any attention to Su Fan. This bad brother dares to have other bad ideas? Don't even think about it. The following days, Su Fan and Su Qingxian stayed at home. Spend time with family during the day and practice secretly at night. Both sides have made rapid progress and benefited greatly. 3 days later, Su Fan and his friend bid farewell to their parents and set off for Tsinghua University and Peking University Wudao University, starting a new journey. Chapter 72 A New Journey. Tsinghua University of Martial Arts. Qingbei Martial Arts University. This is a magnificent institution. The campus is full of tall buildings and green trees. Modern buildings and classical pavilions complement each other, and it is elegant, solemn, and magnificent. As expected of the Dragon Country's #1 institution of higher learning, it's truly magnificent. Su Fan stood at the school gate, admiring the campus scenery of Peking University and Tsinghua University, and couldn't help but sigh. As the top university in Dragon Country, Tsinghua University of Martial Arts has a history of over 100 years. It has the best faculty and training resources in the country, and has trained countless top-notch experts. It is known as the cradle of the strong. Seeing it today, it is indeed extraordinary. Su Fan's eyes were burning with excitement as he finally stepped onto the university campus. Beside him, Su Qingxian's face was cold and indifferent. She has seen the vastness and mystery of the universe and the brilliance and splendor of countless starry sky academies. Although Peking University and Tsinghua University are very impressive, they are nothing in her eyes. You must be Su Fan and Su Qingxian, right? At this time, a tall girl with a ponytail came over and waved, greeting the two of them enthusiastically. Hello, I'm Lin Weiwei, a sophomore from Peking University and Tsinghua University. The principal asked me to pick you up. Lin Weiwei winked playfully, looking lively and cute, which made people feel very good about her. Hello, senior. Su Fan smiled and felt that this senior student was quite friendly. From now on, I will be your guide, responsible for helping you familiarize yourself with the school environment. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Lin Weiwei put her hands on her waist, her face serious, as if she had a long way to go. This was a task assigned by the principal himself, asking her to entertain these two martial arts champions well, so she couldn't afford to be careless. Then I'll trouble you, senior sister. Su Fan said with a smile. Yes, come with me. I will take you to complete the admission procedures first. Afterwards, Lin Weiwei took Su Fan and the others and walked towards the academic affairs office. Along the way, Su Fan and Su Qingxian attracted a lot of attention, and they were the absolute topic and focus wherever they went, causing heated discussions from all sides. Look, those two are this year's national martial arts champions. Su Fan and Su Qingxian, I heard that both of them are the strongest SSS level geniuses, incredible. TSK, our Dragon Country's first double champion, I wonder how strong they are. The students around were talking about it, and they all looked at Su Fan and the others with curiosity. Although Su Fan and Su Qingxian had just enrolled in school, their names had already spread widely. The national martial arts champion, and also the joint champion. Even though they are only in their 20s or 30s and are at the bottom of the list among the talented universities like Peking University and Tsinghua University, they are already worthy of the attention of many people. Humph, they are just two newcomers, can they really turn the world upside down? What we have at Tsinghua and Peking University is no shortage of geniuses. I hope they can behave themselves, otherwise they'll definitely get a good beating. However, some senior students were not convinced and treated Su Fan and the others coldly with very unfriendly expressions. Those who can enter Peking University and Tsinghua University are all top-notch geniuses. They are all gifted and arrogant. How could they possibly submit to two newcomers? No matter what, the arrival of Su Fan and Su Qingxian did cause quite a stir in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Wow, you two are so popular. You've only just started school, and you're already the talk of the school. Lin Weiwei was amazed and looked envious. He. Su Fan smiled and didn't say much. He felt that being too famous was not a good thing as it would attract a lot of people's attention. Just now, while walking along the way, he noticed a lot of hostile gazes. If you want to gain a foothold in Peking University or Tsinghua University, reputation alone is not enough. The most important thing is your strength. With the current level of Su Fan and the other two, they are absolutely invincible among their peers, but compared with those seniors, there is probably still a big gap. Must break through to the third level as soon as possible. Su Fan thought silently. Juniors, excuse me for asking, what level are you now? Lin Weiwei's eyes flickered, full of curiosity about these two super geniuses. I'm level 29 and she's level 30. Su Fan said. Abnormal. One is at the peak of the second level, and the other has already broken through to the third level. Lin Weiwei screamed in surprise, her face filled with shock. She said, when I first entered school, I was only at level 18 or 19. Compared to you, I'm a full 10 levels behind. Comparison is the thief of envy. Oh, if I fail the year-end assessment, I won't be your senior student next year, and we'll just be classmates. She thought with a worried look on her face. In the world of talented people like Tsinghua University and Peking University, she can only be regarded as the bottom of the list. The competition here is extremely cruel and fierce. Many resources have to be fought for by strength, which fully demonstrates the law of the jungle. Year-end assessment? Is it to test students' performance? Su Fan thought thoughtfully. Yes, the teaching at Peking University and Tsinghua University is very strict. If you fail to complete the end-of-term assessments, you will be held back and unable to continue your studies. In serious cases, you may even be expelled. Lin Weiwei said seriously, I'm only level 36 right now, which puts me at the bottom of the rankings at Peking University and Tsinghua University. If I want to successfully advance to the third year, I need to reach level 39 or above. Level 36, is that the last one? Su Fan was a little surprised. Yes, a third-level warrior is just an average level in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Those top talents are all above level 40. As for those few monstrous beings, they have already broken through to level 50 and above. We can only look up to them. That's amazing. Su Fan looked surprised. A third-level warrior is considered a strong man in the outside world and will be treated preferentially by various forces, but in Peking University and Tsinghua University, he is only at the bottom. As expected of Tsinghua University or Peking University, it is full of talented people. For an ordinary genius like me, just graduating successfully and getting a diploma from Peking University or Tsinghua University would make me secretly happy. There's no way I can compare to monsters like you. Lin Weiwei is an optimist. She suddenly smiled playfully and quickly became lively and cheerful again. Seeing that Su Qingxian had a cold personality and didn't like to talk, she wisely didn't disturb the girl. Along the way, she was chatting with Su Fan and introducing him to Peking University and Tsinghua University in detail. With Lin Weiwei's introduction, Su Fan also gained some understanding of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Soon, everyone arrived at the Academic Affairs Office. After some registration, Su Fan and the other students successfully completed the admission procedures. They received their respective student ID cards and officially became students of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Come on, I'll take you around and familiarize you with the environment. Afterwards, Lin Weiwei continued to take Su Fan and Su Qingxian for a stroll. This is a martial arts arena, where martial artists can spar and challenge each other. This is the Beast Garden. You can hunt beasts to increase your strength. This is the Materials Management Office. You can collect your monthly training resources here. Tsinghua University and Peking University are like a luxurious martial arts city, with all kinds of equipment and facilities available. There are martial arts arenas, training rooms, ferocious beast gardens, restaurants, apartments, even swimming pools, KTVs, and other entertainment venues, and they are all extremely luxurious, providing students with the ultimate enjoyment. At dusk. After walking around for most of the day, they finally arrived at their last stop, the student dormitory. There are tall buildings, luxurious architecture, and pleasant scenery here. The student apartments at Tsinghua and Peking University are divided into 4-person rooms, double rooms, and even private luxury villas. Lin Weiwei brought Su Fan and the other two into the apartment garden, introducing them as they walked. The principal has already instructed that you will be provided with the most luxurious villas. Do you want one each, or do you want to live together? She asked with a smile. Su Fan and Su Qingxian looked at each other and said in unison, let's go together. Chapter 73 Conflict. Fight for the mountain villa. Final. After careful selection, Su Fan and his companions decided on a mountain villa. This villa is built against the mountain, with an oriental style, elegant and grand. It has a construction area of more than 800 square meters and is divided into 3 floors, upper, middle and lower, which is enough for Su Fan and his partner to live in. Moreover, this place is secluded and has beautiful scenery, making it very suitable for recuperation. Good, that's it. Su Fan showed a satisfied look, and cast his gaze towards the girl beside him, asking, Xianer, what do you think? Okay. Su Qingxian said. You have good taste, my juniors. This 101 mountain villa has both mountains and water, and the scenery is stunning. It's truly a perfect place to live. Although it's a bit remote, it's quite peaceful and quiet here. Lin Weiwei smiled playfully and said to Su Fan and the others, wait a moment, I'll go and help you with the accommodation procedures. It only takes a short while. Lin Weiwei helped Su Fan and the others complete the check-in procedures with great efficiency. Congratulations, this mountain villa now belongs to you. Here are the keys to the villa, keep them safe for you too. She blinked and handed over 2 sets of keys. I'm really sorry to bother you today, senior. Su Fan quickly took the key and thanked Lin Weiwei. It's a small matter. If you have any questions in the future, you can always come to me. Lin Weiwei smiled sweetly and patted her chest to make the promise. By the way, there is a natural hot spring in the backyard of the villa. If you have nothing to do, you can soak in the hot spring and relax. It is very beneficial for your cultivation. She suddenly reminded. Spa? Spa. Su Fan glanced at the girl, seeming to be thinking about something. Su Qingxian glared at him and warned him not to let his imagination run wild. At this time, a group of people came over. The leader was a beautiful woman in blue, with willow-shaped eyebrows, an oval face, a charming figure, and 2 golden stars embroidered on her chest. She and Lin Weiwei were both in the 2nd grade. However, her aura is countless times stronger than Lin Weiwei's, and she is actually a 4th-level warrior. Beside him, there were 4 or 5 men, all of whom were peak-level 3rd-level warriors with extremely powerful strength. It seems like he is here to choose a place to live. TSK, Lin Weiwei, what a coincidence. When the blue-dressed beauty saw Lin Weiwei, she immediately raised her eyebrows, crossed her arms over her chest, and a playful expression appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Mei, why is it you? Lin Weiwei frowned, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes as she looked at the beautiful woman in blue. The beautiful girl in blue is named Lu Mei. She is a classmate of hers and is much stronger and more talented than her. With her outstanding talent and beautiful looks, Lu Mei is very popular in school. She is known as one of the 4 beauties of Peking University and Tsinghua University and has a large number of suitors. Recently, she just broke through to the 4th level and is in the limelight. No one dares to mess with her. After breaking through the 4th level, my cultivation resources and treatment have been upgraded to a higher level. The school agreed to give me a single villa. Lu Mei smiled brightly, her beautiful face filled with pride. She glanced at Lin Weiwei lightly and said, "That's great. I don't have to live with all these random people anymore." You. Lin Weiwei was so angry that she was shaking all over. She was Lu Mei's only roommate. The two were classmates in high school and roommates in college. They have been friends for several years, but their relationship has never been good. Lu Mei was too arrogant and looked down on others. She looked down on Lin Weiwei. In addition, the flattery of her suitors made her think of herself as a princess, becoming arrogant and domineering, and looking down on others. Lu Mei had a smile on her lips, and she didn't bother to pay attention to Lin Weiwei, whose face was ashen. Instead, she put her hands behind her back, raised her proud face, and admired the mountain villa in front of her. This mountain villa is quite nice, quiet and elegant, and the area is large enough. Please help me decide on this one. Lu Mei instructed the person beside her. I'm sorry, you're late. This villa has already belonged to us. Lin Weiwei said. This is an S-level residential area. With your strength, you are not qualified to live here, right? Lu Mei was suspicious. It's not me, it's these 2 junior students. Lin Weiwei pointed to Su Fan and the other person standing beside her and explained, I've already helped them complete the check-in procedures. Now the house belongs to them. Oh, we're just 2 freshmen, and we're actually qualified to live in a single villa? She was stunned for a moment, looking at Su Fan and Su Qingxian curiously. Even with her amazing talent, she was only assigned a double room when she first entered school. A single villa is something that only a super genius of the monstrous level can be allocated. Lu Mei narrowed her eyes and keenly realized that the identities of Su Fan and the other 2 were not ordinary. But now she has broken through to the 4th level, and is one of the strongest people in the entire Tsinghua and Peking University. What are 2 talented freshmen compared to her? Juniors, you've just started school and should learn to be courteous. Can you please give this villa to me? There are many vacant houses nearby. You can find another one. Her beautiful eyes were cold and she stared at Su Fan and the other 2 quietly. It looked like a request, but the tone was one of command. An invisible sense of oppression pressed towards Su Fan and the others, but they remained motionless. No. Su Fan said calmly and rejected Lu Mei outright. Well. Lu Mei was slightly stunned and her brows gradually frowned. She didn't expect that 2 freshmen would dare to snatch the house from her. They really didn't know their place. At this time, a man came over and whispered a few words in Lu Mei's ear, as if introducing the identities of Su Fan and the other 2. When Lu Mei heard this, she was stunned at first, and then a look of amusement flashed across her cold and arrogant face. Interesting. No wonder he's so arrogant. He turns out to be this year's top martial arts champion. Chapter 74. What do you mean by top scholar? What a martial arts champion. With her brows folded and her hands clasped together, she looked at Su Fan and the others with a cold and arrogant expression. What Tsinghua and Peking University lack the most is talent. You may be top scorers in martial arts outside, with endless glory and admiration, but once you enter Tsinghua and Peking University, you are just 2 freshmen, nothing. So, what are you, the top scholar? Su Fan said with a faint smile. You. Lu Mei was very angry, but unable to refute. Her martial arts exam score was 19th in the country, which was already excellent, but it was still far from the top scorer in martial arts. What's more, the 2 martial arts champions standing in front of her today. Lu Mei has always been proud and talented, but she is somewhat overshadowed by Su Fan and the others. Humph. Just a freshman at level 29, and you're so arrogant. At this time, a cold snort sounded. This is a man in white clothes, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a tall figure. He is Lu Mei's loyal pursuer. Seeing the goddess being bullied, the man in white suddenly became annoyed and looked at Su Fan with a cold look in his eyes. I heard that the principal personally invited you to enroll. What a great prestige! I want to test what you can do. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from him, shaking the entire space. This man in white is very powerful, with a cultivation level of 39, which is 10 levels higher than Su Fan, and has reached the peak of the 3rd level. The 3rd level peak cultivation burst out. It was like a strong wind sweeping in all directions, and the surrounding big trees were shaking violently, as if they were about to be uprooted. So strong. Lin Weiwei's face changed. She felt a strong sense of oppression and almost couldn't breathe. She stared at Lu Mei opposite her and gritted her teeth. Lu Mei, that's too much. A peak level 3rd level expert challenging a freshman from the 2nd level who just enrolled is simply too much of a bully. Humph, the nails that stick out must be knocked down. Some people are too arrogant and don't know their place. Only by teaching them a lesson can they realize that there are always people better than you. The corners of her mouth turned up, and she folded her hands over her chest. She did not stop it, but watched the scene with interest. So what if he is the national martial arts champion? Now Su Fan is just a newcomer who has not grown up yet and has not even reached the 3rd level. Any senior student can take care of him. A level 3 versus a level 2, isn't that a piece of cake? Lu Mei's face was filled with a bright smile, as if she had already anticipated Su Fan's miserable end of being beaten. This is Tsinghua and Peking University, where geniuses gather. Dragons have to coil and tigers have to crouch. You're just a freshman, don't be so arrogant. The man in white clothes burst into blood and slapped Su Fan with a palm, and a powerful force came towards him. Roll. Su Fan remained calm and punched out directly. Bang! The next moment. This man in white, who was at the peak of the 3rd level, flew out on the spot, his chest collapsed and blood spurted out. Crush with one punch. How is that possible? Everyone's eyelids were twitching, their faces were filled with shock, as if they had seen a ghost. With just one punch, he defeated a peak level 3rd level warrior. Su Fan's terrifying strength exceeded their imagination. Everyone was stunned and found it hard to believe. Su Fan originally possessed the 3rd level combat power. After practicing dual cultivation with Su Qingxian, his physical strength and martial arts skills all skyrocketed, and his strength reached a new level. Even a peak level 3rd level warrior could be killed in one punch. It's incredible. He can defeat a peak level 3rd level warrior with just one punch. This kid hasn't even broken through to the 3rd level yet, but he already possesses the astonishing combat power to defeat a peak 3rd level warrior. I wonder how terrifying he will become after he breaks through to the 3rd level. As expected of this year's top martial arts student, he's truly a peerless freak, on par with those freaks in school. Many people looked solemn and dared not look down on Su Fan anymore. This guy is not an ordinary newcomer, but this year's top martial arts student. Even though he has just enrolled and his level is not high, his terrifying strength and talent are not something that ordinary people can handle. Wow, Junior Su Fan, you're amazing. Lin Weiwei couldn't help but open her mouth wide, looking surprised. Defeating a peak level 3rd level expert with just one punch, this strength is too exaggerated. If he continues like this, it won't be long before he can walk sideways in school. Impossible, how can this guy be so strong? Lu Mei's pretty face turned ashen and her expression became extremely ugly. Her sharp and beautiful eyes stared at Su Fan, full of surprise and uncertainty. He could kill a 3rd level monster in seconds with a 2nd level monster. Those super freaks in school were probably no more capable than him. After a brief shock, Lu Mei gradually regained her composure, but her beautiful face was terribly cold. Very good, very good. The national martial arts champions do have some strength after all. No wonder the principal values you so much. Then let me meet you in person. Her pretty face was cold, her black hair fluttering in the wind, and she walked towards Su Fan step by step. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. That is the oppressive feeling of a 4th level strong man. Oh no, Miss Lu Mei is angry. A 4th level expert showing off his power is enough to give this kid a hard time. Many people's eyelids were twitching, and their eyes were full of pity when they looked at Su Fan. Having angered a 4th level strongman, Su Fan would be ravaged no matter how talented he was. Stop! At this time, Lin Weiwei suddenly stood up and stood in front of Lu Mei, trying to stop the latter from bullying the weak. Lin Weiwei, you are no match for me. Get out of my way if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Mei had a cold face and was full of murderous intent. She showed no mercy to her old classmate Lin Weiwei. A powerful pressure erupted, knocking her away. Lu Mei, you've already broken through to the 4th level. Don't you think it's too much to bully 2 freshmen who just enrolled? Lin Weiwei was struck hard, her blood boiling, and she nearly fell to the ground. Angrily, she glared at him with her eyebrows raised, and said in a deep voice, Su Fan and Su Qingxian are this year's top martial arts students. The principal has been paying attention to them and told us to take good care of them. If anything happens to them, he won't let you off easily. Ha, don't use the principal to scare me. The school has never been against students competing privately. As for fighting between students, the teachers not only don't care, but they encourage it, believing that it will help improve their strength. Lu Mei sneered, not at all flustered. The teaching principle of Tsinghua University and Peking University Wudao University is the survival of the fittest. The strong get more resources and opportunities, while the weak can only be suppressed and bullied. Teachers will never interfere in the fights and quarrels between students. As long as no deaths occur, you can challenge anyone at will, do whatever you want and act like a bully in school without anyone bothering you. Young fellows, I'm giving you one last chance. Lu Mei stared coldly at Su Fan and the other two. Her voice was cold and commanding, and she said in a deep voice, if you want to calm my anger, first, give me your villa. Secondly, you must give me half of your monthly cultivation resources. You're really bullying them. Just giving them a villa is fine, but you're also asking them to hand over half of their cultivation resources. That will significantly reduce their cultivation speed and affect their future cultivation. Lin Weiwei was furious and felt that Lu Mei was really going too far. How is it? Lu Mei stared at Su Fan. Not very good. Su Fan said. Do you really want to go against me to the end? A cold light flashed in Lu Mei's eyes. Stop talking nonsense and fight if you want. Su Fan was a little impatient. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Mei was really angry and rushed towards Su Fan with great momentum. Her 4th level cultivation was like a volcanic eruption. The terrifying pressure is rolling in. Level 4? Su Fan's eyes gradually became sharper. He felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. His blood boiled and the source power in his body started to circulate automatically. I don't know how big the gap is between his current strength and that of a 4th level warrior. Facing a 4th level strongman, he was not afraid at all, but rather became a little excited. Let me do it. Su Qingxian glanced at Su Fan, then suddenly stood in front of him and said seriously, you haven't broken through to the 3rd level yet, so you'll be at a disadvantage if you fight her. After all, Lu Mei is a 4th level strongman with extremely strong cultivation. Her useless brother hasn't broken through to the 3rd level yet, and the gap to the 4th level is too big, so it would be safer if she took action. Need not. Su Fan shook his head, pulled the girl back, and said, haven't you just broken through to the 3rd level? You're a big gap between you and the 4th level. Let me do it. I'll do it. Su Qingxian insisted. Be obedient, I'll do it. Su Fan said with a stern face. What are you two doing? Lu Mei's body froze, and she became even more furious when she saw this scene. What do these two guys take her for? The powerful 4th level warrior seemed to have become a hot commodity in the eyes of the two men, and they were all scrambling to fight with her. Lu Mei went crazy. After an urgent consultation, the two decided that Su Fan would go to fight Lu Mei. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Su Fan said with a smile. I'm not worried about you. I'm just afraid that you'll bring disgrace upon the title of martial arts champion. Su Qingxian snorted lightly, full of arrogance. Then. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, his blood was boiling, and he strode towards Lu Mei. Senior, please teach me. Chapter 75 Senior Sister. You're such a wimp. Senior, please teach me. Su Fan took a big step forward, his blood boiling and his fighting power rising to the peak. The powerful aura swept across like a hurricane, causing bursts of air explosions in the void. It was countless times stronger than the peak of the 3rd level, making everyone's heart palpitate. Such a strong sense of oppression. A mere peak level 2nd level player actually makes me feel threatened. Her beautiful eyes and willow eyebrows suddenly narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared on her cheeks. She didn't expect Su Fan to be so strong. The momentum he burst out was above the 3rd level and possessed combat power comparable to the 4th level. Very good, Junior, it seems that you are indeed qualified to fight me. Her eyebrows and red lips are slightly raised, outlining a charming curve. A pair of cold and arrogant beautiful eyes looked at Su Fan indifferently, with a dark and cold light flashing. The pitch-black source power surged out and transformed into a set of sinister Dark Knight armor, wrapping her slender figure, making her look like a queen of the Dark Knight, cold and evil, her aura rising steadily. Her pretty face was cold, and her 4th level combat power exploded, instantly suppressing Su Fan's momentum. Shadowless palm. Her eyes turned cold, and she took the lead in attacking Su Fan. The power of her jade hand surged, and she slashed out with a palm. Invisible and invisible, a terrifying airblade moved across, as if to split the space in half. The power of this palm was terrifying to the extreme. The sharp air blade tore through the void, enough to kill a 4th level ferocious beast. Creation Fist. Su Fan remained calm and composed, and the 8-9 profound art was activated. Golden light gushed out of his fist, shining like a small sun. He punched out with explosive force, shattering the airblade and scattering the airflow in all directions. Then, Su Fan and Lu Mei faced each other head-on, and the collision of their fists and palm knives immediately caused a loud explosion-like sound. The source of power collides and the energy explodes. The violent shockwave swept across the 4 directions, cutting the surrounding trees in half and even exploding the rocks on the spot. The scene was extremely terrifying. How terrifying! It's like 2 4th level warriors fighting each other. Unbelievable. This Su Fan can actually fight Miss Lu Mei head-on? Everyone's faces changed drastically and they all retreated. They were shocked and frightened, and did not dare to get too close, for fear of being affected by the aftermath of the fight between the two. The next moment, Su Fan and Lu Mei's bodies shook violently, the ground beneath their feet collapsed, and they retreated violently at the same time. The two of them took 9 steps back and stopped almost at the same time. Su Fan looked calm and unharmed. But Lu Mei groaned, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her lips. In their first confrontation, Su Fan actually had the upper hand. Impossible. This kid's physical strength is actually greater than mine? Her pretty face turned ashen, her pupils trembled violently, and she stared at the stern figure opposite her with some surprise and doubt. In the physical confrontation just now, Su Fan gave her the feeling of a peerless ferocious beast, with a terrifying divine power that shook the world and suppressed her completely. This guy is only at the 2nd level, how can his physical strength be so strong? Lu Mei's expression was uncertain, and her silver teeth were biting her red lips hard. A dignified 4th level warrior was now suppressed by a 2nd level warrior and was at a disadvantage. With her proud personality, she could not tolerate this. Senior, a 4th level warrior is nothing more than this. Su Fan smiled faintly at Lu Mei, revealing a row of white teeth. Now, he has mastered the Chaos Reincarnation technique, and his strength has reached a new level. He now possesses peerless combat power that rivals that of a 4th level warrior. Moreover, in terms of physical strength, he is much stronger than ordinary 4th level warriors. Don't get too carried away, brat. Shadow clone. Lu Mei became angry and embarrassed, and finally used her innate ability, with a strange light surging all over her body. A series of dark shadows stood up behind him, as eerie and terrifying as ghosts, emitting an extremely powerful aura. This is a shadow talent. Su Fan's eyes flashed, curiosity appeared on his face, and he looked at the strange shadow behind Lu Mei. There are 3 shadows in total, all of them are at the 4th level of cultivation, and their strength is not inferior to Lu Mei. He raised his eyebrows and his expression gradually became serious. These shadow clones actually possessed the same 4th level combat power as Lu Mei. This was a bit tricky. Junior Su Fan, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my innate shadow ability. Lu Mei smiled proudly, her face regaining confidence. I'm not afraid to tell you that my shadow clone, although it has the same combat power as the original, has a limited duration and can only hold out for a short minute. As soon as the voice changed, Lu Mei glanced at Su Fan, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. But, 1 against 4, can you last more than a minute? Su Fan said nothing and remained calm. But everyone could see that his situation was not good. From 1-on-1 to 1-on-4, Su Fan was at an absolute disadvantage. Oh no! Lu Mei actually used her shadow talent. This time, junior brother Su Fan is in big trouble. Lin Weiwei's expression changed, and she couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry. Lu Mei summoned 3 shadow clones, all of whom were at the 4th level of cultivation. 4 against 1, who can stop them? Besides, Su Fan is only at the second level now, and he is at a disadvantage in terms of level. Su Qingxian's face was cold and calm, as if she was indifferent to everything. But that tender little white hand quietly clenched. Boom! At this moment, Lu Mei finally launched an attack. The black source power surged in her palm, and she slapped Su Fan again, with a power much greater than before. Bring it on! Su Fan shouted loudly, fearlessly waving his fist shining with golden light, and confronted Lu Mei head-on. Buzz! 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 At the same time, 3 shadow clones attacked from the left, right and back, surrounding Su Fan. Each shadow clone held a shadow sword in his hand, flowing with terrible energy, and slashed towards Su Fan fiercely. Su Fan, it's over! The corners of Lu Mei's mouth raised slightly. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Now she has 8 hands. How can Su Fan stop her? Golden light protecting the body. Su Fan roared, and the 8-9 profound art was running to its extreme. A dazzling golden light shield appeared on the surface of his body, which was extremely hard and flowed with sacred energy. Ding! 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 The shadow sword landed on the golden shield, making clanging sounds and sending sparks flying, but the shield formed by the protective golden light was extremely hard and blocked all the attacks from the shadow clone. Impossible! Lu Mei's expression changed drastically, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. But she had no time to think about it, as a fist gleaming with golden light hit her lower abdomen hard. Boom! The dragon elephant divine power explodes. Ah! Lu Mei screamed miserably, spurting blood. She flew out on the spot, and no one knew how many bones were broken. Kill! 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 At the same time, Su Fan's combat power was fully unleashed, and all kinds of talent attributes were bombarded. Space Slash. Storm of Destruction. The divine thunder that wards off evil. In the blink of an eye, the 3 shadow clones were all torn to pieces and disappeared into thin air. A 4th-rank warrior is only this good. Su Fan's eyes were cold, and his figure flashed and teleported directly in front of Lu Mei. A big hand grabbed Lu Mei's neck and lifted her up. A strong feeling of suffocation came over her, making her whole face red and painful. Oh no, Miss Lu Mei is in danger. Hurry up and help. Seeing this, Lu Mei's group of pursuers had murderous gleams in their eyes. They rushed out from behind one by one, trying to take the opportunity to sneak attack Su Fan. Freeze! Su Qingxian's face was grim, and her icy eyes swept towards the group of pursuers, bursting with extreme chill. Buzz! Just a glimpse. This group of peak level 3 warriors were frozen on the spot and turned into a pile of ice sculptures, unable to move. Su Fan, what do you want to do? Looking at the cold-blooded young man in front of her, Lu Mei was filled with fear and felt fear for the first time in her life. The fear of death. Su Fan's eyes were cold, he grabbed Lu Mei's neck and sneered mercilessly. Senior, you're such a wimp. Chapter 76, Shadow Talent. Multiple shadow clones. Senior, you're such a wimp. Su Fan smiled coldly. Instead of showing any sympathy to Lu Mei, he mocked her mercilessly. A dignified 4th-rank warrior was beaten up by a newcomer and mocked in person. Lu Mei was in a mess, humiliated, and all her pride was ruthlessly crushed. Ugh! She was almost on the verge of collapse. She was so angry that she vomited blood several times. Her eyes turned black and she fainted on the spot. Oh! Fainted already? Su Fan was speechless. This senior sister was too fragile. His palm flashed with light, and after extracting the entry, he casually threw Lu Mei aside. Ding dong! Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the purple entry Shadow Control. Shadow Mastery, you master the power of shadows, and can summon multiple shadow clones to assist in battle. Shadow clones possess the same combat power as the original. After cultivation reaches perfection, they can also use the original's various innate abilities. Shadow Talent has another great entry. Su Fan showed a satisfied smile, shadow light surged around his body, and he quickly integrated the shadow entries. With his current cultivation level, he can summon up to 3 shadow clones, all of which are at the peak of the 2nd level. The duration is a bit short, only about a minute. However, as the cultivation level increases, the number and time of shadow clones will continue to increase, and they can also obtain the original body's innate abilities, and the potential is enormous. Not long after. The unconscious Lu Mei was taken away for treatment, and the storm finally ended. However, the news of this fight spread quickly and caused a sensation in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Su Fan's name resounded throughout the school, causing heated discussions among talented and powerful people from all sides. Interesting. A freshman actually defeated Lu Mei. Lu Mei has already broken through to the 4th level. Her strength is enough to rank in the top 100 in the entire school. Even she was defeated. It seems that Su Fan is indeed quite powerful. Tisk, interesting, it looks like there's a little monster this year. A mere freshman, yet he's so arrogant. We must curb this brat's arrogance, otherwise we seniors will become a laughing stock. Su Fan's defeat of Lu Mei shocked everyone, but it also aroused the jealousy of many people, especially some of the genius freaks in the senior grades, who were extremely dissatisfied with Su Fan. Junior Su Fan, be careful next time, someone might cause you trouble. Lin Weiwei's face was serious as she kindly reminded him. Senior Weiwei, do you mean that Lu Mei will come back for revenge? Su Fan raised his eyebrows. Lu Mei is not your opponent and will not seek trouble for herself. However, she has an enthusiastic pursuer who is very powerful and is one of the top 10 students in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Lin Weiwei said. The top 10 talents from Peking University and Tsinghua University? What strength do they have? How much stronger than Lu Mei? Su Fan was slightly startled and couldn't help showing curiosity. He had just arrived at Peking University and Tsinghua University today and was not very clear about the ranking of the school's genius strength. Lu Mei's strength can only barely rank in the top 100 in Peking University and Tsinghua University. She is not the top one. The top 10 are the real geniuses of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Each of them possesses master-level combat power. Lin Weiwei said solemnly. What? Grandmaster-level combat power. Su Fan was greatly surprised. I didn't expect that with Lu Mei's 4th level combat power, she could only rank in the top 100 in the whole school. There are still many truly top-notch experts. Tsinghua and Peking University Martial Arts University is indeed a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The top 10 students from Peking University and Tsinghua University are the 10 strongest geniuses in the school, each of them possesses master-level combat power. His terrifying strength is simply incomparable to Lu Mei, who has just entered the 4th level. With Su Fan's current level, if he really meets the 10 masters, he will definitely not get any benefit at all. He must become stronger as soon as possible. His most urgent task is to reach the 3rd level of martial arts. Thank you, Senior Weiwei. I'll take note of this and be more careful next time. Su Fan looked serious and nodded at Lin Weiwei. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. If someone dares to bully him, he is not afraid, and the worst that can happen is that he will make a big fuss. In the evening. Villa basement, practice room. Su Fan was concentrating on reaching the 3rd level. He waved his hand, and the space ring flashed with light. A large number of potions and pills emerged, as well as several buckets of unknown liquid. These were the cultivation resources he collected from the Materials Management Office during the day. 5 bottles of 2nd-level nutrient solution and 10 2nd-level Qi and blood pills, which can be taken directly to increase Qi and blood values and life energy. 3 barrels of energy spirit liquid, used to temper the body and strengthen the flesh. In addition, the most precious thing is the essence and blood of the 9th-level ferocious beast. This is a drop of blood from the supreme ferocious beast, the purple-winged sky dragon. Purple-black in color, surging with energy and overflowing with brilliance, it was sealed in a special test tube. This drop of ferocious beast's blood had all its ferocity erased by the school's top experts, leaving only the purest energy, which could be directly absorbed and refined. The cultivation resources at Tsinghua and Peking University are truly top-notch. With so many nutrients and medicinal pills available, I have virtually no pressure in reaching the 3rd level. Su Fan was very excited. The treatment of the martial arts champion is really good, and there is an unlimited supply of training resources. If he runs out of nutrients, Qi and blood pills and other cultivation resources, he can go to the supply warehouse to get more at any time without any restrictions. As for the essence and blood of the 9th-level ferocious beast, you can receive 1 portion every month, which is very beneficial to your cultivation. With the accumulation of such powerful training resources, Su Fan's martial arts skills will soar at an astonishing rate, and it won't be long before he can surpass those talented and powerful people in the senior grades. After some preparation, Su Fan relaxed his whole body and soaked in the golden energy liquid. Then he took some nutrients and qi and blood pills and took them together. A large amount of energy substances burned in his body, madly strengthening his muscles, bones, blood and qi. Soon, his cultivation level rose to the peak of level 29, his whole body was overflowing with energy, and he was only one step away from the third level. Without stopping for a moment, he activated his dark talent, breathing the essence and blood of the 9th level beast directly into his body, refining it madly, and striving to reach the third level with all his strength. Under the catalysis of so many nutritional medicines, Su Fan's cultivation speed increased dramatically. There were no obstacles at all, and everything came naturally. 1 hour later, Su Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and a blazing light burst out from his whole body, like a shining sun, and his momentum suddenly increased countless times. Breakthrough, 3rd level warrior. Chapter 77 Breakthrough to level 3. Entry system optimization. Name, Su Fan. Level, 30. Title, 3rd level warrior. Strength, 12,100. Spirit, 11,800. Agility, 10,500. Constitution, 12,000. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS level. Abilities, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Phoenix Slash, Immortal Phoenix Summon. Root Bone against Heaven Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold, Ancient God Bloodline Gold. Lucky Luck, Koi Red. Appearance, Charming Purple. Kung Fu, 8-9 Mysterious Art Gold, Shura Sword Technique Purple, Horizontal Training Master Purple. Elemental entries, Space Master Red, Evil Repelling Thunder Red, Chaos Fire Spirit Red, Storm Master Red, Wood Master Purple, Dark Master Purple, Shadow Master Purple. Sensory entries, Spirit Ice Purple, 1000 Miles Tracking Purple, Clairaudience Purple. Battle items, Dragon Elephant Power Red, Psychic Storm Red, Kuunpung Speed Red, Blood Explosion Red, Bloodthirsty Red. Combat Power Evaluation, his martial arts skills have reached a high level, even a master cannot come out, and he is rarely rivaled. After breaking through the 3rd level, Su Fan's cultivation level skyrocketed. All the values have exceeded 10,000 points, and the combat power has been improved to a higher level. He has become one of the top strong men. As long as he does not encounter the old master strong men, he is basically invincible. 3rd level of martial arts, my combat power has increased significantly, it feels so good. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, his whole body was flashing with golden light, and he was filled with a terrifying sense of oppression. The improvement in his martial arts skills made him very excited. With his current strength, he is able to walk sideways in Peking University and Tsinghua University, and he is not afraid even if he meets seniors from the 2nd or 3rd year. If that Lu Mei comes to cause trouble again. With just one punch, Su Fan can blow her head off. In addition to the improvement in strength, his system functions have also been upgraded, making it more convenient and quick to extract entries. Congratulations! The upper limit of the item quality has been raised to dark gold. When defeating or killing an opponent, you can directly use telekinesis to extract the opponent's entries without physical contact. Can extract entries from multiple objects at the same time in large quantities. Great! The entry system has been overhauled. Finally, I don't have to touch corpses anymore. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he was very happy. After the entry system was upgraded, its functions were greatly improved. In the future, you can use telekinesis to extract entries, which is convenient and fast, and the efficiency is greatly improved. Moreover, the maximum quality cap of the entry has been raised from gold to dark gold, further enhancing the growth power. At this time, a silver-haired girl in pajamas walked in with bare white feet. The beautiful little face showed no emotion at all, and she just glanced at Su Fan with her cold eyes. Go to sleep, Su Qingxian said. Oh, here I come. Su Fan nodded. Before I knew it, it was late at night. It's time to practice again. After the two of them washed up, they lay down on a big and soft bed. Su Fan is on the left and Su Qingxian is on the right. Although the two of them were lying on the same bed, they maintained an absolutely safe distance and did not interfere with each other. Hand. Su Qingxian moved slightly and stretched out her white and tender little hand. Su Fan nodded in understanding and gently held the girl's hand. A soft and smooth touch came over me, which felt very comfortable. This is the latest practice posture. They have unlocked the hand-holding practice method. Just hold hands and you can practice anytime and anywhere. You can sleep and practice at the same time. The two of them practiced the Samsara technique together and began tonight's training session. This training speed is really exciting. Su Fan secretly exclaimed in delight. His cultivation speed suddenly increased by dozens of times, and his martial arts skills were rising rapidly. Now, he has unlimited resources from Peking University and Tsinghua University, and he can practice with the girl at night, and his practice speed is hundreds of times faster than usual. If he continues like this, Su Fan is confident that he can reach the 4th level within a month. It only took a short while. The girl's soft snoring sounded from the side. Falling asleep so quickly? Su Fan was surprised and pinched the girl's hand. No response. He looks like he's sleeping soundly. However, a hint of worry appeared on Su Fan's face. This isn't looking good. I wonder if this girl will move around tonight. Su Fan's expression was a little serious, as he thought of some troublesome things. Su Qingxian is a little restless when sleeping. She usually looks like a quiet little fairy, but after falling asleep, she always likes to move around and snuggle into his arms, and then she blames him for everything. This gave Su Fan a headache, and he had to be vigilant against the girl at all times. The danger level of Su Qingxian in her sleep increased dramatically. Swish! Just then, a long, beautiful leg suddenly rested on Su Fan. Su Fan's body stiffened, he dared not move, and felt depressed. Hey, here we go again. Boom! At the same time, the practice efficiency of the Samsara technique suddenly increased to 200%. As the two of them came into close contact, their cultivation speed skyrocketed, and their cultivation levels grew rapidly. So comfortable. Su Qingxian murmured in her sleep. Although the person is asleep, the body responds automatically. Su Fan scratched his head. Although practicing like this was comfortable, it was not very safe. He thought about it and decided to move the girl's legs down. But the next second, Su Qingxian dived directly into his arms, put her arms around his neck, and clung to Su Fan like a piece of taffy. Boom! 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 The two of them activated their cultivation power to full capacity, directly soaring to 300%. Oh my god, that's awesome! Su Fan's whole body shook, and the source power in his body surged like waves, increasing at an astonishing speed, making him couldn't help but make a refreshing sound. The girl who was sleeping soundly in his arms also subconsciously let out a soft moan. She was even more reluctant to let go and clung tightly to Su Fan. You got here on your own, you can't blame me. Su Fan felt helpless and spread out his hands to prove his innocence, but he did not push the girl away. The main one is just one. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse, don't take responsibility. The cultivation of both parties is growing rapidly. The next morning, Su Fan was sleeping soundly. Suddenly I felt cold all over and was awakened by a terrible chill. What's wrong? Su Fan rubbed his eyes and looked at the girl in his arms. Su Qingxian had a cold face as she lay on Su Fan, staring at him with a resentful look. I need a reasonable explanation. Chapter 78 A World for Two, Living Together with the Empress. I need a reasonable explanation. Su Qingxian glared at Su Fan and said in a fierce tone. You sneakily climbed on me and you still want me to explain? Su Fan looked helpless. The bad guys are the first to complain, right? That's impossible. Su Qingxian looked righteous and awe-inspiring. Who is this emperor? Why would I approach you? My bad brother must have taken advantage of the opportunity to do something while I was asleep. It must be like this. The girl fought with confidence. Oh. Su Fan was speechless for a while, thinking to himself, don't you know how you sleep? You stretch your arms and kick your legs, and you almost kick me off the bed. The girl's fighting power increases dramatically while she's sleeping, and you can't mess with her at all. Get up, it's so heavy. Su Fan said. No. Su Qingxian said. Can you get up? Su Fan raised his eyebrows. So what if I can't get up? Su Qingxian got a little angry. Ha ha. Then don't blame me for being rude. Su Fan sneered, and suddenly stretched out his big hand, grabbing her snow-white feet amid the girl's screams. Then I aimed at the soles of my feet and scratched them. Tickle the soles of your feet like crazy. Not long after, a blush appeared on Su Qingxian's face. She could no longer bear it and glared at Su Fan fiercely, then fled in panic. Easy to grasp. Su Fan looked at the fleeing girl and smiled brightly. After a night of practice, his cultivation level improved significantly and he was not far from level 31. According to my current cultivation progress, it will only take 2 or 3 days for my cultivation to reach a higher level. Su Fan seemed to be lost in thought. After reaching the 3rd level of martial arts, he clearly felt that the difficulty of leveling up had increased several times. If he follows the normal progress, even if he practices hard day and night and fights monsters to level up, it will take more than half a month to reach the next level. But now, his cultivation speed has increased significantly. It only takes 2 or 3 days to advance one level, and in about a month, he can reach the 4th level. Su Fan is full of confidence. 8 o'clock in the morning. Su Fan, wearing an apron and holding a soup spoon, was busy in the kitchen. Since my mother is not around, I can make ends meet by myself. Su Fan is preparing breakfast. Although there was ready-made food in the restaurant, he still wanted to cook a hearty breakfast himself. After all, this is their new home, so they need to prepare a big meal to celebrate their move. He showed off his skills and used his unique abilities, working busily in the kitchen. Soon, a sumptuous breakfast was served. 8 dishes in 8 bowls, a combination of meat and vegetables, with color, aroma, and taste, making you salivate. Try it, how about it? Su Fan smiled slightly and looked at Su Qingxian, who was sitting quietly opposite him. Oh. Su Qingxian took a bite, put down her chopsticks, and fell into silence without saying a word. That pretty little face gradually became ugly. What's wrong? Not to your taste? Su Fan looked at the girl's ugly face and couldn't help but ask. It's actually more delicious than what I made. Su Qingxian curled her lips, looking a little depressed. She had never seen Su Fan cook before, but she didn't expect that the food he cooked was so delicious, even better than her mother's. Compared to hers, it tastes countless times better. The girl suffered a dimensionality reduction attack and was very depressed. He. Su Fan smiled faintly. Afterwards, the brother and sister stopped talking and started eating quietly. Ahem. Suddenly, Su Fan coughed lightly and glanced at Su Qingxian with a slightly strange expression. What's wrong? Su Qingxian raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Su Fan with some confusion. Nothing. Su Fan shook his head and lowered his head to eat in silence. But it didn't take long. Su Qingxian's expression gradually became strange. She felt that the atmosphere was not right. Although the two of them have lived together since childhood, it was with their parents and relatives. But now, there are only 2 of them in this family. Is this the legendary cohabitation life? Su Qingxian's face turned red and she lowered her head, not daring to say a word, let alone look at Su Fan. There was an awkward atmosphere in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the two. You're knocking on the door so early in the morning, are you here to cause trouble? Su Fan raised his eyebrows and walked over quickly. His reputation had spread throughout Peking University and Tsinghua University. It was estimated that many people were unhappy with him and wanted to cause trouble. Open the door. What comes into view is a beautiful fiery red figure. This is a red-haired girl, bright and beautiful, full of passion. It was Huo Wu. Huo Wu, why are you here? Su Fan asked in surprise. Let me admire your mansion. Huo Wu smiled coquettishly, put her hands behind her back, and wandered around the living room, not considering herself an outsider at all. This single-bedroom villa is truly luxurious. It's much better than my quadruple room. Huo Wu folded her arms and complained as she strolled around, the treatment of a martial arts champion is so good. A 3-story luxurious villa. Unlike me, I have to squeeze into a dormitory and queue up for showers and toilets. Sigh. Huo Wu has been a rich girl since she was young, so how could she get used to living in a crowded dormitory with others? But there is no other way. Except for the super genius at the top martial arts exam level who can enjoy a single villa, the other geniuses in the top 10 of the martial arts exam can only live in the dormitory. The villa is very big. If you are not used to living in the dormitory, you can move in and live with us. Su Fan said with a smile. You said it, so I'll move in today. Huo Wu's beautiful eyes lit up and she agreed in a lightning-fast manner. Oh. Su Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Huo Wu to agree so readily. It seemed like it was all planned. At the same time, a cold gaze came from behind. Su Qingxian looked at Su Fan indifferently, with a look of resentment on her face, and silently clenched her pink fists as a threat. Ahem, I'm just being polite. Su Fan explained quickly. But I've taken it seriously. Are you going to chase me away? Huo Wu pinched her waist and said. Okay, whatever. There are plenty of rooms anyway. Su Fan said. Hee hee. Huo Wu smiled sweetly, as if her conspiracy had succeeded. Then she stretched out her little hand and pointed at the sumptuous meal on the table. I haven't eaten yet. How about we eat something together? Su Fan scratched his head. Thanks. Huo Wu took a set of bowls and chopsticks and sat down by herself. Su Qingxian and Huo Wu sat opposite each other, not saying a word, just staring at each other with flames burning in their eyes. They are exchanging glances. Seeing this, Su Fan felt helpless. Whenever these two girls meet, they are bound to have a fight, and it seems that there will never be peace in the house again. Hee hee, I'm not eating your food for free. I'm here specifically to give you money. Huo Wu snorted softly, suddenly took out 2 purple gold cards and placed them on the table. This is the sponsorship fee our Chamber of Commerce promised you. Each card is 30 million. Besides that, we've also provided your family with a mansion worth 50 million yuan in Dijian Garden. The environment and security there are top-notch, ensuring your family's safety. How's that? Pretty generous, right? Chapter 79 Friends gather together. A group of female gluttons. The Was Chamber of Commerce is wealthy and powerful, and can donate hundreds of millions of dollars at a time. Su Fan and Su Qingxian's eyes suddenly lit up. Not long ago, they signed a contract with the Huo Chamber of Commerce, and each person could receive 30 million in sponsorship fees per year. Now, Huo Wu comes to deliver the money in person. In addition to the sponsorship fee of 60 million, they also gave them a mansion worth 50 million. The environment and security are top-notch, providing a more comfortable residence for their parents and relatives, and their safety is also guaranteed. It has to be said that the Huo Chamber of Commerce really went to great lengths to win over Su Fan and the other two. They now have the support of Peking University and Tsinghua University and have a huge supply of resources. These sponsorship fees are just icing on the cake for them, but this mansion can provide their families with the best security facilities, solving the worries of Su Fan and the others. How about it? That's quite nice. Huo Wu raised her eyebrows, a hint of pride appearing on her pretty face. Thank you very much. Su Fan smiled and immediately served Huo Wu a large bowl of rice to express his gratitude. Su Qingxian's expression also eased a little. This aunt was quite sensible. It's delicious. Huo Wu was not polite at all. She directly picked up the bowl and chopsticks, took a sip of the food, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. The food you cook is already at the chef's level. Not bad, not bad. She looked at Su Fan in surprise, then immersed herself in eating. But not long after, a conflict broke out between the two women at the dinner table. This fried fish is mine, you are not allowed to eat it. Su Qingxian stared. This fried fish was fragrant and crispy, and was her favorite. But Huo Wu, this aunt, actually dared to steal her beloved food. This is unforgivable. You didn't make it, but I still want to eat it. Huo Wu blared back, picked up a small crispy fish and put it into her mouth, making a delighted sound while chewing. She deliberately cast a provocative look at Su Qingxian, as if to say, what can you do to me? Want to fight? Su Qingxian clenched her fists, and a chill filled her body. Come on, let's do it, who's afraid of who? Huo Wu also has a hot temper. She gets easily provoked and her beautiful hair even catches fire. Seeing that a battle to defend the food was about to begin, Su Fan looked helpless and hurried out to mediate. Okay, stop arguing, half and half each. He divided the fried crispy fish into 2 equal portions and gave one to Su Qingxian and one to Huo Wu, which temporarily calmed the two women's anger. Be careful. I heard a lot of seniors have threatened to take care of you at the freshman challenge in 3 days. Huo Wu reminded while eating. Freshman challenge. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and he began to think. According to the practice of Peking University and Tsinghua University, a large-scale freshman challenge competition is held every year when new students enter the university to test their abilities. However, this freshman challenge is not a competition between freshmen, but a competition between freshmen and senior students. All freshmen versus sophomores and juniors. The school's real intention is to let the senior students dampen the enthusiasm of those talented freshmen, let them know their own shortcomings, and then work hard and practice more diligently. Therefore, in every freshman challenge, many talented newcomers are beaten up by senior students. You defeated Lu Mei and are now in the spotlight. Many people want to teach you, the Rookie King, a lesson. In the Freshman Challenge in 3 days, many powerful senior students will probably challenge you. Be careful. Huo Wu said. Don't be afraid, I've got you covered. But at this moment, a childish voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned. At some point, a little loli with purple hair appeared among them. Heterochromia. She is as delicate as a piece of jade, with her hands on her cheeks and her short legs dangling. She is so cute. Don't panic, Xiao Fanfan, I'll protect you. The purple-haired little loli stretched out her chubby hand and patted Su Fan on the shoulder, acting like a big sister. Jasmine, why are you here? Su Fan was stunned. This little loli is none other than Jasmine, the descendant of the gods. I came here because of the smell. Little Jasmine blinked, grabbed an egg spring roll with her chubby hands and put it directly into her mouth. She chewed it twice, found it delicious, and jumped up with joy. Wow, it's delicious. I want to eat some too. Xiao Fanfan, quickly serve me some rice. Jasmine's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Su Fan with longing, frantically urging him to serve the rice. Su Fan was helpless as another little glutton came. Just as he stood up to serve his meal, another uninvited guest arrived. Hee, little brother Su Fan, you are in big trouble. A charming figure, like a sexy wild cat, came directly in through the window. This is a beauty with black stockings. Her black hair is like a waterfall, her figure is enchanting, and her charming eyes are captivating. She is a peerless beauty. Lu Ruyan. Su Fan was so upset, he really didn't know what this was. Lu Ruyan is a blood warrior with evil talents and an unstable temperament, making her quite dangerous. It would be a troublesome thing if he turned evil someday. It is necessary to keep your distance. What are you doing in my house? Su Fan looked at Lu Ruyan with caution, wondering what the latter wanted. I'm here to kindly remind you that one of the top 10 students from Peking University and Tsinghua University has publicly threatened to beat you to a pulp. Lu Ruyan put one hand on her waist, smiled, and winked at Su Fan. Do you want to know who he is? Do you want to know his strength? Do you want to know his origins? If you want, just give me another bowl of rice. I'm hungry too. Su Fan was speechless for a while. He felt like his home had turned into a cafeteria and a bunch of female gluttons suddenly came. Afterwards, he quickly served a few more bowls of rice and waited for the big and small ones to sit down together. The girls ate in silence. Can you tell me now who it is? Su Fan looked at Lu Ruyan. Chu Tianjiao, ranked 9th among the 10 heroes, is said to be born with a savage physique and is invincible. He once surpassed his level to kill a 5th-level ferocious beast. He possesses the combat power of a master and is terrifyingly strong. Lu Ruyan glanced at Su Fan and gloated, Chu Tianjiao is Lu Mei's loyal pursuer. If you defeat Lu Mei, he will definitely stand up for her. You're in big trouble now. Chu Tianjiao. Su Fan raised his eyebrows, as if thinking about something. I've also heard that Chu Tianjiao is one of the strongest in Peking University and Tsinghua University. He is extremely powerful. Even if he meets an old master, he can be on equal footing with him, not to mention as freshmen. The level gap is too big. Huo Wu said solemnly. Tisk, he's just an ant. When I grow up, I can crush him to death with just one finger, said little Jasmine. He's just a mere ant. It will only take me 1 month to surpass him. Su Qingxian said. Su Fan showed a helpless look. There is not so much time to wait for you to grow up now. The freshman challenge is about to begin. At that time, if he really needs Chu Tianjiao, with Su Fan's current level and cultivation, he will undoubtedly be at an absolute disadvantage. After all, he has just entered school and has not really grown up yet. He is still at a disadvantage when facing those veteran geniuses. But he was not afraid at all. If the enemy came, he would fight back. If the enemy really came to him, he would give it a try. 3 days later, Su Fan successfully broke through to level 31, and his cultivation was further enhanced. At the same time, the freshman challenge finally started, and the whole school was in a frenzy. Chapter 80 opens. Freshman Challenge. 12 o'clock noon. The freshman challenge has officially begun. The competition venue is located in the east of the school, Qinglong Martial Arts Field. This is a spacious open-air square, equipped with a special arena and spectator seats, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. The challenge is conducted in the form of a group competition. Freshmen and old students are divided into two camps, one defending the ring and the other attacking the ring. They can challenge their opponents freely. When Su Fan and his group arrived at the martial arts arena, they found it was already surrounded by students, a dense crowd of people. Almost all the freshmen and seniors were present, doing their final warm-ups before the battle. Most of the new students' cultivation levels are around the second level. Very few geniuses barely reach the peak of the second level. As for the third level strongmen, there are only Su Fan and Su Qingxian. But the old man's cultivation is much stronger. The vast majority of them are above level 3, and some top talents have already broken through to level 4. They exude an extremely powerful aura, which makes many freshmen afraid. There is a huge gap between new students and old students. So strong. Students in the second and third grades generally have cultivation levels above the third or fourth level. How can we defeat them? The gap is too big, there's no way we can be a match for the seniors. The challenge has not yet begun, but many freshmen are already showing signs of timidity. Most of the freshmen's cultivation was only at the second level. They could never be a match for the seniors at the third and fourth levels and could only be completely defeated unilaterally. All the old actors were calm and composed. In the freshman challenge every year, the freshmen are basically crushed by the seniors. Although there are a few talented newcomers who can occasionally hold their own against the old students, the final result is without exception, a miserable defeat. This year's freshmen are a bit mediocre. It's too weak. Not many people like it. I'm really disappointed. The old students were talking a lot, and they were arrogant and domineering, not taking the new students seriously at all. Hey, who is that guy? He's just a freshman, but he actually broke through to the third level. Suddenly, a stern figure attracted the attention of many old students. That boy must be Su Fan. This year's national martial arts champion. I heard even Lu Mei was defeated by him. He seems to be quite a big shot. All the old students stared at Su Fan, with murderous gleams in their eyes. The story of Su Fan defeating Lu Mei spread widely, attracting a lot of people's attention and also arousing the hatred of the old students. In an instant, countless cold gazes gathered together, and Su Fan became the target of public criticism. Among them, a cold and beautiful woman with willow-shaped eyebrows was staring at Su Fan, her eyes flashing with cold light, and her hatred value was off the charts. Su Fan. The cold beauty gritted her teeth. Lu Mei. Su Fan raised his eyebrows, but his face remained calm. After a major defeat, Lu Mei also underwent a great change. He was less arrogant and more calm. He seemed to be reborn. However, before the breakthrough, Lu Mei was no match for Su Fan. Now that Su Fan has broken through to the third level, his cultivation has skyrocketed. A mere willow eyebrow is nothing to worry about. The only threat is Chu Tianjiao, who is at the top 10 level. But Lu Mei came alone today. Su Fan did not see Chu Tianjiao beside her. In the audience, Zhuge Qingyun and a group of teachers have all taken their seats. Principal, that's the Su Fan you mentioned. Many teachers showed curiosity and were silently observing Su Fan and Su Qingxian beside him. He broke through the third level so quickly, what a genius. The little girl next to him is even more terrifying, her level is even higher than his. This is incredible. This year's freshman challenge might be a good show. The teachers looked at each other and laughed. In previous freshman challenges, the old students basically won, and the freshmen were beaten badly and had no power to fight back. This year, they are expecting some surprises. No matter how strong Su Fan is, he is only one person. Can he really pick all the old students? Some people shook their heads and were still not optimistic about the new students. The original intention of the school holding the freshman challenge competition is to let these freshmen suffer some hardships and undergo hardships so that they can work harder in the future. Finally, the challenge began. In the first match, an old student will defend the ring, and the freshman camp will attack. This old student is called Zhang Tao, a second-year student with a cultivation level of the third-level peak and extremely powerful. 3 freshmen challenged Zhang Tao one after another, wanting to take over the ring, but without exception, they were all defeated and killed instantly in one move. Too weak. The level of this year's freshmen is too poor. I feel like they're even worse than last year. Zhang Tao shook his head with an extremely arrogant attitude, and ruthlessly mocked the new camp. Damn it, a level 3 fighting a level 2, what's so proud about that? Many freshmen were very annoyed and clenched their fists. There are many talented students among the freshmen. If they were at the same level as Zhang Tao, they would be confident that they could defeat him. But now, the level gap is too big. There is a huge gap between the two sides in terms of level, and many new talents cannot use their strength even if they have the ability. Ha, what's wrong? No one dares to challenge me? If I can't do it alone, it doesn't matter if you all come together. Zhang Tao folded his arms, a smug smile on his face, and became more and more arrogant. He was very arrogant and wanted to challenge many freshmen alone. Such an arrogant attitude further aroused the anger of the freshmen. Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to kill him. Huo Wu's face was filled with irritation. She cursed out loud in anger and strode onto the stage. You're no match for him alone, so I'll go too. Huo Yunfei's heart tightened. He couldn't bear to see his sister take risks, so he followed her up. Count me in. Two sword beams shot out from Zhou Jianfeng's eyes, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, and his whole body exuded an extremely sharp aura. All three of them have reached the peak of the second level of cultivation, and can be said to be the top among the freshmen. However, the level gap between the two sides is too big. Even though Huo Wu and the other two joined forces, they were still no match for Zhang Tao. After barely holding on for a while, they were eventually beaten to a pulp and returned in defeat. It's over, we're doomed. After this defeat, the freshmen were dejected and had lost all morale. No one dared to challenge Zhang Tao anymore. Is this the end? This is so boring. Ha, this year's freshmen are such a bunch of trash. Seeing this, the old students looked at the new students with contempt and made sarcastic remarks. One Zhang Tao blocked the way for all new students. Many people are very angry, but dare not speak out. After all, they were indeed inferior in skills and were no match for Zhang Tao, so there was nothing to say. On the stage, Zhang Tao's eyes were like an eagle's, sweeping towards the new camp. His blood surged and he suddenly let out a loud roar. Who is Su Fan? Come up and fight? Chapter 81 Seniors, please give me some advice. Who is Su Fan? Come up and fight? Zhang Tao's face was full of arrogance and he was very arrogant. He directly challenged Su Fan to a fight. Countless gazes converged from all directions. Everyone looked at Su Fan, wondering if he dared to accept the challenge. Facing Zhang Tao's provocation, Su Fan didn't move, his face was calm, and he seemed to have no intention of going on stage. Don't you dare. Many old students shook their heads, feeling very disappointed. What? Are you scared? This year's top martial arts champion is just like this. Zhang Tao glanced at Su Fan indifferently, with a sneer on his face. You are not worthy to be my opponent. Su Fan looked calm. With a wave of his hand, the void suddenly twisted. This attack did not utilize any talents, but only relied on physical strength to distort the void, causing the air to explode and emit sharp blasts. The domineering and unparalleled energy pounced towards Zhang Tao like a dragon. What a terrifying power! Zhang Tao's eyelids twitched wildly, as if he felt the horror of the attack. He took a step back involuntarily, and all the hairs on his body stood up. Impossible! He can unleash such a strong air force with just a casual wave of his hand. Just how strong is this guy's body? Zhang Tao was terrified and quickly took action to resist. He burst out with all his strength, raised his hand and punched out, colliding with the dragon-shaped energy. Bang! 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 The void exploded and the airwaves surged. Ah! The next moment, Zhang Tao screamed miserably and was struck by lightning. He flew out on the spot, his bones and tendons broken, he vomited blood, and fell heavily off the ring. You are too weak. Su Fan spoke lightly, his face calm and composed. So strong. The four directions were shaken. No matter whether they were freshmen or senior students, as well as the teachers in the stands, they were all stunned and shocked. Su Fan didn't even use his innate talent. He simply relied on the qi energy generated by his physical strength to easily defeat Zhang Tao, who was at the peak of the third level. What kind of terrifying physical strength is this? Everyone was shocked. Monster! What a little monster! With just a wave of his hand, he defeated Zhang Tao, who was at the peak of the third level. How terrifying is Su Fan's true strength? The teachers all gasped and stared at Su Fan intently. This strength is too exaggerated. He can crush the peak of the third level with physical strength alone. Even compared with those monsters in the school, he is probably not much worse. Ha, it's only been a few days, and this kid has become so much stronger. It seems that it won't be long before he can catch up with, or even surpass, those monsters in the school. Zhuge Qingyun smiled brightly, his elegant face full of admiration, and he was very satisfied with Su Fan's growth rate. This guy has become stronger again. Huo Wu, Hui Yunfei, Zhou Jianfang, and the others were all stunned, looking as if they had seen a monster. Even though the three of them joined forces, they were unable to gain any advantage over Zhang Tao and were ultimately defeated. But now Su Fan just attacked casually, without even using his talent and source power. He just relied on the energy generated by his physical strength to seriously injure Zhang Tao, leaving them feeling out of reach. Unknowingly, the young geniuses of the same generation have been ruthlessly left behind by Su Fan. Except for one person, of course. Su Qingxian had silver hair draped over her shoulders and stood with one hand behind her back. Her cold little face was as calm as water, without any ripples. She knew her brother's strength best, so it was not worth making a fuss about. With Su Fan's current combat power, there are few rivals below level 5. As long as he doesn't encounter a master-level strongman, he can basically move sideways. At the same time, Su Fan strode onto the ring. His eyes were bright, he looked heroic, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Although there was no energy emanating from his body, he gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression, as if he was a real dragon in human form, shocking the entire audience. "Please, seniors, give me some advice." A calm voice echoed out, causing a shock in the old students' camp. The old students were all shocked and looked solemn. At this moment, let alone the third-level masters, even the top fourth-level geniuses felt a strong threat from Su Fan, and their faces were solemn. "Good boy, I'll meet you." A loud shout rang out. A strong wind blew through the void, and a slender figure leaped onto the stage. This was a man in green clothes, with a slender figure and a strong physique. He exuded an extremely powerful aura, and it was unknown how many times stronger he was than Zhang Tao. "Li Changcheng, third year, please give me some advice." Li Changcheng smiled slightly, and the source of power surged throughout his body. A powerful wave of air rushed out, sweeping across the four directions like a strong wind, blowing many people away. The power was extremely terrifying. This is a fourth-level strong man with a lot of blood and energy, much stronger than Lu Mei. A fourth-level warrior is very powerful. Su Fan glanced around and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes. Li Changcheng's cultivation level is as high as level 45. He has powerful source power, surging blood and energy, and is extremely powerful. He is definitely the best among the old students. Li Changcheng's strength is enough to rank among the top 50 in the entire school. He is even stronger than Lu Mei. There's a gap of more than 10 levels between Su Fan and Li Changcheng. No matter how strong this guy is, he can never be Li Changcheng's opponent. "We're in a safe position now, let's win the game." The old students' camp cheered, as if victory was in sight. Zhang Tao's cultivation level is at the peak of the third level, which is only mid-level among the old students, not the top. Even if Su Fan defeats Zhang Tao, it does not mean that he wins the game. There are many old students who are stronger than Zhang Tao. Now that Li Changcheng has taken action, he is determined to defeat Su Fan in one fell swoop and win the challenge. That's a fourth-level expert, can Su Fan do it? The freshmen were terrified and felt terrible pressure from Li Changcheng. They were all worried about Su Fan. "Junior brother Su Fan, I am at the fourth level and you are at the third level. Don't blame me for bullying the weak and winning unfairly. After all, this is the rule of the competition," Li Changcheng said with a smile. "No problem, senior, just come over." Su Fan was calm as usual. "Ha, then I won't be polite." The next moment, a cold light flashed across Li Changcheng's eyes, and his fourth-level cultivation burst out. The blazing flame source power burned fiercely on his body surface, and he looked like a burning meteorite, charging towards Su Fan fiercely. Suzaku Flame Slash. He burst out with all his strength, displaying his innate abilities, hoping to defeat Su Fan in one fell swoop. A vermilion bird bathed in fire crossed the void, its burning wings like a huge fire knife, slashing towards Su Fan fiercely, and the terrifying fire waves covered the sky. Fire talent? Su Fan raised the corner of his mouth. Playing with fire in front of him? He is fire immune to all fire attribute attacks, and how can the mere vermilion bird fire compare to his fairy phoenix fire? Immortal Phoenix Fist. Su Fan's eyes burned, and he punched out with all his strength, and white flames surged. The terrifying temperature is far higher than that of Suzaku. Fight fire with fire. The immortal phoenix flame was extremely domineering, burning the flaming vermilion bird to ashes, and fire rained down all over the sky. How is this possible? My Suzaku fire was actually devoured. Li Changqing's face was filled with shock. Before he could come to his senses, a fierce figure came towards him. The domineering fist force cleanses the void. Bang! Li Changqing tried his best to block, but was still knocked away by a punch. He coughed up blood, his chest collapsed, and he fell off the ring in a mess, thus losing. Crush with one punch. The whole place was dead silent. Both the new and old students were completely silent. Still too weak. Su Fan stood on the stage, his face calm and composed, like a god descending from heaven. Kill the 4th level with one punch. After a brief silence, the new camp erupted in cheers. Su Fan is awesome. Too strong. Crush the 4th level with one punch, simply invincible. Wow, so strong, so handsome, Su Fan, I love you. The freshmen's morale was boosted and many girls were so excited that their hearts were pounding and they screamed enthusiastically, becoming complete fans of Su Fan. Endless cheers and applause completely overwhelmed Su Fan. At this moment, Su Fan seemed to have become their king. The real rookie king. Incredible. Defeating a 4th level warrior with one punch, how could Su Fan be so strong? Even Li Changqing is no match for him. What a terrifying guy. This is incredible. A new talent has emerged among this year's freshmen. I'm afraid it won't be as easy as before for us to win the challenge. The senior students were talking among themselves, their faces solemn, and their eyes full of fear when they looked at Su Fan. Li Changqing's cultivation level is 45, which is top-notch among the 4th level. But now he was defeated by Su Fan with one punch, and he was no match at all. This makes the old students feel unprecedented pressure. Term extraction. Su Fan had an idea. Buzz. Buzz. 2 talent entries rose from Zhang Tao and Li Changqing's bodies respectively, transformed into 2 balls of light and merged into Su Fan's body. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the purple entry brute force. Extraction successful, congratulations on obtaining the red entry Suzaku fire. Extracting entries with your mind is really convenient. Su Fan's eyes lit up. After defeating the opponent, you can extract the opponent's entries with just a thought, which greatly improves efficiency. However, the schedule of the challenge is a bit complicated. If we continue to challenge one by one like this, I am afraid we won't be able to finish it until dark. It's too tedious. Seniors, why don't you all come together? Su Fan thought of this and suddenly looked towards the old students' camp with a bright smile. I'm going to fight 100 of them. Chapter 82 I want to beat 100 of them. I'm going to fight 100 of them. Su Fan was full of ambition and wanted to challenge 100 people. Such an arrogant attitude completely angered all the old students. There were countless curses all around. Arrogant. One man challenging 100? How shameless. Don't be so arrogant, brat. Just because you defeated Li Changqing, do you really think you're invincible? Damn it. I can't stand it anymore, let's go together and beat this brat up. The old students' camp was in an uproar, with curses everywhere. Many people were furious and rushed to the ring aggressively. Dozens of old students came up at once, all of them exuding tremendous momentum and locking onto Su Fan with murderous intent. The situation on the scene was out of control for a while. Stop. At this time, Zhuge Qingyun could no longer sit still and hurried out to maintain order. This is a competition, not a fight. Both of you should calm down first. Zhuge Qingyun's expression darkened, and a wisp of energy emanated from him, instantly shaking the heavens and the earth. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure, as if they were facing an ancient powerful being. They were fixed in place, their bodies stiff and unable to move. The whole audience was silent. As the president of Peking University and Tsinghua University, Zhuge Qingyun is an 80-level powerful king with profound cultivation that can be compared with ancient sages. Just by emitting a wisp of energy, he easily calmed everyone down and temporarily controlled the situation. Principal, please restrain your pressure, it's too terrifying. A teacher coughed lightly and quickly gave a reminder. King-level pressure. Not to mention the students, even teachers like them who are at the Grandmaster level or above can't stand it. Yeah, I understand. Zhuge Qingyun's expression relaxed slightly, and he gradually subsided his pressure. Everyone suddenly felt their bodies lighten and the pressure was greatly reduced, but thereafter Zhuge Qingyun became stronger. Compared with the real strong ones, the fights between these young geniuses are just small fights. Principal, why are you stopping me from challenging 100 people? I haven't violated any rules. Su Fan looked at Zhuge Qingyun quietly, his expression slightly dissatisfied. Are you serious, kid? Zhuge Qingyun glared at him unhappily. This kid really knows how to cause trouble. No matter what, it's too outrageous for one person to challenge 100 senior students. He suddenly intervened to protect Su Fan from being beaten into a pig's head by a group of old students. But he didn't expect that this kid not only didn't appreciate it, but also blamed him for meddling in other people's business. Zhuge Qingyun was very depressed. I'm serious. Su Fan's expression was serious as he insisted, the challenge tournament schedule is too slow. If we keep playing like this, we won't be able to finish it until dark. I'm here to help you speed up. One person challenging 100 people? You're not afraid of being beaten, right? Zhuge Qingyun said. I am the only one who hits others, no one can hit me. Su Fan said confidently. Seeing Su Fan's insistence, Zhuge Qingyun looked helpless and said nothing more. Instead, he looked aside and asked the senior students for their opinions. Seniors, do you have any objections? No. We couldn't ask for more. Since junior brother Su Fan is so eager to be beaten, we must satisfy him. The old students had fierce looks on their faces, rubbing their hands together, and looked eager to try. Okay, since both sides have no objection, let the game continue. Zhuge Qingyun changed the subject and solemnly warned, but I must remind you that the match must end in a timely manner and no one should be killed. Finally, the challenge continues. Su Fan alone challenges 100 old students. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense, and many people were sweating. Let's go together and kill him. One challenge to 100, let's see how this kid wins. On the stage, countless roars rang out. Hundreds of old men burst into blood and rushed forward, like a group of mad beasts pouncing on Su Fan. The terrifying momentum rushed straight into the sky, as if splitting the clouds. Challenge? Sorry, you are the challenger. Su Fan snorted coldly and unleashed his full fighting strength. The vast blood and energy erupted like a volcano. His momentum instantly climbed to the peak, countless times stronger than that of an ordinary fourth-level strongman. But compared with hundreds of veteran strongmen, he still seems a little weak. Boom! 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 Fire bombs, wind blades, sword rain, knife light, thunder spear. The old students showed off their skills and used countless talents to bombard Su Fan. Buzz! Su Fan had a calm expression and stood still. He silently practiced the 8-9 profound art, and a golden light shone out from his body, blocking all attacks. I no longer have the patience to tangle with you. This will end in a moment. There was a sharp gleam in his eyes. Faced with the siege of hundreds of powerful men, Su Fan directly used his strongest killer weapon. The immortal phoenix flame in the left hand, the true dragon flame in the right hand. The flames of the two ferocious beasts merged together and turned into a terrifying flaming lotus, emitting an overwhelming aura of destruction, which made people tremble with fear. Explode for me! Su Fan shouted loudly, and directly summoned a flaming lotus, smashing it hard at the group of old students. Rumble! A loud bang that shook the earth. The fire lotus exploded, heat waves surged, and terrifying energy swept in all directions, creating a huge mushroom cloud over the entire venue. The entire arena was razed to the ground in an instant. Oh no! This is too powerful. What a terrifying flame lotus! What kind of move is this? Run! Run away quickly! Hundreds of old students were terrified and were blown to pieces on the spot, flying away like fallen leaves. Some were vomiting blood, some were seriously injured and fell to the ground, some had broken bones and tendons. All the old students were seriously injured and lost their fighting ability. The ultimate flame lotus condensed from the true dragon flame and the fairy phoenix flame has a terrifying explosive power. Its ultimate power can reach the grandmaster level, which is equivalent to a grandmaster's attack. The old students returned in defeat, lying on the ground in all directions, all seriously injured and rolling on the ground. On sight. Only Su Fan stood proudly. One move kills, and the game ends. Su Fan, complete victory. Chapter 83 Gold Quality. Talent items crazy upgrade. One move. The arena was reduced to ashes. Hundreds of old students returned home in defeat. The whole audience was shocked. That's crazy, defeating hundreds of people with one move. What kind of monster is this Su Fan? He's ridiculously strong. Invincible, who among my peers can be my rival? Everyone was shocked and there was heated discussion everywhere. The students and senior students present were all stunned and almost dropped their jaws in shock. Su Fan challenged hundreds of senior students alone. Everyone thought it would be a tough battle, but no one expected that the winner would be decided in just a moment. With just one move, hundreds of old students were beaten to a pulp and returned home in defeat. Su Fan won an overwhelming victory. This kid is truly an unparalleled monster. Zhuge Qingyun sucked in a breath of cold air, his deep eyes filled with shock. Given his identity and status, he could no longer remain calm at this moment. 1 against 100, that's too exaggerated. Although Su Fan's cultivation level is only at the 3rd level, the combat power he displayed has almost reached the Grandmaster level. Without the Grandmaster, who can challenge him? It seems that apart from the top 10 strong men, no one among the old students can suppress him. Zhuge Qingyun seemed to be lost in thought, and his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Su Fan. Tsinghua and Peking University needed this kind of genius, the stronger the better. I declare that the freshman wins this year's challenge. Afterwards, Zhuge Qingyun announced the result of the competition loudly with a smile on his face. In the freshman challenge, the freshmen defeated the seniors and won the final victory. This is the first victory for a freshman in the history of the challenge. Su Fan is awesome, you will be our king from now on. The freshmen were ecstatic and looked at Su Fan with admiration, as if they were looking up to their idol. In this challenge, Su Fan led the freshmen to victory entirely on his own, which also earned him the admiration of countless freshmen and made him the leader of all freshmen. Alas, we were defeated, completely defeated. Damn it, this Su Fan is truly a monster. His terrifying fighting power is comparable to the top 10 heroes. On the other side, the old students were covered in scars, looked miserable, and all of them were dejected. Although they were very unwilling to lose the game, no one dared to refute anything. Because Su Fan was so strong, comparable to the top 10 geniuses, they had no words to say in their defeat and were convinced. Damn, this guy is terrifying. He's only at level 3, but his combat power is already on par with that of a Grandmaster. Lumei's pretty face was gloomy, and her eyes were full of fear as she looked at Su Fan. In just a few days, this guy has become so powerful. It's really abnormal. Although she was extremely unhappy with Su Fan, she did not dare to act rashly, otherwise she would only bring humiliation upon herself. Now look at the entire Tsinghua and Peking University. Unless the 10 heroes show up, no one can be Su Fan's opponent. TSK, I defeated hundreds of people in one go. This time I can get a lot of entries. Su Fan was delighted and filled with endless anticipation. Then, he released his telekinesis, sweeping across the hundreds of senior students present, and began to extract talent entries. Buzz. 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 Countless talent entries gathered together madly. Sky Eye Purple, you open your Sky Eye, possessing the ultimate power of the pupil, able to see through the weaknesses and disguises of all living things. Weapon Master Purple, you are a master of your generation, proficient in all 18 kinds of weapons. Ghostly Phantom Purple, you are like a ghost, invisible and formless. Wind and Thunder Palm Purple, your palm technique is fierce and powerful, imbued with the might of wind and thunder. Divine Mind Red, your mind power is boundless, capable of transforming everything, and possesses unfathomable divine power. Power of the Ancient Giant Red, you gain the power of the Ancient Giant. With a wave of your hand, you can split mountains and open up lands. Your power is boundless. Born to be Rich Red, you are blessed by heaven, born rich, and have good luck. You often find treasures when you go out. These are all entries of purple quality or above, 4 purple entries and 3 red entries, all of which are extremely rare and extremely powerful. There are still a lot of entries below purple quality, all miscellaneous, as many as dozens. However, Su Fan did not check them one by one. Ah, this feels so good. With so many rare items, my strength will definitely skyrocket after fusing them. Su Fan was ecstatic and absorbed all of them without caring about what the terms were. Boom! 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 Rays of light merged into his body, and Su Fan's attributes skyrocketed. All his talent entries were evolving rapidly. Congratulations! You have achieved weapon mastery. Congratulations! You've mastered the Ghost Trace. Congratulations! You've mastered the Wind and Thunder Palm. Congratulations! Your visual entry has been successfully upgraded, and you have obtained the red entry martial arts Sky Eye. Congratulations! Your fire attribute has been successfully upgraded, and you have obtained the golden attribute Sun True Fire. Congratulations! Your power entry has been successfully upgraded, and you have obtained the golden entry Pango Power. Congratulations! Your spirit item has been successfully upgraded, and you have obtained the golden item Extreme Divine Mind. Congratulations! Your luck item has been successfully upgraded, and you have obtained the golden item Destiny. Martial Arts Heavenly Eye Red. You open the Martial Arts Heavenly Eye and can see through everything in the world and understand the essence of all things. Sun's True Fire Metal. You control the fire of the sun, which is extremely masculine and powerful. Pango Divine Power Gold. You gain the power of Pangu, becoming invincible and able to break through any obstacle with one force. Ultimate Divine Mind Gold. Your mind power reaches the heavens, transforming into the ultimate divine mind. A single thought can transform all things and slay hordes of enemies. The Man of Destiny Metal. You are the son of destiny. Your luck is against the will of heaven. You are extremely rich and powerful, and you are protected by the way of heaven. No matter what crisis you encounter, you can turn misfortune into good fortune and turn disaster into blessing. So cool, so cool. So many entries have been upgraded to gold quality. This is so exciting. Su Fan felt extremely happy. The improvement this challenge brought him was really huge. It was upgraded to 4 gold entries and 1 red entry at once. His strength entry, spirit entry, luck entry, and fire entry all underwent a transformation and evolved into stronger gold quality. The visual entry also evolved from the spiritual eyes purple to the martial arts eyes red, possessing a more powerful insight that can see through the essence of all things. Su Fan was very excited and immersed himself in studying the golden entry he had just obtained. Panga's divine power. Control the power of Panga to create the world. This is even more powerful than the divine power of the dragon and elephant. It proves the truth with force and breaks all laws with one force. The sun is so hot. This is the 3rd ultimate flame that Su Fan has obtained. Its power is no weaker than the immortal phoenix flame and the true dragon flame. If the 3 flames are used together, the power of the released Buddha's Fury Lotus will definitely increase dramatically. The ultimate divine thought. Telekinesis evolves into divine consciousness, possessing even more powerful attack power, capable of killing everything with a single thought. Also, Su Fan's luck attribute was finally upgraded to gold quality. He became the son of destiny, received the protection of heaven, and his luck value was further improved. Strength, spirit, luck, all talent items have been upgraded, and the power has skyrocketed. Su Fan's combat power has greatly increased. Chapter 84 100,000 Strengths. Grandmaster Level Combat Strength. Name, Su Fan. Level, 31. Title, 3rd Level Warrior. Strength, 100,000. Spirit, 120,000. Agility, 55,000. Constitution, 60,100. Talent, Immortal Phoenix SSS Level. Abilities, Immortal Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Phoenix Slash, Immortal Phoenix Summon. Root Bone against Heaven Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold, Ancient God Bloodline Gold. Luck, Destiny Gold. Appearance, Charming Purple. Kung Fu, 8-9 Mysterious Art Gold, Shura Sword Technique Purple, Horizontal Training Master Purple, Weapon Master Purple, Ghost Shadow Purple, Wind and Thunder Palm Purple. Elemental entries, Sun True Fire Gold, Space Master Red, Evil Repelling Divine Thunder Red, Storm Master Red, Wood Mastery Purple, Dark Mastery Purple, Shadow Mastery Purple. Sensory entries, Martial Arts Eyes Red, 1000 Miles Pursuit Purple, Clairaudience Purple. Battle items, Panga Divine Power Gold, Extreme Divine Mind Gold, Kuanping Extreme Speed Red, Blood Explosion Red, Bloodthirsty Red. Combat Power Evaluation, Incredible Combat Power, comparable to a Grandmaster. 100,000 points of strength. That's an exaggerated increase. Su Fan's face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. The improvement of the golden strength attribute is so strong that his strength attribute has increased by nearly 10 times, directly breaking through to 100,000 points. The divine power in his body was overwhelming, and infinite power emanated from his every move, causing the void to distort and the earth to collapse. His power was extremely terrifying. Also, Su Fan's spiritual attribute improved even more terrifyingly, breaking through to 120,000 points in one breath, which was stronger than his strength attribute. One thought is enough to kill hundreds of ferocious beasts. No one below the Grandmaster level can stop him, and he can kill instantly. Even a master level expert would be severely injured and suffer a mental breakdown if hit by his ultimate divine consciousness. Agility and physique attributes have also increased 5 or 6 times, and all attributes have been improved in all aspects. Right now, Su Fan's basic attributes have already exceeded the limit, tens of thousands of times that of ordinary people. So terrifying. Now I have mastered the combat power of a Grandmaster. Su Fan's eyes shone brightly, like burning torches, and his blood surged like the sea, flooding all 4 sides of the square and shocking countless people. What an amazing blood energy! Su Fan seems to have made a breakthrough and become countless times stronger. What a monster! This terrifying aura is almost comparable to that of a Grandmaster. Many students felt the huge changes in Su Fan and were shocked. He was clearly just a third-rank warrior, but at this moment they actually felt like they were facing a martial arts master and couldn't help but bow down to him. The talent entries of these hundreds of geniuses from Peking University and Tsinghua University have brought huge improvements to Su Fan. His attributes have skyrocketed countless times, and his combat power has increased by more than 10 times. Now, Su Fan has possessed the combat power of a master. Even if he meets the top 10 masters of Peking University and Tsinghua University, he will not be afraid at all and can walk around the school with ease. Let's go back and soak in the hot springs with Xianer. Su Fan seemed to be lost in thought. The game is over and it's time to leave. Just when Su Fan was about to go back, a cold and graceful figure suddenly walked over. Wait! Lu Mei had a cold face and suddenly stopped Su Fan. Her pretty face was frost-like and she looked like she was coming at him aggressively. Why, Senior Lu Mei, do you still want to fight me? Su Fan snorted coldly, a startling ray of light flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at his eyebrows indifferently. Just a glimpse. Lu Mei was struck by lightning, her whole body trembling. She retreated more than 10 steps and almost fell to the ground. Such terrifying pupil power, you actually cultivated the martial arts heavenly eye? Lu Mei was terrified and felt an astonishing sense of oppression from those eyes, and her whole body was horrified. Su Fan has cultivated the martial arts heavenly eye and possesses amazing pupil power. Just one glance was enough to force Lu Mei back. The terrifying strength caused heated discussions from all sides. So what? Senior, do you want to try it? Su Fan's eyes were intimidating, and he locked onto Lu Mei coldly. The powerful power of the pupils froze him in place, his whole body stiff and unable to move. No, not me. A trace of fear appeared on her pretty face. She was unable to resist Su Fan's terrifying pressure at all. Her bones creaked all over and she felt like she was about to be crushed. Su Fan, it's not over yet. Someone in our senior camp wants to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? She gritted her teeth and said stubbornly. Oh, the helper you found, who is it? Su Fan raised his eyebrows. Ha ha ha. It's me. A burst of heroic laughter cut through the sky. A powerful storm arose in the void, and a majestic figure stepped into the air. This man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a heroic appearance, an extremely strong body, explosive muscles all over his body, and vast blood and energy that covered the sky and swept across the entire venue. The faces of the students present changed drastically and they began to tremble uncontrollably. Even many teachers felt a strong sense of oppression and looked solemn. Walking in the air, a master's skill. Su Fan's eyes flashed, and his expression gradually became solemn as he looked at the powerful figure that fell from the sky. This guy's cultivation is unparalleled, stronger than many teachers, and he is definitely a master-level expert. However, what attracted the most attention was not his cultivation, but his shiny head. The man looked to be in his 20s and was quite handsome. It's a pity that he is bald at such a young age. A shiny bald head was particularly dazzling under the sun, making it difficult for many people to open their eyes. Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao is here. The top 10 students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, the school's strongest fighting force. The storm is brewing again. Chu Tianjiao's arrival caused a huge uproar in the audience and sparked heated discussions from all sides. As the strongest fighting force of Peking University and Tsinghua University, the top 10 are the 10 strongest geniuses in the whole school. Each of them possesses the fighting power of a master, standing high above all others and unmatched. This guy is Chu Tianjiao? Su Fan's heart moved, and he looked at Chu Tianjiao carefully, especially the shiny bald head, with a slightly strange expression. Are these the top 10 students from Peking University and Tsinghua University? They seem a little different from what I imagined. In terms of image, you must be Su Fan, a freshman, right? You're so arrogant. Do you even take us seniors seriously? Chu Tianjiao came flying in the air with a ferocious expression on his face, pointing his spear directly at Su Fan. Coupled with that bald head, he looked like a real villain, which scared many freshmen. So, what advice do you have for me, senior? Su Fan smiled faintly. Facing this master-level strong man, he was calm and composed. With his current combat power, he is able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Grandmaster, and is not afraid of Chu Tianjiao at all. Lu Mei is my girlfriend. If you dare to touch her, are you ready to bear my wrath? Chu Tianjiao smiled grimly with a ferocious expression. I'm not your girlfriend. Lu Mei said. Question mark. Chu Tianjiao's smile froze. The clown was actually me? However, if you defeat Su Fan, I can be your girlfriend. Lu Mei promised. Ha, Su Fan is just a nobody, not worth mentioning. Chu Tianjiao laughed loudly, his confidence soaring, and his entire bald head was shining brightly, brighter than the sun. For the sake of my grandpa's plan to find a partner, a mere Su Fan, you must die. Principal, I want to challenge Su Fan, is that okay? Chu Tianjiao was full of fighting spirit and asked Zhuge Qingyun. Chu Tianjiao, you are late, the game is over. Zhuge Qingyun explained calmly, besides, you have already broken through to the 5th level and become a martial arts master. According to the rules, you are not eligible to participate in the challenge. Principal, I don't want to participate in the competition. I'm just challenging Su Fan. Doesn't the school always encourage students to compete with each other and make progress together? Chu Tianjiao raised the corner of his mouth. You can compete privately. As long as both parties agree, the school will not stop you. Zhuge Qingyun smiled slightly, with an interested expression on his face. He was also very interested in the contest between the two. Su Fan, what do you think? Do you dare to fight me? Chu Tianjiao's eyes were sharp as he challenged Su Fan to a fight. Bring it on. Su Fan's eyes were gleaming with fire, his whole body was overflowing with fighting spirit, and his black hair was dancing. The 9th of the top 10 is Chu Tianjiao, who is just right for training. Fuck, Su Fan versus Chu Tianjiao. A freshman challenges the top 10. Now there's going to be something interesting to watch. The whole audience was boiling. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited again. A showdown between top geniuses is about to break out. Chapter 85 Top 10 Students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Chu Tianjiao. Su Fan versus Chu Tianjiao. This peak showdown attracted countless people's attention. The fight between the two had not yet begun, but the surrounding area was already noisy and heated. Su Fan, level 31, the new martial arts champion. Chu Tianjiao, level 50, one of the top 10 students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Both of them are peerless geniuses, and their duel has attracted much attention. Zhuge Qingyun and all the teachers were also watching with great interest from the viewing platform. Su Fan, is this possible? Chu Tianjiao is a 5th level expert, his cultivation is far superior to Su Fan. The gap in their levels is too big. Although Su Fan is extremely talented, he is in trouble now that he has met Chu Tianjiao. The teachers were talking about it and were not optimistic about Su Fan. After all, the level gap between the two sides was too big. Chu Tianjiao has broken through to the 5th level and is a genuine master. His cultivation is extremely powerful and stronger than many teachers. However, Su Fan's cultivation was only at the 3rd level, which was 2 realms behind Chu Tianjiao, and he was at a great disadvantage in terms of level. Boy, a fight in the sky. Chu Tianjiao laughed loudly and soared into the sky. A master is a powerful person with extraordinary cultivation. He can fly in the air and travel across the world. Since the arena was destroyed, he directly invited Su Fan to fight in the sky. Be careful, this guy is very strong. A serious look appeared on Su Qingxian's pretty face as she gave Su Fan instructions. With her eyesight, she could naturally see how terrifying Chu Tianjiao was. Even if she used all her strength, she was not sure of defeating Chu Tianjiao. After all, the level difference between the two was nearly 20 levels. Yeah, I understand. Su Fan nodded seriously. The top 10 talents from Peking University and Tsinghua University are extremely powerful. Chu Tianjiao's martial arts skills are extremely terrifying, far surpassing ordinary masters. He is like a mountain standing across the sky, giving everyone an extremely strong sense of oppression. Many freshmen with weaker cultivation bases were terrified and almost couldn't breathe. But Su Fan was not afraid at all. Now he needs such a powerful opponent to test his fighting ability. Kuanpeng's extreme speed. A sharp light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and a pair of golden wings appeared behind him. He was like Kuanpeng flying in the wind, suddenly rushing up to a height of hundreds of meters and standing opposite Chu Tianzhou. Good boy, you have some skills. Chu Tianzhou showed a look of surprise and nodded at Su Fan. He originally invited Su Fan to fight in the sky just to make things difficult for him and embarrass him in front of everyone. Because only warriors above level 5 can break free from the constraints of heaven and earth and fly in the sky. I didn't expect that Su Fan mastered the secret art of flying and could fly in the air, and was on par with him. Su Fan, you're quite strong, but unfortunately you met me, Chu Tianzhou. No matter how many tricks you have, you can never be my opponent. Chu Tianzhou smiled ferociously, with an arrogant attitude, and did not take Su Fan seriously at all. Su Fan had a calm and indifferent expression. He just glanced at Chu Tianzhou's bald head and asked curiously, "Excuse me, senior, how old are you this year?" "Only 20 years old." Chu Tian smiled proudly, full of vigor and vitality. "You're bald at only 20? Su Fan was surprised. "I'm bald, so what? It's none of your business." Chu Tianzhou's eyes were red, and he became furious on the spot because his sore spot was touched. If it weren't for the hair loss. He was one of the 10 greatest talents, a man of divine power, so how could he be rejected by Lu Mei again and again? He was completely bald at the age of 20, and this was an eternal pain in his heart. It almost cost him his spousal rights. But, although he is bald, he has become stronger. After losing his hair, his bloodline evolved amazingly and gained power that ordinary people could hardly achieve. How could a mortal like Su Fan understand this? This time, in order to win Lu Mei's heart, Chu Tianzhou vowed to beat Su Fan down. "Xiaomei, wait for me. This third-level rookie, watch me kill him with one punch." Chu Tianzhou roared wildly, and his master's cultivation was like a volcanic eruption. The rolling blood and energy covered the sky and drowned the sun. The entire martial arts arena suddenly became dark. Everyone was terrified and frightened by this terrible scene. White Tiger Divine Fist. Chu Tianzhou threw a punch, and the unparalleled fist force tore through the void, turning into a ferocious white tiger and pouncing towards Su Fan. The terrifying fist force came towards him, causing the void to crack. The scene was very scary. Very strong, the Grandmaster is indeed terrifying, but with my current combat power, I can only fight against the Grandmaster. A gleam of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and he swung his fist with all his strength, colliding with the white tiger transformed by the fist force. With a loud bang. A loud noise erupted in the void, and terrifying force swept across the 4 directions. It's useless. A full-strength punch from me can kill even a 5th-level beast. How dare you, a mere 3rd-level beast, try to block my attack? You're truly overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha, eh? Just as Chu Tianzhou was laughing triumphantly, Su Fan unleashed Pango's divine power, his fist burning like the sun, and he blew the white tiger to pieces, sending endless feathers of light flying. It's actually blocked. How is this possible? Chu Tianzhou's smile froze, his eyes widened, and he almost dropped his jaw in shock. Even ordinary masters would find it difficult to resist the white tiger divine fist that he swung with all his strength, but now it was easily defeated by Su Fan, which made him look stunned and somewhat unbelievable. Ha, a master is only this strong. Su Fan smiled faintly, activated the space entry, and teleported directly in front of Chu Tianzhou. The 9 Revolutions creation fist was blasted out with all its strength, filled with a domineering divine power, and smashed towards Chu Tianzhou fiercely. Don't be too happy, little brat. The real battle has just begun. Chu Tianzhou gritted his teeth and threw another punch, confronting Su Fan head-on. Fist against fist, power against power. Bang! Chu Tianzhou groaned, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He was defeated and was blown away. Damn it, what kind of terrifying power is this? It's even stronger than a grandmaster like me. He was shocked and angry, and couldn't believe that as a master, he was completely crushed in terms of physical strength. Break all laws with one force. Su Fan's Pango divine power is enough to create the world and crush everything. Even though Chu Tianzhou broke through to the Grandmaster level, he was still no match for Su Fan and was knocked out with one punch. He didn't give Chu Tianzhou a chance to breathe and continued to launch a fierce attack. The ultimate divine thought. Su Fan's eyes flashed bloodshot, and a red lightning streaked across the sky, striking Chu Tianjiao fiercely. Ah! Chu Tianjiao screamed and flew out again. This attack dealt him a double blow. Not only was his body severely injured, but his spirit was also severely damaged. Blood was flowing from his ears and nose, and his consciousness was shaken. What terrifying mental power! What kind of monster is this kid? Not only is his physical strength comparable to a master's, but his mental power is also terrifying. Chu Tianjiao finally panicked, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Su Fan. He didn't know what kind of terrible monster he was facing. The top 10 students of Peking University and Tsinghua University, a master-level expert, now seemed to have become a sandbag. Su Fan beat him so hard that he was completely defeated and had no power to fight back. Oh my god, am I blind? Chu Tianjiao was actually being beaten up without any ability to fight back. How is this possible? Su Fan is truly beyond belief. Everyone was stunned, looking as if they had seen a ghost, and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Su Fan, with his 3rd level cultivation, fought against Chu Tianjiao, who was at the 5th level. Everyone thought that Su Fan would definitely be at a disadvantage and be completely suppressed by Chu Tianjiao, and would be caught in a tough battle. But who would have thought that Chu Tianjiao was suppressed and beaten back step by step? This moment. Not only the others, but even Su Qingxian was shocked. That SA 5th level grandmaster. Even if she used all her strength, she had no confidence in defeating Chu Tianjiao. But now, the situation on the scene is one-sided. Su Fan burst out with astonishing fighting power, beating Chu Tianjiao to a pulp, leaving him with almost no power to fight back. Unbelievable. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Fan's figure and silently clenched her fists. My foolish brother, just how strong are you? Chapter 86 The Final Victory. High in the sky. Su Fan burst out with all his strength, swinging his fists wildly, beating Chu Tianjiao to the ground with a bruised face. The powerful master was beaten up and had no power to fight back. Everyone was stunned and fell into a daze. Damn, something's wrong. How can this guy be so strong? Chu Tianjiao was seeing stars and looked in a mess. He was completely stunned and was being beaten unilaterally. He wanted to fight back, but he couldn't find any way and kept losing ground. No. If I continue like this, I'm bound to lose. I have no choice but to fight. He gritted his teeth, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes, and he finally got serious and summoned his gifted beast soul. White Tiger Beast Soul. The soul of an SS-level ferocious beast possesses extremely powerful strength, which can enhance physical fitness and greatly increase the host's physical strength. White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw. Chu Tianjiao summoned the White Tiger Beast Soul, and his physical strength instantly increased several times. He roared, and suddenly stretched out his hand, turning it into a huge tiger claw, covering the sky and the sun, tearing the void, and slapping Su Fan fiercely. The terrifying claws seemed to tear it apart. True Dragon Rune. Su Fan remained calm and activated the power of the True Dragon. Light surged in his palms and 5 red runes flew out, like 5 little dragons flying around. Divine pressure rolled in. Bang! The next moment, the huge white tiger claws were torn apart by the domineering power of the True Dragon Rune and turned into feathers of light that scattered in all directions. Chu Tianjiao suffered another severe blow, coughing up blood and flying backwards. Damn it! Even under the white tiger's possession, I'm still being suppressed. What kind of monster is this kid? Chu Tianjiao was shocked and looked at Su Fan with awe in his eyes. He summoned the soul of the white tiger and tried to fight back, but was ruthlessly suppressed by Su Fan. Su Fan is simply invincible. Chu Tianjiao summoned his innate beast soul, but he's still no match. If this continues, Chu Tianjiao will probably lose. Everyone was very excited and looked at Su Fan with admiration, as if they were looking up to an invincible god of war. The situation of this battle is completely one-sided. Chu Tianjiao tried his best, but he was still no match for Su Fan. He was completely crushed and was on the verge of defeat. Damn it, even Chu Tianjiao is no match for me. Her pretty face was gloomy and her heart was filled with resentment. She originally wanted to use Chu Tianjiao's hand to teach Su Fan a lesson and help her vent her anger. But no one expected Su Fan to be so strong that even Chu Tianjiao was suppressed. He was beaten back step by step and was about to return in defeat. Lu Mei couldn't accept this result. Junior, how about we make a deal? Just when he was about to be defeated, Chu Tianjiao suddenly spoke. Oh, what to discuss? Su Fan's heart moved, but he did not stop his actions and punched Chu Tianjiao again. Chu Tianjiao fought hard to resist, but was still knocked back several steps by a punch, and his blood was surging. Let me win this match. In exchange, I'll give you a portion of the essence blood of a 9th-rank ferocious beast. He squinted his eyes and gave Su Fan a cunning smile. If hard tactics don't work, he'll try soft tactics. He plans to bribe Su Fan with the blood of the ferocious beast and win the battle. 9th-rank beast essence blood? I might consider it. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he began to think. After all, there is no reward for the battle between the two. Even if he defeats Chu Tianjiao, he will not get any benefit. Can exchange some precious cultivation resources from Chu Tianjiao. So what if he wins this game? Su Fan's eyes were blazing. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, ready to give Chu Tianjiao a good beating. I'll let you win, but one portion of the 9th-rank beast's blood essence isn't enough. I want 3, plus 3 top-grade natural treasures. Su Fan smiled brilliantly and opened his mouth as loudly as a lion. Damn, this is robbery. This is too much. Chu Tianjiao's eyes were red and he was heartbroken. 3 portions of the essence and blood of 9th-order ferocious beasts are already priceless. This guy actually wants 3 kinds of natural treasures, and they are of the best quality. He is so greedy. This is total robbery. Senior, if you beat me, Lu Mei will be yours. A living beauty should be more worthwhile than these material possessions. Su Fan said with a smile. He finally grasped Chu Tianjiao's lifeblood. At most add 1 more portion of dragon marrow. Chu Tianjiao gritted his teeth. Not enough. Su Fan was not satisfied. Isn't the dragon marrow enough? How can you be so cruel? Chu Tianjiao was furious. It's really not enough. You are one of the top 10 students in Peking University and Tsinghua University. I don't believe that this is all you have. Su Fan said. You profiteer. Do you really want me to lose everything? Chu Tianjiao said unhappily. Gradually, the originally fierce battle disappeared. Su Fan and Chu Tianjiao stuck together and practiced Tai Chi. While practicing Tai Chi, they engaged in a fierce verbal battle and bargaining. What are they doing? Why are they hugging each other? Could it be a competition of internal strength? Many people looked suspicious, not knowing what had happened between the two. But the other side. When Zhuge Qingyun saw this scene, he was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. With his peerless cultivation level of level 80, the two's little tricks naturally could not escape his eyes. These 2 brats actually staged a fake match right in front of me. Zhuge Qingyun's mouth twitched and his blood pressure soared with anger. Fortunately, this was not a competition, but just a private contest, so he turned a blind eye to it. 3 portions of ferocious beast blood, 1 portion of dragon marrow, and 1 phoenix blood red fruit. This is all I have left. Chu Tianjiao gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. Dragon marrow is already a rare treasure. The phoenix blood red fruit is an even more priceless treasure. Its fruit contains a trace of phoenix blood, which can help people be reborn and increase their cultivation dramatically. To get out of being single. Chu Tianjiao has given everything he has. Okay, it's a deal. Su Fan nodded and reluctantly agreed. The two finally reached an agreement. Chu Tianjiao exchanged 3 portions of ferocious beast blood and 2 pieces of rare treasures for victory in this game, which can be said to be a huge investment. What should we do next? He couldn't help but ask. What can I do? Hit me. Su Fan gave up defense and opened the middle door. Seeing this, Chu Tianjiao didn't hesitate and punched Su Fan in the chest. Bang! There was a loud bang. Su Fanru was hit hard, his body shook violently, and he fell from a high altitude at a high speed. Finally, he let out a strange cry and fell into Su Qingxian's arms. The top 10 talents from Peking University and Tsinghua University are so terrifying. I am no match for them. I voted. Su Fan admitted defeat directly. Oh. This is? Chu Tianjiao won? The whole audience was stunned. Chapter 87 I would like to call you the strongest. Junior brother Su Fan, you are quite impressive. You have been able to hold on until now and even had the upper hand at one point. You should be proud of yourself. I, Chu Tianjiao, would like to call you the strongest challenger. Chu Tianjiao stood above the sky with his arms folded, looking down at all living beings like a king. Although his face was bruised and he looked disheveled, he was smiling proudly at this moment, his eyebrows were beaming and his spirits were high. A bald head is shining brightly, illuminating all directions. He looks like a proud winner. Unfortunately, you were careless. The final victory still belongs to me, Zhu Tianzhou. Ahahaha. Zhu Tianzhou's hearty laughter spread in all directions, leaving everyone stunned. Above the ground. Su Fan's eyes were closed, his expression was painful, and blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be seriously injured, lying motionless in Su Qingxian's arms, and seemed to have fainted. Su Fan has fainted. He looks seriously injured and unconscious. What a shame, we almost won. Could it be that Zhu Tianzhou won this competition? Everyone's eyes widened, they were confused and said they didn't understand. In the battle between the two, Su Fan had the upper hand and beat Zhu Tianzhou so badly that he was black and blue and had no power to fight back. Just when Su Fan was about to win, he didn't expect that there would be an ultimate reversal in the end. He was defeated by Zhu Tianzhou's Black Tiger heart-ripping move and fell into a coma. Many people find it hard to accept this outcome. That's winning? Her pretty face was stiff and her expression was a little strange, and she didn't react for a moment. Although Zhu Tianzhou defeated Su Fan and won the game, why did she feel that the victory was so strange and not so satisfying? Are there any tricks going on between these two guys? Lu Mei bit her teeth lightly and fell into deep doubt. Buzz. Suddenly, her eyes flashed, and a shiny big bald head suddenly appeared in front of her, shining in the sunlight. It was so shaky that Lu Mei could hardly open her eyes. Xiao Mei, I have defeated Su Fan. According to our prior agreement, how about being my girlfriend? Zhu Tianzhou grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and confessed to Lu Mei on the spot. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Mei. At this moment, the pressure was on Lu Mei. Lu Mei's pretty face turned red, and looking at the fiery gazes around her, she couldn't help but feel flustered. In order to defeat Su Fan and vent her resentment, she promised Zhu Tianzhou that she would accept his pursuit and be his girlfriend. But such a victory seemed a little unacceptable to her. For a moment, Lu Mei was in hesitation. Promise him. Promise him. Promise him. Everyone was very curious and started to make a fuss, supporting Zhu Tianzhou. In the end, Lu Mei kept her promise and accepted Zhu Tianzhou's confession. Okay, Lu Mei, will keep my word and be your girlfriend. Lu Mei's pretty face was cold. Although she was not happy in her heart, she nodded seriously. Damn, it wasn't easy, I'm finally single. Zhu Tianzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked excited. It's really not easy for him, one of the top 10 talents, to find a girlfriend. This moment. Celebrate together. Zhu Tianzhou was in high spirits and had won the heart of a beautiful woman, making everyone envious. He seemed to be a real winner in life. But his heart was bleeding silently. For this victory, he has now lost everything. Fortunately, I finally got what I wanted. As time passed, the storm gradually subsided. The crowd also dispersed one after another. But Su Fan was still in a coma and showed no signs of waking up. Su Qingxian's face was cold as she stared at Su Fan, who was leaning in her arms pretending to be dead. Her clear eyes gradually became sharp. Get up and stop pretending. She stretched out her tender little white hand and twisted Su Fan's ear. Very quickly. Su Fan opened his eyes and smiled at the girl. Ha! It's finally over. How was it? My acting was pretty good, right? He let out a long breath and sat up suddenly, looking relieved. Thanks to his superb acting skills, he was able to escape everyone's eyes and help Zhu Tianzhou win the beauty. Boring. Su Qingxian remained calm and glanced at Su Fan calmly. You deliberately lost the game. What benefit did you get from Zhu Tianzhou? Hey, that's a lot, definitely worth the money. Su Fan blinked and gave a mysterious smile. It's just a game, if you lose, you lose. Compared to the training materials he exchanged from Zhu Tianzhou. It's definitely a huge profit. Before I knew it, it had gotten dark. After working for most of the day, he was a little tired and it was time to go home. Let's go home and take a hot spring bath. Su Fan smiled brightly, took the girl's hand, and walked quickly towards home. A battle today. Su Fan swept the old students and fought against Zhu Tianzhou, and his reputation spread far and wide. Even though he lost to Zhu Tianzhou in the end, he was able to fight on equal terms with the top 10 strongest men, and was almost victorious. This also made Su Fan famous, and he was at the peak of his career in school, comparable to the top 10 students. Su Fan didn't care about these false reputations, but he was a little worried that Chu Tianjiao would default on his debt. After all, it was just a verbal promise and had no contractual effect, and the treasures he promised were too precious. But fortunately, Chu Tianjiao is an honest man and he is trustworthy. A few days later, he delivered everything he promised. 3 portions of 9th level Ferocious Beast's Blood Essence. A portion of Black Dragon Bone Marrow. A Phoenix Blood Red Fruit. These are supreme treasures that can transform one's bloodline and greatly increase one's cultivation. Su Fan's eyes sparkled and he was extremely happy. With these treasures, his cultivation will surely skyrocket. Senior Chu, how are you getting along with Senior Lu Mei? Su Fan asked casually. It's okay, just chatting and holding hands. Chu Tianjiao's face was flushed, he looked energetic, and his bald head was shiny. Under the nourishment of love, his whole spirit and energy have changed, and he is in high spirits. Oh, what are you two talking about? Su Fan asked curiously. Let's talk about you. Chu Tianjiao said. Question mark. Su Fan was confused. Talk about how hateful you are, how much you deserve a beating, and how shameless you are. Chu Tianjiao put his hands behind his back and said thoughtfully, I'm a rough man and not very good at talking. When I was pursuing Lu Mei before, I could never figure out what she liked to hear, so I always hit a wall. But now, I finally understand Lu Mei's preference, and that is you, Su Fan. Every time I criticize you, Lu Mei loves me 3 points more. If I criticize you every day, it won't be long before Lu Mei throws herself into my arms, ha? Oh. Su Fan smiled helplessly. It seemed that Lu Mei was still brooding over it. Women, they are so petty. Now, you are a common topic between us and can help increase our feelings. I hope you don't mind. Chu Tianjiao laughed dryly. Whatever. If it helps your relationship, I don't mind. Su Fan spread his hands. Out of sight, out of mind. He couldn't hear it anyway. That's great. Junior brother Su Fan, I've made friends with you. We're one family from now on. If you need any help, feel free to come to me. Chu Tianjiao was bold and unrestrained, patting his chest and making the promise. Good. Su Fan smiled. Although Chu Tianjiao was arrogant, he was a nice person and worth making friends with. By the way, you must remember to keep our friendship a secret. If Xiaomei finds out, it will be the end of both of us. Do you understand? Chu Tianjiao reminded solemnly. I understand. Outside, we are enemies, with deep hatred and incompatibility. Su Fan understood. That's really great. Chu Tianjiao gave a thumbs up. The following days, Su Fan began to practice in seclusion, striving to improve his martial arts level. With the help of so many natural treasures, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Chapter 88 God-level talent. Chaos Phoenix. Underground training room. Su Fan sat cross-legged and was practicing with all his strength. Now, his combat power is comparable to that of a grandmaster, but his level is still too low, only level 31. Although this level is far beyond his peers, it is still far behind the real top powerhouses. Su Fan's retreat this time is to make a full effort to improve his martial arts level. 3 portions of 9th rank Beast Essence Blood contain extremely powerful life energy. As long as I refine these Beast Essence Blood, my cultivation will definitely reach a higher level. A gleam of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and he activated the 8-9 Profound Art, swallowing all the essence and blood of the ferocious beasts into his body and refining it frantically. With his current strong body, he can withstand any amount of ferocious beast's essence and blood, and there is no need to worry about the risk of exploding. Boom! 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 Su Fan's whole body was glowing, his cultivation level skyrocketed, and his momentum rose steadily. Under the tempering of the ferocious beast's blood essence, his cultivation level increased at an astonishing speed. Not enough, not enough? With my physique, I can withstand even more energy shocks. Su Fan's eyes shot out 2 lightning bolts. He was not satisfied with his own cultivation speed. He spread out his palms, and a ball of emerald green dragon marrow emerged, emitting astonishing dragon power. This is the bone marrow of the black dragon, which comes from a 9th order black dragon. It has supreme efficacy, far surpassing the essence and blood of ferocious beasts. Su Fan possesses the 9 transformations of a true dragon. This black dragon belongs to the dragon clan, Its dragon marrow is of great help to him and can further transform his physique. He activated his dark talent, and his entire body seemed to transform into a devouring black hole, swallowing the black dragon's bone marrow into his body and refining it. Time flies. Su Fan devoted himself to hard training, trying his best to refine the blood essence of the ferocious beast and the bone marrow of the black dragon. Divine light surged from his body, energy surged throughout his body, and his level soared rapidly. Level 32. Level 33. Level 34. Level 36. After several days of practice, Su Fan's cultivation level increased greatly, rising 5 levels in a row and breaking through to level 36 in one go. Level 36, my cultivation has skyrocketed. In addition, with the help of this black dragon bone marrow, I broke through to the 7th stage of the true dragon, cultivated a true dragon body, and my physical strength reached a new level. Su Fan's eyes were as bright as stars, and his whole body released supreme dragon power, suppressing all directions. He has a solemn appearance, his whole body is glowing, his skin is shining, as if cast in gold, and his physical strength has increased countless times. The 7th transformation of the true dragon, physical change. Su Fan's physique transformed and he became a true dragon. His whole body was filled with the terrifying pressure of a true dragon, and his blood and physical strength soared wildly. It's time for my talent to break through. A look of determination surged on Su Fan's face. He did not stop, but began to work on a breakthrough in his talent. SSS level talent is considered the strongest sequence among mortals. But compared with the descendants of gods who are beyond mortals, they do not have an advantage. Su Qingxian's talent has broken through to the god level and evolved into the frozen throne. Jasmine also possesses the god level talent of the sun and moon pupils, and her power is unparalleled. In the martial arts exam ranking competition, the reason why Su Fan was able to defeat Jasmine and tie with Su Qingxian was all due to the terrifying amplification of multiple talent attributes. In terms of single talent power, Su Fan does not have an advantage. His talent, the Immortal Phoenix, is currently only an SSS level talent, slightly inferior to the other two. However, Su Fan has been practicing all the way to now, absorbing the essence and blood of countless ferocious beasts and treasures from heaven and earth. His Immortal Phoenix soul has been evolving and has now completed most of the transformation. Just a little bit. The final transformation is complete. Phoenix Blood Red Fruit, whether my talent can evolve depends on you. Su Fan's eyes were determined as he silently took out a red spiritual fruit. This spiritual fruit is as red as blood, emitting hot energy that is vast and boundless. The majestic flame energy overflowed and turned into the phantom of a phoenix, spreading its wings and singing loudly, with overwhelming pressure. Such a powerful phoenix pressure. This is indeed a supreme spiritual fruit that contains a trace of phoenix blood. It is indeed a rare treasure. Su Fan's whole body trembled, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The immortal phoenix souls in his body were all affected by the phoenix's pressure. They all roared towards the sky and burst out with astonishing fire energy. Phoenix Blood Red Fruit. It contains a trace of phoenix blood, which can help people be reborn. Su Fan plans to use the medicinal power of the Phoenix Blood Red Fruit to break the shackles of his body and improve his talent level. Without hesitation, he moved his hand and threw the Phoenix Blood Red Fruit into his mouth, chewing it in big mouthfuls. Hey, it's quite sweet. Su Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the Phoenix Blood Red Fruit tasted so good. It melted in his mouth and was sweet and delicious. The Phoenix Blood Red Fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a ball of bright red energy and merging into Su Fan's body. Rumble. Su Fan's whole body was shaking violently, as if a volcano was erupting inside him. Endless flame energy burst out, madly tempering his blood and bones. 8-9 Profound Arts, absorb. Su Fan quickly concentrated his mind and used all his strength to practice his profound skills to absorb the medicinal power of the Phoenix Blood Red Fruit. Everything will fall into place naturally. Soon, Su Fan finally broke free from the shackles, and his SSS level talent transformed and evolved to the God level. God level talent Chaos Phoenix. Chaos Phoenix. The supreme divine bird that created the world controls the fire of chaos. Its vitality and recovery ability far exceed that of the immortal Phoenix. Chaos Divine Phoenix, my talent has finally evolved to the God level, ha ha ha. Su Fan's face was filled with ecstasy and excitement, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Inside its body, a golden phoenix is perched, like a god, filled with endless sacred energy, making people unable to help but worship it. The vast vitality surged out from the body of the divine phoenix, nourishing Su Fan's body and bones all the time. Such a powerful vitality, it feels more than 10 times stronger than the immortal phoenix. Su Fan showed a gleam of brilliance and was extremely excited. The vitality and recovery ability provided by the Chaos Divine Phoenix are extremely terrifying. Even if his body is torn into pieces, he can reconstruct his body and restore it to its peak state. His recovery ability far exceeds that of the immortal phoenix. As long as the spirit is not destroyed, no matter what kind of injury is suffered, it can be recovered quickly. It can be called immortal. My martial arts skills, physical fitness, talent level, have all been upgraded to a higher level. Su Fan showed a look of satisfaction. He finally finished his training and prepared to come out. At the same time, in a training room opposite, Su Qingxian also completed his training. Level 35. Who else? Su Qingxian raised her little face, full of confidence. After several days of seclusion, her cultivation level soared to level 35. This speed of cultivation is simply incredible. Among his peers, who can compete with him? Even if it was her brother, he would be severely crushed. Su Qingxian put her hands behind her back, looking very excited, like a proud little peacock, and walked out of the training room with a step that didn't recognize anyone. A handsome figure just happened to be walking towards me. Hi! Su Fan waved and greeted the girl with a smile. Well. When Su Qingxian saw Su Fan coming, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. A cold and pretty face, full of shock. Level 36. He's actually one level higher than me. This doesn't make sense. Su Qingxian was stunned and couldn't believe it. How is it possible that this useless brother's cultivation speed is even faster than hers? Oops, my level has been overtaken. The pressure on Her Majesty the Empress suddenly increased. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the smooth forehead. When Su Fan saw the girl's expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. You must be sweating profusely, sister. Chapter 89 Tianjiao PK. The Empress takes second place. You must be sweating profusely, sister. Su Fan had a bright face as he looked at Su Qingxian quietly, with a smile on his lips. He knew that although the girl appeared cold and indifferent on the outside, she was very competitive in her heart. Now the level has been surpassed. I guess she was extremely panicked. Carrot. It's just one level higher than me. Just level 1. Not worth mentioning at all. This emperor can kill enemies of higher rank as easily as taking something out of a bag. Su Qingxian took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. And try hard to hypnotize yourself. I am invincible. I am invincible. I am invincible. Sinner, what's wrong with you? Why are you so panicked? Su Fan's eyes flashed, as if he saw through the girl's little thoughts, and he said with a smile. Humph, I'm not panicking. Su Qingxian gnashed her teeth lightly, puffed out her chest, mustered up the courage to glare at Su Fan, and said fiercely, I'm just a little surprised, but after a few days of seclusion, your cultivation has improved so much, you're even one level higher than mine. This is all thanks to the rare treasures sent by Chu Tianzhou. After refining and absorbing them, my cultivation has improved a lot. Su Fan smiled faintly. Oh, I see. Su Qingxian nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. It turns out that it was thanks to the natural resources that the useless brother's cultivation made such rapid progress. Although Su Fan's level is slightly higher than hers. But in terms of combat power, I am definitely stronger. Su Qingxian believed it without a doubt and had an invincible confidence. At this moment, a long-lost reminder sound rang in the girl's mind. Ding dong! A new round of Tianjiao PK is starting for you. It's finally here, Tianjiao PK. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes lit up, and her little face was filled with confidence. Next. Let her prove with her strength who is the real number one among her peers. The girl was extremely confident. Tianjiao PK. The winner is the king, the loser eats dust. This PK will be measured by combat power. We are selecting the top 10 super geniuses of the same generation for you and starting a battle. It's a sure thing. Among my peers, I have no rivals. Su Qingxian's face was calm, as still as a still pond, and she looked as if she was sure of victory. Bring it on. Comparison of geniuses. No matter if you are the descendant of the Supreme Being, a descendant of a god, or a genius, what are you in front of this emperor? There is absolutely no rival in front of this emperor. Ding dong. Tianjiao ranking results announced. 10th place, Lu Ruyan. 9th place, Li Zedong. 8th place, Fire Dance. 7th place, Yin Antian. 6th place, Li Lan. 5th place, Zhang Jiwei. 4th place, Zhou Jianfeng. 3rd place, Jasmine. Familiar names appeared on the list of geniuses. Many of them are familiar faces, gifted and well known among the younger generation. But to Su Qingxian, it was just a grain of sand, not worth half of her. Su Qingxian remained calm and did not feel any threat. Soon, it was time to announce the second place on the Tianjiu list. It's finally here. Su Qingxian's eyes suddenly lit up, her little pink fists clenched silently, and she couldn't help but feel excited. This was a fateful moment, but she remained confident and determined to win. Come on, girl. Face your fate. Second place, Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian was stunned. The whole person was petrified on the spot. I'm actually second place? How is that possible? So the first place is? Su Qingxian's pupils suddenly shrank, as if she had already figured out who that person was. First place, Su Fan. Su Fan's name kept echoing in the girl's mind. Her head was buzzing and she couldn't react for a while. Impossible. Is there something wrong with this dog system? Su Fan is only one level higher than her. Just one level. How could his fighting power be stronger than hers? Dog system, I don't accept it. Su Qingxian had a stubborn face and her mentality was a little broken. The dignified empress was suppressed. This made Su Qingxian extremely depressed, and she couldn't help but check the profile of the person number 1 on the Tianjiu list. First place, Su Fan. Introduction: possessing the body of a true dragon, the talent of a divine phoenix, and the bloodline of an ancient god, 3 invincible talents and bloodlines. His bones are beyond ordinary, his combat power is incredible, and he can kill a master. Evaluation: beyond the ancient and modern times, unrivaled among peers. I don't accept it. Su Qingxian was unwilling to give in and still refused to admit defeat. During the martial arts exam ranking competition, she tied with Su Fan and was ranked first in martial arts. Now, not even a month has passed, and she has been overtaken by Su Fan and dropped to second place. This was unacceptable to Su Qingxian. Dog system, I don't accept it. Who's number 1? We'll only know after a fight. I challenge this hateful brother to a head-on showdown. Su Qingxian was extremely stubborn and was frantically communicating and negotiating with the system. After her persistent efforts, the dog system finally responded. Drop. As the host wishes, we are adding a PK mode for you. You will engage in a real-life duel with the top-ranked leaderboard. Victory will bring you huge rewards, and failure will result in double the punishment. Are you sure you want to challenge the top-ranking star? I'm sure. Su Qingxian's face was determined. She has lived 2 lives as a human being and has the potential to be an emperor. With the experience and skills from her previous life, she is confident enough to defeat all opponents. Since the system is wrong, she will use her strength to tell it who is the real number 1 among her peers. Then, Su Qingxian's fighting spirit was boiling. She looked at Su Fan, who looked harmless, with a determined look in her beautiful eyes. Brother, fight me in the woods. Chapter 90 Peak Showdown. Fight Su Qingxian again. There is a small woods on the hill behind the school. Su Fan and Su Qingxian stood opposite each other. The two of them looked at each other in silence. The fighting spirit burned in the void, and all the birds and beasts in the mountains were scared away. Do you really want to fight? Su Fan said. Yes, I am serious. Su Qingxian said. Okay, come on then. Su Fan smiled slightly and gladly accepted the girl's challenge. He guessed that Su Qingxian's level had been surpassed, and her mentality was a little broken, so she was eager to compete with him. Competitions between warriors are common. Fighting can enhance one's strength, which is beneficial to both sides. Su Fan did not refuse. That's fine. He had just come out of seclusion, his cultivation had greatly increased, his talent and body had all evolved to a higher level, and he also needed a strong opponent to test his combat power. In this confrontation, just be careful about the degree. After all, she is his sister. I'm afraid my sister can't withstand Su Fan's full-strength punch. Humph, dog system. This emperor will use his strength to let you know that your ranking of geniuses is wrong, and I am the real number 1. A cold light flashed in Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes, and she took the lead in attacking Su Fan. Absolutely frozen. She waved her little hand, and extreme cold air burst out. The world was instantly frozen, and the surrounding rocks and vegetation were all covered with thick frost. An extreme frosty cold air, like a giant frost dragon, pounced towards Su Fan, and the terrifying chill covered the sky. Break! Su Fan had a calm expression on his face, the soul of the Chaos Phoenix burning in his body. He pointed a finger, and golden chaos fire rushed out, causing the temperature around him to soar rapidly. Bang! The frost dragon exploded on the spot, shattered into pieces, and turned into countless ice crystals that shot out. Buzz! But the next moment, Su Qingxian came forward, with a pair of holy ice wings stretched out behind him, flapping with all his might in the endless storm. Thousands of ice blades cut through the void and bombarded Su Fan. Golden light protecting the body. Su Fan activated his profound skills, raising a golden light to protect his body. His whole body was as hot as the sun, shattering all the ice blades in an instant. Ice sword. Su Qingxian's attack was fierce, like a non-stop storm. A cold light flashed in her palm, and she summoned an ice blue sword, slashing towards Su Fan fiercely. The terrifying icy sword energy caused the void to distort. Clang! This sword struck the protective divine light, bursting out with unparalleled sharpness. The solid and boundless protective golden light was unable to resist and exploded. Defeat me! Su Qingxian raised her lips in an arc, burst out with all her strength, burning her blood and energy, and unleashed the strongest sword. This sword split the space with terrifying power, and it seemed to have reached the Grandmaster level. One sword decides the outcome. Facing the girl's shocking sword, Su Fan remained calm as he suddenly stretched out his big hand, with the true dragon rune flowing through his 5 fingers, and reached directly for the frozen divine sword. Clang! The next moment, under the girl's shocked gaze, Su Fan grabbed the frozen divine sword and easily blocked her strongest sword. How is this possible? He actually blocked my frozen divine sword with his bare hands. Su Qingxian's face was dazed and somewhat unbelievable. Her full-strength sword attack was enough to kill a master-level expert, but now it was blocked by Su Fan with his bare hands without any effort. What a powerful physique this is, it's simply against the will of heaven. An indescribable feeling of frustration came over me. At this moment, Su Qingxian had to admit that Su Fan's physical strength was far superior to hers. The true dragon body is indeed powerful. Su Fan's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but feel excited. The body of a true dragon, the talent of a divine phoenix, and the bloodline of an ancient god. Su Fan's body, bloodline, and innate abilities are all impeccable. Invincible among peers, invincible among peers. Even Su Qingxian would not be his opponent. Let us end it. Su Fan suddenly exerted force with his right hand, crushing the frozen sword into pieces, and ice crystals flew all over the sky. Then he punched Su Qingxian in the face. The domineering fist force tore through the sky, filled with a terrible aura of destruction, as if it was going to destroy everything. The breath of death was overwhelming. It's over. Su Qingxian's delicate body stiffened, her soul trembled, and a rare hint of fear appeared in her clear and beautiful eyes. The fear of death. She clearly felt the horror of this punch. Even a master would be beaten into pieces. If she was hit, she would definitely die. But just when the fist was about to hit him, it suddenly stopped. Sorry, you lose. Su Fan smiled faintly, stretched out a finger, and flicked it hard on the girl's smooth forehead. Bang! A sharp blow to the head caused Su Qingxian to doubt her life in pain. Ouch! It hurts! Su Qingxian screamed in pain, quickly squatted down with her hands covering her forehead, and tears almost fell. The whole person fell into a state of autism. Hateful. The invincible emperor was defeated. Complete crush. She never expected that Su Fan was so powerful that he could easily defeat her just by using his physical strength. Su Qingxian was devastated, but she was not discouraged. That's all. If you lose, you lose. Admit defeat and fight again tomorrow. Su Qingxian had to admit that she was defeated and was no match for Su Fan. But just because you are not Su Fan's opponent now doesn't mean you won't be Su Fan's opponent in the future. Su Qingxian showed her little fangs and stared at Su Fan fiercely, fantasizing about a bright future in her mind. What's wrong? Do you still want to fight? Looking at the girl's fierce expression, Su Fan couldn't help but look helpless. No need, I'm no match for you now, let's fight again later. Su Qingxian secretly made up her mind that she would practice harder in the future and try her best to catch up with her evil brother. This blow to the head exploded. She must return it to Su Fan. Su Qingxian was extremely vindictive and thought fiercely. Unfortunately, you lost. A double punishment task is being launched for you. Punishment Mission 1, become a personal maid for a year. Prepare 3 rich meals for your beloved brother every day, wear a maid outfit, and feed him yourself. Punishment Task 2, confess your love to your beloved brother in public. Express your admiration for him in a letter of no less than 5,000 words. Su Qingxian's body stiffened and she turned into stone on the spot. After the additional task penalty, not only did the maid's time soar by a year, but she also had to confess her love to Su Fan in public and prepare a 5,000-word confession letter. 5,000 words. You want me to write a novel? Su Qingxian gradually collapsed. Thinking of that confession scene, she clenched her toes in embarrassment. That's all. I am willing to accept the loss of the bet. This emperor can always afford to play. Su Qingxian thought silently, for the reward, to surpass her brother, she would give it all. A cold wind blows in the desolate valley. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Chapter 91 Large-scale social death scene. The Empress confesses in public. The first step of the punishment mission. Start with your daily life. Be brave and do it without fear of difficulties. That. Su Qingxian's face turned serious. She suddenly looked at Su Fan and said with courage, as a reward for defeating me, you won't have to cook at home anymore. I'll cook for you. Oh. Su Fan's body trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. A trace of cold sweat crept up my forehead. This time it was his turn to sweat profusely. Don't do that. Su Fan waved his hands quickly, feeling his scalp tingling. This time, I'm in big trouble. Thinking of the fairy sister's horrible cooking skills, Su Fan was frightened and still feels scared until now. If Sienna is the one cooking at home in the future, life will be unbearable. Su Fan forced a smile and said quickly, Fairy. Leave the cooking to me. There's no need to trouble you. What do you mean, are you disgusted with me? A resentful look was cast at Su Fan. Su Qingxian's little fangs flashed with ferocity, and she felt extremely dissatisfied. Bastard brother. I'm making you a loving meal out of kindness, so what's with that disgusted look on your face? No. Su Fan said. Very good, then it's settled. From now on, I will prepare 3 meals a day for you, and you just need to wait to enjoy the delicious food. Su Qingxian said. I really would thank you. Under the girl's insistence, Su Fan had no choice but to agree. The days ahead. It's bound to be a bit difficult. The next day at noon, the sun was shining brightly. Su Qingxian was wearing a cat ear maid outfit and was busy in the kitchen. Cute cat ears decoration, Lolita-style miniskirt, a bow on the chest, and a pair of slender legs wrapped in white stockings. Today's girls are completely different from their previous cold image, showing their cuteness and temptation. What the hell is this little girl doing? Why is she suddenly cosplaying? Su Fan had a very strange expression on his face. Looking at the girl's charming maid outfit, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva silently, and he felt a little overwhelmed. But Huo Wu, who was sitting opposite him, was looking at him with contempt. Are you a pervert? How dare you let your sister dress like this? Huo Wu's face was filled with black lines, and she looked at Su Fan with disgust, as if she was looking at a perverted sister con and sex maniac. Don't look at me. I didn't ask her to dress like this. Su Fan explained quickly. Sister complex. Pervert. Disgusting. You've been caught red-handed, what else do you have to explain? Huo Wu rolled her eyes at him, not believing him at all. Fuck me. Su Fan was speechless for a while, feeling that he was even more wrong than Doi. He didn't know what was wrong with Su Qingxian. She suddenly said she wanted to cook. So she cooked, and she even cooked in a maid outfit. This made everyone look at him with very strange expressions. They thought he was the one who asked the girl to wear a maid outfit. Could it be that after being defeated by me, this girl was so shocked that her mind became abnormal? Su Fan looked suspicious and had a headache. At the same time, the other 3 people in the living room also had strange expressions on their faces. Today, Su Fan suddenly became generous and invited these friends of the same period to have dinner at his home to taste Sienna's cooking. In addition to Huo Wu, there is also her brother Hui Yunfei, as well as Zhou Jianfeng and Lu Ruyan, all of whom can be considered old acquaintances. Ahem, I never thought that the cold and frosty Su Qingxian would actually have such a side to him. Zhou Jianfeng coughed dryly, and his expression became strange when he saw Su Qingxian acting like a docile maid. In the martial arts champion competition, he was beaten up and completely crushed by Su Qingxian. That cold and ruthless look still makes him feel a little scared. TSK, Sister Sienna is quite cute in a maid outfit. Not to mention Yumen, even I, your sister, am moved. Lu Ruyan smiled charmingly and gave a high evaluation of Su Qingxian's dress. She felt that Su Qingxian in a maid outfit had a unique charm, and was cute and charming. Haha, I didn't expect that you, Su Fan, would suddenly invite us to dinner together. Is there something happy event worth celebrating? Hui Yunfei smiled and couldn't help but ask. Of course, my Sienna cooked for me personally, so it's worth celebrating. Su Fan smiled mysteriously, his face full of sunshine. I must invite everyone to come and taste it, so that we can share the blessing together. Su Fan, I didn't expect you to be such a nice person. At first, everyone looked grateful and thought Su Fan was really kind. But gradually, an ominous smell wafted out from the kitchen. Everyone who smelled this smell shuddered and felt their scalp tingling. What a smell! Is the food burnt or smelly? Oh my god, this taste is indescribable, it's so strong. Everyone had strange expressions, looking at each other, and it felt like something was not right. Finally, Su Qingxian's face was filled with confidence as she walked out carrying the delicious food she had carefully prepared. The food is ready, who wants to try it? It was a plate of black, sticky food of unknown origin. It has a weird smell and is in no particular shape, like a lump of mud, and looks ominous. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they finally realized the seriousness of the matter. So this is the real reason why you invited us here. Zhou Jianfeng and Hui Yunfei looked at each other and smiled bitterly. We are all family, so we share the hardship together. Su Fan smiled grimly. We are all brothers, no one can escape. The fairy's cooking skills must be tasted by everyone. Buzz. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the void. A small and delicate purple figure came as soon as I smelled the scent. Okay. You guys stole some good food without even calling me. I'm mad. Little Jasmine came uninvited, put her hands on her waist, and roared at Su Fan like a dragon. I don't have your contact information either. Su Fan was speechless for a while. This little girl is extremely mysterious. She comes and goes without a trace. Who knows where she lives? Soon, little Jasmine was attracted by the mysterious delicacies on the table, and her eyes lit up. Wow, who made this? It looks delicious. Everyone broke out in a sweat after hearing this. What's that look in your eyes? Is it delicious? If you eat this, you will probably go straight to the king of hell. Only Su Qingxian put her hands on her waist and gave Jasmine a look of approval, as expected of a descendant of a god. You really have good taste. If it tastes good, eat more. Don't be polite with me. Su Fan said. Hee hee, there is such a good thing? Then I'll eat it first as a token of my respect. Little Jasmine was happy. Maybe it's because he is a descendant of a god. Little Jasmine's aesthetic taste is completely different from that of ordinary people like them. She picked up a spoon and started showing off wildly. Yes, it's delicious. There was a gleam in little Jasmine's eyes as she gave Su Qingxian a high evaluation. Real beep, fake beep? Su Fan looked suspicious and a little unconvinced. He also picked up a spoon and took a light sip. The next moment, a wonderful fragrance exploded in the mouth. The richness of meat, the sweetness of fruit, and the freshness of fish and shrimp, these different flavors are wonderfully blended together, leaving an endless aftertaste. Hey, it tastes really good. Su Fan's eyes lit up and he looked at Su Qingxian with some surprise. Although this mysterious delicacy doesn't look very good, it tastes pretty good. Compared to before, Su Qingxian's cooking skills have made great progress. Sister, there's progress. He immediately gave a thumbs up and praised Su Qingxian highly. Well, it's just cooking, a piece of cake, how could it be difficult for me? The girl who was praised couldn't help but puff out her chest, her face filled with pride. With her status as an emperor, cooking is just a piece of cake for her. Is it so delicious? Let me try it too. Hey, stop grabbing, come on by one. Seeing this, Huo Wu, Lu Ruyan, Zhou Jianfeng, Hui Yunfei and others also started to taste it. After tasting it, everyone praised it highly. You don't have to fight over it. There's still plenty left in the kitchen. I'll get more. Su Qingxian raised her lips slightly, and endless pride surged in her chest. You are a bunch of good-for-nothings, all fascinated by my cooking skills. Soon, Su Qingxian served everyone the delicious food that she was proud of. Everyone ate and chatted, and a harmonious atmosphere filled the room. Su Qingxian was also very proud. She felt extremely proud when she thought of her stupid brother greedily eating the food she cooked. Conquering Su Fan's taste buds was also a disguised form of conquest. My stupid brother. Be charmed by my exquisite cooking skills. But at this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Su Qingxian's mind. Ding dong. Trigger the confession mission. Please confess your love to your beloved brother immediately. Su Qingxian immediately panicked. Confession? In front of so many people? The girl's pretty face turned red and she felt very embarrassed, but she had to do it bravely. Su Qingxian suddenly glanced at Su Fan, hesitating, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing the girl hesitating, Su Fan suddenly felt something was wrong. What are you going to do now? Su Fan was completely depressed. I want to confess to you. Su Qingxian said, gritting her teeth. Ha? Su Fan was dumbfounded. I say, let's date. Su Qingxian said with a stiff upper lip. Su Fan was stunned. Everyone was petrified. Drop. Confession mission failed. When the host expresses his feelings, the length should not be less than 5,000 words. Please rephrase. Chapter 92 The Stupid Confession from the Empress. Actually, the confession failed. Does it have to be a 5,000-word love letter? Su Qingxian was filled with shame and anger. This time, in front of everyone, she finally mustered up the courage to confess to Su Fan. Her face turned red like an apple, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Unexpectedly, this damn system judged that her confession was invalid and required her to prepare a 5,000-word confession letter. 5,000 words. How could she make this up? Su Qingxian was a little overwhelmed. She covered her head with her hands and temporarily entered a state of freeze. At the same time, the atmosphere at the scene froze instantly. Su Qingxian's sudden confession shocked everyone present. Even Su Fan was stunned and couldn't help but reach out and touch the girl's forehead, looking very concerned. Are you sick? You don't feel hot to the touch. Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Su Fan's face was full of suspicion, with an expression that showed concern for his mentally retarded sister. Sister, you are doing that again today. He seriously suspected that the girl had taken the wrong medicine, or was there some conspiracy? The others were all shocked when they saw this scene, and their reactions varied. Wow, I'm still a child, don't let me watch this. Little Jasmine covered her eyes and swayed her short legs, feeling very shy. Sister Sienna is so brave, confessing in public, it's so exciting. Lu Ruyan became more energetic, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she looked very gossipy. We are here, are we a bit in the way? Hui Yunfei and Zhou Jianfeng looked at each other with slightly strange expressions. They seemed to have become light bulbs and felt very embarrassed. Damn it, actually confessing in public. This Su Qingxian is so bold. Huo Wu's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. As a bystander, she felt shy, and at the same time, she was deeply jealous of Su Qingxian. In fact, she also had a good impression of Su Fan, but unfortunately she did not have the courage to express her feelings in public. Su Qingxian, she is so terrifying. 5,000 words, 5,000 words, 5,000 words. Su Qingxian racked her brains, thinking hard about a 5,000-word confession. But it ended in failure. No, system, I can't make it up. Finally, she gave up helplessly. Although Su Qingxian has lived 2 lives as a human, she has no experience in love and is a complete novice. In desperation, she can only ask the system for help. Drip. Drip. The host's ability is seriously insufficient. We are starting to care for the mentally retarded host. Searching the dating database for you and writing a confession essay. 10%, 30%, 50%, 100%, the confession essay was written successfully. This system has carefully prepared a 5,000-word confession for the host. All you need to do is read it aloud and move your brother with your true feelings to complete the punishment mission. Buzz. Soon, a stream of information flooded into the girl's mind. It was that 5,000-word confession letter. Su Qingxian's eyes lit up. The dog system was quite powerful at critical moments. It's a bit difficult to ask her to write a confession on the spot, but if she reads it, she can just grit her teeth and get through it. Sorry, I used some inappropriate words just now. Su Qingxian took a deep breath and looked at Su Fan quietly, trying hard to gather her emotions. Actually, what I want to say is, brother, you are the coolest boy I have ever met. Whenever I see you, my heartbeat speeds up uncontrollably, and I feel an uncontrollable surge of passion, like a stream longing to run to the sea, wanting to melt in your broad arms. You are the wind, and I am the sand. You are the swan and I am the duckling. I love your flowing yellow hair the most. No, it's your hair. The more Su Qingxian read, the more she felt something was wrong. What the hell was this damn system writing? It was such a mess. Not only was she confused when she read it, but everyone else was also confused when they heard it. They said they had never heard such a long confession before. Was this girl writing a short essay? As the protagonist, Su Fan was even more confused. What was going on? This confession letter must have been written on the spur of the moment. It's so stupid. Finally. It's almost over. Su Qingxian gritted her teeth, remained stubborn, and endured the embarrassment, and finally read the 5,000-word confession letter to the end. At this moment, only the last affectionate confession remains. Brother! I declare you. My heart, my brain, and every organ in my body are saying, I declare you. Su Qingxian's true feelings were revealed, and she looked at Su Fan with affection. Let's date. I refuse. Su Fan retorted. Su Qingxian gradually became petrified. The clown turned out to be me? Omega Omega. Drop. Confession mission failed. Chapter 93 Youth Love Story. Ding ding. Unfortunately, you were ruthlessly rejected by Su Fan. Omega Omega. My passionate confession was unexpectedly rejected. Su Qingxian's face froze, her clear eyes widened as she stared at Su Fan blankly, asking in disbelief, why? That is so fake. Su Fan was speechless. As smart as he was, he had already seen through everything. The acting is terrible, the expressions are fake, and the lines are awkward. His eyes flashed with wisdom, and he looked at the girl as if he was looking at a rookie. Sister, the path of an actor is not suitable for you, you'd better give up. Hateful. Su Qingxian's face turned red and white, and she felt greatly insulted. What the hell is this damn system? Sure enough, my cunning brother found out the clue. The girl went crazy and madly tagged the dog system in her mind. The dog system pretends to be dead. No matter how the girl protested, the dog system didn't respond at all, as if it had crashed. Little fairy, tell me straight, what is your purpose? Su Fan narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the girl's beautiful face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you planning something bad to me? Faced with the bad brother's relentless pressure, Su Qingxian's heart was pounding and she was caught in an awkward dilemma. Not only did her confession fail, but it seemed her cunning brother also saw through some of her secrets. This is a very bad situation. The girl's face turned red and she began to sweat profusely. So what? Suddenly, Su Qingxian had a flash of inspiration, and her originally panicked eyes calmed down in an instant. She said to Su Fan, just say it straight, I just want your body. What a wonderful development. Su Fan couldn't help but look helpless, and was also confused by the girl. When the others saw this, they also cried out in surprise. Oh my god, this is a bit exciting. The woman is pushing the issue, the legendary domineering female CEO. Is this the kind of scene we can actually watch? TSK, isn't the next thing going to be paid content? Seeing this, Jasmine, Lu Ruyan and others gradually became excited, as if they were not afraid of any trouble. Zhou Jianfang and Hui Yunfei were relatively traditional and could not stand this kind of scene, so they chose to turn around and avoid it. As for Ho Wu, her pretty face flushed red, and she felt both shocked and annoyed. She didn't expect Su Qingxian to be so bold. After her confession was rejected, she didn't give up and directly launched an attack on Su Fan. Although the two of them didn't get along, she couldn't help but admire the girl's boldness. From now on, you are mine. Su Qingxian's face was cold, she put one hand on her waist, and her beautiful eyes swept over Su Fan indifferently. She said domineeringly, you have no right to refuse. You have to agree, whether you agree or not. Although the girl was wearing a cute maid outfit, she revealed the supreme dominance of an empress at this moment. This was the method of confession as an empress that she had figured out in an emergency situation. Just force it. My silly brother, feel honored to be my boyfriend. Good job. The tone is so arrogant. Su Fan frowned and looked at the girl unhappily. What if I don't agree? Then I'll call mom and tell her you're bullying me. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes flashed with ferocity, and she finally used her trump card. This sentence immediately silenced Su Fangan. You can't afford to play, right? You actually called your parents. I didn't expect the girl to have this trick. Oh well. Su Fan smiled helplessly and finally nodded reluctantly. Since you insist so much, we can try to date. You're in college now, so it's normal to have a relationship. He just felt that the girl's behavior was a little abnormal. Such a bold confession was not in line with her usual style. Unexpectedly, she even moved her mother out. There was no way Su Fan could only give in. Finally got it. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes lit up, and a surge of pride surged in her heart. No matter how stubborn her brother was, he was eventually conquered by her. Simple and easy. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding dong. Congratulations. You successfully completed the confession mission. Satisfaction. Reward, Gods remains 1. The remains of the gods. This is a supreme treasure, more precious than 10 drops of blood from a divine beast. After refining, one can obtain some of the methods or magical powers of the god-level strongmen, which are of immeasurable value. The remains of a divine being, great. With this supreme treasure bone, my cultivation will surely skyrocket, and I will be able to catch up with my brother even faster. Su Qingxian was overjoyed, and her beautiful little face was filled with endless pride. This time she didn't need the help of the dog system at all. She showed her empress style and easily took down Su Fan. This emperor is indeed a genius. In this way, Su Fan and Su Qingxian temporarily confirmed their romantic relationship. The news spread quickly and caused a small stir in the whole school. Oh my god, Su Fan and Su Qingxian are dating? Aren't they brother and sister? This behavior is wrong. Idiot. We're not related by blood. This is what true childhood sweethearts are like. Damn Su Qingxian, you stole my idol away, die. Su Fan is the one who deserves to die. The fairy goddess is me. All parties were in an uproar, and everyone was arguing heatedly, especially the men and women who were arguing the most intensely. Those who had admiration for Su Fan and Su Qingxian were all heartbroken. The next few days, Su Fan spent a leisurely and happy period of time. Every day, Su Qingxian would prepare 3 meals and feed him personally. When Su Fan took a nap, she would also give him a relaxing massage package to help him relax completely. It can be said to be meticulous care. In order to complete the punishment task, the girl really tried her best. Su Fan lived a comfortable life. Announced to the whole school. The Tower of Babel trial is about to begin. All students, please prepare yourself and enter the tower to take the trial. Finally, a notice came, breaking Su Fan's peaceful and beautiful life. The school sent a notice that the Tower of Babel trial is finally about to begin. Tower of Babel. You've come just in time. After resting for so long, it's time to stretch your muscles. Su Fan's eyes were blazing, his whole body was filled with fighting spirit, and he was full of anticipation for this new challenge. On the other hand, although her body temporarily succumbed, Su Qingxian never gave up the struggle in her heart. Defeat my brother. This is Su Qingxian's only goal now. To this end, she worked hard to complete the task and took care of Su Fan's daily life with all her heart, while also devoting herself to hard practice and madly improving her own cultivation. When the girl heard the news that the Tower of Babel was opened, her face suddenly lit up, as if she saw the hope of rising. Is the Babel Tower trial about to begin? This emperor's chance has finally arrived. Su Qingxian raised her lips, and her heart gradually became excited. She finally found hope for a comeback. The Babel trial is a great opportunity as well as a huge challenge. All the geniuses and freaks in the school will participate, and it will surely be a fierce battle. This is also Su Qingxian's best opportunity to surpass Su Fan. My stupid brother, wash your neck and wait. This time, I will definitely win. Chapter 94 opens. Babel Tower Trial. Tower of Babel. The treasure of Tsinghua University and Peking University. According to legend, this is an ancient tower from prehistoric times, mysterious, ancient and grand. The Tower of Babel has 9 floors, evolving into 9 levels of heaven and earth, with power that reaches the sky. The Tower of Babel is filled with rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and the speed of cultivation inside the tower is more than 10 times that of the outside world. The most important thing is that the tower contains 9 levels of heaven and earth, where a large number of natural treasures grow, as well as the skills inherited from ancient powerful people and top treasures. It can be said that there are countless opportunities. The Tower of Babel is finally going to open. A great opportunity has arrived, and it's time for us to show our talents. I've been stuck at level 39 for several months. It's a good opportunity for me to try my luck at the Tower of Babel. Maybe I can find the inheritance of some ancient great being, All the geniuses in the school were excited. Everyone was eager to try and was looking forward to the trial journey of the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel opens once a year, and each opening lasts for a month. This is a great opportunity that no genius would miss. 11 o'clock in the morning. There is still 1 hour left before the Tower of Babel opens. But the school's central square was already crowded. Students from all grades gathered here, and the scene was crowded and lively. At this time, Su Fan and Su Qingxian walked into the square hand in hand. The two of them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, behaved intimately, like a pair of fairy lovers, making people around them envious. Look, that's Su Fan and Su Qingxian, this year's top martial arts exam winners. I heard they are dating. They are indeed a match made in heaven. For a moment, the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone started talking excitedly and looked at Su Fan and the others curiously. Su Fan and the other person instantly became the focus. Su Fan and Su Qingxian were already martial arts champions and were well known. In the freshman challenge not long ago, Su Fan showed his prowess, sweeping a group of old students and even almost defeating Chu Tianjiao, one of the top 10 students. This made him even more famous. He was known to everyone in the school and attracted widespread attention wherever he went. As for Su Qingxian, there is no need to say anything. With her top-notch appearance and temperament, she is like a shining star, and she is the absolute focus wherever she goes. In terms of attention, the girl is even more popular than Su Fan. Xianer, aren't we being a little too conspicuous? Su Fan noticed the murderous looks of the men around him, and couldn't help but cough dryly, pointing at the two men's tightly clasped hands. Although the girl's hands are soft and comfortable to hold, showing off affection in public like this can easily attract hatred. At this moment, he could already feel that the male compatriots around him were beginning to grit their teeth at him. It's absolutely necessary. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll retreat. You can't slack off for even a moment. Su Qingxian's face was cold and her expression was very serious. The reason why she walked hand in hand with Su Fan was certainly not because their relationship was so good, but for the purpose of cultivation. As long as the two people's hands are in contact, they can practice together through the samsara technique and improve their cultivation at all times. In this way, she can grow up as quickly as possible and surpass her evil brother. Hey! That's not right. Suddenly, Su Qingxian shuddered and realized that something was wrong. Although her cultivation will increase rapidly, Su Fan's cultivation will also improve. This way the gap between us can't be widened. When Su Qingxian thought of this, although she felt a little depressed, she did not let go. A truly strong person never bothers to do anything petty. This time in the Tower of Babel trial, she must win fairly. Is that the Tower of Babel? It really is an unrivaled pagoda. Su Fan looked ahead and couldn't help but show an expression of amazement. Just see. An ancient black tower shrouded in chaotic mist stands in the center of the school square. The ancient tower is sacred and solemn, tall and boundless, like a jade pillar piercing the sky, emitting endless sacred energy, making people around it unable to help but worship it. This is the Tower of Babel, the treasure of Peking University and Tsinghua University. The reason why Peking University and Tsinghua University have been able to cultivate countless talents is largely due to the incredible power of the Tower of Babel. Although the Tower of Babel is only open once a year and can only last for 1 month each time, practicing in it for 1 month is equivalent to practicing in the outside world for a year, and there is also a chance to obtain various natural treasures. If you are lucky enough to come across the supreme inheritance of an ancient powerful person, you will soar to the sky. There are restrictions inside the Tower of Babel. The stronger one is, the greater the suppression and rejection one will face. The truly top-notch experts simply cannot enter to explore. This also provides many young talents with the opportunity to search for various treasures in the tower and greatly increase their cultivation. Moreover, to date, the Tower of Babel is still ownerless, and no one can conquer this supreme pagoda. According to legend, only by passing the ultimate test on the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel can one conquer the Tower of Babel and become its master, but that is really too difficult. The Tower of Babel has 9 floors, evolving into 9 realms of heaven and earth. Each floor is more difficult and dangerous than the last. Not to mention the 9th level, it is already amazing for ordinary warriors to reach the 2nd level. Even those top geniuses above SS level can only reach the 3rd or 4th level at most. As for passing the 9th level, no one has ever done it yet. Su Fan is here. Siener, my dear, long time no see. At the same time, Zhou Jianfeng, Lu Ruoyan, Hua Wu, Hua Yunfei and a group of acquaintances also came forward to say hello. Everyone was very enthusiastic and chatted while waiting. Everyone's here. Su Fan smiled and started chatting with everyone. Su Qingxian was the same as always, with a cold face. She stayed quietly beside Su Fan, as quiet as a little fairy. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying source of fire rushed over and turned into a fire dragon more than 10 meters long, rushing straight towards Su Fan, and the rolling heat waves covered the sky. This attack is very powerful and is definitely at the Grandmaster level. Who? Su Fan's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, he easily shattered the fire dragon. Then he suddenly looked back. A gloomy figure walked out of the crowd, his whole body filled with an unparalleled aura, no less than that of a Grandmaster. You are Su Fan, the new martial arts champion? This was a gloomy-looking young man in white clothes. With a sneer on his face, he looked at Su Fan with interest. I heard that you almost defeated Chu Tianjiu and have a level comparable to the top 10 masters. Ha ha. But I don't think you're that great. Su Fan stared coldly at the young man in white, without saying a word, but his eyes flashed with a sharp light. This guy is one of the top 10, named Zhang Rulong. He ranks 10th among the top 10, only one place lower than Chu Tianjiu. Lu Ruyan recognized the identity of the person and hurriedly explained. The top 10? Su Fan raised his eyebrows, but his face remained calm. He just glanced at Zhang Rulong lightly. This guy is at level 49, and his cultivation is very advanced. Although he hasn't broken through to the Grandmaster level, he obviously already possesses the strength of a Grandmaster. Looking around the entire school, they are all top-notch experts. But for Su Fan now, it is not worth mentioning at all. What's the matter? There's still some time before the Tower of Babel opens. Do you want to spar with me? Zhang Rulong's eyes flashed with ferocity as he stared at Su Fan quietly, not concealing the hostility in his heart at all. Humph! You're only level 49, not even a Grandmaster. How dare you fight me? Su Fan snorted coldly, his expression indifferent, and he didn't take Zhang Rulong seriously at all. Chapter 95 The greatest treasure of the ancient world. The heaven-slaying demonic blade. You're only level 49, not even a Grandmaster. Are you worthy enough to fight me? Su Fan's expression was grim, his eyes flashing with crimson lightning, and he shouted coldly at Zhang Rulong. Roll! As soon as the word was uttered, overwhelming pressure erupted, causing the air around it to explode. Bang! Zhang Rulong's face changed drastically. A terrifying mental pressure came over him, making him tremble all over. He felt like he was hit by thunder and flew out on the spot, with blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Impossible! How can you be so strong? Zhang Rulong was terrified, his head felt like it was about to explode, his spirit was severely damaged, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Su Fan. His level is as high as 49, which is more than 10 levels higher than Su Fan. Although he has not yet broken through to the 5th level Grandmaster, he already possesses the combat power of a Grandmaster. But now, Su Fan easily knocked him away with just his mental pressure. The terrifying combat power far exceeded Zhang Rulong's expectations. Look over there, Su Fan and Zhang Rulong are fighting. Zhang Rulong took the initiative to provoke, but was blown away by Su Fan's words. It was a disgrace. Ha, are these the top 10? They don't look anything special. The conflict between the two immediately attracted a group of spectators. Zhang Rulong is the 10th of the top 10 students of Peking University and Tsinghua University, and the only one who has not broken through to the Grandmaster level. Therefore, he has always been known as the goalkeeper of the top 10. Every time a new generation of super genius emerges in the school, his title as one of the top 10 will be seriously threatened. Now Su Fan is at the peak of his career and can be said to be the strongest newcomer in recent years. He has seriously threatened Zhang Rulong's title of one of the top 10. Many people think that Zhang Rulong is not worthy of the title of top 10 and should give it to Su Fan. This made Zhang Rulong both angry and furious, so he attacked Su Fan, but he didn't expect the latter's strength to be so terrifying that he almost fell. Damn it, this Su Fan is only level 36, how can he be so strong? Hearing the ridicule from all around, Zhang Rulong's eyes turned red and he was burning with anger. He had wanted to teach Su Fan a lesson, but he didn't expect to become a clown himself. As one of the top 10 students, the strongest genius in Peking University and Tsinghua University, if he really lost to a first-year student today, then Zhang Rulong would really become the laughingstock of the whole school. In order to save his face, Zhang Rulong gritted his teeth, his scarlet eyes flashing with murderous intent, but he had no choice but to go ahead with it. Su Fan! Fight with me! Zhang Rulong roared, and his blood and energy burst out of his body. Like a mad beast, he was filled with murderous aura and pounced towards Su Fan with great momentum. You are too weak. Su Fan had a stern expression on his face. He glanced at Zhang Rulong coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light. With his current combat power, he can even blow up a Grandmaster-level warrior with one punch, let alone a level 49 Zhang Rulong. I will not offend others unless they offend me. Zhang Rulong attacked him without any reason and was full of hostility towards him. There was no need for Su Fan to be polite when dealing with such a person. His blood and energy burst out and he immediately unleashed his full strength in battle. His terrifying power shook the four directions, causing many people to show fear. As long as you can beat me, I will give you the title of the top 10. Zhang Rulong's eyes were red, and he was determined to go all out, using the title of the top 10 as a bet. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the title of the top 10, but since you insisted on coming here to get killed, I don't mind giving you a beating. Su Fan said lightly. Don't be so arrogant, brat. Now I'll show you my killer move. Zhang Rulong roared and finally used his trump card. Come out, sky-slaying demon sword. He grabbed with his big hand, and suddenly a monstrous demonic energy rose in the void. A murderous black magic sword emerged. The blade is as black as ink, surrounded by murderous intent, and the edge is as red as blood, as if blood is flowing. It seems like a peerless weapon from hell, emitting an ominous and evil aura. Such a strong evil spirit. I wonder how many lives this knife has killed and how much blood it has drunk to have such a fierce power. Su Fan's expression became serious, and he gradually narrowed his eyes, staring at the magic knife intently. Even with his strength, he felt a sense of threat from this magic sword. It was definitely an ancient treasure with infinite power. This is a treasure from ancient times, which Zhang Rulong accidentally found in the Tower of Babel last year. This sword was made by an almighty demon who had killed countless people, was filled with murderous aura, and possessed unparalleled demonic power. Although Zhang Rulong's personal strength ranks last among the top 10, if he relies on the unparalleled power of the sky-slaying demon sword, even Chu Tianjia will not be his opponent. He can even stand on par with the top 5 of the top 10. Su Fan, relying on external forces is not what I want. But today, no matter what, I will defeat you. Zhang Rulong's eyes were as red as blood, his hands tightly gripped the sky-slaying demon sword, and he let out a beast-like growl. Affected by the murderous aura of the magic knife, his entire face became hideous and distorted, and his personality became violent and bloodthirsty, as if he wanted to tear Su Fan in front of him into pieces. Boom! 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 When the magic knife came out, the sky and the earth became dark. The entire central square seemed to have turned into a sea of blood and corpses, with an endless aura of evil filling every corner. Zhang Rulong is serious now. What a terrifying and murderous aura! What level of weapon is that knife? It's so powerful. Everyone's faces were filled with horror, as if they were surrounded by a sea of blood and corpses. The thick smell of blood and evil spirits strangled their throats, making it impossible for them to breathe and causing them unbearable pain. This moment. Many master-level teachers' faces changed drastically, feeling a great threat. Oh no! That brat Zhang Rulong is getting impatient and actually took out this magic knife. Does he want to kill Su Fan? A beautiful teacher saw this and couldn't help but show anxiety on her pretty face. She quickly looked at the other teachers beside her. The Tower of Babel is about to open. If Su Fan is seriously injured by the magic knife at this time, it may affect the next trial. Should we take action to stop it? Let's wait and see. Although the magic sword is scary, I think Su Fan doesn't seem to be afraid of it. He must have something to rely on. A male teacher said calmly. That's because Su Fan doesn't know how powerful this knife is. The beautiful teacher's face was solemn as she said in a deep voice, if Zhang Rulong's cultivation wasn't so low that he couldn't unleash the true power of this magic sword, not only us, but even a peerless master at the headmaster's level would be threatened. Boom! 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 Zhang Rulong held the magic knife in his hand, his whole body was filled with demonic energy, and his momentum suddenly increased countless times, far surpassing that of an ordinary grandmaster. That overwhelming and violent momentum even surpassed Su Fan. Too terrifying. Is this the true strength of the 10 elites? Under the amplification of this magic sword, Zhang Rulong's combat power has skyrocketed, even stronger than the grandmaster level. This is bad. Not only will Su Fan lose, but his life might even be in danger. Many people showed expressions of horror and looked at Zhang Rulong with awe, as if they were looking up to an ancient demon. I didn't expect that even Zhang Rulong, who is ranked at the bottom, has such a terrifying trump card. I wonder how terrifying those super geniuses ranked at the top will be. Su Fan, it's not too late to admit defeat now. The power of the demonic sword is too terrifying. I can't guarantee that you will survive after this blow. Zhang Rulong's face was ferocious and his eyes were extremely fierce. He tried his best to stay rational and issued an ultimatum to Su Fan. Not bad, not bad, what a peerless magic sword. Su Fan's eyes flashed, he nodded with satisfaction, and looked at Zhang Rulong with admiration. Senior Zhang, it seems I misunderstood you just now. You're such a kind person for giving me such a precious sword just after we met. Facing the overwhelming power of the sky-slaying demon sword, Su Fan was not only not afraid at all, but was filled with joy, as if he had found a treasure. This isn't a gift for you, it's for chopping you. Zhang Rulong was furious and completely crazy. The sky-slaying demonic sword tore through the heaven and earth and slashed towards Su Fan fiercely. The pitch-black blade light turned into a black crescent, splitting the world in half. The terrifying power shocked everyone present. Heaven-slaying demon blade, cut. Chapter 96 shocked the whole audience. Catching the magic knife with bare hands. Heaven-slaying demon blade, cut. This sword was too terrifying, and its sharp edge seemed to split the sky and the earth. Everyone present was horrified, feeling a chill running down their spines as they sensed a murderous intent. No, this sword is too powerful, enough to kill a master. I'm afraid Su Fan can't stop it. The teachers' faces changed drastically, their expressions became very solemn, and they were all worried about Su Fan. The power of the sky-slaying demon sword is indeed terrifying. Even a peak master may not be able to block it. However, Su Fan has already cultivated the body of a true dragon, and his physical strength even surpasses the Grandmaster level, almost comparable to the 6th Order King Beast. Although this knife was powerful, it couldn't hurt him. Just in time. A gleam of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and the blood in his body boiled, and his whole body burst into brilliant golden light. He stretched out his big hand, and the true dragon rune flowed in his palm, turning into a fiery red true dragon claw, which directly grabbed the oncoming sky-slaying demon sword. Foolish. You actually want to resist my heaven-slaying demon sword with your bare hands? You are really overestimating your own abilities. Zhang Rulong sneered, revealing a look of sarcasm. This kid must be tired of living, trying to resist the sharpness of the sky-slaying demon sword with his own body. You're the stupid one. Su Fan shouted loudly, and his true dragon claws tore through the void, grabbing the sky-slaying demon sword and blocking the peerless edge. The strength of the true dragon's body is enough to withstand the most powerful divine weapons. Although the sky-slaying demonic sword was extremely powerful, Zhang Rulong's cultivation level was such that he was unable to unleash the sword's true might, which was why Su Fan easily blocked it. What kind of monster is this guy who tried to take on my sky-slaying demon sword with his bare hands? Zhang Rulong's eyelids were twitching wildly, his face was full of horror, his scarlet eyes were trembling, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Su Fan, as if he was looking at a peerless ferocious beast. The power of this sword almost reaches the peak of the 5th level. Even the peak master does not dare to take it head-on. Could it be that Su Fan's physical fitness is comparable to the 6th level? Zhang Rulong was terrified, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He regretted provoking Su Fan. Nice knife, it's mine. Su Fan smiled faintly, grabbed with his hand, and forcibly snatched the sky-slaying demon sword. Then he kicked Zhang Rulong in the chest, and with a terrifying force, he kicked him away. Ah, my knife. Zhang Rulong screamed miserably, unable to cry. He rolled and crawled dozens of meters away and hit a stone statue hard. His chest collapsed, his ribs were broken, and he coughed up blood. Even the stone statue was knocked crooked. Not only was Zhang Rulong defeated miserably by Su Fan, but even his most precious magic sword was taken away from him. It could be said that he lost both the wife and the army. Catching the devil's knife with bare hands, how terrifying! Su Fan is too terrifying. His physical fitness is so strong that it is countless times stronger than that of a grandmaster. Zhang Rulong suffered a crushing defeat. He was no match at all. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Zhang Rulong, one of the top 10, was defeated miserably by Su Fan and even his weapon was taken away. This means that Su Fan has entered the strongest sequence of Peking University and Tsinghua University, and is on par with the top 10. To fight against the devil's sword with bare hands is too crazy. Just how strong is this guy? Hua Wu, Zhou Jianfeng, Lu Ruyan and others also gasped, their faces filled with shock, because the fighting power displayed by Su Fan was so exaggerated that it far exceeded their imagination. Not to mention the geniuses of the same generation, even the veteran masters may not be Su Fan's match. At the same time, after witnessing Su Fan's horrific body with his own eyes, Su Qingxian said nothing and gradually fell into deep thought. Even though she refined the remains of the god and greatly enhanced her physical strength, she was still no match for Su Fan. Brother, how strong are you? The girl clenched her fist silently. Not bad, it really is a peerless divine weapon. Su Fan's eyes were blazing as he carefully examined the magic knife in his hand, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The heaven-defying demonic sword is of extremely high quality and is an unrivaled divine weapon, hundreds of times more powerful than the Blood Shadow Sword. The trial of the Tower of Babel has begun, and he just needs a weapon that suits him. Now his fighting power has skyrocketed. The weapons he had before were of too low a grade and would break with the slightest force, making them completely unusable. This sky-slaying demon sword is an ancient relic with immense power, which is just right for him. Su Fan smiled brightly and was very satisfied with the sky-slaying demon sword. But unfortunately, this sword seems to have suffered severe damage, and the deity within the magic sword has long been wiped out, and the true power of the magic weapon can no longer be reproduced. But considering Su Fan's current level, it is very suitable. With this magic sword, Su Fan's combat power will be further improved, and he will be more confident in the upcoming trial of the Tower of Babel. Su Fan, give me back my knife. Zhang Rulong's eyes were red and bloodshot, and regardless of his injuries, he hurriedly asked Su Fan for his magic knife. No. Su Fan shook his head and refused. Seeing this, Zhang Rulong could only suppress his anger, lower his posture, and force a smile. Junior brother Su Fan, I admit defeat. From now on, the title of the 10 outstanding talents will be yours. I only ask you to return my magic knife to me. If you lose, you lose. If you are embarrassed, you are embarrassed. But this knife cannot be thrown away. No, but for the sake of this knife, I'll let you go today. Su Fan glanced at Zhang Rulong indifferently and warned him seriously, but remember, from now on, you should sit at the children's table when you eat. You are such a bully. Are you not allowed to eat at the table? Zhang Rulong looked devastated and full of regret. Why did he provoke such a tough guy like Su Fan? Haha, Zhang Rulong, you scumbag dared to provoke Su Fan? That's a man I admire. You really don't know what you are capable of. At this moment, a burst of heroic laughter broke through the sky. A bald young man made a brilliant appearance. It was Chu Tianjiao, who ranked 9th among the top 10. It was obvious that Chu Tianjiao was not here to comfort Zhang Rulong, but to add insult to injury. Hee, now that I don't have that knife, I'll beat you up like a father beating his son. I can beat you up however I want. Chu Tianjiao clasped his arms, put his mouth close to Zhang Rulong's face, and laughed loudly in front of him. Chu Tianjiao, damn it. Zhang Rulong rolled his eyes and was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. After today, you can hand over the title of the top 10 to Su Fan. Chu Tianjiao laughed heartily, thinking that even a level 50 grandmaster like him was no match for Su Fan. If he hadn't given up all his family fortune, how could he possibly have victory from Su Fan? This Zhang Rulong actually dared to provoke Su Fan, he was simply asking for trouble. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the heaven and earth shook violently, and countless terrible storms arose in the void. One after another, terrifying figures landed on the square. He is Su Fan, he is indeed a great man. He's only just started school, and his abilities are already on par with ours. That's incredible. Zhang Rulong, that loser, has completely disgraced us 10 heroes. This is a group of young geniuses, all of them are full of blood and energy, and their terrifying cultivation has reached the peak master level, shocking everyone. Oh my god, the 10 strongest warriors are all out. The whole audience was boiling. Chapter 97 Sensation. The 10 outstanding people gathered. The top 10 gathered together. This is a grand event for the whole school. The top 10 talents from Peking University and Tsinghua University are usually high and mighty, like a dragon that is hard to find. The 10 heroes' joint appearance this time instantly caused a sensation in the audience and aroused heated discussions among countless people. It's so rare to see all 10 heroes here. For the Babel Tower trial, these strongest geniuses have finally set out. There was an uproar on all sides. Everyone looked at him with admiration and started talking about it enthusiastically. Everyone's eyes were focused on the top 10, as if they were worshipping gods. What a strong sense of oppression. Whether it's martial arts cultivation or physical strength, they have almost reached the 5th level limit. This is the strongest sequence of the 10 elites. It's really terrifying. Su Fan's heart moved, curiosity showed on his face, and he also observed silently. There are 7 young geniuses in this group, all of whom have reached the peak of Grandmaster cultivation. The cultivation of 2 of them has reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster, almost entering the 6th level. Even Su Fan feels a strong sense of oppression. Very powerful. Far surpassing Chu Tianjiu and Zhang Rulong. Su Fan's eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. These 7 people are all masters at the peak of their cultivation. Each of them is extremely talented and has extraordinary bloodlines. They represent the strongest fighting force of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Su Qingxian's face was indifferent and unmoved, as if she was not interested in anything in the outside world. Her only rival is her brother. So strong. His cultivation is so many times higher than ours. Zhou Jianfeng was amazed and looked up at them, feeling the huge gap between heaven and earth in these 10 outstanding geniuses. These people are only in their 20s, and they have already reached the peak of the Grandmaster level at such a young age. It's really terrifying. Hua Yunfei also looked up at them. The gap between these ordinary geniuses and the strongest geniuses ranked at the top of the top 10 was really too huge. Chu Tianjiu and Zhang Rulong are indeed at the bottom of the top 10. They can't be compared with the people at the top. They are not even on the same level. Hua Wu's pretty face was serious. She felt the terrifying fluctuations of source power from this group of people, which was not comparable to Chu Tianjiu and others. These are the real top 10, so high and mighty that they are awe-inspiring. Hey, I can hear you. Chu Tianjiu frowned and strode over, glaring at Hua Wu with some dissatisfaction. Since when did he, the great Chu Tianjiu, become the standard for measuring combat power? Forget it. As a senior, I'm open-minded and won't bother with you ignorant juniors. Chu Tianjiu was carefree and didn't take everyone's comments to heart. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced the identities and cultivation of these 10 outstanding geniuses to Su Fan and others. You freshmen have just arrived at the school and don't know anything, so I'll give you a good introduction. 8th place among the top 10, Yang Zixuan, level 56. 7th place among the top 10, Zhao Bai, level 57. 6th place among the top 10, Song Qing, level 57. 5th place among the top 10, Zhou Ping'an, level 58. The 4th of the top 10 is Li Quangren, level 58. The 3rd of the 10 outstanding ones is Tuoba Mo, level 59. He is a ruthless character with extremely terrifying cultivation. Don't mess with him. The next moment, Chu Tianjiu cleared his throat and said solemnly, Ahem, next, please allow me to solemnly introduce to you the most beautiful girl in Peking University and Tsinghua University, Dongfang Piaoshui. Su Fan and others showed curiosity and looked in the direction Chu Tianjiu pointed. She was a beautiful woman in white, extremely beautiful and charming. The most beautiful lady in Peking University and Tsinghua University, Dongfang Piaoshui. His martial arts cultivation level is 59, ranking 2nd among the top 10, and he has the invincible cultivation level of a grandmaster. By the way, let me remind you, don't be fooled by her beautiful appearance. Chu Tianjiu had a mysterious look on his face, covering his face with his hands, and whispered, Dongfang Piaoshui is a war-crazed person who loves fighting and killing. She fights like crazy and is known as the goddess of war. Not far away, the cold and beautiful lady in white seemed to sense something and frowned slightly. A cold gaze swept over, and Chu Tianjiao suddenly shuddered and realized that something was wrong. Damn you bald donkey, if you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. Dongfang Piaoshua's face was frosty and her voice was icy, making everyone shiver uncontrollably. With her cultivation level being so high, she could clearly notice Chu Tianjiao's little movements even though they were hundreds of meters apart. Buzz! Suddenly, Chu Tianjiao let out a strange cry, as if he had been hit hard. His buttocks turned into ice and he screamed in pain. Sister Shui, I'm wrong. Please forgive me. He screamed and begged for mercy, but he couldn't afford to offend Dongfang Piaoshue at all. Snort! Dongfang Piaoshue snorted coldly, not bothering to pay attention to him. Her beautiful, icy eyes flashed with cold light, and she looked at Su Fan. Su Fan, you are very strong. I look forward to fighting you. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left in a very casual manner. He is indeed a warmongering maniac. Su Fan muttered to himself. At the same time, Su Fan successfully attracted the attention of the other 10 geniuses. These top geniuses were whispering and observing Su Fan. Junior Su Fan, you're not bad. You've already defeated Zhang Rulong in less than a month since you started school. I think it won't be long before you catch up with or even surpass us. At this time, a free and easy man walked over with a smile, took the initiative to greet Su Fan, and his attitude was very friendly. This is Zhou Ping'an, ranked 5th among the top 10, and has reached the peak of Grandmaster cultivation. Hello, Senior Zhou. Su Fan greeted him with a smile. Zhou Ping'an is a very kind person, without the slightest airs or arrogance of a genius. He is very friendly and chats with Su Fan and others. However, there were also people who looked indifferent and arrogant, staring at Su Fan coldly with hostility in their eyes. The 10 heroes each have their own camp and very different personalities. Some are friendly and kind, while others are cold and arrogant. Su Fan looked calm and indifferent. As long as the other party does not take the initiative to provoke him, he will not make enemies everywhere. Senior Chu, including you and Zhang Rulong, only 9 of the 10 outstanding people have arrived. Su Fan suddenly looked at Chu Tianjiao, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of doubt. Who was the other person? As soon as the words fell, a shocking murderous aura swept the entire place. Everyone shuddered, their faces filled with horror. It was a red-haired man, his body covered in blood, filled with murderous aura. A strong smell of blood and murderous aura lingered around him, as if he had just emerged from a battle among thousands of troops, filled with murderous aura and boundless terror. From a distance, it looks like a demon from hell, inspiring awe from all around. Such a strong murderous aura. Su Fan frowned, and all the hairs on his body stood up, as if he was facing the Azura of hell. He felt an unprecedented threat from the red-haired man. Chu Tianjiao swallowed hard, looking at the red-haired man with fear in his eyes. Here he comes. This is the number 1 of the top 10, the number 1 genius of Peking University and Tsinghua University, Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan? Su Fan's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. Zhou Ping'an looked solemn and added seriously, not only that, Wang Yuan is not only the number 1 prodigy at Peking University and Tsinghua University, he may also be the number 1 prodigy in our entire dragon country. This guy is a true monster. Even if the other 9 of our 10 elites join forces, they would not be his match. What? So strong? Su Fan was shocked. Chapter 98 Bet and Entering the Tower. Wang Yuan. The first person in Peking University and Tsinghua University. The heir of the supreme family, he carries the blood of the abyss demon dragon, has unparalleled talent, and his cultivation is the best among his peers. He is known as the number 1 prodigy in dragon country. When he was young, 6 pieces of demon god's remains were implanted into him by a supreme powerful person, and he obtained the complete inheritance of the gods. He became extraordinary and holy, and the power of his bloodline was countless times stronger than that of the descendants of gods. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone was in awe and silent. What a terrifying guy! The murderous aura emanating from his body is almost condensed into substance, as if it is about to tear the space apart. Su Fan's face changed, and he felt a palpitation when observing Wang Yuan, as if he was facing a blood shura from hell, and the hairs on his body were standing on end. This man was too powerful. His peerless murderous aura swept the entire venue, making everyone in awe. Even those master-level teachers were like ants in front of Wang Yuan, insignificant. In front of Wang Yuan, all the genius freaks seemed to pale in comparison. Even if the other 9 heroes were combined, they would not be a match for him alone. Wang Yuan is indeed a character. Su Qingxian's face was solemn, and her clear eyes were shining with light, showing a rare look of recognition. There are very few geniuses who can catch her eye, and Wang Yuan is definitely a formidable opponent. This person has extraordinary talent and invincible bloodline. He is wholeheartedly pursuing the limits of martial arts. Even if you look at the entire universe and the starry sky, he is the top genius in the world. Before Su Qingxian fully grew up, Wang Yuan was indeed worthy of the title of Dragon Country's #1 prodigy. This guy's bloodline power and strong heart are both impeccable. Wang Yuan is too terrifying now. He is almost at the 6th level. Even if she and Su Fan are combined, they are no match for him. However, it will only take a year or two. Su Qingxian has the confidence to surpass Wang Yuan and take the title of the #1 genius in Dragon Country. Wang Yuan is extremely cold and aloof. He doesn't talk to anyone and is indifferent to everything around him. He sat alone, his eyes closed, meditating on the spot, quietly waiting for the Tower of Babel to open. A terrifying murderous aura shrouded him. The people around were all afraid of him, and no one dared to go up and say hello. This is the #1 genius from Peking University and Tsinghua University. He is truly formidable. Huo Wu, Hua Yinfei, Zhou Jianfeng, Lu Ruyan, and the others all looked serious. They felt a terrible sense of oppression from Wang Yuan and their hearts were trembling. Not only does Wang Yuan's talent and bloodline far surpass ours, he has also received divine inheritance and mastered various advanced martial arts secrets. He is definitely the best among the young geniuses. Zhu Tianzhao's face was full of fear, and he also looked up at her. Junior brother Su Fan, during the trial in the Tower of Babel, remember not to provoke Wang Yuan. This guy is too scary. Zhou Pingyan gave a kind reminder. Yeah, I understand. Su Fan nodded seriously. He never takes the initiative to cause trouble unless the other party deliberately makes trouble. At the same time, many teachers were also discussing it heatedly and were all paying attention to Wang Yuan silently. Wang Yuan has become stronger again. I wonder if he can clear the 9th level and complete the ultimate trial this year. The teachers were talking about it, and their eyes were full of anticipation when they looked at Wang Yuan. In the hundreds of years since Peking University and Tsinghua University were founded, no one has been able to pass the ultimate test of the 9th level. Last year, Wang Yuan made it all the way to the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel with great strength, but unfortunately the final trial was too difficult. In the end, Wang Yuan returned empty-handed. This year, Wang Yuan made a comeback and his cultivation has improved a lot. It seems that he is bound to break through the 9th level. Many teachers have high expectations of him. Dongfang Piaoxue, Tuoba Mo and others have also broken through to the peak of the Grandmaster level and have the opportunity to reach the 9th level. By the way, this year's freshmen all have good qualifications. For example, Su Fan, Su Qingxian and others are also the best among the freshmen. They are the future backbones of Tsinghua and Peking University. I wonder what level they can reach. Some teachers looked at Su Fan and others with admiration. Although they are still freshmen, their abilities have surpassed many top senior students, and the teachers are also very optimistic about them. The seniors all have some experience and should be able to challenge the 6th or 7th floor. As for the freshmen, they lack experience and their levels are not high. If they can reach the 4th or 5th floor on their first attempt at the Tower of Babel, it would be incredible. An elderly teacher spoke calmly, not being very optimistic about the new students. After all, they lack the level and experience. If you want to pass the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel, you have to look at the top 10. Quiet. Suddenly, a powerful aura swept in all directions, instantly quieting the noisy square. Zhuge Qingyun was wearing a sky robe, with an elegant face, his hands behind his back, and slowly descended from a high altitude. The Tower of Babel is about to open. For you, this is a challenge, but also an opportunity. Next, I will introduce the trial rules of the Tower of Babel to you. You must all listen carefully, because this not only affects your cultivation progress, but may also affect your life safety. Zhuge Qingyun looked serious and his loud voice echoed throughout the square. Everyone shut their mouths, pricked up their ears, and listened carefully with serious expressions. The Tower of Babel has 9 floors, corresponding to 9 different trials. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty, and the greater the rewards you will get after clearing it. Everyone can receive a space crystal before entering the tower. If you encounter danger inside the tower, you can crush the space crystal to escape from the tower, but this also means you have failed the trial. At this point, Zhuge Qingyun's tone became more serious, and he solemnly reminded, I warn you in advance that there is a risk of death in the Tower of Babel. Even with the protection of the space crystal, many people are buried in the Tower of Babel every year, and their bodies are not left behind. Therefore, if anyone feels that they lack the ability, remember not to force it. It's not too late to quit now. The Tower of Babel is a precious treasure from the ancient times. The 9 directions of heaven and earth evolved inside the tower, giving birth to countless strange creatures. Although the tower is filled with various opportunities that can greatly improve a warrior's cultivation, it is also accompanied by huge dangers. It can be said that it is full of crises and one can lose his life if he is not careful. Zhuge Qingyun issued a kind reminder, but everyone looked determined and no one backed out. The path of martial arts is to go against the current. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Very good. Seeing this, Zhuge Qingyun couldn't help but smile with satisfaction and said, warriors of our dragon nation should possess the courage to forge ahead. Everyone, line up, collect your weapons and equipment, and prepare to enter the tower. Afterwards, under the arrangement and guidance of a group of teachers, the students took action one after another, received space crystals, freely chose weapons, and prepared to enter the Tower of Babel. Su Fan, let's have a competition to see who can go higher. Zhou Jianfeng's eyes were sharp as he challenged Su Fan. Can. Su Fan smiled slightly and agreed happily. I'm coming too. If anyone loses, remember to treat us to a meal. Huo Wu became excited and joined in the fun. So whoever wins, what are the rewards? Su Fan asked with a smile. At this moment, Su Qingxian, who had been as silent as a lump of ice, suddenly had a gleam in her beautiful eyes. She actually became interested and said, whoever wins can choose one of the losers and enslave them for a month. During this time, the other party must unconditionally obey all her orders. How about it? Oh. Everyone was sweating profusely. Who on earth did this girl want to enslave? Su Fan was even more stunned, smelling a conspiracy from the girl. Sister, what on earth do you want to do? How about it, do you dare to compete? Su Qingxian stared at Su Fan with sharp eyes, almost issuing a letter of challenge. Well, whatever you want. Su Fan smiled helplessly and finally nodded in agreement. 12 o'clock noon. The Tower of Babel was finally opened, and the whole audience became excited. Everyone entered the tower one after another with great anticipation, ready to take the test. Chapter 99 Chapter 99 The first floor of the Tower of Babel. The Trial of Water. Buzz. Su Fan's figure flashed and he entered the first floor of the Tower of Babel. This is a world of water. Looking around, the flood was surging, submerging all directions. The land was almost invisible, and there was no place to land. Fortunately, Su Fan has mastered the talent of flying. With a thought, he activated Kunping at high speed. A pair of huge golden wings appeared behind him. He floated in the air and looked at the situation around him. After entering the Tower of Babel, Su Fan, Su Qingxian and others all lost contact. It seemed that they were teleported to other places. The Tower of Babel is a world of its own, vast and boundless, and students undergo trials in different areas. Floods raged all around, engulfing everything. The water splashed hundreds of meters high, and the scene was terrifying. However, the void was filled with a large amount of spiritual energy, which made Su Fan feel like he was bathed in spring breeze and unprecedented comfort. It's so comfortable. The Tower of Babel is truly magical. The spiritual energy here is more than 10 times richer than outside. There was a gleam of light in Su Fan's eyes, and his whole body felt as if bathed in spring breeze, and both his body and soul were cleansed. The 8-9 profound art started to operate automatically, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and continuously strengthening itself. This is a blessed holy land for cultivation. Even if he does nothing, his cultivation will automatically improve. Just then, a majestic voice sounded from above. Welcome to the Tower of Babel. The first floor of the Tower of Babel is a world of water, where a large number of terrifying water monsters and prehistoric beasts live. They are extremely ferocious and extremely aggressive towards intruders. Hunting water monsters can gain life energy. Complete the trial mission to receive clearance rewards and gain access to the second level. Trial mission: kill 100 water monsters. After hearing the announcement from the Tower of Babel, Su Fan looked clear-headed. To pass the first level, you must complete the trial mission and hunt down 100 water monsters. It's simple, just kill and it's over. Su Fan's eyes flashed sharply, and his body fell vertically and landed on the water. Bang! Just as Su Fan was searching, the calm water surface suddenly exploded. A giant water monster jumped out of the water and pounced towards Su Fan with great momentum. Its ferocious bloody mouth seemed to want to swallow him in one gulp. Endless fierce aura is coming towards you. Su Fan remained calm as a string of information automatically emerged. Megalodon. Level 30. Title Level 3. Race Prehistoric Alien. Introduction: the supreme overlord of this water area, extremely aggressive, ferocious, and very difficult to deal with in the water. A mere third level, destroyed. Su Fan's eyes flashed with light, and his ultimate divine consciousness burst out. A scarlet lightning bolt shot through the air, instantly killing the third level water monster. Kill level 30 water monster, life energy plus 100,000. The next moment, a ball of white light flew up and merged into Su Fan's body. Not bad. The water monster in the Tower of Babel is much stronger than the third level beasts outside. The life energy gained after killing it is also much greater. Su Fan felt warm all over and very comfortable, and his physical fitness improved steadily. The first level of the Tower of Babel is relatively easy to operate. Most of the creatures there are second and third level water monsters with average strength, and they pose little threat to Su Fan. With the power of his current divine consciousness, even a fifth level master would find it difficult to resist. Below level 5, no matter what kind of ferocious beast it is, it can be killed instantly with just a thought. Plop! Su Fan rushed directly into the water and started killing. The extreme divine consciousness swept across the 4 directions, frantically hunting down water monsters. Kill 10 water monsters, life energy plus 800,000. Kill 20 water monsters, life energy plus 1.8 million. Kill 50 water monsters, life energy plus 5 million. Su Fan killed his enemies instantly along the way and was invincible. In less than 3 minutes, he hunted down 100 water monsters, completed the trial mission easily, and gained a large amount of life energy. Boom! Su Fan's whole body glowed, his aura suddenly soared, and finally reached level 37. All physical qualities are steadily improving. Entry extraction. The next moment, Su Fan moved his mind and began to extract entries. Buzz. 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 Countless talent entries continuously gathered from the corpses of the surrounding water monsters. Strength plus 1,500. Spirit plus 1,500. Agility plus 1,800. Constitution plus 1,200. Son of pure water red, you are the son of pure water, controlling the power of pure water. With a wave of your hand, you can stir up floods and tsunamis, engulfing all living things. Your combat effectiveness in water is increased by 100%. Water healing purple, you can release healing water to heal injuries and speed up recovery. Water clone purple, you can summon a water clone to assist you in battle. 1 red entry and 2 purple entries. In addition, there are a large number of blue and white entries and attribute entries. A great harvest. Fusion all. Su Fan showed a look of joy, and with a thought, he directly merged and absorbed all the entries. Boom! 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 Countless rays of light gathered together and merged into his body one after another. Congratulations! You have mastered the Son of Pure Water. Congratulations! You have mastered water healing. Congratulations! You have mastered the water avatar. It feels so good. My strength has increased a lot. Su Fan exhaled slowly, his whole body was shining, and he mastered many talent terms. Now he has become the Son of Pure Water, mastering the power of pure water. With a wave of his hand, he can summon floods and tsunamis. This ability is very terrifying and extremely destructive. In addition, he also mastered water-attributed clones and healing techniques, and his abilities in all aspects were comprehensively improved. At the same time, the announcement from the Tower of Babel sounded from above. Congratulations on completing the trial mission and clearing the first level. Reward, 3,000 years of peaches. 3,000 years of peach blossoms. Grade, spiritual level. Introduction: the peaches, which have grown for 3,000 years, absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and contain infinite magical effects. After taking them, you can strengthen your physical fitness and improve your cultivation. A 3,000-year-old peach, that's a pretty good reward. A look of surprise appeared on Su Fan's face. He didn't expect that the reward for the first level would be so generous. Then, without any hesitation, he took out the peaches and started eating them. The peaches are sweet and delicious, melting in your mouth. It was like a ball of hot honey flowing into the body, and the tremendous energy erupted like a volcano. The next moment, Su Fan's whole body glowed, his aura surged, and his cultivation level rose steadily. Level 38. Level 39. Level 39 peak. After taking the peaches, his cultivation level increased greatly, rising 2 levels in a row, and he has reached the peak of level 39. Ha, level 39. Su Fan exclaimed in excitement, his blood boiling. This upgrade speed is so comfortable. It won't be long before he can break through the 4th level and even have a chance to become a 5th level Grandmaster. The Tower of Babel is indeed extremely mysterious. Buzz. At this moment, a golden divine light descended and transformed into a golden avenue connecting the sky and the water. Finally here, this must be the passage to the 2nd floor. Su Fan's eyes lit up with anticipation. The reward for the 1st level was so precious, he wondered what the reward for passing the 2nd level would be. Thinking of this, he was filled with anticipation and headed straight up the avenue. Go ahead and head to the 2nd floor. Chapter 100 Breakthrough to Level 4. Kill the Flame Giant. The 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel. This is a world of fire. Volcanoes stand tall, rivers of lava flow, the sky and the earth are burning, and terrifying heat waves sweep in all directions like a gale, like a fiery purgatory. Trial of fire? Su Fan's eyes flickered as he looked around with interest. Completely different from the place where the first layer of floods raged, this was a world of fire. Everywhere you looked, you could see erupting volcanoes, flowing magma, and blazing flames. The air was filled with a terrifyingly high temperature, which even a 4th level strongman could hardly endure. Su Fan was as steady as a mountain, with a calm expression on his face. With his strong body, this level of high temperature posed no threat to him. Soon, the announcement from the Tower of Babel sounded. Trial mission, kill an ancient flame giant. Ancient fire giant? A monster unique to this world? Su Fan's heart moved, and his spiritual thoughts spread out, radiating thousands of meters in radius, quickly searching for the monster. The monsters on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel are obviously much higher in level and strength than those on the 1st floor. There are many fire monsters living here, most of them are at the peak of level 3 or even level 4, and are very powerful. Su Fan was not in a hurry. He searched and killed along the way. Kill a level 35 Firefox, life energy plus 150,000. Kill a level 38 Red Flame Deer, life energy plus 180,000. Kill a level 40 Fiery Sparrow, life energy plus 250,000. Su Fan killed many monsters in one breath, constantly accumulating life energy, his whole body was shining, and his momentum gradually increased. After working for a while, he still didn't find any trace of the ancient fire giant, but he unexpectedly discovered a rare treasure. A fiery red lotus swayed brightly in the crater, releasing astonishing fire energy. Hey, a top-grade fire lotus. Su Fan's eyes lit up, and a string of information came into view. Earthfire Lotus. Grade, Spiritual Level. Introduction: the top-grade fire lotus bred from the essence of flames contains vast flame energy and is of great benefit to fire-type creatures. Earthfire Lotus, what a good thing! A look of surprise appeared on Su Fan's face. This is a top-grade Earthfire Lotus, which is extremely rare and can be considered a top-grade treasure from heaven and earth. Whoosh! Su Fan's figure flashed, and he instantly arrived at the crater and picked up the Earthfire Lotus. Just as he was excitedly observing the Earthfire Lotus, the volcano under his feet suddenly shook violently. Such a strong energy fluctuation, there is something under this volcano. Su Fan raised his eyebrows and felt a powerful aura in the volcano, and he flew into the air. Rumble! The volcano exploded and magma overflowed. A huge flaming figure rose from the volcano, and terrifying flames shot straight into the sky. This is a fire giant, with a huge body, standing tall and upright, his whole body is burning, emitting extremely high temperature, as if he wants to melt everything. Ancient Fire Giant. Level, 48. Title, Peak of Level 4. Type, Giants. Introduction: a fire giant living in magma, born with powerful physical strength and able to control the power of fire, even a master-level strongman will be threatened. Ha, Ancient Fire Giant, you're here just in time. Su Fan was delighted and his eyes lit up. He had been searching for the ancient fire giant for a long time but couldn't find any trace of him. He didn't expect this guy to come to him on his own. It really was effortless. This is a fourth-order peak fire giant, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, comparable to that of a human master. However, with Grandmaster Su Fan's invincible combat power, a mere peak 4th level couldn't pose any threat to him at all. How dare you, a mere ant of humanity, lay your hands on my Earth Fire Lotus? The ancient fire giant was extremely angry, his scarlet eyes burning fiercely, locking onto Su Fan with murderous intent. This Earth Fire Lotus seemed to belong to the fire giant. Seeing that Su Fan had taken his Earth Fire Lotus without permission, the fire giant was extremely angry. Countless terrifying pillars of fire gushed out from his body, hundreds of meters high, as if they were going to burn the sky. Go to hell! The ancient fire giant roared, raised his huge flaming fist, and smashed towards Su Fan fiercely, as if he wanted to smash him into a pulp. Ha, come on, I'll use you to test the knife. Su Fan smiled faintly, and with a grab of his hand, a murderous black magic knife emerged. It's the sky-slaying demon sword. This is a supreme divine weapon with unparalleled power. He snatched the knife from Zhang Rulong, and he had never had the chance to use it. It was just right for him to use this ancient fire giant to sharpen the magic knife. Boom! Su Fan's eyes were cold, and he held the magic knife in his hand and chopped the fire giant hard. Snap! A black blade light cut through the void, and the terrifying edge split the sky and the earth. Roar! The ancient fire giant roared, his eyes filled with fear. This knife was too terrifying. The pitch-black edge tore everything apart, and it was impossible to resist. The huge body was split in half on the spot, and golden red blood flowed like magma. Kill with one strike. Kill a level 48 ancient flame giant, life energy plus 500,000. Entry extraction successful, obtain the red entry magma river. Lava river red, you can summon a river of magma. The boiling magma is enough to melt everything and destroy everything. Su Fan is too powerful. Not to mention a peak 4th level beast, even a 5th level beast can be killed in one move. He already possessed the invincible combat power of the 5th level, and now with the sky-slaying demon sword, he was even more powerful and could even fight against the 6th level king beast. The first and second floors of the Tower of Babel might be a little tricky for ordinary freshmen, but for him, it was not difficult at all and he completed the trial mission easily. Congratulations on successfully killing the ancient flame giant and completing the 2nd level trial mission. Reward, Earth Flame Spirit. Earth Flame Spirit. Grade, Spiritual Grade Supreme. Introduction, 10,000-year-old Earth Flame Spirit Essence, containing infinite flame energy, can significantly enhance physical fitness, and is most effective for fire-type warriors. Haha, it's actually the 10,000-year-old Earth Flame Spirit Essence. Su Fan was overjoyed and couldn't help showing a hint of excitement. In addition to the Earth Fire Lotus, he also obtained a portion of Earth Flame Spirit Essence. Both of these are natural treasures with fire attributes. For Su Fan, who has awakened his fire talent, the effect of taking them is extremely good. It's just right. I can use this Earth Fire Lotus and this 10,000 years Fire Spirit Essence to advance to the 4th stage. Su Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He found a place to sit down and tried his best to reach the 4th level of martial arts. Boom! 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 His whole body was burning, as if there were tens of millions of volcanoes erupting inside him, and every pore was spewing out endless heat waves. His aura and cultivation were rising steadily. Under the strengthening of the Earth Fire Lotus and the Earth Flame Spirit Essence, the flames on Su Fan's body became more and more intense, the aura around him became stronger and stronger, and his cultivation level also soared wildly. In a blink of an eye, he surpassed the limit of the 3rd level. Everything will fall into place naturally. The next moment, he successfully broke through to the 4th level. His whole body was burning like a scorching sun. His cultivation level increased several times in an instant, and violent heat waves raged. Finally broke through, the 4th level of martial arts. Su Fan smiled and his fighting power soared again. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Babel Tower Ranking. Name, Su Fan. Level, 40. Title, 4th Level Warrior. Strength, 288,000. Spirit, 300,000. Agility, 255,000. Constitution, 310,100. Talent, Chaos Phoenix God Level. Abilities, Chaos Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Chaos Phoenix Slash, Divine Phoenix Summoning. Root Bone against Heaven Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold, Ancient God Bloodline Gold. Luck, Destiny Gold. Appearance, Charming Purple. Kung Fu, 8-9 Mysterious Art Gold, Shura Sword Technique Purple, Horizontal Training Master Purple, Weapon Master Purple, Ghost Shadow Purple, Wind and Thunder Poem Purple. Elemental entries: Sun True Fire Gold, Space Master Red, Evil Repelling Divine Thunder Red, Storm Master Red, Wood Mastery Purple, Dark Mastery Purple, Shadow Mastery Purple. Sensory entries: Martial Arts Eyes Red, 1000 Miles Pursuit Purple, Clairaudience Purple. Battle items: Panga Divine Power Gold, Extreme Divine Mind Gold, Kuanping Extreme Speed Red, Blood Explosion Red, Bloodthirsty Red, Magma River Red, Son of Pure Water Red, Water Healing Purple, Water Clone Purple. Combat Power Evaluation: Invincible in the Flesh, Incredible Combat Power, rivaling a 6th Order King. Martial Arts level breaks through the 4th level. Comprehensive attributes, exceeding 1 million points. Su Fan's physical fitness is too strong, far surpassing the 5th level master, and even stronger than the 6th level king. Boom! He stood up, and his blood and energy roared like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. The terrifying aura swept across the world, causing volcanoes to collapse and magma to explode. It seemed as if this world could not withstand this terrible force, and the space was constantly cracking and collapsing. Ridiculously strong. My current physical fitness is enough to rival that of a 6th rank warrior. Even if I were to face the top few of the 10 elites, I would not be inferior to them. Su Fan's eyes were shining, and a strong sense of confidence surged in his chest. The sudden increase in his cultivation also brought him endless self-confidence. With his current combat power, he was able to look down upon the geniuses of his generation and was not afraid of any rivals. Even if facing the top 3 of the top 10, he would not be afraid at all. The Tower of Babel has 9 floors. Each level is more difficult and dangerous than the previous one, but as you climb higher levels, the rewards you get will become more and more numerous and precious. Su Fan's cultivation has improved so much after just passing the first 2 levels. If he can pass the 9th level, he won't know what incredible rewards he will get. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes and his heart was full of anticipation. Now there is nothing he needs on the 2nd level, it is time to challenge the 3rd level. Next. Su Fan burst out with all his strength and began to break through the levels frantically, sprinting to higher levels of the Tower of Babel. The 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel. Trial mission: hunt down 100 Silver Moon Sky Wolves. Su Fan waved his hand casually, and a river of boiling magma fell from the sky, engulfing the Silver Moon Wolf pack like a flood. This group of 4th level Silver Moon Sky Wolves were instantly melted into ashes and completely wiped out. The 4th floor of the Tower of Babel. Su Fan punched out, blowing up 3 level 5 beasts alive, their bodies exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The 5th floor of the Tower of Babel. Su Fan slashed with his sword, the sky darkened, the earth darkened, and the mountains and rivers were cut in two. A 5th order peak level prehistoric giant python was bleeding profusely, its body torn into pieces, and its head and body were separated on the spot. Congratulations on clearing the 3rd level of the Tower of Babel. Reward: Diyuan Fruit Holy Medicine. Congratulations on clearing the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel. Reward: Tianyuan Fruit Holy Medicine. Congratulations on clearing the 5th floor of the Tower of Babel. Reward: Blood Bodhi Holy Medicine. Congratulations on clearing the 6th floor of the Tower of Babel. Reward: Primordial Relics God Level. Su Fan fought with all his strength, forcefully breaking through the levels and instantly killing any monsters. He broke through 4 floors in one breath and rushed directly to the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. Endless smell of decay and death hits me in the face. This is a cemetery of death. Outside world. All the teachers were concentrating on observing what was happening inside the Tower of Babel. Through special methods, they can not only observe the students climbing the tower, but also switch the camera to observe the specific movements of each student in real time. According to the students' levels, they arranged a specific virtual list to make it easier to understand the strength and ranking of all students. Tower of Babel rankings. First place, Wang Yuan, level 59, 8th floor. Second place, Dongfang Piaoxue, level 59, 7th floor. Third place, Tuoba Mo, level 59, 7th floor. Fourth place, Li Kuangren, level 58, 7th floor. Fifth place, Zhou Ping'an, level 58, 7th floor. Sixth place, Su Qingxian, level 39, 6th floor. Seventh place, Song Qing, level 57, 6th floor. Eighth place, Zhao Bai, level 57, 6th floor. Ninth place, Yang Zixuan, level 56, 6th floor. 10th place, Xu Tianjiao, level 52, 5th floor. Wang Yuan rode away from the others and rushed to the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel. Dongfang, Piaoxua and Tuoba Mo followed closely behind. These three people all have a cultivation level of 59, representing the strongest combat power of the young geniuses of Peking University and Tsinghua University. The top 5 spots are all taken by the top 10. There is only one freshman, Su Qingxian, who has made it into the top 10 of the rankings with a cultivation level of 39. The girl's stunning performance also attracted widespread attention. As for Huo Wu, Zhou Jianfeng, Lu Ruyan and others, although they have good talents, their levels are too low. Their strength is far behind that of the 10 outstanding prodigies, and they are still struggling at the 2nd or 3rd level. Wang Yuan, he's truly terrifying. It took less than a day to reach the 8th level. This speed is much faster than last year. It seems that this year, Wang Yuan has a chance to pass the 9th level. The teachers were amazed and had high hopes for Wang Yuan. According to legend, as long as you pass the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel and complete the ultimate trial, you can become the new owner of the Tower of Babel and control this supreme pagoda. But so far, no one has been able to pass the 9th level. Countless geniuses stepped into the Tower of Babel with full confidence, but in the end they all returned empty-handed. And this year, everyone saw hope in Wang Yuan. Su Qingxian is not bad either. A freshman at level 39 can actually make it into the top 10 and be on par with the top 10. It's really amazing. A beautiful teacher exclaimed. Yes, this girl is extremely talented, even not inferior to Wang Yuan. She will become a great person in the future. Many teachers nodded in agreement, recognizing Su Qingxian's extraordinary talent. Hey, where's Su Fan? Why don't I see that kid Su Fan? Suddenly, a fat teacher raised a question. He searched the leaderboard for a long time but couldn't find Su Fan's name. It was not until someone reminded him that he found Su Fan's name on the 2nd level. This shouldn't be the case. With Su Fan's strength, he should be among the best. Why did he pause for so long at the 2nd level? Did he encounter some trouble? Many teachers were puzzled and didn't know what had happened to Su Fan. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, Su Fan's ranking suddenly skyrocketed. The 3rd floor. The 4th floor. 5th floor. 7th floor. Su Fan exploded and rushed to the 7th floor in one breath, instantly shocking the entire audience. What the hell? What's wrong with this kid Su Fan? Why did he explode all of a sudden? The teachers were shocked. Su Fan, who had been struggling on the 2nd floor for a long time, suddenly broke out and reached the 7th floor in one breath. His ranking also soared directly to 4th place. 4th place, Su Fan, level 40, 7th floor. The whole audience was shocked. Su Fan's strong performance shocked all the teachers. Quick, 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 cut the scene. Turn the camera to Su Fan and see what this guy is doing. Everyone was in a panic and quickly turned the main camera to Su Fan. The 7th floor of the Tower of Babel, the Cemetery of Death. This is a horrible deathland, with endless dead creatures wandering around, bloody and hideous. All of them have cultivation levels above level 5. The cultivation of some dead creatures has even reached the 6th level, which is extremely dangerous. There are very few people who can break into the 7th floor, and they are all the top geniuses in the academy. Just when the outside camera switched to Su Fan, the teachers discovered with horror. A group of terrifying death creatures have surrounded Su Fan. They came in dense groups, numbering over 100, all of them at the 5th level of cultivation. The murderous aura is overwhelming. Su Fan is finished now. The teacher's heart suddenly sank into the abyss. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Incredible Combat Power. Sweeping the Death Legion. Su Fan was surrounded. There were dead creatures everywhere, baring their fangs and roaring fiercely. Su Fan was surrounded and couldn't escape even if he had wings. When the teachers saw this scene, they all looked regretful. Su Fan's luck is too bad. He actually encountered a group of dead creatures. There are hundreds of dead creatures, all of them are at the 5th level, and some have reached the peak of the 5th level. Even if we join forces, we may not be their opponents, let alone Su Fan. They shook their heads and couldn't help showing regret. Su Fan's trial in the Tower of Babel might have come to an end. In the cemetery. Su Fan had a calm and steady face, as calm as a mountain, quietly observing the monsters around him. A total of 108 dead creatures. Mainly zombies, liches, skeletons, and death knights. The vast majority of them were at the 5th level of cultivation, and some of the powerful Death Knights had even broken through to the pinnacle of the 5th level, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. This is an extremely powerful force, enough to instantly shatter a peak human master into pieces. Roar! 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 Finally, the death creature took the lead in launching an attack and pounced on Su Fan hysterically. The stench of decay and terrible murderous intent rolled in. Let the killing begin! Su Fan growled, his eyes gradually becoming sharper, flashing with scarlet light. Extreme divine thoughts, destroy and kill. An extremely domineering divine power transformed into scarlet lightning and swept towards a dozen zombies. Bang! 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 This group of zombies were all at the 5th level of cultivation, but they were unable to resist the terrifying extreme divine consciousness. Their heads exploded, blood spurted out, brain matter flowed everywhere, and they fell to the ground and died on the spot. With Su Fan's current powerful spiritual power, it is enough to threaten a 6th level strongman. These 5th level zombies have no power to resist at all and are all killed instantly. Although there were a large number of dead creatures and they were outnumbered, Su Fan's extreme divine consciousness was extremely powerful and had a wide range. One thought is enough to kill dozens of dead creatures. It has a great advantage in group attacks and is not afraid of the enemy's large numbers. These hundreds of powerful dead creatures will become his experience packs, further improving his level and combat power. Su Fan raised the corner of his mouth and used all his strength to activate his ultimate divine consciousness, frantically slaughtering the dead creatures around him. Destroy! 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 Scarlet lightning flashed across the sky, and terrifying mental pressure swept in all directions. Bang! 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 This group of dead creatures either had their heads exploded or their bodies torn to pieces. Black blood flowed everywhere, internal organs were scattered, and the ground was covered with pieces of flesh and blood, emitting a stench of decay. Large groups of dead creatures fell under Su Fan's extreme divine consciousness. Kill level 50 zombies, life energy plus 1 million. Kill level 51 zombies, health energy plus 1.1 million. Kill level 52 lich, life energy plus 1.25 million. Kill level 55 skeleton soldiers, life energy plus 1.5 million. Waves of powerful life energy gathered like hot springs. Su Fan's whole body was glowing and extremely hot, and his martial arts level was rising rapidly. At the same time, the number of dead creatures is decreasing at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan killed hundreds of dead creatures in one breath. His terrifying fighting power shocked the teachers outside. Too strong, sweeping through the Death Legion alone. Su Fan is going crazy, killing hundreds of dead creatures in one breath. He's truly a monster. Unbelievable. Su Fan has only just broken through to the 4th level, how could he be so ridiculously strong? He can even kill a 5th level creature in one move. It's truly incredible. The teachers almost dropped their jaws in shock and were all stunned. They were all shocked by Su Fan's terrifying fighting power. Faced with the complete encirclement of hundreds of dead creatures, they thought Su Fan would use the space crystal to escape. Unexpectedly, not only did he not escape, but he treated these dead creatures as prey and killed them crazily. One man took on the Death Legion and slew them all without leaving a single one alive. Young Supreme, invincible. At this moment, everyone was amazed and felt an invincible grace in Su Fan, as if they saw an invincible Young Supreme. Sudden. A terrifying aura rushed towards him. Su Fan felt a chill on his back, turned around, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. It was a Death Knight clad in dark armor, holding a bloody spear in his hand, riding a skeleton warhorse, with 2 balls of green flames leaping in his empty eye sockets. With a loud bang, a terrifying aura burst out, crushing some of the surrounding skeleton soldiers to pieces. The pinnacle of the 5th level. This is a terrifying opponent, far more than an ordinary dead creature. Su Fan's expression was stern, and the vast blood and energy were boiling in his body, instantly increasing his combat power to the peak. Roar! The Death Knight rode over, his 5th level peak cultivation bursting out, and his bloody spear tore through the void, stabbing Su Fan fiercely. Cut! A cold light flashed across Su Fan's eyes, and he swung out with all his strength with the sky-slaying demon sword, which turned into a black lightning and collided fiercely with the bloody spear. Ding! 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 The blade and the spear tip collided, instantly sparking endless sparks. The powerful shockwave swept across the 4 directions, causing the earth to collapse and space to tear apart. The scene was extremely terrifying. Die! Su Fan's Pango divine power burst out, and the sky-slaying demon sword lit up with a blazing light, tearing the bloody spear apart. The terrifying edge rushed towards the Death Knight. The man and his horse were cut in half with one blow. Dark blood flowed wildly, rotten internal organs were scattered all over the ground, emitting a foul stench. Kill a level 59 Death Knight, life energy plus 2.5 million. With the death of the Death Knight, only a few weak skeleton soldiers were left at the scene, and they were completely vulnerable. Su Fan swept his divine sense and killed them instantly. This army of death was finally annihilated. The teachers who were watching the game outside took a deep breath and fell into silence. So strong. Destroy the Death Legion by one person. At this moment, the amazing fighting power displayed by Su Fan has surpassed many teachers. They were amazed and felt inferior to him. Rumble. Just as Su Fan was about to clean up the battlefield, an ancient tomb not far away suddenly exploded. A huge and boundless white bone creature crawled out. This is an undead bone dragon. White bones, pitch-black bone wings, a huge body like a mountain, and two balls of ghostly fire jumping in a pair of sunken eye sockets, releasing a terrifying sense of oppression. A shocking momentum burst out, knocking Su Fan away. The terrifying power shakes the universe. 6th level Bone Dragon. Su Fan was shocked. Chapter 103, slashing the 6th order with power. Shattering the darkness with thunder. Roar. The Bone Dragon roared. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, the earth caved in, the space exploded, and storms of destruction swept in all directions. A terrifying scene of destruction. 6th level Bone Dragon. This is the supreme king of dead creatures. His power is so terrifying that even if hundreds of dead creatures are added together, they are far less powerful than this undead bone dragon. Damn it, it's actually a level 6 bone dragon. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Through the virtual screen, they all felt the murderous aura coming towards them and shuddered with fear. How bad is Su Fan's luck? He was just surrounded by dead creatures, and now a 6th level Bone Dragon King has come. He's in big trouble now. What bad luck! It seems that Su Fan will stop at the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. The teachers shook their heads and sighed, all with a look of regret on their faces. At this moment, a 6th order bone dragon blocked Su Fan's way, and it seemed that the only way left for him was to escape. When entering the tower, the school gave each student a space crystal. When encountering danger, they can crush the space crystal to escape from the tower. Although the 6th level bone dragon is very dangerous, as long as Su Fan crushes the space crystal in time and escapes, his life will not be in danger. Of course, this also means that Su Fan will stop at the 7th floor, ending this trial of the Tower of Babel. What a pity! With Su Fan's strength, he should be able to advance higher, and even challenge the ultimate trial of the 9th floor. There's nothing we can do about it. Compared to breaking through the tower, life is more important. As long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood. Many people felt extremely regretful, but there was nothing they could do about it. They could only blame Su Fan for having bad luck. In the cemetery, Su Fan looked at the undead bone dragon, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He felt an astonishing pressure, far exceeding all the dead creatures he had just encountered. But there was no fear on his face, and his sharp eyes gradually lit up, as if he had found a favorite prey. Level 6? You've arrived just in time. Su Fan licked his lips, his eyes flashed with a devilish light, and the blood in his body began to boil automatically. With his current combat power, ordinary 5th level monsters were no match for him. He was longing for a stronger opponent. The trial task on the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel is to hunt down a bone dragon of level 5 or above. It was just right that the skull dragon came to my door. 6th level bone dragon. With Su Fan's current combat power, and the bonus of multiple talent attributes, he is enough to challenge a 6th level strongman. As long as he kills this skull dragon, he will not only complete the trial mission, but will also gain a large amount of life energy, further improving his level in cultivation. Kill! Su Fan roared, his blood and energy burst out, and he swung the magic sword directly to kill the bone dragon. When the teachers saw this scene, they were all stunned. A 4th level warrior actually dared to challenge a 6th level bone dragon. Su Fan must be tired of living. Is this kid crazy? They were so frightened that their hearts were in their throats. Interesting. With a 4th level opponent against a 6th level opponent, does Su Fan really have the confidence to win? Or is he trying to test his own combat power, and if he encounters an unfavorable situation, he can use the space crystal to escape. Zhuge Qingyun smiled faintly, his eyes were extremely deep. Because he had the space crystal, he was not worried about Su Fan's safety, but watched the battle with interest. Swish! Su Fan swung his sword, and the black blade light broke through the air and slashed towards the bone dragon with all his strength. The bone dragon roared, its eyes flashing with murderous intent, and its ferocious bone dragon claws tore through the void as it grabbed the sky-slaying demon sword fiercely. Scarlet energy gushed out of the dragon claws. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere. The sixth-order bone dragon was extremely ferocious. It grabbed the sky-slaying demon sword and blocked Su Fan's full-strength attack. A hideous smile appeared on the skull face. It was as if he was mocking the weak human being in front of him. Laugh at you. Su Fan's divine power exploded, and golden phoenix flames ignited on the magic sword. Billowing heat waves spread out, causing the void to distort and deform. After the immortal phoenix evolved into the chaos phoenix, the originally white phoenix flame also evolved into gold, turning into the fire of chaos, with its power and temperature greatly increased. Sizzle! Sizzle! The chaos phoenix flame burned wildly, burning the bone dragon's claw to ashes on the spot. Then, Su Fan swung the sky-slaying demon sword and hit the bone dragon hard. The terrifying force burst out and directly chopped it away. Countless bones turned into ashes under the phoenix flame and fluttered in the wind. How is this possible? The teachers all looked stunned, somewhat incredulous. Everyone thought that Su Fan's challenge to the 6th-level bone dragon was like an ant trying to shake a tree, but unexpectedly, he gained the upper hand as soon as the battle started, and chopped the bone dragon away with one sword. It was really incredible. Everyone was stunned. But, the real battle has just begun. They looked towards the undead bone dragon that had climbed up again not far away, with a serious look on their faces. The undead bone dragon is made up of white bones all over, which is extremely hard and has a very strong physique. Although Su Fan chopped it away with the sword and cut off more than a dozen bones, it did not cause any substantial damage to it. Moreover, the undead had a strong ability to recover. The claws and bones of the bone dragons healed at an astonishing speed, making them virtually immortal. A 6th-order bone dragon is indeed powerful. Su Fan raised his eyebrows. This level of attack really doesn't have much effect on the undead bone dragon. The only way to kill a bone dragon is to destroy its head or smash it to pieces. Roar! The bone dragon was angry, and scarlet energy condensed wildly in its mouth, filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. Boom! The scarlet energy ray shot towards Su Fan like a laser. Destruction ray! The bone dragon's innate ability is to condense high-density energy rays with destructive power, which can easily kill even 6th-level creatures. Boom! Boom! A terrifying energy ray came towards him, as if it was going to blow Su Fan to pieces. So fast. Su Fan's face changed, and he quickly activated his profound skills, raising the golden light to protect his body to resist. But the destructive ray was too terrifying, and it easily shattered the golden light that protected his body in an instant. Then with a bang, the destructive ray hit Su Fan's chest hard, and the whole person flew backwards on the spot, submerged in endless light and heat. Su Fan is finished. The teachers were heartbroken. The bone dragon's destructive rays were so terrifying that they were enough to kill a 6th-level strongman. Su Fan was hit hard and was basically dead. It's such a pity that such a young genius died at the hands of the bone dragon. Many teachers sighed and looked at the corpse lying on the ground with a look of regret on their faces. But at this moment, Su Fan slowly stood up. The body glowed brightly, and there was no injury at all. Oh my god, Su Fan is actually okay? Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped. He withstood the bone dragon's full-strength attack head-on and remained unscathed. Just how strong is this kid's body? Compared to this skull dragon, I think Su Fan is the real monster. His physical strength is too abnormal. Su Fan's body is too strong. With the strength of the true dragon body, it is even stronger than an ordinary 6th-level strongman. Even in a head-on fight with a bone dragon, he would not be at a disadvantage at all. Fuck! That hurts so much. Su Fan grimaced in pain and couldn't help but swear. Although he was not injured, it was very painful. This 6th-level bone dragon is too strong. It will take some effort to kill it. Oh right, the evil repelling divine thunder. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Su Fan's mind. The evil repelling divine thunder can restrain all evil creatures and should be very effective against this undead bone dragon. Looking at the roaring undead bone dragon coming towards him, a sharp light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Just a walking corpse, except the judgment of thunder. Su Fan's eyes flashed with lightning arcs, and he activated the evil repelling divine thunder. Endless golden lightning arcs gushed out of his body, emitting a pure and masculine aura, causing the heaven and earth to roar. He descended like the god of thunder, and with one slash of his sword, the void exploded. Countless evil repelling divine thunders turned into a lightning blade more than 10 meters long, moving across the sky and earth. Roar! The undead bone dragon roared to the sky, as if it also sensed the horror of the evil repelling divine thunder. Scarlet energy surged on its body, filled with a powerful aura, and strengthened its own defense. The evil repelling divine thunder restrains all evil things. The moment this scarlet energy came into contact with the thunder blade, it was instantly destroyed and disappeared. Bang! A loud bang that shook the earth. The bone dragon howled as it suffered a devastating blow. Its body exploded on the spot and shattered into pieces. A hideous head rolled to the ground. The ghost fire in the eye socket was still burning, and there was actually a hint of life. Shatter the darkness with thunder. Die! Su Fan's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and blasted out a divine thunder to ward off evil spirits, directly smashing the skull of the bone dragon. The skull was shattered into pieces, and black blood spilled into the void. 6th level bone dragon, die. The outside world is dead silent. Chapter 104, Dark Gold Entries. The Talents of the Great Emperor. Su fondly killed the 6th level bone dragon. His peerless fighting power shocked all the teachers. Fuck, this is too strong. This kid Su Fan is truly incredible. He actually managed to kill this 6th order bone dragon. Hahaha, another peerless genius has emerged from Peking University and Tsinghua University. I think Su Fan has a chance to reach the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. The outside world was in an uproar and everyone was very excited. They started talking about it heatedly, all of them were shocked by Su Fan's terrifying fighting power. With a mere 4th level cultivation, he jumped 2 levels and killed a 6th level bone dragon. It was really abnormal. Good. 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 Zhuge Qingyun smiled and said 3 good words in a row, obviously impressed by Su Fan's performance. A 4th level warrior, possessing the incredible combat power to kill a 6th level bone dragon, the strength displayed by Su Fan has exceeded his expectations and is enough to be on par with Wang Yuan. No. Not only that. If they were at the same level, even Wang Yuan might not be Su Fan's opponent. Zhuge Qingyun seemed to be thinking about something. Buzz. At this moment, the void suddenly twisted, and endless sharp sword energy swept across the entire venue, making everyone's heart tremble. A one-armed old man appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in gray, with sharp eyebrows and eyes. His whole body was like a sharp sword, emitting an extremely sharp aura, which made the surrounding void tear apart and the heaven and earth distort. There is no doubt that this is a martial arts supreme who is above level 90 and one of the top powerhouses in Dragon Country. Master Jian, why are you here? Seeing the one-armed old man, Zhuge Qingyun looked respectful and hurried forward to greet him in person. Greetings, Sword Master. All the teachers looked respectful and saluted the one-armed old man. Old Jian is one of the patron saints of Dragon Country. With only one sword, he has guarded Dragon Country for decades, killed countless powerful alien warriors, and is deeply respected by everyone. At the same time, Old Jian is also one of the elders of Zulon Island, and his every word and action represents the will and instructions of Zulon Island. Qingyun, this kid is the Su Fan you mentioned. He is indeed a genius. Jian Lao laughed, nodded to Zhuge Qingyun, and then cast his gaze on Su Fan in the Tongtian Tower, also with admiration, with a 4th level cultivation, killing a 6th level bone dragon. Even this old man couldn't do it back then. Master Jian, you are too modest. You are the patron saint of our Dragon Country. Although Su Fan is very outstanding, he is still far behind you. Zhuge Qingyun said respectfully. The Yangtze River's new generation pushes the old generation forward. With Su Fan's incredible talent, it won't be long before he's on par with us, or even surpassing us. We're all old guys now, and the future of Dragon Country still rests on the shoulders of these young people. Old Jian's eyes were deep, and he also had high hopes for Su Fan. By the way, Qingyun, Master Long has agreed to what you said before about accepting a disciple. After Su Fan and the other 2 come out of the Tower of Babel, they can go to Zulon Island to become disciples and practice. Master Jian suddenly laughed. Very good. Upon hearing the news, Zhuge Qingyun's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but get excited. I just proposed this to Elder Long with the idea of giving it a try, but I didn't expect him to actually agree. If Su Fan and Su Qingxian succeed in becoming his disciples, it would be nothing less than a great opportunity. Don't be too happy too soon. With Elder Long's cultivation and vision, there are very few people he can look up to. Whether these two little guys can become his disciples depends on their luck. Elder Jian reminded. Yeah, I understand. Zhuge Qingyun nodded seriously. With the old man's unparalleled cultivation level, when he accepted him as a disciple, he would definitely test Su Fan and the other two. If Su Fan and Su Qingxian want to become the old man's disciples, they have to rely on their own efforts. Because he is the strongest person in Dragon Country. Inside the Tower of Babel. After killing the 6th level bone dragon, a huge amount of life energy poured into Su Fan's body like the sea, madly washing his muscles and bones and strengthening his physical fitness. Great! 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 Su Fan felt extremely comfortable, his whole body was glowing with blazing light, and his martial arts skills were soaring wildly. He first swept through hundreds of dead creatures, and now he killed a 6th order bone dragon, gaining a huge amount of life energy in one go. Boom! 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 Su Fan's cultivation level skyrocketed, and his level soared continuously. He rose 5 levels in one breath and broke through to level 45. Level 45, my cultivation has improved significantly. Su Fan was ecstatic. The leveling speed of the Tower of Babel is really addictive. Although it took some effort to kill this 6th level bone dragon, it also brought him a huge improvement. Next, let's start cleaning up the battlefield. Then, he glanced at the corpses around him and immediately began to extract entries. Buzz! 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 Brilliant rays of light lit up, and countless talent entries gathered together. Strength plus 15,000. Spirit plus 12,000. Agility plus 10,000. Constitution plus 18,000. Immortal body gold, you possess immortality, possessing astonishing self-healing abilities, regenerating flesh and blood, and becoming immortal. Destruction ray purple, you can release powerful energy rays with terrifying destructive power. Summon the undead purple, you have the ability to summon an army of undead, and can summon a large number of undead soldiers to assist in battle. Ha ha ha, 1 gold entry and 2 purple entries, I'm making a killing. Su Fan was overjoyed, and with a thought, he directly merged and absorbed all the entries. Boom! 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 Countless rays of light gathered together and merged into his body. Congratulations! You have mastered Immortality Gold. Congratulations! You've mastered the Destruction Ray Purple. Congratulations! You have mastered the Undead Summoning Purple. Kuanping Extreme Speed Red Kuanping Divine Speed Gold. Innate Strength Gold Emperor's Talent Dark Gold. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 Sister. I'll go first. Su Fan's black hair fluttered, his eyes sparkled, and his body was surging with blazing divine light, just like a god descending to earth. After absorbing the talents of hundreds of dead creatures, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, and all his attributes increased rapidly. Bones, speed, strength, body regeneration ability, all greatly improved. His divine power surged throughout his body, and his momentum rose steadily, surpassing that of the 6th level bone dragon. What a wonderful feeling, as if I were reborn. Su Fan closed his eyes, feeling the amazing changes in himself, and gradually became excited. He gained immortality, and his physical recovery ability was greatly enhanced. Even if his body was torn into pieces and his internal organs were shattered, he could be reborn and healed at an extremely fast speed. He was truly immortal. In addition, the 2 combat-related attributes, Ray of Destruction and Summoning of the Undead, are also extremely powerful. The Destructive Ray has extremely strong attack power and can easily kill a 6th-level strongman. The Undead Summoning can summon a large number of undead soldiers and has a significant effect on groups. In addition to these rare attributes he just obtained, Su Fan's speed attribute and root bone attribute finally underwent a transformation and evolved to a higher quality. Kuanping Speed Gold, you have mastered Kuanping Speed, and can travel through space and move instantly. The Great Emperor's Talent Dark Gold, the Great Emperor's talent, unparalleled in the world, overwhelming all gods and demons. Su Fan's speed attribute was upgraded to gold quality, evolving into Kuanping Speed. His speed increased countless times, allowing him to travel through space over long distances, truly teleporting with unmatched speed. The root bone attribute is upgraded to dark gold quality, the quality of an emperor. This is also Su Fan's first dark gold talent entry. Under the enhancement of possibility of the great emperor, Su Fan's bones are unparalleled in the world, surpassing the descendants of gods and comparable to the reincarnation of the great emperor. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. Su Fan felt extremely happy. The Tower of Babel is truly a holy place for cultivation. You can get a lot of rewards by hunting monsters and completing trial tasks in it. According to this training progress, he even has the opportunity to become a 5th level Grandmaster. At the same time, a majestic voice sounded from above. Congratulations on clearing the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. Reward, original true bone god level. Haha, another divine level treasure bone. Su Fan's eyes lit up, he looked up at the sky, and a piece of golden treasure bone fell down. He spread out his right hand, and the precious bone flashed with light and automatically fell into his palm. This piece of golden bone is extremely sacred. It is engraved with ancient runes, which are densely packed and mysterious. It is filled with an ancient and grand aura that shocks the soul. Original real bones. It records an ancient secret technique, which requires contemplation to understand its mysteries. For Su Fan, it wouldn't be so troublesome. As soon as he had a thought, he directly started the entry extraction on the original true bone to extract the secrets hidden in the true bone. Buzz. A brilliant golden light flashed. Ding dong. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the golden entry. 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones. 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones gold. You can create 3 clones, each identical to the original, possessing the same combat power. Furthermore, each clone is connected to the other, achieving unity of nature and man, making them invincible. Oh my god. Another golden entry, 1 breath into 3 pure ones. Su Fan took a deep breath and couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy. 1 chi becomes 3 pure ones. This is the true supreme art of clone. He can easily split into 3 clones, and these 3 clones are exactly the same as the original body. They can also communicate with each other and achieve the state of unity between man and nature. With 4 against 1, they are invincible. This clone technique creates clones that are identical to the original body, with almost no flaws, and are countless times more powerful than shadow clones and water clones. Su Fan moved his mind and the entries merged automatically. His whole body glowed, and something appeared in his mind out of thin air. In an instant, he mastered everything and transformed into the 3 pure ones. Haha, another unique skill. Su Fan's eyes were bright and he was very happy. With the unparalleled skill of 1 chi transformed into 3 pure ones, in future battles, no matter what level of opponent he encounters, he will have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Even if it is 1 against many, there is enough confidence. Su Fan smiled brightly, very satisfied with the talent entry of 1 chi transformed into 3 pure ones. Buzz. At this moment, ripples appeared in the void, and a cold and graceful figure came to the 7th floor. This is a silver-haired girl. Her little face was cold, her silver hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was beautiful as a dream. Call. Su Qingxian let out a long breath, her beautiful face filled with infinite confidence. This emperor is truly remarkable. He has reached the 7th floor so quickly. Among my peers, who can be my rival? Su Qingxian had a smug look on her face, proudly puffing out her youthful little chest, her spirits high. In less than a day, she climbed up to the 7th floor, which took more than half the time of her previous life, almost breaking the record for the fastest clearance of the Tower of Babel. At this moment, even she herself admired herself immensely. The girl firmly believed that even her evil brother could not climb faster than her. Because Su Fan didn't have her experience, nor did he know as much about the Tower of Babel as she did, so how could he compare with her? I'm sure to win this competition. Su Qingxian was full of confidence and suddenly clenched her fists. Then, she looked around and inadvertently saw a familiar figure waving at her with a smile on his face. Here I come, sister. Su Fan smiled warmly and waved to greet the girl. Oh. Su Qingxian's expression froze, and her brain temporarily froze. My evil brother actually came to the 7th floor of the Tower of Babel. It's unbelievable. You just made it to the 7th floor? Su Qingxian looked suspicious and asked tentatively. No, I've been here for a while. As Su Fan spoke, he glanced at the girl and muttered, You're too slow. Bang! At this moment, the girl suddenly felt a tightness in her chest and suffered countless mental attacks. Evil brother. Are you actually mocking me for climbing the tower too slowly? Are you kidding me? I can climb really fast, okay? Su Qingxian gritted her teeth and felt extremely depressed. She has lived 2 lives as a human being and has the experience of the previous life. This time when she challenges the Tower of Babel, her speed is a miracle and no one can compare to her. But this damn brother was actually 1 step faster than her? Humph, you just came a little earlier than me, there's nothing to be proud of. Su Qingxian showed her little fangs and glared at Su Fan fiercely. She was not convinced in her heart and even more so in her mouth. Do you remember our agreement? Whoever clears the Tower of Babel first gets to enslave the other for a month. This time, I'll definitely clear the 7th floor before you. Eh? What's going on? Before the girl could finish her harsh words, a brilliant golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Su Fan. Then Su Fan's body slowly rose up and flew directly into the sky. How is this possible? You've cleared the level? Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes widened into a look of disbelief. Sister, crawl slowly, I'm going to go first. Su Fan smiled slightly, rode the golden light to the 8th floor, and waved goodbye to the girl in the sky. Damn brother, just wait, I'll catch up with you soon. Right now. Right now. Su Qingxian was extremely crazy. She watched Su Fan ascend to the 8th level and was so angry. She was invincible, but she was defeated again. But this is only temporary. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Ancient Relics. The Remains of the Supreme Being. My silly sister, climb up slowly, I'm waiting for you up there. Su Fan smiled brightly and deliberately provoked the girl a little when he left. This is the spur of a brother's love for his sister. He felt that with Su Qingxian's arrogance, she had probably transformed into a Valkyrie and was hunting crazily on the 7th floor. At the same time, Su Fan came to the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel. This is an ancient relic. The surroundings are filled with broken walls and the corpses of various ferocious beasts. The place is filled with an ancient and vicissitudes of life. I don't know how many years it has gone through. Welcome to the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel. In the ancient ruins, there are a large number of hidden treasures and ancient heritage, but also endless dangers. Challengers are free to explore. Trial mission, collect 10 ancient tokens. Ancient token? Su Fan's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of doubt. The Tower of Babel did not explain in detail what this ancient token was and where to obtain it, so it seemed he needed to find the answer himself. Su Fan was not in a hurry. The Tower of Babel would be open for a full month, so he had enough time to explore this vast ancient ruins. According to the introduction of the Tower of Babel, there are many treasures buried in this relic, making it a supreme treasure land. Let's start exploring. Su Fan gradually became excited, releasing his extreme divine consciousness with all his strength, carefully searching the surroundings. With the strength of his spiritual power, it is enough to cover an area of several thousand meters, or even tens of thousands of meters, which is extremely convenient for exploration. No matter whether it is in the sky or underground, any wind-blown grass can be hidden from him. Hey, there seems to be something in the northwest. A gleam of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and he felt a strange fluctuation in the northwest direction. He activated Kuanping's incredible speed and teleported tens of thousands of meters directly to the sky above a ruined palace. The palace was in a state of disrepair, overgrown with moss and weeds, and even the walls and roof had collapsed. It was unknown how many years it had been abandoned. Su Fan's expression was calm, and he focused his mind on the palace, trying his best to sense any unusual movements inside. Underground. His eyes lit up, he took out the sky-slaying demon sword and slashed towards the palace. With a loud bang, the entire palace was shattered, and even a huge ravine was split in the ground, with flying sand and rocks all over the sky. Buzz. The next moment, an ancient bronze coffin emerged. There really is a treasure hidden there. Su Fan showed a look of joy. This ancient bronze coffin looked extremely extraordinary. He wondered what was buried inside. He turned his mind, trying to explore the situation inside the ancient coffin. But it failed. The ancient bronze coffin has a special ability that blocks his detection. Could there be a 10,000-year-old zombie king hiding somewhere? Su Fan looked alert and carefully observed the ancient bronze coffin, without acting rashly. The Tower of Babel has made it very clear that although this ancient relic has a lot of opportunities, it also comes with great dangers. What if after the museum opens, there is a peerless monster hidden inside? Then Su Fan would be in big trouble. But there is a saying that goes, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. This ancient bronze coffin is obviously of extraordinary origin. I don't know how many years it has gone through, but it is worth the risk. Summoning the dead. Su Fan waved his hand and summoned a skeleton soldier. For safety reasons, he did not do it himself, but ordered the skeleton soldiers to go and open the ancient bronze coffin. Snap! Snap! Under Su Fan's command, the skeleton soldiers came to the ancient bronze coffin, stretched out a pair of bone claws, and slowly opened the coffin lid. Boom! The next moment, a golden skeleton emerged. This skeleton is like gold, shining brightly and radiating a sacred aura. Although it has been dead for many years, some of its former power still remains on its bones. Boom! A ray of supreme and terrifying pressure spread out, causing Su Fan to tremble all over. Oh my god! The remains of the Supreme Being. A complete set of the remains of the Supreme Being. Su Fan was shocked. Buried inside the ancient bronze coffin were the remains of a Supreme Being. Although he has been dead for countless years and even his body has weathered away, leaving only piles of bones, for a warrior, this is definitely an invaluable treasure, no less than a great fortune. This is a complete set of supreme remains. Infinite value. My luck is so good. Su Fan took a deep breath and couldn't help getting excited. As soon as I arrived at the ancient ruins, I found a set of supreme remains. It is indeed the incredible luck that only those with destiny can have. Boom! 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 3 terrifying auras suddenly descended, causing the heaven and earth to shake. A complete set of the remains of a supreme being, so rare. Haha, this is a huge opportunity. We are rich. These are 3 master-level experts. A beautiful woman in white, with a cold expression and unparalleled beauty. A cold-blooded man with intimidating eyes and a fierce bloodthirsty spirit. There was also a burly man with a strong build, broad shoulders and a fierce look on his face. Dongfang Peshua, Tuoba Mo, and Li Kuangren. The top 4 of the 10 great masters. Su Fan's eyes moved, and he recognized the identities of the 3 people at a glance. These 3 people are the top 4 of the top 10, the supreme genius second only to Wang Yuan. Among them, Dongfang Peshua and Tuoba Mo both reached the peak of level 59, only 1 step away from the 6th level, and Li Kuangren's cultivation level was as high as level 58, only 1 level lower than the 2. I want this set of supreme remains. Dongfang Peshua looked indifferent and spoke lightly. Although she was a woman, she showed an extremely domineering attitude at this moment, wanting to keep the complete remains of the Supreme Being for herself. Humph, this opportunity belongs only to me, who dares to snatch it from me? Tuoba Mo snorted coldly, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and also wanted to take the Supreme's remains for himself. Everyone who sees it gets a share. The Supreme One's remains are a supreme treasure. No one can possess them alone. Li Kuangren's face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of greed when he looked at the remains of the Supreme. Although his cultivation was not as good as Dongfang Peshua and Tuoba Mo, he had to fight for this treasure. What, are you going to start a war? Let's fight, who's afraid of who? The 3 men quarreled with each other in great anger, each wanting to take the remains of the Supreme Being for themselves. He completely ignored Su Fan, who was standing beside him. Su Fan touched his nose, looking helpless. He was being treated as a little Karami. Well, this set of supreme remains was discovered by me. Don't you guys want to ask for my opinion? Su Fan looked at the 3 geniuses who were arguing and said with a smile. The 3 of them looked indifferent and superior. He didn't take Su Fan, a 4th-level warrior, seriously at all. Chapter 107, Invincible Talent. Overwhelming all the prodigies. Dongfang Peshua, Tuoba Mo, and Li Kuangren, these 3 are invincible masters at the peak of the 5th level. Su Fan, a 4th-level warrior, could not attract their attention. The 3 men had cold expressions and arrogant attitudes, and did not take Su Fan seriously at all. Su Fan, get out of the way. Li Kuangren had a fierce look on his face, and his eyes were full of contempt when he looked at Su Fan. The supreme remains are such a supreme treasure, it is not something a freshman like you can get your hands on. If you don't want to die, get out now. He was very arrogant and directly scolded Su Fan to leave. I gave you face, didn't I? Su Fan's eyes turned cold, and the murderous intent of the sky-slaying demon sword surged out as he slashed towards Li Kuangren. A mere 4th level, you're overestimating yourself. Li Kuangren sneered, his face full of sarcasm. His level was as high as 58, and he possessed a powerful combat power comparable to that of the 6th level. A level 45 freshman dared to challenge him. It was really like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was extremely conceited, and with his strong hands, he grabbed the scarlet blade, trying to resist Su Fan's magic sword with his body. Boom! But the next second, a terrifying blade light tore through the void, and the light was as bright as the sun, illuminating Li Kuangren's face full of horror. Ah, how is this possible? Li Kuangren screamed strangely, and one of his arms was cut off alive, flying out horizontally, and blood gushed out. He was severely injured, blood gushing out of his body, and was almost cut in half by the domineering sword light. He flew hundreds of meters and fell heavily to the ground, his life or death unknown. With one sword, Li Kuangren was defeated. Dongfang Piaxue and Tuoba Mo couldn't help but show a look of shock when they saw this scene. Is being a grandmaster so great? This is what happens when you act so pretentiously. Su Fan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with coldness, and he glanced at Li Kuangren, who was covered in bruises in the distance. With his current combat power, even a 6th level warrior can be killed instantly with one sword strike. A mere 5th level peak warrior dares to be arrogant in front of him and wants to take his magic sword with his bare hands. He is simply asking for trouble. Very strong, this strike has definitely reached the 6th level of combat power. Dongfang Piaxue's pretty face became serious, and her beautiful eyes locked on Su Fan, with a cold light flowing in them, as if she was exploring the latter's true strength. This kid is only level 45, yet his combat power is so strong, it's incredible. Tuoba Mo frowned and looked at Su Fan in surprise, his expression gradually becoming solemn. The top 3 of the 10 heroes all possess 6th level combat power and can even kill 6th level kings across levels. And at this moment, the astonishing fighting power that Su Fan unleashed undoubtedly qualified him to be on par with the top 3 of the 10 strongest men, and was enough to be on par with Dongfang Piaxue and Tuoba Mo. Ahem. Damn it, how could this Su Fan be so strong? Li Kuangren struggled to get up, coughing up blood. He covered the wound of his broken arm with his left hand, trembling all over, and looked at Su Fan with horror in his eyes. This sword strike was too terrifying. If he hadn't been wearing a top-level spiritual battlesuit that offset most of the attack power, he might have been cut in half on the spot. TSK, still alive? The top 5 geniuses in the 10 greatest really have some tricks up their sleeves. When Su Fan saw Li Kuangren get up again, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The top 5 geniuses among the 10 all possess extraordinary bloodlines and extremely powerful bodies. Although Li Kuangren suffered severe injuries, with multiple fractures and lacerations on his body, and even his right arm was severed, his life was not in danger. He activated the power of his blood, and light surged on his body. The wounds all over his body were healing rapidly, and even his broken arms were reorganizing with flesh and blood. His recovery ability was amazing. So, am I qualified to talk to you now? Su Fan's expression was calm as he glanced at Dongfang Piaxue and the other 2 calmly. His eyes were determined as he said in a deep voice, "This set of supreme remains belongs to me. I will not share it with anyone else. You can leave on your own. I will forgive you for what happened. You want to keep the remains of the supreme being for yourself? That's impossible." Tuoba Mo snorted coldly, his eyes shooting out 2 cold lightnings, and he was the first to stand up and oppose. How precious are the remains of the supreme being? This is a supreme treasure that can transform them and take their cultivation to a higher level. No one would give up such a great opportunity. What's more, the person standing in front of him is just a freshman. As the 3rd strongest among the 10 heroes, Tuoba Mo possesses combat power comparable to that of the 6th level. He is so arrogant and conceited that it is even more impossible for him to give up the remains of the supreme. Su Fan, don't think that just because you defeated Li Kuangren, you are qualified to negotiate with us. Compared to the top 3 of the 10 elites, Li Kuangren is just a piece of trash. Tuoba Mo had a grim expression on his face, and his black hair danced wildly, like an angry demon. Boom! A shocking momentum burst out, which definitely reached the 6th level, and the combat power far exceeded Li Kuangren. Su Fan, take my move, Azure Dragon Sky Turning Seal. Tuoba Mo roared angrily and swung out with all his strength. The vast source of power surged and condensed into a large blue dragon seal, as if to suppress all the gods and demons in the heavens. The supreme power of the Azure Dragon rolled towards Su Fan. 3rd among the top 10, that's it? Su Fan remained calm and unwavering, punching out with all his might with the creation fist. An extremely overbearing punch force shattered the void, exploding and shattering the Azure Dragon seal. Damn it, this is impossible. Tuoba Mo's face turned pale, as if he had been struck by lightning. He flew backwards on the spot, covered in blood, and returned in defeat. With just one punch, Tuoba Mo was defeated. Su Fan's terrifying fighting power exceeded everyone's imagination and made the heaven and earth tremble. You are too weak. Su Fan was extremely cold and stood with a knife in his hand, showing an invincible posture. He was like a young supreme being. He first cut off one of Li Qianren's arms with a knife, and then defeated Tuoba Mo with a punch. He was truly invincible. At the same time, it also caused a sensation in the outside world. Too strong, simply invincible. Defeating Li Qianren and Tuoba Mo consecutively, this kid Su Fan is truly a monster. Among my peers, who else can be my rival? The teachers were discussing the matter heatedly. Su Fan overwhelmed all the geniuses with his invincible demeanor, which shocked them all. Right now, among the three great geniuses, two have already been defeated by Su Fan. Now only Dongfang Piaoxue is left. But, although Dongfang Piaoxue is a woman, her cultivation and talent are stronger than Tuoba Mo and Li Qianren combined. Dongfang Piaoxue was dressed in white, looking extremely graceful. She stared at Su Fan quietly, and her fighting spirit was burning rapidly on her beautiful figure. It was obvious that she had no intention of giving up on the remains of the Supreme Being and was ready to fight with all her might. Su Fan held the magic knife in his hand, his eyes cold and gloomy, sweeping towards the falling snow in the east. His whole body was filled with a cold aura that swept across the sky and the earth. Senior, my sword has been thirsty for a long time. Do you want to try it? Chapter 108 Senior Sister. My sword has been thirsty for a long time. Senior, my sword has been thirsty for a long time. Do you want to try it? Su Fan's eyes were sharp as he looked at the beautiful woman in white and slowly raised the big knife in his hand. Snow is falling in the east. The 5th level peak cultivation, the second-ranked super genius among the 10 elites. Her cultivation is stronger than Tuoba Mo and Li Qianren, and second only to Wang Yuan, the number 1 genius in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Very good, junior brother Su Fan, you are qualified to fight me, Dongfang Piaoxue. Dongfang Piaoxue's beautiful eyes were as bright as the moon, her black hair danced wildly, and a tremendous fighting spirit surged out from her beautiful figure, as if to split the sky apart. Dongfang Piaoxue is known as the goddess of war, and her reputation is heard throughout the entire school. On the surface, she appears to be cold and beautiful, as if she is otherworldly, but in her heart she is extremely aggressive, keen on fighting and killing, and extremely eager for a powerful opponent. Seeing Su Fan's powerful fighting ability, Dongfang Piaoxue was not afraid at all. Instead, she gradually became excited, and the blood in her body was boiling and roaring. Come on Su Fan, I hope you can satisfy me. Dongfang Piaoxue's mouth curled up into an arc, her white clothes fluttering in the wind. She was extremely graceful and full of fighting spirit. Buzz! A golden divine light flashed. Su Fan used the speed of Kunping to teleport directly in front of Dongfang Piaoxue, so fast that the latter's pupils suddenly shrank and he had almost no time to react. Senior, you are careless. Su Fan's expression was grim, his big hand turned into a red dragon claw, grabbing Dongfang Piaoxue's neck. Such a fast speed, almost like teleportation. Dongfang Piaoxue's face changed. Su Fan grabbed her throat. She felt suffocated and in great pain. She almost couldn't breathe. As long as Su Fan applied a little force, he could easily crush her neck. You lost. Su Fan said lightly. Don't be anxious, the battle has just begun. Dongfang Piaoxue snorted. With a snap. The next moment, her body suddenly exploded, turning into endless flying snowflakes and escaping from Su Fan's control. Seeing Dongfang Piaoxue's strange methods, Su Fan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise, interesting, and ice and snow-related talent ability. It looks very strange. As the second most talented student of Peking University and Tsinghua University, Dongfang Piaoxue possesses an extremely powerful talent, the dance of ice and snow. She controls the power of ice and snow, and her body can transform into ice and snow to resist and avoid enemy attacks. Ordinary attack methods cannot hurt her at all. Su Fan, I have to admit that you are very strong and you are qualified to let me use my full strength. Dongfang Piaoxue activated her ice and snow talent, and cold air surged around her body, even her hair was covered with frost. Snow is falling on earth. She waved her delicate hand, and suddenly snowflakes fluttered all over the sky, freezing the entire space and turning it into a world of ice and snow. Endless chill enveloped Su Fan. Su Fan suddenly felt his body stagnate, as if he was frozen, and all the attributes of his body plummeted at an alarming rate. He has been significantly weakened. Is this the power of the domain? Su Fan showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that Dongfang Piashua had developed her talent to such an extent and mastered the power of the ice and snow domain. That's right. This is my ice and snow field. Dongfang Piashua raised the corner of her mouth, holding a smug smile, and stared at Su Fan quietly. Su Fan, you are now in my ice and snow field. Your speed, strength, and combat effectiveness are all reduced by 100%. Even your blood and joints will be frozen, and your movements will be greatly restricted. Just as Dongfang Piashua said, under the influence of the ice and snow field, Su Fan's combat power was greatly damaged, and all his attributes plummeted. The situation was very bad. Boom! Boom! He activated the soul of the Chaos Phoenix, and golden divine flames ignited around his body. The blood in his veins began to boil, and the strange chill was instantly lifted. However, the negative effects on him were not eliminated, and his body was still very heavy, as if he was fighting with an iceberg on his back, and his combat effectiveness was greatly affected. It's useless. The only way to deal with a domain is to be strong enough to possess one. Dongfang Piashua smiled proudly and said calmly, even if you use your fire talent to eliminate the influence of the ice and snow on you, you can't eliminate the influence of the domain power on you. Under the influence of the negative state, your current combat power is only 30% of your peak state. I have to say, Dongfang Piashua is an unparalleled genius. Domain is a heaven-defying magical power that can only be comprehended by the 9th-level Supreme Being. It can kill all the strong people below the Supreme Being and is an invincible magical skill. The power of domain that Dongfang Piashua comprehended at the 5th level was truly astonishing. Although this ice and snow field is only the prototype of a field, its power is far inferior to that of the Supreme Field. But this is enough to make Dongfang Piashua stand out from the crowd and take the lead among the young geniuses. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and indeed felt a hint of threat from Dongfang Piashua. In my domain, you can never be my opponent. A sharp light flashed in Dongfang Piashua's beautiful eyes, and she summoned a sword of ice and snow. Her cultivation at the peak of the 5th level was like a volcanic eruption, and she rushed towards Su Fan with great momentum. Su Fan, it's over. She fought with all her strength and slashed at Su Fan with a sword. The terrifying power of ice and snow burst out, as if to freeze him completely. Ha, you're happy too early. Su Fan looked calm. He just slowly stretched out 2 fingers, and with a clang sound, he easily clamped the ice and snow sword. Impossible. You only have about 30% of your combat power left. How could you possibly withstand my full-strength sword attack? Dongfang Piashua stared with her beautiful eyes, a look of horror and disbelief. Ha, 30% of my combat power is enough to take care of you. Su Fan smiled faintly, looking calm and composed. He is too powerful now. Even though he is in the ice and snow field and his combat power is greatly reduced, he is still far stronger than Dongfang Piashua. You are still too weak. Su Fan's supernatural power burst out and he broke the sword of ice and snow. Then he punched out, hitting Dongfang Piashua's towering chest hard. The domineering divine power directly blasted her away, and strings of blood spilled. Snow falls in the east, defeat. I didn't expect that even Dongfang Piashua was defeated. Dongfang Piashua has mastered the power of the domain, enough to look down upon the geniuses of his generation, but he is still no match for Su Fan. Su Fan is so strong. Even if he only has 30% of his combat power left, he can still defeat Dongfang Piashua. Outside the Tower of Babel, there was an uproar and excitement. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all amazed at Su Fan's invincible fighting power. At this point, the 3 peerless geniuses, Dongfang Piashua, Tuoba Mo and Li Quangren, were all defeated by Su Fan. Who is the opponent now? At the same time. After resting, Li Quangren's injuries were healed and he returned to his peak condition. Tuoba Mo also made a comeback, staring at Su Fan with a pair of cold eyes, and roared unwillingly, Su Fan. Su Fan, I don't accept it. Fight me again. Dongfang Piashua had blood flowing from the corner of her mouth and was badly injured, but she was unwilling to give up and struggled to get up. Although the 3 were defeated, they were obviously unwilling to accept the defeat and still wanted to have another battle with Su Fan. No. Su Fan is too strong. His physique and talent are terrifyingly strong. None of us can be his match. Why don't the 3 of us join forces? Maybe we still have a chance to defeat him. Li Kuangren suggested. Dongfang Piaoshui and Tuoba Mo looked at each other with ugly expressions and were in a dilemma. With their pride, how could they be willing to join forces against the enemy, using their numbers to bully the few? This is a disgrace to the pride of the world. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely not bother to do it. But now, Su Fan is too powerful. They were forced to join forces to fight. Okay. It seems this is the only way. As long as I can defeat Su Fan, I have no objection. At this moment, Dongfang Piaoshui, Tuoba Mo, and Li Kuangren formed an alliance, looking like they shared a common hatred for the enemy and wanted to join forces to deal with Su Fan. Ha, what can you three do to me together? Su Fan smiled calmly, without any fear. With his unparalleled talent as an emperor, he is the best in the world in terms of both bones and bloodline, and has no rivals among his peers. Even if the three of them joined forces, they couldn't threaten him. Kill! Dongfang Piaoshui and the other two were filled with anger and charged towards Su Fan aggressively. The terrifying momentum exploded, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split, and the space to collapse. You've come at the right time. It's a good opportunity for me to practice my skills and transform them into the three pure ones. Su Fan's mouth curled up into an arc, and he directly used the one chi transforms into three purities technique, evolving into three clones, to fight against Dongfang Piaoshui and the other two respectively. 9 transformations of the True Dragon Fist. Chaos Divine Phoenix Slash. 8 9 Profound Arts, Creation Fist. Su Fan burst out with all his strength, and each of his clones was displaying an unparalleled magical power, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink, the mountains to explode, and rocks to roll down. Damn it! How is this possible? What kind of monster is this Su Fan? Each of his clones is as powerful as the original. Dongfang Piaoshui and the other two roared in anger and fought desperately, but they were still beaten back step by step. They were covered in blood and looked in a miserable state. Bang! Bang! Soon, Tuoba Mo and Li Kuangren were defeated one after another. They were knocked flying, their bodies torn and bleeding profusely. Only Dongfang Piaoshui is still resisting stubbornly. Swish! In the end, Su Fan stabbed Dongfang Piaoshui's chest with a knife, and then swung her hard, sending her flying like a piece of chicken. Blood is raining down. Chapter 109 Dark Gold Entry. Thunder Emperor Inheritance. One chi becomes the three pure ones, the power is indeed strong. Su Fan's eyes were burning with a satisfied smile. The power of this innate magical power is unprecedented. He did not take action himself, but only used 3 clones to fight, and swept away the 3 geniuses of Dongfang Piaoshui. These 3 clones not only possess the combat power of the original body, but also last for a long time. They can exist and fight for a long time and will only disappear if they receive fatal injuries. They are truly invincible. This Su Fan is so scary. Even the clone is so powerful, we are no match for him. The 3 of them returned with dejected expressions and serious injuries. Dongfang Piaoshui, Tuoba Mo, and Li Kuangren teamed up, hoping to use their numbers to defeat Su Fan, but they didn't expect the latter to directly evolve into 3 clones, each of which possessed the combat power of the original, and could also display various powerful innate magical powers. How could they defeat them? The 3 fought hard, but were still beaten to a pulp. Each of them was seriously injured and covered in blood. It ended in a miserable defeat. Su Fan's strength made Dongfang Piaoshui and the other 2 feel despair, as if they were facing an invincible young supreme. Is there anyone who wants to snatch the remains of the supreme being now? A hint of evil flashed in Su Fan's eyes as he glanced at Dongfang Piaoshui and the other 2. A terrifying murderous intent burst out, making them shudder and tremble uncontrollably. We give in. In the end, the 3 of them bowed their heads and admitted defeat, not daring to have any more thoughts about the remains of the supreme. If you're a noob, practice more. If you can't beat them, stop pretending. Su Fan put his hands behind his back, raised the corners of his mouth, and attacked directly in the face, making ruthless ridicule, which made Dongfang Piaoshui and the other 2 so angry that they vomited blood several times. He did not kill them all, but only punished them slightly. After all, there was no deep hatred between the 2 sides. Buzz. 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 Then, Su Fan had an idea and extracted the talent entries of the 3 people. Frozen Field Gold, you can activate the frozen field, covering a radius of 100 meters, directly freezing the enemy and significantly reducing their attributes. Power of Azure Dragon Red, you master the power of Azure Dragon, greatly enhancing your physical strength. You can also transform into Azure Dragon form, increasing your combat power and defense. Beast Body Red, you are like a wild beast from the ancient times, with an extraordinary physique and boundless power, enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Not bad, not bad. I got 3 more top-grade talent entries. Su Fan's eyes sparkled and he felt delighted. These 3 people are all peerless geniuses, and the extracted entries are of very high quality, 1 gold entry and 2 red entries, and the attributes are all very good. Among them, Dongfang Piaoxue has the strongest qualifications and directly contributed a golden entry to Su Fan Frozen Field. The power of domain is a powerful force that can only be controlled by the Supreme Strong. Now that Su Fan possesses the frozen domain, his combat power has been further enhanced, enough to surpass his peers and be invincible. Fusion. Su Fan's mind turned, and the talent terms turned into streams of light and merged into his body. His whole body was glowing, his blood was surging, and his physical strength and combat power all skyrocketed. For Su Fan, the biggest improvement is this frozen field. His field can cover an area of 100 meters in radius, freezing all monsters in the field, and greatly reducing their attribute values, restricting their movements. With the enhancement of the frozen field, Su Fan can greatly weaken his opponents in future battles and gain an absolute advantage. Oh right, there's also the Supreme Remains. Su Fan suddenly looked at the ancient bronze coffin, staring at the golden Supreme skeleton, his eyes surging with excitement. Compared to the talent entries of Dongfang Piaoxue and the other 2, this complete set of Supreme Remains is the Real Supreme Treasure. Su Fan's figure flashed and he teleported directly to the front of the ancient coffin. He pushed his mental power to the extreme and excitedly studied the remains of the Supreme Being. After refining this set of Supreme Remains, Su Fan's cultivation will surely skyrocket. Who will be his opponent then? Dongfang Piaoxue and others felt mixed emotions when they saw this scene. They did not leave, but sat cross-legged on the ground, treating their injuries while watching Su Fan study the Supreme's remains with envy and jealousy. But no one dared to fight for it. Entry extraction. Su Fan did not hesitate, his mind swept towards the remains of the Supreme Being, and he directly performed the entry extraction. Boom! A dark golden light flashed out. Ding dong! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the dark gold item Thunder Emperor's Legacy. Thunder Emperor's Inheritance, the original power of the Thunder Emperor, containing all the Thunder Emperor's secret techniques and innate bloodline. After fusion, one can transform into the Thunder Emperor, with extraordinary bloodline, comparable to gods. The Inheritance of the Thunder Emperor, a complete set of supreme inheritance. Su Fan was overjoyed and actually directly extracted a dark gold entry. Although there is only one entry, it contains all the secret techniques and magical powers of a supreme powerful person during his lifetime. It is all-encompassing and full of mysteries. This set of inheritance includes Thunder Emperor Fist, Thunder Emperor Finger, Thunder Emperor Dharma Image, Thunder Emperor Bloodline, 5 Thunder Dharma, Thunder Spirit Clone, Heavenly Punishment Thunder Light and so on, a variety of magical powers, secret techniques and innate bloodlines. If it is integrated and absorbed, it can directly create an incomparable strong man. Su Fan was extremely excited and immediately sat down cross-legged, concentrating on integrating the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. Thunder Emperor Inheritance, Fusion. As soon as he thought about it, the Thunder Emperor entries quickly merged together. Rumble. A tremendous force of thunder was directly injected into Su Fan's body. The boundless thunder energy was madly transforming his bones and strengthening his physique. Su Fan's whole body was surrounded by divine thunder, his skin was shining brightly, and even his hair was surrounded by golden lightning, as if the Thunder Emperor had descended. The terrible thunder rumbled, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. The power is extremely terrifying. What a terrifying aura! Su Fan has become countless times stronger. It seems that he must have obtained the complete supreme inheritance. Everyone looked at them with envy and great respect. After Su Fan integrates the supreme inheritance, his cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds, and the gap between them will become bigger and bigger. This guy has embarked on an invincible path. Dongfang Piaoxue and others had complicated expressions. Looking at Su Fan, who was surrounded by divine thunder and looked like the Thunder Emperor, they couldn't help but sigh, feeling that they could not compare with him. Congratulations! You have mastered the Thunder Emperor's inheritance Dark Gold. Congratulations! The evil repelling divine thunder red evolves into the heavenly divine thunder Dark Gold. Dutian divine thunder Dark Gold, the thunder of heaven punishment, with unparalleled power, can create the world and destroy all things. Finally, Su Fan integrated the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor and obtained all of the Thunder Emperor's secret techniques and magical powers, and his cultivation level increased greatly. Moreover, under the influence of the Thunder Emperor's bloodline, his evil repelling Divine Thunder Red finally transformed and evolved into the Dutian Divine Thunder Dark Gold. Also, under the enhancement of the huge energy inherited from the Thunder Emperor, Su Fan's momentum soared and his martial arts level soared wildly. Level 45. Level 46. Level 47. Level 48. Level 50. Fifth level of martial arts, the realm of Grandmaster. Su Fan's black hair danced, and 2 divine thunders shot out from his eyes. The terrifying momentum shook the 4 directions, as if it was going to collapse the small world. Chapter 110 Breakthrough. 5th level Grandmaster. Name, Su Fan. Level, 50. Title, 5th level Grandmaster. Strength, 1 million. Spirit, 1.08 million. Agility, 1 million. Physique, 1.1 million. Talent, Chaos Phoenix God level. Abilities, Chaos Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Chaos Phoenix Slash, Divine Phoenix Summoning. Root Bones, the talent of the Great Emperor Dark Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold, Ancient God Bloodline Gold, Immortal Body Gold. Luck, Destiny Gold. Appearance, Charming Purple. Field, Frozen Field Gold. Inheritance, Thunder Emperor Inheritance Dark Gold. Kung Fu, 8-9 Mysterious Art Gold, Shura Sword Technique Purple, Horizontal Training Master Purple, Weapon Master Purple, Ghost Shadow Purple, Wind and Thunder Palm Purple. Elemental entries, Dutian Divine Thunder Dark Gold, Sun True Fire Gold, Space Master Red, Storm Master Red, Wood Master Purple, Dark Master Purple, Shadow Master Purple. Sensory entries, Martial Arts Eyes Red, 1000 Miles Pursuit Purple, Clairaudience Purple. Battle items, 1 Chi transformed into 3 Pure Ones Gold, Panga Divine Power Gold, Supreme Divine Thought Gold, Kunping Divine Speed Gold, Azure Dragon Power Red, Savage Beast Body Red, Blood Explosion Red, Bloodthirsty Red, Magma River Red, Son of Pure Water Red, Water Healing Purple, Water Clone Purple, Destruction Ray Purple, Summoning the Undead Purple. Combat Power Rating, unrivaled among your peers, your combat power is so strong that you can kill a 6th rank king. Breaking through to level 5 in one go, so cool. Su Fan laughed out loud, feeling extremely happy. His body was surrounded by thunder, his blood and energy surged into the sky, his aura swallowed up mountains and rivers, and he exuded an aura that could destroy the world, making people from all directions in awe. After integrating the Thunder Emperor's inheritance, he not only acquired a large number of magical powers and secret techniques, but his level also soared to level 50 in one go, breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. The 5th level of martial arts, the realm of Grandmaster. Warriors at this level can break free from the constraints of heaven and earth, walk in the air, and have reached the highest level of cultivation, making them qualified to establish their own sect. The owners of various martial arts schools and leaders of many forces are at this level. Only when one reaches the Grandmaster level can one be considered a true martial arts expert, capable of dominating the world. The Thunder Emperor's inheritance has brought such a huge improvement to me. It's like I've been reborn. My physique has been greatly strengthened, and my basic attributes have exploded, all exceeding 1 million points. The evil repelling Divine Thunder has evolved into the Heavenly Divine Thunder, its power has greatly increased, it can split the heavens and earth and destroy all things. Su Fan's eyes flashed with brilliance. He silently felt the changes in himself and couldn't help but feel excited. Level, talent, physical fitness, all attributes have skyrocketed. With Su Fan's current combat power, he can definitely sweep away his peers and be invincible at the same level. Even if I meet Wang Yuan, I will not be afraid. Bang! Just after Su Fan obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor, the golden remains of the Supreme Being seemed to have lost all their life essence and suddenly exploded, shattered into pieces, and turned into endless dust that drifted away in the wind. At the same time, a bead gleaming with golden light and surrounded by thunder gradually emerged. Hey! There's actually a treasure hidden in this set of Supreme Being's remains? Su Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the golden thunder bead and placed it in front of him to study it carefully. That's the Chaos Thunder Pearl, a supreme treasure from ancient times. Dongfang Piaoshue's pretty face showed shock, and she saw the origin of this golden thunder bead at a glance. Oh, senior sister, do you know this thing? Su Fan looked at Dongfang Piaoshue. The Chaos Thunder Pearl is a supreme treasure created by heaven and earth. After refining it, you can take it into your body to enhance your combat power and command the thunder in the heavens. Dongfang Piaoxue said seriously. So powerful? Let me try. Su Fan was delighted and immediately used his profound skills to refine the Chaos Thunder Pearl with all his strength. After a short while, he successfully refined the Chaos Thunder Pearl. With a flash of lightning, the pearl automatically merged into his body, which was extremely magical. Afterwards, Su Fan closed his eyes and thought, trying to activate the Chaos Thunder Orb. Buzz! Buzz! The Chaos Thunder bead shone brightly, and endless thunder power rolled out, turning into a set of golden thunder armor that covered Su Fan's entire body. This set of thunder armor, with divine light surging, electric arcs jumping, and filled with sacred aura, greatly enhances Su Fan's strength. This is the armor of the Thunder Emperor. Su Fan was overjoyed. This Chaos Thunder bead is truly magical. It can actually summon the armor of the Thunder Emperor and greatly enhance its own combat power. With the enhancement of the Thunder Emperor's armor, his combat power and defense power both soared, and his control over thunder increased countless times, allowing him to command the divine thunder of the world. First he obtained the Supreme Inheritance, then he obtained the Chaos Lightning Pearl. How could Su Fan be so lucky? Tuoba Mo and Li Quanren looked at each other, both with sour expressions, almost crying with envy. The Inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. Armor of the Thunder Emperor. His cultivation level broke through to the 5th level, reaching the Grandmaster level. The journey to the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel was a complete success. Su Fan smiled brightly. He had gained so much from this trip. However, although Su Fan broke through to the Grandmaster level and his strength increased greatly, the trial mission has not been completed. The trial task on the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel is to collect 10 ancient tokens. However, Su Fan knew nothing about this so-called ancient token and didn't know where to get it. Su Fan's thoughts flashed, and he looked at Dongfang Piaoxue and the others and asked, Senior Dongfang, what is this ancient token, and where can I get it? The ancient token is an ancient secret key that can be obtained in some ancient ruins. Dongfang Piaoxue explained. Do you have an ancient token on you? Su Fan suddenly asked. Oh. Dongfang Piaoxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. Then why are you still babbling? Why don't you hand it over to me quickly? Su Fan smiled grimly, his eyes swept towards Dongfang Piaoxue and the other two with a hostile expression. You are my captives now, hand over the ancient token obediently. Dongfang Piaoxue and the others were completely stunned. Is this guy a robber? But there was no way. Su Fan was too strong now and they couldn't afford to offend him, so they had to hand over the ancient tokens they had collected. Dongfang Piaoxue has 7 tokens, Tuoba Mo has 7 tokens, Li Quanren has 6 tokens, a total of 20 ancient tokens, which is enough. Very good, very good. A man who knows the times is a hero. Su Fan showed a look of satisfaction and looked at Dongfang Piaoxue and others with admiration. By the way, fellow seniors, you've been exploring the 8th floor for so long, you must have found quite a few treasures. How about giving me a few as a token of appreciation? Su Fan smiled widely and asked for treasures from Dongfang Piaoxue and others. Is it ever going to end? Su Fan, don't go too far. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. At this moment, Dongfang Piaoxue, Tuoba Mo, and Li Quanren were all furious. Their eyes were red, their hair was flying wildly, and they looked like they were united in hatred of the enemy, as if they were ready to fight to the death with Su Fanyu. Sorry, I don't want to kill you or humiliate you, I just want to blackmail you. Su Fan smiled faintly. The 3 of them were so angry that they were shaking all over and really wanted to fight Su Fan. But I can't win no matter how hard I try. In the end, under Su Fan's coercion and inducement, Dongfang Piaoxue and the other 2 had no choice but to compromise. Su Fan took the opportunity to collect another wave of treasures and made a fortune. Buzz. At this moment, the void shone with brilliance. A cool and graceful figure came to the 8th floor. This emperor is indeed the chosen one. I unexpectedly stumbled into an ancient cemetery on the 7th floor and obtained the inheritance of an ancient great power. After accepting the inheritance, my cultivation base skyrocketed, far surpassing my peers. Level 45, who can compete with me? Su Qingxian looked proud and confident. This time, I can finally pin my brother to the ground and beat him up. She clenched her little pink fists and thought confidently. Then, she looked up and saw a familiar figure in front of her, still waving at her with a smile on his face. This scene, unexpectedly, feels familiar. Su Qingxian couldn't help but complain inwardly. Hey, sister, here you go again. Su Fan smiled and waved at the girl. That damn handsome face again. Su Qingxian looked depressed. This was too much of a coincidence. How could she run into her hateful brother again? But it doesn't matter, this time it's her turn to be proud. I've now reached level 45, which is enough to defeat my useless brother. The girl puffed out her chest and walked towards Su Fan with a proud look on her face, ready to show off her super high level of 45 to scare him to death. But after seeing Su Fan's level, the girl was stunned on the spot. Eh? Wait a minute, you broke through to level 5? Su Qingxian's face froze, and her mood suddenly turned bad. Chapter 111 Sister. Why are you only level 45? How is it possible that you have broken through to the 5th level? Su Qingxian pouted and her mood suddenly became not so good. She inherited the legacy of an ancient powerful being, and her level of cultivation soared, breaking through to level 45 in one breath. This speed of cultivation is enough to make her surpass her peers. I thought I could finally hold my head high. Unexpectedly, Su Fan had already broken through to level 50, leaving her far behind once again. Su Qingxian's mentality was a little broken. Hey, sister, why are you only level 45? Su Fan glanced at the girl, a look of surprise on his face. With your talent, this shouldn't be the case. Have you been practicing hard recently? Have you been seriously killing monsters? You must have been slacking off. This behavior is tantamount to shooting right in the face. Damn brother. Su Qingxian went crazy and glared at Su Fan fiercely. You're scolding me again? Wow, so fierce. Can't afford to offend. Su Fan smiled gently and quickly comforted her. Xiener, don't be too discouraged. Although my level is higher than yours, I haven't tried hard at all. Have you heard what people say? Su Qingxian showed her little fangs and was almost about to explode. What I mean is, it's not shameful to lose to me. Su Fan said. You curse again? Su Qingxian was angry. This is a spur. I'm afraid you'll be hurt. Su Fan said. Unnecessary. Su Qingxian snorted lightly, raised her cold little face, and tried hard to appear indifferent. But he's only a few levels ahead of me. I'll catch up soon. Oh, fine then. You can catch up slowly. I'll go ahead. Su Fan smiled slightly, took out 10 ancient tokens and submitted the task to the Tower of Babel. Boom! The next moment, brilliant golden light fell from the sky, covering Su Fan, and a majestic voice sounded. Congratulations on completing the trial mission and clearing the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel. Reward, innate spiritual root God level. Innate spiritual roots. What a good thing. Su Fan's eyes lit up, anticipation surged in his heart, and he reached out to grab a green light falling from the sky. This is a piece of emerald green spiritual root, flowing with sacred energy, which comes from an ancient sacred tree and is extremely extraordinary. Although this innate spiritual root is only a piece of root and does not have much power and cannot be eaten, it can grow continuously through cultivation and eventually grow into an unrivaled divine tree with infinite potential. Su Fan was overjoyed as he had obtained another good treasure. No way, you've cleared the level again. Su Qingxian pouted and her mood became worse and worse. Why is this damn brother always one step ahead of her? Not only is he faster than her in leveling up, he is also always one level ahead of her in climbing the tower. Could it be that I am not the protagonist? At this moment, Su Qingxian was extremely depressed, so depressed that she even felt like she had a sister but no one else had a brother. Ha, my little sister is really going to break down. Seeing the girl's resentful eyes, Su Fan couldn't help but smile and found it very interesting. It's quite fun to occasionally hit my genius and arrogant sister. Of course, no matter how fun it is, you still have to help your sister at the critical moment. Okay, stop messing around. This time, I'll take you flying. Su Fan smiled slightly, his palm flashed with light, and 10 more ancient tokens emerged. He seized a total of 20 tokens from Dongfang Piaoxue and the other 2. He used 10 to complete the task, leaving 10 ancient tokens, which were just enough to be given to Su Qingxian. In this way, Su Qingxian can directly skip the 8th floor of the Tower of Babel and go straight to the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. This is the ancient token, the 8th level trial mission. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes sparkled, and a hint of desire appeared in her eyes as she looked at the ancient token. If she accepted these 10 tokens, she could undoubtedly jump directly to the 9th floor and save a lot of time. But, accepting her brother's help made her feel uncomfortable. How could she, who should have been singing all the way and invincible, climb to the ninth floor with the help of others? The girl put her hands into her silver hair and fell into deep distress. What are you still thinking about? Come on, I'll take you flying. Su Fan smiled and handed the ancient token to the girl. I don't want to. Su Qingxian gritted her teeth, looking stubborn, and turned her head with difficulty, facing away from Su Fan. At this moment, she showed the last bit of backbone of a peerless empress. She would not accept food given out of pity. Oh, really? I just like your rebellious look. Su Fan shrugged, but didn't force it. Instead, he said deeply, then I'll go first. You can climb the tower slowly. But you should remember our bet. Whoever clears the Tower of Babel first will get to enslave the other for a month. I've reached the ninth floor first, so you don't have much chance left. Bridge bean sack. Su Qingxian shuddered, remembering the fear she felt when she was dominated by her brother during that period, and suddenly felt cold all over. What's wrong? Do you want it again? Su Fan said with a smile. I don't want it. No. No. I really don't want it. Su Qingxian had a cold face and a firm attitude. While refusing Su Fan's help, she quietly stretched out her hand and took the ancient tokens for herself. Hateful. What's wrong with me? I can't control my body at all. Hey! Who is controlling me? Su Qingxian had a sacred look on her face, but her hands moved swiftly, and she quickly put all the tokens into her arms. Su Fan smiled helplessly upon seeing this. He. Although the girl's mouth is hard, her body is very honest. Chapter 112 The ninth floor of the Tower of Babel. The Babel Stone Tablet. The ninth floor of the Tower of Babel. This is a chaotic space, with gray air currents covering the sky and the earth. Mysterious star points, like stars rotating in the sky, are filled with sacred and grand energy, as if evolving the universe and starry sky. This is the ninth floor of the Tower of Babel. It's truly magical. As soon as Su Fan and Su Qingxian arrived at the ninth floor, a powerful aura immediately hit them in the face. The two of them shuddered all over, their pores dilated, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth automatically merged into their bodies, cleansing their muscles and strengthening their bones. It feels so comfortable. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth is as vast as the sea and smoke, endless. Su Fan was enveloped by endless spiritual energy, his whole body warm and his life energy surging. He couldn't help but sigh, the spiritual energy here is hundreds of times stronger than the outside world. Even without practicing, my physical fitness and martial arts skills are automatically improving. The concentration of spiritual energy from heaven and earth on the ninth floor of the Tower of Babel is extremely high, far exceeding that of the first 8 floors. This is an excellent holy place for cultivation. If they practice here for a period of time, both of them will make great progress in their cultivation. Suddenly, Su Fan glanced at the cold-hearted girl beside him and couldn't help but jokingly said, Sister, don't you need my help? Why did you come up here with me? It smells so good. Su Qingxian said. If you can bend and stretch, you will achieve great things. Su Fan praised. Welcome to the ninth floor of the Tower of Babel. In this small world, stands a stone tablet that reaches the sky. It is mysterious and contains the secrets of heaven, earth, and the universe. Trial mission, 1 month limited time, comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet. Comprehension of the Tongtian stone stele, is this the ultimate test of the Tongtian tower? Su Fan looked up into the sky, lost in thought. All I could see was the endless chaos and mist high in the sky. An ancient stone tablet stands in the air, emitting an ancient and sacred aura, making people unable to help but worship it. The stone tablet is empty, without any words or patterns, and looks no different from an ordinary stone on the surface. But the moment Su Fan looked at the Tongtian stone tablet, his brain boomed and he suddenly felt dizzy, and his entire consciousness seemed to be sucked into the stone tablet. The sun and moon sank, the galaxy shifted, and countless stars shattered and reassembled. Horrible scenes emerged one after another, shocking Su Fan's mind. He quickly closed his eyes and dared not explore the Tongtian stone tablet anymore. This Tongtian stone tablet is truly mysterious. Just one glance and I almost fell into despair. Su Fan was still frightened, but after taking a look at the stone tablet, his consciousness seemed to be exiled to the starry sky of the universe, unable to extricate himself. It was really weird. Legend has it that this Tongtian stone tablet is a treasure left over from the creation of the world, and it contains infinite mysteries. Whoever comprehends the Tongtian stone tablet will be able to control the Tongtian tower. Su Qingxian's face was serious, and she couldn't help but take a look at the stone tablet. Then her mind was shocked. Like Su Fan, she also saw many grand and strange scenes and almost got trapped in them. She lived a second life and naturally knew the horrific origin of the Tongtian stele. This was a truly supreme stone and the core of the Tower of Tongtian. Only by successfully comprehending the Tongtian stone stele can you become the master of the Tongtian tower. However, it is extremely difficult. Among the hundreds of peerless geniuses in the school, only a few can reach the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. The person who wants to comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet and successfully pass the 9th level within a month has not yet been born. Peking University and Tsinghua University have been established for hundreds of years and have produced countless brilliant and talented people, but so far no one has been able to pass the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. It is obvious that the difficulty of comprehending the Tongtian stone stele will be beyond imagination. Even with Su Qingxian's potential as an emperor, he failed in his previous life. He was just one step away from comprehending the Tongtian stone stele. This time, with the experience and lessons of her previous life, she must comprehend the Tongtian stone stele. The girl clenched her little pink fists, her cold eyes filled with determination. The most important thing is, defeat the evil brother. Not far away. A devilish red-haired man was sitting cross-legged on the ground, concentrating on comprehending the Tongtian stone stele. A strong murderous aura emanated from his body, filling the entire space and making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Wang Yuan. Su Fan looked at the red-haired man and couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. This person is Wang Yuan, the #1 genius in Peking University and Tsinghua University. He is also the first person to step into the 9th level. Su Fan could sense with his telekinesis how terrifying Wang Yuan's cultivation was. Even if the other 9 of the 10 elites joined forces, they would not be his match. Moreover, since stepping into the Tower of Babel, Wang Yuan's cultivation has become more and more terrifying. The aura he exudes is dozens of times greater than that of a 6th-level strongman, posing a great sense of threat to Su Fan and the others. Wang Yuan is ambitious and has high aspirations. He is determined to comprehend the Tongtian stone stele, create an unprecedented legend, and become the master of the Tongtian tower. Hey, what is that? Su Fan raised his eyebrows and was suddenly surprised to find that there were 3 gray gases swirling around Wang Yuan, emitting mysterious light, which looked extremely extraordinary. This Wang Yuan's talent is truly terrifying. He has actually cultivated 3 strands of chaotic energy. Su Qingxian's face showed a hint of surprise, and she looked at Wang Yuan with a serious look. Chaos Chi, what is that? Su Fan wondered. Chaos Chi represents the progress of comprehending the Tongtian stone tablet. Every improvement in your comprehension of the Tongtian stone tablet will yield a wave of Chaos Chi. 10 waves of Chaos Chi in total represent the state of perfection. Su Qingxian, with her silver hair draped over her shoulders, looked cold and beautiful. She patiently explained to Su Fan, if the 10 strands of primal Chaos Chi merge into one, you can carve your own name on the Tongtian stone tablet, becoming the master of the Tongtian stone tablet and even control the entire Tongtian tower. Wow, my sister knows so much. Su Fan was surprised. Hee, that's right. If you don't even know this basic knowledge, how can you break into the Tower of Babel? Su Qingxian glanced at Su Fan lightly, and a hint of pride appeared on her beautiful eyebrows. Is the Tower of Babel very powerful? What specific functions does it have? Su Fan asked again. It's more than amazing. The Tower of Babel is one of the most powerful treasures in the world. It possesses the supreme power to suppress the universe and the stars. It combines attack, defense, sealing, and escape in one. Whoever controls the Tower of Babel will have an absolute advantage in both attack and escape. If they encounter danger, they can hide inside the tower, making them virtually invincible. Su Qingxian talked freely. Stupid brother, he doesn't even know the purpose of the Tongtian tower. He is so stupid. How can you compete with this emperor? A hint of contempt flashed across Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes, and her self-confidence swelled to an unprecedented level. Xiener, isn't this your first time entering the Tower of Babel? How do you know so much? How do you know so much about the Babel stele? How do you know the function of the Tower of Babel? How do you know everything? Su Fan's sudden series of questions completely confused Su Qingxian. A trace of cold sweat crept up the girl's smooth forehead. Su Fan asked with a half smile, Xiener, you're not a time traveler, are you? Chapter 113, Comprehending the Stone Tablet. 3 Paths of Chaos. Sister, are you a time traveler? Su Fan stared at the girl with his sharp eyes, a meaningful smile on his lips. Oops. Have you been discovered? Su Qingxian's delicate body trembled, and she was suddenly covered in sweat. Damn it! I was so careless. She regretted it very much. She seemed to have said too much just now, which made the bad brother hear something. It was bad news. Not really. Su Qingxian was panicking, but on the surface she tried to remain calm and retorted coldly, "This is common sense, understand? The most basic common sense. And a time traveler? You must have read too many novels." She didn't lie, she was indeed not a time traveler, but a reborn person. "Ha, I just want to scare you. It doesn't matter whether you are a time traveler or not. Your brother will always be your brother." Su Fan smiled faintly, looking indifferent. He just said it casually. Why should this girl feel guilty? Fortunately, it seems that I got away with it. Su Qingxian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was almost exposed by her hateful brother. As payment for being teased, this time she would definitely give her brother a good beating and beat him severely. Okay, stop making trouble and start comprehending the Tongtian stone tablet. Su Fan looked at the girl and his expression gradually became serious. Comprehend the Tongtian stone stele. This is not only a trial, but also an opportunity. The 9th floor of the Tower of Babel is filled with rich spiritual energy, and practicing here will be twice as effective with half the effort. The Babel stele is also an invaluable treasure. As long as one can comprehend the mysteries contained in the stele, one will gain endless benefits. If they seize this opportunity, their level and cultivation will soar. Afterwards, the two of them each found a place to sit down and began to comprehend the Tongtian stone stele. Su Fan and Su Qingxian have also reached the 9th floor. Ha, these two freshmen are pretty good. They reached the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel on their first try. Their talent is no less than Wang Yuan's. The two of them have begun to comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet. Outside the Tower of Babel, a group of teachers stared with wide eyes, concentrating their attention, closely watching the movements on the 9th floor. As the first two people to reach the 9th floor after Wang Yuan, Su Fan and Su Qingxian immediately attracted the attention of all the teachers. Everyone was talking about it and praising Su Fan and the others. The more people who reached the 9th floor, the greater the chance of passing the Tower of Babel. Many people had high hopes for Su Fan and Su Qingxian. However, more people are still optimistic about Wang Yuan, believing that he has a greater chance of passing the 9th level. Wang Yuan has reached the 9th floor first. He has already cultivated 3 strands of primal chaos qi and has gained a deeper understanding of the Tongtian stele. I feel he has more hope than Su Fan and the others. An elderly teacher stroked his beard and said seriously. I'm optimistic about Wang Yuan. I'm also optimistic about Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's cultivation and level are stronger, and he also has sufficient experience and comprehension. This time he will definitely be able to successfully comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet and pass the 9th level. Many teachers looked at Wang Yuan with enthusiasm and were full of confidence. Inside the Tower of Babel, Su Fan closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and tried his best to sense the Tongtian stone tablet. Don't look with your eyes, feel with your heart. This is the method of meditation taught to him by Su Qingxian. Su Fan still trusts his younger sister very much. He closed his eyes and relaxed his whole body. He did not use his eyes to see, nor did he use his mind to perceive. Instead, he used his heart to sense, trying hard to sense the existence of the Tongtian stone stele. Boom! Suddenly, a holy light descended from the sky and enveloped him. Grand! Holy! Vast! Su Fan's whole body shook, as if he was bathed in holy light. He seemed to be pulled into the starry sky, wandering freely and exploring the mysteries of the universe. What a wonderful feeling! I didn't move, but my consciousness was traveling through the universe. This Tongtian stone tablet is truly amazing. Su Fan was amazed and immersed himself in it wholeheartedly, trying to comprehend the secret of the stone tablet. Not far away, Su Qingxian was also concentrating on comprehending the Tongtian stone stele. With the experience of comprehension from her previous life, her starting speed was obviously much faster than Su Fan. Buzz! Not long after, Su Qingxian's body surface began to glow, and a chaotic energy emerged, filled with a sacred and grand aura. She successfully cultivated the first chaotic energy and took a solid step forward. So fast. He cultivated his first chaos chi so quickly. This Su Qingxian's comprehension is incredible. Everyone was shocked and looked at Su Qingxian with shock in their eyes. The girl's comprehension is even better than Su Fan's. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. The first one. The second one. The third one. Su Qingxian's comprehension was extraordinary. He cultivated 3 chaotic energies in a row, shocking all the teachers in the outside world. This speed of comprehension has far surpassed Wang Yuan. Oh my god, Su Qingxian's comprehension is too strong. He has cultivated 3 strands of chaotic energy so quickly. His progress in comprehension has already caught up with Wang Yuan. This is incredible. It seems that Su Qingxian is the one who has the best chance of passing the 9th level. The teacher's eyes were blazing and they were all amazed. No one expected that Su Qingxian's comprehension would be so extraordinary that even Wang Yuan, the top student in Peking University and Tsinghua University, could not compare to her. As for Su Fan standing aside, let alone him, he has not yet cultivated the first chaotic energy and has been left far behind by Su Qingxian. Hey, what's wrong with Su Fan? Hasn't he cultivated the first chaos chi yet? The situation isn't good. It seems we've hit a bottleneck. This Su Fan's comprehension is a bit poor. He hasn't cultivated the first chaotic energy in such a long time. He is completely inferior to Su Qingxian in comprehension. Many teachers looked at Su Fan and shook their heads. Judging from combat power, Su Fan is obviously stronger than Su Qingxian, but the 9th level of the Tower of Babel does not look at combat power, but at comprehension. Even if a supremely powerful person enters the tower, if his comprehension is not up to standard, it will be difficult for him to comprehend the Tongtian stone steel. In terms of comprehension, Su Fan is obviously inferior to Su Qingxian, and has not yet cultivated the first chaotic energy. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, and were extremely disappointed with Su Fan. My foolish brother, is this the end? During the process of comprehension, Su Qingxian had been observing Su Fan's situation. Seeing that he hadn't cultivated the first chaotic energy for such a long time and hadn't taken the first step towards enlightenment, Su Qingxian couldn't help but shook her head, a hint of disappointment appearing on her beautiful face. Winning this time was too easy, there was no challenge at all. Su Qingxian felt a little bored. Boom! 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 At this moment, brilliant light burst out from Su Fan's body, and streams of chaotic energy rushed out. The chaotic light was so bright that it illuminated the girl's beautiful face full of shock. That is, 3 streams of chaotic energy. After being silent for a while, Su Fan finally broke out and cultivated 3 streams of chaotic energy in one breath, catching up with Wang Yuan and Su Qingxian. What? 3 streams of chaos chi? How is it possible that Su Fan cultivated 3 streams of chaos chi at once? Too abnormal, this kid has a lot of explosive power. If he doesn't make a sound, he will make a big splash. The outside world was shocked. Chapter 114 Chapter 114 9 Chaos Chi. Far ahead. The 3 strands of chaos chi have finally taken the first step towards enlightenment. Su Fan had a solemn appearance, with 3 streams of chaotic energy surrounding his body, flowing with sacred light, making him look like a god, heroic and radiant, with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. The Tongtian stone steel is mysterious and unfathomable, like the universe and the starry sky, and it is very difficult to comprehend. It especially requires a high level of comprehension and spiritual willpower from the warrior. Su Fan spent a long time and finally took the crucial first step. Moreover, he cultivated 3 chaotic energies at once and directly caught up with Su Qingxian and Wang Yuan, shocking everyone. How abominable! This damned brother's comprehension is so strong that he cultivated 3 strands of primal chaos chi just after a sudden realization. Unheard of! Su Qingxian gritted her teeth, silently clenched her little pink fists, and suddenly felt a huge pressure. She thought that with her experience of 2 lifetimes, she could easily defeat Su Fan in terms of comprehension, but she didn't expect that Su Fan would make a stunning debut by directly cultivating 3 streams of chaotic energy and catching up with her. What a monster! However, it is precisely this kind of peerless evildoer who is qualified to be defeated by this emperor. Su Qingxian is excited. How is this possible? These 2 freshmen actually caught up with me, Wang Yuan? Wang Yuan's pupils flashed with cold light, and 3 streams of chaotic energy swirled around his body, filled with endless sacred energy. Seeing that the two latecomers, Su Fan and Su Qingxian, had both cultivated 3 strands of chaotic energy and were on par with him, Wang Yuan, who had always been arrogant, felt a sense of threat for the first time in his life. He was born into a supreme family, with unparalleled talent. He received the best training since childhood, which gave him invincible strength and confidence. Even Dongfang Piaxue and others who were ranked among the top 10 with him were like ants and insignificant in his eyes. Whether in terms of talent, combat power, or martial will, Wang Yuan is absolutely the best and has never had an opponent. This time will be no exception. I, Wang Yuan, am the strongest. The Tower of Babel belongs only to me. No matter who it is, no one can surpass me. Wang Yuan growled, his eyes flashing with scarlet light, and the murderous aura around him became increasingly intense, like a series of shocking killing swords tearing through the void, filled with terrifying destructive power. Wang Yuan has always been arrogant and self-centered, looking down on everyone and pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. This is his ambition and the source of his confidence. His powerful martial arts will give him invincible confidence and fighting power. Rumble. A bright light pierced the void. Finally, Wang Yuan exploded, chaotic light surged around him, and another brilliant chaotic energy emerged. He cultivated the 4th chaotic energy and once again surpassed Su Fan and Su Qingxian. Look, Wang Yuan is exerting his strength and cultivating the 4th wave of chaos qi. Ha, it seems that he was stimulated by Su Fan and the other two, and broke through in a hurry. I never thought that even the arrogant Wang Yuan would feel pressure. Everyone looked at each other and started laughing. As the top talent in Peking University and Tsinghua University, Wang Yuan has always been arrogant and domineering, and has never regarded his peers as rivals. But at this moment, he clearly felt the pressure from Su Fan and the others, which was why he was madly comprehending the Tongtian stone steel. The teachers are happy to see this. Under the stimulation of this pressure, Wang Yuan's potential exploded and he made rapid progress, which increased the possibility of him successfully comprehending the Tongtian stone steel. There's so much hope this year. Maybe someone will actually be able to clear the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. Zhuge Qingyun's eyes were deep and his heart was full of anticipation. For so many years, he had been waiting for an invincible genius who could pass the 9th level. An invincible genius who can lead Peking University, Tsinghua University, and Dragon Country to greater glory. Wang Yuan, Su Fan, Su Qingxian. The talents and cultivation of these 3 people are all unrivaled among their peers, and they can be said to be the strongest geniuses in the school in the past 100 years. Zhuge Qingyun's eyes were extremely fiery. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ha, don't be impatient. This is just the beginning. The further you comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet, the more difficult it will be. The most difficult moment has not yet arrived. Jian Lao smiled, his gray robe fluttering, his eyes as deep as the starry sky. As one of the most powerful martial arts masters in Dragon Country, Old Jian once entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel and successfully cultivated 9 streams of chaotic energy. He only needs one last bit of chaotic energy to pass through the 9th floor and become the master of the Tower of Babel. But this is the last step. It is like a gap between mortals and gods, insurmountable and unreachable. It's too difficult to cultivate the 10th chaotic energy. It's simply not something a mortal can do. Old Jian couldn't help but sigh. As time passed, more and more geniuses came to the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. Dongfang Piaxue, Tuoba Mo, and Li Kuangren arrived one after another. Zhou Ping'an, Chu Tianjiao, and others followed closely behind. Of the 10 geniuses, except for Zhang Rulong, the other 9 have all reached the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. They all looked solemn, each of them immersed in hard practice, trying their best to comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet. However, the Tongtian stone tablet was too difficult to comprehend. Most people worked hard for most of the day but still failed to cultivate even the first wave of primal chaos energy. It's difficult, really difficult. This Tongtian stone tablet is simply not something that mortals can comprehend. Many people shook their heads and sighed, feeling that things were extremely difficult and there was no progress or gain. Failed. All failed. Before they knew it, a day had passed, and many geniuses ended up in failure. Only Dongfang Piaxue successfully cultivated the first chaotic energy. It's so difficult. I can barely comprehend a strand of chaos energy. This is already my limit. Dongfang Piaxue had her hair draped over her shoulders. Looking at the chaotic energy floating in front of her, there was not a trace of joy on her face. Instead, her mood became extremely heavy. Because she felt her limits. In order to cultivate this chaotic energy, she almost overdrew all her potential. It was impossible for her to take another step forward and cultivate a second chaotic energy. How on earth did these guys cultivate 3 strands of chaos chi? Looking at Su Fan and the other two not far away, Dongfang Piaoshua's beautiful eyes were filled with strong resentment. Gap. At this moment, she felt a huge gap between herself and Su Fan and the others. She, the second most talented among the top 10, was actually inferior to 2 freshmen. Dongfang Piaoshue gritted her teeth, unwilling to fail, and continued to comprehend. Time flies. 3 days. 5 days. 10 days. Before I knew it, more than half a month had passed. No, it's too difficult. This damn thing is impossible to comprehend. I gave up. I really gave up. There was wailing all around. The Tongtian stone steel is too mysterious and extremely difficult to comprehend, requiring extremely high comprehension from the warrior. Many geniuses spent a lot of time but ended up with nothing. Gradually, they all gave up and stopped trying to comprehend the Tongtian stone steel. However, although they were unable to comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet, they did not leave, but instead immersed themselves in hard practice on the 9th floor of the Tongtian tower. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant here, so practicing is twice as effective with half the effort. Many geniuses are practicing hard, madly absorbing the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, taking the opportunity to sprint to a higher level of martial arts. Buzz. 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 Su Fan was fully focused, forgetting everything else, and was trying his best to comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet. The 4th one. The 5th one. The 6th one. The 9th chaotic energy. Su Fan's whole body was covered in holy light and chaotic energy was surging. 9 streams of chaotic energy swirled above his head, like a blooming chaotic green lotus. Only one step is left until the last 10 chaotic energies merge into one. Chapter 115 Chapter 115 Final Success or Failure. 9 streams of chaotic energy. Su Fan came from behind and was the first to condense the 9th chaotic energy. Wang Yuan and Su Qingxian were each surrounded by 8 strands of chaotic energy, and were still continuing to comprehend the stone tablet. Su Fan is truly incredible, cultivating 9 strands of primal chaos chi. Such extraordinary talent is unparalleled in the world. Alas, we haven't even cultivated a single strand of primal chaos chi. It's so frustrating to compare ourselves with others. Seeing this scene, all the geniuses were amazed. The difficulty of comprehending the Tongtian stone steel was beyond everyone's imagination. Many people have not yet cultivated even 1 strand of chaos chi, but Su Fan has already cultivated 9 strands of chaos chi, far ahead of the others. He is only 1 step away from the legendary 10 strands of chaos chi, which makes them feel out of reach. Apart from Su Fan and the other two, only Dongfang Piaoshue and Tuoba Mo cultivated a chaotic energy. Most of the geniuses have not even cultivated a trace of chaotic energy and have long given up on comprehending the Tongtian stone steel. Damn, the gap is too big. Dongfang Piaoshue gritted her teeth, her heart filled with resentment, but when she saw the 9 chaotic energies above Su Fan's head, a hint of sadness appeared on her pretty face. All the resentment and pride eventually turned into a helpless sigh. Oh my god, this kid Su Fan is really a monster. He actually cultivated 9 strands of chaotic energy. His talent is even more terrifying than Wang Yuan's. Chu Tianjiao touched his bald head, his face full of amazement. He also tried hard to comprehend it for a long time, but gained nothing, and did not even see the shadow of chaotic energy. Ha, as the only warrior who has defeated Su Fan, I believe that in the near future, your name, Chu Tianjiao, will be known throughout the world. Zhou Ping'an looked at Chu Tianjiao with a smile and couldn't help but teasing. Old Zhou, please stop making fun of me. Chu Tianjiao smiled awkwardly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Fan had lost the duel on purpose, so it didn't count. However, if Su Fan really becomes the supreme martial artist in the future, my glorious deeds of defeating Su Fan may also be recorded in the history of Dragon Country, ha ha ha. Chu Tianjiao thought of this and suddenly laughed wickedly. At the same time, Su Qingxian's silver hair flew, and light surged around his body. He finally cultivated the 9th chaotic energy. Wang Yuan followed closely behind and cultivated the 9th chaotic energy almost at the same time. Oh my god, Su Qingxian and Wang Yuan have also cultivated the 9th level of primal chaos energy. All 3 of these geniuses have cultivated 9 strands of primal chaos chi. This is truly heaven-defying. Ha! It seems they really have a chance of clearing the ninth floor. The whole audience was boiling. Both teachers and students were extremely excited, as if they had witnessed the birth of a legend. Su Fan and the other two have all cultivated 9 strands of chaotic energy, and are only one step away from merging all 10 strands of chaotic energy into one. The last step. I'm the only one who can clear the Tower of Babel. The 10th wave of Chaos Chi, start the sprint. Wang Yuan, Su Fan, and Su Qingxian all had determined eyes and were fully focused as they made the final sprint. Inside and outside the tower, everyone held their breath and stared at them nervously. Time flies. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. Suddenly, Wang Yuan's whole body shook violently, and something strange happened during the process of comprehension. What's going on? Wang Yuan's face changed drastically. He felt the crisis of death. His body seemed to be about to split apart, and blood oozed out. The endless breath of death hit him in the face, making him shiver. When he was impacting the 10th chaotic energy, he received the most terrifying warning. If he continues to comprehend, he will die. Wang Yuan's face turned pale. He was forced to give up halfway and looked terrified. I failed. Why? Why on earth? Could it be that the legendary 10th chaotic energy doesn't even exist, and I can't even pass the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel? Wang Yuan roared repeatedly, his heart filled with resentment. He was clearly only one step away from completing his mission. With his talent, he could clearly condense the 10th ray of chaotic energy. But why did he fail? Why doesn't this towering stone tablet recognize him? Damn it! It's too hard. It's just too hard. Cold sweat broke out on Su Qingxian's forehead and her whole body was trembling, as if she was enduring endless pain. She was extremely perceptive and could sense the danger of death. If she forced herself to comprehend it, not only would she be unable to cultivate the 10th chaotic energy, but something terrible might happen, and she might even die on the spot. I didn't expect it would be so difficult to get the Tower of Babel to recognize its master. Su Qingxian sighed and finally had no choice but to give up. Wang Yuan failed. Su Qingxian failed. Both of the two geniuses failed in their comprehension and were unable to take the last step. What happened? Wang Yuan and Su Qingxian both failed and encountered terrible changes. The sudden change left everyone stunned and they had no idea what was going on. Bang! There was a loud bang. Su Fan's body suddenly exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and he almost fell into pieces. Oh my god! Su Fan also encountered an accident. Many people were startled and couldn't help screaming. Not only did Su Qingxian and Wang Yuan suffer strange changes, but Su Fan also encountered an accident. He was seriously injured, blood was flying everywhere, and he almost died on the spot. The 10th wave of Chaos Chi, is it so difficult? Alas, it seems that the 9th level trial is a scam. No one can pass it. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, their faces full of disappointment. Unexpectedly, Su Fan and the other two, who were highly expected, all failed and were unable to condense the 10th chaotic energy. However, what no one expected was that after suffering a serious injury, Su Fan did not give up. Instead, he continued to comprehend the Tongtian stone steel while repairing his injured body. He possessed an immortal body, his flesh was indestructible, and he had amazing recovery abilities. He also had the soul of the Chaos Phoenix, which could provide a large amount of life energy, allowing him to quickly heal his injuries. Humph, this brat is courting death. Forcing himself to comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet will only lead to his body being shattered to pieces, his body and soul destroyed. Wang Yuan snorted coldly, folded his arms, and looked at Su Fan with indifference in his eyes. Brother, stop now, or you will really die. Su Qingxian frowned, and when she saw Su Fan taking the risk to comprehend the Tongtian stone steel, a rare hint of anxiety appeared on her cold and pretty face. It is extremely dangerous to force yourself to comprehend the Tongtian stone tablet, and you will suffer terrible backlash. Physical injuries can be treated, but if your mental consciousness is traumatized or even collapses, then you are doomed. But Su Fan had completely immersed himself in the Tongtian stone steel and could not hear anything at all. Bang! 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 As the contemplation progresses, Su Fan's body kept exploding and reorganizing, with blood and flesh flying everywhere and bones scattered. At the most dangerous moment, even his head was cracked, and he was on the verge of life and death. Many people were frightened by what they saw. What a terrifying willpower, What a firm determination. Old Jian stroked his beard and showed an expression of admiration. Move forward courageously, without fear of life or death. This is the real Dragon Country warrior. Time flies. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 10 hours. Everyone held their breath and stared at Su Fan, who was covered in blood. They were extremely nervous. Condition the 10th ray of chaotic energy for me. Finally, Su Fan roared angrily, and brilliant light burst out from his whole body. Chaos energy covered the sky and rushed straight into the sky. Clang! A magnificent bell sounded from the end of the sky. The sound was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire Tower of Babel was shaking violently, and a sacred and majestic aura swept across the 8 directions, making everyone terrified. The 10th chaotic energy is done. The whole audience was shocked. Chapter 116 creates a myth. Shocking the world. 10 strands of chaos chi finally succeeded. Su Fan's eyes burned like torches, and 10 streams of chaotic energy surrounded his body, shining in harmony with the Tongtian stone steel high in the sky. A sacred energy swept across the sky and the earth, shocking everyone present. The Tower of Babel shook, and the 9 layers of the world resonated, bursting with brilliant light. Waves of ancient bell sounds rang out, magnificent and timeless, spreading throughout the tower and beyond. It seems like welcoming the new owner of the Tower of Babel. Oh my god! Su Fan really succeeded. The legendary 10 strands of chaotic energy. Su Fan created an unprecedented myth and passed the ultimate test on the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. Too strong, too evil, it's unbelievable. The whole audience was shocked. There was an uproar and screams everywhere, and everyone was shocked. After Wang Yuan and Su Qingxian failed one after another, many people felt very regretful and had long lost all hope. But who would have thought that Su Fan actually did it, rising in adversity, constantly honing himself between life and death, and finally cultivating the legendary 10 chaotic energies. The 10 chaotic energies represent the state of perfection. This means that Su Fan has successfully comprehended the Tongtian steel and passed the final test of the 9th level. Next, he only needs to carve his name on the steel to become the owner of the Tongtian Tower and control this supreme ancient tower. Everyone was extremely excited, as if they had witnessed the birth of a legend. Good. 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 This Tower of Babel has waited for hundreds of years, and finally welcomed its new owner. Zhuge Qingyun laughed heartily, feeling extremely happy. Not only is the Tower of Babel waiting, he is also silently waiting for the birth of a peerless genius who can pass through the 9th level of the Tower of Babel. At this moment, Su Fan broke the curse of the Tower of Babel being inaccessible and made history. Very good. This boy is truly extraordinary. His talent and perseverance are unrivaled in ancient and modern times. The future of our dragon nation is assured. Master Jian also had a smile on his face, full of admiration. A peerless genius who has passed the 9th level of the Tower of Babel has a bright future. When Su Fan becomes a supreme power in the future, with the help of the Tower of Babel, he will be able to run rampant and be invincible even among the supreme sequence. A new era is about to begin. Old Jian's eyes were burning with hope, and he had high hopes for Su Fan. Monster, what a monster! Junior Su Fan's talent and perseverance are truly incredible, far surpassing ours. Chu Tianzhou and Zhou Ping'an couldn't help but look at each other, both with shock and amazement on their faces. It's not just talent, it's perseverance that's more important. When comprehending the 10th chaotic energy, Su Fan burst out with amazing perseverance. He was not afraid of life or death and moved forward courageously. He was in desperate situations of death countless times before he finally cultivated the 10th chaotic energy. This made Dongfang Piaoxue, Tuoba Mo, and Li Kuangren look gloomy, and they all felt inferior. Damn it, I've lost again. Su Qingxian clenched her pink fists, staring at Su Fan, who was like the moon surrounded by stars, while silently grinding her little fangs. With her experience and talent from 2 lifetimes, she was unable to cultivate the 10th chaotic energy, but Su Fan did it and successfully passed the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. This brother's talent is so incredible. It's incredible. That's all. What is a tower to heaven? When I return to the throne, I will be able to suppress this hateful brother with just one finger. After losing to Su Fan n times, Su Qingxian has begun to adapt and learns to hypnotize himself to continue building confidence for himself. But no matter how she hypnotized herself, she still lost this time. Alas! Forget it, let us just lose. The girl had a blank expression on her face, but she gradually got used to it. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. Damn it! Who the hell is this Su Fan? How could he possibly cultivate the 10th primal chaos energy? Wang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that Su Fan had successfully cultivated the 10th chaotic energy, he fell into extreme unwillingness and rage. I, Wang Yuan, am the descendant of the Supreme Being. I carry the legacy of the gods. I am number one among my peers in terms of both talent and combat power. How can this Su Fan compare with me? Why didn't the Tower of Babel recognize me, but recognized Su Fan? Angry. Unwilling. Crazy. The endless fire of jealousy burns wildly. Wang Yuan was dissatisfied, indignant, and unwilling. Phew. It was so dangerous. This Tongtian stone tablet is indeed extremely difficult to comprehend. I almost gave up several times, but thankfully, I succeeded in the end. Su Fan exhaled slowly, looking relieved. The process of comprehending the 10th chaotic energy was indeed extremely thrilling. He felt real death several times and almost couldn't survive. Fortunately, he possessed the innate talent of immortality, and his body was almost indestructible. Coupled with the treatment and protection of the Chaos Phoenix soul, although he experienced many life and death crises, he finally managed to survive. Next, I only need to fuse the 10 strands of chaos energy into one and carve my name on the Tongtian stone steel. Then I can complete the final trial and control the Tongtian Tower. Su Fan was surrounded by 10 chaotic energies. He looked up at the Tongtian stone steel high in the sky, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He concentrated his mind, his body was surrounded by radiance, and he began to fuse the 10 chaotic energies. Buzz. Buzz. The process was very smooth with almost no obstacles. The 10 chaotic energies merged into one, transforming into a chaotic divine light, rushing straight into the sky and merging into the Tongtian stone steel, and began to engrave the name Su Fan. The entire Tower of Babel began to shake, and endless sacred energy swept in all directions. Su Fan is leaving his name on the stone tablet. He is about to succeed and become the new master of the Tower of Babel. Everyone had a look of reverence on their faces, as if bathed in holy light. They stared quietly at the Tongtian stone steel, wanting to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. Boom! At this critical moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out, causing the heaven and earth to shake violently. Su Fan, if I can't get it, you can't get it either. Wang Yuan roared, murderous intent shook the sky, and punched Su Fan. He was extremely ruthless. He used all his strength in this punch, smashing it fiercely at Su Fan's head. The terrifying power was far beyond the 6th level, and it caused the space to collapse. The murderous aura is rolling like a tidal wave. Chapter 117 My brother, Su Qingxian. Do I need your approval? Oops. Not good. Wang Yuan is going crazy. He wants to stop Su Fan. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that at this critical moment, Wang Yuan would suddenly take action and try to stop Su Fan from completing the final trial. Wang Yuan is too proud. He was arrogant and looked down on everyone, and never took his peers seriously. Seeing that Su Fan had cultivated 10 strands of chaotic energy and was about to carve his name on the Tongtian stone steel, Wang Yuan became furious and suddenly launched a sneak attack to try to stop Su Fan. Su Fan, do you think you are qualified to control the Tower of Babel? Get out of here. Wang Yuan was as cold and cruel as a devil, and he struck out with one punch, his power shaking the world. Damn it! This bastard! Su Fan was furious. Although he was not afraid of Wang Yuan, in order to engrave his name on the Tongtian stone steel, he had to concentrate at this moment and immerse himself in the Tongtian stone steel wholeheartedly. He could not be distracted to fight at all. At this critical moment, if Su Fan was disturbed by the outside world, not only would he fail and be unable to refine the Tongtian stone steel, he might also suffer great trauma and damage his mind. Wang Yuan, what do you want to do? Just when Su Fan was in danger, a silver-haired girl stood in front of him without hesitation. At the critical moment, Su Qingxian stepped in to stop Wang Yuan. Absolutely frozen. Su Qingxian was as cold as ice, with flying silver hair, and she was as heroic as an ice and snow goddess. With a wave of her jade hand, endless frosty air rolled out, freezing the entire space. Snap! Snap! Wang Yuan felt like he was falling into an ice cave. His whole body was frozen by frost, forming thick ice crystals. Even his blood solidified into ice and stopped flowing. The whole person seemed to be frozen in mid-air. Did it succeed? A gleam of light flashed in Su Qingxian's eyes. Humph, such a petty trick, how could it possibly stop me, Wang Yuan? Wang Yuan looked on with disdain, his blood boiling, the blood of the abyss dragon awakened, and rolling demonic energy rushed out, instantly shattering and evaporating the ice on his body. Then he pinched his seal with one hand, and black runes flowed, transforming into an abyss dragon that roared out and rushed towards Su Qingxian with great momentum. Such a terrifying power, this guy is truly a monster. Su Qingxian's pretty face changed color. She felt an extremely strong threat and her expression became extremely solemn. Wang Yuan possesses the blood of the abyss demon dragon and has inherited the legacy of the gods. 6 demon bones are implanted in his body, and his combat power is terrifyingly strong. His talent and aptitude are comparable to Su Qingxian's, while his level and cultivation are far higher than Su Qingxian's. At this moment, Su Qingxian encountered the most terrifying opponent. Get out of here if you don't want to die. My target is Su Fan. If you want to become the master of the Tower of Babel, you must accept my baptism and gain my approval. Wang Yuan roared, his whole body filled with murderous intent. His target of attack was not Su Qingxian, but Su Fan behind Su Qingxian. I am Su Qingxian's brother, is it your turn to recognize him? Su Qingxian's eyes were cold, and he practiced the great Buddha technique, and brilliant holy light burst out from his whole body. A pagoda rushed out from its body, with sacred light flowing through its 18 floors, suppressing the abyss dragon with all its strength. During the martial arts exam, her pagoda only had 9 floors, but now it has been built to 18 floors, and its power has greatly increased, enough to suppress a 6th-level strongman. However, Wang Yuan is so powerful. Su Qingxian summoned the 18-story pagoda and barely blocked the attack of the abyss dragon, but the pagoda also suffered a devastating blow and exploded on the spot. She groaned and was affected. Her beautiful figure was rolled back, and strings of tragic blood spilled into the void. Xiener. When Su Fan saw the girl injured, his heart ached and his eyes turned scarlet. The endless fire of anger is burning. This Wang Yuan is looking for death. Don't worry about me, just focus on refining the Tongtian stone tablet. I'll help you buy time. Su Qingxian's face was serious. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Su Fan seriously. Although she usually competed with Su Fan, hoping to suppress this hateful brother and pin him to the ground. But at the critical moment, she came out to protect Su Fan without hesitation. Because that's her brother. She can suppress it, but others can't. Su Fan felt warm in his heart. At the critical moment, my sister is still the one who helps me. Wang Yuan. Wait until I refine the Tongtian stone tablet, then I'll come and deal with you. He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart, closed his eyes tightly, and concentrated his attention. He controlled the chaotic divine light formed by the fusion of 10 chaotic energies, and tried hard to engrave his name on the Tongtian stone tablet. Rays of light flashed. On the empty stone tablet, the word Su quickly took shape, and the entire Tower of Babel suddenly shook violently, as if responding to Su Fan. Su Fan was delighted and wanted to carve his name in one go. However, the difficulty of the second word was obviously much higher. It was very difficult to leave a complete name on the stone tablet. Although he was trying his best to engrave it, his speed was still greatly reduced. Want to leave your name on the stone tablet? Forget it. Wang Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with ferocity, and he attacked Su Fan again. At this time, many people couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Wang Yuan, it's not a good idea for you to do this. You are a third-year senior after all. It's really not a good look to attack a first-year junior. It's not shameful to lose, it's shameful not to be able to afford to lose. There was a lot of scolding at the scene, and many Tianjiu were blaming Wang Yuan. But Wang Yuan looked indifferent and unmoved, and rushed towards Su Fan regardless of everything. He was extremely crazy and was not afraid of outside opinions at all. He just wanted to stop Su Fan from refining the Tongtian stone steel. Damn it! Wang Yuan. You're considered the Dragon Nation's #1 prodigy, yet you actually attack me from behind? How shameless! Chu Tianjiu was furious and was very disgusted with Wang Yuan's behavior. This guy was obviously angry. He wanted to destroy something that he couldn't get. It was really hateful. Wang Yuan, as the heir of the supreme family, it's unbecoming of you to do this. Zhou Pingyan frowned and couldn't help but come out to stop it. The two of them tried to stop Wang Yuan and buy some time for Su Fan. Humph, how can I, Wang Yuan, do I need you two losers to tell me what to do? Get out of here. Wang Yuan was extremely domineering. With a roar, demonic energy rushed into the sky and transformed into the shadow of an abyss dragon. It circled above his head, roared towards the sky, and growled ferociously. The terrifying power was overwhelming, sweeping across the world and causing the surrounding space to collapse. Damn it! This Wang Yuan is so scary. Zhou Pingyan and Chu Tianjiao, two of the top 10 warriors, were no match for Wang Yuan when they joined forces. They were knocked away by Wang Yuan's punch, coughing up blood and flying sideways in a miserable state. Seeing this scene, the other geniuses looked at each other in fear. Wang Yuan is so powerful, he is like an invincible demon god. Although many people were dissatisfied with his actions, they did not dare to stop him. In the end, only Su Qingxian blocked Wang Yuan's way. In front of the tyrannical figure, the girl looked extremely fragile, like a straw in the wind, which could break at any time. During the time he spent comprehending the Tongtian stone steel, Su Qingxian made rapid progress, breaking through to the peak of the 4th level and greatly increasing his cultivation. However, Wang Yuan has already entered the 6th level, and his cultivation has become more and more terrifying. Even if he encounters a 7th level strongman, he is still able to fight. The gap of 2 levels made Su Qingxian feel extremely pressured. You're only at the 4th level, and you still want to stop me? You're overestimating yourself. Wang Yuan sneered, looked down on him, and punched Su Qingxian directly. Then let's give it a try. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes were cold and fearless, and she fought Wang Yuan with all her might. Bang! 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 Ice blades are flying and demonic energy is rolling. The two men burst out with all their strength and started a fierce battle. All kinds of terrible shock waves swept across the 4 directions, making everyone in awe. Although Su Qingxian has the potential to be an emperor and is extremely talented, he is 2 realms away from Wang Yuan after all. The gap in their cultivation is too huge. She risked her life and tried her best to stop Wang Yuan for a while, but was ultimately defeated. Puff! A string of blood flowers flew. Brother! I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him. Su Qingxian's pretty face was pale, her body was covered in blood, and she fell to the ground powerlessly. Like a withered flower of the other shore, sad and moving. At the same time, a roar that had been suppressed for a long time rolled out, shaking the heaven and earth to collapse. You dare to hurt her? Die! Chapter 118 The Lord of the Tower of Babel. Suppressing Wang Yuan. Su Fan. 2 large golden characters appeared on the Tongtian stone stele. The stone tablet is glowing. The Tower of Babel is roaring. The sound was like thunder, shaking the heaven and earth. The sacred and vast aura swept in all directions, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Su Fan finally succeeded. He carved his name on the Tongtian stone stele and passed the final trial. The first peerless genius to reach the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel in 100 years. Who can compete with him? Sensation on all sides. The whole audience was boiling with excitement. Everyone looked at Su Fan with admiration and envy, as if they were looking up to a god. Congratulations on completing the final trial and clearing the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. Reward, Tower of Babel. Buzz. At the same time, the Tongtian stone stele high in the sky transformed into a ray of chaotic divine light and merged into Su Fan's body. Su Fan's whole body shook, and he was enveloped in chaotic light, as if he had merged into one with the entire Tower of Babel. A vast and majestic aura swept across the sky and the earth, making everyone in awe. From this moment on, I am the master of this Tower of Babel. 2 lightning bolts shot out from Su Fan's eyes, and his body was filled with a terrifying aura that overwhelmed the universe, as if he had become the master of this world. Everyone present looked at him sideways. He finally successfully comprehended the Tongtian stone stele, and completed the initial recognition of the Tongtian Tower as its master. But before Su Fan had time to be happy, he saw a tragic figure covered in blood slowly falling in front of him. Spots of blood dyed the void red. Like a withered flower. Xian. Su Fan was extremely anxious and quickly hugged the delicate figure tightly in his arms. At this time, Su Qingxian's beautiful little face was as pale as paper, and her expression was extremely painful. She was seriously injured, covered in blood, with many bones shattered. She had fainted and temporarily lost consciousness. Looking at the girl covered in scars, Su Fan felt a sudden pain in his heart. If Su Qingxian had not fought desperately to stop Wang Yuan and bought enough time for Su Fan, he would definitely not have been able to successfully complete the ultimate trial, and he might have been ambushed by Wang Yuan and suffered serious injuries. But Wang Yuan was too powerful. Su Qingxian paid a huge price to resist him. She was covered in wounds, her source power was almost exhausted, and she had fallen into a deep coma. The situation was very bad. Treatment must be received as soon as possible, otherwise it will be life-threatening. Thinking of this, Su Fan immediately took out a Diyuan fruit and fed it to Su Qingxian, first to stabilize the girl's injuries and replenish her life energy. The Diyuan fruit is a first-class holy medicine, containing vast life energy. Under the nourishment of the Diyuan fruit, Su Qingxian's pale little face gradually regained its rosy and shiny color, and the source power in her body also began to become abundant. Then, Su Fan activated the soul of the Chaos Phoenix and used the holy flame of Nirvana to heal the girl. As Su Fan's cultivation level increased, the healing ability of the Nirvana holy flame also increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on Su Qingxian's body healed rapidly, and the broken bones and tissues were regenerating. Soon, the girl's injuries recovered and she gradually woke up from her coma. Sorry, I didn't stop Wang Yuan. Su Qingxian's face was gloomy, and she stared at Su Fan blankly, with a sense of guilt in her heart. The gap between her and Wang Yuan's cultivation and level was too big, and she was unable to stop the latter for long, so she felt guilty. Little fool, you have done very well, thank you. Su Fan smiled gently, touched the girl's head, and his eyes gradually became firm. Have a good rest, leave the rest to me. Boom! At this moment, a demon-like figure descended from the sky, and the murderous aura was overwhelming, as if it was going to tear this space apart. Ha, you really don't know what you are capable of. A fourth-level warrior dares to stop me, Wang Yuan? Wang Yuan had a cold expression, like a demon from hell, with a cruel smile on his lips. Wang Yuan, you're looking for death. Su Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and murderous intent filled the air as he rushed straight towards Wang Yuan. If you dare to hurt her, you will die today. Die. 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 Su Fan went crazy, with blazing divine thunder surrounding him, like the Thunder Emperor descending to the earth. Thunder Emperor Fist. He fought with all his strength from the start, using the supreme secret technique. Divine thunder gushed out from his fist and smashed towards Wang Yuan fiercely. Su Fan, so what if you have been recognized by the Tower of Babel? Whether in terms of talent or combat power, I, Wang Yuan, am invincible. Wang Yuan snorted coldly, with a defiant look on his face, and casually blasted out a palm, easily blocking the Thunder Emperor's fist. It's just a trifle, nothing more than that. I can kill you with one hand. He has always been arrogant and convinced that he is invincible. He did not take Su Fan seriously at all and was ready to kill him with one hand. Dutian Divine Thunder, destroy and kill. Su Fan's eyes flashed with lightning arcs, and he directly summoned the Dutian Divine Thunder. The Dutian Divine Thunder is known as the Thunder of Punishment from heaven, and it possesses the power to create the world and destroy all things. Bang! Bang! Under the amplification of the Dutian Divine Thunder, the power of the Thunder Emperor's fist suddenly soared tenfold, blowing Wang Yuan's arm to pieces, and blood poured down like rain in an instant. Damn it! How can the Su Fan be so strong? Wang Yuan's face changed drastically. He was seriously injured and his body rolled back uncontrollably. His arm exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He was too arrogant and showed extreme contempt for Su Fan. In the end, he was knocked away by Su Fan with a punch, losing an arm and looking extremely embarrassed. Oh my god, Wang Yuan was suppressed? Unbelievable. That Wang Yuan actually fell behind and was suppressed by Su Fan. Su Fan is truly a monster. No wonder he can make the Tower of Babel recognize him as its master. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were stunned and their jaws almost dropped. Su Fan had only just broken through to the 5th level, but Wang Yuan had already broken through to the 6th level. Whether in terms of level or cultivation, Wang Yuan is much stronger than Su Fan and has an absolute advantage in the battle. But as soon as Su Fan started fighting, he burst out with amazing fighting power, and smashed Wang Yuan's arm with one punch, seriously injuring him. This surprised everyone and they looked incredulous. Ha ha! Su Fan, very good, very good. You deserve to die at my hands. Bursts of evil laughter came from Wang Yuan's mouth, like the roar of a demon, making many people feel their scalps tingling. After being knocked away by Su Fan, Wang Yuan not only did not get angry, but suddenly laughed. Those scarlet eyes were fixed on Su Fan, surging with endless madness and bloodthirstiness. I will let you witness my true power, Wang Yuan. Awaken, blood of the Abyss Dragon. Bloodline of the Abyss Dragon. One of the most powerful bloodlines in the world, possessing unparalleled power, enough to rival the bloodline of a true dragon. Buzz. 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 Wang Yuan's whole body was covered in demonic light, and his figure was changing rapidly. Iron-like dragon horns grew on his head, black dragon scales crawled all over his body, and his broken arm grew back and turned into a ferocious dragon claw. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yuan transformed into a humanoid demon dragon, with demonic power rolling and swallowing up the world. After the transformation, his combat power skyrocketed more than tenfold, far exceeding the 6th level, and almost comparable to a 7th level powerhouse. The terrifying demonic energy rolled out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. The bloodline of the Abyss Demon Dragon is truly terrifying. Su Fan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong sense of crisis arose, and the hairs all over his body stood up. This Wang Yuan is so terrifying. One punch. I can cripple you with just one punch. Wang Yuan was extremely arrogant and punched Su Fan with one punch. The rolling demonic energy came like a tidal wave, as if to crush him. Facing Wang Yuan's fatal punch, Su Fan looked indifferent and unmoved. Humph, you seem to have forgotten that I have become the master of the Tower of Babel. Now this world is ruled by me. Su Fan snorted coldly and directly used the power of the Tower of Babel. Tower of Babel, suppress. With Su Fan's order, the Tower of Babel burst into brilliant light. A chaos magic circle descended from the sky, with endless energy flowing, instantly suppressing Wang Yuan. Damn it! I was so careless. Wang Yuan was shocked and angry. He fought hard and tried to break free from the magic circle, but failed. The suppressive power of the Tower of Babel is too strong. Not to mention him, even if a king or a supreme being enters the tower, they will be suppressed and unable to escape. Go to hell! Su Fan's eyes were cold. With a single move of his hand, the sky-slaying demon sword appeared and slashed fiercely at Wang Yuan. Snap! Snap! The space exploded and the sky and the earth shook. This sword was extremely terrifying, with an unparalleled edge that was as sharp as a bolt of lightning, as if it could cut through everything. Ah! I won't give up! Wang Yuan roared, and the dragon's body was split in half on the spot. Blood gushed out, and its internal organs were scattered all over the ground. Chapter 119, Peak Showdown. Battle with Wang Yuan. Boom! Su Fan split Wang Yuan into two halves with one knife. The overwhelming power and awe shocked the whole audience. How is this possible? Wang Yuan was actually cut in half? Su Fan is too fierce. He overpowered the leader of the 10 elites and beat Wang Yuan so hard that he couldn't fight back. No way, could it be? Wang Yuan is dead? The whole audience was shocked. Everyone was stunned, some of them couldn't believe it, and looked at the embarrassed figure in front of them. Not far away. Wang Yuan was in a miserable state. His entire body was cut in half, with his upper and lower bodies separated. A large amount of blood and internal organs spilled out, and the scene was horrifying. He was indeed seriously injured, but not dead yet. What surprised Su Fan was that Wang Yuan's physical recovery ability was so abnormal that almost in an instant, his broken body was reconnected. Vast life energy surged in the wound, his flesh and blood regenerated, and his broken bones were reconnected. His injuries were healing at an astonishing speed. You're not going to die? This Wang Yuan's vitality is so abnormal, it's almost comparable to my immortality. Su Fan raised his eyebrows, opened his martial arts eyes, and explored the secrets of Wang Yuan's body. His heavenly eyes flashed with light, and he soon discovered that there were 6 black devil bones in Wang Yuan's body, continuously providing him with life energy. Is that the demon god's bone? It's truly extraordinary. Su Fan's eyes were deep and his expression gradually became serious. He had heard long ago that Wang Yuan not only awakened the bloodline of the Abyss Demon Dragon, but also implanted 6 bones of the demon god, obtained a complete god-level inheritance, and had a terribly strong body, almost immortal. This time, it was with the help of the power of the Tower of Babel that Su Fan was able to easily suppress Wang Yuan. If it was a fair fight, Su Fan was not absolutely sure of killing Wang Yuan. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Wang Yuan roared repeatedly, light surged around his body, and his body instantly recovered to its original state. He is the great Wang Yuan, the heir of the Supreme Being, who is invincible among his peers. When has he ever been so embarrassed? If one strike doesn't kill, then 10 strikes, 100 strikes, 10,000 strikes. You dare to hurt my sister? I will kill you today. Su Fan was filled with murderous intent, and he swung the sky-slaying demon sword 9 times in a row. The blazing sword light streaked through the void like a meteor, and bombarded Wang Yuan madly. Damn it! Su Fan, stop being so arrogant. Wang Yuan roared and struggled to fight back, but all his supernatural powers were sealed by the Tower of Babel. He could not use them at all and could only passively take the beating. Bang! 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 Su Fan wielded the magic knife, chopping Wang Yuan to pieces. His body kept reorganizing and exploding, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. It was a miserable scene to the extreme. Damn it! The Tower of Babel is now controlled by Su Fan. Fighting here is too disadvantageous for me. I must escape first. Wang Yuan's face turned ashen, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He crushed the space crystal with one hand, and turned into a stream of light, escaping from the Tower of Babel in a panic. Su Fan, come out and fight, do you dare? At the same time, a roar sounded outside. Wang Yuan roared loudly, shaking the earth, wanting to fight Su Fan again in the outside world. Why not? A sharp light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and he was about to chase after him with the sky-slaying demon sword in hand. But at this moment, a small white and tender hand grabbed his sleeve. Su Qingxian's face showed a trace of worry, and she warned earnestly, Wang Yuan is very strong. You are out there without the protection of the Tower of Babel, so you must be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Su Fan smiled slightly to reassure the girl. With Su Fan's current level of cultivation, he has only made the Tower of Babel recognize him as his master, and has not yet completely mastered this supreme pagoda. Once he walked out of the Tower of Babel, it would mean that he had lost the protection of the Tower of Babel, and he would not be able to use the power of the Tower of Babel to suppress Wang Yuan. Next, it's a real battle of life and death. Su Fan's eyes were firm and fearless as he strode out of the tower. Just as he was leaving, Su Fan suddenly turned around, his eyes shining like stars, and he smiled brilliantly at Su Qingxian. Wait, I'll kill him and let you vent your anger. The girl's heart was filled with warmth, her eyes were dazed, and she was rarely attracted by the tall figure. Su Fan versus Wang Yuan. The ultimate showdown begins again. The top freshman versus the top 10, who is the greatest prodigy? Many people felt extremely excited and ran out of the tower to watch. Just now in the Tower of Babel, Wang Yuan was sealed and could not display his true strength at all. That was why he was suppressed by Su Fan one after another and was in a miserable state. But now that he is in the outside world, Wang Yuan is no longer restricted and can finally unleash his invincible fighting power that sweeps away his peers. This peak showdown will also determine the fate of the Dragon Country's #1 genius. Right now. Both students and teachers glared at the event, their eyes wide open and their hearts filled with anticipation. The two top masters, Master Jian and Zhuge Qingyun, were also watching with great interest. Su Fan is indeed very strong, but he is one major level lower than Wang Yuan, so he will probably be at a disadvantage. Zhuge Qingyun sighed lightly. Yes, Wang Yuan's talent and cultivation are extremely high, and he is the best among his peers. He is indeed worthy of the title of the #1 genius in Longhua. Old Jian nodded and gave Wang Yuan a very high evaluation. Above the sky, Su Fan and Wang Yuan stood in the air, surrounded by murderous aura. The two looked at each other coldly, and the tension burned wildly. Su Fan, now that you don't have the protection of the Tower of Babel, I can crush you to death with one hand. Wang Yuan sneered continuously, with a cruel look on his lips. He looked at Su Fan as if he was looking at an ant. Without the Tower of Babel, I can still kill you. Su Fan's expression was stern and calm, and his words contained strong confidence. You are looking for death. Wang Yuan was furious. You are the one who will die. Su Fan shouted. Before he finished speaking, the blood of the two men was burning, like two evil stars colliding fiercely, and the terrifying shockwave shook the earth. The battle of the strongest geniuses breaks out. Chapter 120 Life and Death Fight. The top of the sky. The two figures collided with all their might, like a comet hitting the moon. The two men fought fiercely and physically, causing the space to explode, the mountains to shake, and the earth to tremble. The scene was extremely terrifying. Thunder Emperor's sky-splitting slash. Su Fan stood on the void, holding the sky-slaying demon sword in his hand, and his blood and energy rushed into the sky. The golden divine thunder rushed out from the blade, turning into a lightning blade light, rushing straight towards Wang Yuan, and the terrifying power seemed to tear the sky apart. Su Fan, is this all you have? Wang Yuan's eyes were cold and gloomy, and he suddenly swung his ferocious dragon claws. The surging source of power distorted the void and shattered the thunder blade light. Swish! Su Fan said nothing and stabbed Wang Yuan in the chest again. Clang! Wang Yuan smiled grimly, and grabbed fiercely with his magic dragon claws. Dark runes intertwined, and he directly grabbed the magic knife in his hand. He used his physical body to fight against the divine weapon and blocked Su Fan's full-strength attack. This scene shocked everyone present. This guy's physical strength is so abnormal. Su Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. Without the suppression of the Tower of Babel, Wang Yuan fully unleashed his fighting power, and his physical body and cultivation became extremely powerful. The body of the demon dragon is so terrifying that it can even withstand divine weapons. Su Fan looked solemn. Wang Yuan is worthy of being the heir of the supreme family. His talent, bloodline, and combat power are impeccable. He is definitely the most powerful genius in the Dragon Kingdom today. This is the strongest opponent Su Fan has ever encountered. I told you, without the protection of the Tower of Babel, I can crush you to death with one hand. Wang Yuan had a grim expression on his face, and his demonic dragon claws gushed out immense power, squeezing the sky-slaying demonic sword so hard that it made a creaking sound, as if he wanted to break this supreme divine weapon. I've also told you that even without the Tower of Babel, I can still kill you. Su Fan's eyes flashed with icy light, and the frozen field quickly expanded, turning the area within a radius of 100 meters into a world of ice and snow. Frozen field. This is the talent entry he extracted from Dongfang Piaoshui. The domain is large enough to cover an area and greatly reduce the enemy's attribute values. Buzz. 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 Snowflakes were dancing all over the sky, and the vast cold air was overwhelming, freezing Wang Yuan directly. This is the power of the domain. How is this possible? You're only at level 5, and you've actually comprehended the domain? Wang Yuan's face changed, his whole body was frozen by the field, even the magic blood in his body was frozen, no longer boiling and flowing. His attribute values dropped significantly, and his combat power plummeted. Bang! Su Fan took the opportunity to counterattack and kick Wang Yuan in the chest. Pangdu's divine power burst out and kicked him away directly, and a stream of devil blood spilled into the void. Damn it! I didn't expect this kid to actually have a domain. Wang Yuan felt like he was struck by lightning, his chest was sunken, and purple devil blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His body was frozen by the field, and his combat power was greatly suppressed. He was unable to block Su Fan's kick, and he flew out on the spot, blood spilling into the sky. At the same time, Su Fan's black hair fluttered as he stood above the sky, holding the sky-slaying demon sword high in the air and slashing at Wang Yuan with all his might. Cut! Su Fan's body was like a furnace, his blood was boiling, he raised his combat power to the peak, and slashed out with his strongest sword. Rumble! Thousands of sword auras shot out and transformed into a blazing river of sword aura, vast and mighty, stretching for hundreds of meters, as if it was going to split the sky and earth apart. The peerless edge is devastating, sweeping away everything and destroying everything. Not good. Wang Yuan's heart trembled, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. He finally stopped being arrogant, grabbed with his big hand, and summoned a black halberd full of demonic energy to fight back with all his strength. Wang Yuan is really amazing. Even though his cultivation and attributes were greatly reduced under the restrictions of the frozen field, he still displayed astonishing combat power. His pitch-black halberd swept across the universe, blocking thousands of destructive sword auras in one breath. But the sword energy was everywhere in the sky, endless and unstoppable. Damn it! Why is this Su Fan so strong? I can't stop him. Wang Yuan roared angrily, and was eventually submerged in the long river of sword energy. His invincible demon body was torn apart, blood was gushing out of his whole body, and he fell rapidly from a high altitude and hit a mountain hard. The terrifying shockwave collapsed the hundreds-meter-high mountain, and countless huge rocks rolled down. How is this possible? Wang Yuan was actually struck and sent flying, suffering severe injuries. Su Fan is too strong. He overpowers Wang Yuan. Without the help of the Tower of Babel, Su Fan still severely injured Wang Yuan. It's really terrifying. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone gasped and showed incredible expressions. Many people originally thought that Su Fan was able to suppress Wang Yuan with the help of the power of the Tower of Babel. Wang Yuan's actual combat power should be stronger. But now that he has come to the outside world, without the help of the Tower of Babel, Su Fan is still suppressing Wang Yuan and has an absolute upper hand in this battle between top geniuses. Wang Yuan is indeed very strong. But Su Fan is stronger. Su Fan. No one has ever made me, Wang Yuan, so embarrassed. You are the first and you will be the last. Wang Yuan went crazy, covered in blood, with disheveled hair, like a bloody demon god, waving his spear and soaring into the sky, with murderous aura sweeping across the world. The wrath of the dragon. He roared, and a black light pierced through the void and slammed towards Su Fan fiercely. A terrible breath of destruction came towards him. Buzz. Su Fan's figure flashed, easily dodging the attack, and then teleported in front of Wang Yuan and killed him with a knife. Wang Yuan's face was full of ferocity, he did not dodge or evade, the black halberd was full of murderous intent, he slashed at Su Fan fiercely, with a crazy posture of risking his life. Su Fan, go to hell. It's you who's going to die. Puff. Puff. Strings of blood spurted out. Su Fan's chest exploded, blood gushed out, and he was swept away by the spear. Wang Yuan was also chopped away by a knife, his body shattered and blood and flesh flying everywhere. The two men fought a life and death battle, fighting madly. Blood, flesh and bones were scattered from time to time. The sky and the earth were collapsing, mountains exploded, and countless buildings were razed to the ground. The scene was extremely tragic and terrifying, a horrific scene of destruction. It's terrifying. These two people are actually so powerful. If the fighting continues like this, the entire school might be razed to the ground. Everyone's scalp tingled, and they couldn't help but gasp and shudder. Many masters were also frightened and shocked by the terrifying fighting power of Su Fan and Wang Yuan. This was a real life and death fight. Both of them were bloodthirsty and hysterical, vowing to kill each other. One chi becomes three pure ones. Su Fan exploded, splitting into three clones, each of which displayed a tremendous magical power and together focused their fire on Wang Yuan. True Dragon Killing Fist. Chaos Phoenix Flame. Thunder Emperor robs the light. Su Fan used all his magical powers and bombarded Wang Yuan wildly, sending him flying. His body exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. A sensation everywhere. At this moment, the ultimate showdown finally decided the winner. Wang Yuan, defeated. Chapter 121, Fusion of Entries. I am the master of creation. Wang Yuan, defeated. The winner has been decided, Wang Yuan lost. Su Fan is too strong. Even Wang Yuan is no match for him. I'm afraid he will be truly invincible in the future. Everyone's face was filled with shock. There was excitement and uproar everywhere. Su Fan defeated Wang Yuan, causing a huge sensation in the audience. This Su Fan is truly a monster. He will probably be invincible in the future. Dongfang Piaxue, Tuoba Mo, Zhoupingen, Zhu Tianjiao, the young geniuses were talking about it, all with a look of amazement on their faces. Even Wang Yuan was defeated, who else can be Su Fan's opponent? At this moment, Su Fan has become the #1 genius in Dragon Country, sweeping away his peers and becoming invincible. Incredible! He actually did it and defeated that arrogant Wang Yuan. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at the tall figure standing high in the sky, her heart pounding. I have to say, her brother is a little handsome. Seeing Su Fan defeat Wang Yuan, the girl was very happy and felt a little proud, but soon she became depressed again. How could this damned brother be so ridiculously strong? He even crippled Wang Yuan. Who else could be his opponent in the future? It's over. In this way, I will never be as good as my brother. Su Qingxian's mouth tightened, and a hint of sadness appeared on her beautiful face. High in the sky. Su Fan's black hair fluttered, his eyes were blazing, and he stood like a god in the sky, with an unparalleled heroic demeanor. Countless people had faces filled with reverence and enthusiasm, as if they were looking up to a god. Many young girls blushed, completely captivated by Su Fan's peerless charm. Su Fan! Su Fan! Countless screams and shouts were heard all around, and Su Fan's name resounded in all directions. Ha! Su Fan let out a long breath, his body suddenly shook, and a huge feeling of fatigue came over him. The three clones dissipated one after another and turned into wisps of green smoke that drifted away. In order to defeat Wang Yuan, he almost exhausted all his energy. His body was covered with scars and his breath was very weak. On the other hand, Wang Yuan's situation was even more miserable. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why did I lose? Wang Yuan was covered in blood and fell to the ground. His vitality was severely damaged, his body was in shatters, and he was almost dead. However, he still held his head high, with a defiant look on his face, roaring continuously, refusing to admit defeat. I am the heir of the Supreme Family, possessing the bloodline of the Abyss Demon Dragon. I have refined 6 pieces of Demon God's bones. I should be invincible. Who the hell is Su Fan? How can he compare with me? What can he compare with me? Why should I be the loser? The pride of being the heir of the Supreme Being made Wang Yuan unable to admit defeat. He can die, he can be torn to pieces, but he must not lose. Wang Yuan struggled desperately and was still recovering from his injuries, wanting to fight Su Fan again. Die! A murderous look flashed across Su Fan's eyes, and he teleported directly in front of Wang Yuan. The sky-slaying demon sword slashed through the void, ready to kill him. Ah! I, the great Wang Yuan, will never admit defeat. Wang Yuan roared to the sky, and a divine pressure burst out, directly knocking Su Fan away. Boom! 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 In extreme anger and unwillingness, the 6 demon bones in Wang Yuan's body suddenly glowed at the same time, miraculously fused together, and turned into a purple-gold divine bone. A vast pressure spread out, causing the space and time to distort and flow backwards. Wang Yuan's whole body was glowing, and he was filled with divine pressure. His injuries were instantly healed and he returned to his peak condition. This is not a treatment, not a repair, but a reversal of time and space. The demon bone in Wang Yuan's body actually affected time and space to some extent, allowing Wang Yuan to return to his peak period. This kind of mysterious ability made everyone present feel incredible. That's the bone of the space-time demon. Old Jian was shocked and saw the origin of the demon god's bone at a glance. A rare solemn look appeared on his face. Unprecedented solemnity. What? One of the 9 great demon gods, the demon god of time and space who stands at the top of all gods. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qingyun's expression changed drastically, and he was somewhat incredulous. The demon of time and space. The supreme ruler standing at the top of the gods controls the noble laws of time and space, can reverse time and space, and is omnipotent. No one expected that the 6 divine bones in Wang Yuan's body were actually the bones of the demon god of time and space. When Wang Yuan was in desperate situation, the demon god's bones revived, his combat power skyrocketed, and he also gained the real power of the demon god. Now Su Fan was in big trouble. This guy actually made a breakthrough. Su Fan frowned. This was really a tricky situation. This Wang Yuan is really a monster. He actually broke through in the desperate situation. The 6 pieces of devil's bones merged into one, activating the devil's power hidden in the bones. Ha! The heavens are helping me. The space-time demon god, the invincible being standing at the pinnacle of the gods, I have finally obtained the true inheritance of the space-time demon god and the power to control time and space. Wang Yuan laughed wildly, his face full of pride and arrogance. With his firm will, he got through the most difficult moments and gained the true power of the demon god. Su Fan, I have already obtained the true power of the demon god. How can you, a mortal, fight me? Wang Yuan stared at Su Fan coldly, as if he was staring at an ant, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. It doesn't matter if you are a god or a human, I will chop you all to death with one sword. Su Fan snorted coldly, took the initiative to attack, and slashed at Wang Yuan again. Humph, you overestimate your abilities, time and space confinement. Wang Yuan waved his hand, and the bones of the demon god glowed, directly imprisoning this space and time. Buzz. Su Fan's whole body trembled, and he was trapped in mid-air. Even his source power and blood were sealed. He could not move his whole body and could not use any means. Damn it! I can't even move. Is this the power of the space-time demon god? It's truly terrifying. Su Fan gritted his teeth and tried to break the confinement with brute force, but failed. Then he activated the space entry and tried to travel through space to avoid it, but still failed. The power of the space-time demon is far beyond the ordinary space talent, and contains a trace of the power of law, which is the highest level that mortals cannot reach. Su Fan, stop struggling. With your strength, it's impossible for you to escape from my space-time domain. Wang Yuan sneered and regained his invincible confidence. He was not in a hurry to kill Su Fan, but wanted to torture him to death slowly to wash away his shame. Bang! Bang! Wang Yuan clenched his hands, and the power of time and space burst out, crushing Su Fan's arms alive, and blood fell like rain in an instant. Elder brother. Su Qingxian's eyes turned red and her heart suddenly ached. Su Fan. Hua Wu, Hua Yunfei, Zhou Jianfeng and other friends were also very worried when they saw this scene. It's over, is Su Fan going to lose? Wang Yuan is truly terrifying. He was able to turn the tables even at such a critical moment. Everyone was amazed. They thought Su Fan had already won the game, but they didn't expect Wang Yuan to turn the tables and awaken the true power of the demon god. Now it was Su Fan's turn to be suppressed, and the situation was extremely bad. The power of the spacetime demon god is too strong. Su Fan has never obtained the inheritance of the gods, so he is no match for him. Old Jian, Zhuge Qingyun and others could not help but shake their heads and sigh, with regret on their faces. Even if Su Fan obtained the inheritance of the gods, he might not be a match for Wang Yuan. The demon of time and space. That is an existence that stands at the pinnacle of the gods, and ordinary gods cannot compete with it at all. This time Su Fan is bound to lose, and his life may even be in danger. Ah, so cool, so cool. Su Fan. You're a piece of shit, how can you fight me? What can you use to fight me? Wang Yuan's face was filled with ecstasy and he was in an extremely happy mood. The pleasure of revenge made him unable to stop. But Su Fan had a determined look on his face, unmoved, as if he couldn't feel the pain. His eyes flashed scarlet light, and a red lightning bolt shot straight at Wang Yuan's head. Extreme divine thoughts. His body was imprisoned, and he wanted to use his spiritual power to kill Wang Yuan. Buzz. Wang Yuan's whole body shook and his brain buzzed, but in just a moment, he returned to normal. Humph, a mental attack? It's powerful enough to kill an ordinary 6th-level warrior. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand and used the power of time and space again to severely injure Su Fan. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, blood gushed out, and his breath became weak. In the field of time and space, Su Fan was imprisoned, unable to escape or move, like a fish on a chopping board, and could only be slaughtered by him. Su Fan, you should feel honored to die under the power of the demon god. Go to hell. Finally, Wang Yuan became murderous and used all his strength to activate the spacetime field, wanting to crush Su Fan to death. Death crisis. A strong sense of death crisis surged into my heart. You will die. You will really die. Su Fan was in great pain, his body was twisted, his bones were shattered, and every part of his body was bleeding and twisted. He was about to be crushed by the terrifying force of time and space. Ah! I am a dignified warrior of the human race, why should I fear the devil? Break it for me! Su Fan roared loudly, bursting out with an amazing will to survive. He struggled desperately, trying his best, and frantically activated all his talent items, trying to break through the constraints of time and space. Buzz! Buzz! At this critical moment, his elemental entries automatically merged together. Wind, fire, water, thunder, darkness, shadow, wood, space, all the elemental entries, miraculously merged together and turned into a colorful divine light. Congratulations on obtaining the colorful entity Lord of Creation. Lord of Creation, you are the Lord of Creation, controlling the power of creation. You can create everything and evolve everything. You have absolute control over all elemental attributes. The Lord of Creation is like the Creator. You can create everything, and you can also control everything. At the critical moment of life and death, Su Fan's potential exploded, all the elemental entries merged together, and he gained a new power, the power of creation. I am the Lord of Creation. Break this mere spacetime domain for me. Su Fan roared wildly, and the power of creation burst out, finally breaking free from the constraints of time and space and tearing this spacetime field into pieces. No! This is impossible. You actually broke free from my spacetime domain. Wang Yuan's face changed drastically, and he was a little bit unbelievable. The power of the spacetime demon is above all gods. It is extremely noble and powerful and can suppress many attribute abilities. But now Su Fan has broken the shackles of the spacetime domain with brute force, which shocked him greatly. However, what Wang Yuan didn't know was that Su Fan had become the Lord of Creation, controlling the power of creation and restraining all attributes. Even the noble attribute of time and space was below the power of creation and was restrained. The Fist of Creation. Su Fan activated the power of creation and punched Wang Yuan in the chest. The overwhelming divine power blew him to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Ah, I don't accept it. What kind of power is this? Why is it stronger than my spacetime demon god's power? Wang Yuan roared unwillingly and fell heavily to the ground. He was severely injured, his body was torn into pieces and bleeding profusely, but his recovery ability was so abnormal that not only did he not die, his flesh and blood were rapidly reorganizing and healing. Wang Yuan, go to hell. Su Fan's heart was filled with murderous intent, and he rushed towards Wang Yuan to kill him. Su Fan, show mercy. Don't kill Wang Yuan, otherwise there will be disaster. Many teachers pleaded for mercy, and even Zhuge Qingyun reminded him. Wang Yuan is the contemporary heir of the Supreme Family. The Wang family is also one of the strongest families in Dragon Country. It has a supreme strongman in charge and is extremely powerful. Once Su Fan kills Wang Yuan, it will definitely bring about a terrible disaster. It doesn't matter if you are the descendant of the Supreme Being or the descendant of the Demon God, if you dare to hurt my sister, I will kill you today. Su Fan had a cold and murderous look on his face, and he ignored everyone's reminders. Die. He stomped on Wang Yuan's head and it exploded, his brain splattering and blood flowing everywhere. Wang Yuan, die. The whole place fell into deathly silence. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 The Wrath of the Supreme. Su Fan is too strong. He ignored people's warnings and forcefully attacked Wang Yuan, killing the contemporary heir of the Supreme Family. It's broken. Everyone gasped and couldn't help but show a hint of horror. This Su Fan was so bold that he actually killed Wang Yuan. It's over, Wang Yuan is dead. Su Fan has gotten into great trouble. He killed the heir of the Supreme Family and is likely to be killed. The whole audience was in uproar. Now that Wang Yuan is dead, the Wang family will never let it go and will definitely take crazy revenge. Su Fan's eyes were cold as he looked down at the corpse at his feet, his expression as calm as water. I will not offend others unless they offend me. Wang Yuan first attacked him by surprise, then injured Su Qingxian, and did not hide his murderous intention towards him during the battle. To deal with such a person, we must cut the roots and eliminate the trouble forever. He knew that killing Wang Yuan would bring disaster, but he did not regret it. Entry extraction. Su Fan's mind moved, and he began to extract the entries about Wang Yuan. Buzz. A dark golden light lit up. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the dark gold item Spacetime Domain. Spacetime Domain, you control the power of spacetime, can confine spacetime, manipulate the flow of time, and distort or annihilate spacetime within a small range, causing devastating damage to the enemy. The Spacetime Realm. The power of the Spacetime Demon God has finally fallen into my hands. Su Fan showed a hint of surprise. During the battle with Wang Yuan, he has come to understand the power of time and space. He can manipulate time and space at will. It is mysterious and powerful. Boom! Just when Su Fan was happy, a thunderous roar rang out. Su Fan, you are so bold. How dare you kill the heir of my Wang family? The sky exploded. A majestic man fell from the sky. The vast blood and energy surged like a vast ocean, flooding the entire campus. A domineering pressure swept across the sky and the earth, causing the strong men present to tremble in their hearts. Many weak warriors crawled on the ground, almost being crushed by the terrifying pressure. Supreme! The supreme power has arrived. Oh my God, something big has happened. The Wang family supreme is here in person. The whole audience was shocked. The royal supreme has arrived. Wang Zun, the head of the Wang family, is the youngest supreme power in the Dragon Kingdom. This is the invincible one standing at the pinnacle of martial arts, feared by the world and feared by all living beings. Bang! Wang Zun's eyes were grim, and he glanced at Su Fan indifferently. Just one glance. Su Fan was struck by lightning, his chest exploded, blood spurted out, and he flew hundreds of meters, knocking down more than a dozen buildings. The wrath of the Supreme is unstoppable. Although Su Fan had swept his peers and was invincible, he was powerless in front of a 9th-level Supreme Being. He was seriously injured on the spot and was covered in blood. Ahem. Is this the Supreme Being? He's actually this strong. Su Fan coughed up blood, his eyes were solemn, and his soul was trembling. In front of the real peak powerhouse, he is still too weak, the difference is like heaven and earth. The desire to become stronger surged strongly in my heart. I have to get stronger. Su Fan looked at the terrifying figure and couldn't help but growl in his heart. Su Fan, do you know your sins? Do you know death? Wang Zun had a grim expression, like a demon descending to earth. He questioned Su Fan coldly, his murderous intent shaking the sky. Ha, Wang Yuan wanted to kill me, but I ended up killing him. It was all his own fault. What crime have I committed? Su Fan stood up, straightened his back and held his head high. Facing a supreme powerful being, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and showed no fear at all. The reason why Su Fan dared to do this was that he had the confidence. After this battle, he has shown that his talent far exceeds Wang Yuan's, and he is truly the #1 prodigy in Dragon Country. He bets that the strong men in the school will not stand idly by and watch him being killed by the supreme leader of the Wang family. If the strong men in the school cannot stop Wang Zun, then he will take the opportunity to hide in the Tower of Babel. With the solidity of the Tower of Babel, even the most powerful man cannot do anything to him. You are just an ant, yet you dare to act so presumptuously in front of me? You are courting death. Wang Zun snorted coldly, murderous intent in his eyes, and the overwhelming pressure of the supreme level burst out. A huge hand that covered the sky stretched out, destroying the heaven and earth, and was so terrifying that it was about to kill Su Fan. Venerable Wang, please calm down. Zhuge Qingyun hurried out to plead for mercy. He saw Su Fan's extraordinary fighting power and extraordinary talent, and he must not let Su Fan die in Wang Zun's hands, otherwise the loss to the school would be too great. Su Fan and Wang Yuan had a fair duel, with no interference from others. It is normal for casualties to occur in a fight between warriors. Please show some mercy? Zhuge Qingyun said respectfully. Although he is the president of Tsinghua University and has a high status and reputation, he does not dare to be arrogant when facing a supreme powerful person, and his face is full of respect. In the face of absolute strength, all fame and power are false. Zhuge Qingyun. My nephew Wang Yuan died in your school. I didn't ask you for an explanation, and you dared to stop me? Get out of here. Wang Zun was furious and did not give Zhuge Qingyun any face at all. With a flick of his fingers, he knocked the level 80 king away. He is the supreme ruler, invincible in the world. What reason does he need to talk to you about? Who dares to disobey? Just raise your hand and kill him. Su Fan. I will kill you today. Even gods can't save you. Wang Zun was extremely domineering. He stretched out his big hand, which turned into a huge handprint covering the sky, and slapped towards Su Fan, wanting to kill him alive. A single strike from the Supreme Being is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. If this palm strikes down, Su Fan will definitely die. He looked solemn and had no intention of resisting at all. He was about to activate the Tong Tian stone tablet in his body to escape. Wang Zun, that's enough. At this moment, Master Jian finally took action. A chaotic sword energy shot straight into the sky, eclipsing the heaven and earth. Its terrifying power is far greater than that of the king. Snap! 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 The huge handprint covering the sky was torn apart by the chaotic sword energy, and instantly shattered and disintegrated, turning into countless light feathers that floated away. Wang Zun's expression changed. Looking at the one-armed old man in gray, he couldn't help but show awe and lowered his proud head. Greetings, Master Jian. Master Jian, whose real name is Jian Chen. Level 99 Supreme, one of the elders of Zulong Island, the most powerful person guarding the Dragon Kingdom, with a cultivation level so high that he can stand on par with the ancient sages. Wang Zun is just a newly promoted Supreme Being at level 90. Compared with Master Jian, he is far behind in both cultivation and status. It's too unreasonable for you, the Supreme Being, to deal with a youngster. Old Jian frowned, very dissatisfied with Wang Zun's behavior. Master Jian, it was Su Fan who was too cruel and killed my nephew Wang Yuan. Wang Zun defended. I saw the whole story. It was indeed Wang Yuan who launched a sneak attack first, and Su Fan counterattacked afterwards. The two of them engaged in a life and death battle. During the duel, Su Fan lost his grip and accidentally killed Wang Yuan. Old Jian looked calm, obviously protecting Su Fan and saying that the killing of Wang Yuan was an accidental killing, in order to help him escape responsibility. Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally finding a big backer. Master Jian, you are the elder of Zulong Island and are in charge of justice and judgment. You cannot shield the murderer. Wang Zun said righteously. What do you think? Asked old Jian. Killing means paying with one's life. Su Fan killed my nephew Wang Yuan, he must pay with his life. Wang Zun's eyes were cold as he glanced at Su Fan and said in a deep voice, my meaning is very simple, death penalty. Okay. Old Jian nodded. Question mark. Su Fan was petrified instantly. Are you selling me out just like that? Wang Zun was also stunned. He didn't expect that Master Jian would agree so readily. Su Fan and I have no relationship. If you want to kill me, go ahead. I won't stop you. Old Jian glanced at Wang Zun calmly and said meaningfully, however, I just want to remind you that Su Fan has been accepted as a disciple by Old Long. If you kill his disciple without authorization, I guess Old Long will not let it go. What? Elder Long. Wang Zun trembled all over and couldn't help showing a hint of fear. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 The Legend of the God of War. Mr. Long. Dragon Kingdom God of War. The Lord of Zulong Island, the true ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, is a godlike existence to everyone. Just like Su Fan is like an ant in front of Wang Zun, in front of a legendary figure like Old Long, Wang Zun is also like an ant, so small and pitiful. What? Master Long's disciple? That's impossible. Su Fan is only at the 5th level. With Master Long's status, how could he possibly accept him as a disciple? Wang Zun's face changed drastically, and he was a little bit unbelievable. In Zulong Island, many supreme and powerful people wanted to become the disciples of Master Long, but were ruthlessly rejected. Even Wang Zun himself came to visit him, but was turned away. And now, a mere 5th-level warrior was actually accepted as a disciple by Master Long. This made him shocked and annoyed, and he couldn't believe it. Mr. Long, who is it? Su Fan was confused and had no idea about accepting disciples. However, to be able to make a supreme strongman so panic, this old dragon must be a super strongman, at least on par with Old Sword. Old Long. The god of war of our dragon nation. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes sparkled. When she heard the name, she couldn't help but feel awe and had great respect for the old man. Mr. Long is the patron saint of the Dragon Kingdom. A man has silently guarded the Dragon Kingdom for hundreds of years, killed countless powerful enemies from foreign lands, and even killed god-level powerful men. He is a legendary existence. As long as Old Long is alive, no one dares to invade Dragon Kingdom. This is indeed true. Zhuge Qingyun explained, I personally applied to Zulong Island to accept him as a disciple, and I have already received Elder Long's approval. Su Fan has become Elder Long's registered disciple. Your Excellency Wang, if you insist on killing Su Fan, aren't you afraid of arousing Elder Long's wrath? Wang Zun's face looked extremely ugly. Damn it. It's actually true. An ant actually became Master Long's disciple. Then from now on, Su Fan's status in Dragon Country will undoubtedly skyrocket. Even if Wang Zun wanted to kill him again, it would be difficult for him to do so. To be precise, I dare not. Even if Su Fan becomes Long Lao's disciple, killing someone in school has violated the laws of Long Country and must be severely punished. Wang Zun's eyes were cold. Seeing that force didn't work, he started to argue righteously, wanting to punish Su Fan according to the law. It would be best to sentence him to death so that he wouldn't have to do it himself. Old Long is the god of war of our Dragon Kingdom. He is extremely noble. His disciples should abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Old Jian, is that what you think? He looked at Old Jian meaningfully. Of course, Su Fan violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom and killed people in broad daylight. This is extremely abominable and must be severely punished. Old Jian nodded heavily and cast a sympathetic look at Wang Zun. Wang Zun, don't worry. I will personally take Su Fan to Zulong Island to face the highest judgment of the Council of Elders and give your Wang family justice. Master Jian looked serious and made a solemn promise. Oh well. Wang Zun was unwilling, but he could only nod temporarily. He knew that with Master Jian here today, he couldn't touch Su Fan. Buzz. Wang Zun waved his hand and took away Wang Yuan's body. When he finally left, he said nothing, but just looked at Su Fan coldly, leaving a terrifying look, as if warning him. This glance made Su Fan feel horrified. The threat from a supremely powerful being made him feel uneasy. Little guy, you really got into a lot of trouble. At the same time, Old Jian walked over with a smile, and when he looked at Su Fan, there was not only no blame, but also a hint of appreciation. Meet Master Jian. Su Fan looked respectful and saluted Master Jian sincerely. He knew that Master Jian had always been protecting and favoring him, and he was very grateful. Master Jian, I wonder how Zulong Island will punish me. Su Fan couldn't help but ask. We will punish you to some extent, but it won't be too severe. After all, it was Wang Yuan who made the first move, so you were acting in legitimate defense. The key is that the Wang family will definitely not let this go. Elder Jin looked at Su Fan and said with a smile, from now on, you will always face the threat of a supreme power. Do you feel the pressure? A little bit. Su Fan nodded seriously. The threat from the supreme strongman forced him to become madly stronger. Otherwise, you will have to live under Wang Zun's shadow forever. Hee, what's wrong? Have you realized how insignificant you are? Old Jian smiled faintly and warned Su Fan, you are now the #1 prodigy in Dragon Country, but so what? In front of the truly powerful, you are still too weak. Work hard to become stronger and grow quickly. This is your only path. We can protect you temporarily, but not forever. If you want to completely escape the threat of Wang Zun, there is only one way: break through the supreme and surpass Wang Zun. Thank you, Master Jian, I understand. Su Fan nodded heavily, feeling extremely eager to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. At this time, Zhuge Qingyun walked over, looked at Su Fan with a serious expression, and said solemnly, Wang Zun is the youngest supreme being in my Dragon Country. He is extremely talented and has a high level of cultivation. He is deeply appreciated by senior elders and may even have the potential to reach the God Realm in the future. Su Fan. If you want to surpass him, you must work harder in the future. Yeah, I know. Su Fan looked at Zhuge Qingyun, suddenly showing a hint of doubt, and asked curiously, by the way, Principal, who is Master Long, and what is the matter with becoming his disciple? How come I don't know about this? According to Master Jian and Zhuge Qingyun, he has become Master Long's disciple. However, Su Fan is still kept in the dark and has no idea about the identity of Old Long. Don't you remember? When I invited you to join Peking University and Tsinghua University, I promised you that I would introduce you to an unrivaled teacher. Zhuge Qingyun smiled slightly and said, this invincible teacher is none other than Elder Long, the god of war of our dragon nation. Dragon Country God of War. Su Fan's whole body trembled, and his eyes gradually became hot. Even a Ninth Order Supreme being like Wang Zun feared him like a tiger. Just how powerful was he? So far. The storm finally came to an end. Su Fan passed the Tower of Babel, killed Wang Yuan, challenged the Wang family's supreme leader, and was accepted as a disciple by the God of War of the Dragon Kingdom. All these deeds spread like a hurricane throughout the imperial capital and even all over the Dragon Kingdom. Su Fan's name is known everywhere. Chapter 124 Trial and Reward. 3 days later, go to Zulong Island and stand trial. This was the instruction that Master Jian left for Su Fan when he left. Before that, he will be detained in school. It is called detention, but it is actually a form of protection. In order to prevent revenge from the powerful men of the Wang family, it is safer for Su Fan to stay in school. 3 days later, he and Su Qingxian will set off together to the Holy Land of the Dragon Kingdom Zulong Island. After killing Wang Yuan, Su Fan has become the strongest genius in Dragon Country, and no one can match him. Zhuge Qingyun, Zhenlao and others have high hopes for Su Fan and are all trying their best to protect him. The trial 3 days later is actually just a formality. The most important thing is to meet with Long Lao and formally become his disciple. With the protection of Old Long, Wang Zun would be afraid and would not dare to attack him at will. Just right. Take advantage of this time. Su Fan calmed down and silently digested what he had gained in the past few days. After training in the Tower of Babel for a month, his cultivation progressed rapidly and he has now broken through to level 55, far surpassing his peers. Even Su Qingxian, who has the potential to be an emperor, is only level 48. He is 7 levels higher than the girl, which makes Su Qingxian extremely depressed. He has been practicing hard recently. Huo Wu, Zhou Jianfeng and other geniuses of the same period were only around level 30 and could only look up at Su Fan's back. In addition, Su Fan also obtained a large number of rare treasures and supreme inheritance in the Tower of Babel. His current combat power is hundreds of times stronger than that of an ordinary master. Not to mention a 5th level warrior, even a 6th level warrior could be blown to pieces with one punch. Su Fan's eyes were burning, and he was very satisfied with his own fighting ability. The biggest gain is still this Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel is a prehistoric treasure with supreme power that even the most powerful cannot shake. If the power of the Tower of Babel could be unleashed, even the most powerful being would be crushed to death. It's a pity that at present Su Fan has only made the Tower of Babel recognize its master initially. He can borrow some of the power of the Tower of Babel. He wants to take the Tower of Babel away and use it freely, but it is impossible. According to the records of the information passed down from the Tower of Babel, only by breaking through to the 9th level of supremacy can you take away the Tower of Babel. If you want to fully unleash the power of the Tower of Babel, you have to break through level 100 and become a god. Only a god-level strongman can unleash the true power of the Tower of Babel, which is enough to suppress the universe and the starry sky. However, as the owner of the Tower of Babel, Su Fan also has many privileges of the Tower of Babel, such as he can freely control the opening and closing of the Tower of Babel. This means that as long as he allows, everyone can go to the Tower of Babel to practice anytime and anywhere, and no longer have to wait for a long year. Practicing in the Tower of Babel is countless times more effective than practicing in the outside world. This is enough to make many geniuses grow rapidly. Su Fan decisively reported the matter to the principal. Excellent. This is a great achievement. I will report it to the country and give you a reward. Zhuge Qingyun was overjoyed and praised Su Fan highly. In the past, the Tower of Babel was ownerless and was only opened once a year, and each time it was opened it only lasted for 1 month. Now under Su Fan's control, the Tower of Babel is open all day long, which is a good thing for the school and the entire Dragon Kingdom. All students can enter the tower to practice and gain experience. Their cultivation will surely increase rapidly, and the strength of the entire Tsinghua Peking Martial Arts University will also be greatly increased. Zhuge Qingyun was very happy. He patted Su Fan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Good boy, I was right about you. You will definitely be the pillar of my Dragon Kingdom in the future." Su Fan's move can help the school and even Longwa cultivate a large number of strong people. It is of vital importance to the country. It's just a piece of cake. Su Fan smiled slightly. With his current level of cultivation, he is unable to take away the Tower of Babel. You can open the Tower of Babel and help the school cultivate some strong people, and you can also get national awards. What's not to like? Su Fan, you have now broken through to the Grandmaster level and become the backbone of our Dragon Nation. I can now tell you some things. Zhuge Qingyun suddenly became serious and looked at Su Fan deeply. Recently, the Imperial Pass has been unstable. The army of ferocious beasts has been attacking frantically, and many top foreign warriors have arrived. The pressure on the front line is very high, and a large number of warriors die every day. I have a premonition that a war is about to break out. Zhuge Qingyun's expression was extremely solemn. The fact that a powerful heavenly king could be so serious was enough to show that the situation at Emperor's Pass was indeed not good, and there would surely be a bloody battle in the future. Is the Emperor's Pass in danger? Su Fan's expression changed. Emperor's Pass is the strongest barrier guarding the Dragon Kingdom. Once it is lost, the Dragon Kingdom will be in danger. Over the past hundreds of years, the battles between humans and ferocious beasts, and between the Dragon Kingdom and foreign lands, have never stopped. Many powerful warriors have died in the distant Imperial Pass in order to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts. As far as Su Fan knows, the ferocious beasts are only the lowest level creatures in the alien land. There are many species that are more powerful than the ferocious beasts. The most terrifying one is the evil god from the alien land. The covetousness from foreign lands is the real threat to the Dragon Kingdom. Su Fan, you've been a great help in opening the Tower of Babel. Zhuge Qingyun looked relieved. Su Fan's move would be of great help in dealing with future crises. Under the training of the Tower of Babel, the geniuses of the school will grow rapidly and a large number of strong people will emerge, which will be of great help in enhancing the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Principal, I am also a Dragon Nation warrior, and this is what I should do. Su Fan's firm words and attitude made Zhuge Qingyun nod in appreciation. Compared to the cold-blooded, bloodthirsty and arrogant Wang Yuan, Su Fan has the country in his heart and is more worthy of training and trust. Oh, Su Fan, I almost forgot about this. Zhuge Qingyun slapped his forehead and suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and a small white bottle appeared in front of Su Fan. Here. This is yours. Zhuge Qingyun said with a smile. What is this? Su Fan was stunned. Tongtian Pill, this is your martial arts exam reward. Zhuge Qingyun smiled and explained, this is the most precious holy medicine in our dragon country. It is extremely rare and in extremely limited supply. In order to give you this Tongtian pill, many people in the upper echelons almost came to blows. Several important figures were fighting to get this Tongtian pill for their descendants. But in the end, after comprehensive consideration, the country still gave it to you because you are more outstanding than them. Tongtian pill. Su Fan was overjoyed. Tongtian pill is the first holy medicine of Dragon Country, and it has the ability to reach the sky. According to legend, after taking it, one can strengthen muscles and cleanse marrow, be reborn, and increase one's cultivation rapidly, or even break through several realms. It is extremely magical. After more than a month, the Tongtian pill was finally distributed. With the help of this Tongtian pill, Su Fan was confident that he could reach the 6th level. King Zun. This name is like a sharp sword, always hanging over Su Fan's head. Must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger and stronger can we not be afraid of the threat from Wang Zun. Su Fan's eyes were extremely determined. After he breaks through the 6th level, his combat power will skyrocket and his ability to protect himself will be greatly enhanced. Afterwards, he began to retreat, concentrating on hard training and striving to reach the 6th level. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Breakthrough to the 6th level. The Realm of the King. The 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the chaos, practicing with all his heart. See heart grass, red soul fruit, Bodhi seed, mysterious yellow fruit. He swallowed each natural treasure, which turned into pure life energy to nourish his body. Buzz. 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 Su Fan's whole body was glowing, energy gushed out of his body, his momentum was rising steadily, and his martial arts level soared at an astonishing speed. Level 56. Level 57. Level 58. Level 59. Level 59 peak. With the nourishment of a large amount of rare treasures, Su Fan advanced 4 levels in one breath and has broken through to the peak of the 5th level, only one step away from the 6th level. He is only one step away from surpassing the Grandmaster and becoming the king. However, the 6th level barrier is indestructible. Su Fan tried several times, but failed every time. Finally, he decisively took out the Tongtian pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Rumble. In an instant, endless energy exploded in his body, helping him to strengthen his muscles and cleanse his marrow, and madly enhance his physique and cultivation. With the help of the powerful medicinal power of Tongtian pill, he broke through the barriers in one fell swoop and reached the 6th level of martial arts. Ha! I finally succeeded. Su Fan's eyes were blazing and his heart was filled with excitement. A domineering aura burst out, causing the heavens and the earth to shake and the space to be torn apart. The scene was extremely terrifying. The 6th level of martial arts, the realm of the king. At this moment, Su Fan finally surpassed the Grandmaster and became a king. Warriors at this level have extremely powerful physical strength and blood as vast as the sea. They can move mountains and seas, shatter the void, and possess unparalleled power. They are simply incomparable to the masters. Name, Su Fan. Level, 60. Title, 6th rank king. Strength, 5 million. Spirit, 5.2 million. Agility, 5 million. Physique, 5.5 million. Talent, Chaos Phoenix God level. Abilities, Chaos Phoenix Flame, Nirvana Rebirth, Chaos Phoenix Slash, Divine Phoenix Summoning. Roots, the talent of the Great Emperor Dark Gold. Bloodline, True Dragon 9 Transformations Gold, Ancient God Bloodline Gold, Immortal Body Gold. Luck, Destiny Gold. Appearance, Charming Purple. Domain, Spacetime Domain Dark Gold, Frozen Domain Gold. Inheritance, Thunder Emperor Inheritance Dark Gold. Elemental Entry, Lord of Creation Color. Kung Fu, 8-9 Mysterious Art Gold, Shura Sword Technique Purple, Horizontal Training Master Purple, Weapon Master Purple, Ghost Shadow Purple, Wind and Thunder Poem Purple. Sensory Entries, Martial Arts Eyes Red, 1000 Miles Pursuit Purple, Clairaudience Purple. Battle Items, 1 Chi transformed into 3 Pure Ones Gold, Panga Divine Power Gold, Supreme Divine Mind Gold, Kunping Divine Speed Gold, Azure Dragon Power Red, Savage Beast Body Red, Blood Explosion Red, Bloodthirsty Red, Magma River Red, Water Healing Purple, Water Clone Purple, Destruction Ray Purple, Undead Summoning Purple. Combat Power Evaluation, your punches shake the void, your force breaks all laws. Your combat power is incredible, comparable to that of a 7th level warrior. Boom! Su Fan threw a punch casually, and suddenly the space exploded, the earth and the sky shook violently, and an endless storm swept across. Shatter the void. This is the unparalleled power of the powerful king. Awesome! This is the realm of the king, so powerful. Su Fan's eyes were burning as he felt the powerful force in his body, feeling very refreshed and happy. The power of his punch now exceeds 1 million pounds, and can easily shatter the void, crush everything, and break all laws with one force. The power of creation. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. He activated the power of creation and grabbed forward with his big hand. The broken space was suddenly filled with brilliance, and under the repair of the power of creation, it was miraculously restored to its original state. The power of creation is truly amazing. When Su Fan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be amazed. The Lord of Creation. This is the ultimate entry that combines multiple element entries in crisis situations. It is also Su Fan's first colorful entry, its quality surpasses the gold and dark gold entries, and its power is unparalleled. This magical power is just like the creator. It can create, evolve, destroy, and even has extremely powerful healing abilities that can repair everything and heal injuries. As long as a breath is still alive, it can recreate the world and revive it. It's amazing. Space-time domain. Afterwards, Su Fan expanded the space-time field and began to study the power of space-time. The range of his domain can radiate about 500 meters. All creatures within this range will be imprisoned by the domain, unable to move or escape. Even their innate magical powers cannot be used and they can only be slaughtered by him. He can even control the flow of time in this area, speeding up or slowing down the flow of time, which is quite magical. The only drawback is that time cannot be reversed. But Su Fan was already very satisfied. The realm of time and space is mysterious and unpredictable, and there is great potential for growth in the future. With the powerful force of creation and the strangeness of the space-time domain, even if I encounter a 7th-level overlord, I have the confidence to fight him and even kill him. Su Fan's eyes were blazing and he showed a confident smile. Now, he has entered the ranks of the truly powerful men of Dragon Country and can stand shoulder to shoulder with the older generation of strong men. Reborn, with incredible combat power. The other side. A silver-haired girl sat cross-legged, her whole body enveloped in holy light, sacred and beautiful. She has silver hair draped over her shoulders, a cold face, and a serious and earnest expression. She is also concentrating on her training, striving to reach a higher level. Boom! Suddenly, the girl's silver hair flew, a brilliant light burst out from her body, and a powerful aura swept over her. Ha! I finally broke through to the 5th level of martial arts. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes. She also took the Tongtian pill and broke through to the 5th level in one fell swoop, achieving the status of a Grandmaster. After entering the Grandmaster realm, the girl's cultivation level has greatly improved. With her talent and means, she can fight even if she meets a 6th-order king. However, it seems that the gap between him and Su Fan is getting bigger and bigger. Looking at Su Fan, who has broken through to the 6th level not far away on the opposite side, Su Qingxian looks sad and no longer confident. This damn brother is getting more and more perverted. The girl was extremely depressed. Originally, the level gap between her and Su Fan was 7 levels. After her efforts, she successfully raised the gap to 10 levels. The level gap between the two became larger and larger. Hey! Su Qingxian sighed, gradually getting used to it. It's not that she is not talented enough, but that this hateful brother is too evil. Before she became an emperor, she was afraid that she would always be suppressed by Su Fan. Ding dong! At this moment, an untimely reminder sound suddenly rang out from the girl's mind, making her situation even worse. A new round of comparisons between Tianjiu is starting for you. Comparison of Tianjiu. The winner is the king, the loser eats dust. Respected queen, are you ready? A comparison of geniuses? Wait a minute. I am not ready yet. Su Qingxian shuddered and immediately became panicked. Chapter 126 Su Fan lost? The Empress won her first victory. Oops. Something bad is happening. Just at this moment, the comparison between the geniuses came. A trace of cold sweat crept up the girl's forehead. Su Qingxian suddenly panicked and was not ready to face the challenge. Because with her current strength, she had absolutely no chance of winning against Su Fan and would definitely lose. What should I do? What should I do now? Just when the girl was getting anxious, the competition between the geniuses started fiercely. Ding! This round of Tianjiu comparison ends. Unfortunately, you lost and came in second. First place, Su Fan. Combat power rating, unparalleled in history, invincible among peers. Alas! As expected, I lost. Su Qingxian sighed, and a hint of sadness appeared on her beautiful face. She had expected this result, she had expected it a long time ago. No problem. The worst that could happen was that she would accept the punishment, and she gradually got used to it. Anyway, you can still get system rewards by completing the punishment task. Just when Su Qingxian fell into a negative state, the system prompt sounded again in her mind. Host, if you are new, practice more. I've detected a huge difference in combat power between you and Su Fan. I'm turning on the Empress's pitiful caring mode for you. In this mode, your combat power increases tenfold, your IQ increases tenfold, and your protagonist aura increases tenfold. In this mode's comparison, your level has been temporarily raised to level 6, putting you on par with your opponent. You have been given a real-life comparison opportunity, where you can face off against your opponent in a virtual space. Would you like to compare again? The dog system finally became a human. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes lit up, her whole body glowed, extremely dazzling, and her silver hair fluttered and danced. She finally felt the halo of the protagonist shining brightly. The whole person was reborn, becoming extraordinary, and his combat power skyrocketed. Tenfold increase in combat power. 10 times the protagonist's halo. The level is temporarily raised to level 6, the same as Su Fan. Su Qingxian obtained the ultimate buff, and his combat power was comprehensively enhanced. The combat power has increased tenfold, but he is still competing with Su Fan at the same level. If she still can't beat Su Fan, then why is she still practicing martial arts? Go home and raise pigs. I can win. I will definitely win this time. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes burned and she suddenly clenched her fists. I've never been so confident. Among those of the same level, this emperor has no rivals. System, start actual combat comparison. Su Qingxian's mind moved, and light flashed around him, and he instantly arrived at an ancient battlefield. This is a virtual space that can perfectly simulate the data information of Su Qingxian and Su Fan. No matter how they fight here, it will not have any impact on the real world, so they can enjoy the battle to their heart's content. Opposite the girl, a cold figure stood in the air. His eyebrows were sharp, his face was as sharp as a knife, and his whole body exuded a vast ocean of energy and blood. It was the simulated body Su Fan. My stupid brother, this time, I will definitely defeat you. Su Qingxian's face was determined as she looked at the stern figure opposite her, her eyes gradually becoming sharper. With the system's assistance buff, her combat power increased greatly, and her cultivation was temporarily raised to the 6th level of martial arts, which was the same level as Su Fan. The dog system is already doing its best to help her. If she still can't win this time, then she will be a hopeless case. Ha! Su Qingxian was suddenly startled, and before she could react, she saw a black shadow passing by. A fist as big as a sandbag hit the girl's face hard. Bang! The head exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. One punch. Su Qingxian, defeated. System, try again. I was careless and didn't dodge. Su Qingxian took a deep breath, his eyes surging with fighting spirit. Round 1. Su Qingxian burst out with all her strength right from the start, charging towards Su Fan with great momentum. Terrifying frost and cold air burst out, as if to freeze this space. But Su Fan had an indifferent expression on his face, and still threw a punch. The power of creation surged, easily crushing the girl's ice and knocking her to pieces with one punch. I just don't believe it. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes turned red, and she gradually became drunk, and then she opened the third one. This time, Su Fan summoned his ruthless sword and split the space in half with one stroke. Su Qingxian's face was filled with horror. She had no power to resist and was torn to pieces by the terrifying sword energy on the spot. 4th round, defeated. 5th round, defeated. In the 6th round, he lost. In the 108th round, they lost. Su Qingxian was extremely mad and fought with Su Fan for hundreds of rounds, but was killed instantly by Su Fan every time and had no power to resist. A deep sense of despair surged in my heart. How is it possible? How could this hateful brother be so powerful? Among people of the same level, this emperor is no match at all. Su Qingxian's face was full of despair. She knelt on the ground, looking at the terrifying demon-like figure in front of her. Her self-confidence was ruthlessly crushed. Can't win at all. Su Fan is too strong. Ding dong. Unfortunately, even at the same level, you are still no match for Su Fan. Activating the attack and care mode, switching to non-combat mode for you. This comparison is rock paper scissors. Genius not only needs invincible combat power, but also extraordinary brains and luck. Task requirements: face off against Su Fan in a rock paper scissors PK, with one round deciding the winner. Note, this is your last chance, please seize it. Rock paper scissors? Su Qingxian's face froze, and her consciousness gradually returned to reality. In the battle strength comparison, she was no match for Su Fan at all. Now the system had activated the non-combat mode for her, changing the battle strength competition into a rock paper scissors competition. It can be said that we have done our utmost. Rock paper scissors is not only a test of luck, but also a test of wisdom. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart again. Come on, my foolish brother, let's have a fair fight. Su Qingxian's face was serious. She strode up to Su Fan and challenged him directly. You want to fight me again? Su Fan looked helpless and couldn't help but said, Sister, although I don't want to hit you, but I'm a bit strong now, not everyone can easily touch me, otherwise forget it. No, we are not fighting today, we are playing rock paper scissors. Su Qingxian said. What, rock paper scissors? What's wrong with you today? Su Fan was helpless. Just tell me whether you dare to compete or not. Su Qingxian curled her lips. Okay, let's compete. Su Fan smiled. Then, the two faced each other and started to attack. The scissors produced by Su Fan. The stone that Su Qingxian took out. Rock beats scissors. Oh. Win. Did the emperor win? Su Qingxian's little hands trembled, and her whole body began to shake uncontrollably, trembling with excitement. We won. We finally won. It wasn't easy. I finally defeated my evil brother for once. Su Qingxian's eyes were filled with tears, and her little pink fists were clenched tightly. She finally won the first victory in her life. Ding dong. Congratulations on successfully defeating Su Fan and achieving your first competitive victory. First win reward: rub your beloved brother's feet. ? Su Qingxian went crazy on the spot. What kind of reward was this? Dog system, you are ready to die. Su Qingxian's eyes flashed with ferocity, and she was ready to self-destruct at any time and fight to the death with the dog system. Sorry, that was a mistake. To be more precise, it means having your beloved brother rub your feet. First victory reward: you get a chance to dominate Su Fan. Dominate, brother? Su Qingxian's whole body trembled, and her clear eyes gradually brightened. What domination means is that you can let your brother do whatever he wants, right? In a moment. Countless evil thoughts flashed through the girl's little head. Su Qingxian gradually became excited, and had a wonderful feeling of being in charge. Compared with the geniuses during this period, she was defeated time and time again, and was always suppressed by her evil brother and forced to do countless shameful things. This time, she finally won and she must take revenge. My foolish brother, prepare to accept the emperor's punishment. Su Qingxian raised her lips and looked at Su Fan with bright eyes, a devilish curve crawling up the corner of her mouth. Holy crap! What's going on, sister? What's that expression? Su Fan shuddered and suddenly had a bad feeling. It's obvious that he's going to cause trouble. Stop. Calm down. Su Fan stretched out a finger and lightly flicked the girl's smooth forehead. With a pop, countless beautiful fantasies shattered like bubbles. What are you doing? Su Qingxian was dissatisfied and glared at him fiercely. Pay attention to controlling your expression, the corners of your mouth are almost uncontrollable. Su Fan looked helpless, sensing a hint of conspiracy, and asked suspiciously, Xiener, tell me straight, what exactly do you want from me? From the moment they started playing rock paper scissors, the girl wasn't in a good state. Could it be that he has some dirty thoughts about him? Humph, I won't tell you. Su Qingxian put her hands on her waist, her pretty face radiant, and she regained her confidence and ambition. This is an opportunity that was hard-earned. I must think carefully about how to punish my brother. Squat down, hold your head, and sing conquer? I'd better let him rub my shoulders and massage my legs. He. Seeing the girl's weird expression, Su Fan suddenly felt his scalp tingling. You have been practicing in the Tower of Babel for the past 2 days. I think you are almost going crazy. Let's go out for a walk to change our mood, Su Fan suggested. Su Qingxian was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. Okay. The two of them are about to head to Zulong Island, so they should take a rare break and relax today. During this leisure time, I can happily think about how to punish my evil brother. The girl thought excitedly. The sun is rising high in the sky. Today the sun is shining, the sky is blue and the clouds are white. The campus is peaceful and tranquil. Su Fan and Su Qingxian stood side by side, basking in the sunshine and strolling along the forest path. The appearance of the two attracted a lot of attention. The most important thing is that Su Fan is too famous now. He just defeated Wang Yuan and became famous throughout the school. He is in the limelight. Su Fan. Su Fan is here. He is Su Fan, the peerless genius who cleared the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel. Even Wang Yuan was no match for him and was killed on the spot. The greatest prodigy in the history of Dragon Nation, he has swept through his peers and is unrivaled. Who can challenge him? I heard that Su Fan has obtained the qualification to enter Zulong Island. That is the sacred place of our dragon country. I heard that only supreme-level masters can practice and live on the island. It's really amazing. As soon as Su Fan appeared, he immediately became the focus. Everyone was discussing it heatedly, and their eyes were full of longing and envy when they looked at Su Fan. Su Fan killed Wang Yuan and defeated the heir of the Supreme Family, vying for the title of the #1 prodigy in Dragon Country. His reputation spread far and wide, and he was extremely popular in school. Hello, Su Fan. Brother Su Fan, if you have time, let's spar and teach us a few moves. He is so popular that many people come up to greet him enthusiastically. There were freshmen of the same grade as well as many seniors, all of whom admired him very much, as if they were looking up to a young supreme being. Most of them are young girls. Su Fan's powerful strength and handsome appearance attracted countless female fans. Wow! Su Fan is so handsome. It's okay that he's so strong, but he's also so handsome. It's over, it's over. My mouth is watering. Brother Su Fan, can you add me as a friend? Many girls came around with blushing faces. They all admired Su Fan very much and wanted to be his friend. Okay. Not good. Su Fan and Su Qingxian spoke almost at the same time. Then both of them were slightly stunned and looked at each other. Su Fan looked innocent and spread his hands. Su Qingxian had a cold and fierce look on her face. Very good, you're adding another girl as your friend in front of me, right? The girl's face was cold as she glanced at Su Fan with a look so cold that Su Fan couldn't help but shiver. Oh. Sister, is there anything wrong? Su Fan asked tentatively. Have you forgotten what our relationship is now? Su Qingxian said angrily. Brother and sister. Su Fan said. Apart from that? Su Qingxian raised her eyebrows. Family? Su Fan thought hard. We are dating now. Su Qingxian gritted her teeth. When? Sorry, I forgot. Su Fan scratched his head, thought carefully for a long time, and suddenly realized. Yes, that seems to be the case. That 5,000-word confession letter. More than a month ago, Su Qingxian confessed her love to him in public, and the two confirmed their relationship. But you look so fierce, who can tell that we are a couple? Su Fan felt depressed. He thought his sister had suddenly withdrawn, but was she serious? Of course it's true. Su Qingxian clenched her little pink fists, gave Su Fan a fierce look, and felt annoyed. Although she was forced to confess her feelings to Su Fan due to the punishment of the dog system, she also established a relationship with Su Fan. If Su Fan gets entangled with other girls, wouldn't she be green-eyed? The first empress in history to be cuckolded? Absolutely not allowed. Su Qingxian's beautiful eyes were cold. As her nominal partner, how could she tolerate other girls getting involved? Hey, we want to add Brother Su Fan as our friend, could you please move aside? Although you are Su Fan's sister, don't be too nosy. Many girls showed displeasure, talked at once, and accused Su Qingxian of being domineering to her face. Some girls with hot bodies even deliberately puffed out their proud chests in front of Su Qingxian, as if mocking the girl's barrenness and flatness. Humph. A bunch of ants, you dare to challenge this emperor? Su Qingxian's eyes turned cold, and her 5th-level master's cultivation burst out, directly scaring these girls away. Some girls with delicate cultivation were even blown to pieces, and bursts of screams were heard. With the girl's current cultivation and combat power, she has no rivals except Su Fan. These women dare to challenge her, they are really overestimating themselves. Su Qingxian's face was cold, her silver hair fluttering as she declared her sovereignty to all the women in public. Brother belongs to me. If you are not involved, get out of here, or else, die. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 In the name of the Emperor. I command you to accompany me for life. Ah! Murder! Murder! Su Fan's sister is so scary, run, run! There were bursts of screams at the scene. Under Su Qingxian's fierce power, the women fled in all directions. Phew! I feel much better. Su Qingxian let out a breath, feeling refreshed and more comfortable than ever before. It's getting more and more fierce. Su Fan muttered in a low voice, this is not a caring girlfriend at all, she is clearly a female devil, so ferocious. Su Qingxian seemed to sense something, turned around and glared at Su Fan, and said fiercely, what's wrong? Do you have any objections? No, as long as you are happy. Su Fan quickly waved his hand and forced a smile. Don't mess with me. Humph. Su Qingxian snorted lightly, thinking that he didn't dare to say anything more. Unconsciously, the two came to the school cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and the aroma of food wafted in the wind, cheering the two up. With the current cultivation level of Su Fan and the other two, their blood and energy are as vast as the ocean. They won't feel hungry even if they don't eat for several months, and it won't affect their normal activities. However, proper food supplementation can nourish vital energy, strengthen physical fitness, and is also beneficial to cultivation. That's great, let's go to the restaurant and have something to eat. Su Fan smiled slightly, took the girl's wrist, and strode into the restaurant. School cafeteria. The interior is spacious and luxuriously decorated, with thousands of tables and chairs, which can accommodate thousands of people dining at the same time. The food is even more abundant, with various meats, seafood, fruits, and vegetables, as well as the nutritious meat of high-level ferocious beasts. It is fragrant and full of energy, which greatly stimulates people's appetite. Su Fan and the other person ordered a lot of delicious food, came to a secluded dining table, and started to feast on it. For the past month, they had been practicing hard and had almost no time to rest or eat properly. This meal was very peaceful and harmonious. Just during the meal, Su Qingxian cast a meaningful look at Su Fan from time to time. Her eyes were a little creepy, and there was a hint of evil charm at the corner of her mouth. He didn't know what evil thoughts he was thinking, which made his scalp tingle. Su Fan ate silently, pretending that he knew nothing. My foolish brother, how should I punish you? Su Qingxian thought as she ate, and the food tasted better and better. Along the way, she was thinking about how to punish Su Fan and how to make him serve her. The more she thought about it, the more excited and thrilled she became. I'm thinking hard about my brother's 108 ways of punishment. Su Fan. What a coincidence, you are here too. At this time, a red-haired man and woman came over with dinner trays. When they saw Su Fan and the others, their eyes suddenly lit up and they smiled with surprise. It was the brother and sister Huo Wu and Hui Yanfei. Yes, what a coincidence, you guys came just in time. Su Fan's eyes were blazing with excitement, and he looked at Huo Wu and his sister as if he had seen his savior. Continue to stay alone with the girl. He couldn't imagine what terrible thing the fairy sister would do to him. The arrival of Huo Wu and the other two eased the tense and depressing atmosphere, making Su Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Su Fan, congratulations. Huo Wu's smile is sweet and bright. She looks much more mature than before, her mind is calmer, her figure has become more attractive, and she exudes extreme temptation all the time. Congratulations on what? Su Fan was slightly stunned, not knowing what Huo Wu was referring to. You are about to go to Zulong Island to practice. Isn't this worthy of congratulations? Huo Wu said with a smile. Zulong Island is the origin of our dragon country. It is a place where countless top experts gather. Many geniuses and heroes will never be able to set foot there in their lifetime. But Su Fan, you have obtained the qualification to enter Zulong Island so quickly. I am so envious. Hui Yanfei had a look of reverence on his face, and was extremely yearning for this legendary holy island. His eyes were full of envy and longing when he looked at Su Fan. However, he also knew that the reason why Su Fan was able to enter Zulong Island was entirely due to his own talent and strength. Zulong Island. Su Fan's eyes lit up, and he was very curious and expectant about this holy place of origin of the Dragon Kingdom. Hey, you leveled up again? Huo Wu's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Su Fan seriously, but she couldn't tell his level of cultivation at all, and she was immediately shocked. This means that Su Fan's level and cultivation are far superior to hers. What level are you now? Huo Wu couldn't help but ask. Level 60. Su Fan said with a smile. What? Level 60? A 6th level king. Huo Wu was shocked. He's really abnormal. He has become a king before he is even 20 years old. Huo Yunfei's face was stunned and he was also amazed. A king? This is the supreme being that even their Hua Clan Chamber of Commerce has to look up to. During the martial arts exam, they could still compete with Su Fan on the same stage, but now, in just over a month, Su Fan's growth rate has far exceeded his imagination, leaving all his peers far behind. After more than a month of training, Huo Wu and his sister have made great progress. Huo Wu, level 38, has reached the excellent level of the 2nd grade and is currently making every effort to reach the 4th level. Hua Yunfei, level 35, although a little lower than Huo Wu, is still top-notch among the geniuses of the same grade. But compared with Su Fan and Su Qingxian, the gap is huge. What's wrong with your sister? Is she sick? Huo Wu was suspicious and secretly glanced at Su Qingxian a few times. Noticing that the latter had a strange expression, she quietly leaned over to Su Fan's ear and asked. Don't look, don't care, don't ask. Su Fan's face darkened, and he pretended to know nothing, letting the girl let her imagination run wild. What's going on? Huo Wu and Hua Yunfei looked at each other with strange expressions, wondering what was going on between the brother and sister. Hey, Su Fan. I haven't seen you for so many days, do you miss me? A hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Su Fan looked in the direction he was directed and saw a bald man waving his hands and greeting him enthusiastically. No. Su Fan said lightly. The person who came was Chu Tianjiao. Next to him, there was a black-haired beauty Lu Mei. The two of them were holding hands and behaving intimately, and it seemed that things were going well recently. Chu Tianjiao was carefree and cheerful. He didn't consider himself an outsider at all. He directly pulled Lu Mei over and sat down, and started chatting with Su Fan and others. That's amazing. I didn't expect you to actually kill Wang Yuan and even gain the qualification to enter Zulong Island. Chu Tianjia was extremely envious and gave Su Fan a thumbs up. Even the 10 of us are not qualified to enter the ancestral Dragon Island. That is the real holy land of the Dragon Kingdom. Only the truly peak powerhouses are qualified to enter the island to practice. You are going to rise to the top. Su Fan smiled and didn't say much. Su Fan, I'm sorry. I was wrong about what happened before. I hope you don't mind it. Lu Mei looked apologetic and took the initiative to show goodwill to Su Fan. She probably saw what happened to Wang Yuan and was afraid that Su Fan would cause trouble for her in the future, so she wanted to reconcile with him. In a world where strength is respected, Lu Mei, a proud woman, took the initiative to lower her proud head. It's all in the past. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Su Fan smiled indifferently and didn't take it to heart at all. He and Lu Mei only had a minor conflict, not a deep hatred. Besides, he had already taught Lu Mei a lesson and didn't intend to pursue the matter. But Wang Yuan was different. Wang Yuan wanted to kill him, and in the end he was killed by him. It was all his own fault. Okay, let's end all grudges with a smile. Chu Tianjia laughed. Tomorrow, Su Fan and the others will go to Zulong Island to practice, and we must also work hard to become stronger. Let's work hard together, practice diligently, and pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Everyone's eyes were determined and their fighting spirit was high, all pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. In the evening, Su Fan and Su Qingxian returned to the mountain villa together. Would you like to take a hot spring bath together? Su Fan proposed to the girl. No. Su Qingxian shook her head and refused. Oh, never mind, I'll go make it myself. Su Fan put his hands under his head, went to the hot spring, and took a comfortable bath. Late at night. On the bed, Su Fan and Su Qingxian held hands. After a long time, we practiced the reincarnation technique together. Hearing the low snoring coming from the side, Su Qingxian suddenly opened her eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Brother, are you asleep? Looking at the sleeping Su Fan, the girl's beautiful eyes gradually became firm. After a whole day of careful consideration, she finally thought of the punishment for Su Fan. Su Qingxian looked pious, her small hand tightly grasped Su Fan's big hand, and she said seriously, "My stupid brother. In the name of the Emperor, I command you to always be by my side." Chapter 128 Zulon Island. Dragon Kingdom Holy Land. Zulon Island. The Holy Land of Dragon Kingdom, the palace of the strongest, is also the origin of Dragon Kingdom as thousands of years of culture. Countless powerful people have spent their entire lives without ever having the chance to set foot on the island. Because only the strongest ones can qualify to enter Zulon Island. This day, under the leadership of Zhuge Qingyun, Su Fan and Su Qingxian embarked on a journey to Zulon Island. Tens of thousands of meters above the imperial capital, deep in the vast sea of clouds. Break! Zhuge Qingyun waved his hand, the vast sea of clouds dispersed, and a huge floating island emerged. The floating island is ancient and magnificent, huge and boundless, and is shrouded in sacred light. It is like a starry worship lying across the top of the sky, with endless brilliant light pouring down. It makes people feel as if they are bathed in holy light, with a look of reverence on their faces, as if they are looking up at the relics of the gods. Is that the ancestral Dragon Island? The sacred land of the Dragon Kingdom actually stands high in the sky, shining with the sun and the moon. It's incredible. Su Fan took a deep breath and looked at the magnificent and ancient floating island in front of him, and couldn't help but show a look of shock. Zulon Island stands above the sky, competing with the sun and the moon in brilliance. Mysterious, grand, and profound. The feeling it gave Su Fan was even more powerful and mysterious than the Tower of Babel. This is the holy land of the origin of the Dragon Kingdom. Zulon Island, the origin of our dragon nation, the world's first holy place. Su Qingxian's face was calm and composed, and she wasn't too surprised. On the blue planet, Zulon Island is indeed considered to be the most outstanding holy secret place, but looking at the vast universe, it is just a drop in the ocean. Not worth making a fuss about. Su Qingxian looked calm, showing the demeanor of an empress, completely different from her stupid brother who was making a fuss next to her. How do you feel about the holy land of my Dragon Kingdom? Zhuge Qingyun looked at Su Fan and the others with a smile. Mysterious and powerful. Su Fan said seriously. Of course. Zulon Island is not only the holy land of our dragon country, but also the #1 holy land in the world. Even many powerful people from foreign countries want to visit and practice on Zulon Island. Zhuge Qingyun showed a hint of pride, the pride of being a warrior of the dragon country. Let's go. I'll take you inside to have a look around and appreciate the origin of our dragon nation. Zhuge Qingyun smiled faintly and brought Su Fan and Su Qingxian to Zulon Island. While showing them around, he introduced the rules of Zulon Island to them in detail. Along the way, all the people they met were heavenly king-level powerhouses above the 8th level, and each of their cultivation was stronger than Zhuge Qingyun's. Even supreme powerhouses could be seen occasionally. So strong, so strong. So many peerless masters. Su Fan's eyes were burning as he looked at the passers-by around him in shock. This is the holy land of Dragon Country, and it is indeed a gathering place for powerful people. In the outside world, Zhuge Qingyun is the strongest person in Peking University and Tsinghua University, admired by thousands of people. However, when he came to Zulon Island, his cultivation level was only at the bottom. Su Fan saw at least 7 or 8 people whose cultivation levels far exceeded Zhuge Qingyun. Zulon Island is indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. Su Fan was amazed. Zulon Island is the sacred land of our dragon nation. The requirements for landing on the island are extremely high. Generally speaking, only heavenly king-level warriors above the 8th level are qualified to enter Zulon Island. However, some 7th-level warriors who have made great contributions may also be given the opportunity to enter Zulon Island for training. And if you want to stay on the island for a long time, you have to break through the 9th level and become the supreme martial artist. Zhuge Qingyun looked at Su Fan deeply, with encouragement in his eyes. Only the supreme strong ones are qualified to live on Zulon Island. The supreme power. Su Fan's heart was shocked, and he was filled with infinite desire. The supreme martial artist. Only by reaching this realm can one reach the pinnacle of martial arts and become the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom! At this moment, a long purple rainbow fell from the sky. This is a little lowly with purple hair. Sweet and cute, with big twinkling eyes, she looks as sweet and cute as a porcelain doll. The most eye-catching thing is that the little lowly has a pair of golden red heterochromatic eyes, which sparkle with mysterious light and reflect the light of the sun and the moon, which is extremely magical. Xiao Sufan, long time no see. The little loli with purple hair put her hands on her waist and blinked at Sufan, looking playful and cute. Jasmine. You're also on Zulon Island? Sufan looked surprised. The person who came was Jasmine, the descendant of the ancient god. This little girl is extremely mysterious. Sometimes she appears suddenly, and sometimes she disappears suddenly. She is like a dragon that can't be found. Some time ago, Jasmine suddenly disappeared without a trace. It turned out that she was practicing on Zulon Island. That's right, I'm a descendant of a god, with unparalleled talent. Is it strange for me to be on Zulon Island? Little Jasmine raised her pretty face, looking proud, old-fashioned, and extremely arrogant. She was obviously a cute little girl, but she wanted to pretend to be an adult. She looked so naive that Sufan couldn't help laughing. Jasmine, you're here for something, right? Zhuge Qingyun said. Yes, I'm here on the orders of Master Long. Little Jasmine said seriously. What? Did Elder Long ask you to come? Sufan was slightly stunned, and looked at Su Qingxian, and couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. I didn't expect that this little girl was related to the Dragon Kingdom's god of war. No wonder she could travel freely on this ancestral dragon island. Ahem, by order of Elder Long, I am conducting an inspection of you. Little Jasmine coughed lightly and looked at Sufan and the others, her face gradually becoming serious. Sufan, Su Qingxian. If you want to become Master Long's disciples, you must first pass through Primitive Mountain. What? Primitive Mountain? Zhuge Qingyun's expression changed drastically, his eyes widened, and he looked at the purple-haired girl in disbelief. Jasmine, are you serious? Did Elder Long really let Sufan and Su Qingxian go to Primitive Mountain? Yes, yes. Little Jasmine nodded obediently. How is it possible? Let Sufan and Su Qingxian go to the Primitive Mountain? Doesn't Master Long want to accept them as disciples at all? Zhuge Qingyun frowned, looking puzzled. Principal, is Primitive Mountain difficult? Sufan asked tentatively. I can't even get through. Do you think it's difficult? Zhuge Qingyun said with a wry smile. What? Even the powerful heavenly king can't get through? Sufan was shocked. Even the powerful king cannot get through. How difficult is the Primal Mountain Trial? Chapter 129 Primitive Mountain Trial. The center of Zulon Island. 33 Chaos Divine Mountains stand tall and boundless. Rays of chaos divine light penetrate the sky and swallow up the vast wilderness, as if evolving the 33 heavens and earths. A terrifying divine power swept over. Surpass the pinnacle of martial arts and stand above all things. That is the supreme pressure of the god level, even the most powerful ones would be terrified. Under the leadership of Xiaomoli, Sufan and his party came to the heart of Zulon Island. Seeing the magnificent sight of 33 primitive mountains standing tall, Sufan was also shocked. There are actually 33 primitive mountains. It's incredible. Sufan's eyes were extremely bright as he looked at the 33 primitive mountains. He felt a grand and sacred aura, which made his whole body tremble, and he couldn't help but crawl on the ground. The 33 pristine mountains, like the wonders of creation by the Creator, exude boundless divine power. Even the Tongtian Tower cannot compare with it. This is the ultimate trial place of Zulon Island. Yes, there are 33 primordial mountains, representing 33 different trials. Legend has it that this is the strongest trial created by the gods. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever been able to pass all 33 primordial mountains. Little Jasmine put her hands behind her back and raised her chin as she explained to Sufan and the others, of course, Elder Long isn't asking you to cross all 33 primordial mountains in one go. That's simply impossible. As long as you can cross the first primordial mountain, that's all that's needed. A primitive mountain? Perhaps we can give it a try. Sufan narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. The god of war of the dragon country has extremely high standards for accepting disciples. It seems that this primitive mountain is a test for the two of them by Old Long. Only by crossing a primitive mountain can one become a disciple of Master Long, obtain the protection of the god of war, and no longer have to fear the threats from the Wang family. Impossible. With our current level of cultivation, going to Primordial Mountain? It's simply impossible. Su Qingxian frowned, and her pretty face showed a rare serious expression. She has always been extremely confident and is not afraid of any challenge. But she knew very well the difficulty of the primordial mountain trial. It was the strongest trial set for the Supreme Strong Ones, or in other words, only the Supreme Strong Ones were qualified to challenge the primordial mountain. With their current cultivation level, wanting to break into the primordial mountain? It's simply a fantasy. This Elder Long was deliberately making things difficult for them by asking them to enter Primitive Mountain. Yes, it is too difficult to pass through the primordial mountain. Su Fan and Su Qingxian's cultivation is not enough. Not to mention passing through the first primordial mountain, it is impossible for them to even approach the foot of the primordial mountain. They will be crushed by that terrifying divine power. Zhuge Qingyun shook his head and also did not hold any hope. Not to mention Su Fan and Su Qingxian, two 5th and 6th level warriors, even many supreme powers could not get through the first primitive mountain. However, it is worth mentioning that if you can get through the primitive mountain, you will get endless rewards, which will make you reborn and your cultivation level will increase greatly. Because among the 33 pristine mountains, there is a path to becoming a god. Jasmine, are you sure this is what Elder Long meant? Zhuge Qingyun couldn't help but ask. Certainly. Little Jasmine put her hands on her waist, her face full of pride, and said in a very conscientious manner, if you want to become a disciple of the god of war, don't you think there's a challenge? Su Fan and Su Qingxian looked at each other and gradually fell into deep thought. Zhuge Qingyun frowned, his expression not very good, and he was secretly thinking about what Old Long was intending. Ah, Qingyun, long time no see. Just then, a hearty laugh was heard. A dark-faced man came towards them, with muscles as strong as steel and blood all over his body. He was extremely powerful and was definitely an 8th-level heavenly king. His cultivation was 3 times stronger than Zhuge Qingyun. Zhao Hong. When Zhuge Qingyun saw the person coming, he immediately smiled. This is his good friend Zhao Hong, an 8th-level peak-level heavenly king who works on Zulon Island. This is Zhao Hong, Zhao Tianwen, the administrator of Zulon Island. He is responsible for the management of Primitive Mountain. All strong people who want to enter Primitive Mountain must go to him to complete the formalities first. Zhuge Qingyun smiled gently and introduced himself to Su Fan and others. Greetings to Heavenly King Zhao. Su Fan and the other two said respectfully. Only little Jasmine looked proud and motionless, her face full of arrogance, and she didn't take King Zhao seriously at all. Zhao Hong nodded to Su Fan and the others, then smiled at little Jasmine and said kindly, hey, isn't this Miss Jasmine? What a rare guest. How is Elder Long? That's great. He can eat 8 bowls of rice a day, which is more than I eat. Little Jasmine giggled. That's great. As long as Mr. Long is healthy, it will be a blessing for our Long Kingdom. Zhao Hong nodded heavily, and then looked at Zhuge Qingyun. Qingyun, why are you here? Do you want to venture into the primordial mountain again? Zhao Hong folded his arms, looked at Zhuge Qingyun with a half-smile, and said jokingly, I see that your cultivation hasn't improved much recently. If you want to pass through the primordial mountain, there is still no hope. Haha, no. It's not me. Zhuge Qingyun showed a helpless look, pointed at Su Fan and Su Qingxian behind him, and said, it's them who want to break into the primitive mountain. Ha? What the hell, these 2 little guys want to break into the primitive mountain. This is an international joke. Zhao Hong was stunned, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and looked at Su Fan and Su Qingxian in disbelief. One is at the 6th level, and the other is at the 5th level. Oh my god, this is incredible. They have such high levels of cultivation at such a young age. Their future is promising. Noticing the martial arts skills of Su Fan and the other two, Zhao Hong couldn't help but look shocked. These 2 are definitely young geniuses, more powerful than some heirs of supreme families. Qingyun, these are the elites of your school, right? You, as the principal, are too eager for quick success by sending them to challenge Primitive Mountain so early. This is a ruthless destruction of young talents. If things go wrong, they will both die. Zhao Hong frowned and scolded Zhuge Qingyun harshly. It wasn't me, it was Master Long who asked them to go to the Primitive Mountain. Zhuge Qingyun said with a wry smile. What? It's actually Elder Long's decision? Then there's no problem. Zhao Hong said with a look of admiration, Old Long is wise and powerful. Whatever he does is right. This is too double standard. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 130 Goodbye Wang Zun. There are a total of 33 primitive mountains, and each mountain has 18 checkpoints, each one more difficult than the last. If you want to pass the first primitive mountain, you must pass through 18 levels. The difficulty is hellish, and even some supremely powerful people cannot do it. With the introduction of the administrator Zhao Hong, Su Fan has roughly understood the difficulty of breaking into the primitive mountain. Principal, have you cleared the 9th level of the first primitive mountain? Su Fan looked at Zhuge Qingyun, his eyes gradually becoming firm, wanting to know more information from the principal. Level 5. Zhuge Qingyun smiled bitterly. Su Fan frowned, said nothing, and his expression was more serious than ever. 18 levels. Zhuge Qingyun, a powerful king-level warrior, had only just made it through the 5th level, which was enough to show how terrifyingly difficult the primitive mountain was. It's normal if you can't get through, but it's abnormal if you can. Do you really think Primordial Mountain is that easy? That's the strongest trial on Zulong Island, and usually only the strongest are qualified to challenge it. It's amazing for a heavenly king to get through a few levels, but it's impossible to pass all 18 levels and get through the first Primordial Mountain. Zhao Hong shook his head helplessly and reminded Su Fan and the others, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. With your current cultivation level, even reaching the foot of the primitive mountain would be difficult, let alone crossing it. You might even be in danger of your life. It's not too late to give up now. What should we do? Do we really have to go to Primitive Mountain?" Su Qingxian has always been confident, but this time she was unsure and asked Su Fan. "Give it a try. If you don't even try and just give up, then it would be a waste of your trip to Zulong Island." Su Fan smiled slightly, his eyes were extremely determined. Although he knew that the trial in the primitive mountain was extremely difficult, he still wanted to go up and give it a try to experience the strongest trial of the supreme level. Given Elder Lon's status and position, he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for the two of them. So, is there any deeper meaning or other purpose behind letting them break into the primitive mountain? Su Fan seemed to be lost in thought. No matter what Mr. Long's purpose was, he let them go to the primitive mountain. You'll only know after you've experienced it. In the end, Su Fan and the others decided to venture into the primitive mountain. With the help of Zhao Hong, they quickly completed the admission formalities and prepared to go together to challenge the first primitive mountain and experience the strongest trial of Zulong Island. Someone is trying to break through the first primitive mountain. Please wait a moment. Zhao Hong reminded. Okay. Su Fan and Su Qingxian waited silently. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth trembled, and divine light surged. A figure covered in blood flew out from the primitive mountain, looking extremely miserable. Damn it! That was so close. I'm almost there, and I can clear the 18th level and get through the first primitive mountain. Waves of unwilling roars spread out, shaking the heaven and earth. This is a supremely powerful being. He made it all the way to the 18th level, and only had one last step left before he could pass through the first primitive mountain and get the supreme law reward. But in the end it failed. The primal mountain trial is too difficult. This supreme and powerful man was in a dishevel, his heart filled with resentment and anger. Zhao Hong looked calm, as he was already used to this. Most of the strong men who come to the primitive mountain are above the supreme level, so it is not worth making a fuss about. However, young descendants like Su Fan and Su Qingxian have never appeared before. However, when he saw this supreme powerful man, Su Fan was suddenly stunned. Wang Zun. Su Fan's pupils shrank, revealing a hint of surprise. The strong man who failed to break into the primitive mountain was actually the supreme of the Wang family. It's true that enemies always meet. Su Fan, it's you. Why are you here in Primitive Mountain? When Wang Zun saw Su Fan, he was extremely jealous, and a terrifying murderous intent rose up into the sky. Su Fan killed Wang Yuan and became a mortal enemy with the Wang family. Wang Zun wished he could tear him into pieces. What's more, he had just failed in his attempt to break into the primitive mountain, and he was very unhappy, so he reached out to grab Su Fan with his big hand. The supreme pressure shook the heaven and earth, and he was about to be killed. Wang Zun. What do you want to do? Fighting is prohibited on Zulong Island. Do you want to be punished by the Elders' Council? Zhuge Qingyun shouted loudly and hurried forward to stop it. Zhao Hong also had a serious expression on his face. He stood side by side with Zhuge Qingyun to stop Wang Yuan. A mere 8th level, you think you can stop me? Facing the two heavenly kings, Wang Zun had a cold and apathetic expression on his face. He simply released his supreme pressure and easily repelled Zhuge Qingyun and the other two. However, Zulon Island is the sacred place of Dragon Kingdom and has strict rules prohibiting private fighting and killing, otherwise there will be severe punishment. After thinking about it, Wang Xun finally did not dare to attack Su Fan. It's not worth it to be punished by the Senate for an ant. Su Fan, you're lucky today. I'll let you go for now. Wang Xun snorted coldly and looked at Su Fan deeply, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. This is the primitive mountain, not just any cat or dog can come here. What do you want to do here? Break into the primitive mountain. Su Fan said calmly. Ha, what a joke. You think you can break into primitive mountain? You're really asking for your own death. Wang Xun sneered endlessly, looking at Su Fan and the others with a look full of sarcasm. I, the dignified supreme, can't even get through the primordial mountain, and you, a mere ant, still want to get through the primordial mountain? Wang Xun is the youngest supreme being in Dragon Country. He is extremely talented and his strength is also outstanding among the supreme beings. But even so, he was unable to get through the primitive mountain and fell at the 18th level. This is enough to show how difficult the primitive mountain is. With Su Fan's mere 6th level cultivation, wanting to break into the primitive mountain was undoubtedly a huge joke in Wang Xun's eyes. Ha, a supreme and powerful person who can't even get through a primitive mountain has the nerve to bark like a dog? Su Fan smiled faintly and retorted directly. What did you say? Wang Xun was furious. I said you haven't made it through the primitive mountain, so what qualifications do you have to bark like a dog? Su Fan snorted coldly, without any fear. Wang Xun's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent, but he did not dare to attack Su Fan. In the end, I endured it. Very good. I'd like to see how you, a mere 6th level martial artist, can break into primitive mountain? Wang Xun watched coldly, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, waiting to see Su Fan get into trouble. Then just stare at me with your eyes wide open. Su Fan spoke lightly, without saying much, but his words were extremely insulting, which made Wang Xun so angry that his face turned pale and blue. Very quickly. The news that Su Fan and Su Qingxian were going to break into the primitive mountain spread like a whirlwind, attracting many top powerhouses to watch. Have you heard? There are 2 young geniuses who are going to challenge primitive mountain, and their cultivation level is not even at the 7th level. How is this possible? With this level of cultivation, you dare to enter the primordial mountain? Isn't that courting death? I heard that it was arranged by Elder Long himself, asking them to go to primitive mountain together. No way, could it be that Elder Long has a grudge against these 2 little guys? Is he deliberately making things difficult for them? Unknowingly, many powerful people have gathered around the primitive mountain. Each of them is as energetic as the sea, and has great cultivation, and they are all big figures on Zulon Island. Everyone was talking about it, very curious, and watching Su Fan and the other 2 break into the primitive mountain. Xiener, are you ready? Su Fan asked. Yeah. Su Qingxian nodded seriously. Well, let's go explore this primitive mountain. The 2 of them looked determined as they walked towards the primitive mountain together.